The story unfolds in a dormitory at night, the beeping of a message notification piercing through the darkness. Now, the once serene face of a young man is etched with sorrow. True to expectations, a heart-wrenching message serves as an omen. Park Jimin, let's break up. Immediately following this message from his girlfriend, the young man becomes entangled in a web of emotions. His ability to compose messages accelerates 100-fold. Why, Rose, did you perhaps engage in a little mischief with our roommate? Please don't be like this. I am serious about our relationship. Is there something I haven't done well? But I have plans for our future. Our future will be a happy family, with 2 adorable children, our own home, and a car. I can strive to make everything happen. Was it because I didn't buy the magic potion you mentioned last time? If so, I apologize. But lately, I've genuinely been contributing money. Wait until next month. With the allowance, I can buy it for you. This is also the last message that Park Jimin manages to send to his girlfriend because she has unfriended him. The protagonist is no longer her friend, and to send a message, he must first send a friend request. The other side can only engage in conversation after passing the verification process. In that moment, that notification shattered Park Jimin's delicate heart, leaving no room for remorse. Even the invitation from his friends, Jimin, join us for a game of black, where one short, was immediately retracted with a prompt apology. Sorry, causing a disturbance. This confirmed the dire emotional state of the protagonist in the face of heartbreak. Can't take it anymore. Park Jimin pounded his fist onto the table, stormed out, and forcefully slammed the door. His roommate could only look on with disdain, remarking he's breaking up again, the 6th time this month. The scene shifts to Rose's location, where the surrounding murmurs echo. Isn't that Park Jimin, the famous heartbreaker? Yes, yes, yes. He's been pursuing Jun Hoseok for 3 years. Sensing Park Jimin approaching, Rose turns to look bewildered and warns, Park Jimin, please don't do this. Everyone is watching. The wounded heart pays no attention to the surroundings, but earnestly explains, Hoseok, I know you're angry with me. I bought you these meat-filled buns. Forgive me. Don't mention breaking up again. I'll fix whatever is wrong with me. The onlookers continue their discussions. He's said to have made 4 extra places because of gifts. What's the use? He still gets dumped. Despite the pleading of the male lead, Rose still clung to her justification. Park Jimin, I'm not angry. My ex-boyfriend wants to get back together, and after careful consideration, I feel he needs me more. Hearing this, the male lead could no longer maintain his composure and shouted in frustration, Min Yongi, what are you? He's just a scoundrel. Have you forgotten he cheated, and now he's pressuring you to have an abortion? At the same time, the sophisticated car of Rose's ex-boyfriend pulled to the side, and he arrogantly sneered, get in. Following this command was Rose's obedient compliance, behaving as obediently as a dog. Before leaving, she bid farewell, Park Jimin, let's not meet again. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. The car gradually departed, leaving behind a young man enveloped in myriad sorrows. The sky that day was somber and melancholic, as if symbolizing the abandonment of sorrow. The male lead decisively discarded the meat-filled bun into the trash and walked straight to the convenience store. Choosing a bottle of solace-breaking wine, his heart heavy with contemplation, Park Jimin pondered, what am I relying on that always makes me end up being a supporting character? Is being a supporting character the only role I can play in life? And without it, there's nothing good. As long as I have enough supports, I won't be a supporting character anymore, but a chat boy. In the heat of the moment, the emergence of the chat boy system marked a sudden appearance. The spirit of the strongest supporting character system discovered a suitable host, the tinkling sound alerting the wandering soul of Park Jimin. The system successfully bound itself, and the system board displayed information about Park Jimin. Personal assets of 230 coins, limitless strengthening points for the HOA stat, and a supporting character gold of 90 billion. The strange appearance of this system left Park Jimin in awe. Why didn't the system of the Almighty intervene, and what's the purpose of this hack? Lost in thought, Park Jimin was abruptly disrupted by a barrage of curses. You damn pervert. Have you seen enough, or do you want to touch anywhere else? The angry girl confronting him with a scornful expression said, You've been staring at my chest since earlier. Do you have a problem? You really have no shame. This person was none other than Kim Jenny, 24 years old, 1.65 meters tall, weighing 49 kilograms, with an appearance rating of 79, and her attractiveness to the male lead was at a -50. And the system also sent a signal, with the help of the almighty supporting character system, if the favorability of this girl towards Park Jimin exceeds 95 points, the counterattack will be successful, and this Kim Jenny will officially become the supporting character of the host. After reading the system announcements, the male lead could only gasp in surprise. Using the system, the almighty supporting character's money was spent on a woman, a staggering 90 billion. Right after the male lead's questions, the system sent a message. Indeed, the 90 billion almighty supporting character money has been transferred to this card. but it can only be used for women. After the other party becomes the almighty supporting character of the host, 1/10 of the amount spent will be rewarded into the host account, becoming a host's personal property and receiving additional rewards. Since the system had made it clear, Park Jae-min was determined. If that's the case, let's try it with a woman in front of him. Gently, the male lead approached the girl. "Beautiful lady, don't be angry. Whatever you buy today, I'll pay for it." As the male lead began to interact with the woman, the system closely followed and reported. The almighty supporting character relationship was successfully bound. The mission to counterattack Kim Jenny was completed, and the reward for the mission was 10% of the almighty supporting character money and 5 enhancement points. Enhancement points could improve the physical attributes of the host, including physique, mentality, strength, and agility. Upon receiving Park Jae-min's invitation, Kim Jenny appeared uninterested but immediately put on a charming smile and responded, "Oh, pretending to be wealthy to tease me, huh? You have the capability for it." At that moment, people around started gossiping about the girl in front of the male lead. "Is this Kim Jenny, the beauty of the art department? They say she's formidable, making guys spend tens of thousands for her with just 3 sentences. This guy seems to be in for some bad luck." Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Park Jae-min smirked and replied, "Whether I have the capability or not, you'll find out soon enough." Without further ado, a male lead confidently accepted the challenge, and Jenny immediately spent the money. "So today, I want to treat all the students at the snack bar, help you pay for it, won't you?" In her mind, she still held a contemptuous attitude, a poor guy who dared to tease girls. "Let me show you how embarrassing it can be for you." However, her attitude quickly changed when Ape received 5,000 NDT. Simultaneously, the people around gasped. He really transferred 50,000, treating money like it's nothing. "This guy looks so poor, yet he's a hidden wealthy man, huh?" Receiving admiration from those around only fueled Park Jae-min's confidence. 50,000 is not much. I wonder if it's enough to add you as a friend. Jenny still couldn't believe what had happened, questioning herself, "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Could this guy really be a wealthy man? If that's the case, don't be in a hurry to add as a friend. It's not impossible, but you have to accompany me to a place." After saying that, she secretly thought about how to deal with him, perhaps with a knife. Truly, the inner world of women is unpredictable. Transitioning to a bustling urban area, stepping in front of the GUGOI store, Jenny had a few words of caution. "Just to clarify, I'm not a gold digger. I just want to see your sincerity and attitude." Hearing this from Jenny, Park Jae-min understood her intentions. "Well, this is clearly a test for me." Thinking back, he straightforwardly replied, "No problem. Choose carefully what you like. Be cautious in your choices. It's a treacherous world out there." At the very moment when he used her as a test for the goddess system, while Park Jae-min was engrossed admiring the items in the store, a voice echoed, "Yeonji, do you think this purse looks good on me?" Instinctively, the male lead recognized the voice and exclaimed, "Hoseok." Hearing that, Rose found it odd and glanced around to see who it was. Meeting an old acquaintance, Park Jae-min's eyes remained utterly captivated. However, that gaze was abruptly interrupted by Jenny's sarcastic voice. "Oh, the ex-girlfriend, it seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time." Park Jae-min chuckled faintly. "No, you arrived at the right time." Receiving this assurance from the male lead, Kim Jenny shopped with peace of mind. "Is your store still selling the spring collection?" "There's only one left. I'm just trying it on." The lady mentioned by the staff was none other than Hoseok. With a resentful expression, the little follower contemplated. Park Jae-min seems unaffected even with Yoongi around. Forget it. Let him see the stark contrast with Yoongi's wealth. Hoseok turned to flatter the bad boy. Yoongi's birthday is coming up soon. Unfortunately, what she received was his discomfort on his face. "Birthday? Didn't I just celebrate mine?" Hoseok continued with an excuse. "That was the lunar birthday. People also have the solar birthday." Upon hearing this reason, Yoongi's face turned gray and he sternly said, "Hoseok, listen, I know you don't like girls overly interested in material things. I'm not staying with you for money, right?" These words genuinely changed Hoseok's expression. She knew she wouldn't be able to show off in front of her ex-boyfriend anymore. Due to Hoseok's hesitation in buying the bag, Jenny instantly seized the opportunity. "I'm sorry, if you're not taking this bag, I'll take it." The sensation of receiving an item from someone else increased Kim Jenny's favorability by 20 points. The decisive payment action of the male lead further excited Kim Jenny, adding another 20 points to her favorability and another 20. Park Jae-min looked on triumphantly, recognizing a power of money, a bag directly adding 60 points. At this rate, Kim Jenny would likely exude more favorability if she bought a few more bags. However, the male lead suddenly realized that the refund amount was too meager. Amidst Jenny's joy, Rose had to endure the judgments from the staff. "Lalisa Manoban, I don't understand why some people seem wealthy but are stingy with their girlfriends, while others seem normal but spend tens of thousands without blinking an eye. Therefore, the store has trained us not to judge people by appearance. The ability to spend money doesn't just rely on outward looks. These words surrounded Hoseok's mind like a dark sky. Standing outside of this gloom, Kim Jenny genuinely found a truth. Indeed, bags are like boyfriends. Stolen ones are the most useful. In her eager and determined heart, she had to catch this big fish. Jenny began to transform her personality from a cold demeanor to a cute and clingy one, sticking close to Park Jimin. Thank you, my dear husband. You're so good, my dear husband. Hoseok looked at the male lead with a pitiful eye and brimming with hatred. Park Jimin, you've gone too far. That chest just made the male lead understand more about what he needed to do. Too much. Step by step, Jung Hoseok, we have plenty of time. Since that moment, the system announced the binding of the second sim goddess relationship, none other than Jung Hoseok, 21 years old, 163 tall, weighing 49 kilograms, with an appearance rating of 75 and a favorability towards the male lead of minus 10 points. When this female lead's favorability towards the male lead exceeds 95 points, the counterattack is successful, transforming her into the sim goddess of the male lead. Upon successful counterattack, there will be a reward of 10% of the sim goddess's money and 20 enhancement points. Kim Jenny approached the male lead. Are you still mad? My performance isn't bad, right? Next, let's go somewhere. Where to? Of course, to continue shopping, isn't it? Isn't it? You wouldn't be satisfied with just buying one bag, right? Stepping into the new store, Park Jimin's fingers continuously pointed and gestured. That one, except for those two. Wrap up the rest and swipe the card. Even the salesperson was excited, saying, yes, sir. Shortly, you will deliver the items to the address you provided. Holding the branded items, Kim Jenny was delighted and could only sense one thing. When men swipe their cards, it truly looks handsome. Her favorability increased by 5 points as a result. Swiping for perfume, Kim Jenny's favorability increased by another 5 points. Swiping for makeup like lipstick and eyeliners, Kim Jenny's favorability increased by another 5 points. Swiping for clothes, Kim Jenny's favorability increased by another 5 points. After a shopping spree, the young lady knew she needed to stop, saying, enough. If I buy more, my rented room won't have space. Thinking that Park Jimin would stop buying, he surprised everyone by responding, no space, no problem, let me buy a house for you. At the same time, the main character's account was credited with 30,000, 70,000, 111,000, and 24,000. This made Kim Jenny fearful and concerned. Well, this isn't good. You spent so much money. Spending this much on our first meeting, I was just joking. Due to her fear, her favorability points were deducted by 5. Noticing the change in Jenny's expression and favorability, Park Jimin subtly understood that his previous actions had caused her concern. Indeed, having a house worth several hundred million seemed advantageous, but in return, he had to endure a sense of insecurity. Changing his approach, the main character approached Jenny and whispered sweetly, Kim Jenny, a third-year student at the Academy of Arts, 21 years old this year, 165 centimeters tall, weighing 49 kilograms, likes the color black, favorite food is Korean cuisine, Capricorn zodiac sign, shoe size 37, enjoys watching horror movies, but is most afraid of walking at night. You don't like it. Why did I approach you like that? After saying this, he turned to instruct the store staff. Miss, you have a membership card, right? I will top up 50,000 TVD when the miss arrives at the store. You can introduce the latest models to her. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. After indirectly giving a gift, the main character turned back to look at Jenny with sweetness. If what happened earlier made you worry, consider this card as my compensation. Her words genuinely caught Jenny off guard for a moment. Her eyes became strangely captivated, concluding with the statement, if you still have doubts, you can take my offer as a sincere gesture. The remark left the young lady blushing deeply, and she retorted by raising her chin at Park Jimin. Despicable, you spoiled brat. Despite her quick departure, her favorability unexpectedly increased by 30 points, mainly due to the generous spending in the store. The main character received numerous compliments. This guy may look ordinary, but he is so generous. Not only generous, but also very considerate. In love. Hearing such praises further fueled Park Jimin's self-confidence. Indeed, teasing was more effective than mocking poverty. After a while of shopping for herself, Jenny also realized, you bought so much for me, but nothing for yourself. In reality, the main character didn't have money, to be more accurate. He was broke. However, seizing this opportunity, the young lady immediately took action. Is that so? Then it's my turn to buy gifts for you. For her, if she wanted to reel in big fish, it was not only about receiving without giving, but also about paying an appropriate price. At the store, the girl carefully selected items for the main character and took him to get a haircut, refreshing his appearance. After a while, the disheveled man had become refined, elegant, and scholarly. This transformed appearance added 5 points to Jenny's favorability. This guy looks handsome when he dresses up, doesn't he? The more she looked at the main character, the higher Jenny's favorability rose, adding another 5 plus 5 points. Seeing the girl staring at him, Park Jimin felt a bit embarrassed. Why do you find it so strange? At his age, this was the first time the main character dressed so elegantly. He even felt fortunate that he didn't have to foot the bill. Park Jimin's captivating beauty made Jenny restless. She gently touched the main character's chin and affirmed, "Not strange at all. I just think you look very compatible with me now." After saying that, she extended her arm, turned around, and said, "I'm really happy today. Thank you, Jimin. Sometimes I even thought we were a couple. Goodbye, Jimin." Kim Jenny left with a favorability of 68. Transitioning to the dormitory, the main character returned with a joyful expression and announced, "I'm back." His return surprised everyone in the room. They all looked at him, asking, "What did Jimin do today to dress like this?" Jimin replied gently, "I had a date with Kim Jenny." Of course, no one believed it after hearing it. Come on, even Jung Hoseok can't hold on, and now he wants Kim Jenny. Kim Jenny is the beauty of the art department. If you want to pursue her, you need real skills. Listen to my advice, you won't be able to handle these girls. To avoid further headaches, Park Jimin nodded. "I truly appreciate your advice." Right after the conversation between the main character and his roommates, Hoseok immediately messaged the main character, "Park Jimin, if you really hate me, let's unfriend each other." Upon receiving this message, the main character silently understood that this was a probe into his attitude. Unfriending him would affect his favorability, and he still needed Hoseok to level up and earn money. Therefore, he sent a sweet message to Jenny. "Hate? How could that be? In my heart, you will always be the most special." Immediately after these soothing words, Hoseok quickly provided an excuse. Staying with Min Yoongi is not because she craves glory, but because she is sick and needs a medication that costs 50,000 yuan. Without hesitation, the wealthy Park Jimin transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Receiving such a large sum through just a text message left her terrified. "Oh, I've encountered a demon. I just casually mentioned it and he actually transferred the money." Hoseok's roommates, curious about who was so generous to transfer 50,000 yuan, asked, "Min Yoongi, right?" Mentioning this deceitful guy, Hoseok sneered, "Min Yoongi can't even bring himself to buy a bag. It's Park Jimin who transferred the money." "Park Jimin, didn't you kick him just now? How can this poor guy be so rich?" Even Hoseok couldn't understand. Perhaps he was mistaken. He had to clarify things. Jung Hoseok's favorability increased by 5 points as a result. Hoseok immediately bombarded Jimin with messages, hoping for a satisfactory answer. "Park Jimin, what do you mean? Where did you get so much money? Today at the store was the same. What's your relationship with Kim Jenny? Did you buy her a bag? Aren't you a wealthy tycoon? Park Jimin, I would eat meat-filled buns. Will love disappear because of this?" Messages kept pouring in from Jung Hoseok. Now in a new position, Jimin wasn't particularly interested in replying to messages despite the girl's inquiries. "Why aren't you replying to messages? Are you asleep?" He promptly turned off notifications. Thinking that Jung Hoseok was overly nosy, Jimin wondered if there was any place left for him to spend money extravagantly on women. Yes, he thought of something. Park Jimin could watch live streams. There were many beautiful girls on the live broadcasts. Little Mayani's live stream would end in just 1 more hour. Anyone who wanted to give gifts should hurry. On this platform, fans and those who liked could generously send gifts. Spending over 100,000 on this would indeed be quicker than buying a bag. Little Mayani was live streaming cheerfully. "Thank you to the lonely soul who gave me a rocket. Love you." So she immediately received a shock when the gift of sticky rice turned out to be a giant rocket. It was 100 rockets, equivalent to 100,000 dong. This huge amount surprised everyone to the point of causing discomfort. Continuous comments flooded in. "Oh, so the top fan is truly blind. The younger prince punished his father. Little brother, stay away. I am the true prince." These comments only intensified Park Jimin's disdain. Indeed, dog's eyes, looking down on human eyes. "Let me add some money for you guys." Spending generously this time, Park Jimin used 900 rockets, continuously launching them and making the staff uneasy. The boss is in trouble. Earlier, there was a generous fan who, in one go, gifted 1 billion to Little Mai. The boss, sipping his tea, couldn't help but be astonished. Isn't that our top spender? Is he laundering money with 1 billion? The scene shifted to the streamer's resting room. Quick, quick, quick. The ID named Lonely Smoker is an extraordinary top fan. Quickly message him. This person just gave 1 billion to Little Mai. He casually gave enough for our salary for several months. At the same time, the chat box of the male lead was constantly buzzing with new messages. Little Mai was astonished. "Am I dreaming? Someone gifted me 1 billion. She pinched herself and exclaimed, "Ouch." A knock on the door, a staff member entered Mainy's room carrying a sign. The boss said that if they could grasp Lonely Smoker, Miney would receive an additional 10% commission. Miney, already having a plan, confidently replied, "Sure, what does he need to say? With a daddy like this, why would I let this opportunity slip away?" Immediately on the live stream, my and I blinked sweetly. "Thanks to the rockets from my big brother Lonely Smoker. You can send me a private message and I will promote you." Indeed, Park Jimin's chat box buzzed again. "Hey, do you see my messages? In 5 minutes it will end. I message you, please reply." Meanwhile, the male lead, well aware of his own value, pretended to be asleep, saying, "Hey, little sister, don't be like that." On the second day at Park Jimin's dorm, his roommates were excitedly discussing the hot search topic. "Last night, a tycoon generously gave 1 billion in the chubby stream. Truly rich in my hometown, I could buy several houses with that money. If I had that kind of money, life would be perfect. This guy really dared to dream. I'd laugh myself awake if I dreamt of having 100 million. The noisy chatter of the roommates woke up the male lead. While brushing his teeth, he quietly wondered, "Last night, I gave so much money, yet little Nai doesn't seem to want to establish a relationship." Looking at the list of relationship binds, does Jung Hosedok mean that the relationship bind requires meeting in real life? Well, consider that money gone. However, in return, the male lead received numerous messages from the ladies. So many messages. Did I become a chick magnet? At the same time, Park Jimin's 3 roommates were excitedly getting ready to go out. Oh, the highly anticipated latecomers won't get good positions. Curious, the male lead asked, "Hey, where are you guys going without telling me?" Of course, they were heading to class. Today is a shared class, a chance to admire the goddess Kim Jisoo up close. Previously, he used to run faster than all of us after school and still hesitated to leave. Stop fooling around or hurry up. At this point, Park Jimin also vaguely remembered the silhouette of his beloved Q, the Vietnamese character, portrayed by the idol Kim Jisoo. The scene shifted to the lecture hall where today's class featured Kim Jisoo, the school flower and vice president of the student council, a dream for every male student. Her talents were indescribable, from leading the ballet dance team in 10th grade to being a top athlete in 2nd grade. Her exceptional talents, combined with her outstanding appearance, made it challenging for anyone to approach her. While the male lead contemplated that being a big shot requires a beautiful companion to truly be free, standing at the peak for 3 years without anyone able to shake him is quite a feat. Pursuing in this manner must guarantee a substantial return. Lisa and the girls around immediately took notice of his handsome appearance, saying, "Who is that? He's so handsome. It's like another department has never seen such a handsome guy." Those girls farther away whispered, but Hoseok and his friend were also surprised by the new look of the male lead. "Hey, is that Park Jimin? We haven't seen him for a few days and he's become so handsome. Did he specially dress up for you to admire, Hoseok?" Hoseok, pretending to be indifferent, added 5 more favorability points, probably, but I already have Yongi. If anyone causes trouble, they might end up fighting. Hoseok's favorability increased uncontrollably, +10, +10, +10. In an instant, increased by a hopping 30 points. Seeing Hoseok's favorability rise like that, the male lead could only comment, "Just changing hairstyle and clothes can increase favorability." Truly, women are fickle. While the male lead remained perplexed about how to bind Kim Jisoo, his friends were enthusiastic. "Go up, man, let us see the appearance of the goddess conquered by you." The big brother, after receiving a bit of admiration, proudly strutted out with a flourish. "Look, everyone, see how I'm going to make her fall for me. Go, 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 the boss always wins." According to the big brother's well-thought-out plan, he approached the location of the beauty amidst the anger of the girl accompanying Kim Jisoo, daring to snatch someone right in front of her. "Oh," he whispered, "darling, let's be friends." The closer he got, the more he closed in, making it impossible for the girl, Kia, not to intervene. "Hey, what do you want?" He continued, "Let's be friends if you..." Before he could continue, he was grabbed by the collar by Kim Jisoo's friend. "You rotten brat, are you looking for trouble?" Daring to pay attention to our Jisoo. The formidable woman was none other than Kim Minji, the roommate of Kim Jisoo. Under the pressure brought by her roommate, the big brother could only yield. "It's all just a misunderstanding. I just want to join the student council. And since Triu is the vice president, I wanted to ask for her opinion." After that failed attempt at hitting on girls, the big brother received nothing but mockery. Even in hitting on girls, you can't come up with a better excuse than a bull. So rural and cheesy, even a calf would demand swan meat. While Kim Jisoo was consoling her roommate, "All right, calm down, don't be so angry, you'll die of rage," the male lead gradually approached, saying, "Jisoo, I also want to be your friend." Seizing the opportunity, the roommate turned and cursed. Another one, as if it's not enough. However, Kim Jisoo's gaze also showed a hint of admiration. The arrival of Park Jimin sparked more discussions around. What's happening today? So many handsome guys. The male lead raised his phone to request a QR code scan, seemingly indifferent to the potential criticism. This guy was indeed courageous, facing others with such determination. Who gave you that courage? Probably Hanny Pham. However, the roommate couldn't stay angry, mesmerized by the handsome appearance of Park Jimin. Oh my, even more handsome than the previous guy. Why would you want to join the student council? The male lead straightforwardly replied, I'm not interested in the student council. So why did you befriend Jisoo? It's still unclear why I want to pursue her. Jisoo's eyes were now truly captivated. People around couldn't stop making comments. He's here now. Look at the confident big brother. Seeing him so self-assured now, he might cry miserably in a bit. But what surprised them even more was that the girl agreed, saying, sure, let me scan your code. The action unfolding before them truly brought Hoseup to realization. Furthermore, Jisoo's close friend added to the inquiry, Hoseup, isn't Park Jimin your fish? Is there some issue between you two? Receiving Kim Jisoo's consent added to the delight of the male lead. He continuously expressed his philosophies. Everyone has a fondness for beauty, so why hide it? Sometimes the simplest things are the most effective. If it's a woman, why not let anyone pursue her? The success of the male lead fueled envy among his friends. It's annoying, and yet that guy managed to succeed. My goddess got swept away by this pig's head. From that moment, Park Jimin also succeeded in binding the relationship with Sim Chua. The favorability towards Kim Jisoo is now 0. Truly, the efforts of the male lead in this journey were not in vain. After finishing classes on the campus, the male lead and his group of friends returned home. Jimin, you did well today. You even got Kim Jisoo's Weikat. That's right, moreover, you've changed a lot recently. By the way, Jimin, if you can pursue Kim Jisoo, can you introduce some sisters to us? Modestly, Park Jimin replied, oh, I'm not even sure she's a beauty queen. I'm nothing special. You guys are exaggerating. Following that remark came the turning backs of his friends. Ha! Consider yourself a poor guy like you should know your place. You immediately got mad. But Park Jimin now wasn't giving in to anyone, retorting sharply, indeed, I'm quite adept at bringing humiliation upon myself. I'll study harder next time. This statement truly made his friends contemplate. The fourth boss is so arrogant, he seems to be provoking a fight, wanting to gang up on someone. I sense trouble. Then the boss-like figure stepped forward angrily. Repeat what you just said. Are you looking for trouble, or do you want a gang fight? Stay calm, boss. You've been warned. If there's a fight, it will be recorded. Park Jimin just smirked and turned away. Whatever, elementary school students. Turning around, the gaze of the male lead met Kim Jenny's, and she spoke up, Jimin, it's been a while. We've been waiting for you all day. Jenny's sudden appearance caught the attention of the group of friends, who exchanged curious glances. Kim Jenny, from the 6th-ranked Academy of Arts, was widely known by the nickname Jenny. She maintained a gaze full of fascination as she looked at the male lead. The male lead responded affectionately, you're truly heartless. If I make a beauty like you wait for so long, I'll have to treat you to a meal as an apology. Jimin, you're despicable. Can't you see how beautiful the outfit I bought for her is? The clothes can't compare to the person, and the bag she's carrying is the most beautiful. The sweet words from the male lead to Jenny unfortunately reached Rosa's ears, and her face turned gloomy. Jenny and Park Jimin left, but the sweet sounds lingered. Is it real? People will believe it. Of course, it's even more real than gold. What the boss was muttering, I don't understand. I'm finally inferior. Before he could finish, someone interjected, I don't understand what's inferior about me. Surprisingly, this person was even more defeated than the boss, and it turned out to be Hoseup, crying and complaining based on what? Clearly, I arrived before her. What kind of injustice is this? Jenny and Park Jimin went to an upscale place together. There, Jenny handed a painting to Park Jimin, saying, Jimin, this is a gift for you. It's a painting I stayed up all night to create. If you dare to throw it away, I won't let you off the hook. Receiving this meaningful gift, the male lead couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he had received a gift from a girl since birth. Jenny appeared adorable, inquiring, do you like it? Jenny's cuteness genuinely made Park Jimin a bit fluttered, but he immediately had to readjust his mindset. Kim Jenny, this is the bait you prepared for me, isn't it? The male lead secretly understands that since the moment he spent money on her, she had planned how to trap him. Unfortunately, he is no longer the same person he used to be. Noticing Park Jimin's displeasure, Kim Jenny silently questioned herself. It seems he's not very happy, doesn't like this gift. Right after her contemplation, the male lead asked with concern, why give you this? Hesitant, Jenny held the painting. It's a painting I stayed up all night to create, if you don't like it. Before she could finish, the painting was snatched away by the male lead. He even leaned in close to Jenny, saying, "In the future, if you don't receive gifts like this, then you'll have to take responsibility for me." Threatened for a moment, Jenny burst out, "You damn guy, outrageous. You've scared me to death. Give the painting back to me. No, you can't hide it like some precious family heirloom." In response, Park Jimin's flattery spread everywhere. He grabbed Jenny's hand, saying, "Kim Jenny, compared to your gift, I prefer you as a person." Their eyes met, causing the young girl's heart to flutter for a few beats. He knew how to flirt excessively, and the favorable impression increased by 5 more. Holding Kim Jenny in his arms, Park Jimin schemed in his thoughts, "Wants to take advantage of me, obediently be my tool to make money." As the two embraced warmly, a loud call interrupted them. Kim Jenny. The person with a stern look cut their intimate hug with a forceful gesture. "Kim Jenny, didn't you say you were going for a manicure with your best friend? Who is this man?" The emotional-faced young man continued questioning Kim Jenny. "Getting so close even during a manicure? Is he really wealthy? You even hug. I've been pursuing you for so long, and I haven't even held your hand." Observing the pitiful appearance of the young man in a blue shirt, the male lead understood even more. This unfortunate lad seems to be Kim Jenny's simp, very familiar with this attitude. In response to the pitiful look of the young man, Jenny angrily retorted, "What are you to me? Whether I'm in a relationship or not is none of your business." At that moment, Park Jimin intervened to cut through Jenny's anger. He engaged in conversation with the lad. "Hello, fellow student. I'm Park Jimin. What's your name? How long have you been pursuing Jenny?" The young man replied, "I'm Feng Lao, an art academy student. I've been pursuing Kim Jenny for half a year." Hearing this, the male lead could only sigh, lost youth. "I once pursued a female student for 3 years, working 4 jobs simultaneously. Every day I ate steamed buns with pickled vegetables. But in the end, she chose someone else's Mercedes-Benz. Why does it have to be like that? Too much." And a sincere piece of advice from Park Jimin to Feng Lao: "Those who abandon us will become the motivation for us to improve ourselves." The great husband returns to the dorm alone. Forget about her. Strive to make her regret her choices after you succeed. Encouraged by this determined advice, Feng Lao pledged, "Uncle, rest assured, I will become strong. I will earn a lot of money." Kim Jenny stood on the sidelines of the conversation, puzzled. What kind of story is this? Feng Lao is crying too. Then she turned to explain to the male lead, "Jimin, he's just a normal friend of mine. I didn't expect." But the response truly surprised her. "Jenny, I don't care about your past, but I feel you don't respect me much, and you don't respect yourself either." While speaking, he tore the painting that Jenny gave him into pieces, turned away, and as he walked away, he reminded, "The card from yesterday, you can still use it. But until you sort out your personal relationships, it's best if we don't meet." Surely in his mind, there was a reason for doing so. He genuinely wanted to know, "Kim Jenny, let's see how you handle such a tight-binding sock trick. I'm looking forward to it." The male lead left, leaving Jenny with countless thoughts. For the first time, someone is so tolerant of me. He genuinely likes me, but I ruined it. Hoo. With the favorability rating increasing by 5 points in the evening scene, the male lead returned home. He understood that he couldn't overly indulge women, or they would take advantage of it. "I've run up again. I've finished building the second tower next to Kim Jenny, so I've switched to teasing Kim Jisoo." Just as I opened my phone, my friend's messages showed Kim Jisoo's live stream. Is she also a streamer? Jisoo's live stream had just started. "Hello everyone, my name is Jisoo, an intern who has been live streaming for 2.5 days. My specialty is singing, dancing, and playing the piano. Please pay attention to me." Seriously reviewing Jisoo's live stream, Park Jimin found it quite cute. Could it be that President Kim is a cold person with a warm heart? Well, that's only for a few people. While watching Jisoo's live stream, the male lead was bothered by a message from Little Nye. "Oh, darling is online, hey." Their chat was full of unfamiliarity. "Who are you?" "Haha. Yesterday, I gave you a bunch of money, and today you've forgotten me." "Haha, I've been teasing her lately. Let's meet up when you're free." "Haha, you're in a hurry lately. Your schedule has been full." "Oh well, my darling, don't be angry. Tonight, Little Naini will specially dance for you." Park Jimin, who is this? Tried to trip me into giving gifts? I've lost more than $1 million and still couldn't bind me. I'd rather give money to President Kim. At the same time, the male lead received a notification that the streamer he was following was protesting and cheering for her, the adorable Jisoo. Jisoo's roommate was also worried. Jisoo has someone who wants to challenge her. I hope it's not some famous streamer. The male lead saw this and was pleased. President Kim is about to face off. It's going to be an interesting PK. Maime too, believing herself to be an experienced streamer, commented, "Oh my, paired up with a new girl. Looks like an easy win this time." But Park Jimin affirmed, it's hard to say whether it's a win or loss until the end. These two have a strange fate being paired up like this. The PK match between Maini and Jisoo officially began. After a while, the cute one only had 206 points, while Maini reached 10,687. At this moment, Maini was overwhelmingly winning with the heavy points she received. Oh my, little sister should give up. Even if you break your arm, you can't defeat me. I have the backing of a rich man like my calm and peaceful darling. Continuously on the internet, comments flooded in. Mr. Baekhyun, you gave more than 100 million yesterday. That's the top tier godly level. So quick and already falling into Maini's trap. Still, Maini is amazing. 666,666. Sorry, Jisoo, I betrayed you. Maini's spotlight is too bright. Maini was still living in the moments of complacency, relying on her fish-raising technique. Surely Mr. Baekhyun had fallen for her. Right at this moment, the giant nettle arrow appeared. Maini looked joyous. Mr. Baekhyun is here. Thank you, Mr. Baekhyun. Momo. But upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "This? How is this possible?" Alone, she smoked a cigarette and received 1,000 missiles, a gift that was meant for the adorable Jisoo. This made both Jisoo and her friend gasp. The fortune of 1,000 missiles was bestowed upon them. In contrast to Jisoo and her friend's joy, Maini seemed to be silenced. So hateful. Not meant for me. The sound of knocks echoed as usual, a staff member bringing news from the boss. The boss called and demanded an explanation. After losing a massive amount, Maini was flustered. "Sorry, dear Mr. Tuong, I have a little issue. I had to end the live stream earlier." Commentary continued to pour in. "Ha ha, got slapped in the face, didn't you? Baekhyun is too powerful, and Maini is on her own now. She used to say that Boss Baekhyun was her reliance. Turn around and see Boss Baekhyun giving gifts to others. Meanwhile, Park Jae-min found this ending quite satisfying. I can give gifts to her, or I can give them to others. Trying to play me, the one who laughs last best. President Kim, I've played my cards. Don't let me see any flaws." Switching scenes to the main office of the streamer management company, the boss is in trouble again. Maini is smoking alone and gifting 100 million stars. Is this kid some Middle Eastern oil tycoon or something? In the streamer's resting room, the noise was just as loud. The lonely tycoon is smoking alone and giving 100 million to the guitar-playing streamer. Seems like he likes music. "Suo, quickly grab my 3 angles, Suo, and also take my Sedona." One morning on the lecture hall, Jisoo's roommate hurriedly brought news. "Jisoo, look at this. Your live stream today is trending on the hot search. You're about to become famous, about to become an internet sensation." Jisoo didn't seem too thrilled. Famous on the internet? Well, being a cheerful man on the internet is not a long-term plan. The most important thing for women is independence in career, economy, and character. Okay, don't skip class for me all the time. Jisoo's roommate continued to inquire, "So spill it, which crazy tycoon is showering you with gifts? Do you know him?" Jisoo dismissed the question. "How many times do I have to say it? Believe it if you want, don't if you don't." Okay, don't get mad. I'm just curious." Despite her nonchalant attitude, Jisoo was still quite interested. While texting, she muttered, "Even if someone gives you that much money, it's still polite to send a thank you text." Her roommate was left helpless. Just a moment ago, someone said that pleasing men wasn't a long-term plan, speaking one way and acting another. While muttering, her roommate was startled by Kim Jisoo's exclamation, "Hey, what's going on, Ninji? I might really know this tycoon. It seems to be Park Jae-min." Jisoo raised her phone, revealing Park Jae-min's nickname as the Lonely Smoker. With her vivid imagination, Jisoo had envisioned him as the son of a wealthy family, well-fed and well-dressed from a young age but very humble, always pretending to be an ordinary person. Having received an excellent education, he grew tired of being admired by others and just wanted to live freely. One day, he met the girl he loved and decided to courageously pursue her with the identity of an ordinary person. It must be something like that. Jisoo's roommate found Jisoo's words quite perplexing. "Are you reading too many novels with overbearing CEOs?" Jisoo continued her musings. He must have had a luxurious life from a young age, so pretending to be an ordinary person is undoubtedly challenging. "I can't sleep. I have to sincerely thank him." As the male lead finished showering, he received a notification on WeChat. Kim Jisoo had sent a message. "Hey, Park Jae-min, are you free these 2 days? I saw your message and Chairman Kim has already invited you. He's always available. I want to invite you for a meal. What do you like to eat? Let's go for lobster. It's my favorite. Okay, at 4 p.m. tomorrow, meet at the school gate." While drying his hair, Park Jae-min thought to himself, "She couldn't even ask where I got the money to give, just casually inviting me for a meal. I want to see what kind of medicine she sells at her pharmacy." Transitioning to the morning at school, Park Jae-min nervously rode his motorbike to the campus. At that moment, he noticed an old man. Seeing the young man waiting, the old man inquired, "Young man, waiting for someone?" Yes, I'm also waiting. I hear her pick up my adopted daughter. Kim Jisoo stepped out, looking left and right, scanning the area. The male lead saw her and called out Kim. Before he could finish, the elderly man interjected, "Stop looking, young man. You have to work hard to make money. Otherwise, beauties like her will be taken away by guys like us." Jisoo laid eyes on the young man in front of her, her eyes sparkling with a magical allure. The dazzling beauty of Park Jimin truly made people look up and take notice. Oh, so handsome. When the old man grumbled, "Why can my grandson drive a car like this?" The male lead had already taken Jisoo for her first ride, asking, "Are you secure?" The scene before them left the old man gaping, frozen as he watched the young couple speed away. Well, making that much money, what's the use? Park Jimin drove Kim Jisoo on the fully loaded motorcycle, swiftly gliding through the wind. Kim Jisoo, seated behind, clung tightly to Park Jimin. By now, she too had immersed herself in the melodious space, feeling like she was riding on a luxurious motorcycle along a path adorned with roses. Her heart raced, her face flushed. Suddenly, Park Jimin said, "We're here." This statement snapped Kim Jisoo out of her rosy, love-filled thoughts. Stopping at a lobster restaurant, Park Jimin parked the bike and led Jisoo inside. Quickly, the food arrived. Your spicy and garlic-flavored lobster order is ready. Enjoy your meal. Young man Park Jimin used a tissue to wipe the bowl and cup in Jisoo's surprised gaze. She, with heart-shaped eyes, admired, even in a regular restaurant, he doesn't forget elegance. Truly, the demeanor of a wealthy man. The young man continued to offer a tissue box to Jisoo. "This tissue is careful not to get your hands dirty." Jisoo accepted it and replied, "Thank you." In her thoughts, she pondered on the balance in behavior. Too much would seem overly caring, too little would come off as cold. Truly, family upbringing was quite strict. The young man took advantage of the moment to put a lobster into his mouth, savoring it. Meanwhile, Jisoo reflected, this must be the smallest lobster he has ever eaten. Despite being so rich, he chooses to eat at a roadside restaurant with me, probably to avoid pressuring me. He truly is a gentle and considerate flower. Kim Jisoo's favorability rating increased by 10 points. As the young man was biting into the lobster, he received a notification that startled him. What? How did the favorability increase just like that? Right after, Kim Jisoo peeled a lobster and handed it to him. The young man was extremely surprised. She effortlessly peeled the shell while saying, "Park Jimin, thank you. I'll help you peel the shrimp." The young man froze in amazement. Later, Jisoo carefully handed each peeled shrimp to him. At that moment, two other guests arrived and happened to be Park Jimin's ex-girlfriend, Rose. As she looked around, she noticed the intimate scene between Jisoo and Park Jimin. Rose's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "I can't believe it, Kim Jisoo is peeling shrimp for Park Jimin." With a darkened expression, Rose contemplated. First it was Kim Jenny, and now it's Kim Jisoo. How does he have the courage? To avoid another embarrassing situation like the previous one, Rose turned to her boyfriend and suggested, "Yoongi, it's crowded here. Let's go eat somewhere else." Yoongi quickly recognized the issue and asked, "Crowded with people or familiar faces?" Then he smirked and continued, "I like places with a lot of people." Approaching Park Jimin's seat, he leaned over the table from above and declared, "Hey, your name is Park Jangan, right? Here's 500 yuan. Give up your seat for me." The bill scattered onto Jimin's food. Jimin looked up and thought to himself, is he going crazy? He acts as if he's so handsome. Yoongi continued with a smug look, "Do you need an extra 1,000 yuan to convince you to move?" Suddenly, Jisoo stood up, her whole demeanor fiery, her eyes and expression filled with anger. Jimin, looking at this unexpected scene, was extremely surprised. He wondered if he was the one being provoked, as she seemed furious for some reason. Jisoo thought to herself, this little brat's audacity. How dare he disrupt my perfect date? Yoongi, seeing Jimin still seated, took out his wallet to grab more money, saying, "You complained about the amount. Well, let me show you." As Yoongi was about to continue, two hands appeared, snatching the money from the table. "Big brother, this money is mine. Let me handle it for you. I'll add a table for you." Yoongi gritted his teeth and grabbed the troublemaker by the collar, angrily muttering, "What a copycat." For the second time, Yoongi was interrupted mid-sentence as a wallet came flying out of nowhere, smacking him in the face. He cried out in pain, blood streaming down. The owner of the Kia wallet was Kim Jisoo, who acted as if nothing had happened, saying, "I'm fine. It wasn't me. I don't know anything." Jimin silently thought the girl throwing stones while hiding her hand is quite impressive. Suddenly, a giant figure approached with a booming voice. "Mother of Min Yoongi, you eat my food, wear my clothes, drive my car, and now you are using my money to flirt with girls." This statement shocked both Jimin and Jisoo, leaving them curious and bewildered. A woman with a sumo wrestler's build, a face resembling a So, and a massive body size made Jimin lose his composure. "Threatening my life?" Yoongi, holding his bloody face, trembled. Park Chen-yo, why are you here? The sumo lady blasted her voice through the speakers, shouting loudly, if I weren't here, how could I catch you flirting behind my back, you worthless scumbag? Yogi quickly approached, trying to appease her. Chen-yo, you've misunderstood. How could I flirt with someone else? Everything on me is given by you. How could I betray you? Rose, standing nearby, eyed Yogi like a bullet. In a tricky situation, Yogi turned his car and faced Rose, grabbing her head and yelled, you actively seducing me, you insignificant escort. Get lost. In pain from her hair being pulled, Rose cried out, where am I going to die? What nonsense are you spouting? I clearly didn't know you were going to meet me, and you even said you were single. Exposed, Yogi became furious, swinging his hand to slap Rose, saying, shut up, you convenient woman for me. Frustrated but helpless, Rose could only look at him and utter, Min Yogi, you. Yogi continued to act tough. Why are you looking at her? If you keep staring, I'll slap you too. He raised his hand again, but before he could strike, Park Jae-min captured the moment, saying, a man resorting to hitting women. You even complain about not losing face enough. Rose's favorability immediately increased by 20 points. In her inner thoughts, it's him, Park Jae-min, indeed still in love with me. The favorability rating increased by another 20 points, and continuous system messages notified the second-ranked dog licker Jung Hoseok. The favorability towards the user reached a breakthrough of 95 points. Congratulations to the user for successfully activating it. The second-ranked dog licker has spent a total of 50,000 yuan. The reward for the user in the dog licking department is 5,000 yuan. Jung Hoseok transformed into a dog licker, earning the user an additional 20 reinforcement points. Park Jimin's information board displayed by the system. Name, Park Jae-min, age, 21, height, 1.79 meters, weight, 63 kilograms, strength, 9 physical fitness, 9 mental strength, 9 agility, 9 sensitivity, 10 reinforcement points, 20. The young man quickly chose to reinforce 10 points in strength and 10 points in physical fitness. Immediately after, he twisted Yoni's arm. Yoni screamed in pain, ouch, ouch, let me go, let me go. He reached for a bottle of foreign liquor, saying, like to show off, don't you? Die for me. As he spoke, Yoni forcefully slammed the bottle of liquor down. The young man, Park Jae-min, cast a sidelong glance. He shouted loudly, noisy brat, shut up quickly. Accompanying that shout was a powerful punch, shattering the liquor bottle. Yogi was also punched and thrown far away, blood streaming from his mouth. Min Yogi can lose face easily, but hitting women while at it is truly despicable. Yogi, now on the ground, coughed, and then his eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled out a gleaming knife from his pocket. Seeing this, Jisoo exclaimed in panic, Park Jae-min, be careful. Yogi gritted his teeth, thrusting the knife forward. Park Jae-min skillfully dodged, then twisted Yogi's arm. Yogi screamed in pain, dropping the knife. Park Jae-min forcefully brought him down to the floor like an MMA match, creating a shocking scene in the lobster restaurant. Yogi now lay sprawled out, foaming at the mouth, muttering, even a grain of rice dares to compete with the sun and the moon. People in the restaurant, noticing the fight, crowded in, gossiping excitedly. So handsome, haha, losing face so quickly. Rose knelt down, looking up at Park Jae-min, Kim Jisoo, and the young man as they were about to leave the restaurant. Rose quickly rushed over, embracing the legs of the young man. Park Jae-min, I was wrong. I was blind. Can you give me a chance to start over? Park Jae-min's face darkened as memories of the past flooded back. The Park Jae-min you're talking about, is it the one who carried you over 10 kilometers to the emergency room at 3 in the morning? Or the one who saved up for half a year to buy you a mobile phone, but was criticized for not being the latest model? Rose blushed, feeling embarrassed, realizing she had dug herself into a deep hole with her hometown's gossip. She stammered, it's not me. Park Jae-min continued, or perhaps it's the Park Jae-min who knew you were vain, but always believed that one day you would change. That Park Jae-min is dead, and it was your choice. Hearing this, Rose's tears started to flow, and she could only silently watch Park Jae-min walk away. A moment later, Park Jae-min stood in front of Kim Jisoo feeling awkward. I'm sorry, President Kim. Tonight, I caused a disturbance and spoiled your dinner. You don't need to call me President Kim, just call me Jisoo. Moreover, I don't feel disturbed at all. On the contrary, I see a different side of someone. Indeed, the more you look, the more unfathomable this Park Jae-min's character becomes. Next time, let me treat you. Park Jae-min expressed hesitancy. Meanwhile, in Kim Jisoo's mind, she was thinking, I have a feeling he will surely bring me countless surprises. Back in the room, quickly opening the door, Rose rushed into her roommate's room and found Hoseok all wet. She immediately asked, Hoseok, why didn't you bring an umbrella when it's raining? Hoseok burst into tears. Park Jae-min, her roommate, concerned, said, why are you all wet? Why didn't you find a place to take shelter? Then she continued, Park Jimin, it seems you've heard about him too. Yesterday, Park Jimin donated over 10 million when Kim Jisoo was live streaming. You can't tell he's wealthy just by looking at him. Hearing this, Rose's face darkened. Over 10 million what? Who told you, and is it true? Her purple-haired friend added, Kim Minji, who shares a room with Kim Jisoo, said it. It's already spread all over the girls' dorm. I thought you knew. At this point, Rose fell silent. Later, she burst into tears again, wailing louder, Park Jimin. Hoo-hoo. Rose's scream echoed through the entire female dormitory. Some girls from other rooms, disturbed by the noise, shouted, Who's making such a fuss at night? I'm watching a horror movie here. Switching scenes to Jimin continuously winning games. This is really unfair, Trend 2. Tonight, you've won 18 consecutive games. Jimin, are you eating live oysters? You're so strong. You're not some esports genius. You usually play with us. In Park Jimin's mind, he thought unexpectedly, after gaining an additional 20 attribute points, even playing games became easier. Just as he finished thinking, he brushed it off. What are you thinking? I'm just in a good state. His roommate suggested, Jimin, why not become a streamer? Wait until you make hundreds of thousands, then take us along. Jimin quickly took off his shirt, saying, All right, you guys play. I'm going to take a shower. As he entered the bathroom with his well-built body, he continued to ponder. The attribute points had brought about changes in his body, and his physique had improved. Looking at himself in the mirror, he thought he might even surpass Hwang Taiji. No, perhaps he was stronger than Hwang Taiji. Anyway, with the system, he continued to imagine having a perfect body like this. Who wouldn't be impressed? Suddenly, there was a shout from outside. Jimin, did you fall into the toilet? Hurry out. There's a fun for you. Kim Jenny, she's calling and it's already late. Perhaps she's come up with a new trick to tease me again. The young man quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Kim Jenny. What's the matter that you're looking for me? On the other end, there was sobbing. Park Jimin, I don't know what to do, hoo-hoo. Park Jimin, puzzled, listened while the rain poured loudly outside in a messy room. Kim Jenny continued to whimper. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Park Jimin, I don't know what to do, so I came looking for you. Can you transfer 50,000 to me? Kim Jenny slowly explained that her father owed a lot of money due to gambling. Her father begged some gangsters. Give me another 2 days. By then, I'm sure I can pay it all back. Kim Jenny sighed. A relatively wealthy family has fallen into misery having to face high-interest loans every day. I'm not a materialistic girl, but I have to repay the debt. On the other end of the line, Park Jimin quickly said, Give me the account number. Hearing this, Kim Jenny was stunned. Is he really giving me money? Kim Jenny hurriedly sent the account number to Park Jimin. Very quickly, just 1 minute and 30 seconds later, a bank message arrived. Seeing a lot of zeros, Kim Jenny started counting 10, 100,000, a million. This was not 50,000, but 500,000. Kim Jenny asked Park Jimin, I only asked for 50,000. The young man quickly replied, It's okay, just accidentally added an extra zero. The joyful scream from Kim Jenny on the phone echoed, making Park Jimin feel like his ears were ringing. Kim Jenny's favorability rating quickly increased a lot, causing the young man to break out in a cold sweat. Thank you, Park Jimin. I will definitely repay you. Kim Jenny expressed her gratitude. Kim Jenny's current favorability rating is 94%. The rain outside was getting heavier inside the dorm room. Seeing the favorability points through the system, Park Jimin couldn't help but exclaim, 94 points? What's going on? That can't win her over? The young man noticed that the system hadn't updated Kim Jenny on the licking dog list, so he immediately thought of a bold idea. Why not confess? After some internal struggle, he decided against it. Those who reveal their desires first often face disadvantages. Confessing first means losing the game. The young man was quite cunning when thinking about confessing, imagining a scene where two armies clash and the standoff creates a tense atmosphere, with neither side making a move. He decided not to follow that tactic. The next morning at the South Dormitory, the young man, walking with his friend draped over his shoulder, said, I'm telling you, with the two of you acting like this, no girl will be impressed. Hurry up and make a move, buddy. Suddenly, there was a call for Park Jimin, and the young man turned to ask, Who's that? Jung Hoseok, holding a bag of food, replied, Park Jimin, I brought breakfast, got some buns for you. Let's go to class together. One of Park Jimin's friends exclaimed in surprise, What's going on? The sun rises in the west, and yet Jung Hoseok is buying breakfast for Park Jimin. Unexpectedly, another girl's voice chimed in, Jimin, I also bought breakfast for you. The three young men behind stood frozen as if in silent shock. What on earth is happening? I guess Jimin got bored of the cafeteria food, so they specially cooked seafood porridge for him. The two girls faced off, their jealousy evident, ready to engage in a bloodthirsty battle. Seeing this scene, Park Jimin broke into a sweat. I was just saying, ladies. At the climax of the commotion, a girl's voice added to the mix, calling out, Park Jimin. Park Jimin's friends widened their eyes and exclaimed. Again, the chubby guy in green spoke up. Let us have some too. The guy in white in the middle chimed in. Life is so unfair. The guy with 6 note boxes didn't get a single one straight. The bespectacled guy on the sidelines seemed calmer and responded, enough, stop dreaming. Those 2 or 3 over there won't get anything without paying. Listen to my magic spell and open your eyes. Life is inherently unfair, so hair strands never grow straight. Life is inherently unequal, so don't ever try to straighten a hair strand. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was silently wondering who it could be this time. Kim Jisoo stepped forward and said, Park Jimin, I brought beef noodles for you. Both Rose and Kim Jenny looked at Kim Jisoo. Rose wondered why she had come. Both girls sensed Kim Jisoo as a beauty preparing to enter the boxing ring. Rose and Kim Jenny blushed. This was the aura of the second-ranked beauty in the school, a strong and imposing feeling. As Park Jimin took the bag, he asked, How did you know I like beef noodles? Kim Jisoo approached Park Jimin and said, Yesterday, when we had the land lobsters, I guessed you like spicy food. Right when I found a genuine Australian beef noodle shop, so I bought some for you. Feeling cared for by others was great. Thank you, Jisoo. Park Jimin said, The President Kim indeed could deduce his preferences through his unchanging and sharp taste. Jisoo seemed a bit shy, saying, No need to be polite. When giving breakfast, you have to consider the other person's preferences. The 2 girls behind them were furious and clapped their hands sarcastically. If you can't figure this out, how can you say you like it? Kim Jisoo's words were sharp, as if she were punching each of the 2 girls. Immediately after, Kim Jisoo gave another gift to Park Jimin. That's right, here's a gift for you to express my gratitude. Holding the gift box, Park Jimin exclaimed, This is the newly released 15 Pro Max phone. / Park Jimin's friends were gaping in disbelief. Can't believe our eyes, President Kim giving a gift to him, and it's the latest model phone. One envious guy of VIP class added, Seeing him receive a gift, I'm more upset than if my dad died. Rose and Kim Jenny shared the same thought. This is more than 10,000 won. How could she? The gift was like throwing a bomb into the pond. Rose and Jenny, both girls, felt as if they had been slapped. Their faces turned pale and blood rushed to their heads. Park Jimin scratched his head, saying, Oh, no need to spend so much. Jisoo replied, But you spent more than me. I don't have much money, it's just a little thought. It was quite embarrassing, but it didn't matter, so I'll accept it. Rose and Kim Jenny, who had already been humiliated in the morning, remained silent. Later on, the scene shifted to another place in the school. Rose, walking alone, was lost in thought. Pursuing Park Jimin seemed difficult. Just a few days and Jisoo had added 10,000 more. This feeling was truly irritating and vexing. At this moment, Kim Jenny approached Rose, initiating a conversation. Your name is Jung Hoseop, right? Let's find a place to talk. Hoseop turned around, shot a quick angry look, and snapped. What are you saying? I have nothing to say to you. All you wicked women, it's because of you. Kim Jenny continued to approach Rose calmly, saying, Of course we're talking about the League. Rose, enraged and almost fuming, retorted, You, don't come near me. The League? What League? Kim Jenny explained, The League is uniting against our common enemy, Kim Jisoo. Can't you see? In another scene, Park Jimin held the iPhone 15 Pro Max in his hand, silently thinking that Kim Jisoo was indeed considerate. How could she give such an expensive phone worth more than 10,000 won? Seeing Park Jimin staring at the phone, Kim Jisoo turned back and asked, What's wrong? Is there an issue with the phone? The young man quickly replied, No, it's fine, working well. The system reported that the current favorability level of Kim Jisoo was 40. Park Jimin looked at Jisoo and silently thought that if the favorability level were just 40, it seemed like she might even be in love with him. Afterward, the young man continued to imagine a scenario where a large fish opened its mouth, revealing shark teeth, and then released bait to lure a smaller fish. Seizing the opportunity, the oblivious small fish became prey. Truly, a goddess of cunning strategies, making the prey mistakenly believe she was the skilled hunter. Park Jimin silently thought that he needed to find a way to advance quickly. Suddenly, a message on his phone arrived. It was from Manhwa. Hey, Haben. About the last time you mentioned meeting up, it's not that it's not possible, but I'm just a bit afraid of crowds. It's not that I don't want to meet you, Haben. After reading the message, Park Jimin chuckled and thought Manhwa was taking the wrong impression without even bothering to send 2 authentic photos. Perhaps she saw him as a wealthy but foolish guy. At this moment, a message from someone named Long Huang popped up. Hello, Haben. I'm Long Huang, Mayonnaise top-ranked companion. I have a group with top-ranked streamers who share similar interests. Would you like to join? Long Huang also requested adding him to a chat group for humorous conversations. Park Jimin read the message and thought this might be the legendary group of top-ranked streamers. The humor-filled chat room, lonely while puffing on a cigarette, welcomed a new member. Someone quickly typed, "Here comes Boss Haven." Another voice chimed in, "Long Huang is impressive. He really managed to bring Boss Haven into the group." Another member added, "Boss Haven cares more about Boss Haven." Park Jimin replied, "Hello everyone, I'm the lonely smoker, hoping for more attention." Another member responded, "Hi, Boss Haven has been sweeping thousands of tens of millions for several days. Do any of us have the qualifications to get his attention?" Park Jimin quickly replied, "It's all just for some fun money. Boss Haven is so extravagant that thousands of tens of millions are just a small amount. My brothers are in business and you might find some interest in it." After reading this message, Park Jimin thought to himself that it seems these tycoons want to test his quality, so he'll play along a bit. The young man quickly replied, "Taking care of things that can't be discussed might help me in joining your private chat." Another message arrived, a cool breeze indicating a good friend. Cool Breeze informed me that he has a villa for sale, and he wonders if Boss Haven is interested. Park Jimin immediately inquired, "What's the location like and what's the structure?" Very quickly the next morning, Park Jimin took Kim Jisoo to view the villa. Both of them moved in a yellow, inexpensive taxi. Upon arriving at the villa area as they stepped out of the car, Kim Jisoo asked, "Park Jimin, why did you bring me here secretly? Why are you acting so mysteriously? Can you give me a hint about the secret?" At the same time, in front of the villa's entrance, there was a bald-headed guy and a girl waiting. The chubby bald-headed guy waved his hand, saying, "Oh my, it must be Boss Haven for sure. I apologize for not coming to pick you up." The young man quickly replied, "You're too polite. I can enter on my own, it's no problem." The bald-headed guy looked at Park Jimin and rubbed his chin and thought, this Boss Haben seemed normal, but the girlfriend beside him had an unusual aura. Could she be from some hidden prestigious family? He needed to be more cautious, otherwise he might miss a golden opportunity. It seemed like negotiations today would be challenging. The bald-headed guy proactively extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Do Kyung-soo, involved in some small business dealings. Due to recent financial needs, I reluctantly have to sell this villa." The Vinhomes area of the Vingroup Corporation is renowned for its luxurious villas. One of the villas here is priced at hundreds of millions of dong. Park Jimin responded, "I might have considered buying a villa to stock up on some miscellaneous items and possibly use it for future occasions." When Baldhead read this message, he was astonished. It seems the intention to buy is indeed calculated. "We might have misjudged Long Huang. He's not a scammer, but truly wealthy." Long Huang immediately spoke afterward. Whether the wealth is real or fake will become clear over time. Even if we misjudge, befriending and spending a moderate amount of money is not an issue. This can be beneficial for us. Send him the address, and when he arrives, we can investigate his true situation. The other person immediately sent the address to Park Jimin. Vinhomes Area 8, Vinfast Villa, House C66. This young man was thinking to himself, I wonder how much giving her a villa will increase her satisfaction. I want to give Kim Jisoo a villa to increase dating opportunities and activate the Simp Lord system. After a while of exchanging greetings and discussing various types of ostriches, the bald-headed Do Kyung-soo extended his hand and invited Park Jimin and Kim Jisoo inside, saying, "Gentlemen, please." Upon entering, they discovered a luxurious villa with extravagant interior design. Do Kyung-soo introduced, "Boss Happen, take a look. This villa has a built-up area of 500 square meters and an actual usable area of 2,000 square meters. The decoration is done by famous designers and all the furniture is custom-made and imported. Look at this, a large river flows vigorously, and the feng shui, with dragon and tiger motifs, is exceptionally auspicious. If you have enough money, I even plan to be buried here when I die. The view is stunning, isn't it, Boss Happen?" The bald-headed guy confidently asked with outstretched arms. Seeing the luxurious villa and the enthusiastic invitation from the bald-headed guy, Jisoo wondered if Park Jimin wanted to buy the house. This luxurious villa must cost billions. Observing the exterior and the beautiful view, the young man quickly wanted to close the deal, saying, "All right, the location is not bad. Don't waste your effort anymore. Tell me the price directly." Seeing the young man ready to finalize the deal quickly, the bald-headed guy turned in surprise and looked at Park Jimin. After a while, he calmed down and pondered. The fish was about to bite, and he needed to add a bit more drama. The bald-headed guy replied, "Boss Happen, no need to hide it. Although I urgently need money before you came, there were several groups very interested in this place. In his mind, he thought the value of this house in his mind is 5 billion. He has to quote a bit higher to leave room for negotiation. He has to quote a bit higher. After speaking, he pointed and said, "Regarding the price, I'll give you an average figure 6 billion. What do you think?" The young man heard the price and sighed. The bald-headed guy, seeing Park Jimin's expression, felt uneasy. Oh God, did I quote too high? Indeed, you can't deceive the descendants of noble families. However, the young man didn't complain about the high price. Instead, he said, it's not too bad. 6 billion is acceptable. Surprisingly, it's quite cheap. Do Kyung-soo and the girl beside him, hearing Park Jimin calling it cheap, were shocked. They exclaimed, what's going on here? My goodness. And there's someone buying a house and complaining it's cheap. Do Kyung-soo in frustration turned red and said, if that's the case, I'll push it up to 7 billion, not 8 billion. Park Jimin turned back to ask Kim Jisoo, do you think we should buy this house? Well, you asked me, and whether to buy it or not has nothing to do with. Before Jisoo could finish her sentence, a young man immediately addressed the issue, saying, this house is meant to be a gift for you. Upon hearing this, a statement escaped Park Jimin's mouth, and Do Kyung-soo's face turned stiff as if frozen. 6 billion as a gift. This is financial strength and an aristocratic demeanor, a pro VIP. Oh no, my words earlier may have offended this gentleman. I hope not, otherwise I might have to sell the house. At this level, what else can I sell? Kim Jisoo, unable to believe it, asked, a gift of 6 billion? In Jisoo's contemplation, no matter how wealthy and generous Park Jimin might be, there had to be some limit to extravagance. 6 billion is not the same as 6 million. With her rich and diverse mindset, Jisoo imagined that this could be some kind of scam by these people. There might be a chance they would force her to take some unknown potion. Just thinking about it made Jisoo extremely worried. After carefully considering the hypothetical situation, Jisoo responded cautiously, oh, that wouldn't be good. I can't accept it. The young man quickly took the hand of the girl. Jisoo, listen to me. It's not like the rent is due soon. I already put my name on many properties. I want to have one under your name. Approaching Jisoo, the young man continued with a sly smile. Moreover, I hope I can give you a house. These intimate words and actions made Jisoo blush. Jisoo's imaginative mind began to picture scenes of a married couple. However, holding property jointly was typically reserved for married couples. Was Park Jimin considering them as? Jisoo couldn't help but envision the wet and tender image of a married couple. Park Jimin continued with sweet words. What are we to each other? What's yours is mine. There's no need to distinguish. At this moment, a series of system notifications appeared. Kim Jisoo's favorability rating continued to rise by 10, reaching a current rating of 90. If Jisoo's brain was constantly daydreaming in the second slot, it couldn't be wrong to say that Park Jimin was in the number 1 spot. The young man, striking a handsome pose, contemplated that his acting skills were becoming more refined. The film industry still owed him an Oscar statue. Surprisingly, the girl standing next to them pointed at the sensitive area of the bald-headed man and said, dear sir, look at that person over there. Maybe someday you'll gift me a house too. The bald-headed man thought to himself, I really don't have the ability to give that. Although I think I can't afford it, I'll make a promise verbally. And then he casually said, sure, it will happen, haha. Quickly, a while later, the young man pulled out a powerful black card and swiftly swiped it. He said, this is a 1 million deposit. The remaining amount, once the ownership transfer process is completed, I will pay in full. No issues, right? The bald man replied, no problem. Just transfer the house to Mr. Habin's name, leave it to me, and it can be done in a few days. After that, the young man left in a taxi, and the bald man continued to marvel. With Mr. Habin's wealth, he still calls a taxi every day to stay fit. Truly, the richer, the more humble, and the more low profile. Meanwhile, the secretary next to him mumbled exactly, and at such a young age, I wonder if he's in need of another female secretary. At this moment, the taxi had traveled a considerable distance. Inside the car, Park Jimin contemplated Chairman Kim's favorability has risen to 90 now. After completing the transformation of flattering her and spending 70 million, it can be transformed into a return of 7 million plus a bonus. The attribute points earned this time are quite substantial, a bit of a windfall. Just thinking about it is already exhilarating. Spoiler alert, Park Jimin also added another 10 million as a gift. Meanwhile, Kim Jisoo was also pondering based on her novel reading experience. After the awkward words just now, Park Jimin would surely confess. She continued to imagine Park Jimin being caring and generous. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a good father. The diamond ring he gives on their wedding day would surely be as large as a quail egg. The wedding would be held in Milan or the Alps. What should they name the child? If the father's last name is Tran, what cool name could be given? Tran Ainong. Tran True True Tran True. No, if the father's name is Vien, then the child's name should be Thoughtful. Let's name him Park Jimin Thoughtful. When Park Jimin is old, would he forget who he is? Jisoo was daydreaming when suddenly the voice of Park Jimin rang out, we've arrived. Jisoo startled, huh? In front of them was Harvard University. Seeing Park Jimin still sitting in the car, Jisoo immediately asked, "Hey, Park Jimin, aren't you getting off?" The young man waved his hand in greeting. "Oh no, my roommate invited me to a game center. You go back by yourself." After that, the car quickly sped away. The voice of the young man echoed, "Be good, be good, be good." Meanwhile, Jisoo wore an embarrassed expression. No way. Why is this happening? What about his confession? Park Jimin swiftly arrived at the Bin's game center. The taxi stopped, and the driver hurriedly said, "Dear passenger, we've arrived at the game center as requested." Entering, he saw his friend playing on the machine, and the young man exclaimed, "Oh, playing already?" The red-haired guy quickly replied, "Jimin, why are you just getting here? We played around already. We lost because you weren't here. Old Chu jumbled too much." Old Chu interjected, "The villain accused first, huh? Jimin, quickly get a card and log in. This machine is reserved for you." The young man raised his hand as a signal. "Hold on a second. This foster father will boot up the machine for you. Wait a bit, and I'll elevate you to a master." The young man went to the cashier and said, "Excuse me, open a card, 20 yuan, 4 packs of instant noodles, and 4 bottles of iced tea." The girl at the cashier was none other than Kim Jenny. She quickly recognized the young man and called Park Jimin. Hearing his name, the young man turned in surprise. "Kim Jenny, why are you here?" Kim Jenny quickly replied, "I haven't told you, have I? My dad owns a chain of game centers, and this one is his. Thanks to you, I've paid off my home debt. Thank you so much." Kim Jenny cheerfully continued, "Park Jimin, let me treat you to a soft drink. No, I'll get you a permanent card for this game center, unlimited machine usage." That's right. That's right. Today is my lucky day. Just kidding, you really don't need to go that far. While a young man was receiving heart emojis from Kim Jenny, there was a sudden turn of events behind him. A tall guy with long hair and a baseball bat in hand loudly shouted, "You're Lao Tu's daughter, huh? Your dad owes us money. When is he going to pay?" He swung the baseball bat onto the table, making a menacing move. Kim Jenny quickly protested, "I already paid you guys 5 million last time. Why are you asking for more?" The guy retorted loudly, 5 million is just the principal. There's still interest. You owe us another 15 million in interest." Kim Jenny, now visibly angered, exclaimed, "You people are outright extortionists and robbers. You're nothing but a gang of thugs." The guy closed in, grabbing Kim Jenny's hand. "Enough, quiet down. If you don't have the 15 million today, you'll come with us. With this figure, this beauty, you'll be the queen in our place for sure. 1 or 2 years, and you'll earn enough to pay off the debt. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, like a gust of wind, Park Jimin swiftly approached, twisting the gang leader's arm from behind. All right, that's enough. Take off while I'm still in a good mood." Witnessing this scene, Kim Jenny joyfully exclaimed, "Park Jimin, you saved me." The gang leader, in pain and anger, shouted, "You mutt, interfering in our affairs. Come at me. I'll deal with you for him." The young guys quickly armed themselves with knives and sticks and rushed in. Park Jimin cast a sidelong glance and then delivered a kick with his foot to the chest of one of them. The onlookers, who were avid fans of action movies, exclaimed, "This kick is just like a move from a Jackie Chan film." When did Jimin become so skilled in martial arts? The League of Legends enthusiasts, having witnessed Park Jimin's impressive kick, visualized it as a victorious move. Someone, amazed, exclaimed, "So the martial arts expert has brought the game into reality. Our failure wasn't in vain. Now, with Jimin here, we're in good hands." The guy who got beaten up by Jimin warned, "You pump, you got lucky today. Don't let me catch you again." The followers quickly retreated, shouting, "Don't push our boss too hard. Run fast. The 36th strategy is to run away. Otherwise, you'll end up as a torn blanket." Kim Jenny, visibly relieved after being saved from imminent danger, rushed to embrace Park Jimin, saying, "Jimin, thank you for saving me again. I was so scared just now. It was like a nightmare." At this moment, a notification displayed Kim Jenny's favorability rating, which reached 95 points. Congratulations on the successful transformation from a negative target to a pet. The owner received a bonus of 5 enhancement points. The young man, holding Kim Jenny, pondered that today was indeed a doubly lucky day. Now, he contemplated where to wisely allocate the enhancement points. Simultaneously, Jung Ho-suk entered the scene from somewhere, and upon seeing Kim Jenny embracing Park Jimin, was startled. He loudly exclaimed, "Kim Jenny, you sly woman." Rose pointed directly at Kim Jenny's face and scolded, "This malicious woman who claimed to be against Kim Jisoo is hiding here, seducing Park Jimin." The young man, observing the two women facing off like lions preparing to clash, began to break out in a cold sweat. There was a sense of impending doom here. The system quickly maxed out the received enhancement points to boost my agility. Seizing the opportunity, it was time to run. That was the smart move. So the two lions rushed at each other, ready to engage in combat. Jimin's friends, witnessing the scene, intervened, saying, "Calm down, we're all friends here." There's no need for this. You two, don't start pulling hair and tearing clothes. Don't rip each other's clothes. It's really fantastic, or rather, it's not fantastic at all. As Jimin's friends tried to defuse the situation, they noticed that Park Jimin had vanished. Just a moment ago, this livestock guy was here, and now he's disappeared. Well done, Park Jimin. Indeed, I must add everything to agility promptly. Afterward, after some time, the young man entered a sports field to find some new attractive girls. As he walked, he pondered that Jung Ho-seok and Kim Jenny had both completed their tasks. Chairman Kim's turn was just a matter of time. Taking advantage of this time, he needed to find some new targets, otherwise he would end up in a situation with no one to flirt with. While walking and thinking, the young man was suddenly tapped on the shoulder, and a girl's voice came from behind. "Excuse me, can you walk on the side? You're blocking others." The girl pointed and continued, "Our physical education field is reserved now. We're about to have a short distance running competition. Could you move a bit?" The young man saw a girl with a beautiful face and figure, and he jumped in surprise. Oh, it's a girl. In his head, the young man thought, despite being a bit fierce, this female student is quite attractive. He must seize the opportunity. So the young man pulled out his phone and smoothly said, "If you want me to move, it's very simple. Just add my WeChat." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted, "Stop, what are you guys doing?" A tall and sturdy guy stood between the young man and the girl. He introduced himself, "I'm her boyfriend. If you're smart, step away a bit and leave quickly." The young man looked at him and felt a sense of familiarity. This person seemed somewhat recognizable. The young man recalled a previous encounter when he was insulted by a tall guy. "You don't even look in the mirror. Only you think you can pursue Lee Hyouri." After throwing a punch, the guy pretended to be sympathetic and continued stepping on the young man. Back to the present, that guy shouted loudly, "The toad still wants to eat swan meat. Die quickly with regret." Old grudges and new grievances angered the young man, who clenched his fist. Park Jimin glanced at him, feeling it was an unfair situation. Suddenly, the system announced the initiation of the licking task. The guy's name was Kim Hae-won, 19 years old, 169 centimeters tall, weighing 50 kilograms, with a beauty score of 82. The girl's favorable impression of the protagonist gave rise to a level 4 licking relationship constraint. To exceed 95 points in her favor, the reward was a 10% licking fee and a bonus of 22 points. The young man chuckled as he read the system information. A 22-point enhancement. That's quite interesting. Adjusting the camera angle to the track below, that guy also joined the competition. The race was about to begin, and the participants were asked to prepare well. He glanced up at the stands where a girl was cheering enthusiastically. "Honey, do your best. You're the best. If you perform well, I'll reward you when you come back." A guy sitting nearby teased, "Why is someone kneeling at the end of the track?" He was mocking Park Jimin, who, in his attempt to find a way to engage with the girl, had entered the running competition and was getting ready like the other athletes. With the sound of the starting gun, the athletes accelerated rapidly. Leading the pack was the tall boyfriend of Kim Hae-won, shouting encouragingly, "Go, go." He ran while thinking, "Ha ha, a bunch of slowpokes. If you run like that, you won't catch up with me even by New Year's. Well then, I'll run and show off a bit." At this moment, Park Jimin was accelerating from behind, swiftly overtaking with a sudden burst of speed, causing the other guy to jump in surprise. Too fast. How is that possible? Who? And there, emerging from the darkness, was the black shadow of the oversized Park Jimin. Park Jimin effortlessly surpassed the tall guy, sprinting ahead swiftly. The remaining guys struggled to keep up with Park Jimin, trailing behind in exhaustion. Running and silently contemplating, Park Jimin thought, "Watch closely. Hyunjin Ryu. I will defeat you in your own field of expertise." Having been overtaken, Hyunjin Ryu couldn't flaunt his prowess in front of his girlfriend. Fuming with anger, he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Despicable." He reminded himself not to be underestimated, initiating the release of the golden seal on his left foot. Instantly, his left leg powered up, and he believed he had surpassed Park Jimin. With head held high in a triumphant grin, he boasted, "With my godlike speed, Park Jimin can't possibly catch up. I don't know who you are, but I'll show you the stature of an emperor." Having spoken, Hyunjin Ryu turned around, only to find no sign of Park Jimin anywhere. Bewildered, he mumbled, "Where could he go?" Choked on the smoke, suffocated behind perhaps? Suddenly from behind, Park Jimin surged forward like a gust of wind, overtaking him. Hyunjin Ryu, startled, exclaimed, "What?" Park Jimin coldly stated, "I'm on your left." Just as he finished speaking, Park Jimin surged ahead, leaving Hyunjin Ryu trailing behind by a hopping 10 meters. Hyunjin Ryu was furious, exclaiming, "He just overtook me in one lap. It's only been a few seconds." Witnessing Hyunjin Ryu's reaction, Park Jimin felt immensely satisfied. The young man thought to himself, relying solely on your more than 10 years of training, How could you compare to the points I gained from the system in just 1 week? The enthusiastic MC shouted, "What am I seeing here? A real flying person has appeared." In the face of his speed, even the Astro Boy would have to bow down. In just 50 seconds, he completed a lap around the track. Park Jimin crossed the finish line amidst the cheers of the entire crowd. Meanwhile, Kim Hae-won couldn't believe her eyes. Even Han lost. Everyone rushed onto the field surrounding Park Jimin. The young man hoisted up like a hero who had accomplished a miracle. The MC's voice resonated, and new champion is born. He has broken records, even surpassing human limits, but now we don't know anything about him. He isn't even a registered participant. Recognizing Park Jimin's potential, an enthusiastic coach approached and said, "Young man, I see potential in you. Are you interested in joining the track and field team? I recommend you for the national team." Hyunjin Ryu, standing nearby, tears streaming down his face, asked the coach, "Isn't this spot reserved for me?" Park Jimin coldly replied, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Now, Kim Hae-won began paying more attention to Park Jimin. She brought water for her boyfriend, Hyunjin Ryu, but secretly kept her eyes on Park Jimin, thinking, "Why didn't I notice this handsome guy earlier?" At this moment, Kim Hae-won's favorability toward Park Jimin increased by 5 points. Seeing his girlfriend lost in thought, Hyunjin Ryu asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so down?" Kim Hae-won shook her head, diverting the conversation. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried about you." Kim Hae-won's favorability toward Park Jimin continued to rise, adding 5 more points. Sensing the approaching target, the young man gleefully smirked and silently chuckled. The scene shifts to Kim Jisoo's room. As soon as she opens the door and enters, she is greeted with a question. "Jisoo, where have you been?" Surprised, Jisoo asks, "How do you know that Park Jimin gave me a house?" Her friend, utterly astonished, thinking it's a joke, raises an eyebrow and fans her mouth. "What? He gave you a house?" Filled with emotion, Jisoo's heart races. She responds, "Yes, that's right. Today is the day we're going to see the house together." Seeing her friend seemingly skeptical, Jisoo adds, "Hey, Park Jimin's house costs 600 million. Help me check the prices of houses in the Riverside area." Suddenly, Jisoo's demeanor changes. She adopts a fierce tone, saying, "I wonder if that chubby house seller cheated us. If he deceived me, I won't spare him. What Park Jimin says is his is definitely his, no matter what." Her friend secretly thinks, "Fool's luck is real luck. How can something this good happen? I'm so jealous." "Stop bragging, I'll help you check." As her friend scrolls through her phone, she comes across a shockingly sensational piece of news, seemingly struck blind by lightning. "Oh, Dan, what the hell is this?" Jisoo, standing nearby, unaware of what's going on, is suddenly confronted with a huge exclamation mark in her mind. Park Jimin is featured on the front page of a forum, complete with pictures with a post title, "The #1 womanizer at Harvard University, 21-year-old Park Jimin is dating numerous girls." The other friend looks at Jisoo with a worried expression and sighs, "Shameless." Jisoo is puzzled, asking, "What about Park Jimin?" The scene shifts to Park Jimin, and his friend brings up the shocking news for Park Jimin to see. "What? Womanizing? Me?" The young man thinks to himself, "What a joke. I'm clearly just a money waster. Never deceived any girl. This is a setup." After that, he calmly returns to his thoughts. It seems like he has become too famous lately, making someone unhappy. Wonder who it is? Someone mischievous enjoying throwing stones with hidden hands. The scene transitions to another room, where the voices of a few guys chatting loudly can be heard. A heated voice exclaims, "So, is it posted? Is it posted yet?" The guy with glasses excitedly exclaims, "It's posted." "Oh, it's already on the top? This post is so hot." The guy with a high-pitched voice cheers. "Ha ha, now the bad reputation of this loser is spreading everywhere. Let's see if any girl dares to pursue him now." Suddenly, Sun Heung-min approached and inquired, "What are you guys doing, pulling the curtains and turning off the lights like this in the middle of the day? What mysterious business are you up to? Hurry up and spill the beans." The short-haired guy exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, you scared me to death, coming in so quietly." The guy with glasses continued, "Sun Heung-min, recently, there's a guy named Park Jimin in our literature department who's quite cunning. We are teaching him a lesson he'll never forget." Sun Heung-min, upon seeing Park Jimin's picture on the computer, felt a sense of familiarity. "Oh, isn't this the guy who used to run away? Park Jimin. Could it be the same kid I once fought with?" After a moment of thought, he smirked. "Park Jimin. I know him." Sun Heung-min continued, "We went to the same high school. Since childhood, he's been a troublemaker, blindly in love, and quite annoying. I have a lot of information about him. Deceiving girls may not suit him. More likely, he sticks to some girl and won't let go, causing trouble and bothering others." Hearing that, the guy with a high-pitched voice spoke up. Sun Heung-min slowed down, emphasized the part about chasing girls. The chubby guy grabbed a chair. Sun Hung Min, take a seat and spill it slowly. Yeah, I like it this way. Expose this guy bothering the girls clearly. The guy with glasses grabbed a pen. I'll record everything and add it to the article. Ha ha ha. Sun Hung Min, with fiery red eyes filled with dark thoughts, gritted his teeth in anger. Kid, even if you win in the race, no matter how the coach likes you, I will make you lose your honor. Based on the information from Hanjin Ryu, the article about Park Jae-min was quickly updated. The #1 womanizer at Harvard University, Park Jae-min, is currently studying literature. According to reliable sources, he is involved with many girls, dating multiple women, objectifying and regularly harassing and demeaning women. Female students be vigilant against this type of wolf. The thread starter edits updates additional information. According to a credible source, some girls involved with Park Jae-min are not doing so willingly, but are forced to accept him due to relentless harassment. This action is even worse than infidelity. It's truly disgusting. The thread editor continues to edit, revealing more about Park Jae-min, who has earned the nickname Three-Headed Hound since high school. Truly the bottom of the scum among super scum. According to a reliable source, he has been involved with hundreds of girls and reportedly, he continues his despicable actions even when having a boyfriend. It is said that his lecherous behavior has adversely affected everyone's studies, causing a 10% decrease in the university admission rate compared to previous years. After reading this news, everyone from students to teachers and parents was shaken. Cut to the principal's office, a powerful hand slammed down on the desk, coincidentally hitting the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Bob, this is too much, truly outrageous and unreasonable. The furious principal shouted, I cannot tolerate those who harm the community and my environment. I will thoroughly investigate the matter. If the information in the article is true, this vile student will be expelled from the school. A male teacher standing behind, tears streaming down his face, quickly lifted his phone and silently thought, can that old man please not smash my phone next time? I just bought this new phone. When asked about Park Jae-min, Kim Ji-soo provided detailed information recounting the positive things Park Jae-min has done. Park Jae-min from Harvard Literary Institute is a very special person. He once said that what he hates the most is seeing girls suffer. Despite his noble background, he is very generous and hopes to help others alleviate their worries. According to Kim Ji-soo's account, Tan Vian detests harming women. Each nightfall, he transforms into a dark messenger, launching powerful attacks to eliminate evil. He is a mysterious and powerful figure, safeguarding the city from desire and sin. Jisoo believes that Park Jae-min is a hero. Surprised by Jisoo's response, the interviewers asked again, a hero? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Where does your conclusion come from? Jisoo calmly replied, based on a girl's intuition. The principal took a puff of his cigarette and asked, is Kim Jisoo's statement reliable? The vice president of the student union said, although she seems a bit peculiar, she probably wouldn't lie. Park Jae-min could be a good person. The principal then instructed, ask the kid in the same class again. But deep down, he couldn't accept it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't believe that someone could be better than me. This morning, the entire Harvard campus was buzzing with discussion. Two individuals came to find Hoseok. I am the police. Hello, this is the student. We need your assistance in investigating matters related to your classmate, Park Jae-min. Come with us for a trip. Transition to the interrogation room. At the start, Hoseok burst into tears. Hoo, Park Jae-min is a good person. Unfortunately, I'm not worthy of him. Hoo, I'm greedy for glory. I've changed abnormally. Park Jae-min doesn't want to choose me, and I understand. Hoo, I'm sorry for losing control a bit, but Park Jae-min is really good. I'll miss him terribly. Can you give me more tissue? That's why I like Park Jae-min. Even though he rejected me, I still feel he's a good person. Hoseok cried even louder. I'm a wretched person. I'm not worthy of love. Park Jae-min is of course a good person, and he hasn't done anything wrong. He just doesn't love me, that's all. Seeing this girl crying so much, the principal remained silent, not saying anything more. Quietly stepping out, he lit a cigarette and thought to himself, perhaps I was wrong. Park Jae-min is innocent. The online forum is just trying to smear him. He truly is a good person, a good man. Contemplating about the United States, suddenly the principal noticed two individuals approaching. Where are they going? Why are they carrying a banner? A girl leading her father towards the principal's office spoke. We're about to meet the principal. Hello, I am the principal of Harvard. May I ask whom you are looking for? Upon seeing the principal, the two visitors unfolded a banner. Hello, principal. I'm Kim Jenny from the art department. Today, we're presenting a flag to Park Jae-min from the Literature Institute. The content on the banner read, presenting to Park Jae-min from Harvard's Literature Institute, with natural nobility echoing through the ages, upholding righteousness, and displaying literary talents, parent Kim Jenny respectfully presents. The meaning of the two sentences is, give generously and justice will exist forever. Kim Jenny's father told the principal, "A few days ago, he helped my family with a significant matter." The principal, quite surprised, asked, "Oh, for Park Jimin? Why Park Jimin?" After that, Kim Jenny and her father left, and the principal waved goodbye. He silently wondered if he had misunderstood him and thought he needed to review the post. Quickly, the principal dialed into the forum. What caught his eye was a post about Park Jimin. "If he's shameless, then come and hit me." Following that were images from the running competition and various instances of girls expressing their admiration for Park Jimin. The subsequent flood of comments from female students included, "Is this Park Jimin? He's so handsome. In love, in love. How can someone like him be shameless? Are you people even more irrational? Even if you were shameless, I'd still love him. I like the way he runs. Hoping he'll run into my arms. The more outstanding a male student is, the more jealousy he attracts. I believe Park Jimin is innocent. His smile feels healing, like the scenery of a fallen leaf. I've been healed." The principal rubbed his head in frustration. It was all comments from female students. Could this person named Park Jimin be a godlike figure to everyone, just like the principal recalled that he was a godlike figure himself back in the day? There's a saying, "Tall trees catch the wind." It's like he, back in the day, had many girls flocking around him and many boys harboring resentment. Someone too outstanding is prone to being targeted and schemed against by others. The principal recalled the scene from back then when he had said to him, "A societal pest like you, I can't teach. Quickly call your parents to come and take you home." Back to reality, the principal cried softly like a child. Park Jimin said, "I understand, sir. Park Jimin will wait. You will reclaim justice for me. The everlasting glory of Havert cannot endure this unwarranted humiliation." Cut to the auditorium the next day where many male and female students were standing in orderly lines below. Above them, the principal's voice resonated, "Dear students, recently there have been rumors on the forum targeting our student Park Jimin. However, after my thorough investigation, I found that these are entirely baseless rumors." The principal pointed towards the young man Park Jimin, adorned with a large red ribbon, looking bewildered and clueless. He whispered into the ear of the confused young man, who was sweating profusely, "Today, I am here specifically for you." Then the principal spoke loudly into the microphone. "Park Jimin, you not only have an exemplary involvement in student activities, bringing joy to others, but you have also displayed numerous courageous acts for justice, all while keeping them secret. This is truly a noble character, a sublime soul." As he finished the sentence, the elder actor shed genuine tears, resembling crocodile tears. Afterward, he presented a certificate. "Let us learn from Park Jimin and strive to be useful members of society." Below, as the principal spoke, the crowd echoed loudly, "Learn from Park Jimin." The young man, still holding a certificate of bravery for helping others, appeared confused. What is happening? Why suddenly give me a commendation? What courageous and joyful assistance to others are they talking about? When did I do such things? Han-jin Ryu below, with his eyes glowing red, gritted his teeth in frustration. I don't understand. This time, he's clearly going to suffer a severe blow to his reputation. Why? Han-jin Ryu angrily tore at his own clothes. "Principal, are all the teachers blind? I hate it. I should be the one standing on the stage receiving flowers and applause, not him." At the same time, his girlfriend was also present, applauding enthusiastically and praising Park Jimin for his good looks. Han-jin Ryu, upon hearing this, became even more infuriated. Park Jimin quickly received the announcement and his pride increased by 10 points. Looking down, he saw Kim Hae-won, also looking beautiful and radiant. The rehearsals to honor Park Jimin ended quickly, and everyone was leaving. From somewhere, the voice of Han-jin Ryu echoed, "Kim Hae-won, I hope you can give me an explanation. I saw it all. Earlier, you applauded for that guy Park Jimin. What did you mean by that?" Kim Hae-won, annoyed by Han-jin Ryu's persistent questioning, finally responded, "Han-jin Ryu, do you have a problem? Why are you jealous? I simply admire Park Jimin. As students, he can do many good things without caring about fame and gain." Hearing this, Han-jin Ryu's entire being ignited with intense flames. Kim Hae-won continued, "After defeating you, it's evident that he could become a genius but chooses to return to a normal life. It's truly admirable." Han-jin Ryu, by now, was on the verge of madness. He rushed to grab Kim Hae-won's hand and shouted, "Shut up! He can never be me forever. Impossible. Oh, Han-jin Ryu, are you insane? It hurts too much. Han-jin Ryu, you're hurting me. Let go." With a grimacing face as if ready to devour her, Han-jin Ryu said, "Park Jimin is just a worthless pawn under my foot. So what if the coach likes him? In this society, whoever has the money wins. My dad bought me a Tesla. What does Park Jimin have?" Unexpectedly, at this very moment, Park Jimin was passing by, answering his phone. "Mr. Doe, oh, you're here. Drive in. I'm at the school. Keep it humble. Don't bring an expensive car to pick me up." Hyunjin Ryu jerked around. Mr. Do drove a John Royce over. Park Jimin, seeing Mr. Do driving over, appeared dissatisfied. You were told not to drive so well, sir. Pay attention next time. Mr. Do scratched his head. Certainly, I'll definitely pay attention next time. I hurried over and forgot you don't like it too ostentatious. I'll be mindful next time. Then Mr. Do personally opened the door, inviting Park Jimin into the car. Mr. Baekhyun, be careful with your head. Hyunjin Ryu, witnessing this scene, felt like his eyes were about to pop out. Kim Harawan was equally astonished. The car carrying Park Jimin quickly departed. Now, due to her annoyance with Hyunjin Ryu, Kim Harawan said, Hyunjin Ryu, if you don't trust me, let's break up. Utterly surprised, Hyunjin Ryu trembled. No, it can't be. Hyunjin Ryu seemed frozen. It can't be. It can't be. I don't believe it. Kim Harawan, furious, raised a clenched fist. If breaking up with you is less important than this, then so be it. Transitioning to a high-rise building, young Park Jimin swipes his black power card to pay for the house. A notification message to Mr. Do reads, Dear customer, your bank account has received 500 million. Park Jimin immediately says, transferred 500 million to you. Mr. Do nods, yes, Boss Park is indeed generous. Holding 2 red books, Jimin smiles, money and property settle. I'll head back to school now. You don't need to bother. Your car is too flashy. I'll call a grab myself. Okay, you can leave slowly. Holding the red books and fanning himself, Jimin thinks, although I've bought a house, I still haven't firmly grasped Chairman Kim. Anyway, the favorability should increase by 25 attribute points. People passing by notice Jimin fanning himself with red books and discuss, is he crazy using red books as a fan? The person next to them whispers, shh, speaks softly. Jimin continues his thoughts, I should get her a gift. Let's see if Mr. Do has anything else for sale. As Jimin reaches for his phone to call Mr. Do, he notices a series of messages in the group. Boss Park is incredible. A wave of the hand can solve my financial difficulties. Boss Park bought Mr. Do's villa. Wow. Boss Park is amazing. Just a few days and he's already bought it. Boss Park must have a lot of money on hand. What's even more impressive is that Boss Park bought a house and immediately gave his girlfriend a villa. For the first time, I feel like I've opened my eyes. What's called grandeur, what's called generosity, giving others millions, Boss Park is truly admirable. Park Jimin replies, Boss Do, the benefactor, helped a bit. The yen goddess of my family has appeared. I bow down to Boss Park. A car seller immediately offers Boss Park, do you need a car? Want to buy a car? I have some VIP cars. Thinking about cars, Jimin comes up with an idea. That's right, I can also give her a car. Thinking and doing, Park Jimin immediately goes to a car showroom. I'm Yu-in from a small business family. I manage a small car dealership and am honored to meet Boss Baekhyun. Ah-in says, then takes out a business card and hands it to Park Jimin. Ah-in Trading Company, U-Group, CEO Yu-in. Park Jimin looks at the business card and thinks to himself, U-Group is one of the major businesses in this city, and the name U seems to indicate a super tycoon. Mr. Yu is so young to run such a large car dealership. Truly, a talented young man, Jimin says, ha, Boss Baekhyun. Don't call me sir, I can't bear that. Call me you is fine. Boss Baekhyun, please come this way, I'll show you the cars. You are indeed a missing piece. At first, when I heard the chubby talk about Boss Baekhyun, I thought it was an elderly person. Little did I know Boss Baekhyun is so young and extraordinary. A few female employees standing farther away whisper to each other, Mr. Yu personally welcoming him. Who is this guy? Probably the son of some tycoon. Don't bother looking. This type of man is beyond our reach. Ah-in confidently introduces himself as he walks. I dare not speak for other places, but in this city, my place has the most luxurious cars. Park Jimin looks around as if searching for something. Ah-in continues proudly, no need to think about it. There's nothing my place doesn't have. I want to do Katie Karen. Park Jimin's words hit Ah-in like a direct arrow to the chest. He turns dark-faced, unable to utter a word. Park Jimin asks again, oh, do you have it? Ah-in mutters to himself, oh, my little sister, then laughs fake heartily. Ha, you really like to joke. That's a limited edition luxury model. Only 20 produced worldwide, and it costs 160 million. So my place doesn't have it right. At this point, adding a touch of provocation, Park Jimin continues, how about the Lamborghini Bosum Pagani Jada? Do you have those? The provocative tone continues to rise. Ah-in sweats profusely, thinking to himself, Mr. Baekhyun didn't come to wreck my store, did he? He stammers that the total price of the cars we usually sell ranges from 2 million to 84 million. If you want, Park Jimin interrupts him, saying, so, you don't have them either. Nothing at all. Your business isn't that big, is it? But a moment ago, it was like an explosive hit. Turning away, Park Jimin leaves and and mutters under his breath, "You might be able to buy a house for a few $100 million, but I still don't believe you can afford a $1 billion car. Watch me unveil a treasure right here." He approaches a tightly covered car, saying, "Though I don't have many of those, I do have a precious one." He grabs the cloth and pulls it off forcefully, declaring, "Behold, the Ferrari is mine." The naturally aspirated 12-cylinder engine with a capacity of 6.3 liters can generate a maximum power of 588 kilowatts. The dependent electric motor produces 120 kilowatts with a maximum combined power of 800 horsepower. Coupled with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, it can accelerate from 100 kilometers to 1,000 km in less than 3 seconds. The total price is 255 million yuan. How will you respond? Park Jimin rests his chin, pondering for a moment. Although Ferrari isn't cheap, it's not considered expensive either. It's reasonable to gift it to President Kim. After some thought, Park Jimin pats in on the shoulder. More than 20 million, then more than 20 million it is. It seems you, Henry, has also tried his best. Swipe your card, and I'll have the card delivered from the number 1 district, a landscape mansion in Hanoi. At this moment, in is speechless, receiving Park Jimin's super VIP black card. Okay, fine. Park Jimin's phone rings, and it's Song Joong-ki calling. Why is it him? As he picks up, he hears Joong-ki's desperate voice, "Park Jimin, I've been cuckolded." Hoo. The young man, crying, narrates the story of being cuckolded. "On my birthday, my girlfriend Lee Sung-di said she wanted to get her nails done with her friend and would be back late. Worried about her, I took an umbrella and went to pick her up. The result was heartbreaking. I saw a scene where she was passionately kissing some other man. At that moment, I had the illusion that the person getting rained on was them, but the one holding the umbrella was me, and yet I was soaked like a drowned rat." Joong-ki, in tears, continues, "I'm so heartbroken. After 5 years of a relationship, I was planning to take her home to meet my parents. Stop drinking. You've had 8 bottles already. Look around you. Ignore me and let me drink myself to death." Joong-ki sobs, tears and mucus flowing uncontrollably. Did I do something wrong? Should I go and desperately cling to her now? Park Jimin grabs Joong-ki's collar and says loudly, "Get yourself together. The one at fault is her, not you. Reclaim your dignity. Don't act like a spoiled brat." Due to excessive drinking, Joong-ki's legs are unsteady. "I know," he replies. The young man kneels on the ground, muttering, "I know it all, but I can't help feeling guilty. I thought she was just momentarily emotional, that she wasn't a bad girl." Park Jimin takes out his phone to make a call, saying, "It seems I need to teach you a lesson." Not understanding his friend's intentions, Joong-ki asks, "What class is Park Jimin teaching? Who are you calling?" "Joong-ki, you have to trust me. Let me take care of everything. I'll make Yuta Kim kneel and repent in front of you." Park Jimin assures him, "Hello, right. I want a few cars that don't have to be too expensive, around a few $100 million. Contact some trustworthy friends of mine to drive them over tomorrow." Hearing Park Jimin mention a few $100 million, Joong-ki seems to sober up a bit. "No problem. Baekhyun will make sure to follow your instructions," he assures. Seeing Park Jimin using both hands to operate his phones, Joong-ki mutters, "He's multitasking with both hands again." Park Jimin continues calling someone else, saying, "Good evening, Jenny. Are you free to go out? I'd like to meet you." Joong-ki stares at his friend, remarking, "Park Jimin seems different now. Yeah, I'm waiting for you at 30. Transitioning to a restaurant scene, as soon as Park Jimin enters, Jenny snuggles up to him, saying sweetly, "Jimin, people miss you a lot." Seated at the dining table, Joong-ki stares at Park Jimin, silently thinking, a phone call to an 8-point girl? Is this still the Park Jimin I know? The gods SIM? Jenny, sitting beside him, takes meticulous care of Park Jimin, saying, "Let me pour your drink. Thank you." Observing their affectionate interaction, Joong-ki senses that Park Jimin might be the one with the coveted SIM. Seeing Joong-ki's hesitation, Park Jimin introduces Jenny. "This is my good friend Song Joong-ki." The tense young man raises his hand and says, "Hello, Jimin. Is it so urgent that you called me out here just to introduce me to her?" Jenny secretly rejoices, thinking that Park Jimin is introducing some of his close acquaintances to her. This means she holds a place in his heart. Park Jimin replies with a cold tone, "Of course not. I need you to help me with a performance tomorrow." Transitioning to Joong-ki's girlfriend, her car speeding down the road, "Sung-gi, don't be upset anymore. Being with a loser like Song Joong-ki won't bring you happiness. A few days from now, it is my birthday, and I'll get a new handbag from him. Regardless, it's been a few years of emotions. Kang, you better treat her well later." Suddenly, a red sports car overtakes them at a high speed. In the blink of an eye, it pulls in front of Kang's car. He curses loudly, "Can't you drive?" Then he hits the brakes and swerves to the right. Not done venting his frustration, Kang sticks his head out of the car, pointing and shouting, "Can't you drive?" However, he freezes when he sees a beautiful woman stepping out of the car, accompanied by a luxurious sports car. He is in awe. The perfect curves, the shiny wheels, and the headlights that are incomparable for a magnificent luxury car. Looking back at his own car, Kang mutters in its presence, "What is this thing in front of it?" Stepping down from the car, Song Joong-ki exudes an extremely elegant demeanor. Lee Sung-jae is surprised and exclaims, Song Joong-ki." Jenny walks up, embracing Joong-ki's hand, and says playfully, "Joong-ki almost scared me to death. The new car he bought for me almost got damaged by someone." Joong-ki, at a loss where to put his other hand, speaks casually, "If it gets damaged, it gets damaged. A small matter. I'll buy you a new one." Kang finds it perplexing. Haven't seen each other for a day. How did Song Joong-ki change like this? Is this guy a hidden super tycoon? Seeing her ex suddenly in a luxury car and affectionate with another girl, Lee Sung-jae becomes furious. However, it seems she still can't believe that Joong-ki has become wealthy. Lee Sung-gi steps closer to Joong-ki and says loudly, "Song Joong-ki, are you acting?" In this scene, Joong-ki is quite into his role. He laughs loudly and tells Jenny, "Ha ha ha, who's barking like that, my dear? Let's get on the car and go a bit more. I've known him for so long. I don't know about his family background. I really misunderstood him about the affair. But let's put the truth aside. Today, he's truly scared me with this play. Is he not right? Baekhyun, this girl has seen through it. It's not wrong to let your brothers go out first. Next is the main act. A multitude of supercars is speeding towards Joong-ki. A fleet of supercars suddenly appears, shocking Kang and Lee Sung-jae. A person in white steps out, greeting, "Oh, Joong-ki, you're here too, right. Only now does Kang believe that Joong-ki is a super tycoon. Seeing Kang, the person in white says, "I thought who it was. Turns out it's Kang Ho-dong. Remember me, chum?" The person in white approaches the pair of Lee Sung-ji and Kang Ho-dong. Whispering, Misty claimed his name is Kang Chin-ha, from a wealthy family with a coal mine studying abroad in the US. Ha ha ha. This scoundrel is just a scam artist, pretending to be a rich man to deceive women into bed. Did you really think he was some kind of tycoon? Ha ha ha. Chung, come on, forgive me a bit. Kang Ho-dong's tactics are clumsy. He should have starved to death long ago. Unexpectedly, he managed to deceive an intellectually challenged woman. Ha ha ha. Didn't even bother to check with a urine test. Do I deserve someone wealthy? The person in white laughs while walking away, leaving Lee Sung-ji with countless thoughts. Wretched fellow, he deceived me. He's not even worth a dog. I should have killed him. Kang Ho-dong runs and cries, Sister, I was wrong. Song Joong-ki's eyes filled with sadness as he said, "Let's go." Jenny uttered a brief okay and walked alongside him. While walking, Joong-ki suddenly halted. Curious, Jenny asked, "Why did you stop?" It turns out Lee Sung-jae had embraced his legs, crying and pleading. Hoo, Joong-ki, don't leave me behind. It's not that I'm greedy for glory, I'm just afraid of poverty. Please give me another chance. Joong-ki coldly brushed off Yoona Kim's hand. Don't call me like that. Today, we sever our ties. Don't contact me again. The guys who hadn't seen each other in a while chatted lively. Chung is still as eloquent as before. It's a pity, considering she's like a little beauty. Well, go console her. That's enough. Taking advantage of the moment when Chung was chatting with the others, Kang sneaked away. However, Park Jimin arrived just in time. Where do you think you're going? Planning to run? Letting you go is not impossible. Slap yourself 100 times. With no other option, Kang Ho-dong slapped himself in the face. Smack. With everything settled, the group headed to a club. Today's toast might be an opportunity to get acquainted with the legendary boss Baekhyun. Truly, fortune has smiled upon me, and I must express my gratitude to those who helped. Baekhyun joked that Ah-in's friend is practically our long-lost comrade. Seizing the moment while Park Jimin was in high spirits, Chung approached eagerly, heard that boss Baekhyun is a legend in the Shark Tank platform. I have a little favor to ask for. Oh, I wonder what it could be. The two guys sitting across from each other exchanged glances, insinuating something. I also have a favorite streamer and want to support her, but I've used up all the money my family gave me for this month. Don't know if Boss Baekhyun could help. Hey. Park Jimin took a sip of his drink, contemplating silently. Once again, they want to test my capabilities. The wealthy always like to use their dog-like eyes to scrutinize others. A couple of Chum's cronies added, provoking Park Jimin. Boss Baekhyun was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Chung supports your girl. Based on what should Boss Baekhyun spend money? Your request is too much. Go to the other side to play. Park Jimin forcefully slammed his glass onto the table, causing the others to recoil in fear, angry now. and someone wants to provoke me. Park Jimin quickly unlocked his phone and said, "Alright, so it's not just about giving gifts, huh?" He tossed the phone to the other side, saying, "I'm going to freshen up. Feel free to use my account to gift as much as you want. Don't worry about saving my money, gift freely." The others were bewildered by Park Jimin's attitude. What kind of development is this? Chung grabbed the phone, surprised. He gave me his phone to gift freely. He must really trust me. Well, I'll genuinely gift as much as I want. As Park Jimin walked away, he thought to himself, if I were the one paying, it would be truly heartbreaking. I don't feel tired when spending money on gifts because the system still reimburses me for it. Inside the restroom, there were a few guys hanging around. While Park Jimin was relieving himself, one guy glanced over, then jumped in shock, feeling inadequate compared to Park Jimin's dragon. The guy even raised his hand to give a thumbs up, saying, "That's huge, quite impressive." Park Jimin thought to himself, who is this person? Outside, a crowded group cheered, 1,200, hurry up, almost 1,300. Keep going, keep going. After spending a considerable time in the restroom, Park Jimin came out only to hear them shouting, gifted up to 1,400, 1,600. Park Jimin quickly joined in, what's going on? Why is it so lively around here? Boss Baekhyun, you finally returned. Quickly rescue the poor girl. It took so long, and you've gifted nearly 2 billion. Quite impressive. Hearing Park Jimin, the others turned pale. Who is this Boss Baekhyun with such an extraordinary status in the house, richer than the Heavenly Bank? Chung was sweating bullets. Normally, I'd only gift around 10,000 or a bit over 1 million. Unexpectedly, I've gifted more than a few sports cars. My heart feels like it's cracking. 200 million doesn't sound that good. I'll contribute 6 million for you. Hearing Park Jimin's words, Chung was struck by lightning. Don't worry, stop. It's enough. She doesn't truly deserve that much money. You should hold back your divine generosity. Know your limits. Quickly raise a toast to Boss Baekhyun. Being a deity isn't that simple. Today, let her get addicted. Boss Baekhyun is truly magnificent, and I, as a subordinate, am sincerely impressed. In the future, if I'm wrong, you can punish me accordingly. The others chimed in, 1 toast won't be enough, at least 2 glasses. How about 3? 3 bottles should do it. Does this kid want us to drink ourselves to death? The girls at the nearby table also began to pay attention to Park Jimin. They whispered in excitement, who is this guy? He seems very sophisticated. The one with white hair and wine glasses earlier, Chung-hee, belongs to the Chung real estate family. It feels like the top-notch circle of Hanoi has gathered. If you can casually sit next to someone, half of your life's worries about eating and drinking are solved. That guy named Baekhyun must be a mysterious figure. He made it to the hot search by gifting 1 million before. His life is a dream come true for me. At this moment, Park Jimin's phone rang with a melody. Not wanting to see his friend go through similar pain, he learned to pamper. Park Jimin glanced at his phone and said to the others, you guys go ahead and drink. I have something to attend to. Let's meet again next time. As Park Jimin turned away, a sarcastic voice remarked, why is Boss Baekhyun leaving in such a hurry? Is he afraid of the bill? What kind of status does Boss Baekhyun have that he can't pay for a meal? Chung immediately hit the speaker on the head and said, that's right, kid. Don't use someone else's annual income to challenge their financial capacity. Boss Baekhyun doesn't lack that little money. Be careful not to provoke me. I might turn hostile. Walking, Park Jimin read the girl's message. Baekhyun, I've arrived in Hanoi and can't wait to meet you. Let's meet tomorrow. Taking advantage of her hesitation, it was time to unveil another layer of her feelings. Shifting to the airport, a girl had just landed, but her face didn't express much joy. She confidently thought to herself, it's not just about a meeting. As long as I release a bit of determination, that Baekhyun, godlike figure will become my fish in my pond. A message from Jung Hosep came in. Can we start over, Park Jimin? Last night, I dreamed that we got married. We lived together in a Vingroup villa, you taking care of the children with 6 nannies, my bag filling up the entire house. I took you to Paris every year to enjoy wine, to Iceland to see the Northern Lights. Waking up, I felt so sad because I had no bag, no Northern Lights, and no you, as I had taken you away. I knew I had hurt you before, but I didn't pay attention. Temporarily possessed by the devil, I was deceived by Min Yongi, failing to notice the one who truly cared for me, loved me, was by my side. Now that I've thought it through, I promise to treat you doubly well in the future. Please forgive me. I made a mistake. Every man will. Park Jimin had just read this when the voice of my Nai rang out. Haben, what are you watching? The young man was deleting messages from Jung Hoseok. Afterwards, Park Jimin replied to my Nai. Oh, nothing, just someone who wants to eat asterisk. The girl listened without understanding for a while. Park Jimin innocently asked again, oh, what were you talking about just now? My Nai recalled the words of the boss. The top 10 list is adding up, and he's increasingly dominating. Even if I strip myself naked and give it to him on the bed, I have to control him. Mayne looked at Park Jimin with a dark expression, thinking, despicable. Facing a beauty like me might not be able to focus. I can't believe I can't control him. Then Mayne softened and coquettishly said, I just said, the young boss is so rich. Where does he make money? The system immediately displayed information named Jin Ah-in, also known as Mayne, 26 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, beauty value 78 points, the favorability of the female student towards the host 60 points, excessively high favorability beyond constraint. Park Jimin, looking at the system information, felt angry. Encountering a problem, the favorability is excessively high and uncontrollable. My money is at risk. It seems I need to lower the favorability. I have to play this girl a bit. Young man Park Jimin pretended to smile at my knee and casually scratched his nose. Where do you make money? You're mistaken. I'm actually unemployed. The girl, finding it a bit creepy that the young man scratched his nose, asked again, if you don't work, how does it seem like Boss Haben runs his own business, owns a company, right? Otherwise, how could he have so much money? The young man acted as if saying, not a company, I just use my dad's money to buy gifts on apps. Now my dad's company has gone bankrupt because I spent too much, owing the bank a few billion. Park Jimin stepped forward, took Mayne's hand, and continued, actually, this time I want to ask if you can refund some of the gift money I gave you before. Mayne, shocked by the handhold, thought to herself, his hands just scratched his nose and haven't been washed. The demand to return the gift, accompanied by Park Jimin's nose-scratching hand, quickly shattered the image in Mayne's mind. Her favorability score was deducted by 20 points. Mayne pointed directly at Park Jimin's face and turned away. No money and pretending to be wealthy? Get out of my face 3 or 4 times. I'm fed up. Demanding gift money? Really? Are you even a man? How disgraceful. Mayne's favorability score continued to be deducted by 20 points. I must be crazy, wasting my time with a fool like you. Afterward, Mayne immediately called someone named One. One, I'm at the cafe outside the airport. Hurry up and pick me up. There's a pervert bothering me. I'm really scared. Hoo-hoo. Park Jimin looked at Mayne and thought to himself, I've met many practical women, but to reverse the truth, go from black to white and stab in the back. This is the first time I've encountered it. 30 minutes later, a guy with both hands in his pockets kicked the door open and walked in, harassing my girlfriend during the day. Do you have any idea of whose territory Bukung is? Seeing One approaching, Mayne secretly rejoiced. She ran over and raised her hand, intending to hug One tightly. One, I was so scared. That pervert even tried to grab my hand. At this moment, One saw something that startled him. He quickly dodged and went toward Park Jimin. He swiftly shook hands with Park Jimin. Hey, Vin, you're here too. What a small world, huh? One pointed at himself with joy. I'm One, the one who toasted with you and Mr. Chung yesterday. Park Jimin then recalled. Oh, One, I remember you now. Yesterday, I was regretting not having a few more drinks with you. Unexpectedly, I meet you here today and you're in charge. I have to show some respect. Seeing his boss, One happily greeting Park Jimin, Mayne wanted to turn into stone and stand still. She thought to herself, Boss One is casually chatting with him like this. Boss One is the top-tier big shot in Gyeongbokgung with a huge family fortune. He controls everything. Right after that, Mayne tried to act cute. Boss One, Before Mayne could finish her sentence, One scolded her. Just what? Do you know that Bacon is the big brother of my big brother? His wealth is enough to bury your entire family, young and old. Hearing this, Mayne immediately thought, he's like that with Bacon. He has such a background. So earlier he was investigating me, testing my intentions. I missed the chance. No, I have to recover. Right after that, Mayne immediately changed her attitude, saying, I'm sorry, Bacon. Can you forgive me? The system promptly announced the successful binding restraining the relationship sim Shua in a counterattack against Jin Ah-in. Mayne, upon successful completion, would receive 25 enhancement points. The young man's eyes lit up upon hearing the 25 enhancement points. Thus, he casually remarked, forget it. You're still young and don't understand. I was just joking with you. Don't pay attention. Hearing this, Mayne was delighted, her heart beating irregularly. Thank you, Bacon. I love Bacon the most. Subsequently, Mayne received consecutive notifications of her increased favorability, each adding 10 points. Receiving these notifications, the young man contemplated. Truly, a responsible streamer with money, favorability points increased rapidly, as if being injected with chicken blood. Unfortunately, I won't let her off so easily. Seeing an inexpensive glass of water in front of him, Park Jimin, the boss One, angrily shouted, My Baekhyun has already given you over 1 million, yet you invite my friend to drink this cheap soy milk? Then he turned to Park Jimin with a friendly smile. Baekhyun, today is better than any other day. With her in charge, you must show respect. I know a nice place, it might suit your taste. All right, we're all friends. I'll definitely show you respect later. 5 minutes later, Boss 1 personally opened the car door, inviting Park Jimin. Baekhyun, watch your head. Boss 1 and Boss Baekhyun are waiting for you, and my knee is coming too. The car quickly set in motion. Inside the car, Maini delicately moved closer to Park Jimin. Then she gently took his hand and leaned her head on him, coquettishly saying, Baekhyun, are you still angry with me? Oh dear, I know I was wrong. How could I? I already thought a lot about it. At this moment, the young man who was watching the live stream noticed Park Jimin's phone screen. Maya thought to herself, a shark live stream? What does he want to do? On the phone, the girl's voice echoed, brothers who like Van Nee, don't forget to follow. Park Jimin was currently admiring the VIP gifts. Maya was slightly startled. It wasn't for him. Maya was contemplating when the young man started sending a series of lavish gifts to the other girl. All of them were the most expensive combo gifts in the app. Maya, witnessing this scene, was left gaping in astonishment. The phone screen seemed on the verge of shattering as the barrage of rocket gifts continuously soared. 50 rockets, 100 rockets, 2,000 rockets, 3,000 rockets. Idol Nightshao was astonished, exclaiming, what is this? 3,000. Unable to believe what she was witnessing, she collapsed to the ground, fainting. The crew panicked, shouting, Sis, wake up, call 911, quickly call 911. My sister has never seen so much money in her whole life. Maini, sitting next to Park Jimin, was also extremely surprised at his extravagant gift-giving display. She thought to herself, too fast. I've never seen someone give gifts so quickly. No, even an ordinary person, with this speed, wouldn't have that much money. She felt a deep regret. If only she had seized the opportunity earlier, that 300 million would undoubtedly be hers. Now she had a completely different view of Park Jimin. This man was clearly playing around, but his lavish spending was undeniably handsome. Maini's favorability towards him increased by 30. In her mind, she imagined what would happen if his fingers weren't touching the screen, but were instead on her. Her favorability increased by another 30. Seeing the rise in favorability, Park Jimin felt a bit puzzled. He looked at Maini and thought, is there something wrong with this woman? I'm giving gifts to someone else, and she's still increasing her favorability. Transitioning to a restaurant, Baekhyun has arrived. This is the most famous private restaurant in Gyeongbokgung, Deoksugung, a 3-star venue. Since it requires reservations, privacy is guaranteed. This restaurant is renowned for 3 distinctive features. Curious, Park Jimin asked, 3 distinctive features. 1 is outstanding cuisine, and 2 is a unique landscape, right? What about the third one? Baekhyun, you've experienced the first 2. You're right. And the final distinctive feature. At this point, the guy in pink looked over at a girl playing the guitar on the other side. The third selling point is none other than Kim Jisoo's daughter. The moment she saw Park Jimin, Kim Jisoo exclaimed in surprise, Park Jimin, isn't Chairman Kim's daughter lovely? However, at this moment, Kim Jisoo's eyes blazed like fire when she saw a girl tightly holding Park Jimin's hand. Kim Jisoo's favorability dropped by 5. Fuming with anger, she forcefully slammed the guitar against a pillow, breaking it in 2. Then she turned around and ran away, her eyes glistening with tears. Park Jimin thought to himself, damn, Kim Jisoo is about to counterattack. The critical moment and the situation is about to flip. After thinking this, Park Jimin immediately chased after Kim Jisoo. After a while, he cornered her against a wall. Kim Jisoo, crying loudly, scolded Park Jimin, you shameless person, playing with my feelings. Let me go. Park Jimin thought to himself, no, continuing like this will deplete all the favorability. There's no choice but to take a risk. Chairman Kim, have you watched the Tomato Tycoon movie? Kim Jisoo, crying and asking, said, I'm telling you about catching fish with both hands, and you bring up a movie? I am the Tomato Tycoon. After speaking, Park Jimin calmly lit a cigarette. He took a puff and exhaled the smoke in rings. Surely you know about my extraordinary background. You must also wonder why I willingly choose to live as an ordinary person. Park Jimin then revealed his family background. A hidden clan where I come from has an unbreakable rule. The heir, upon turning 18, must spend 1 billion a month to inherit the entire family fortune of 50 billion. So I try to spend the money. I invest in various projects, engage in charitable activities, participate in environmental protection, including the plan to move the North Pole. The girl earlier is a streamer that I rewarded. I spend money on her just to keep the spending going. Apart from you, no one knows about this. I'm not asking for your understanding, just expressing that I've kept this secret for too long. I'm tired. goodbye. Hearing Park Jimin's words, Kim Jisoo instantly lost her anger. On the contrary, she felt that her jealousy was unreasonable. She indeed caused an unwarranted scene. He struggled so hard to inherit the family fortune and was exhausted. She doubted him for no reason. Park Jimin, at this point, didn't dare to pretend to be sad and walked away quickly to observe Kim Jisoo's reaction. As intended by Park Jimin, Kim Jisoo quickly chased after him, embracing him tightly from behind, saying, "No, I don't want to say goodbye. Park Jimin, don't go. It's my mistake." Her hands tightened around Park Jimin's waist, and she thought to herself, he even sincerely spoke about difficult secrets, like the inheritance rights of his family. He must have me in his heart. At this moment, Kim Jisoo's favorability increased by another 20, and the current favorability is 2. With everything settled, Park Jimin and Kim Jisoo walked hand in hand to the dining table. "I apologize for my bad mood earlier, affecting everyone's meal. Park Jimin's friend is my friend, and I invite you all to this meal." The person in the pink shirt showed admiration for Park Jimin. Just 5 minutes, and it's already resolved. Baekhyun is indeed incredible. Mai, with a jealous expression, muttered under her breath, "What's with the theatrics? Thought they were the main characters. Who knows where they're going?" Seated at the dining table, Mai continued to chat with Park Jimin. "Baekhyun, you haven't introduced this sister to us yet. Who is she to you?" The person in the pink shirt mumbled, "Two beautiful women fighting over Baekhyun. Can he handle it?" Without waiting for Park Jimin to answer, Kim Jisoo teased Mai. "Baekhyun, this aunt, hasn't even mentioned his name to her yet. Aunt, maybe you shouldn't call him Ann anymore. He probably isn't older than you." This response elevated Kim Jisoo's status far beyond my needs. Mai seemed like a small bird standing at the feet of a large phoenix. The person in the pink shirt thought to himself, "Too strong, this is not even a fight on the same level. It's a total crush." Kim Jisoo's demeanor now resembled that of a genuine queen. Mai, filled with anger, blurted out, "You." Seeing the tension rising, Park Jimin forcefully tapped the chopsticks on the rice bowl and said, "All right, let's eat. I'm hungry." Although they were eating, the tension between the two remained palpable. Just exchanging glances was enough to satisfy their hunger. When it became tiring, both of them suddenly made a scary sound, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The person in the pink shirt, astonished, muttered, "It's gotten to this point, and they're not fighting." Baekhyun's tactics are truly unpredictable. One is a famous shark streamer from Fuka Recording Studio, and the other is a renowned talent here, both with an air of superiority. Yet, they can sit at the same table and eat. Baekhyun's maneuvers have surpassed the realm of magical goddesses. At this point, the person in the pink shirt began to see Park Jimin differently. He truly was a charismatic man. Initially captivated by his wealth, now he was becoming a spiritual idol, swear to follow Baekhyun to the death. Suddenly, a person in the pink shirt shouted, startling Park Jimin. Transitioning to the Haver campus after leaving the restaurant, Park Jimin thought to himself, "Why is that place so expensive? Luckily, I didn't have to pay." Speaking of money, let me check my current power progress. A total of 18, rounded up to 8,000. Not bad. Power progress completed. The name Kim Jisoo, favorability 9, conquest reward 25 points, belonging to the province of dance skills not yet completed. The name Jin Ayan, Mai, favorability 2, conquest reward 25 points, belonging to the attribute of dance skills not yet completed. The favorability of both is already quite high. Should I push the progress a bit? As Park Jimin contemplated, he looked at another girl. Who's tying her up? I remember she's Han-jin Ryu's girlfriend, right? The name Kim Hae-won, favorability 76, conquest reward 22. Dance skills attribute points not yet completed. I remember the earliest was only 25 favorability points. It hasn't been long and it increased so much. My charm must be quite significant. Focused on the system, suddenly two guys ran by. A skinny one called out to the chubby one, "Hey, hurry up. Word has it someone is confessing to a girl on the floor below." The chubby one responded, "Ha ha ha. Love soldier charging in for love, ha." Hearing this, Park Jimin, intrigued, remarked, "Love soldier, interesting." Saying that, he enthusiastically followed to eavesdrop on the story. Downstairs, the romantic guy, Han-jin Ryu, had set up candles in a heart shape to confess to Kim Hae-won. Standing amidst the candles, he passionately sang a love song. "My love, I apologize not because I don't love you. I truly don't want to make you cry again. My love, I apologize not because I don't cherish you. I truly don't want to make you sad again. My love, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been harsh on you, shouldn't have waged a cold war. Please reconsider our beautiful memories and give me another chance." The onlookers outside chimed in unison, "Forgive him, forgive him. Stay together, stay together." Park Jimin arrived just in time. In his mind, he thought, "Yeah, isn't that Han-jin Ryu? What game is he playing?" Kim Harawan spotted Park Jae-min and joyfully pushed the bouquet aside, rushing towards him. Hyun Jin Ryu, tears welling up, shouted, Harawan, Harawan, where are you going? Harawan, I'm here. Reaching Park Jae-min, Harawan happily exclaimed, Park Jae-min, is your name Park Jae-min, right? Finally, I found you. She quickly took out her phone, saying, today is indeed my lucky day. Can I add your WeChat? Just adding WeChat. Please don't refuse me. People around the table were buzzing with excitement. What's going on? Why is there another male student? The love soldier has fallen. It hurts? Too painful. Captain Han Jin Ryu has lost. Seeing his girlfriend happily next to Park Jae-min, Han Jin Ryu, infuriated, muttered, on what basis is he Park Jae-min? I don't respect that. Kim Harawan, you betrayed me too much. Park Jae-min looked towards Hyun Jin Ryu. It seemed like Park Jae-min understood Han Jin Ryu's feelings. At this moment, Park Jae-min approached to explain his mistakes. Han Jin Ryu, do you feel uneasy, unable to understand, feel like Kim Harawan is playing both sides? What's the point? Still want to humiliate me? Kim Jin Ryu, actually, I've always admired you. A handsome and athletic guy like you is easily noticed by the opposite gender. You see love from girls as something natural. But when you realize you're losing your shine, you panic, and in your mind, it's only about winning and losing, ignoring your girlfriend's emotions. It's you pushing her away bit by bit. At this point, you want to pretend to be pitiful to demand a comeback. Don't you feel like a clown? Hyun Jin Ryu stayed silent for a while and then sighed, Park Jae-min is right. I did it to myself. People around the table were chattering. Oh my, saying that doesn't mean it's not because of a third party interfering. Cold War is indeed terrifying. When together, you don't treat others well, and now you want to come back. What's the point? Hearing Park Jae-min's words, Kim Harawan was deeply moved. He understands me. Kim Harawan's current favorability is 91 points. From within the crowd, Minji recognized Park Jae-min. That's Park Jae-min. What's his relationship with this girl? No, I have to let Jisoo know about this shameless guy. Scene shifts to Kim Jisoo's house. She was applying a face mask when Minji rushed in shouting, Jisoo, it's not good. Park Jae-min is having an affair. Minji, don't be crazy. Anyone can have an affair, but not Park Jae-min. Just now, there was a girl on the lower floor confessing to Park Jae-min, and they even exchanged glances. While others may want to confess, Park Jae-min himself can't control it. Talking about this doesn't represent anything. So what about this? How do you explain this? He gives crazy amounts of money to another woman. Oh, about that, Park Jae-min already told me. Moreover, the total he gave is not just 3 million. He gives gifts to the female streamer and tells me, yes, the basis of harming people together is trust. He trusts me, and I trust him. Is it irrational? Forget it, Minji. You've been single since inside your mother's womb. You won't understand this kind of divine intervention. Minji felt helpless and muttered, someone who was doing so well, how could they become so foolish? Why did Park Jae-min finally give in to some kind of love potion or something? Park Jae-min yawned short and wide. Park Jae-min, focus a bit. No one plays a game subduedly like this. I don't want to come, but you insisted. The girl sitting nearby teased, Lee Min-ho, you're so loud. Threatening Park Jae-min like that. We like to watch Park Jae-min sleep. Why wake him up? Exactly, that's right. Park Jae-min, are you okay? Are you free tonight? Park Jae-min, you seem a bit tired. I'll buy you a latte. Lee Min-ho spoke while wanting to shed tears inside. Look, they say if you don't come, they won't come either. How can a handsome guy like you understand the suffering of ordinary male students like us? Park Jae-min pointed at Jung Ho-seok and asked, so, can you explain why she's here too? Hoo-hoo-hoo, I am Kang Mai. I gave up on my childhood sweetheart and pursued Kim's grandson. Then I got killed. Hoo-hoo-hoo, but I feel like I deserved it. No need to find some killer. My crime caught up with me. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Fellow students, calm down. With you like this, we have no other way to play. Jung Ho-seok heard you were here, so she wanted to come. I have no choice. What are you doing with her? I heard she recently went for a checkup. Seems she's pregnant. Park Jae-min thought to himself, am I being too much? Although she hurt me after the entanglement, it seems like she genuinely regrets it. Even though she was wrong, it's not worth condemning her to death. Am I too merciless? While pondering, a girl in red approached and asked, hi, Park Jae-min. Rumors around school say you're the online idol. Boss Baekhyun, is that true? The other girls chimed in, exactly. Your nicknames are all the same. Park Jae-min stammered, oh, Boss Baekhyun, Jung Ho-seok overheard and looked at Park Jae-min with a smirk. Ha ha ha. If Park Jae-min is Boss Baekhyun, I'll bow down for you ladies. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jin Hung-min appeared. Boss Baekhyun is a legendary figure, throwing hundreds of millions on the shark. Park Jae-min, what are you compared to Boss Baekhyun? However, he was the owner. Hello, my name is Jin Hung-min, the owner of this place. I've noticed you for a long time. Can I add you on WeChat? Jung Hoseo was surprised and blushing. Jin Han-min was his rival from junior high school. He bullied him because he had money and power. He looked at Park Jimin provocatively. Park Jimin wasn't the type to back down. If you wanted to show off, I would make you show off. Moreover, now was not the time to appear too arrogant in front of classmates. Jung Ho-seok also smugly thought to himself, convenient for someone to have a pressure test. Park Jimin approached Jin Hong-min and announced loudly, "Let me introduce this gentleman to everyone. This is Jin Hong-min, my high school classmate from the prestigious 985 University, who also owns a company with assets in the millions. Truly a successful man." Hearing the introduction, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. As for me, Park Jimin added, "I'm really not Boss Baekhyun. I just received compensation for my house being demolished recently. It was only around 3 to 5 million. You all misunderstood." Jin Hong-min thought to himself, this kid still managed to pull out a few $100,000. Meanwhile, Jung Ho-seok raised his eyebrows in surprise. Park Jimin is not Boss Baekhyun. On one side, we have a top student from the 985 University, a wealthy family with millions. On the other side, we have Park Jimin, who has some money but used to like me. Jung Ho-seok's favorability dropped by 20 points. Currently, his favorability was at 15. Jung Ho-seok took out his phone and said to Jin Hong-min, "All right, I'll add you." In her heart, she silently thought, even fools know how to choose. Jin Hong-min chimed in, "Park Jimin, this fate is truly strange. The little sister you called added me on WeChat." He laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha." Then whispered to Park Jimin, "I used to treat you like a dog, and now I can only step on you." Hearing Jin Hong-min mention the past, Park Jimin felt a bit irritated. After that, Jin Hong-min turned to pat the shoulder of the guy in the red shirt Suga, saying, "This Park Jimin is my friend today. He makes me happy. This table is on the house." "Yes, yes, of course, sir." Suddenly, Park Jimin burst into laughter, covering his face. Everyone was surprised, exclaiming, "Park Jimin, are you okay? What's going on?" The young man chuckled to himself, "Jung Hoseo, you wanted a chance, I've given it to you. Unfortunately, you haven't changed that attitude of yours. From now on, I won't have any feelings for you because you're not worthy. You've left so quickly. Tomorrow, there's a high school reunion at the Jeju restaurant. Will Park Jimin dare to come? How about attending the reunion? If Jin Hae invites me, of course, I'll go." Transitioning to Jeju restaurant, Jin Hong-min raised his glass and exclaimed, "It's been years since we last met. Everyone, let's cheers. Today, enjoy your meal freely. It's on me. Don't help me save money. Money is meant to be spent. Ha ha ha. Boss Lee is generous. Thanks, Boss Lee. Still, my friend Hyungmin is on top. I used to look down on him, but don't underestimate him. Later, when Yang Webai arrives, help me say some nice words or compliments. Turns out, Boss Jin is still waiting. Boss Jin, rest assured. You and Yang Webai are a pair of outstanding talents and beauties. We brothers will definitely help you win her over." Park Jimin thought to himself, this guy never misses any chance to show off. The door opened and Yang Webai entered, saying, "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Today, the driver at home asked for time off, so I called a car, which made me a bit late." Looking at Yang Webai, Park Jimin recalled his rebellious youth. Yang Webai, Chung-hee, was the only one who illuminated his high school life. Back in grade 3, she was mysterious and noble, like an unsolvable equation making all the male students lose their minds. "You little brat, stay away from my goddess a bit. You should keep your distance from her," he remembered saying. Spotting a beautiful girl, young Park Jimin eagerly approached. "Long time, no see. Can I add you on WeChat for convenient communication?" Jin Hong-min cursed under his breath. Indeed, as persistent as a sticky dog. In a little while, turn him into a dead dog. Well, no problem for now. Although he agreed verbally, deep down he thought, who is this person? Feels like I've never met them before. The system announced the successful binding of the Sim-Chua relationship. The target bound was Yang Webai, beauty value 92 points, current favorability 0, successful counterattack rewarded 35 attribute points, and proficiency bonus of 4 for mastering English, French, Russian, Korean languages. In reality, Park Jimin wasn't as courageous as he seemed. How did he become so extraordinary now? Already harboring resentment, Lee Sung-gi coldly said, "Being the running dog for super rich tycoons, Park Jimin, do you think I don't know? You work as a lackey for those super rich guys, rolling around with Song Joong-ki. Those super rich guys are notorious scoundrels. You don't know how many innocent girls they have deceived." Song Joong-ki also spoke up, "Lee Sung-gi, you're talking nonsense. Clearly, you were in the wrong first. What nonsense am I talking about? Song Joong-ki teased my feelings and then broke up. After the breakup, he even went behind my back to find another girl. Now I'm pregnant. Hoo-hoo-hoo, truly shameless. Park Jimin wanting Yang's WeChat won't be about wanting to change contact methods. It's too disgusting. Eating at the same table with this kind of person ruins my appetite. Don't cry for that shameless person. He's not worth it. At this point, Yang Weibai's favorability continued to drop, deducted by 5, then 5 more, and finally 10. Jin Hongmin sees the opportunity to step forward. Park Jimin, if you're short on money, come with me. I'll introduce you to a job. I'm also a super rich guy. Working as a lackey for them is not as good as working for me. At least my money is clean, ha ha ha. At this moment, Park Jimin was furious, thinking to himself, Lee Sung-ji makes a scene while Jin Hongmin offers help. It seems these two have already discussed it. If it were someone else, there would be no room for objection. This time, they handed me a chance to strike back. The young man took out his phone and texted you, drive my Ferrari to Jeju restaurant. After a satisfying meal, everyone praised Jin Hongmin. No wonder it's a 4-star. The food is delicious. Thank you, Mr. Jin, for the treat today. Whoever says money can't nurture a person, they're wrong. Hongmin now exudes style. Where should we go next? Jin Hongmin glanced at Park Jimin, thinking to himself, Park Jimin and Song Joong-ki might be losing face now. Tonight, I'm the winner. Then he extended his hand to Yang Weibai, saying, do you need a ride home? Tonight, I am your private driver. I will never take a break. But Yang Weibai waved her hand in refusal. Oh, I think it's not necessary. While getting acquainted with a girl, the restaurant staff approached Jin Hongmin. I've been looking for you. Can you please move your car? Move it. It's illogical to spend at your friend's hotel and not be able to park. Jin Hongmin. Our parking only opens for VIP guests after 9 p.m. There's a VIP who wants to park now, so I need you to move your car. We want to see how important this VIP is. Want to see who has a significant background. Seeing the approaching car, he seemed to widen his eyes. It was a Ferrari, valued at over $2 billion, something he only saw at auto shows. It's in for the U conglomerate, and no wonder he has such an impressive background. They say this person is not easy to mess with in the famous Gyeongbokgung super rich circle. Luckily, I haven't clashed with him yet. Before he could finish his surprise, he saw Park Jimin shaking hands with Hin. Jin Hongmin felt like crying out, Park Jimin, what's going on? Park Jimin playfully put his arm around In, saying, no need to trouble yourself, boss you. Coming all this way to bring my car, it's not a bother at all. We're all like brothers. Being able to chauffeur for Boss Baekhyun is an honor for me. Hearing this, Jin Hongmin's eyes seemed to drop to the ground. This car belongs to Park Jimin. Why is In treating him like this? Is Park Jimin, is he so wealthy? Isn't he supposed to be a mere errand boy? Maybe you haven't woken up yet. Park Jimin's Ferrari is enough to buy dozens of my cars. Well, let me introduce you to my schoolmate. He's also a tycoon. Lee Vijia at this moment looked pale, bombarded with questions from her friends. What did Lee Sung-gi say earlier? Does Park Jimin need to be an errand boy with this status? She stammered, I. Yang Weibai also figured out the situation. It seems like Jin Hongmin and Lee Sung-gi are trying to frame Park Jimin. But clearly his extraordinary status doesn't justify itself. This person is truly interesting. Yang Weibai's favorability towards Park Jimin began to rise. The current favorability is 10. Yang, may I have the honor of giving you a ride home? Sure. The car sped away, leaving behind the murmurs of the crowd. Park Jimin really has talent. Wow. He's so handsome, absolutely admirable. Praise is continuously poured out. Receiving Song Joong-ki's words, Jin Hongmin felt like he was being stung to the core. You're right. Sometimes the distance between humans and dogs is even greater. The car sped down the road. Sitting inside, Yang Wei felt a bit overwhelmed, as if experiencing some emotions. Me and Park Jimin aren't close at all, yet I casually hopped onto his car, asking for a ride. Park Jimin glanced at Yang Wei's bag and asked, I've noticed for a while, Jimin, the necklace pattern on your bag seems to be decal to man, right? Yang Wei, surprised, replied, yes, that's correct. You know about this because I also like watching to man, especially Diao. I find his transformation state very handsome. Talking about idols, Yang Wei was no longer shy. Exactly. I've been watching since I was little. Unfortunately, the girls around me don't like watching this. Park Jimin involuntarily stared at Yang Wei, making her blush and turn away. The young man thought to himself, I didn't expect Yang Wei to have such a lively side. Her usual cool demeanor must be her protective state. Seeing her cheerful demeanor made others unable to resist protecting this lovely creature. For the first time in my life, I felt a romantic feeling, and shortly after, I arrived at Yang Wei's house. Park Jimin stepped out to open the car door, not forgetting to mimic the gestures of the idol Dika. Tonight, Meeting a different Jimin than usual, I'm very happy. Yangui also made other gestures in response. Just call me Yangui. That's fine. Thank you for taking me home. The two whimsical individuals performed many of Diko's transformation gestures. Meeting someone with similar tastes, both felt very joyful. When Park Jimin returned, Yangui observed him and thought, this Park Jimin is quite interesting. Yet he doesn't seem childish like me. Different from those men who act all mature and overly. Upon entering the house, Yangui Bai heard her mother's voice echoing out, haven't I told you for the past few days not to wander around? Why are you back so late? Tell me, how was the meeting with the potential match that we discussed last time? Yangui Bai remained silent without answering. Her mother continued, you also know that your father's company is currently in a very bad situation. The investment from the Jai family this time is crucial. We're running out of options, but my dear, isn't your marriage, your happiness essential? Why should you marry that snobbish young master from the Jai family? What basis do we have? We support your growth, your meals, your clothes, and your playthings, all from us. If your father's company collapses, our family will also fall apart. Seeing Yangui Bai's father coming downstairs, the mother immediately changed her tone, walking over and taking Yangui Bai's hand. Jai Yun from the Jai family is truly beyond compare. But more powerful than words, they said that men become more diligent after marriage. Do you want your mother to kneel down and beg you? Yangui Bai felt sad. I know, Mom. A tear rolled down, wetting the necklace she loved the most. As Park Jimin arrived home, the messages in the Business Tycoon group chat kept buzzing. There's a new watch. Is this a new streamer? She seems ready to go live. Drama is coming. Park Jimin, while eating, thought to himself, what drama is Ui up to? The young man lowered his phone and saw news related to Yangui Bai. Whether it's a debut or an engagement, a strong alliance or coercion, suspicions about the Lee conglomerate's financial chain being broken, and Yangui Bai, the eldest daughter, about to marry the young master of the G conglomerate. Park Jimin spat out the fruit he was eating and exclaimed, inhaling drama and inhaling it into myself. Yangui Bai is about to go on a blind date. The young man, lost in thought, recalled Yangui Bai's demeanor from that day. Yangui Bai is lively and adorable, making people feel like they want to protect her. Even Park Jimin was moved by her. The young man held his phone, contemplating for a long time before deciding, no, this time I won't be afraid anymore. I don't want to be a passerby in her life. As Park Jimin was about to go look for Yangui Bai, two people, one man and one woman, were coming to find him. That person is Park Jimin, it's not wrong. He's the guy at the end of the market, wearing wide shorts and short sleeves just like in the video. The girl raised her hand to stop Park Jimin and said, hello, Park Jimin. My name is Siu Hyan. Are you interested in becoming an online celebrity? Saying this, she handed him a business card from the Dream Media Company. The cold young man replied, sorry, I'm not interested. Refusing decisively, huh? Did you already sign with another company? Well, let me try a different approach. Your schoolmate is waiting. Our company is a regular MCN with considerable strength, and we will offer you a generous salary. More importantly, our company has the extraordinary Baekhyun as the president, vouching for our salaries. Do you know President Baekhyun? The undefeated legend of the Shark platform. If you don't sign with us, beware of President Baekhyun's vengeance. Fuming and encountering a nagging woman, Park Jimin shouted directly at her face, why bother? Baekhyun the president. I am Baekhyun, the president. Don't delay his affairs any longer. The persistent girl still didn't stop. What? Park Jimin, furious, said, does this lady think she can mess with me? Just because I can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Park Jimin took out his phone and messaged the group. Help, guys. Do any of you know about the media congratulations? There's someone named Siu Hyan bothering me, using my name for fraudulent schemes. Can you help me solve this? I'll check if President Baekhyun assigned this to me. Just wait a bit, President Baekhyun. I'll delete that woman's name from the company in Gyeongbokgung. Oh, President Baekhyun, is there any misunderstanding? Before the coffin is laid, Siu Hyan keeps asking Park Jimin, what about it? Still haven't figured it out. Suddenly, her phone rings. Why is the boss calling? As she answers, the boss loudly exclaims, this crazy woman, you quickly come back to me. If you really don't want to do it anymore, then don't. Foolish. The boss. I don't have. After dealing with Seo Hyan, Park Jimin quickly went to resolve his own matters. Jagru doesn't dare to mess with women regarding me. I'll give you all a taste. Yangui Bai, this time is just for attending the matchmaking event for the Jai family's kid. Don't be upset anymore. The capital chain of our Chorm group has been broken. My father's hair has turned white as he goes everywhere to seek help. This time, Uncle G willingly offered to help us with money. The request is not too much. Let's just consider it as making friends. Moreover, this Jaeyeon kid seems quite sincere and we can give it a try. The phone bell of Yang Weebai beeped, and she reached for her phone. It was a message from Park Jae-min. Yang Weebai, where are you? On the way to Sina Hotel, settle things at home, and later tell me the specific location to wait for me. Yang Weebai thought to herself, does Park Jae-min know that I'm going for a matchmaking? Recalling the way Park Jae-min looked at her in the car that night, she had some misunderstandings about him. If she had to be with someone compared to the repulsive Ji-yen, Park Jae-min seemed more. While contemplating, her father called, Yang Weebai, I have never asked you for anything, but I only ask you to stay calm when facing this situation. Can you consider helping me? I know, Dad. A while later, the whole family arrived at Sina Hotel. Hello, President Yang. President Ji is in conference room 305 waiting for you. Please follow me. Sorry for the inconvenience, said the manager, licking his lips greedily. Rumor has it that Miss Yang, warm beautiful, is indeed a sight to behold. Unfortunately, she is soon to become a piece of meat in the mouth of Mr. Ji. While walking, Yang Weebai noticed her father carrying a large briefcase. Isn't this a matchmaking meeting? Why is Dad bringing so many documents? President Yang, please come inside. President Yang has arrived. Jae-yeon, come and pour tea for your uncle. We are about to become a family. Yang Weebai glanced at the pile of documents on the table, thinking to herself, this is definitely not a matchmaking meeting. What is Dad really up to? Jai Corporation, one of the largest conglomerates in Ganbako, is involved in various business sectors, even linked to many great industries. The head, Ji Cho-hee, is renowned for being a cunning and shrewd man. Ji Cho-hee looked at Yang Weebai and praised her charm, saying, Yang Weebai has truly grown up, becoming an elegant and charming young lady. Yang Weebai politely bowed. You're too kind, uncle. At the same time, Yang Weebai sent a message to Park Jae-min. I'm in conference room 305. Jae-yeon, a plump guy, quickly approached Yang Weebai, holding her hand and speaking sweetly. Hey, Yang Weebai, you're here too. Since I met you at the bar last time, I couldn't eat well or sleep peacefully. I dreamt of you too. Rest assured, this time my father will definitely help your family through this difficult situation. Yang Weebai quickly withdrew her hand, saying, Oh, thank you. Jae-yeon, the plump guy, pressed closer. Yang Weebai, why be so distant with me? After all, we're about to become family. He reached for her hand while talking, and Yang Weebai, startled, shouted, Show some respect. Who's becoming family with you? Keep your hands off me. Observing Yang Weebai raise her voice at Jae-yeon, her father wore a displeased expression. Why is Yang Weebai talking to Jae-yeon like that? Really impolite. Dad, he said before turning to speak to Mr. Ji. Chairman Ji, my daughter doesn't understand these matters. Please don't calculate with the little girl. I see Jae-yeon and my daughter as a perfect match. If that's the case, let's all have a seat. Chairman Yang, take a look at the contract. This is a stock transfer agreement, and I will introduce the additional terms to Chairman Yang in detail. According to the J family agreement, they will provide $100 million to the Lee family's Chorm Corporation to purchase 20% of the shares, with the condition that Yang Weebai must marry Ji-yeon. $100 million will be transferred to the public account of Chorm Corporation in installments until the daughter of Chairman Yang, meaning Yang Weebai, gives birth to a child for the Jai family. Then a final amount will be transferred. Upon hearing this, Yang Weebai was stunned, grabbing the paper and exclaiming loudly, A wedding? What is this? Having a child? It's impossible. 2 streams of tears flowed from her eyes. Dad, you brought me here for this. You are selling your own daughter. Yang Weebai needs a moment to calm down. Mom, I don't want to stay calm. I don't understand why you businessmen fail and trample on my life. Don't you know that Jae-yeon is involved in gambling and various harmful activities? I'd rather die than marry him. Seeing his daughter resist, afraid of losing this business opportunity, Chairman Yang stood up and slapped Yang Weebai as if a thunderbolt had struck. At this moment, Yang Weebai could only stand in shock looking at her father, tears streaming down her face. Chairman Yang scolded Yang Weebai, I've been too lenient with you. When the Yang family faced difficulties, you only thought of yourself. How did I raise such a rebellious child? Yang Weebai, with tears streaming down her face, said, I only think of myself. Her mother also stepped forward to advise her daughter, Yang Weebai, you must understand your father. He's doing this for our family. You've known this since you were little, right? If Chorm Corporation collapses, our family will collapse too. Feeling disappointed that even her mother thought this way, Yang Weebai expressed her frustration. Ma, how can you think like that too? Even if Chorm collapses, we can work together to lift it up. With me, with you, with Dad, our family is still here. Chorm won't. Before Yang Weebai could finish her sentence, her mother knelt down. Mrs. Lee grabbed Yang Weebai's hand and pleaded, Yang Weebai, please, do you love your mother? Seeing her mother kneeling, everyone was stunned. In this situation, Yang Weebai could only stand there in silence looking at her mother. Mom, what are you doing? Please stand up. Mom, we've run out of options. If I don't agree to the marriage, you won't get up. Cornered and emotionally overwhelmed, Yang Weebai cried in frustration. She stammered, unable to find the right words. Dad, Mom. Jaehyun's parents, who were behind her, also chimed in. Yang Weebai, he really likes you. As long as you marry him, he will fulfill any wish you have. Look, your older sister has already agreed. What about you? Helpless, Yang Weebai thought to herself, is this my fate? Born into a family like this, there's a corresponding price to pay. I'll have to live like a caged bird forever. Then she said to her mother, I agree, please stand up. Whatever you and Dad say, it's fine. Hearing this, Yang Weebai's parents were overjoyed. This is our obedient daughter. Good girl, Yang Weebai. Earlier, Dad was just angry, so he said those things. Don't keep it in your heart. This is our first time being parents too. Sometimes we may not handle things properly. Seeing that everything was in order, the old man Ji Cho-hee immediately lit a cigarette, saying, if the princess has no objections, let's proceed with signing the contract, President Yang. Yes, 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 an important contract, President Jae echoed. Signing the contract early means Jaehyun and Yang Weebai can get married sooner, allowing the Yang family's finances to stabilize. Jaehyun's father gleefully thought to himself, she's not even my wife yet, and she's already looking down on me. He then entertained inappropriate thoughts such a noble and cold woman in bed would be. While everyone was happily discussing the contract, Yang Weebai stood there in silence. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and Park Jae-min burst in, saying loudly, which dog dug up Mr. G's corner? Get out here. Everyone looked at Park Jae-min in surprise. Who dug up my corner? Show yourself. Realizing it was Park Jae-min, Yang Weebai felt relieved, thinking to herself, it's Park Jae-min, he really came. Jaehyun rushed forward, raising her hand to hit Park Jae-min. Where did this crazy dog come from, barking like this? Unexpectedly, before Jaehyun could retaliate, Park Jae-min swiftly punched him in the face. He tumbled several meters away, resembling a fallen celestial being. Leave before I really lose my temper, Park Jae-min warned. Jaehyun, nursing his pain, shouted, you dare to hit me? You. Security personnel quickly intervened, berating Jimin. How dare you lay hands on Mr. Han without regard for your life? Do you know the status of the person sitting in that chair? Are you tired of living? Park Jimin, with indifferent expression, retorted, status, isn't it these two old men, one selling a daughter and the other buying one? Touch me and see. I'll make the Ji family disappear from Jangbako. Mr. Jai raised his hand, signaling his guards to stand down. He thought to himself, this deal with the Yang family is highly confidential. Other clans might think it's a simple matchmaking. This kid not only knows about it, but also managed to track us down. Approaching Park Jimin, Mr. Jie inquired, I don't know which noble family you belong to. When I visited Ji's house the other day, you didn't have the right to refuse. You should have a proper identity. Jaehyun, with a swollen face, stood up and scolded Park Jimin. Such a temper. How did your parents teach you? Think twice before acting. See what he's up to. Park Jimin looked at Yang Weebai and said, don't worry. I will help you overcome the difficulties your family is facing. Touched Yang Weebai, her eyes welling up, nodded in gratitude. A young man approached, holding a document, and Mr. Yang, surprised, asked, what are you doing? After reading this contract, Park Jae-min glanced at Mr. Yang. It seems you really underestimate your daughter, selling her for $100 million and even offering 20% of your company's shares. Is it because you're getting old and confused? Park Jae-min tore the contract into pieces. Let's do this. I'll pay $500 million to acquire 60% of Chorn shares from the Yang family. Hearing the sum of $500 million, everyone gasped, $500 million. Mr. Jai thought to himself, $500 million is not a small amount. At least it surpasses the assets of $1 billion conglomerate. Ji Cho-hee has encountered countless individuals, but he finds this man's approach peculiar. As for Mr. Yang, upon hearing the amount, his eyes lit up. With $500 million, not only can we regain dominance, but we can also expand our business. Park Jimin continued, of course, I can't give you $500 million without deducting the shares. I also have a condition. The young man pointed at Yang Weebai. She immediately thought to herself, could it be that Park Jae-min wants to use $500 million to buy me? Yang Weebai, feeling disappointed that Park Jae-min would also spend money to acquire her, dropped her bag on the ground. It turned out he, like the others, regarded her as a commodity that could be bought and sold at will. In her moment of disappointment and anger, Park Jae-min's voice echoed, my condition is 60% of the shares all transferred under the name of Yang Weebai. Once the shares are transferred, I will immediately pay $500 million. Yang Weebai was astonished by this revelation. She felt a surreal, incredible sensation, as if a birdcage had just been unlocked. Yang Weebai now felt like a bird that could freely soar in the sky. She even imagined Park Jimin as his superhero, with an existence of a hero named Park Jimin. He was her hero. Yang Weebai's favorability rating towards him kept increasing by 10 points, and her current favorability rating was 85. Jimin, the young master, has just drafted a new contract. You can sign it now. Park Jimin took Yang Weebai's hand. Come on, sign this contract. From now on, no one can control your life. However, Vu mumbled in disbelief. Park Jimin, you. Oh. Shortly after that, a message notification from the bank account came through. Dear valued customer, your bank account has received 500 million. Mr. Lee is truly efficient. That 500 million Jimin, young master Jimin requested it to be presented like this. Of course, what else would he want? Park Jimin approached the old man, whispering, all matters related to the Yang family are under my control. If you still force Yang Weebai to do something she doesn't want, you'll know what unbearable suffering feels like. After saying this, Park Jimin turned to Yang Weebai and said, Yang Weebai, there's nothing left for us here. Let's go. Young Master Jimin is generous and remarkable. I truly admire you, old G. If a little brat offended you earlier, I apologize on his behalf. Please don't hold it against him. He effortlessly withdrew 500 million, a sum that could make someone the richest in the country. The young man's power and cunning tactics were unpredictable and unmatched. Father, clearly he made the first move, and that brat retaliated. The Jai family's fortune will sooner or later crumble in the hands of that foolish son of theirs. While scolding the old man, he slapped Ji Yin in the face, saying, I must teach my lesson to this son. Outside the Sina Hotel, Park Jimin, thank you for saving me. It's okay. It's not the first time you've rescued me. The young man was focused on finding the music play button in the luxurious car when he suggested a little, and immediately a wave of memories rushed into Yang Weebai's mind. She revealed a facial expression that was hard to believe. 5 years ago, on a fateful night, as the sky gradually darkened, streetlights began to illuminate. On the deserted street, only 16-year-old Yang Weebai was riding her bike home. That day, her father's company had a significant contract, and no one picked her up. She had to borrow a friend's bike to get home. On the way back, Hannah thought to herself, it's getting dark. What if I encounter bad people? Thinking that, she quickly pedaled faster. When passing through a small deserted alley, she was suddenly blocked by a few men. At that moment, Hana was scared, tense, and panicked. She shouted loudly, what's going on? What do you want? One of the two men said, we're not doing anything. We're a bit short on money these days. Little girl, can you spare us some cash? Hana shouted again, no, I don't have any money. The other man spoke, but as he did, he started to restrain her. If the girl doesn't have pocket money, it's fine. With such beauty, I'll take her out for a good time. While screaming, Hannah struggled, I don't know you. Let go. I'll call the police. The man chuckled sinisterly. Go ahead, make the call. The more you call, the happier we'll be. Ha ha ha. That's right, hi hi. Go ahead, call. The more you call, the more excited we get. Ha ha ha. Don't let go. I'm not going anywhere. Hannah, frightened, didn't know what to do. At this critical moment, suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Hannah, run quickly. Hannah turned around and saw a boy rushing toward the gang of thugs. The boy was wearing a school uniform and boldly confronted the group. While fighting, he shouted, run quickly, don't look back, run fast. Afterward, Yang Weebai truly ran, saying, which kid dares to interfere with my good affairs? I'll beat them up for this. As a result, the hero of saving the beauty ended up getting beaten badly. It was a very dark night with no ray of light. Moreover, the incident happened suddenly, and I only knew that it was a student who sacrificed himself for me. At that moment, I just ran away from the chaotic scene, and I couldn't clearly see who had saved me. When I regained composure and reported to the police, by the time the police arrived, that male student and the gang had disappeared. Internally, she felt extremely embarrassed. Someone had helped her, but she basically didn't know who that Ultraman was. Even though she had gone through 5 years, she still didn't dare to walk alone on the street at night because the lingering shadow haunted her every night. She buried this secret deep down, never thinking about it or discussing it. Yet, Ultraman appeared to save her once again. Oh, I thought I would never meet the person who saved me again in my whole life. Never expected it to be you, Park Jimin. 2 encounters made a direct assault on her unstoppable emotions. The emotions of Yang Weebai and Yuna, filled with gratitude, began to erupt intensely. Yang Weebai's goodwill score increased by 10, and the current goodwill score is 95 points. At this moment, Park Jimin was shocked. Who could have thought that merely mentioning a small incident from 5 years ago would directly lead to a successful goodwill attack? It should be noted that achieving a goodwill score above 90 is extremely difficult, despite him spending 500 million. Yang Weebai's goodwill score has only increased to 85 points. System announcement. Congratulations to the owner for completing the successful reversal. Upon inspection, the owner has spent a total of 500 million and receives a reward of 50 million. Yang Webai successfully transformed into the owner's goodwill and received a 35-point reinforcement reward. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring proficiency in English, French, Russian, and Korean languages. In an instant, the personal information screen appeared. Name Park Jimin, age 21. Height 181 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, strength 29, physique 29, spirit 15, agility 19, extremely powerful state. Proficient in dance, English, French, Russian, and Korean languages. Reinforcement points, 35 points. Park Jimin looked at the dynamic system board and thought, this is a successful reversal. Too fast. Hey, I still have many tricks left. It's not supposed to be this easy. Seeing her emotionally overwhelmed to the point of mental confusion, and not just simple admiration, Park Jimin noticed that she was also captivated, drawn in by his charm, falling into a state of reciprocal affection. At this moment, Park Jimin made a decision. This time, I won't be a bystander. This time, I have the courage to stand in front of her, to pursue her. This time, you didn't disappoint me, the girl, my good friend. Let's enjoy the fruits of our efforts. Now the atmosphere slowly began to heat up, and Park Jimin and Yang Webai looked at each other, immersed in the moment. In their eyes, there were countless flames of passion, both of them radiating a continuous, intense warmth, their faces flushed with heat. The timing was unprecedented, an opportunity not to be missed. Park Jimin pulled her close to his chest, gazing at her exquisite face. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. Seizing the moment, he slowly brought his face closer to hers. However, Yang Webai seemed to have no intention of resisting, signifying her willingness to accept. As they approached about 10 centimeters, Park Jimin could even sense the rhythmic sound of her breath. Their lips, drawn together like magnets, met in a gentle, lingering embrace. At this crucial moment, the mobile phone suddenly rang, startling both of them and adding a touch of embarrassment. Park Jimin and Yang Webai, their faces flushed, instinctively turned away. A few seconds later, Park Jimin looked down at the phone screen. Kim Jisoo was calling. As he picked up the phone on the other end, Kim Jisoo cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, Park Jimin. I've moved into the villa. I've been shopping for household items these past 2 days." Pausing for effect, she inquired, "Do you know what tomorrow is?" Park Jimin calmly replied, "Of course I know. Tomorrow is your birthday, and I've already prepared your gift." He had not forgotten this, as gift-giving was part of his lifestyle. The only hitch was that he hadn't yet presented the gift, given his penchant for courting various women around town. Sitting with one girl while talking to another made his face appear somewhat unnatural. Park Jimin glanced at Yang Webai with a hint of regret, thinking, "Oh, why did Kim Jisoo have to call at this exact moment?" Hearing this, Kim Jisoo immediately interjected, "All right, tomorrow don't give me an overly expensive gift, okay? This time for my birthday. I've invited many friends and I feel uncomfortable receiving expensive gifts." She felt that Park Jimin might be considering a very expensive gift, so she preemptively mentioned it. Kim Jisoo seemed to have a keen intuition, and this was the second time she sensed this from Park Jimin. After listening, Park Jimin remained silent for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Well, okay, I'll think about what to give you." Despite his words in his heart, he was quietly lamenting, "Oh my, why did she block my path so early? What should I do with this Lafiji now?" Indeed, this situation presented a bit of a challenge for him. But anyway, a pricey gift like this would be more suitable for someone else. Park Jimin speculated that with Kim Jisoo's high favorability, she often saved money. In his eyes, she hoped to leave a better impression. Besides, her close friend Kim Minji was busy being dragged into work as a courier, and her other close friends seemed to be hesitating or unresponsive. Seeing this scene, Kim Jisoo, feeling annoyed, exclaimed, "Jisoo, don't answer the phone anymore. Where should I hang this up?" Hearing this, Kim Jisoo quickly said, "Okay, I won't talk anymore. I have to go to work now. Goodbye, give a kiss." After saying that, she hung up abruptly, saying, come here," then intentionally teasing in front of Kim Minji. "I think in the future, I'll have my own house, a house worth 60 million, so cozy." Her mood seemed quite good, probably because she had just moved into the villa. After hanging up, Park Jimin looked at Yang Webai with a bit of curiosity in his mind. She didn't actively ask who called her. At this moment, Yang Webai had an extremely normal expression, neither asking anything nor saying anything. In situations like this, she had been educated by her family since childhood, and her usual behavior was quite intelligent. Park Jimin took the initiative to turn to Yang Webai and explain, "My college friend is having a birthday soon and wants to throw a birthday party. Do you want to come?" While saying this out loud, He also thought in his heart, anyway, actively inviting also means being generous. Being open-minded will make the other party less suspicious. Half-truths and half-lies are the most difficult to detect right. Even though she knew Park Jae-min was just talking to a female student, she still thought about it normally. There are questions that can be asked, but there are also questions that, once asked, may not necessarily have answers. If that's the case, then it's better not to ask. So she declined, the contract has been signed, and there will be a lot of work at home tomorrow. Moreover, they are all friends of us, so it's not convenient to go. Perhaps she wanted to go out with Park Jae-min, but didn't want to appear in crowded places with him, because Yang Wi-bai was too beautiful. She was like an electric pole that made many male students look at her as if they were being electrocuted. Furthermore, many eyes were focused on her, making her a bit uncomfortable. Hearing that, he immediately adopted a dejected posture and said, "What a pity. If you go, you'll definitely stand out." Yang Wi-bai responded, "If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely visit your school." Park Jae-min didn't know if she was genuinely envious, but in his heart, he sighed with relief, thinking, "I'm just a passerby. If she really goes, then I'm off the hook." Meanwhile, Yang Wi-bai was incredibly confident in her thoughts. Outstanding men always have butterflies around them. Whatever is mine will ultimately remain mine. I trust in my own charm. Yang Wi-bai was internally proud. Regarding her thoughts and beliefs, as long as she was beautiful and talented, the one to be jealous of should be Park Jae-min's girlfriend, not herself. Therefore, she didn't need to be jealous. As soon as they got off the car, Yang Wi-bai expressed her gratitude once again, saying, "Park Jae-min, I really appreciate today. It's been a long time since I've had such a good time. I don't know how to repay you for helping at my house." Upon hearing this, he approached her and said, "If you really feel uneasy, just pay me a little interest, ha ha." Before he could react, she immediately placed a kiss on his cheek, catching him off guard. His cheeks turned red in an instant. After the kiss, she spoke up saying, "This is the interest that I've stamped on you. From now on, it's mine." With that, she turned and walked into the school, not looking back until Yang Wi-bai's figure disappeared. Park Jae-min was still savoring the moment, thinking, this Yang Wi-bai woman is truly amazing. At this moment, in front of Seoul School's gate, many male students looked at Park Jae-min with resentment. In a split second, Park Jae-min could feel intense waves of hostility directed towards him. In general, this place seemed a bit dangerous. It's better to leave quickly. Park Jae-min walked to his car with a cheerful mood, thinking, today was a complete success. Time to go home and play some games. Later in the evening, Jung Ho-seok and Min-so went shopping at the shopping center. She officially forgot about him and went shopping to compensate for the pain of her past relationship. However, as they were passing the gate of Seoul School, Jung Ho-seok suddenly exclaimed, "Park Jae-min, this is your car." Hearing someone calling his name, Park Jae-min turned around and noticed Jung Ho-seok in disbelief, trembling as he pointed towards him. Min-so's mouth was wide open in shock. Park Jae-min got into his car, closed the door, and ignored Jung Ho-seok without looking back. Then he revved the engine and sped towards the parking lot near Harvard University, the powerful roar of the engine resonating strongly in Jung Ho-seok's heart. She looked incredulous. Originally, Jung Ho-seok had determined to completely forget about Park Jae-min, even going as far as blacklisting Park Jae-min on WeChat, wanting to cut off any connection with him. But who would have known that just as she made this decision, Park Jae-min suddenly appeared so handsomely. Min-so's expression changed at this moment, looking at Jung Ho-seok with disdain and saying, "Certainly, we're deceived by Park Jae-min last time. He is probably much wealthier than Jin Hong-min. Last week, he claimed to have a gift for you, but it hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he was testing you, Jung Ho-seok. He wanted to see if you had the patience to wait for his gift." Hearing this, Jung Ho-seok immediately opened her pupils wide. Then she took 2 steps back, her face turning pale momentarily. With a little more, she might have involuntarily collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Jung Ho-seok also emerged from her daydream, sinking into deep thoughts. He must be testing me. Back then, I was too foolish and messed it up. I truly am a fool. Thinking about it, Jung Ho-seok felt a tremendous loss. Recently, Park Jae-min had become extremely arrogant, making Jung Ho-seok uncomfortable. She felt her dignity and character were humiliated and trampled upon. Because of this, in just 2 days, her goodwill towards Park Jae-min had plummeted. There was even a tendency towards negativity. She thought she could forget about Park Jae-min and focus on plans to raise larger fish. But why did it hurt so much? Jung Ho-seok regretted it. She truly regretted it. Since the moment Park Jae-min drove the Ferrari in front of her, everything had been too shocking. After that, Jung Ho-seok immediately hugged Min-so, sighing and crying. Park Jae-min can drive a Ferrari, and giving gifts to a female streamer is just a number. I missed it. I missed such an important opportunity. Surely, Park Jae-min will never forgive me again. Hoo. Min-so pondered. At first, she doubted whether Park Jae-min rented the car to tease Jung Ho-seok, but Park Jae-min's attitude towards Jung Ho-seok seemed to have changed. He didn't even look at Jung Ho-seok anymore, so she immediately dismissed this hypothesis. At the same time, seeing the relationship between Park Jae-min and Jung Ho-seok deteriorate to this extent, she no longer needed to pretend or play the fool. Thinking about it, Min-seo smirked, her eyes slowly filled with resentment. Then she casually remarked, "Oh right, Jung Ho-seok, you've missed your chance. The opportunity to date him has passed. Now it's too late, you don't have a chance to redo it. But if it were me, maybe there's still a chance." Hearing this, Jung Ho-seok was slightly taken aback, but she understood that true friends look out for each other. Previously, it was Min-seo who spoke ill of Park Jae-min in front of her, even saying many harsh and unpleasant words. Therefore, after a month of dating, she decided to break up with Park Jae-min, just like 2 days ago when Min-seo caused a rift and strained their relationship. Jung Ho-seok regrets more as he thinks, finding it increasingly unacceptable. Subsequently, he becomes extremely angry, shouting in interrogation, "Naeun, why did you inquire about Park Jae-min's identity that day? Why would you want that? I worked hard on the drama for a chance to turn things around. Because of your question, I have a profound misunderstanding about Park Jae-min. It's going to be difficult to explain clearly this time." "What do you mean? Do you have intentions with Park Jae-min?" Min-seo, with an indifferent expression, responds, "Exactly, Jung Ho-seok, don't speak so harshly. I usually tolerate you. Now you want to shift responsibility onto me. He's so charming, and it's reasonable for me to pursue him. Why can you and I can't? Maybe Park Jae-min is fed up with someone like you and prefers someone like me. Jung Ho-seok, you are a despicable green tea bitch." I remember saying these words as if I've endured for a long time. At this moment, she finally explodes, not wanting to hold it in any longer. Normally, male students focus on Jung Ho-seok, and only when those boys are not noticed do they turn to her. She has been uncomfortable for a long time. She couldn't endure it any longer. Since seeing Park Jae-min driving the Ferrari, she knew that love had arrived. After that, she competes openly with Park Jae-min, not sneakily fearing discovery. These words strike Jung Ho-seok with countless shocks. She considers Min-seo as an intimate friend, sharing everything, as if betrayal were never a thought. She treats Min-seo sincerely, but Min-seo, behind her back, bites and undermines her, not only causing discord, but even attempting to seduce Park Jae-min. Unable to bear the feeling of betrayal, she immediately rushes forward, grabs Min-seo's hair in anger, and scolds, "Min-seo, you ungrateful person. I consider you a close friend, a sister, and here you are behind my back trying to steal Park Jae-min from me. On top of that, you set traps for me." Min-seo is not one to hold back. She also grabs hair in retaliation and replies, "I'm despicable. Do you think you're from a wealthy family? You also climbed into bed with Home Tuen Kai for money. Oh dear, shut your mouth or I'll kill you. Jung Ho-seok, I've tolerated you for a long time, you green tea bitch. I'm cutting ties with you." Jung Ho-seok and Min-seo engage in a fierce fight, pulling each other's hair, tearing each other's clothes, immediately attracting a crowd of onlookers. Some laugh, some cheer, and others take out their phones to shoot videos and photos representing various iPhone, Huawei, Oppo brands. That afternoon, Jung Ho-seok didn't return to the women's dormitory. She went to the sports field and began sobbing. She cried bitterly, saying, "Hoo, lost my lover and my best friend." Then she recalled the 3 years of meticulous care from Park Jae-min. Remembering when Home Tuen Kai played around and refused responsibility, only Park Jae-min continued to love and supported her by paying $3,000 to resolve the issue. Therefore, she was moved to become Park Jae-min's girlfriend, but it only lasted a month as Min-seo's instigation led her to distance herself from Park Jae-min. At this point, Jung Ho-seok began to feel that Park Jae-min was becoming more accomplished, and the distance between them was growing. If things continued like this, she would truly have no chance. Thinking about it, tears poured like rain, and her soul seemed to be drifting away. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind, "Little girl, don't cry anymore. You're Jung Ho-seok, right?" Hearing this, Jung Ho-seok immediately turned around, finding a lively and attractive woman with an elegant demeanor. But no matter how, Jung Ho-seok felt that this person was not ordinary. She continued to speak, "Hello, I'm Seo Hyein. Are you interested in becoming famous by joining my company?" Saying this, Seo Hyein handed her business card to Jung Ho-seok and then smiled, saying, "I have a way to help you get Park Jae-min back." In the men's dorm room, Park Jae-min stared at the ceiling, racking his brain. What should I give Kim Jisoo for her birthday? This is a big issue. If I give her something good, I might avoid retaliation tonight. The more he thought, the deeper Park Jae-min delved into a dead end. At this moment, he remembered the time when he hit the 50 million target and hadn't spent a dime yet. Subsequently, Park Jae-min decided to go out for a little shopping. After pondering for a while, he couldn't come up with any leads. Just as he was about to leave, Lee Min-ho spoke up. "Oh, is Jung Ho-seok live streaming? What is she doing? It's so confusing." At the top of the live stream room, the title read, "Something between me and President Baekhyun." Park Jimin looked at the computer screen, unable to shake the feeling of confusion, thinking, what on earth is going on? At this moment on the live stream, Jung Ho-seok was both crying and recounting. "I was President Baekhyun's first love. We met during our first year of university when he pursued me. At that time, I was unaware of his wealthy status. I only saw him as sincere. Consequently, I agreed to be his girlfriend. President Baekhyun often bought dumplings for me, and he even worked an extra 3 months just to purchase a new phone for me. We were deeply in love and experienced many sweet moments, but then he no longer needed me." Hoo. When the broadcast topic related to President Baekhyun, the audience immediately shared this message. In a flash, viewers flooded the room, engaging in heated debates. Below the comments, many people wrote, "You Jae-suk, the streamer should see a doctor. Does President Baekhyun know about this story? Another scoundrel is tarnishing President Baekhyun's reputation. Jang Min-ho, dear streamer, find an honest job. President Baekhyun gives phones, but you still have to work extra." Jae-suk, dear streamer, please check my private message. I want to know more factual information about President Baekhyun. Park Jimin, watching the live stream, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This wretched person." Next to him, Lee Min-ho, both watching and mocking, said, "It's truly unbelievable." Jung Ho-seok had another segment involving President Baekhyun. At this moment, Park Jimin, infuriated, exclaimed, "Doesn't she have any shame?" making herself look like a victim again. However, after just 2 seconds, a thought flashed through Park Jimin's mind, and he began to seriously consider no, based on Jung Ho-seok's pimp brain, she couldn't come up with such a scheme, using President Baekhyun's name to attract attention, packaging herself as a victim using public opinion. Someone must be helping her. Thinking about the possibility of such a situation, Park Jimin immediately took out his phone on the balcony and called, "Hello, President Do. Please help me find out which company the streamer with the number 0187,639 on the Shark platform belongs to." "All right, no problem." A while later, a message arrived. "President Baekhyun, I found it. The streamer currently live streaming belongs to Oppo Media Company, represented by Seo Hyeon." Immediately, an image of the woman appeared in his mind. "Seo Hyeon 3 times 7, always provoking me. Does she really think I have no way to deal with her?" At the same time, over at Oppo C Media Company, President Seo, in charge of Jung Ho-seok's live stream on the Shark platform, had already surpassed 100,000 viewers. President Seo truly was skilled. And this remote sneak attack method always proved to be the most effective. Initially, Seo Hyeon approached Jung Ho-seok with the intention of taking advantage to seek revenge on Park Jimin, but she was unaware that Park Jimin had another identity, namely President Baekhyun. This development happened rapidly, and under the strong influence of Park Jimin, the double group quickly reported the situation to the president of Oppo Media. Upon receiving the news, he angrily stormed into Seo Hyeon's room to interrogate her. "President Seo, have you gone mad? Do you realize whom you are threatening? He just said one word and our company will go bankrupt. Does your president drink? He's just a university student. A university student, and he is the idol, President Baekhyun himself. Have you ever seen a university student with such an extraordinary demeanor?" After hearing this, Seo Hyeon was a bit stunned on the spot. She was somewhat incredulous and asked, President Baekhyun, has President Baekhyun really spent several hundred million in half a month to clear out the Shark platform? At that moment, as she recalled before reaching out to Jung Ho-seok, the secretary rushed into Seo Hyeon's room, placed her laptop on the table, and excitedly said, "I found it. Park Jimin, no, President Baekhyun. There's our first love from the same school named Jung Ho-seok. President Baekhyun pursued her for 3 years, but they have broken up now." Hearing this, Seo Hyeon showed no fear. On the contrary, she felt a nameless joy within and said, "That's fantastic. President Baekhyun must surely remember this girl. Isn't it said that the first love is the most beautiful?" Seo Hyeon, with determined eyes, stated, "This is our chance. If we can turn her into a famous hot girl, it will undoubtedly soothe President Baekhyun's anger, maybe even make him look at our company with a different perspective. I truly am a genius." Although Seo Hyeon was full of determination, fearless in the face of any challenge, this time she would undoubtedly regret her overconfidence. At that moment, a call came in from the president, bringing shocking news that made Seo Hyeon exclaim, "What? Our company is facing a network-wide boycott." On the Double A Corporation side, a decision was made to blacklist Oppo C Communications Company. This meant that Oppo C Communications would face a nationwide boycott with only one outcome: bankruptcy. In this critical moment, Seo Hyen fell silent, her entire body turning to stone, paying a heavy price for the misguided decision. From now on, she would begin a journey of downfall, the consequence of offending President Baekhyun. To boycott Seo Hyen's company, Park Jae-min messaged the group, "There's an MCN company named Oppo C that I really dislike. I hope none of my friends have any association with this company. Of course, it would be best if we could make this company disappear completely." Shortly after Park Jae-min's message was sent, all the companies began taking action to disassociate from Oppo C. The top executives immediately called their subordinates and commanded, "Terminate contracts with Oppo C, okay, understood. Double the price to take away all bloggers from Oppo C, fine. Report Oppo C, the MCN company, for tax evasion. We will investigate immediately and seize Oppo C's assets." It's clear. Today is a stormy day for Oppo C company. Seo Hyen was shocked when she received the news of the boycott. "What? Our company is facing a boycott, ending all contracts?" Just after hanging up the phone, her employee walked in, Chairwoman Seo. A while ago, several major shareholders of the company announced their withdrawal. According to the contracts, we need to pay 10 million yuan to buy back their shares. 10 million yuan, where does the company have that much money? Seo Hyen, disheveled, with a pale face, pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out who is playing tricks on me. Misfortunes continued to befall Seo Hyen. Today, representatives from the court arrived, saying, "Seo Hyen, your company has been overdue in repaying debts for half a year. The court has decided to freeze all of your assets." Everything happened too abruptly. Seo Hyen could only remain silent. The employees, one by one, handed in their resignations, saying, "Chairwoman Seo, we're sorry, but we decided to leave the company. Wishing you a smooth business." Due to insufficient funds to pay the rent, Seo Hyen's landlord took back the property, saying, "Chairwoman Seo, if you don't pay the property fee, we'll have to follow the company's regulations." Seo Hyen found herself at a dead end, holding a box of documents as she walked away. In her heart, she realized who was responsible for bankrupting her company. It must be him. Baekhyun CEO for sure. Only he has the audacity for this. Why? Not only Seo Hyen faced bankruptcy, but Jung Ho-sub also couldn't escape the consequences. Currently, on the Shark streaming app, the account Rose, the fish lover, was shut down. This live stream violated legal regulations and was permanently closed. Park Jae-min's friends acted swiftly. As long as Park Jae-min spoke up, everything could be handled smoothly. "No problem. Let me take care of it." With the task completed, Park Jae-min immediately said to them, "The results are quite promising. I'll have to treat you all to a meal at Long Hong when I have time." Next on the agenda was buying a gift for Chairman Kim. As the male lead was fastening his seatbelt to drive away, Seo Hyen suddenly ran towards them from somewhere. Her face pressed against the car window of startled Park Jae-min, who exclaimed, "What the heck is going on?" She cried and pleaded desperately, Baekhyun CDO, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so cunning. Please forgive me. Give me a way to survive." At this moment, the system sent a notification. Target Seo Hyen has been tied up, and the hostile action has begun. The current favorability is 0. Park Jae-min slowly lowered the window, thinking to himself, "Why bother tying her up? I have no interest in this woman." Thinking so, Park Jae-min coldly told her, "Auntie, consider this a warning. Understand your position clearly and don't cause any more trouble for me. Go away." The male lead drove off, leaving Seo Hyen sitting on the ground, muttering to herself, "I never noticed this man named Baekhyun CEO before. Actually, he looks quite handsome, especially when he told me to leave." She grinned sensually, running her hand all over her body. Seo Hyen's favorability increased by 10, leaving Park Jae-min astonished as he exclaimed, "Why does the favorability increase come with nervousness?" The scene transitions to a birthday party held at the mansion that Park Jae-min gifted to Kim Ji-soo on a previous occasion. The crowd buzzes with excitement and people exclaim, "Oh my, this is the #1 floral mansion with a total value of up to 1.6 billion. Is Chairman Kim really inherits from a prestigious family, a sugar mama taking care of her lover?" Upon hearing people refer to her like that, Kim Ji-soo is taken aback and denies, "No, it's not like that." A girl's voice, dripping with sarcasm, questions, "Chairman Kim, is this mansion really yours? When the Vinhomes Villa complex opened for sale, my father and I went to check it out. They said the #1 mansion was bought by a Mr. Do. I heard he's over 40 years old." The girl speaking is Du Shi-yeon, a propaganda minister of the student union and Kim Ji-soo's rival. What does Du Shi-yeon mean by that? How could Ji-soo deceive you all? Sha-yeon's boyfriend chimes in, "Sha-yeon is not wrong. Mr. Do used to organize birthday parties for his daughter here. I was fortunate to attend, and his daughter is already 12 years old. The crowd immediately began to gossip. Mr. Do, isn't this mansion owned by Chairman Kim? Could it be that Kim Jisoo is being financially supported? I have heard that Kim Jisoo's family background isn't bad, but having this kind of mansion is quite extravagant. Kim Jisoo, in anger, slams her hand on the property certificate, exclaiming, "Take a look at whose name is written on this ownership document." The white paper in black ink clearly states that the property owner is Kim Jisoo, not jointly owned property, but personal property. The girl beside her consoles, some people just like to give others a hard time. It's really incomprehensible. Seeing the property confirmation document, a few girls quickly changed their attitudes. Why would Chairman Kim be such a shameless woman with a thick face? Chairman Kim, start a live stream to earn money? Guide us. Chairman Kim is so wealthy and free, even before graduating. Truly impressive. Kim Jisoo modestly responds, "No, it's just luck." Inside, Kim Jisoo is feeling anxious and worried. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is there a traffic jam? Just as they mentioned him, he arrived. A luxury car stopped at a distance from the mansion. Park Jimin slowly stepped out of the car with a stuffed animal in hand, saying, "Tonight, Chairman Kim invited many classmates, so I should park a bit far away to avoid unnecessary attention." As the young man walked towards the mansion, suddenly, Park Jimin noticed danger. A yellow Ferrari 488 raced down the road. In a split second, it almost collided with the young man. Furious, Park Jimin scolded, "Is there a need to drive so fast?" The Ferrari abruptly stopped in front of the mansion. Other classmates were astonished. It's a Ferrari 488. Could it be President Kwon arriving? Indeed, it's Kwon, the student president. That's his car, worth over 400 million for sure. The guy with the last name Kwon slowly stepped out of the car. At this moment, he was on the phone saying, "Yeah, that's right. The #1 mansion in the Vin Homes area. Park your cars inside in a bit." The young man behind Park Jae-min was curious. This guy was the handsome and wealthy Kwon Jae-young, the scion of the Kwon family, one of the prestigious families in Gyeongbokgung. Pausing his call, Kwon Jae-young glanced at Park Jimin. Seeing the bewildered, seemingly impoverished look on his face, Kwon Jae-young showed a disdainful expression, silently thinking, "What's with Kim Jisoo inviting this dirty rat to the birthday party?" Seeing Park Jimin holding the tiny teddy bear, the guy with the last name Kwon silently criticized, "Giving a teddy bear as a birthday gift is so outdated. It's 2023, not 1993. How old-fashioned." Spotting Park Jimin, Kim Jisoo joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, you're here. I've been waiting for you half a day." Both young men, upon hearing Kim Jisoo, simultaneously turned their heads to look. Thinking that Kim Jisoo was calling him, Mr. Kwon felt very pleased. Seeing Kim Jisoo, Kwon Jae-young extended both hands, his eyes gleaming, and he walked over to hug her. "Hi, Kim Jisoo. Happy birthday." Unexpectedly, Kim Jisoo bent down to avoid him, heading straight to Park Jimin. The main guy handed a teddy bear to Kim Jisoo, saying, "Jisoo, happy birthday. This gift is for you. Do you like it?" "Thank you." Kwon Jae-young was infuriated, almost going crazy. He looked at both of them with fiery eyes. Seeing the birthday gift was a cheap teddy bear, the onlookers began to gossip. "Am I dreaming? The Ice Queen has melted. I bet if I gave Chairman Kim a 2001 coin, she wouldn't be as happy. Look at your brother. Park Jae-min gave Chairman Kim a Prada bag worth over 20,000 and Chairman Kim refused right on the spot." Park Jae-min's face turned green. Kwon Jae-young, with an angry expression, thought to himself, "I've been pursuing Kim Jisoo for so long, and I still haven't gained much attention. Now there's even a rat beside her." After waiting for the right moment to express his feelings to the beauty, the gift car had finally arrived. He thought to himself, "This is my chance." Approaching Kim Jisoo, Kwon Jae-young said, "Kim Jisoo, I also have a gift I want to give you. You will definitely love it. Take a look." Kim Jisoo exclaimed in surprise, unsure of what was inside, but seeing the three men carrying it, she became intrigued. It was a black box covered with a piece of fabric. Kwon Jae-young glanced at Park Jimin with satisfaction, thinking, "Rats belong in the sewer. I'll show you what class difference means. This is a Yamaha CF6 professional performance piano, officially imported. I want you to understand the difference in class. This is the most suitable gift for the host of tonight's party." Kim Jisoo looked at the gift in silence. He continued, "Kim Jisoo, happy birthday. This is a special gift I prepared for you. Do you like it?" Kim Jisoo, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched her hair. "I do like it, but this piano is worth millions of dollars. It's too expensive. I will transfer the money back to Headmaster Kwon. I appreciate it, but it's really not necessary." Kwon Jae-young, as he spoke, sat down at the piano, playing a piece of music. In addition to the piano I gave you today, I also have a song I want to dedicate to you, one that I wrote myself. The crowd on the other side began to admire. Oh my, Headmaster Kwon is about to play the piano. Since he held a solo concert in Vienna last year, this is the first public piano performance. Hey, tonight is truly special. I'll live stream it for the sisters in the class. Kwon Jae-yong's hands played the piano skillfully, creating a melodious and profound sound that excited the group of women even more. Amazing. The sound of the headmaster's piano heals the soul. He and President Kim are truly a perfect match. Ha ha ha. That's right. Headmaster Kwon and President Kim, I ship them actively. Thank you, Headmaster Kwon. Your piano playing is excellent. I feel inferior. Kim Ji-soo praised you too much. You're just a baiting gem. Having said that, Kwon Jae-young looked at Park Jamin and said, this fellow student can impress Kim Ji-soo, perhaps by showcasing some talent, right? Park Jamin was astute enough to catch Kwon Jae-young's intention. It seems like this guy wants to embarrass me. After some thought, Park Jimin looked at him and said, sure, if the headmaster wants me to play, I'll satisfy his wish. Hearing this, Kim Ji-soo was surprised, thinking, does Park Jimin know how to play the piano? The group of sisters continued to chatter excitedly. This guy looks like a gangster, but he also knows how to play the piano. Weird, maybe Headmaster Kwon is teaching him. Let's see the drama unfold. Hit! This kid will lose face tonight. In reality, our male lead doesn't actually know how to play the piano. Park Jimin raised an eyebrow and began to bluff. If I know how to play, I'll improvise. At this point, the system also announced, checking, you don't have the piano skill. Enhancing this skill requires an additional 10 enhancement points. Park Jimin sat back, smirking to himself. Using attribute points makes me skyrocket. What's on your mind, sweetheart? The system enhanced my piano experience to 55. The sound of Park Jimin's piano echoed, surprising Kwon Jae-young. What's going on? This kid's demeanor has changed. As Park Jimin's hands moved across the keys, it resembled a true piano player. The male lead chose to play the same song Kwon Jae-young had just played. He suddenly exclaimed, his face changing. This isn't the song I played. How is this possible? No one can remember the entire piece of music in such a short time. Park Jimin glanced at the confidently self-assured Kwon Jae-young, thinking, even with that surprise, the real masterpiece is yet to come. The hands of the male lead moved faster now, the music emanating from the piano making Kwon Jae-young realized he's picking up the pace so fast, yet not a single note is wrong. Kwon Jae-young, now sweating profusely, stared at Park Jimin, muttering, playing one instrument but feeling like a do here. Kim Ji-soo's classmates were in awe, each staring at Park Jimin without blinking. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How can there be four hands? Could it be some long-lost magic trick the teacher once mentioned? The high-speed legato technique of Beethoven. Mastering this cruel technique requires indomitable will and an innate talent that can't be lacking in any aspect. Once mastered, each played note is extremely precise and intense, touching everyone's heart like a Gatling, ruthlessly attacking the listener's soul. The music became intense, and Park Jamin, pulling his hands vigorously to both sides of the piano, concluded the piece. The male lead sighed lightly. It's done. The entire room suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Everyone looked at Park Jimin as if he were an extraterrestrial being visiting Earth. After finishing playing the piano, Park Jimin took out a pack of cigarettes. He placed a cigarette on the piano strings and pulled it sharply to create a distinctive and cool aroma of tobacco. Afterward, he walked over to pat the shoulders of the headmaster in consolation, saying, Jae-young, actually, your skill is excellent. Keep trying, and you will achieve success. Handing a lit cigarette to Jae-young, Park Jimin continued, however, a piano is a means to express one's heart, not a toy used for power struggles and jealousy. Saying this, he walked away, leaving Jae-young standing there in silence, muttering, all right. People around were amazed, commenting, profound and unpredictable, such talent. No wonder President Kim looks at him differently. That's right, he's already dug his own pit. Teacher Kwon set himself up. Ha. This time, Teacher Kwon kicked an iron plate. Meeting a genuine master, he brought humiliation upon himself. Kim Ji-soo looked at Park Jimin with an immensely admiring gaze. Indeed, I did mistake the person. Park Jimin not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also a profound artistic cultivation, like a towering 23-story building. This man is truly a treasure among treasures, a genuine and precious son. The system immediately announced Kim Ji-soo's favorability increased by 5, Simp Lord target number 3. Favorability towards the breakthrough target increased by 95 points. Congratulations on the successful counterattack by the master. Upon receiving the notification, Park Jamin was extremely surprised. Congratulations on the master's piano mastery reaching level 60. Kim Jisoo transforms into the Master's Simp Lord, rewarded with 26 enhancement points. Simp Lord target number 8 spends a total of 78.16 million Simp Lord coins, rewarding the Master with 7.18 million yuan. The young man, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, the biggest refund after 6 million. His expression at this moment was quite amusing. Buying this mansion is truly worthwhile, and there are still 25 enhancement points left. As the young man was contemplating the enhancement points, he suddenly heard a call. Park Jimin, you've truly surprised me a lot. Park Jimin looked over, and Kim Jisoo had nestled into the young man's arms, saying, I'm really happy tonight. The young man teased lightly, consider it as your second gift to me. How should President Kim express her gratitude to you? Kim Jisoo blushed at this remark. You're really annoying. In stark contrast to Kim Jisoo's emotions, Ji Young's face appeared blank, looking dumbfounded and terrifying. Tears streamed down his face, and he still held the cigarette in his mouth like no one else. After everyone left, he sat alone in a daze. I've completely lost. Surprisingly, everyone was astonished. Oh, that's Park Min-young, Sister Min-young. She's here too. Park Jimin, upon hearing the 3 words Park Min-young, was also very curious. As the figure of Park Min-young appeared from outside the door, the top-ranked beauty for 4 consecutive years entered. Oh my goddess, the first time I've seen the real person. Seeing Park Min-young, people started gossiping the beauty Park Min-young standing first in the beauty rankings for 4 consecutive years. At the same time, she is the president of the student union at Harvard, but her most famous characteristic is not her beauty, but her hostile attitude towards her male classmates. Whenever she enters, all the guys tremble. So many people speculate that Park Min-young is a lesbian, and because she and Vice President Kim Jisoo both have high beauty values, many people pair them up. But according to Park Min-young's roommate, when she was young, she was once kidnapped. Even though the police arrived in time, nothing happened to her, but she developed a strong hatred for boys because of that incident. At this moment, Kim Jisoo held Park Jimin's hand and asked, Park Jimin, do you find Sister Min-young beautiful, or do you find me beautiful? Park Jimin replied with a sentence that made the girl want to faint. In the vast sea of 3,000, I only choose one. In my heart, you are the most beautiful. At first glance, Park Jimin knew, a woman like Park Min-young, I would rather keep my distance. Looking at her flawless face, I only want to be a simp lord, not a playboy. Seeing Park Min-young approaching, Kim Jisoo called out loudly, over here, Sister Min-young, come over here, you're late. Park Jimin looked surprised and thought to himself as he observed Kim Jisoo, why bother calling her over? Apologize for the traffic, Kim Jisoo, it's fine. Let me introduce, this is Park Jimin. Oh, Park Jimin, say hello. Sister Min-young had heard about him for a while. You're the one who played the piano. Yes, I've heard that you become quite popular at school lately, teasing bees and butterflies everywhere, flirting with many girls. People like you, talented but morally rotten. Just met and already received harsh criticism. Park Jimin felt like he was pierced by several arrows through the heart. Does this lady have a problem? Aware of Sister Min-young's straightforward personality, Kim Jisoo hugged Park Jimin tightly, saying, Sister Min-young is like that, tough on the outside but soft-hearted. Don't take it to heart. At this moment, the system sent another notification. Simp Lord action initiated. Name, Park Min-young, 22 years old, height 171 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms. Beauty score, 23 points. Female students' favorability towards the protagonist, minus 80 points. Upon successful counterattack, you'll be rewarded 10% of the Simp Lord expenditure, 35 enhancement points, and the combat proficiency skill bonus. Park Jimin almost wanted to cry out loud to this system. Are you broken? Last time, it was Seo Hyeon, and now it's Park Min-young. I don't want to simp for her, and what's this minus 80 favorability? I only said one sentence to her, how can the favorability be minus 80 points? After being frustrated with the system for a while, Park Jimin secretly looked at Park Min-young and thought, could it be that I'm really a lustful person? Perhaps being a lustful person is just the system after all. Tonight, the mansion of Kim Jisoo glittered with lights and the birthday song echoed. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. With candles lit, Kim Jisoo closed her eyes in prayer. Afterward, she performed the cake-cutting ceremony, sharing the cake with everyone, saying, eat lots of cake and let's have a joyful celebration today. While distributing cake to everyone, Park Min-young leaned into Kim Jisoo's ear and whispered, Kim Jisoo, do you have a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Not knowing what it was about, Kim Jisoo could only follow Min-young. Kim Jisoo, I feel that you should maintain some distance from Park Jimin in the future. Why? There's no specific reason. Park Jimin is entangled with many girls in the school, and I hope you won't get caught in the shameless guy's romantic whirlpool. Moreover, I'm about to graduate, and I plan to pass on the position of student union president to you, emphasized Park Min-young. Hearing this, Kim Ji-soo was surprised. Make me the president. She recalled before Min-young and I argued a lot about student union matters, neither of us yielding. But now, she wants me to take on the role of president. Could it be that Min-young is really a lesbian, as the rumors say, and she noticed us early on? In Kim Ji-soo's mind, numerous intimate images with Park Min-young suddenly appeared. Goosebumps covered her skin as she exclaimed, Min-young, I truly always respect you. My abilities are not sufficient to lead some student union. Moreover, Park Jimin is not as you think. Before Kim Ji-soo could finish her sentence, Park Min-young coldly interjected, your point is clear. You don't need more words. As time passed, Park Min-young approached even closer, making Kim Ji-soo more uncomfortable. Love opens one's eyes. Look at your current appearance, far from that of a senior official in the student union, embodying seriousness and discipline. Actually, I've been considering resigning from the student union. That way I could spend more time with Park Jimin. How foolish of me to act like this. Where is my sense of responsibility and career? Shameless people truly cause significant harm. At this point, Park Min-young's favorability continued to decrease by 5 points, then another 5, reaching a current -90. Upon seeing the notification that Park Jimin was eating a pastry, she coughed a few times. The male lead responded, Hey, what's going on, Granny? Are you teasing me again? Is eating a pastry a crime now? The favorability has dropped by another 10 points. As the party came to an end, Kim Ji-soo bid farewell to everyone, saying, Has your ride arrived? Be careful on the way. Thank you, everyone. Noticing that Park Jimin was about to leave, Kim Ji-soo quickly said, Park Jimin, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Leaving the venue, Park Jimin muttered to himself, after President Kim's favorability is full, she becomes cuter day by day. Just because we agreed to officially go watch a movie tomorrow. I thought she was asking me to stay overnight. Just the thought of it made the male lead's nose bleed. While walking, Park Jimin suddenly heard someone crying, Hoo-hoo. Park Jimin looked around and saw Kwon Jae-young leaning against a car, crying. What's the point of practicing the piano? Hoo-hoo. Park Jimin thought to himself, Isn't that Senior Kwon Jae-young? Why hasn't he left yet? I thought I encountered a crying ghost. Thinking settled, the male lead walked over and shouted, Hello, Senior Kwon. Startled, Kwon Jae-young jumped up. You, it's Park Jimin. Senior Kwon remembers my name. Truly down to earth. It's just losing in a piano match. What's there to cry about? Park Jimin thought he loses something that the system can add points to without losing face. Upon hearing that, Kwon Jae-young immediately asked, What do you mean? Is that look, that expression of yours looking down on me? No. Senior Kwon is too sensitive. I had a bit too much for dinner, so I'm a bit full. As Park Jimin walked away, Jae-young thought to himself, I admit that you're good at playing the piano. So what? My family background, wealth, and social status are beyond your reach, even if you ride a horse. The young man listed his possessions in his mind to comfort his current sadness. There's the elderly necklace, 38,500 yuan. The vest, 48,000 yuan. The belt, 18,000 yuan. The Ferrari, 4 million. And the gutsy pants, 17,000 yuan. Feeling a sudden surge of confidence, he extended his hand to unlock the car, saying, Park Jimin, judging by your impoverished appearance, perhaps you can't afford a cab. How about I, out of compassion, give you a lift? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Park Jimin opening the door and stepping into the red Ferrari. Kwon Jae-young exclaimed in surprise, You! Now realizing that he was completely outmatched by Park Jimin in every aspect, he collapsed, saying, What can I rely on? Wearing a street stall outfit while driving a Ferrari Rafa, even the heavens are blind. Getting into the car, Park Jimin kept thinking about Kim Ji-soo's movie invitation. What should we watch tomorrow? Wolf Warrior 6 or The Wandering Earth 7? Should I wear a short-sleeved shirt or a tank top? While driving for a bit, Park Jimin spotted Park Min-young standing by the roadside. Isn't that Min-young? Waiting alone, and the temperature difference between day and night is significant this season. Wearing so little, she might catch a cold. But what does it have to do with me? This goddess should freeze. Having thought that, the male lead breezed past like the wind. Goodbye, Min-young. If you're good at reducing 5 points of favorability, I don't care. However, as he drove past and looked back in the rearview mirror, Park Jimin saw some unfamiliar faces flirting with Park Min-young. What's going on? The beauty is alone. It's dangerous at night. Do you need us to be your bodyguards? Free of charge. Just play with us, and you're good, heh. Park Min-young, not one to be trifled with, retorted. What are you guys doing? If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Those men not only showed no fear, but also casually laughed, ha ha ha, calling the police. Ha ha, she wants to call the police. A girl with such a strong personality must have a good time playing around. Before he could finish his sentence, Park Min-young kicked him right in the cabbage. In extreme pain, he groaned for a few moments, his face turning beet red and his little bird looking like it wanted to fly out of its shell. Then Park Min-young turned and ran, saying, "Oh, Scene, are you okay? Scene, what's up? Catch this guy for me, don't run, stop." Running away, Park Min-young thought to herself, a bunch of despicable scoundrels, if there were so many of them. With my combat skills, I could definitely make them cry and regret their actions. Suddenly, Park Jimin appeared in front of her, making her jump. "Are you okay?" It's him. At this moment, the gang of thugs caught up, yelling, "You demon, keep running. Today, I'll teach a troublemaker like you a lesson." As he mentioned Scene's name, he twisted his face, bringing his hand down to check his injured cabbage. Park Min-young looked at them with disdainful eyes. Over the years, she had regarded such men this way. No good comes from these shameless, low-class men. Even this Park Jimin is the same. If it weren't for him, I would have escaped a long time ago. Excess in deeds is as harmful as deficiency. Park Jimin looked at the gang of thugs and gently advised, "That's enough, guides. Society and the law are not the places for your bravado. I'll give you 2 minutes to leave." The guy named Scene smirked, "A hero rescuing a beauty? I'm not going anywhere." Truly, some people only appreciate a good beating when they see an empty coffin and feel the cool breeze under the moonlight. After dealing with the whole bunch, Park Jimin brushed off his hands, saying, "People, it's always better to take advice." Then he turned back to ask Park Min-young, "Min-young, are you okay?" At this moment, the system sent a notification. Park Min-young's favorability rating is -5. Park Jimin was furious. The current favorability rating was -95 points. He looked at Park Min-young as if he wanted to devour her alive, saying, "I can't understand what's happening. I saved someone and still got my favorability reduced." When Park Min-young felt her goodwill diminish, she looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of hatred. It was as if she wanted to shriek him into hundreds of pieces to express her anger. Park Jimin, on the other hand, was at a loss about how to appease her. On one hand, he felt uneasy and thought to himself, "My senior saved her. Isn't that enough? If her goodwill doesn't increase, why does it have to decrease? In my senior's eyes, what's the difference between a -95 and a positive score? If I had known this earlier, I would have let her face her own demise." Truly, doing good brings resentment. Meanwhile, Park Min-young observed the group of ruffians lying unconscious on the ground. Afterward, she looked at Park Jimin and questioned coldly, "Park Jimin, do you find joy in doing this? Do you think I'm like other knave girls, easily deceived by you? Please, next time you play the hero, act a bit more convincingly. I was just waiting for a ride when I encountered those thugs, and then you conveniently appeared just in time to play the hero. You overestimate your intelligence and underestimate mine." At this point, Park Min-young unexpectedly stepped forward, grabbed his shirt, and began speaking with a fierce and threatening tone. "Kim Ji-so sacrificed her position as the student council president for you. You dare to plot against me. You wretch, you make me sick." After hearing this, Park Jimin appeared at a loss for how to explain. Truly, he hadn't expected Park Min-young to be so quick-witted. She believed that these individuals were there because Park Jimin had invited them, intentionally collaborating with him to stage a drama. In reality, the idea of handling 8 people in a minute was unbelievable. Even Park Min-young, with her exceptional background, recognized that Park Jimin was putting on an act in front of her. As Park Jimin pondered this, he had to breathe in oxygen urgently, thinking, "This guy's imagination is too much, isn't it? Is he delusional?" Subsequently, Park Jimin attempted to explain, "It's not true. The student council president can confirm. I actually have no acquaintance with these people." However, before Park Jimin could finish his sentence, Park Min-young directly shattered his words, saying, "No need for explanations. The truth is clear before my eyes. I hope next time you won't play such childish games. Otherwise, it will only make me hate you more. And I hope you treat Kim Ji-soo with respect. If you deceive her again, I'll make sure you regret it." After Park Min-young finished speaking, she immediately left, leaving Park Jimin standing there bewildered. He had no intention of chasing after her or offering further explanation, simply watching her silhouette, silently reminding himself, misunderstanding begets misunderstanding. At that moment, Park Jimin felt extremely angry, but didn't know how to vent. Fortunately, Puka also regained consciousness. As he sat up, holding his head in pain, Park Jimin promptly punched him again and angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, this unlucky woman. Don't cause any more trouble next time. Whatever I hit just now, let it be." Park Jimin's anger swelled, muttering to himself a few words before turning and walking away. Meanwhile, Puka lay motionless on the ground, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Park Jimin blamed the unlucky guy, thinking next time he would burn incense before going out. He walked away feeling, well, this girl seems to have a serious psychological disorder, overly cautious. It's best not to tease her, or else there will be trouble. Moreover, she is also a lesbian. Indeed, there is no perfect woman in this world. Park Jimin drove back to school, muttering to himself as he went, truly unlucky, taking a step back. And the more I think, the angrier I become. I really gave her face back there. Originally, Park Jimin didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore, but it lingered like a persistent fly buzzing in his head, making him furious. Just then, the phone rang. My story begins with you. Because of you, I learned patience, and because of you, I gave up my bad habits, he mumbled while retrieving his phone from his pocket. Who could it be at this hour? Upon checking, he discovered that Yang Weebai was calling him. Park Jimin was quite surprised. He hadn't expected a call at this late hour. Yang Weebai continued calling. As he answered, Yang Weebai hurriedly asked, "Hello, Park Jimin, do you have time tomorrow?" "Oh, what's going on?" "Oh, well, I don't have class tomorrow, and I wanted to invite you to watch a movie." Upon hearing that Yang Weebai wanted to watch a movie together, Park Jimin exclaimed in surprise. He was left gaping, not knowing how to respond. In his mind, Park Jimin began to ponder. Tomorrow, Kim Jisoo also invited me to watch a movie, and now Yang Weebai here wants to watch a movie with me too. What a coincidence. Why do these things overlap like this? The crucial point is that both girls took the initiative to invite him, and moreover, it's the first time they both want to watch a movie with him. It's really hard to refuse. Before he could decline, Yang Weebai choked up and added, "This is the first time I've asked you to watch a movie. Please don't reject me." After Yang Weebai said that, it was truly difficult for Park Jimin to refuse. After a bit of calculation, he decided to agree, saying, "Tomorrow, right? No problem. How could I reject Yang Weebai's request? However, I have a bit of work tomorrow, so I might not have a lot of time. It's okay if you have something else, just arrange it. I'll let you know when I'm free." Yang Weebai seemed to understand, not pressing for more. Park Jimin also didn't want to continue finding excuses, saying, "Moreover, watching 2 movies in a day is quite comfortable in terms of time. If it's the same day, let it be the same day. So 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, that's fine. A talented person should be willing to make an effort, right?" The next morning at dawn, Park Jimin went to school as usual. In the afternoon, he had plans to watch a movie with Kim Jisoo and Park Min-young. However, as people often say, man proposes, God disposes, a significant change occurred. When the clock struck noon and Park Jimin was having lunch in the school cafeteria, Song Joong-ki suddenly called. As soon as he answered, Jimin could hear Song Joong-ki's distressed groans, his voice filled with despair. "Jimin, you high-rai rejected me." Park Jimin looked extremely skeptical and asked, "What happened this time? Didn't you just break up with Lee Sung-gae and now another you high-rai appears?" Song Joong-ki in tears explained, "I wanted to forget about Lee Sung-gae, so I sought another girlfriend. This girl is beautiful and outstanding. Plus, she studies in the same language department as Yang Weebai. Jimin, but today she rejected my invitation to watch a movie, and I've already bought the tickets. Can you accompany me?" Park Jimin truly didn't know what to say at this moment. He couldn't mention that he also had plans to watch a movie with 2 other girls today. After some thought, he agreed as he and Song Joong-ki had a friendship of over 10 years. It was also an opportunity to spend some time at his place. After finishing his meal around 1 p.m., he immediately drove to the entrance of Seoul University. Upon arrival, Park Jimin promptly sent a text message to Song Joong-ki. "What's going on, My-yoon? Hurry up, I'm here waiting for you." As Park Jimin sat in the car waiting, a slight bitter smile crossed his face. Thought today was just about watching 2 movies. Turns out it's 3. Plans are changing rapidly. Well, Ma-yoon is my brother after all. Back in the days when I had no money, Sung-jae always helped me out. Park Jimin encouraged himself, and then he began to calculate reasonable time, avoiding any accidents on the road. Adding Song Joong-ki to the mix, I'll have to postpone the time with Kim Jisoo a bit. Initially, I planned to allocate time for comfort, but now I have to manage this situation. After analyzing for a while, he arranged his schedule as follows. At 2 p.m., I'll watch a movie with Sung-gae. In the afternoon at 5 p.m., I'll watch a movie with Kim Jisoo. I think this time is quite fitting, not too early nor too late. The movie should end around 7 p.m., and I can invite her for a meal, then find an excuse to leave. At 8 p.m., I'll watch a movie with Yang Weebai. Feeling settled, Park Jimin sighed and thought to himself, want to organize the time reasonably, but today can only be like this a day with 3 movie sessions. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the car door suddenly opened. Park Jimin thought it was Sung-ji and turned to say, "My-yoon, you're a bit late." However, what met his eyes was a girl he didn't recognize. Not only that, but she casually got into the car and started doing her makeup. Park Jimin, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Ah, who are you?" She pretended to panic and replied, "Oh, sorry. I was so absorbed in my makeup that I got into the wrong car." Park Jimin could tell she was doing it intentionally, mainly because he was driving a Ferrari, leading to such a significant misunderstanding. Afterwards, Park Jimin responded coldly, "No problem, get off the car and be more careful next time." She opened the car door to get out, but suddenly turned back and said, "Little brother, even though I got into the wrong car, who knows, I might meet the man of my dreams." Speaking out loud, but in her mind, she was thinking, "Get off the car, huh? If I get off, how can I possibly flirt with him? He drives such a luxurious car and looks handsome like this. I can't miss this chance." After considering, she decided to take out her phone and open her WeChat account. Then, facing Park Jimin in the front seat, she said, "Little brother, can you have my WeChat? I think we match well." The intention was too obvious, but Park Jimin remained steadfast in the midst of life's myriad changes. Despite holding the phone, he deliberately said, "Oh, it's inconvenient. I don't have a phone." How could she resist? Park Jimin stopped her in her tracks. Looking at the phone in Park Jimin's hand, she felt a bit frustrated, but she understood the message. Subsequently, Park Jimin added coldly, "Haha, unlike Ma Yoon, a traditional man who adheres to societal norms doesn't have independent thoughts. Men of our generation will never fall into the traps set by women." She listened with extreme anger. While opening the car door, she loudly exclaimed, "Fine, I give up. I'm getting off the car." At the same moment, Song Joong-ki walked out from the school gate and coincidentally witnessed this scene. He was a bit startled and immediately asked, "Hi, Rai, what are you doing here?" Park Jimin and Yoo Hai-ri were both stunned, simultaneously turning to him and saying, "Song Joong-ki." Song Joong-ki couldn't imagine Yoo Hai-ri was with Park Jimin, and he couldn't accept it. His face turned pale, and he asked, "Didn't you say you had to visit your mother in the hospital this afternoon? So you can't go to the movies with me. Now you're in his car? Could it be that you too?" Listening to this, Park Jimin understood the situation. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse silently. Damn, it turns out this girl rejected Ma Yoon. He won't misunderstand, will he? Indeed, in this situation, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, Yoo Hai-ri used the excuse of refusing to go to the movies with Song Joong-ki, and now she was in Park Jimin's car, making the situation awkward. Park Jimin immediately got out of the car and turned to Song Joong-ki, saying, "Ma Yoon, listen to my explanation. Song Joong-ki quickly grasped the situation after a moment of thought. Park Jimin just drove here, sent a text to him 5 minutes ago. It's 100% Yoo Hai-ri taking the initiative to pursue Park Jimin. After Song Joong-ki finished analyzing, he immediately interrupted Park Jimin, who was speaking. Indeed, the two are strangers and have no relationship. He didn't think that, despite her innocent appearance, she would create such a situation. Then, Song Joong-ki angrily pointed at Yoo Hai-ri and interrogated, "Hi, Rai, you saw my friend driving a Ferrari, so you wanted to pursue him. But he didn't like you, so he asked you to get off the car. The two have no relationship. It's entirely because you desperately clung to my friend, isn't it?" Park Jimin nodded in agreement as if confirming, "Ah, that's right. Absolutely right. Seong-gi, get on the car." Song Joong-ki gave her a sideways glance, then turned and got into the car, slamming the door without any sympathy. Yoo Hai-ri asked hesitantly, "Song Joong-ki, how do you keep making wealthy friends like this?" But in her perception, he's not some guy in tattered clothes, living on only 800 yuan for living expenses each month. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have refused his invitation to watch a movie today. At this moment, Yoo Hai-ri looked at Song Joong-ki with a bit of admiration. On the way, noticing Song Joong-ki's sadness, Park Jimin took the opportunity to share some philosophical insights. Money is the measure of a person's value. Having money means having power. Money is the door to all opportunities. Without money, everything becomes difficult. After hearing this, Song Joong-ki felt that Park Jimin's words were quite profound, and he relaxed a bit in his heart. Soon, Park Jimin and Song Joong-ki arrived at the enchanting cinema. Here, Park Jimin noticed that the majority of people were couples, with a few pairs of sisters. Only he and Song Jae were the two lone males relying on this cinema. Song Joong-ki's mood was similar to Park Jimin's. He felt countless curious eyes looking at him and Park Jimin. But looking at everyone, each in their couples, made him feel a bit like crying. Then he confided in Park Jimin, "Jimin and I too, Knave. How do you always manage to attract high-class girls while my love life is always so unlucky?" Park Jimin didn't want to dwell on this issue too much, but still responded to him, "I don't really know about that. But if I were to say, why should women pursue men? What's so noble about men that women have to pursue them? Do men have some kind of ancestral altar to worship?" At this moment, two girls behind them observed Park Jimin and Song Joong-ki with a somewhat amusing look. Then they turned to each other and whispered, "Those two are so strange, two guys going to the movies together. Hey, whisper a bit they might be gay. Although they spoke in hushed tones, it seemed like the two girls wanted Park Jimin and Song Joong-ki to hear this mocking remark. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin's mouth curled into a smile, and he deliberately spoke a bit louder for the two girls behind to hear. The faster you reveal your needs, the more vulnerable you become. The dating scene is like a battlefield. It's not all fun and games. The more you flatter, the more women feel you're pathetic. The key is the tactics, but whether you are strong enough. Giving money to women to spend is a foolish man. Being a provider is what makes a real man. Song Joong-ki, upon hearing this, felt like his entire circulatory system had just been unclogged. His mind became remarkably clear, as if in a state of enlightenment. What you said is absolutely right. After understanding the intricacies of the world, he excitedly grasped Park Jimin's hand, imploring, Master, disciple has gained enlightenment. Please teach you the ways to become stronger. This scene caught the attention, creating an intense excitement for the two girls nearby, who whispered they were about to get married. Park Jimin, feeling flustered, said, Ma Yoon, calm down, don't do this. People are watching. However, Park Jimin soon adopted a nonchalant attitude, going along with Song Joong-ki's mood. Ma Yoon, I have nothing to teach you. I'm just a bit more handsome, a bit wealthier, and have a few more girlfriends. In reality, you, struggling like this, are quite perplexing to us ordinary men. Song Joong-ki glared with disdain, feeling a bit annoyed that Park Jimin was deliberately showing off. Then, in a cold tone, he said, Jimin, stop talking. If you keep going, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist stabbing you to death. Having said this, the two focused on the movie in front of them. After leaving the theater, Song Joong-ki looked at Park Jimin and said with a smile, talking with you, Jimin, makes me feel much better. Lately, I've been bothered, always worried that I might. Park Jimin didn't pay much attention to his words, glancing at his phone to see it was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Turning to Song Joong-ki, he interrupted, saying, don't talk about this later. If you want to repay me, do it right now. Having said that, Park Jimin paused, then earnestly took Song Joong-ki's hand and continued, in about 2 hours, call me. Consider it as you've done me a big favor. For him, the fact that Park Jimin came to watch a movie with him today was already deeply appreciated. Immediately, Song Joong-ki nodded in agreement, but still had a bit of curiosity, asking, calling is fine. Why? The two girls beside them were still caught up in this scene, gleefully commenting, I'm telling you, those two are definitely a couple. The girl next to them, who had yet to have a boyfriend, sighed, what's wrong with this era? Why don't handsome guys like female students? After giving advice to Song Joong-ki, Park Jimin didn't explain further and quickly left, thinking to himself, why? Of course, it's to have a reason to escape from Kim Ji-soo and then go on another date. Exiting the enchanting movie theater, he went straight to the IMAX cinema. When he reached the parking lot, he hurriedly ran towards it. From a distance, Park Jimin saw Kim Ji-soo waiting for him and silently thought, luckily, I made it in time. This was the first time they were going to watch a movie together, so she arrived at the cinema very early. Not only that, but Kim Ji-soo looked exceptionally beautiful today, with a hot figure that left Park Jimin stunned for a while. After a moment, Kim Ji-soo, feeling impatient, glanced at her watch and muttered, it's starting in half an hour. Why hasn't Park Jimin arrived yet? Kim Ji-soo stood waiting for Park Jimin at the cinema entrance, causing many male students to be strongly shaken in their hearts. Some couldn't resist and approached her a bit. Finally, there were boys who couldn't bear the beauty and took the initiative to introduce themselves. Hello, little sister, greetings. My name is Sun Sung Woo. I've seen you standing here for half a day. Can I add you on WeChat? Although it's a bit abrupt, if I don't take the initiative today, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Please, please. Kim Ji-soo was somewhat surprised to hear the man open his mouth asking for her WeChat. However, when she turned to look, she saw a tall and incredibly handsome young man greeting her with a very polite attitude, making it hard for others to feel aversion. Kim Ji-soo politely declined, saying, I'm sorry, I have another appointment and it's not convenient. He didn't appear disappointed at all, his expression naturally agreeing with her tenfold. Little sister, it's genuinely inconvenient. I might become a disturbance for you, but I'm not a bad person. I just want to add you on WeChat. I won't bother your date. If you find me annoying, you can delete me. Consider it fulfilling one of my wishes. Upon hearing this, Kim Ji-soo began to waver. His words were too clever, his language sincere, and his demeanor convincing. The final statement, you can delete me, was indeed a masterstroke. He relinquished all control to Kim Ji-soo, skillfully curtailing any sophisticated retorts. It was undoubtedly the move of a seasoned player in the game of life. Park Jimin, feeling quite uneasy after hearing this, stepped forward to pat the smooth talker on the shoulder from behind. Then, with a wink, he said, your friend has been rejected and persisting will make a difference. Come on, let me show you how to impress someone. After Park Jimin finished speaking, he immediately approached Kim Ji-soo. His actions resembled that of a wild beast, forcefully pinning her against the wall, leaving Kim Jisoo somewhat startled. He then leaned in, looking directly into her eyes with a flirtatious smile, saying, "Little sister, you are truly beautiful. Can we find a more secluded place to have a deeper conversation?" As soon as Park Jimin finished his sentence, Kim Jisoo blushed and appeared flustered. In her eyes, Park Jimin was a strong and determined man. She looked like a deer caught in the headlights, her face turning rosy. Sun Seung-woo, witnessing Park Jimin's actions, showed disdain, thinking, "Is this all there is? Are you kidding?" In his eyes, Park Jimin appeared to be a skilled womanizer, but in reality, was just an ordinary guy. His techniques lacked sophistication and were somewhat crude. Moreover, his skills were inferior. Adding insult to injury, showing off in front of him was like waving an axe in front of a skilled carpenter, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, what happened next was unexpected. The beauty in front of them smiled and nodded in agreement. She even pulled the rogue away, showing an embarrassed expression. This immediately left Sun Seung-woo utterly shocked. His face turned extremely angry, and he began to doubt the meaning of life, along with his top-notch flirting skills. How could this work? Is this really okay? Could beautiful women also be into this kind of madness? I can't understand. Even the boys who had been observing her since earlier couldn't help but widen their eyes and drop their jaws, falling into a state similar to his. So this works, huh? Sun Seung-woo pondered but found no solution. He decided to add Park Jimin's flirting method to his encyclopedia and eagerly wanted to test it out immediately. Inside the theater, the screening wasn't scheduled to start until 5 p.m., and with half an hour to spare, Kim Jisoo and Park Jimin took their time. First, they went to the ticket counter together, also grabbing 2 drinks. While waiting for the theater to open, a moment later, room number 5 became accessible. After a short wait, the film began. At this point in the movie, it was the most intense scene. The protagonist was using his foot to kick a missile, with the ground cracking and spreading beneath him. It was a highly dramatic and captivating moment, but Park Jimin showed little interest. Each time Kim Jisoo glanced over, she noticed him glued to his phone. Observing this, Kim Jisoo inquired, "Park Jimin, do you like this movie? I see you're constantly on your phone. I thought you might enjoy this genre." In reality, Park Jimin had just finished watching the film with Song Joong-ki. Rewatching it was a bit reluctant for him, but he could still accept it, considering it as a recap of the screenplay. However, when Kim Jisoo asked, Park Jimin couldn't bring himself to say that. He quickly came up with an excuse, saying, "Oh no, it's not as you think. Lately, my family has been a bit busy dealing with some bothersome matters." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is attentive. Quickly, within her mind, she starts to speculate. He has a huge family fortune that needs to be inherited. Surely the pressure must be enormous. We, ordinary people with carefree lives, don't realize how much he silently endures. Everyone sees Park Jimin's extraordinary talent and skills, but they don't know how much sweat and effort he has put into it behind the scenes. He inherits a 50 billion legacy from his family. He plays the piano so well. One can only wonder how much time he spent practicing. He is so skilled. It's the result of rigorous training from childhood. He is an aristocratic heir, someone who has been educated excellently in the noble class, carrying the expectations of the family. But he never complains, only silently bears his responsibilities. Because of this, he often feels restless and anxious. He works so hard, and yet I, for my personal gain, occupy his time to watch a movie with him. I am a selfish and despicable woman. The more Kim Jisoo reflects within herself, the more her heart aches, and the more she feels a pang of conscience. Afterward, she gently took Park Jimin's hand, hoping to console him in some small way. Immediately, Park Jimin sensed Kim Jisoo holding his hand. He turned to glance at her, realizing that something was not quite right. Tears streamed down Kim Jisoo's face like rain, and her sobbing intensified. This sight left Park Jimin puzzled, thinking to himself, why is Kim Jisoo crying like this? This isn't an action movie with gunfire. Why would she cry watching a fight scene? In reality, Park Jimin had been waiting for a call from Song Joong-ki for over 2 hours. However, Song Joong-ki hadn't called him yet. Without that call, Park Jimin couldn't find an excuse to leave. The longer he waited, the more anxious and uneasy he felt. Over 2 hours passed, and finally, the movie came to an end. People often say that at the conclusion of a good movie, one feels a sense of regret. However, for Park Jimin, that extended period felt like a torture. As the screen displayed the end, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, finally, the movie is over. Park Jimin and Kim Jisoo stepped out of the movie theater, and the city was already aglow with dazzling lights. Golden lights adorned the streets, creating a romantic and dreamy atmosphere. This was an ideal time for couples in love. Kim Jisoo looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of affection. She gently took his hand and suggested, "Park Jimin, are you hungry? We should find a place to eat, right? I'm hungry too. How about having dinner together?" Just as she started to speak, the familiar ringtone echoed. For you, I've learned how to be patient. For you, I've abandoned my bad habits. Park Jimin raised his phone and discovered that it was Song Joong-ki's number calling. A joyful smile spread across his face. Ma Yoon is indeed a good friend. The timing of the call is perfect. A good friend will never let you down. Park Jimin answered the phone with excitement. Hello, Joong-ki. What's up? Why does it sound serious? I'll be right there. Beside her, Kim Ji-soo observed his strong reaction and couldn't help but question what's going on. Even Song Joong-ki on the other end doesn't understand what's happening. She felt that this person's words were a bit deceptive and unreliable. Park Jimin hung up the phone, nervously scratched his head, and said, Kim Ji-soo, I might have to leave urgently for something important. My friend has encountered an issue. Hearing this, Kim Ji-soo felt a bit unhappy, but tried to appear understanding. It's okay. If you have something to do, go ahead. I'll be fine. Park Jimin played his part convincingly, making himself look panicked as he hurriedly ran off. Kim Ji-soo watched Park Jimin's hurried departure, and in her mind, she couldn't help but think Park Jimin's friend must be facing something significant. He's truly a man with feelings and principles. Once out of Kim Ji-soo's sight, Park Jimin returned to his car and casually sat down. Holding up his phone, he proudly thought to himself, I am indeed a genius. Next, let's move on to another appointment. Oh, the art of playing hard to get. Yang Webai lives at the International Asian Sea Apartment, a residential building designed and constructed with the highest quality, equipped with world-class facilities and services. It is located quite close to the city center, making it a convenient location. The residents are mostly successful individuals with high social status, making it an ideal choice for those seeking a luxurious, classy, and convenient living space. Following the location shared by Yang Webai, Park Jimin arrived at the apartment building shortly afterward. Upon arrival, he took out his phone and sent a notification to Yang Webai. I've arrived at your rented apartment. Yeah, come down. I'll wait for you for 2 minutes. While waiting, Park Jimin pondered. Finally, only one more appointment left. The whole day has passed like a whirlwind. Next time, I'll definitely not multitask like this again. Leaning against his car, he reflected on how foolishly he get played today, full of regret and self-blame. Suddenly, Yang Weibai's soft voice came from behind. Park Jimin, sorry, did you wait for too long? Park Jimin turned his head towards the source of the sound, and in his line of sight was a girl with shiny long hair, bright fair skin, large round eyes, and a cheerful smile. She was dressed in a white crop top, blue jeans, and white sneakers. The cleverly short top showcased her attractive and lively personality along with an enticing waistline. Upon seeing her, Park Jimin couldn't help but be intrigued. She looks exceptionally beautiful today. Yang, his classmate, had the ability to pull off any style, indeed, a beauty among beauties. Yang Weibai's captivating beauty left Park Jimin somewhat entranced until she approached and reminded him, snapping him out of this mesmerizing trance. Let's go, shall we? Ready to go. As Park Jimin walked alongside her, dark thoughts filled his mind incessantly. If today's date goes smoothly, it might lead to something more with Yang Weibai. After getting in the car, Park Jimin decided to drive to a movie theater quite far away, halfway across Jeonbukgun's hemisphere, also as a precaution to avoid being seen or having an accident in the middle of the road. When they entered the cinema, he tried to stay enthusiastic for a while, but eventually couldn't fake it anymore and openly showed his boredom. Despite Yang Weibai's inquiries, Park Jimin consistently declined to avoid tarnishing his charming image. Having finished the movie, it was already 11:30 p.m. The city adorned itself with a new coat, shimmering and more enchanting than ever. Electric lights from buildings, restaurants, and bars radiated like sparkling beams, transforming the city into a vibrant and colorful painting. Park Jimin began to feel restless and uneasy. Looking at the stunning Yang Weibai beside him, he felt a surge of excitement and his heart beat continuously. Eventually, Park Jimin couldn't resist the urge to boldly take her hand. Yang Weibai's hand was as soft as if it had no bones, making him feel like touching a fluffy cloud, making him want to hold on to it forever. Yang Weibai didn't resist, her face blushed with extreme shyness. Both of them felt a bit awkward, yet their hearts were filled with joy. Despite the late hour, Park Jimin wanted to have a late-night meal with her. They casually found a roadside eatery. Since Park Jimin hadn't eaten anything the whole evening, he had corn at the cinema that made him nauseous. At the restaurant, Park Jimin and Yang Weibai looked like a loving couple enjoying grilled skewers. The two exchanged affectionate glances, engaged in cheerful conversation, and shared laughter, reveling in their happiness. Around 1 a.m., Park Jimin and Yang Weibai finished their late-night meal. Afterward, he drove Yang Weibai back to the Asian Sea International Apartment. Everything had gone smoothly that day, and the unexpected incidents or accidents were avoided. The success was beyond expectations. Despite the fatigue from running around, it was all worth it. As Yang Weibai got out of the car, she looked at him with blushing embarrassment and said, "Oh, Park Jimin, you should go home and rest early. Thank you for hanging out with me until so late. I had a great time." However, after she had taken a few steps, Park Jimin suddenly called out, "Oh, Yang Weibai, and I come over for a drink?" Park Jimin didn't know how he ended up saying that perhaps some unlucky fate was playing tricks on him. He felt his heart starting to beat irregularly, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze with a hint of awkwardness. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Weibai felt a chill running down her spine as if an unusual breeze surrounded her. Her heartbeat became erratic, as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. After a moment, she, too, seemed compelled by some mysterious force and said, "Hick, well, you could come up." The situation was becoming smoother day by day. Park Jimin immediately got out of the car, locked it, and followed her. The apartment building had 19 floors, and Yang Weibai lived on the 15th floor. Her apartment was elegantly designed with a modern touch. Additionally, the condominium was extremely convenient, featuring amenities such as a swimming pool, gym, children's playground, cafe, mini-mart, cleaning services, and 24/7 security. It seemed to lack almost nothing. It must be said that her family was quite well off to afford such a place. Park Jimin felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to do. After finishing his drink, he wanted to take a shower. However, Yang Weibai remained silent, sitting there. The sound of water dropping echoed, making Yang Weibai blush and feel a bit flustered. She didn't know what to do while Park Jimin was in the shower. There was only one wall between them. Yang Weibai thought, "What's happening today? This is not like what I usually do. I thought he would just come over for a drink and then leave. Who would have expected that after finishing his drink, he would say it's late and he wants to stay overnight?" And I agreed. A single man and a beautiful unmarried woman staying in the same room. It's very likely that something unintended might happen. The flame surged within Yang Weibai, almost impossible to extinguish. They had a tendency to grow even stronger, bordering on ferocity. In her mind, she continuously played out various scenarios. What should I do if he makes a demand later? If he wants it, it's not like I can't agree. What am I even thinking? Yang Weibai knew that Park Jimin had ill intentions, but she couldn't resist. A thrilling sensation was rising within her, and the air in the room became increasingly stifling, as if something were spreading everywhere. Her heart pounded louder, and her cheeks grew warmer. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Weibai contemplated what might happen next. This feels surreal, like I'm dreaming. Suddenly, she noticed something protruding from Park Jimin's pocket. Curious, she reached out and was startled to find movie tickets. She held the tickets in her hand, speechless. Why are there 4 movie tickets? Is he going to watch a movie with another girl? This was it, caught red-handed with no explanation. Truly, he was an inexperienced young man. The atmosphere instantly turned chilly, as if plummeting to a freezing point. Yang Weibai, initially embarrassed with flushed cheeks, suddenly turned icy cold within the blink of an eye. Later, Yang Weibai recalled the unusual behavior of Park Jimin throughout the day, and she understood the reason. Park Jimin claimed to be busy and distracted during the movie, saying, turns out, he had watched Warrior Lang 14 with another girl before. The evidence is mountainous. There's nothing more to say. Yang Weibai couldn't fathom it. She couldn't bear the thought of her boyfriend going on a date with someone else, let alone watching the same movie. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her heart being squeezed. She didn't know what to do, just sat in silence watching Park Jimin showering inside. She felt foolish and naive. She had loved a man who didn't love her. Park Jimin was still oblivious to the impending disaster. In the bathroom, he continued to shower, his mind wandering to the alluring figure of Yang Weibai. He joyfully sang, "Where is it flowing? Flowing, lost in your dream, sinking deep, sinking deep. I'm done showering." Exiting the bathroom, Park Jimin immediately sensed that something was amiss in the room. He looked at the sofa and saw Yang Weibai sitting there, her face pale, eyes reddened. On the table, next to the tea tray, lay 4 movie tickets. Park Jimin was immediately stunned. Did the plan fail? Today, he had meticulously prepared and considered every aspect of the plan. Every small detail was perfected, preventing any possible mishaps. However, in the end, an insignificant mistake had exposed his perfect plan. At this moment, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away his sins. But who was Park Jimin, the one chosen by the system? How could a small detail like this lead to failure? Instantly, he formulated a strategy, forcing himself to appear calm, as if there had been no separation at all. In just a moment, the mental score equivalent to 3 times that of an average person's brain was effective. Seeing Park Jimin's face change upon seeing the 4 tickets, Yang Weibai knew he was hiding something. However, Park Jimin dismissed it, acting as if nothing was wrong. This further fueled Yang Weibai's anger as she shouted, "Park Jimin, what the heck? Why are there 4 movie tickets in your pocket? Are you still going to the movies with another girl today? If you don't like me, just project me. Why do you have to step into my life, then go on a date with another girl? Have you ever thought about my feelings? Get out, I don't want to see you anymore." Yang Weibai, subtracting 10 points for Goodwill. Currently, Goodwill stands at 75 points. Park Jimin smirked, a sense of self-amusement evident in his heart. This situation, I foresaw it long ago. It's time to unveil the final move. Then, Park Jimin looked at Yang Weibi with a disappointed gaze. "It turns out, in your heart, I'm not that trustworthy. Just with 4 movie tickets, I can turn everything you invested into dust." Yang Weibai widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was hearing. He then shouted with determination, "Do you still want to deny it? How do you expect me to trust you? The truth is as clear as day. Your front foot goes to the movies with other girls, while your back foot goes with me. Moreover, it's the same movie. You are truly outrageous. Do you think I'm so foolish not to see through it?" She couldn't imagine how, with evidence as mountainous as it was, Park Jimin still refused to admit he could still appear innocent, as if the one acting against morality wasn't him, but her. Faced with Yang Weibai's interrogation, Park Jimin remained silent. He simply raised his phone and called Song Joong-ki, his voice low, but filled with determination. Asked Song Joong-ki today whether he went to the movies with other girls or not. By now, it was almost midnight, and he put the phone on speaker. The ringing tone echoed in the room. After a full minute of contemplation, the two stood facing each other, locking eyes without uttering a word. The atmosphere became tense and stifling. On the other end of the line, Song Joong-ki's groggy voice came through. "Hello, Jimin. What's up so late at night?" As Song Joong-ki's voice echoed from the other end, Yang Weibai became even more tense. She snatched the phone from Park Jimin's hand, then regained her composure and asked in a calm and deep voice, "Song Joong-ki, this is Yang Weibai. I want to ask if you went to the movies with Park Jimin today." "Yeah, we watched Warriors of the Wolf 14 initially. I was planning to invite Yu Hai-rai to watch it, but she turned me down. So I ended up dragging Jimin along." Song Joong-ki responded subconsciously, but soon he recognized it as a woman's voice. He immediately jolted in surprise and exclaimed, "Isn't this Jimin's phone? Why do you have it? Are you two together?" Park Jimin's smooth talk really got you damn. Unbelievable, this guy can't fool around anymore. "All right, no problem. Don't bother him anymore. Goodbye, Bai Yoon." After the call ended, Yang Weibai let out a sigh of relief. She still didn't fully trust, but at least she had a glimmer of hope. "So I misunderstood Park Jimin," she reassured herself, but then thought, "No, what if my Yu is covering up for him? Yu Hai-rai is in the same class as me. I'll confirm again." After a brief consideration, Yang Weibai picked up her mobile phone and called Yu Hai-rai. At this moment, Yu Hai-rai was in an upscale bar, swaying to the music, surrounded by wealthy young men. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Hello, Yang miss, what's up?" "Hai-rai, did my Yu make plans with you to watch a movie yesterday?" Upon hearing Yang Weibai inquire about this, she still felt a bit regretful as she answered, "Yes, he did. He invited me to watch Warriors of the Wolf 14, but I declined. I saw a handsome guy driving a Ferrari come to pick him up too. If I had known he had such wide connections, I would have agreed. It's a pity." After hanging up, Yang Weibai let out a sigh of relief. She felt like a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Looking at her expression, Park Jimin knew he had escaped disaster number 82, but he still appeared unjustly irritated, saying, "So, it's confirmed. Do we need to double-check my phone records?" Yang Weibai, realizing she had accused Park Jimin wrongly, now appeared remorseful and said, "Park Jimin, I was wrong." Park Jimin didn't want to hear any more. He appeared disappointed and said, "Yang Weibai, today I am truly disappointed in you." The angrier Park Jimin became, the more ashamed Yang Weibai felt. However, when she saw him about to leave, she became even more panicked. "Park Jimin, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin didn't turn back but pushed the door to leave. Although she didn't know, despite Park Jimin's outward anger, he was deeply startled inside. As soon as he stepped outside, he couldn't help but sigh with relief. "I almost messed up. Luckily, I was prepared. If not, I would have capsized this time." Yesterday, Park Jimin made every effort to make Yang Weibai no longer doubt him. Yang Weibai realized her mistake and felt increasingly regretful. She thought about how Park Jimin had done so much for her, and yet she turned around to suspect him, even kicking him out of the house. The more she thought, the worse Yang Weibai felt about herself, sensing a bit of ingratitude. She was afraid that Park Jimin might be hurt, so early in the morning, she took the initiative to send him an apologetic message. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you last night. You were right. We should trust each other. I've reconsidered. Please forgive me. It's okay. Yang we bide. This is also because you didn't explain clearly. I'm sorry too. After sending this message, Park Jimin immediately stashed his phone in his pocket, wanting to pay no further attention to the matter. However, he didn't know that this message left Yang Wei-bai feeling puzzled. Even though it was my fault, he took the initiative to apologize. He's really warm. Yang Wei-bai's goodwill increased by 10. Yang Wei-bai's goodwill increased by 10. Yang Wei-bai's goodwill increased by 1, bringing her goodwill score to 96. Hearing the system's reminder, Park Jimin sighed deeply. The goodwill has increased again, now 1 point higher than before. Next time, I shouldn't be so romantic. I almost caused harm to myself. The system continued to announce, target number 6 successfully flattered Yang Wei-bai, achieving a breakthrough in goodwill with a score of 96, rewarded with a bonus of 10 reinforcement points. Despite Park Jimin's lingering fear, the surprising sound of the system caught his attention. Park Jimin suddenly realized that the goodwill not only stopped at 95 points, but could continue to increase, and each goodwill point could even bring 10 reinforcement points. With this revelation, Park Jimin's thought process became clearer. He reminded himself to distinguish how he treated the flattery target. Therefore, Park Jimin classified targets into 2 types. The first type focused on being a tool for reverse infiltration, earning the system's rewards, and the second type involved nurturing a good relationship, aiming to raise the goodwill to a level that would make her completely enamored, even if it meant spending tens or hundreds of billions without hesitation. Regardless, it's the system's money, and even kids know how to choose. I want everything. Who wouldn't dream of having a harem full of beautiful women? As Park Jimin walked and pondered, a few excited girls began chatting. I heard Hwan Jae-young, the head of our school, is sponsoring the basketball team and organizing a street basketball tournament. That's right, a school stadium. Let's go watch. The basketball team has many handsome guides. Hearing this, Park Jimin felt intrigued. Hwan Jae-young, the street king, sounds interesting. Let's go check it out. The girls spoke while running towards the sports field, and Park Jimin quickly followed. Oh, it's crowded like this in winter. Little did Park Jimin expect that the basketball court, usually deserted, was now packed with people, lively and unusual. Everywhere were girls, constituting more than 70%. Hwan Jae-young changed into his game jersey and stepped onto the basketball court, displaying excellent skills. Immediately, he caused countless girls to scream and shout, "We love you. Head Hwan Jae-young. Keep it up. We want to have your babies. Head Hwan Jae-young." Park Jimin stood amidst the crowd, the screams of the girls behind him causing a ringing sensation in his ears. Unable to resist, he spat and muttered to himself. Hwan Jae-young organized this tournament probably just to show off. Maybe this guy didn't hire a bunch of actors to improve himself. He's too sick. Finally, someone recognized Park Jimin. Their face showed a momentary surprise, followed by an expression of joy. Park Jimin. Kim Jenny shouted and then vanished on the spot. Jung Ho-seok stood there, only hearing Kim Jenny scream, turning towards the now-vanished figure. Kim Jenny ran to his side, pulling his arm shyly, saying, "Oh, you're here too. What a coincidence. Nice to see you. I'm here too." This scene caught Jung Ho-seok's eyes, making her extremely angry. However, she quickly ran over to him. Suddenly, another girl appeared, slim-waisted, long-legged, and endowed with ample bosom. She ran up, patting Park Jimin's shoulder from behind, looking delighted. "Hello, Park Jimin. Do you also like basketball?" Park Jimin felt dazed, silently cursing under his breath. Damn it, one more girl. Oh god, today's luck is not on my side. More than half of the lick targets are all gathered here. He sensed a bit of bad luck today, and this scene made the male students around him go wild with excitement, discussing fervently, "Is that Kim Jenny? So beautiful. Who's that guy with her? Oh, he's Park Jimin from the literature department. Look, not only Kim Jenny, but also Kim Hae-won dumped her old boyfriend for him. Wait a minute, isn't that Jung Ho-seok? Rumor has it that she and Park Jimin have some ambiguous relationship." Just as the crowd was animatedly discussing, the unexpected voice of the school's big sister echoed from behind. "Discussing others like this makes me sick." It startled the guys, who quickly dispersed to the sides, saying, "Oh, sorry, Madam President, forgive us. We won't do it again. Please forgive us." Then, from the literature department, the #1 beauty Kim Jisoo, accompanied by the chemistry department's reigning beauty Park Min-young, strolled onto the basketball court, instantly elevating the atmosphere. The cheers from the male students echoed everywhere. Men are disgusting. This stadium is full of foul smells. Okay, stop talking. Let's watch the game later. On the basketball court, Hwan Jae-young had just snatched the ball and was about to sprint towards the basket when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Not only that, but the guy was standing amidst a crowd of female students, chatting and laughing. Seeing this scene, Hwan Jae-young became furious. He muttered under his breath, Damn it, that coward Park Jimin is here too. Surrounded by so many girls, can they see me? A high-level male god. Luckily, Kim Jisoo is here. This is a chance for me to show off. I've been practicing basketball for 2.5 years. That timid Park Jimin can't possibly defeat me. Thinking so, Kwon Jae-young smirked, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Then he aimed the basketball towards Park Jimin. If it were an ordinary person attacked unexpectedly like this, they would undoubtedly not react in time. But Park Jimin was different. His reaction was as quick as lightning. The ball was only inches away from him when he raised his hand to block it. Park Jimin tightly gripped the ball in his hand, his face suddenly turning fierce. In the heat of the moment, Park Jimin was genuinely furious. He exclaimed, Kwon Jae-young, what do you mean by this? You lost to me in piano, so now you're resorting to cheap shots for revenge. Isn't that too childish? Kwon Jae-young shook his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Park Jimin. You don't even have the right to seek revenge. Dare to come out here and face me one-on-one? I'll give you 3 basketballs. Kwon Jae-young was not joking. The guy seemed clueless. The humiliation from the previous encounter seemed to have deeply imprinted on Kwon Jae-young's mind. Determined to use this match to redeem himself, he questioned whether it was an opportunity for revenge or just another means of enduring more disgrace. As time passed, the stadium became increasingly crowded. People flocked to witness today's basketball match, drawn by the presence of the school's principal, Kwon Ji-young. Moreover, many beauties of the school gathered, adding more excitement to the atmosphere. If you like to play, I'll play with you. Park Jimin tossed the ball back to Kwon Jae-young. However, this throw carried 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. Observing Jimin's movements, Kwon Jae-young prepared to catch the ball, thinking a little basketball throw can only be so powerful. The throw of this clueless guy. However, Kwon Jae-young underestimated the strength and speed of the throw. When his hands touched the basketball net, an immense force surged through, causing him to curse in pain. Damn it. His arms went numb, and his legs, standing upright, struggled to withstand the impact. He fell to the ground, rolling in agony. No one expected that a basketball throw could make Kwon Jae-young, a person with a robust physique, tumble down in such a humiliating manner. In front of numerous beautiful girls, the situation was truly embarrassing, and even Kim Jisoo found it hard to believe. Oh my, Kwon Jae-young is the captain of the basketball team. How could he miss catching Park Jimin's throw? Park Min-young's playful lips commented, yeah, it's just brute force. Men always love to fight. A group of players rushed to surround Kwon Jae-young, asking, Captain, are you okay? Is there anything wrong? Kwon Jae-young got up from the ground, his face even more difficult to look at, simmering with anger internally. With such strong force, this Park Jimin looks frail, but his power is enormous. Park Jimin responded to Kwon Jae-young's challenge with a confident and composed demeanor. What's the point of a one-on-one? How about we play 5-on-5 to test the skill of the school's basketball team? This statement shook the entire school, and the stifling atmosphere made it hard to breathe. All eyes were now on Park Jimin. Kim Hae-won couldn't hide her surprise. She had only seen her idol running, not knowing Park Jimin played basketball. Kim Jisoo also showed a hint of concern. She truly didn't want to see Park Jimin ridiculed by everyone. Park Jimin understands the piano, and his skills aren't bad. But when it comes to basketball, he might not be that good. The onlookers began to express sympathy for Park Jimin and took a few moments to commemorate him. However, Park Jimin was genuinely only momentarily stirred. During his high school years, he had dabbled in basketball for a while, but the lack of perseverance was the limiting factor. In terms of basketball technique, he couldn't compare to Kwon Jae-young, but his physique surpassed Kwon Jae-young by a considerable margin. Reaction strength and flexibility, not to mention his systematic approach, were always ready to buff additional strength. Kwon Jae-young cast a gloomy look and then flashed a sinister smile. 5 versus 5 on the court, the referees are all on my side. Do you dare to play 5-on-5 with me? Ha 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 ha. Foolish Park Jimin, this isn't 5-on-5. It's more like 1 versus 9. The match swiftly kicked off with Kwon Jae-young on the offensive and Park Jimin on the defensive. The basketball court became vibrant, with every gaze concentrated on the 2 male students standing opposite each other, Park Jimin and Kwon Jae-young. One, a professional basketball player, and the other, a novice just starting to learn the game. As the referee's whistle sounded, the 2 teams began to move. Kwon Jae-young held the ball, and the basketball in his hand seemed like an extension of his body, his graceful movements captivating the spectators. His speed was remarkable, skillfully and sharply maneuvering the ball. Now you're definitely going to lose, ha 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 ha. A basketball novice like you, I'll show you how I'm going to torment you. Wait until I crush your face, and Kim Jisoo will know who deserves her. Park Jimin casually watched Kwon Jae-young, defensively displaying unprofessional movements. Moreover, he was sandwiched between three robust players, almost rendered helpless. The four players on Park Jimin's side had also sold out, and the match unfolded unlike expectations, lacking any suspense. Indeed, in just a dozen seconds, Kwon Jae-young easily broke through Park Jimin's defense as if it were a walk in the park. Quickly, Park Jimin also noticed that his four teammates were letting water through, cooperating with Kwon Jae-young. Kwon Jae-young, you think I don't know that everyone on the court is your actor? Who needs teammates? I'm enough on my own. After careful consideration, Park Jimin began to call upon the system. System, I want to enhance my basketball playing skills because the owner hasn't mastered this skill yet. I need to spend 5 enhancement points to improve the skill. System, continue enhancing. I want to use 35 experience points to boost my basketball playing skills. I want to show off. Congratulations to the owner for upgrading to a basketball superstar. A second later, a familiar surge of energy flowed through Park Jimin's entire body like warm water. At the same time, a mysterious and incomprehensible feeling appeared in his mind. Park Jimin's body, which was initially stiff on the basketball court, suddenly relaxed completely. It was only then that Park Jimin realized a true basketball master not only needs exquisite ball-playing techniques, but also requires a firm mentality and superior physical strength. As he approached the basket, Kwon Jae-young confidently flashed a smile. This is the time to showcase courage. I will use a beautiful slam dunk to end the game. The female students cheered, Captain Kwon Jae-young is so good. Captain Kwon Jae-young is so handsome. He soared high, adopting an incredibly cool posture, preparing for a slam dunk to explode across the entire school. Just at the moment when he was about to steal the hearts of countless girls, Park Jimin suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. He rushed towards the basket at lightning speed. Kwon Jae-young was just a few meters away from the basket. For him, making a slam dunk at this moment was a piece of cake. At this moment, the whole school watched without blinking. Just as the ball was about to touch the rim, Park Jimin unexpectedly reappeared. He surpassed Kwon Jae-young, leaped high, and swatted the ball away. Kwon Jae-young was dumbfounded, and the female students were ready to scream. This moment was silent, and no one knew what to say. Captain Kwon Jae-young plays basketball so well, how could he be blocked by Park Jimin? Unbelievable. His team members couldn't help but be astonished. How did he do that? Do you see? Not only did he shake his head and disappear. Damn, this isn't a paranormal phenomenon. The air felt stifling as if someone was squeezing it, making it hard to breathe. Kwon Jae-young's face turned pale and then white. He stared intensely at the figure of Park Jimin, his mouth gaping without uttering a word. Here, I can't believe it. This must be an illusion. Park Jimin spun the basketball on his finger, walked towards Kwon Jae-young, and said coldly, It's my turn now, Captain Kwon Jae-young. I will show you what defeat looks like. Before he could finish speaking, Park Jimin was blown the whistle by the referee and shown a yellow card. He stood there in shock, his face becoming hard to look at. Then he looked at Kwon Jae-young with anger, thinking, Foul, Kwon Jae-young. Do you feel any shame getting a black whistle? Right after the black whistle sounded, Kwon Jae-young was awarded a free throw. With his experience, he executed a precise free throw, sending the ball into the basket. The first goal of the match belonged to him. Kwon Jae-young smiled triumphantly, his cold eyes staring at Park Jimin. Park Jimin, how good are you at playing basketball? Can you handle a black whistle? The basketball court has its own unspoken rules. Park Jimin, you're really childish. However, the referee's decision to blow the whistle on Park Jimin for a foul infuriated many spectators. They couldn't believe that the referee would make such a chaotic call. What kind of foul was that? Why is the referee pressuring Park Jimin like that? Is the referee biased? Even in a friendly match, they have to use a black whistle. It's truly embarrassing. Someone shameless like this can represent a university? It's truly disgraceful. The crowd erupted in shouts and curses, demanding an explanation from the referee, but the referee remained silent and walked away. In the hearts of the fans, Park Jimin did nothing wrong. In reality, Park Jimin didn't care about winning or losing in today's match. However, Kwon Jae-young was excessively arrogant, looking down on him, which made him feel insulted. Furthermore, he exploited the unwritten rules on the court to pressure and oppress him, making Park Jimin even more furious. Unable to bear it any longer, the anger within Park Jimin flared up to the extreme. Kwon Jae-young, you have truly provoked me. I can forgive you for cheating, but I won't allow you to violate the spirit of sportsmanship. I will give you, this miserable wretch, a game. Afterward, as if with divine assistance, Park Jimin could effortlessly snatch the ball, whether it was from the hands of teammates or opponents. As long as someone held the ball in front of him, he seemed to move so fast that no one could keep up. and the ball would inevitably end up in Park Jimin's hands. This was an absolutely astonishing hand speed on the basketball court. Channeling the strength of a person sweeping away all opponents, Park Jimin moved at the speed of light, rendering opponents unable to catch up. His powerful breakthroughs and elegant ball handling left opposing players attempting to obstruct him, but all their efforts were in vain. He was too quick, too strong, and too agile. Afterward, he leaped into the air and executed a successful slam dunk. Right after that, another slam dunk adopting an extremely cool pose hanging on the rim. Following were straight shots to the backboard and beautiful 360-degree spins, requiring incredibly advanced techniques. Park Jimin moved across the court like a celestial star, shining brightly and leaving a profound impact on the countless spectators present. In the stands, everyone stood up and cheers and applause echoed incessantly. Park Jimin appeared like a god, competing on the basketball court, moving gracefully and flawlessly, with each movement perfected to the smallest detail. He executed breathtaking shots, causing the audience to cheer wildly. Meanwhile, Kwon Jae-young felt both angry and helpless as he watched his teammates unable to stop Park Jimin. He began to erupt, surround him, or else foul him to stop him. Then he pointed at Park Jimin's teammates and shouted, "You guys too." On the basketball court, it became a chaotic scene as both teams rushed toward Park Jimin to steal the ball. Park Jimin just smirked contemptuously, and his speed continued to escalate. His movements seemed pre-programmed, snatching the ball, blocking, deceiving, and dribbling smartly. Refusing to be stopped, he displayed both aggression and finesse in shooting. Each of his moves left opponents dumbfounded, prompting the constant question, "What is this?" His magnification reached a point where everyone couldn't clearly see what he was doing. He could score from any position, whether inside or outside the penalty area. Kwon Jae-young's net resembled a New Year's Eve fireworks show, continuously shaking, and the field turned into a captivating and unpredictable swamp. Almost as if Kwon Jae-young couldn't recover anymore, half an hour later, the stands became eerily quiet. People stood frozen in place, no one moving. They were awestruck, helpless in the face of Park Jimin's extraordinary abilities. The audience uttered incomprehensible words, uncertain how to react to his talent and effort. What on earth is this? How does he do it? Does he really need to go all out like this? Even knowing this is a match reeking of cheating, it's too overpowering. I don't know what to compare it to for coolness. Why is he trying so hard for? At this moment, all players and referees on the field could sense an involuntary force deeply affecting them, even making them start to doubt the meaning of life. Park Jimin, this freak is basically not human. How can someone elevate basketball to such a realm? This surpassed their imagination. Without challenges, there would be no injuries. Park Jimin was an embodiment of sportsmanship, always giving his all, facing any difficulty head-on. He served as inspiration for all basketball enthusiasts. The referee recalled the lessons he taught his son. "Son, a referee is the boundary of a match. When the whistle blows, you must act in a way that leaves you with no shame." The father smiled, patting his son's head, believing his son would uphold that. However, the son did not live up to his father's expectations, and the father began to feel remorseful. For respect, you say, is a match's outcome not about the score, but whether you gave it your all or not, or is it for the passion? Everyone remembered the matches they had participated in. There were victories that didn't bring joy, and there were defeats that still left them satisfied because they had given their all, carrying a spirit of sportsmanship. But now, they have lost their passion, only chasing after money, ready to compromise their conscience for victory. This makes their emotions complicated, full of contradictions. When Park Jimin enlightened the masses, they felt small, ordinary. All bowed their heads in shame, regret, and emotion. Compared to this man, we are so hideous, it's indescribable. Simply an insult to the game of basketball. The size of these people echoed in the dim atmosphere of the stadium. The stadium lights shone down on them, making them look even more dejected. On the vast basketball court, only these people remained standing, looking at each other in dismay. At this moment, Park Jimin felt no more obstacles, turned around, and found everyone had stopped. This made him wonder what's going on. Did they give up? People in the stands stood up, not understanding what was happening. The players are still standing still. What's going on? Has the basketball team gone crazy? Are they not going to continue? Though Park Jimin didn't understand why everyone gave up, he knew he had won. Kim Jisoo looked at this man with a brilliant light, her eyes filled with admiration. Park Jimin used ethics to convince others. This is the true spirit of sportsmanship. Park Min-young stood beside, her eyebrows frowned, her lips curled. She appeared very uncomfortable with Park Jimin. She thought he was just a show-off, not worth caring about. But in the end, Park Jimin's actions made her have to respect and applaud. She knew he was a person with extraordinary talent and determination. As for Kwon Jae-young, at this moment, he was furious to the point of being bloodthirsty. He looked at everyone in anger, thinking, what the hell is this? You still want to make money? Looking at the score now, 60-2, Kwon Jae-young looked at Park Jae-min with eyes filled with disappointment and hatred. He knew he had lost in a humiliating way, and it was all because of his excessive confidence. He remained silent, his facial expression extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he realized that Park Jae-min was truly cunning. Initially, he wanted to make Park Jae-min lose face, but unexpectedly, he was the one exposing himself to humiliation. It was too embarrassing. Not stopping there, Park Jae-min, unabashed, mocked and said, Kwon Jae-young, you have insulted the game of basketball, and all the subsequent humiliation is something you brought upon yourself. Just by blocking the shot, you could wash away your shame. Park Jae-min's mocking voice echoed throughout the basketball court, making the audience silent and attentive. Their eyes were all focused on Kwon Jae-young, waiting to see what he would do next. Kwon Jae-young stood there, watching Park Jae-min dribble towards him. Park Jae-min's words seemed to offer him a ray of hope in this pitch-dark night. He knew that if he could block this shot, he might be able to turn the situation around. I'm not truly defeated yet. I still have a chance. With determination in his heart, Kwon Jae-young rushed towards Park Jae-min, using all his strength to prevent him from scoring. As he closed in, Park Jae-min leaped high. Seeing Park Jae-min, a dark thought crossed Kwon Jae-young's mind. This is your own doing. Go to the hospital, Park Jae-min. Thinking so, Kwon Jae-young's eyes carried a hint of malice. He jumped and exerted all his force to thrust into Park Jae-min's chest. Kwon Jae-young's thrust collided with Park Jae-min's chest, strong enough to hear the sound of breaking bones. However, the sound did not come from Park Jae-min's chest, but from Kwon Jae-young's forearm. The pain quickly set in, making terror appear in his eyes. He fell backward to the ground, writhing in agony, exclaiming, how could this happen, my arm? Kwon Jae-young's resistance seemed non-existent in front of Park Jae-min. He remained unaffected. Approaching the basket, Park Jae-min executed a successful slam dunk, causing the audience to erupt in cheers. The spectators could hardly believe what had just happened. They looked at Kwon Jae-young lying on the floor, holding his broken arm, but there was no sympathy. Instead, they showered Park Jae-min with wholehearted admiration. The one who achieved an absolute victory on the basketball court is Youngie, with an extremely dominant demeanor. He, extraordinary, has left a deep impression on many girls here, creating a tremendous shock for them. Following that, a series of chain reactions unfolded, leaving Park Jae-min utterly bewildered. Ting, subject number 3, Kim Jisoo, ball licking, goodwill score 96 points. Reward for successful enhancement plus 10 points. Ting, subject number 2, Jung Ho-seok, ball licking, goodwill score 96 points. Reward for successful enhancement plus 10 points. Ting, subject number 1, Kim Jenny, ball licking, goodwill score 97 points. Reward for successful enhancement plus 10 points. Ting, subject number 4, Kim Hae-won, ball licking towards the owner, achieved a breakthrough in goodwill score with 95 points. Congratulations to the owner for the successful reverse infiltration, converting Kim Hae-won into the owner's ball licker. Reward 22 points for enhancement. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the proficient dance skill. Because the owner possesses this skill, the system has upgraded to level 10. Even though Park Jae-min didn't spend a penny on Kim Hae-won, his performance was truly outstanding. Moreover, she was particularly fond of athletic guys, and Park Jae-min excelled in every aspect. All of these factors led to Kim Hae-won's successful reverse infiltration. At this moment, Kwon Jae-young, lying on the floor, looks at Park Jae-min, feeling extremely disappointed and regretful. Just for a moment of anger, he has lost everything. Park Jae-min gazes at Kwon Jae-young with a cold, condemning look, saying, whether it's about skills or character, you are not worthy to be the captain of the school basketball team. Competing with you, a trash like you, is an insult to my basketball skills. After saying this, Park Jae-min immediately walks away, leaving Kwon Jae-young sitting there, looking after him with a resentful and defiant look. Then Kwon Jae-young angrily shouts with a challenging tone, Park Jae-min, don't be arrogant, let's just wait and see. I will make you feel ashamed sooner or later. Meanwhile, next to Kim Hae-won, a few girls who have just become fans of Park Jae-min are talking excitedly. Park Jae-min is so handsome, truly a dream man. Yes, he's also excellent in sports, perfect indeed. I just wish to meet him once, that would be the happiest moment in my life. By the way, had you managed to record Park Jae-min's slam dunk just now? I was so engrossed in watching that I forgot to record it. Hearing this, Kim Hae-won scans the crowd with her eyes, trying to find Park Jae-min among them, but she can't spy him. Feeling a bit regretful, she thinks. Hate it, can't find that Park Jae-min guy anywhere. Originally, she intended to find Park Jae-min to give him water, But now, Kim Hae-won can't help but widen her eyes as she sees many rivals surrounding him. Her eyes glanced over and she noticed that Kim Jisoo also had a water bottle. The two girls looked at each other without knowing what to say. Kim Jisoo seemed hesitant and embarrassed, as if wanting to avoid Kim Hae-won's gaze. Kim Hae-won felt extremely uncomfortable. She didn't want Kim Jisoo to have the opportunity to approach Park Jimin. Moreover, Jung Ho-seok and Kim Jenny also had water bottles. The four girls looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere around them was a bit gloomy, mixed with a hint of tension. Regardless of who among the four, they all carried a not-so-light sense of jealousy. Each of them was eager to compete to hand her water bottle to Park Jimin. While the group of girls was overwhelmed by jealousy, Park Jimin suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knew when Park Jimin had left the stadium. Such a chance, if not seeds, when will it come again? Returning to the male dormitory, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't know which water bottle to choose and a serious accident might have occurred. Park Jimin shook his head, dispelling the thought from his mind, and went to take a shower. It's really comfortable. Playing basketball makes you all sweaty. Taking a shower feels amazing. While Park Jimin was drying himself, his phone on the table received a notification. A person named Bad Boy Group in the Emperor chat group has sent you a friend request. Ha! A friend request from the Emperor chat group. What's going on? Park Jimin promptly accepted the friend request from Bad Boy Group. Hello, President Jimin greetings. Is there anything wrong or is there something you want to ask? Do you want to know if President Jimin is married? Hearing that, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. What on earth is this? A few days ago, President Jimin, a well-known entrepreneur in high society, generously donated $500 million to assist the struggling Import-Export Corporation on the brink of bankruptcy. However, the true purpose of President Jimin was merely to win the heart of the young lady from the Yang family. This incident became a hot topic in the Emperor chat group, sparking lively discussions. The legend of President Jimin made people increasingly perceive him as an extraordinary person. Not only was he wealthy and powerful, but he also demonstrated great generosity, willing to help those in need. Therefore, a user with the ID Bad Boy Group named Oh Young sought President Jimin's assistance to help his sister, Oh Young-sil. Oh Young-sil, a famous actress in the film industry, is only 22 years old this year. She has won the Best Actress award and is hailed as the top goddess of the domestic entertainment industry. However, she recently became embroiled in a scandal, experiencing a decline in social media ratings, a decrease in her reputation, and facing a $30 million compensation for breach of contract. The biggest mistake in her life was not adhering to the unspoken rules, leading her into a difficult situation. Despite being the daughter of the O family conglomerate, her family is facing difficulties, and $30 million is a significant amount for them. Oh Young, with tears streaming down his face, choked up and clasped his hands as he looked at Park Jimin earnestly. Oh Young-sil is my older sister. In setting up this meeting with Chairman Jimin, besides seeking your forgiveness, Chairman Jimin, please take my sister as your wife. Oh Young, the second son of the O family conglomerate, explained clearly. He not only recounted the incident, but also highlighted his sister's connections with those who had harmed her in the film industry. Listening to Oh Young's account, Park Jimin roughly understood the situation. The incident where Oh Young-sil was banned from acting for a year seemed to leave no hope for her return to the film industry. Due to the An family being a prominent clan with numerous connections in the entertainment industry, even backed by Jin, one of the four tycoons in Mado, they had the power to manipulate everything in the entertainment world, including well-known figures like Oh Young-sil. As long as there were unclear reasons, the An family could easily control everything. Park Jimin sipped his coffee for a while before responding, "Take your sister as my wife? Are you trying to have me marry into the Cow family?" Hearing Park Jimin speak, Oh Young panicked and refuted, "No, not that. I was just joking. I was afraid you wouldn't pay attention to me, so I brought up my sister to capture your interest. Now that public opinion doesn't support her, and there's a need for compensation, I want you to buy my sister's villa." Oh, Young's voice grew increasingly quiet, ultimately becoming a mere whisper. Park Jimin could also see the disappointment on his face at this moment. If Park Jimin intervened to help, the An family would have to show some signs of submission regarding this matter. Because Chairman Jimin possessed the talent and authority to face any challenge, no one doubted his capabilities anymore. However, in the end, Oh Young only addressed the issue of selling the villa to raise compensation money. Park Jimin took a sip of his coffee, his eyes gleaming brightly. Buying a house, I actually need a private residence. Recently, there hasn't been any goal to spend money on. Moreover, Oh Young-sil is a movie star. Surely she knows how to spend money, right? This thought made him even more enthusiastic. Oh Young-sil appeared at this moment, indeed the ideal target for him, buying a house for compensation. Moreover, she's entangled in a scandal, Whitewashing certainly requires a lot of money. In the context of a 90 trillion won entertainment system, the amount spent on her is just a drop in the bucket. Park Jimin placed the coffee cup on the table, appearing serious as he looked at Oh Young and said, I can help. Set a time for me to meet her, and I'll take a look at the house while I'm at it. Oh Young stood in shock, eyes wide open, unable to believe what he had just heard. He quickly nodded with joy, all right, all right, all right. Afterward, Oh Young, overcome with happiness, tears streaming down, took out his phone and said, I will help you schedule a meeting right away. Chairman Jimin indeed seems like a legendary hero. Offering a warm hearth on a snowy day, timing couldn't be more perfect. I heard Chairman Jimin recently invested a significant amount in the Yang family conglomerate. If my sister marries him, it's not entirely impossible. For him, having such a brother-in-law is a stroke of luck. Thinking so, Oh Young excitedly hugged the phone, feeling immense joy in his heart. He knew that with Chairman Jimin's assistance, all the difficulties his family faced would be resolved, and his sister, perhaps one day, would transform from a carp swimming through the Dragon Gate, soaring across this land of flowers and prosperity. Meanwhile, his sister was currently under tremendous pressure from the billions of netizens who were mocking and ridiculing her from all sides. Not to mention the enormous compensation she had to face. She felt she could hardly bear it any longer. The phone bell continued to ring insistently, urging her to make a decision. Tell that Mr. On to leave. I know he holds power, and not all the rumors outside are his doing, but I can't bow my head. At this point, she couldn't bear it anymore. She hung up and slammed the phone down on the bed. In a fit of anger, she screamed as if trying to release all the resentment and pain bottled up inside. The old man with a decaying body wants to sleep with me, damn it. But what should I do now? There's too much compensation money for the contracts. I just want to be a simple actress. Why does it have to be so difficult? She began to sink into deep thought, and the more she thought, the more her psyche was severely affected. A compromise solution began to take shape in her mind. She trembled, lips tightly sealed, her eyes showing a hint of confusion about what to do. She felt like the whole world was turning its back on her, with no place to turn, and she sensed profound loneliness and despair. She knew, this trip to Mato is a trade-off. This pure body will never be clean again, but there's no other way. Society is just like that. A girl who once embodied innocence and purity found herself thrust into the abyss of despair by the harsh realities of life. She had endured countless pains, humiliations, and ultimately came to the realization that wealth, interest, and fame were the most crucial aspects in this society. Without money, there was nothing. At this moment, another call came in. On the other end of the line, Oh Young excitedly spoke, Sis, it's me. I found you a grand and powerful backing. No need to worry about money anymore. A backing, you ask? You've recently started selling yourself, haven't you? Selling yourself sounds harsh, but that's what's been trending on the illustrious President Jimin's hot search lately. He's agreed to buy a house for you and has promised to handle your matters. Oh Young paused for a moment when he reached this point, the smile fading from his lips. Oh Yam Sil immediately grasped his meaning. A sense of disgust surged within her, even bordering on nausea. Working in the entertainment industry, she was well aware of the rumors circulating on Weibo. She had an extremely negative impression of this character, the so-called illustrious President Jimin, known for spending money on female streamers everywhere. Not exactly a benevolent benefactor. Alongside the On family, it was like, President Jimin, huh? Hearing that Oh Young wanted to introduce President Jimin to her, Oh Young Sil immediately transformed into an authoritative figure, starting to scold her younger brother. What kind of illustrious name is that? An old man wanting to take advantage. Oh Young, you're helping an outsider harm me. Just wait until you get home, I'll show you. Although Oh Young heard the sharp and furious reaction from his sister on the other end of the phone, making him slightly uneasy, he found himself quite fond of this man named President Jimin. If the day came when President Jimin became his brother-in-law, he could boast and gain prestige at Jaunbaka, overshadowing even Yu Ah-in or the white-haired. Upon reflection, it was all very exhilarating. Even if his sister disagreed, he would still choose to stand by President Jimin's side with an attitude unlike any other day. In the past, Oh Young would not hesitate to retort and argue back when scolded by his sister like this, saying he was as feisty as fresh shrimp. However, in this situation, Oh Young spoke to his sister with an entirely different demeanor. He no longer confronted her, but instead used a mix of sweet talk and persuasion. Sis, trust me just this once. President Jimin is truly influential. Soon, you'll be taking him to see the house. Remember to treat President Jimin well a bit, okay? Having said that, he didn't wait for his sister to respond. He promptly hung up the phone. Oh Hyung-sil, upon hearing this, became even more furious. She clutched her head once again, only able to scream in despair, Ah, all men are wick, even my own brother. Then she raised her hand to the sky and began to swear, Oh Hyung-sil, even if I jump from a high place and die at home, I won't need a single penny from any man. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Oh Young continued to chat with Park Jimin for a few more sentences, mostly praising the image of his sister to cosmic heights. However, what saddened Park Jimin the most was that Oh Young-sil, a beautiful and talented actress, if not unexpectedly, would have become a major star. But just as she was soaring high, she was undermined by the unwritten rules within the entertainment industry, damaging her career. Yet, what impressed Park Jimin about Oh Yeon-sil was that, despite being fired and compensated for the contract, she remained resolute and refused to compromise with the unwritten rules. Zeitgeist International is a sophisticated urban area, combining luxury villas and high-rise apartments highly praised for its convenient location and modern design. The luxurious villa is designed with 4 floors, each with 2 rooms, and the modern high-rise apartments with over 30 floors are part of this complex. Oh Young-sil lived in a villa area just a 5-minute drive from Park Jimin's house. This neighborhood isn't bad. The distance from the villa area I bought before is also quite close, and the spacing and orientation of the buildings are not bad at all. So this is Oh Hyung-sil's house. Unexpectedly, I and the big star are so close. Park Jimin, for some reason having never met a star before, eagerly wanted to meet her, so he kept ringing the doorbell continuously. Oh Hyung-sil, hearing the incessant doorbell ringing, became extremely annoyed, muttering to herself, "This is too fast. I've never seen a woman so irritable." As she stepped out, she grumbled, "Don't ring anymore. Even an old man isn't this impetuous. The doorbell is about to be broken by you." As she opened the door, Oh Young-sil's eyes carried a hint of surprise. She didn't expect the legendary President Jimin to be so young and handsome. Park Jimin asked coldly, "Hello, excuse me, are you Oh Young-sil? I'm a friend of Oh Young." After that, making her forget all the initial annoyance, and with a slight blush, she thought to herself, "Is this person really President Jimin? Too young and also too handsome. I've been in the film industry for so long, and I haven't seen any male actor with such charisma." Well, I'm right. Before Oh Young-sil could finish her thoughts, Park Jimin pushed the door and entered. Park Jimin had no intention of creating a good impression on Oh Young-sil from the start, taking money as a lesson. Park Jimin drew the conclusion if the initial impression is too good, the system of flattery cannot successfully bind and spend money. So from the moment he met her, he displayed a very arrogant and uncultured attitude. How to leave a bad impression in her eyes once inside the room, Park Jimin boldly approached the seat, smirked, and said, "Ms. Oh, don't be too rigid. Please have a seat." Indeed, this approach was very effective. Oh Young-sil, seeing Park Jimin, had a relatively good initial impression. Park Jimin was young, handsome, and even younger than her, contrary to her imagination. However, right after that, she discovered he was very impolite. Before she could invite him, he pushed the door and entered, at the same time giving her a malicious and lecherous look. In her heart, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, this is my house. However, afterward, she still displayed a friendly attitude and greeted, "President Jimin, not the brother, are you not going to continue viewing the house? The house is quite decent. I've finished looking at it. Of course, the important thing is not the house." Park Jimin spoke ambiguously, making Oh Young-sil feel a bit uncomfortable. What is this guy doing? He looks strange and gives me the creeps. The important thing is that I want you to be my lover. The flattering system actions opened up. Name Oh Young-sil, age 22, height 168 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, beauty score 92 points. The girl has a favorable impression towards the owner with a score of 35 points. Binding the flattery relationship creates a charming woman. With a favorable impression surpassing 95 points towards the owner, it will successfully reverse. Identity transformation, the other party will become the flattery of the owner, rewarding enhancement points by 30 and rewarding skilled performance skills. When the system successfully bound, Park Jimin smiled gently. Instead of being flustered, Oh Young-sil, after hearing this, rolled her eyes with disdain. "Want me to be your lover? You're disrespecting someone. If you have a few dollars, you act all proud. Let me show you how I can humiliate you." Clearly a top-tier actress, she didn't show any attitude on the outside. After thinking for a moment, Oh Young-sil coldly said, "You're quite straightforward. Fine, being your lover is not impossible, but I have conditions. First, a luxury car worth over 10 million. Second, an apartment in Thomson Rivera in Mado. Third, you invest in 2 films worth over 500 million for me. Of course, I will be the female lead if you find the conditions too strict." She stated 3 extremely excessive conditions, especially the third condition, which could be considered extremely unreasonable. Even for a billionaire, it would be almost impossible to accept, if not for the fact that the basic tycoon could not meet these conditions. Oh Young-sil was convinced that Park Jimin would definitely not be able to meet her overly demanding requirements. However, when Park Jimin heard these three conditions, his expression showed extreme excitement. Really? This is okay. This is easy. A Tom GV apartment is not enough. Should I buy a few more? Can each of my sisters and my dad have one? Oh Hyung-sil was a bit stunned, and in her heart, she couldn't help but doubt. What? Are my conditions a bit excessive? Oh, Young-sil still looked at Park Jimin in astonishment, unable to believe what she was hearing. However, not stopping there, Park Jimin took a dominant posture and continued speaking. It seems you like acting, but I don't really understand this industry. So how about this? You go register a television company and I'll give you $2 billion to be the CEO. You can act however you want. Not finished yet, Park Jimin threw the keys to a Ferrari onto the table and continued. This is the key to the Ferrari, worth over $20 million downstairs. Park Jimin had more guts than brains, immediately diving into business matters. He took Oh Yeon-sil's account number and transferred $100 million for her to spend. The effect was immediate. Within 30 seconds, Oh Yeon-sil's account received a message from the bank, and the notification bell rang crisply like a roast pig. In this moment, Oh Yeon-sil's face immediately turned pale with a clear expression of horror. However, right after that, she frowned, her eyes revealing suspicion. How wealthy is Park Jimin exactly, transferring $100 million so easily like this? The car, the money transferred, Park Jimin stood up arrogantly and left, leaving her sitting there in a state of confusion. The encounter between the celebrity and him ended in less than 15 minutes. Half an hour later, Oh Yo returned home. Sis, I'm back, suddenly seeing Park Jimin's Ferrari parked in front. Oh Yo joyfully exclaimed, Oh, isn't this Chu-tik Jimin's Ferrari? Haven't you left yet? Then he hurriedly ran into the house to welcome Park Jimin. However, as Oh Young opened the door, he only saw his sister sitting there and asked, Sis, why are you alone? Where's Chu-tik Jimin? I saw his car still downstairs. I thought Chu-tik Jimin was here. Oh Yeon-sil, looking bewildered, replied, You mean that Ferrari? Chu-tik Jimin gave it to me. Hearing this, Oh Yeon felt like he was struck by lightning dazed. The events unfolded so quickly that it felt like a dream. He stared intently at the car keys on the tea tray, his eyes filled with shock. He didn't know what Park Jimin had done or why he would give such a luxurious gift to his sister. After a while, Oh Yeon regained her composure, but a hint of envy lingered in her heart. That over 20 million won car was given to my sister. Why didn't they give it to me? Oh, Yeon-sil still looked bewildered and continued, Not only the car, Chairman Jimin also transferred an additional sum of money to me. Curious, Oh Yeon asked, did he make a down payment for a house like 10 million or 20 million? Oh, Yeon-sil raised her phone and replied, 100 million. Immediately, shock widened the eyes of the little brother, his mouth agape, unable to believe what he had just heard. Right after that, Oh Yeon began to whimsically speculate. He hasn't even bought the house, and he's already given my sister 120 million. Chairman Jimin is indeed showing interest in my sister. I told you so. There's something going on. Hey, am I about to become Chairman Jimin's brother-in-law? Ha 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 ha. The more she thought about it, the more elated Oh Yeon felt, showering her sister with continuous praise. Seeing this, Oh Yeon-sil could only shake her head and sigh. This younger brother is truly incorrigible. At this moment, Oh Yeon-sil thought to herself, being his lover isn't entirely out of the question. Park Jimin's handsome and stylish demeanor stirs something in me. What am I thinking? This guy opens his mouth and demands that I become his mistress. I should hate him, but he handles things so neatly and decisively, especially when it comes to money he gives me. She couldn't fathom it. Someone I didn't know before like Park Jimin, why would he treat me so well? At least he's not like some other men who only talk about love but don't show it in action. He transferred the car ownership to me. This 100 million, go ahead and spend it first. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more. He's the kind of person who can't bear to see a beautiful woman suffer. He has his business to attend to, yet from start to finish, he hasn't laid a finger on me. Truly the demeanor of a gentleman. I really don't know what to do. I thought I'd never love again, but Chairman Jimin makes my heart flutter. He truly is a perfect man, wealthy, powerful, and even considerate. What should I do? Should I accept being his mistress or should I refuse? I'm genuinely torn. This person doesn't seem to be a bad person either because his behavior is casual, but his actions are measured. Thinking about this, Oh Yeon-sil's favorable impression began to rise. Specifically, she gained an additional 10 favorability points from Park Jamin. Oh Yeon-sil favorability plus 10. Oh Yeon-sil favorability plus 10. Currently, her favorability score stands at a negative 5 points. Meanwhile, Park Jimin had been absent for quite some time before reappearing. Although Oh Yeon-sil's favorability towards him had increased, the increment was not significant and still maintained a negative value. Park Jimin smirked slyly and said, It seems that dealing with a star is indeed different. Even though I've spent over 120 million in favorability points, it remains this low. This time, if I can make use of Oh Young-sil, I'm sure I can earn a substantial amount. So from today onward, I'll give her 100 million every day. Let's see how long she can resist. Park Jimin knew that Oh Young-sil was a woman with high self-esteem. If he continued to transfer money like this, sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that point, he could easily manipulate her and say straightforwardly, being a lover is crystal clear. When facing an unpleasant situation, I don't want to find excuses. Being straightforward is better than twisting things later. Crush all unstable factors from the start. Money can solve problems, emotions should not be involved. Otherwise, I won't be willing to help her. Spending money is the way to dominate. The scene shifts to Harvard School today, a momentous day for Park Min-young. Her graduation ceremony is taking place, marking the end of her academic journey and the beginning of the challenging road ahead in the real world. After the commemorative photos, she announces relinquishing the presidency to Kim Ji-soo. Unexpectedly, Kim Ji-soo willingly steps down and ultimately, Do Shi-yeon steps up to take the position. This leaves Park Min-young extremely uncomfortable, feeling that Kim Ji-soo might be willing to give up everything for Park Jimin. After pondering throughout the session, Park Min-young decides to pull Kim Ji-soo aside for a heart-to-heart talk. Kim Ji-soo, Park Jimin is not a good person. You should leave him soon. After today, when I graduate, I won't be able to protect you anymore. However, Kim Ji-soo remains steadfast. Park Jae-han, Park Jimin is really not as you think. I've seen him at the basketball game, with countless girls offering him drinks. This proves he's not a promiscuous person lacking in male integrity. Kim Ji-soo confidently continues, you've seen it yourself. Park Jimin doesn't accept drinks from just anyone. He handles things well, and you see nothing wrong. Perhaps you have a problem with your perception. If I may tell you, on your birthday night, Park Jimin created a heroic tale of rescuing a damsel in distress on the way home. If you want to flatter yourself, go ahead. Do you still see anything wrong? She believed that when she said this, Kim Ji-soo would have an awakening. However, to her surprise, there was no change in Kim Ji-soo's expression. Park Jae-han, I think you sometimes have excessive prejudices against men. I'm concerned about your mental state. As she spoke, Kim Ji-soo took out her mobile phone, searching for news about Park Jimin on the school forum. People praise Park Jimin everywhere. It's just that his sense of justice is too strong. He acts heroically not just once or twice. Look at this, he didn't even know you would come that day. He couldn't have staged it himself. Park Min-young began to feel conflicted internally, thinking about Park Jimin's strength on the basketball court capable of defeating all, and then considering how he handled troublemakers, it seemed not impossible. Could it be that I really misunderstood Park Jimin? The more she thought, the more awkward Park Min-young appeared on her face. Maybe I've been too extreme toward men. Afterwards, she hastily ran off. Oh, Park Jae-han, where are you going? Our class hasn't taken photos yet. As Park Min-young ran, her face turned red and she felt embarrassed, thinking to herself, too shameful. It's all because of my ridiculous self-esteem. Vinova is a software company established less than 2 years ago, boasting a team of young and enthusiastic technical experts. Their application named Vinova App has received highly positive reviews from the market. However, in the competitive market facing fierce competition, Vinova is focused on enhancing the quality of its products and services. Simultaneously, they are expanding their market internationally. Park Min-young, with outstanding academic achievements and capabilities, coupled with her beautiful and attractive appearance, was immediately welcomed by the Vinova software company upon graduation. She was appointed to the position of assistant to the general director. Today, Park Min-young steps into the company for the first time with a very awkward feeling. She still vividly remembers the conversation with Kim Ji-soo yesterday. Every time she thinks about it, realizing her misunderstanding of Park Jimin, Park Min-young feels extremely embarrassed, her cheeks turning hot. So shameful. I am too ashamed. I told Kim Ji-soo that Park Jimin wanted to pursue me, and it's been a day, even when going to work. She still can't forget that sense of shame. What should she do? Moreover, every time she recalls that embarrassment, Park Jimin's face appears in her mind. Especially, his gaze seems to be questioning her, making her feel both embarrassed and remorseful. She doesn't know how to face Park Jimin. Does he know that she misunderstood him? It's strange. Park Min-young was deeply lost in thought when the voice of the CEO echoed, Min-young, come over here for a moment. There's an assignment for you. Immediately, this startled Park Min-young. She hastily stood up, her face turning pale and her eyes betraying a fearful glimmer. Yes, sir, she stammered. Subsequently, she hurried into the room to receive her task. Through an investigation, Ji-sung had a somewhat clear understanding of President Baekhyun's preferences. President Baekhyun was a person enamored with beauty, and Ji-sung knew that to persuade President Baekhyun to invest in the company, she needed to leverage the beauty of Park Min-young. Because Park Min-young was like a beautiful flower, captivating and effortlessly drawing President Baekhyun's attention. This was precisely what Jae-sung needed. Therefore, the mission to seduce President Baekhyun at the charity gala was entrusted to Park Min-young. As Park Min-young entered the office, Jae-sung directly addressed the matter. "Have you ever heard of the charity gala?" After hearing this, Park Min-young, with suspicion in her voice, asked, "Charity gala?" CDO Jae-sung is an independent woman, over 30 years old. She looked at Park Min-young with a confident gaze and explained, "That's right, recently the business community in Gyeongbokgung will organize a charity gala. By that time, major conglomerates like the Yu family, Kwan family, Mu family, Jai family, along with some renowned artists in the entertainment industry will all be in attendance. My assistant Yu have meticulously prepared invitation cards and formal evening attire. At that time, please represent me as my assistant. Additionally, I have another task for you. I heard that this charity dinner has managed to invite a mysterious tycoon named President Baekhyun. This is a great opportunity for the company to expand relationships and seek potential partners. Your task is to network with President Baekhyun, help the company create a positive impression, and persuade him to invest in our company, paving the way for future endeavors." After listening, Park Min-young understood Jae-sung's intentions. She felt a bit uneasy, thinking to herself, "Oh my, here we go again. I thought having a female CEO would avoid these situations." But thinking about the job, she pushed aside that thought and adopted a more positive perspective. Well, whatever, it's just a normal networking task after all. After careful consideration, Park Min-young took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Then she accepted the invitation card, nodded in agreement, and said, "Yes, I will do my best." Upon hearing this, Ji-sung's serious gaze served as a solemn reminder. Effort doesn't mean attempting, it means accomplishing. While Park Min-young and the elder CEO of the Nova app were discussing the charity gala, Park Jimin also received an invitation. Not only were the two engaged in this conversation, but Yoo Ah-in also called him personally. "Have you seen President Baekhyun's Weibo?" Oh Young's sister took matters into her own hands and clashed with the An family in the entertainment industry. Park Jimin, feeling bored, perked up immediately upon hearing this. "Oh Young-sil, that's fantastic. I'm going to check it out." He quickly opened Weibo. Oh my, the heat is intense. The news reporting that Oh Young-sil took action to shatter the entertainment industry tycoons currently topped the charts with over 270 million views and more than 600,000 conflicting comments. Among them were supportive comments for Oh Young-sil. "The situation has reached this point and I can't stay silent anymore. I have to speak up for those who have been harmed by these scoundrels. Support our sister. Let her soar high." There were also critical comments directed at Oh Young-sil. "Oh Young-sil, with so much shady business on your own end, biting back at others. Those in the dark don't see the truth. These are all baseless accusations. Oh Young-sil is innocent. In the entertainment industry, there's an unspoken rule that artists aspiring for fame must endure the pressure from industry tycoons. The An family also sought to impose these unwritten rules on Oh Young-sil. She boldly refused and as a result faced sabotage and ostracism. Oh Young-sil is a woman with a strong spirit in the entertainment industry, quite extraordinary. She is someone willing to stand up and fight for justice regardless of the difficulties and threats." Yoo Ah-in talked for a while, finally bringing up the topic he cared about the most. There will be a charity auction and all the prominent figures in Gyeongbokgung will be attending. President Baekhyun must come for sure. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but be skeptical. A charity auction. However, in his mind, he kept thinking it's probably a place to spend money freely. It's worth checking out, but there's something to do before that. Since the day Park Jimin left, Oh Young-sil has been contemplating through the night. Ultimately, she decided to accept his terms. Being a former lover is preferable to being labeled a homewrecker, facing public scorn, and being treated like a rat running across the street. As long as Park Jimin fulfills his promises, she is willing to pay any price. She is a clever person, understanding that in her current situation, to make a comeback, she must clear her name. There are numerous ways to clear her name, but the most effective one is to publicly expose the unwritten rules of the An family, the ones that ruin her life. However, the An family is not an easily squeezable soft fruit. If they engage in mudslinging, she might end up with a torn net and dead fish. Quickly, Oh Young-sil faced opposition when she touched the fierce tiger. Quickly, the lackeys of the An family are starting to run rampant. They are releasing filthy comments to smear my reputation. Create fake accounts to push down their comments. I don't believe the truth can still be deceived. Mrs. O, the An family's forces are much stronger than ours. They can hire people with technology skills to attack us online. We're about to collapse. Hurry. Contact the fans. They are our last strength. The An family is spending a lot of money to hire a team of PR professionals and internet trolls to tarnish us. Mrs. O, the funds in the company's account are running out soon. Oh Young-sil's eyes suddenly reddened, tears welling up in the corners, and she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice in her heart. The situation was getting worse, yet amidst the boiling turmoil, Park Jimin continued to transfer money to her. Immediately, Oh Young-sil received a message from the bank with a crisp sound reminiscent of a turning pit on a spit. Your bank account has been credited with the amount of 100 million. After reading, Oh Young-sil stood frozen in place, finding it a bit hard to believe her eyes. Another 100 million? Could it be that he thinks his money is not enough to worry about the Waibo dispute? At the moment when Oh Young-sil felt most helpless and vulnerable, she suddenly felt like she had found a refuge. Not only that, this refuge seemed incredibly sturdy, giving her a sense of safety. However, right after that, her inner self vehemently denied. Wretched guy, flaunting a few pennies as if he's so rich, as if he's the only one with money. Despite the denial, Oh Young-sil still carried an appreciation in her heart that was hard to conceal. Oh Young-sil's goodwill increased by 10 points. Indeed, financial wealth had a magical charm that was not ordinary, and not everyone could resist it. The charity event took place at the Lemon Tree Hotel, one of the top luxurious hotels in Gyeongbokgung, the capital, and a large-scale one nationwide. The Lemon Tree Hotel is designed in a classic European style, with intricate and elegant details. The attendees of today's charity event are all successful and well-known figures in the upper class of Gyeongbokgung, including business people, investors, artists, and politicians. At this moment, the Emperor chat group is gathering and engaging in lively discussions. Yirelen looks at Oh Young and smiles inquiringly. Oh Young, you seem to be in high spirits lately. You used to worry about your sister all the time, but today it's like you become a different person. Normally, no one would bother to pay attention to him, but lately his sister has become famous, so it's only fitting to ask. Oh, Young hears people talking about him, and he joins in the banter. Poor my sister. Luckily, she got to know Chairman Baekhyun. Now, consider me his half-brother. Meeting someone cheerful lifts the spirits. Basically, you guys don't know how rich Chairman Baekhyun is. The other day, after meeting my sister, he directly gifted her a LaFerrari worth over 20 million. Not only that, Chairman Baekhyun recognized my sister's acting talent and declared a 2 billion investment to establish a television company, helping my sister star in 2 major films with an investment budget of over 500 million each. Moreover, Chairman Baekhyun not only talked big, but he also transferred 100 million to my sister, and yesterday, another 100 million. My sister will soon be able to return to the peak. Oh Young boasts excitedly, leaving the wealthy elites of Gyeongbokgung speechless. As Oh Young stated, Oh Young-sil had been absent for a while, suddenly reappearing and openly criticizing the director Jai Ho. Her actions created a shockwave, causing a stir in the entertainment industry. Without Chairman Baekhyun standing behind her, would she dare to do such a thing? Oh Young, the one who spent 500 million to buy shares of the Thai family, right? Indeed, I heard that Chairman Baekhyun holds significant power and influence. Even Ji Sho-hee, the president of the Han Group, was humiliated by Chairman Baekhyun. No wonder yesterday I saw your sister on the internet quarreling with half of the entertainment industry. With such a solid support, she is truly formidable. I heard Chairman Baekhyun is a very mysterious person, and no one knows much about his background. But regardless of his background, he is a person of immense power and influence, capable of dominating in the entertainment world. Oh Young, if you have the chance, introduce me to Chairman Baekhyun a bit. My grandfather has been wanting to meet Chairman Baekhyun for a long time. Poor my brother-in-law, a few days ago, he even invited me for a drink. He was so delighted. Hearing this, Kwon Ja-young stood up and left. Yiran looked after him inquisitively and asked, Hey, Kwon Ja-young, where are you going? Just tell us, I need to freshen up a bit. As Kwon Ja-young left the room, someone immediately became curious about him, saying, Who is that? Kwon Ja-young, the second son of the Kwon family. He joined the Emperor chat group a few days ago, and everyone is interested in his elder brother, Kwon Young-ae, a remarkable figure. He revitalized the Kwon family business from a declining state. Under Kwon Young-ae's leadership, within just 5 years, the Kwon family conglomerate has become a powerful corporation with a personal net worth reaching 9 billion. However, when compared to Kwon Young-ae, Kwon Ja-young still has a huge gap. Kwon Ja-young left the room feeling uncomfortable, muttering to himself, What's so impressive about it? It's just because your sister decided to become a lawful wife. She acts all high and mighty. Without Chairman Baekhyun, you wouldn't even be worthy of being my butler. Today's charity auction is essentially a place where the elites of Gyeongbokgung divide the pie, and the benefits in the next 15 years will be distributed through this event. Chairman Baekhyun is the most important guest tonight. I've collected all the information related to Chairman Baekhyun for a long time, and I've conducted a psychological analysis for him. The margin of error won't exceed 5%. He is a middle-aged person, elegant, with integrity and a broad vision. Even when bored, he had a modest personality and his outstanding qualities are hard to conceal. Do you all want to make friends with Chairman Baekhyun? Well, I don't need to ponder. I'll just sit by the door and wait. The moment Chairman Baekhyun arrives, I'll intercept him immediately. Watch and learn, Kwon Young-ae. I'll prove through actions that I am the most valuable heir of the Kwon family conglomerate. Kwon Jae-young stood by the door waiting for Chairman Baekhyun, contemplating while absent-mindedly looking around. Suddenly, he jolted, recognizing a familiar figure. Isn't that Park Jimin? What is he doing here? And why is he dressed in security guard attire? Kwon Jae-young widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The person he always considered an enemy was now standing in front of him in tattered security guard clothing. Tonight, Park Jimin was dressed differently from usual, wearing a relatively simple suit. However, as he approached the hotel door, he felt awkward seeing the party attendees all dressed extravagantly in the latest expensive and stylish suits. He felt like he was lost in the crowd, thinking, this is the charity event, indeed very grand. To attend this event, I had to spend quite a sum of money. Recently, I spent a whopping $200,000 to buy this rather expensive suit, but I still decided to buy it because it's beautiful. Now looking back, I still feel a bit regretful. Spending money can be such a bittersweet feeling. Thinking about this, tears welled up in Park Jimin's eyes. Right after, he suddenly realized something that surprised him. How did I end up buying clothes today that looked like the hotel security uniform? Oh no, what's going on? Everyone is wearing suits with leather shoes and they look like uniforms. Oh my, when did hotel security start wearing expensive suits like this? That's really professional. Park Jimin felt awkward and became even more bewildered. He just discovered that times had changed. In his impression from television dramas, young men attending lavish parties usually dressed elegantly in suits and leather shoes. But currently, that seemed no longer true. At that moment, Kwon Jae-young approached with a mocking smile. Hey, isn't this the basketball player Park Jimin? How did you turn into a security guard after a few days without seeing you? The sneering voice belonged to him indeed. Kwon Jae-young continued to speak disdainfully. Recently, your finances must be tight, so you've taken up a job as a security guard to earn some extra money, huh? Park Jimin responded coldly, I'm sorry, I'm not a security guard. I'm an invited guest for tonight's party. Besides, we're not close. Please have some self-respect and stay away from me. Hearing this, Kwon Jae-young became even more contemptuous and deliberately teased. Attending the party, huh? What a coincidence. I'm also here for the party. Let's go inside together. Afterward, he sneered, smirked, and harbored a malicious thought. Pretending with me. Acting like a worn-out security guard. I'll embarrass you. Thinking so, Kwon Jae-young laughed mockingly as he followed Park Jimin into the hotel. Just as they reached the hotel entrance, Park Jimin was stopped by security. Sir, please present your invitation. Park Jimin asked in confusion, invitation? What invitation? Upon hearing this, Kwon Jae-young almost burst into laughter. Impossible. Who gets invited without an invitation? Park Jimin, stop pretending. Being a security guard is nothing to be ashamed of. No need to play the big shot. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Park Jimin had a darkened face and a fierce red gaze, knowing that Kwon Jae-young was deliberately provoking him. Kwon Jae-young's loud laughter and mockery in front of the hotel had attracted the attention of several onlookers. Suddenly, a luxurious black car pulled up in front of the hotel. Stepping out from the vehicle was an incredibly beautiful woman adorned in a black evening gown. Initially, everyone was captivated by her long, slender legs. Park Min-young, observing the splendid party scene, couldn't help but exclaim, this is the scene of a charity event. As she approached the hotel entrance, a form-fitting black evening gown showcased her slender and alluring figure. Gracefully, she moved like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, causing some people to pause mid-breath. Sensing her ethereal beauty, her eyes sparkled, holding myriad mysteries. Her long butterfly-like eyelashes, rosy cheeks resembling peach blossoms, ruby red lips, and flowing, tilted hair added to her charm. Especially striking was her snow-white skin, in stark contrast to the black dress, accentuating her natural beauty. The dignified demeanor of the girl made it impossible to look away. Who is this girl? She's unbelievably beautiful. I immediately think of Miss Yang from the Yang family, Yang Webai, or the Miss O from the O family, Oh Young-sil. It's not certain if anyone can surpass her in beauty. In the upper class of Gyeongbokgung, I've encountered many exquisite beauties, but this woman is an exception. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. As soon as Park Min-young entered the party, the eyes of the men around her immediately fixated on her, and their gossip about her beauty made her extremely uncomfortable. Though she didn't like this attention, she had a mission tonight to persuade Chairman Baekhyun to invest in her company. Park Min-young was absorbed in thoughts about how to convince Chairman Baekhyun when she suddenly heard loud laughter and mockery from Kwon Jae-young. Attending the party without an invitation? That's strange, making a big fuss. She turned around, and a familiar figure that had been lingering in her mind for the past few days appeared. Park Jimin, he's here too. Park Jimin, infuriated, retorted, I told you I don't have an invitation, but I am genuinely invited. Hearing the loud voice of Park Jimin, it made the hotel security raise an eyebrow, but they remained calm and explained, as far as I know, all guests have been issued invitations. Upon hearing this, Kwon Jae-young, who was standing nearby, added, That's right. Those without invitations are special guests, such as my brother, CEO Kwon Young-ae of the Kwon family conglomerate, the CEO of the Shark Company, President Jun, and the #1 internet sensation, Chairman Baekhyun. These three elders control tens of billions, especially the last one, Chairman Baekhyun, whose wealth is immeasurable. After explaining this, Kwon Jae-young looked at Park Jimin with a cold tone and questioned, Park Jimin, may I ask which tycoon you represent? Kwon Jae-young thought that by mentioning these three wealthy individuals, he could corner Park Jimin, causing a scene and providing a reason for security to escort him out. However, Park Min-young intervened, saying, He is with me. Can't one invitation bring in one person? He is my friend. After speaking, Park Min-young quickly handed the invitation to the security guard. Seeing the invitation, the security guard immediately bowed and accepted it, saying, Yes, ma'am. Park Jimin looked at Park Min-young with a puzzled expression, thinking this damn girl probably hates me, yet she helps me out. Could she have some ulterior motive? Although Park Jimin didn't really need the help, he couldn't believe that Park Min-young, who had always disliked him, would suddenly intervene to assist him. The more Park Jimin thought about it, the more perplexed he felt. However, at this moment, Park Min-young coldly explained her actions go in. Let me make it clear. I held you not because I've changed my opinion of you, but because I want to repay you. That night, I misunderstood you, and that's all. Park Jimin, upon hearing this, felt even more uncomfortable, muttering to himself, repaying me by pretending to make a threatening call to the Dong family heir, and she ruined everything. She thinks she's helping me. Where does she get that confidence? Park Min-young. After contemplating, Park Jimin, without any courtesy, remarked, Do you think that's how you repay me? I feel quite disadvantaged. I came here because I was invited not to tag along with you. Don't make a big deal out of it. This isn't the Hogai-chu Student Union. Upon hearing this, Park Min-young blushed. She initially thought he would thank her, but she didn't expect Park Jimin's reaction. She became so angry that her lungs almost burst, saying, You. Don't bother about him. I try to help you, and you mock me. Just go die. Men with handsome faces are really not worth it. The more Park Min-young thought about it, the angrier she became. Her hands clenched tightly, and her whole body trembled with anger. She couldn't believe that Park Jimin would treat her this way. She initially thought he was a good person, but he turned out to be ungrateful. Meanwhile, seeing Park Min-young so enraged, Park Jimin was also taken aback. He didn't expect her to get so angry. He just wanted to let her know that he didn't need her help, but he didn't anticipate her profound misunderstanding. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers witnessed the entire incident and burst into scornful laughter. They spoke loudly without any hesitation, clearly intending to leave Park Jimin utterly embarrassed. Come on, I was just about to say. This guy is a scammer, let in and still acting all high and mighty. This year, there are too many scammers trying to freeload. Men like him are truly disgusting, lacking integrity, and yet deluding themselves with a sense of power. Truly disgusting. Kwon Jae-young, hearing the mocking voices, appeared quite pleased. He added a few words casually. Park Jimin, a profession doesn't determine your worth, but you're obviously a security guard deliberately pretending to be an invited guest. Living in such delusions, be careful about the difficult path you might face in the future. As everyone continued to mock him, Park Jimin couldn't endure another moment. His eyes turned bloodshot and the veins on his forehead swelled. Immediately, a cold thought crossed his mind. Laugh, go ahead, laugh. Let's see who will face a more difficult path later. Yiran, who had just walked into the main hall, glanced towards the entrance and muttered, What's going on? Why is there such a crowd here? Is there something interesting to see? However, he couldn't help but be startled immediately. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion, all pointing towards Chairman Baekhyun. Kwon Jae-young, with an arrogant expression, was patting Chairman Baekhyun's shoulder, displaying clear disdain. This sight infuriated Yiran. Damn it, this isn't Chairman Baekhyun. I thought it was him. Turns out it's the second son of the Kwon family gone mad, openly mocking Chairman Baekhyun. This is asking for trouble. I need to call Ah-in right away. From several months ago, Yu Ah-in had begun to take over the family business responsibilities. Bearing the weight of the family's significant responsibilities, he had grown considerably. In fact, he possessed impressive capabilities. Recently, he had developed connections with Chairman Baekhyun and Long Hoam, one a tycoon, the other a major shareholder of the double a conglomerate. Before the start of the dinner party, he had the opportunity to meet Kwon Young-ae, a distinguished figure in the Gyeongbokgung business community. The two engaged in conversation and found many commonalities. Yu Ain was eager to learn from Kwon Young-ae's valuable experiences, and she was more than willing to share her insights. Kwon Young-ae, a savvy businesswoman, quickly grasped the camaraderie between Yu Ain and Chairman Baekhyun. Having just exchanged a few words, she eagerly inquired about Chairman Baekhyun. I have heard Chairman Baekhyun is attending tonight. I've wanted to build a connection for a long time. When the time comes, I'll need Chairman Yu to help introduce me. Chairman Kwon has spoken highly, and although Chairman Baekhyun is my friend, I can't say much about his matters. I treat him like an older brother. Chairman Yu is too modest. Everyone knows Chairman Baekhyun and Yu. Before Kwon Young-ae could finish speaking, Yu Ah-in's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw a call from Yu Ran and promptly interrupted Kwon Young-ae. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Chung-hee, what's going on? I told you to pick up Chairman Baekhyun. Something's not right with Ah-in. Chairman Baekhyun is blocked at the entrance, and someone is humiliating him. What the hell? Who's foolish enough to insult tonight's special guest? Who dares to disgrace Chairman Baekhyun? What the hell is going on? Who has the audacity against the two young masters of the Kwon family, Kwon Ji-young? As Yu Ah-in finished speaking, Kwon Young-ae felt as if lightning had struck him. This news was akin to a divine punishment. He had been trying to establish a connection with the mysterious Chairman Baekhyun, deliberately targeting Yu Ah-in at tonight's dinner party. However, it seemed there was no more opportunity now. Without caution, the Kwon family conglomerate faced the risk of bankruptcy. Immediately, Kwon Young-ae seemed to lose his mind, rushing toward the hotel entrance, cursing along the way. This reckless fool, Chairman Baekhyun, how dare you lay a hand on him? Yu Ah-in quickly followed, calling out loudly, Chairman Kwon, please don't stir things up. At the hotel entrance, the upper-class crowd was buzzing with speculation. Chairman Baekhyun is becoming the target of criticism. They astutely recognized that Kwon Ji-young, the second young master of the Kwon family, intended to discipline the young man. In this situation, cooperating a bit seemed unavoidable. Consider it giving him some face. Kwon Ji-young patted Park Jimin on the shoulder, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. After teaching Park Jimin a lesson and seeing him remain silent, he smirked like a triumphant victor. I told you, why act so arrogantly and try to infiltrate our social circle? Even a security guard suits you well. Park Jimin tried to maintain composure in the face of Kwon Ji-young's humiliation. Throughout his 3 years as a student, he had grown accustomed to such harsh words. This time was no exception. Following this, Park Jimin pushed Kwon Ji-young's hand off his shoulder, his gaze icy. Keep your hands off. A despicable guy like you has no right to lecture me. Even if your older brother is here, he has no authority over me. Hearing that, Kwon Ji-young burst into triumphant laughter. He flaunted his arms arrogantly, his tone full of confidence. Ha 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 ha. This security guard talks too much. Looking down on this person, looking down on that person. Do you know who my older brother is? My older brother is Kwon Young-ae, the chairman of the Kwon family conglomerate, holding assets worth tens of billions and owning numerous businesses. Hiccup, even Gyeongbokgung trembles at his influence. Pointing to his chest, he continued in a haughty tone. I am the second son of the Kwon family conglomerate, the younger brother of Kwon Young-ae. I have taught you a lesson. What can you do to me? You're just a rotten security guard. Park Min-young stood aside, indifferent and chilly. Even though she found Kwon Ji-young's attempt to teach Park Jimin a lesson amusing, hearing him boast about his family background made her disdainful. Kwon Ji-young, this guy, always boasting about the Park family conglomerate and his brother. He's just a useless fellow. But regardless, he's still much better than Park Jimin. I showed kindness to you, yet you still think too highly of yourself. Park Jimin, your family deserves you. When Kwon Young-ae and Yu Ah-in appeared immediately, there were loud cheers. Chairman Kwon, you're here. Also, young master Yu Ah-in has arrived. Immediately, everyone shifted to the sides to make way for the two approaching figures. At this moment, the ladies felt their hearts beating faster. Not a few directly bowed, offering their business cards respectfully, saying, Greetings, Chairman Kwon. However, Kwon Young-ae did not pause. His face darkened and his cold gaze directed towards Kwon Ji-young as he walked forward. This scene caught the attention of some, sparking whispers and discussions. Chairman Kwon doesn't seem very happy. Someone must have provoked him. Some even thought that Park Jimin's days were numbered. When Kwon Young-ae stood in front of Kwon Ji-young and Park Jimin with a somber face, seeing this, he chuckled lightly, tapped his chest, and spoke with an arrogant tone. Big brother, why are you here? I can handle this little matter. Seeing Kwon Young-ae extend his hand and deliver a resounding slap straight to Kwon Ji-young's face, the young man was left dazed and bleeding from his nose. It must be said, The slap was merciless. Kwon Jae-young held his face in pain, his eyes filled with confusion and indignation as he questioned, "What are you doing? Why did you hit me?" Kwon Young-a looked at him with a bullet-like gaze, simultaneously signaling Park Jae-min and angrily scolding, "Why are you asking? Is there no IQ in your head? Quickly go and apologize to Chairman Baekhyun." Immediately, everyone looking at Park Jae-min felt a bit of fear, the reason being that he was too young, only 20 years old, but already so talented. However, precisely because of his young age, it made people wary. Kwon Jae-young, after that, was also stunned, not expecting Park Jae-min to be so young. Chairman Baekhyun. Next, to express his sincerity, Kwon Young-a bowed 90 degrees in front of Park Jae-min, speaking clearly and fluently, "Chairman Baekhyun, I apologize. My younger brother just committed an offense against you. I apologize on his behalf." Kwon Young-a's apology echoed, making everyone so astonished that their eyes widened and their mouths gaped, experiencing a surge of emotions, sending shivers down their spines. At this moment, those who had mocked Park Jae-min bowed their heads, not daring to lift their faces. They resembled black turtles retracting their heads, originally wanting to flatter the second young master of the Kwon family. Little did they know they had offended someone even more formidable. In their confusion and fear, silence lingered for a few seconds before people began to chatter. Baekhyun, a legendary chairman, owner of assets worth hundreds of billions, and a special guest at tonight's event. Truly, no need for an invitation. Chairman Baekhyun is indeed an attractive figure, always so humble. Chairman Baekhyun, I'm your fan. Can you please give me your autograph? Kwon Jae-young's expression was extremely complicated, displaying a mixture of amazement, regret, and anger. In his mind, 1,000 whys began to emerge. Why is everything like this? Play the piano, playing basketball. I've lost at him in everything. Even in family background, I'm inferior to him. Is he the protagonist in a novel? Am I his nemesis? He truly hadn't thought about it. Just a few days ago, he was in the Emperor chat group, flattering Chairman Baekhyun in various ways. He even independently researched this mysterious character. Meanwhile, Park Jae-min was just an insignificant junior, but unexpectedly, Chairman Baekhyun and Park Jae-min turned out to be one. After this incident, he would no longer have a place in Gyeongbokgung, and even the Kwon family's business would fall into a deadlock. No one would want to do business with someone who offended the legendary Chairman Baekhyun. Yoo In looked at Park Jae-min awkwardly and said, "Today's situation with Mr. Baekhyun is my fault. You should have called me. It's quite impolite not to." The atmosphere was somewhat tense, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Park Jae-min's reaction. They couldn't imagine how someone of such high status would respond to such a humiliating situation. However, right after that, an action by Park Jae-min made everyone feel relieved. He simply patted Yoo In on the shoulder and said with a gentle voice, "Don't worry about our relationship. I won't blame you for these things. The lack of manners is on the part of the Yoo family's patriarch. The dinner is about to start. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We are all well-known figures in Gyeongbokgung, so let's go inside." After ushering everyone into the banquet, Yoo In glanced at Park Jae-min, his brows furrowed in discomfort. Immediately, Yoo In angrily exclaimed, "Call the manager here immediately. Whoever arranged the security guard uniform for today's party changed the entire set for me. Do you hear me?" Yoo In's voice echoed throughout the hotel, startling everyone. At this moment, Park Min-young looked at Park Jae-min with wide eyes, feeling as if she were being swept away by a strong wind, making her unable to remain calm. "I thought Park Jae-min was arrogant and shallow, but he turns out to be genuinely humble. If Park Jae-min wanted with his legendary status, countless girls at school would be chasing after him. He doesn't need my help at all. I've done too much. Now I feel really embarrassed. How can I fulfill my boss's assignment now? Do I really have to rely on my looks?" Originally, Park Min-young came here with a mission. She represented Vinova Software to approach and get acquainted with Chairman Baekhyun. However, Park Min-young never dreamed of the scenario where Chairman Baekhyun would turn out to be Park Jae-min. She felt like the heavens and earth were collapsing and a higher power was playing a joke on her. After settling into the VIP seats at the auction venue, Yoo In began addressing the main issue. Anyway, clinging to the past is not a good approach. The charity auction is about to begin, and tonight Baekhyun is hosting the first event, a charity auction. It includes not only antique jewelry and company shares, but also land. You'll surely find it intriguing. Yes, land. This time, the city of Gyeongbokgung has selected a prime piece of land to support the charity auction. Baekhyun is unaware that most bankrupt companies have already been mortgaged to the bank. This move aims to relieve pressure on the industry in the city and provide additional job opportunities. These companies won't disappear, but will be auctioned by the bank to stimulate economic growth. Politicians have even selected a high-quality plot of land to auction. This is the most crucial act of the day. Both the G and U families are very interested in this piece of land. Even the Quan conglomerate and President Jun's shark-like conglomerate show great enthusiasm for this land. Investing in a high-quality plot is almost a foolproof deal without losses, so they are sure not to miss this opportunity. Park Jimin nodded subtly, internally amused. This auction seems quite interesting, a good place to spend money, and the system is not short of funds. Companies and land are quite pricey, only a few tens or even hundreds of billions. I'm worried about where to spend money. Ha 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 ha. Ideas were forming in Jimin's mind, but he felt a bit hesitant at this moment. After buying those companies, I have to stand on the nominal side of the target, so who to give them to? Yang Weebai, Kim Jisoo, or... Thinking of this, his gaze stopped at Park Min-young, silently contemplating Park Min-young already here. The thought emerged, but was quickly dismissed as Jimin shook his head. Park Min-young is stunningly beautiful, but her personality is too stubborn. She basically doesn't like men, and even if someone actively approaches her, she may not appreciate it. So let's forget about her. Supporting a woman with mental issues would make sense even if I spent money on her. As Jimin pondered on which target to lavish money upon, a breathtakingly beautiful woman entered the hotel. Her appearance caught the attention of everyone inside. She's here too. Dressed in an elegant white evening gown, radiating an ethereal charm, her graceful steps flowed like gentle winds, creating an incredibly alluring presence. Oh, Young-sil, it's her. As Oh Young-sil entered, there was an immediate buzz of gossip. Isn't she the actress who had a scandal, play high-end brands as a third party on the film set? Truly a little fairy. I can't believe Oh Young-sil, who has fallen from grace like this, isn't afraid to show up here. She doesn't fear being pointed fingers at. What is she afraid of? Haven't you been following the entertainment news? Oh Young-sil has started attacking director Jai-ho, exposing his perverted acts of coercing female artists. Currently, the two are fiercely battling, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. This might also be her declaration of a comeback. Oh Young-sil wore a confident and proud expression, paying no attention to the gossip around her. She appeared at the charity event in Gyeongbokgung today not just to attend. According to the information she knew, among the celebrity guests, there was a second-tier actress named Soo Jung-yu. Soo Jung-yu had previously collaborated with the director from the An family and was one of the victims of his unspoken rules. After enduring those rules, Soo Jung-yu had been nurtured by the An family into a renowned artist in the entertainment industry, with over 2 million followers on Weibo. Up until now, Soo Jung-yu's influence far surpasses that of Oh Young-sil. If she can persuade Soo Jung-yu to stand up together and expose the truth about director Jai-ho's unspoken rules, she will have a chance to turn the tide in this battle. Therefore, Oh Young-sil must personally appear at this banquet. Park Jimin, upon seeing her, couldn't help but be astonished, but shortly after, he broke into a smile, saying, with her here, it's going to be interesting. Maybe tonight, just buy everything, buy it all. At this moment, Park Jimin also took notice of everyone's seating arrangements. But honestly, how were the seats arranged today? In the 5th row, the couple Lee Hee-jun also made an appearance. Unfortunately, Yang Weebai was absent from tonight's wine party. Someone like Jae Sho-hee only deserved to sit in the 2nd row. Park Jimin glanced at the 1st row, seeing Chairman Jun and Kwon Young-ae sitting there. Additionally, there were some senior figures that Park Jimin was not familiar with. The seat next to him was still vacant, with a guest nameplate behind the row. Ka-jun, isn't this the name of the head of Gyeongbokgung, the capital's stronghold? After scanning through, Park Jimin also understood the auction is organized in order based on the identity and status of the guests. Influential elders in the upper class will be seated in the 1st row, so it seems my reputation, being Chairman Baekhyun at Gyeongbokgung, is quite valuable. Feeling proud of his reputation, Park Jimin suddenly heard a voice beside him. Sorry for borrowing this for a moment. Park Jimin glanced over and found a girl who surprised him a bit. This girl had a tall and slender figure, a graceful and elegant demeanor, dressed simply and wearing a flat cap on her head. She sat down next to him with a gentle smile. He noticed that the girl wore no makeup and had simple clothing, appearing very unpretentious. She exuded a special kind of charisma, very natural, as if regardless of the circumstances or makeup, she maintained an elegant and confident demeanor. Perhaps this was the aura of a wealthy heiress. Certainly, Park Jimin's astonishment wasn't because of her appearance, but rather due to the name Ka-jun written on the seat next to him. However, this girl had taken the seat on her own. With enhanced hearing, Park Jimin's ears were as sensitive as a dog's, and he could hear very faint discussions from behind. Even when they were several meters away, he could clearly hear every word they were saying. Who is this girl, and why is she sitting in Mr. Seat? That's Seok-won's spot. He has a temper. If I want to pursue her, I think I have to strive for at least 50 years. Don't talk nonsense. She's the only daughter of Mr. Seok-hwan, Mr. Couldn't make it today, so if he's dreaming, if he thinks, he can just rely on you. After hearing about her identity and background, Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. He couldn't have expected that the girl with the simple flat cap had such a prestigious background, being the daughter of the city's leader and beautiful to boot. Though there was a slight fluctuation in her aura, Park Jimin soon realized a high-status girl like her, with family connections to influential figures, needs to be approached with caution. If her weaknesses are exposed, she might fall into an irreversible fate. Definitely untouchable. In the simplest analysis, if Park Jimin were to tightly bind his relationship with her and spend money or give expensive gifts, suspicions about illicit funds would inevitably arise. He might even face arrest and investigation. Therefore, it's best not to tease or provoke her. It's even better not to tightly bind a dependent relationship. Park Jimin's train of thought became clear. He glanced at Seok-hwan briefly and then stopped looking at her. His gaze focused straight ahead towards the lectern on the stage. Next to Kwon Young-ae, upon seeing Seok-hwan appear, he proactively approached, saying, "Miss So, I'm Kwon Young-ae. Pleased to meet you." Being the daughter of the city's leader, if a connection could be established, it would be very advantageous for the conglomerate's development. Taking it a step further, even marriage was not out of the question. Kwon Young-ae was the type who would undoubtedly see more than just a woman relying solely on wealth. He would be looking for a woman with a status and background matching his own. Seok-hwan was a perfect choice for Kwon Young-ae. She wasn't just the daughter of a wealthy and powerful family. She was also beautiful, intelligent, and educated. Seok-hwan maintained a dignified demeanor, showing no signs of yielding when faced with those of equal or higher social status. Nevertheless, she politely responded to Kwon Young-ae's greeting. "Chairman Kwon, I'm pleased to meet you." Once again, the usual flattery and compliments. "If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to attend this terrible party with my father." Seok-hwan responded with a gracious smile, but it seemed that she wasn't particularly interested in Kwon Young-ae. Perhaps due to her father's supreme leadership role, she had experienced too much flattery from a young age, making her instinctively dislike those who actively sought to approach her. Conversely, she was quite impressed with Park Jimin, who didn't bother to pay her much attention. In fact, she looked at him several times. Who is this person? So young and sitting in the same row as the old men like Kwon Young-ae looks quite out of place. The more Seok-hwan looked at Park Jimin, the more handsome he appeared. Notably, after casting a glance at her once, he completely ignored her, as if her beauty had not captured his attention at all. After a while, Seok-hwan decided to turn to Park Jimin for a greeting, but with a rather sarcastic tone, she said, "Hello, I'm Seok-hwan. What's your name?" Park Jimin heard Seok-hwan's question, but didn't respond. Instead, he just looked around with a deaf ear and a blank stare, muttering to himself, "Hello, I'm Park Jimin. What's your name? Can't see, can't hear. Quickly turn away. Don't pay attention to me." Seeing this, Seok-hwan felt a bit uncomfortable, saying, "What's wrong with this person?" moving away as if I'm very frightening. Growing more curious, Seok-hwan further unnerved Park Jimin. Sweat began to pour down his face, thinking no exchange of language with her is allowed. If the system arbitrarily tightens the bond between me and her, it will be a disaster. The more mysterious Park Jimin appeared, the more determined Seok-hwan became not to let him off the hook. She insisted, "What kind of person are you?" refusing to say your name is too impolite. This time, Chairman Kwon and Yu Ah-in couldn't hold back either, saying, "Chairman Baekhyun, you're also too aloof. This is your daughter." Yu Ah-in chuckled and said, "Our handsome guy, can you speak?" "There's no other way." Park Jimin stared at Seok-hwan for a while, and finally, 4 words escaped his lips. "My name is Park Jimin." The system's voice chimed in, name. Seok-hwan, age, 22 height, 173 centimeters weight, 54 kilograms, beauty score, 91 points. The female student has a favorable impression of the host. Establishing a tight bond with the fangirl raises the host's favorability to over 95 points, successfully reversing the attack. Identity transformation complete. The target will become the host's fangirl. Successful reverse attack. Reward, 10% of the fangirl expenditure, favorability boost of 35 points, mastery in marksmanship, combat, chess, English, guzheng, pipa, and painting. After the system tightened the bond, leaving Park Jimin helpless, he sighed, "The system really fooled me again." Thinking about being tightly bonded with the daughter of the Jeonbuk-own leader, Park Jimin felt trouble. He worried, if this relationship continues to develop, her father might cause trouble for me, even expose all my secrets. At that point, I'll have no way out. "Oh, Park Jimin, I remember you." At this moment, a beautiful host stepped onto the stage, causing the audience to erupt in cheers. Is this host not some Ju Won from HBO TV? I thought today's host would be from the provincial television station. Apart from the nationwide CCTV, more than 20 television stations belong to HBO TV. Right, she is a famous actress from the movie Divine Dragon Armor. Her real name is Soo Jung-yu. I've always found it extremely classic. Indeed, this film was personally sponsored by the An family. Originally, the female lead was said to be Oh Hyung-sil, but later changed to Soo Jung-yu. Since her appearance in the banquet hall, guests sitting in the back rows began to discuss fervently, their eyes filled with boundless admiration. Only one person sitting in the highest position remained extremely calm. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Soo Jung-yu, and I will be your host for tonight's auction. Please welcome our first auction item of the evening. As Soo Jung-yu finished speaking, a middle-aged man in formal attire ascended the stage. Next, a staff member brought an item to display on the podium, accompanied by a specialized projection screen to introduce the origin and value of the item. This necklace is a reproduction of the original Heart of the Ocean necklace from the movie Titanic. It is produced by a renowned jewelry company and designed by a top designer. The necklace features a rare heart-shaped blue diamond set in white gold and surrounded by nearly flawless white diamonds. This unique necklace is one of a kind in the world, symbolizing eternal love. The starting price is $120 million. As the auctioneer finished speaking, many in the audience took a sharp breath. No one expected that the opening item would be the Heart of the Ocean, a world-famous piece of jewelry. Without further words, its value was self-evident. This necklace is valued at up to $2 million on the international market, and even with the money, it's not easily attainable. Especially for the women present, their eyes began to sparkle. Even Oh Hyung-sil, who was typically cool-headed, showed a hint of fascination. Oh, it's the Heart of the Ocean, only one in the world. Whoever buys it for me, I'll agree to a higher bid. Oh, how detestable. Hating my father isn't enough. If I can't buy this necklace without it, my figure, beauty, social etiquette, and even my soul will be destroyed. After the cheers of the girls, the scene suddenly fell silent. Within just 10 seconds, finally a voice echoed, 130 million, 140 million, 150 million. The price of the Heart of the Ocean necklace quickly soared. This necklace held immense value, and over time, its worth seemed destined to increase. Among the auction participants, there was a determined and assertive woman. She seemed to have a specific purpose and was determined to secure the item at any cost. Park Jimin raised his bidder number sign, calmly declaring, I'll pay 300 million. As these words were spoken, it was like a bolt of lightning in broad daylight, causing everyone to startle. Even the girls couldn't help but cover their mouths, turning to look at the person who had just made the bid. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation, with only the sounds of gasps, pounding hearts, and the astonished and admiring gazes of the onlookers. Soo-kwon stared at Park Jimin with wide eyes, full of confusion. She couldn't believe that he could bid so high. This person is truly generous beyond measure. Initially, I thought he was just some rich kid, but unexpectedly, he's a wealthy magnate. Even the auctioneer couldn't help but widen his eyes, gaping at Park Jimin. He had been in this profession for quite a while, but he had never encountered a situation like this. Damn it, a direct doubling of the bid. Who bids like that? How is he letting others participate? Oh, the person in seat number 5, Chairman Baekhyun, bids 300 million. Any higher bids? 300 million once. Damn it, my goodness, someone in my family already designated a purchase. 300 million twice. Hey, sweetheart, there's still more behind. Let's continue the bidding. 300 million for the last time. Any higher bids? With the auctioneer's announcement, the auction became incredibly dramatic, but no one had the courage to bid further. The entire hall fell silent, not a sound to be heard. The auctioneer decisively struck the gavel, sold for 300 million. As the staff went to settle the payment for the necklace, Park Jimin coldly commanded, this necklace, after repackaging, send it to the actress Oh Hyung-sil in the back. This is a gift from me to her. The staff nodded respectfully, yes, Chairman Baekhyun. Immediately, half of the eyes in the hall turned towards Oh Hyung-sil. Among them, the predominant emotions were longing and envy. Oh Hyung-sil was stunned to the point of speechlessness. The audience started buzzing with discussions. Isn't that her? The rumored girl. Since entering the hall, Oh Hyung-sil had been subjected to verbal abuse and character assassination, making her feel that living was worse than death. However, when Park Jimin openly gifted her the 300 million won Heart of the Ocean necklace in front of everyone, it truly moved her. Her heart seemed to skip a beat and suddenly pounded as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. Oh Hyung-sil's favorability increased by 10 points. Oh Hyung-sil's favorability increased by 10 points. Oh Hyung-sil's favorability increased by 10 points. Her current favorability was 35 points. But after thinking about her status as just a lover, she felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She tried to control her emotions. No. Oh, young Sil, I must not fall into his trap. I am an independent woman with ideals and dreams. After a while, her inner self steadied like a rock. She decided to draw attention to herself. I must not easily be moved by Park Jimin. It's not like he wants to use money to suppress me. Then I will use his money to the end to show him how formidable I am, to make him feel pain. In the blink of an eye, the auctioneer began the second bidding session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the second auction item of the evening, one of the main highlights for today, a grand piano. However, this is no ordinary piano. It's a glass piano from the renowned Helso brand, ranking among the top 2 of the list of the world's most famous pianos. Crafted from a single piece of glass, this piano was once used by the famed pianist Lang Shen. Over the past decade, it has become an icon in the hearts of the people. It witnessed the uprising of the nation and the rapid development of the country in recent years. It is a testament to the rise of the nation on the international stage. The starting price is $30 million. Guided by the emotionally charged auctioneer, the value of the piano kept rising. I bid $35 million, $40 million, $45 million. In just under 5 minutes, the bidding price soared to $90 million, yet it was not enough to stop the participants. The price continued to escalate. Park Jimin casually shouted an astonishingly high bid. I bid $200 million, Dan. Why is it him again? Park Jimin smiled triumphantly. This piano could also be a gift for Kim Jisoo to enjoy. He believed that this would be a meaningful present for someone who loved music like Kim Jisoo, and she would cherish the gift along with the sentiments he had for her. However, right after Park Jimin's bid ended, another voice immediately echoed from behind. I bid $210 million. A female voice echoed, breaking the tense atmosphere in the auditorium. Park Jimin turned around to see a young girl seated in the third row. This girl had vibrant red hair and eyes that shimmered like jade, staring back at him with unwavering determination. Immediately, whispers spread throughout the room. Who would have thought that this young girl would dare to confront Chairman Baekhyun? She's Dong Chung-sha, the heiress of the Dongsi conglomerate, the largest gaming corporation in Gyeongbokgung. Recently, they've been collaborating with the QQ conglomerate, focusing on the mobile gaming market. I heard that the global economic downturn caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has affected many industries. The gaming industry is booming, especially during the peak of the pandemic when people were confined indoors. They turned to electronic games for entertainment and relaxation. This led to a tremendous increase in the revenue of gaming companies. Park Jimin's ears perked up like a dog's. It seemed like every bit of the whispers had found its way into his ears. So she's the daughter of the Dongsi conglomerate, a gaming company making a fortune. However, Jimin thought he might need to reconsider this piano gift for Kim Jisoo. He felt that presenting her with a piano might not be a bad idea. It could enhance his favorability towards her. Park Jimin coldly exclaimed $300 million. His voice commanded the attention of almost everyone present. Seated in the third row, Dong Chung-cha glanced at Park Jimin with a hint of surprise. Then she shot him a challenging look, indicating that she had no intention of backing down, stating $310 million. At this point, Park Jimin began to feel a bit irritated, his gaze turning icy. He then shouted an exorbitant price, $500 million. As the staggering bid of $500 million rang out, the entire auditorium seemed to explode. People widened their eyes, mouths agape, finding it hard to believe what they were hearing. Thus, the glass piano became the most expensive piano in the world. This price not only propelled the glass piano to fame, but also overshadowed Chairman Baekhyun's reputation, creating a shocking event that would be remembered for years to come. Even Dong Chung-cha couldn't hide her astonishment. She had not expected Park Jimin to be willing to spend such a large sum to bid for this piano. Above, the auctioneer's emotions were mixed, commenting, "Incredible, $500 million for something worth $30 million. I dislike the excessively wealthy." Having pondered briefly, he resumed his duties, stating, "Bidder number 5, Chairman Baekhyun, offers $500 million. Any higher bids?" The auctioneer's question rendered the entire hall silent. No one dared to make a sound. $500 million, first call, he declared. Still, there was no response. $500 million, second call. Silence persisted. $500 million, third and final call. The auctioneer struck the gavel 3 times, announcing the end of the bidding. Seated in the third row, Dong Chung-sha, with her suddenly dark and beautiful face, muttered, "From childhood to adulthood, as long as she desired, she had never failed to achieve." But today, this man made her furious in helplessness. The auctioneer cheerfully declared, "Congratulations, Chairman Baekhyun, for becoming the owner of the most prestigious glass piano in the world. Thank you for your enthusiastic support of charitable endeavors." Dong Chung-chae spoke up as well, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Chairman Baekhyun, generously, I concede. But items like this piano, bought only for display, serve no purpose. One must know how to play." Park Jimin wasn't easily angered, but he couldn't hold back when he heard Deng Chung Che's words. He glanced down at her with a cold look and indifferently retorted, "Oh, Miss Deng, how do you know I can play the piano?" Though he said it aloud, in his heart he thought, "This girl, teasing me like this, seems like she won't stop until I give her a taste of her own medicine." With these thoughts, Park Jimin stood up, smiling as he looked down at those paying attention to him. Then, while heading towards the performance stage, he spoke with a challenging tone. "Since Miss Deng insisted so much, I'll play a piece and take the opportunity to test out this exquisite piano." Everyone in the auditorium couldn't believe that just because Deng Chung Che made a comment, the wealthy and mysterious chairman Baekhyun would directly step onto the stage to perform. As Park Jimin settled into the sea of the glass piano, the atmosphere in the hall gradually became quiet. His eyes exuded confidence as if harboring an invisible power. Let the audience experience the strength of 60 years of piano artistry. Immediately, his hands fell onto the piano keys and his demeanor transformed in the blink of an eye. He became refined and graceful, resembling a wandering martial artist, chivalrous yet carrying a hint of unrestrained freedom. As the celestial melody echoed, a melancholic undertone enveloped the audience, squeezing their hearts until breathless. Yet it was incredibly gentle, captivating everyone. In seconds, the audience seemed to be immersed in a virtual landscape. There, a beautiful but unfinished love story unfolded, and its melody painted the emotional nuances of the lovers, allowing people to feel both the sweetness of happiness and the pangs of sorrow. This brought some of the girls to tears, and even Deng Chumche's eyes welled up. This guy really knows how to play. This is way too good. In my heart, I've always been loyal to Kwon Young-ae, but now I feel like falling for Chairman Baekhyun. Chairman Baekhyun's skill has surpassed all contemporary masters. It's like seeing my ex-lover, Ju-un, from back then when he left me involuntarily. Grandfather, I see you. Oh, grandfather, I miss you so much. Ha ha ha. Dad, please don't go. Don't leave me. As the music played, 30% of the audience couldn't contain their emotions, breaking into audible sobs. In this moment, all the girls here looked at Park Jimin with admiration and worship. Subsequently, their gazes shifted to Oh Young-sil, carrying a not-so-subtle undertone of envy. Confronted with the increasingly envious looks, Oh Young-sil didn't know how to react. In that instant, a sense of triumph naturally sprouted in Oh Young-sil's heart. At the same time, she felt a sense of awe for Park Jimin's talent. Can someone produce such music? Could his inner self truly be filthy? Perhaps I've misunderstood him. Thinking this way, Oh Young-sil felt her face burning. The sensation of her heart beating irregularly was almost uncontrollable. Oh Young-sil's goodwill score plus 10. Oh Young-sil's goodwill score currently 55 points. Not only Oh Young-sil, but Park Min-young was also deeply affected. Having been a victim of a traumatic kidnapping when she was young, she had never dared to turn off the lights for many years. Turning off the lights made her feel engulfed by darkness, a sensation that left her breathless, desperate, and in agony. However, upon hearing Park Jimin's unsuccessful performance, she seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Both of them were lonely and lost in this world. Now I finally understand why Kim Jisoo likes Park Jimin. Family background, wealth, talent, appearance. He perfectly meets every criterion for a male god. It's quite shallow of me to judge him without knowing the full picture. To be able to play such music, he must have a sorrowful story. What right do I have to evaluate him? Park Min-young's goodwill score increased by 100. Her current goodwill score now at 5 points. When the system announced this, it almost startled Park Jimin. What on earth? A 100-point increase? Is this woman so emotionally volatile? Could it be that my talent has conquered her? Indeed, in some cases, talent is more effective than money. Park Jimin returned to his seat, but Seok-hwan still wasn't ready to let go. She took the initiative to strike up a conversation. I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. How about we connect on WeChat? Actually, I have some technical questions I'd like to ask you. After Seok-hwan spoke, she even raised her business card towards Park Jimin. At this moment, Park Jimin felt a genuine headache. She's paying attention to me. Unfortunately, I don't want any involvement with her. Park Jimin awkwardly tried to decline. Oh no, sorry, I didn't bring my phone. But Park Jimin didn't realize that the more he resisted, the stronger the impression he made on her. This was because someone had previously exploited secretary daughter's identity for malicious purposes, nearly causing her father serious trouble. After that incident, she learned her lesson. Anyone attempting to approach her intentionally would face her vigilant scrutiny. Conversely, she felt at ease dealing with those who treated her as a regular person. Now, Seok-hwan looked at Park Jimin with a bit of affection. He dares to reject me. He's truly a special man. He must have no ulterior motives towards me. Seok-hwan's goodwill score plus 10. Seok-hwan's goodwill score plus 10. Suk-won's goodwill score plus 10. Current goodwill score, 30 points. When the system announced this, Park Jae-min was incredulous. What on earth? I just declined her friend request, and yet she increased her goodwill score. Lately, why do I keep encountering girls with issues? The more Park Jae-min thought about it, the more he couldn't comprehend. Suk-won still refused to let go. She extended both hands, wearing a sincere smile, and said, "No worries. If you don't have your phone, can you give me your phone number or WeChat or your business card? I'll add you myself." Observing her actions, Park Jae-min started to feel uneasy. His intentions were clear, yet she remained shameless. Then he could only scratch his head, forced to laugh wryly, and said, "Oh, I have a terrible memory. Can't remember my own phone number." However, Suk-won showed no signs of embarrassment. After being rejected, she seemed to appreciate Park Jae-min even more, saying, "That's okay, give me your ID card number, and I'll have someone find your phone number for me." Upon hearing this, Park Jae-min almost exploded. Facing her straightforward and direct actions, he could only laugh bitterly and say, "Indeed, the daughter of a provincial secretary. Once she sets her mind on something, there's nothing she can't get." Not only Park Jae-min, but the one who desired victory the most was Kwon Young-ae. With a dominant position of a powerful CEO, a net worth of billions, and the outstanding youth representative of Gyeongbokgung, he had humbled himself to pursue Suk-won, behaving like a true gentleman. However, unexpectedly, Suk-won ignored him. As for President Baekhyun, he hadn't even met her yet, and she was already shamelessly trying to make his acquaintance. Anger and the heartache of defeat. These three words were enough to describe Kwon Young-ae's emotions. Suk-won persistently attacked, leaving Park Jae-min powerless to resist. In the end, he could only surrender and enjoy the moment, saying, "Big sister, you've truly defeated me. Can I add you now?" After speaking, Park Jae-min took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code for Suk-won to scan. After scanning, Suk-won looked at Park Jae-min triumphantly, her eyes carrying a mischievous glint. "I knew you had your phone with you, and you were lying." She spoke those words outwardly to preserve her beautiful image, but deep down, she felt triumphant, thinking, "Certainly, it's best to seize it yourself." Proactively offering usually isn't a good deal. At the same time, the show's host, Soo Jung-yu, continued with the next auction item. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item we will be auctioning is a bit different from before. It's not a specific item, but rather an auction of the company's bankruptcy collateral. Upon hearing this, Park Jae-min seemed to gain additional strength. The previous sense of helplessness appeared to vanish completely, replaced by an excitement that surged within. His eyes sparkled brightly like the stars at night. "Here, for me. This is the main event of the night." The first company we're auctioning is the Big Cat TV, once a leading live streaming platform in the country. During the internet golden age, its market value reached over 10 billion. However, due to various reasons, the company declared bankruptcy. The starting bid is 5 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Park Jae-min raised his bidding paddle confidently, 6 million. But at this moment, everyone remained silent and no one dared to bid. Unlike Park Jae-min, people had thoroughly researched before the charity event. Big Cat TV has a value of up to tens of billions, but the starting bid is only 5 million. However, upon further consideration, it's not that simple. The company has already gone bankrupt, and the workers' salaries and bank debts haven't been fully settled. In reality, you're only buying the name of this company. If you take over Big Cat TV, it means inheriting hundreds of millions in debt. If the scale is larger, it could be even more. For this reason, the entire hall gave Park Jae-min a few minutes of silence until Big Cat TV became his. However, Park Jae-min was unaware of this, and this situation was exactly what he liked the most: spending money. The most important thing is to have a scapegoat on paper. Park Jae-min looked around the hall, not seeing anyone raising a bidding paddle, which made him somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't anyone bidding for Big Cat TV? It's quite scary, isn't it? Looking at the expressions of everyone, Park Jae-min could only think, what are you suspecting? With the way I'd bid twice the amount, who dares to compete with me? We call that overbidding. The auctioneer began to inquire. Chairman Baekhyun has bid 5 million. This is his third item tonight. Truly magnificent. Is there really no one else willing to bid? 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. Except for Park Jae-min, no one else bid. The auctioneer had to announce, sold for 5 million. We hope that under Chairman Baekhyun's leadership, Big Cat TV will recreate its former glory. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the applause echoed. Everyone here hoped to witness Big Cat TV return to its golden age. However, with Chairman Baekhyun's current capabilities, the revival of Big Cat TV was not just a mere promise. Park Jae-min had no need to worry. He was simply thinking Big Cat TV should be led by someone else. If tens of billions are not enough, then add another 100 billion. Park Jae-min didn't care about the amount of money he had to spend. His main goal was to spend as much money as possible. At this moment, Ji Cho-hee, sitting in the third row, received a message from the private detective, which read, "Information about Chairman Baekhyun or Park Jimin has been found. If you want details, please call back." This made Ji Cho-hee smirk cunningly. "Hee, Park Jimin, I wonder how much longer you can enjoy your triumph." Immediately, Ji Cho-hee stood up from her seat, hurriedly left the auditorium, and called the private detective outside. For someone with a vendetta like Ji Cho-hee, information about Park Jimin was truly valuable. With this information, she could easily hold Park Jimin in the palm of her hand, saying, "Hello, it's me. What have you found about Park Jimin? Tell me every detail." Ji Cho-hee took a puff of her cigarette and exhaled slowly. Then she began to clean her ears meticulously and listened intently. "Yes, Chairman Ji. The investigation on Park Jimin reveals the following information. Park Jimin is a South Korean male, 21 years old this year, born on January 1, 2002. He was born in a small district, Mayang, in the city of Tianmun, Hunan Province. His father is Park Sai-hu and his mother is Kang Cha-won. Both are fruit farmers. Their family also rents 2 fish ponds. Additionally, the Park Jimin family is described as quite ordinary. Since childhood, Park Jimin attended Somfong Elementary School, Beijing Middle School, and Tianyi High School. Although he wasn't particularly outstanding throughout his upbringing, he unexpectedly passed the university entrance exam and enrolled in Harvard University. Currently, he is actively pursuing his studies at Harvard University. His academic achievements have consistently been at a fairly above average and stable level. Additionally, there are some noteworthy details. In university, Park Jimin remains an ordinary individual. Throughout 3 years, he pursued a girl named Jung Ho-seok, but ultimately faced rejection. This incident led people to perceive him as a failure. However, from that point on, he began to reveal his true self. When I investigated his bank account, I discovered that it is a top-tier VIP account in the world, owned by fewer than 50 individuals globally. This type of account has no payment restrictions. Even transferring billions is not an issue. Typically used for large-scale national expenditures, this account is not just a symbol of financial power, but also a significant influence. Furthermore, Park Jimin's financial source is legal, and the account is linked to his identity. From what I've learned, even Chairman Kang, one of the 4 wealthiest individuals in China, doesn't have the privilege of holding such an account. This type of account is reserved for those with significant power and influence worldwide. The fact that Park Jimin holds such an account is truly astonishing. Listening to the private investigator's report on the investigation results, Ji Cho-hee was so startled that she froze in place. Not only did she feel a sense of fear regarding the extraordinary identity and circumstances of Park Jimin, but she was also haunted by the thought, it's fortunate that he hasn't done anything foolish with someone like that. As the private investigator continued, Ji Cho-hee began to ponder deeply. He questioned the nature of this family. Is this a normal family? A joke? How could a supposedly normal family give birth to a child with world-class musical talent, possess enormous wealth, and have the ability to casually give away billions without batting an eye? He realized that what was called a normal family was merely a facade to deceive the public. Ji Cho-hee considered the possibility that Jimin's records had been tampered with. Only a powerful and frightening force behind the scenes could achieve such a feat. He began to suspect the extent of the influence of Jimin's family lineage. At this point, Ji Cho-hee dared not continue his thoughts. Contemplating a family capable of concealing someone's identity so perfectly filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. At this moment, Ji Cho-hee broke into a cold sweat, drenching his body. He felt the fear from the depths of his soul, causing him to shudder. Too terrifying, too dreadful. This is a force he cannot possibly contend with. Immediately, he abandoned all intentions regarding Park Jimin. Cease the investigation immediately. Stop right now. You hear me? Ji Cho-hee said with a solemn tone, leaving the private investigators somewhat puzzled. Yet, in their line of work, detectives understand that knowing too much can lead to unforeseen troubles. Yes, Chairman Ji, replied the detective. With the call concluded, the detective didn't inquire further. After hanging up, Ji Cho-hee returned to the party room with an angry expression. He muttered curses while pacing. Surely something significant has occurred. However, when he laid eyes on Park Jimin, his gaze couldn't help but be wary, and an overwhelming sense of fear filled his heart. Simultaneously, Kwon Young-ae, who happened to be in the restroom, overheard half of the phone conversation. Though he too had gained some understanding of the situation, he observed Ji Cho-hee's expression, unable to help but furrow his brows and thought, "Ha! Ji Cho-hee of the Jai family is investigating President Baekhyun's records, but it seems like the investigation results have genuinely frightened him. Could it be that President Baekhyun is truly a descendant of some secretive lineage?" Just a while later, Ji Cho-hee's phone call spread through the upper-class circles like wildfire. Quickly, one person told 10 and 10 told 100. In just a blink, almost everyone at the party heard these rumors and started buzzing with discussions. They even added embellishments, weaving various tales. Let me tell you about President Baekhyun. You know he actually. Yi also caught wind of the gossip from the crowd and hurriedly rushed over to Yu Ah-in. I heard a rumor about President Baekhyun. Oh, listen to this. I heard President Baekhyun comes from one of the foremost mysterious families in China. The Jimin family, an incredibly enigmatic clan, always shrouded in secrecy. However, their presence has traversed the length of history. Precisely, they were government officials from the Tang dynasty, enduring the many ups and downs of history, but standing tall and proud. President Baekhyun is believed to be the scion of the Jimin family. His appearance might signal the Jimin family's decision to reemerge, and the world is about to become chaotic. The more Yu spoke, the less she could conceal her admiration and reverence. Hearing this, Yu Ah-in nodded in agreement. That's right. Without delving into other matters, just look at the two most famous corporations in China, QQ and WeChat. We can see that behind them, there are numerous mysterious shareholders. These individuals fundamentally keep their identities and backgrounds hidden. But if you calculate it, the shares they hold may not be inferior to Chairman Kang's. No wonder President Baekhyun exudes an extraordinary aura. Turns out he is truly a descendant of a secretive family. There are heavens above and earth below. My Yu family is just a small clan in Gyeongbokgung. Compared to those ancient and historical secretive families, we truly can't compare. Park Jimin felt extremely uncomfortable being scrutinized. Young master, the heritage of secretive families spans many years. My father is not in the fruit business. You all seem to be exaggerating a bit. Coincidentally, Park Jimin shares a surname with the four major aristocratic families of wealth and power. Furthermore, his extravagant display of wealth at the party aligns well with everyone's speculations. Park Jimin felt incredibly tired and helpless, unsure of how to address the spreading rumors. Good news travels fast, bad news travels even faster. Immediately, Park Jimin was discovered by the group of younger sisters. That's right, President Baekhyun. President Baekhyun, can I invite you to dance? Park Jimin was immediately surrounded by the beautiful ladies. They looked at him as if he were a mountain of gold, their numbers increasing rapidly. They swarmed towards Park Jimin like bees to a broken hive. President Baekhyun, here's my phone number. I'll be waiting for you in room 2706. President Baekhyun, I forgot my phone. Can I borrow yours to make a call? President Baekhyun and my cat can do somersaults. Would you like to come over and see? President Baekhyun, I just bought a new sports car. Do you want to come and test drive it? These ladies were extremely enthusiastic, both proactive and daring. They looked at Park Jimin with admiration and desire, leaving him feeling bewildered. What's going on here? Inside the ballroom, the atmosphere was incredibly lively, with melodious music blending with sparkling lights, creating a highly romantic setting. Couples entwined and began to sway to the music. At this moment, Park Jimin became the focal point of every gaze, surrounded by beautiful girls, tightly packed around him like sardines in a can. They adorned themselves in radiant evening gowns of every color, resembling blossoms, showing off their beauty in a garden. The girls made alluring gestures to capture Park Jimin's attention. Occasionally, they flicked their hair or intentionally swayed their seductive figures in front of him, hoping to catch his eye. Unfortunately, Park Jimin remained indifferent, unmoved. President Baekhyun, let's go dance. No. President Baekhyun, you have to dance with me first. Park Jimin was at a loss about how to escape this situation. The girls treated him like a delicious treat, vying for his attention and causing him considerable annoyance and embarrassment. Suddenly, Oh Young-sil appeared in front of him, engaging in a conversation with some other celebrities at the party. From a distance, Park Jimin saw her, feeling so relieved that he almost cried. Ah, Oh Young-sil, there's a way out now. Right after that, Park Jimin calmly maneuvered his way out of the crowd, saying, Oh, sorry, I already have a dance partner over there. As Park Jimin rushed towards Oh Young-sil, he looked at her with eyes full of affection. Then he extended his hand and said sincerely, Young lady, may I have the honor of inviting you for a dance? Oh Young-sil hesitated with a bewildered look. She had only met Park Jimin once at her home, and it lasted for a short 15 minutes. Furthermore, his attitude then was quite arrogant, leaving her with an unfavorable impression. But now, he appeared as a true gentleman, gentle and caring, giving her a completely fresh feeling. He's inviting me to dance, should I refuse? What if he takes advantage? Just as Oh Young-sil was still contemplating, Park Jimin, feeling a burning desire, took the initiative like a charging stallion. Before she could consent, he grasped her hand and placed the other on her small waist. His actions were sudden, tearing, yet incredibly natural. This scene made the surrounding crowd of girls feel awkward. Subsequently, the girls quickly dispersed due to Park Jimin's unexpected actions. Oh Young-sil was startled. Her body trembled slightly, and she felt the contact between their bodies. causing her face to blush in an instant. Hey, what are you doing? With their bodies close together, Park Jimin felt Oh Yeon-sil's unparalleled beauty. Her oval face was elegantly charming, and her fair skin seemed as if it could release moisture with a gentle squeeze. The fragrance of flowers lingering on her made people's hearts flutter. Tonight, I turned down 18 girls to dance with you. If you don't say anything, I'll consider it as your agreement. Dance skill upgrade system reaching the supreme level. Immediately, Park Jimin was buffed with additional strength, and the scene underwent a noticeable transformation. His movements became flawless down to the smallest details, soft and flexible, while maintaining stability. The smooth coordination between them captivated the audience, making it impossible to look away. Watching their harmonious and beautiful dance, observers could even sense emotions conveyed through each movement. The body language of Park Jimin and Oh Yeon-sil touched the hearts of the audience. Dan, I thought he was just a show-off, but unexpectedly, he can dance. His arm is too hot. This person always does things that surprise me. Is this his perverse hobby? But I seem not to dislike him that much, even kind of enjoying this feeling. At this moment, Oh Yeon-sil finds herself increasingly conflicted within, under the intimate contact with Park Jimin's body. She gradually succumbs to the exceptional charisma of this man, sensing her solid defensive barriers being dismantled step by step by Park Jimin. Despite being aware that Park Jimin is a scoundrel, she would rather experience fleeting happiness with him, considering it more worthwhile than the monotonous days with a good man. Oh Yeon-sil's favorability towards Park Jimin is currently at 60 points, increasing by 5. Witnessing the dance moves of Park Jimin and Oh Yeon-sil, onlookers couldn't help but marvel and exclaim, "What a beautiful couple. He's handsome, and she's beautiful, like a pair of celestial beings." I have only seen such scenes in movies. There's also a widow sighing with regret, saying, "Too bad, if I were born 30 years earlier, for sure, it wouldn't be this girl's turn." Suk-hwan swirls the wine glass in her hand, gazing at Park Jimin and Oh Yeon-sil dancing passionately. In her heart, her admiration for Park Jimin grows. This man is more talented than others, and surprisingly, he can be so faithful. I never expected Park Jimin to be this way. This is the girl he gave the heart-shaped necklace made of seashells to. It seems he completely disregards the rumors and reputation surrounding her. I thought he would fall into the clutches of those cunning socialites. It appears he is a responsible man. There aren't many like him, but he rejected me. Oh, I don't lose to Oh Yeon-sil in anything. It's so frustrating. The more the Harris thought about it, the more she appreciated Park Jimin. However, simultaneously, there was a hint of anger within her, creating an uncomfortable mix of emotions. Observing Suk-hwan sitting alone, drinking, Kwon Young-ae approached with confident politeness. "Harris, may I invite you for a dance?" Immediately, Suk-hwan glanced at him disdainfully, then bluntly declined, "No, I don't know how to dance. Besides, I'm not interested in old men. Don't try to approach me anymore." With those words, she stood up and walked away. Suk-hwan's rejection hit Kwon Young-ae like a cold splash of water, leaving him stunned, then overwhelmed with a sense of awkwardness, muttering, "Old man? Am I an old man?" Some young men without dance partners, seeing Kwon Young-ae being rejected so bluntly, felt a twinge of sympathy. At this moment, Park Jimin, having just finished dancing with Oh Yeon-sil, accessed the system with a hint of satisfaction, increased the favorability by 5 points. This dance was not in vain. Thinking this, Park Jimin was about to take a short break when Suk-hwan's invitation sounded from behind. "Hey, Park Jimin, wait a moment. Don't mind dancing one more with me, will you?" He turned around and she extended her hand invitingly. The sight nearly made Kwon Young-ae spurt blood. Subsequently, he buried his head in despair and exclaimed, "Didn't she say she didn't know how to dance?" Not only Kwon Young-ae, but also Kwon Ja-young couldn't bear it. However, considering the formidable President Baekhyun, he couldn't afford to provoke, so he could only cry out in frustration, "President Baekhyun, your appetite is too much. Park Min-young isn't enough, Oh Yeon-sil isn't enough, and now Suk-hwan too. Brother, now you understand my feelings, right?" In the presence of many witnesses, Park Jimin remained unfazed by Suk-hwan being the daughter of Secretary and he didn't yield to her charm. He tactfully but decisively declined, "I'm sorry, Harris I'm a bit tired now. I don't plan to continue dancing. Please understand, Harris When Park Jimin turned down Suk-hwan's invitation, people around exchanged surprised glances. They couldn't believe that President Baekhyun could reject the daughter of Secretary so decisively. The more he treated her this way, the more she clung to him. She seemed like a curious kitten, wrapping herself around Park Jimin, her eyes filled with curiosity about this person. "Can you answer a question for me?" Seeing Suk-hwan clinging to him, Park Jimin felt quite annoyed. This woman is truly determined. If only she devoted this determination to her work, that would be commendable. Then with a wry smile, he said, "All right, Harrison, if you want to get to know me so much, let's go to the side and talk." In a corner of the hotel ballroom, only Suk-hwan and Park Jimin remained. Originally, they were the most powerful and influential figures at tonight's event. If there was nothing urgent, no one dared to disturb them. Despite Park Jimin having gifted a luxurious necklace to Oh Young-sil, Suk-hwan couldn't help but be curious about the relationship between the two. After attentively observing Park Jimin for a while, her eyes filled with contemplation, she finally straightforwardly asked, "Do you have a girlfriend? I mean, is Oh Young-sil your girlfriend?" Park Jimin answered directly, "Yeah, not at the moment. Oh Young-sil hasn't agreed to be my girlfriend yet." "Why do you ask?" Hearing this, Suk-hwan was overjoyed. Her heartbeat quickened a few beats. "The relationship hasn't been established, meaning I still have a chance." Thinking this, Suk-hwan's beautiful face shone with determination. Then she looked at Park Jimin with a probing expression. "So, do you know about the rumors concerning Oh Young-sil? Aren't you concerned? Recently, she and the director of the An family have even been arguing online. Do you not care? Please share your thoughts." Park Jimin paid no attention and casually replied, "I'm not concerned. She will be cleared soon. Besides, I've given her money." At this point, Suk-hwan felt Park Jimin was somewhat foolish. Money? Why does that seem inadequate? Despite thinking so, Suk-hwan couldn't hide her curiosity. She looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of suspicion. "How much money have you given her?" Park Jimin remained indifferent, his tone nonchalant, "Not much." She initially asked for a car worth tens of millions, a house in an upscale urban area, and investment in 2 films worth 500 million. I found her demands quite modest, so I voluntarily doubled the amount. Suk-hwan, hearing this, was momentarily flabbergasted. These demands are too unreasonable. It's either he's incredibly wealthy or overly simplistic. Perhaps this woman sees him as easy prey. For a moment, Suk-hwan looked at Park Jimin with a trace of agreement. That's right. Like him, born into a wealthy family, trained in professional skills since childhood, dedicating time to education. Basically, he doesn't know the wickedness of people. Park Jimin, a talented individual, sincerely in love and with a compassionate heart. When he loves a woman, he is willing to give his all, regardless of money. However, even a kind and straightforward man like Park Jimin can be taken advantage of by Oh Young-sil. The more Suk-hwan thought about it, the more furious and enraged she became. Clenching her fists, her eyes ablaze with anger, she exclaimed, "Oh Young-sil is manipulating him. Even an astronomical compensation is unnecessary, and those excessively unreasonable demands. Truly, a lowest class, shameless playgirl, absolutely repulsive." Thinking this, Suk-hwan couldn't help but feel resentful towards Park Jimin. Staring at him with a tone full of indignation, she said, "Park Jimin, don't you think the conditions Oh Young-sil has set for you are beyond reason?" Hearing this, Park Jimin remained nonchalant, nothing excessive about it. "Men providing money for women is natural. I transferred only 200 million to her. Furthermore, Oh Young-sil is genuinely victimized. She is truly innocent. But if she wants to cleanse her image in the entertainment industry, money is a necessity." Upon hearing this, Suk-hwan seemed on the verge of exploding. She grabbed Park Jimin's tie, her eyes fiery red, and spoke like thunder. 200 million isn't enough? She has taken so much from you, and the relationship isn't even defined yet. Can't you see this is her scheme? She's a sly fox, and you're a fool. Oh, Harrison, please don't get agitated. In this situation, Park Jimin truly appeared as a naive and straightforward individual grappling with aspects he couldn't explain, saying, "I can't say I'm spending money on Oh Young-sil with the expectation of receiving profits. Moreover, I have no intention of turning Oh Young-sil into my girlfriend. It's simply a casual relationship." After the anger subsided, Suk-hwan felt genuine pity for Park Jimin. For a well-rounded man like Park Jimin, it's evident he has seen through all of Oh Young-sil's schemes, yet he willingly allows himself to be exploited. Well, you have the right to spend your money as you please, but you should still be a bit more cautious. Otherwise, sooner or later you'll suffer. "Oh, Harrison, we might have a little misunderstanding. I'm not as foolish as you think." Hearing Park Jimin asserting that he wasn't a fool, Suk-hwan felt a mix of frustration and amusement. She glanced at Park Jimin, her eyes filled with pity. Everyone, when love clouds their judgment, thinks they are not foolish. Love is truly a frightening thing. Observing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel angry. Why is she looking at me with that pitying gaze? Does she think I'm a fool, or is she trying to mock me? However, at this moment, the inner thoughts of Suk-hwan underwent a significant transformation. With a handsome appearance, exceptional talent, mastery of musical instruments, and outstanding dancing skills, coupled with immense wealth, Chairman Baekhyun is truly a perfect man. But who would have expected that such an outstanding man would have such a simple and even less mature inner world, not even comparable to an elementary school student? The more she thought, the more deeply Seok-hwan felt influence within, and the more she pondered, the more she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Seok-hwan's favorability score increased by 5. Seok-hwan's favorability score increased by 5. Seok-hwan's favorability score increased by 5. Current favorability score 45 points. Upon receiving the system notification, Park Jae-min smirked. He felt that Seok-hwan had misunderstood him too deeply. To this extent, she's pitying me, looking down on me, even thinking of me as an exploited ATM. But she doesn't know that I'm the king of the vast seas. She completely underestimates my true power and status, my dear. After some contemplation, Park Jae-min chuckled. If Seok-hwan wants to misunderstand, then let her misunderstand. After all, one being misunderstood is Yam-sil, and I'm too lazy to explain. As Park Jae-min contemplated, he suddenly realized that Yam-sil had disappeared. He glanced around and muttered, in the blink of an eye. Where did Yam-sil go? It seems she went into the VIP room with MC Soo Jung-yu. He mentioned Yam-sil again and then continued speaking. What did you just say that you didn't hear? At this moment, Park Jae-min looked coldly at Seok-hwan, his tone filled with warning. Yes, I heard. But I hope you won't speak ill of Yam-sil anymore. Don't you see how now you resemble the fox spirit you mentioned earlier? Seok-hwan was stunned by Park Jae-min's warning, unsure how to respond. Good intentions have now turned me into a villain in Park Jae-min's eyes, she thought. Park Jae-min's warning immediately infuriated Seok-hwan, who exclaimed, Am I a fox spirit then? After uttering those words, Seok-hwan stood up abruptly. Reflecting on what she had just said, she departed, stating it's truly benevolent to be treated as a venomous snake. Talking about appearance, family background, and inner qualities, what do I lack compared to that actress? Park Jae-min, just wait. The things that I, Seok-hwan, have set my eyes on from childhood until now, I have never failed to attain. Park Jae-min, sooner or later you will be mine. Despite Park Jae-min's wounded self-esteem, his skepticism did not diminish Seok-hwan's feelings for him. On the contrary, it left a deep impression on her. In her thoughts, Park Jae-min was both pitiable and infuriating. He was pitiable for being deceived by Yam-sil and infuriating for doubting her. Moreover, his feelings for Yam-sil were not easily swayed by just a few words. Most importantly, Park Jae-min was an outstanding man with all the qualities she desired. Otherwise, she would only feel disgust towards him. Watching Seok-hwan leave in anger, Park Jae-min couldn't help shaking his head, muttering, it's really challenging to handle such a hot-tempered personality. Next time, I should keep my distance a bit. The negotiations between Yam-sil and Soo Jung-yu against the An family regarding Park Jae-min were not of much concern. After all, as long as she spoke up, he would pump more money into her. Money is something that can touch anyone's heart. Unconsciously, it was already midnight, and people began leaving the hotel one by one, each heading home. Many wealthy individuals gathered around Park Jae-min to bid farewell, saying, Chairman Baekhyun, goodbye. Stay in touch. Chairman Baekhyun, if you have time, come over to my place. Chairman Baekhyun, remember to add me on WeChat if you have time. Park Jae-min responded to everyone with a bright smile, yes, take care on your way. After everyone had left, Park Jae-min also prepared to leave while muttering to himself, almost forgot I gave the car to Yam-sil. Guess I'll have to catch a ride back. At that moment, In stepped out from the hotel. He was accompanied by a chubby young man with a round face, and what stood out the most were his thick, light brown lips, making him look incredibly adorable. As In approached Park Jae-min, he immediately greeted Chairman Baekhyun. You look truly magnificent today, expanding my horizons. Let me introduce, this is Zhao Ju-an, my younger brother. Ju-an, the person I brought you to meet. Whether it works out or not is entirely up to you. In the presence of this male god, the combination of handsomeness and charisma exuded by Park Jae-min made the chubby young man feel extremely self-conscious and embarrassed. His entire body trembled, and his face turned as red as a tomato. Park Jae-min then asked with a playful tone, What's the secret you're hiding? After attempting to regain composure, the chubby young man couldn't completely control the tremor in his voice and explained, Baekhyun, Chairman Baekhyun, here's the thing. My family has an office building for sale, and I was wondering if you'd be interested. Upon hearing this, Park Jae-min felt quite intrigued and inquired, office building, the entire one? Initially, the chubby young man worried that Park Jae-min wouldn't pay attention to him, but upon hearing Park Jae-min's question, He was overjoyed to the point of forgetting his earlier anxiety. Cheerfully responding, he said, "Exactly, the whole thing. It's a 40-floor building. Each floor is 1,000 square meters. My parents are planning to move to Matto for development, so they want to sell it. Located in the city center, a piece of golden land, $2 billion or so." Upon hearing these words from the chubby young man, Park Jae-min couldn't help but be surprised, and Yu Ah-in beside him seemed genuinely impressed. $2 billion? I truly am blind. Didn't expect this kid to be a big shot too. After listening, Park Jae-min felt very intrigued. He took out his phone, extended it towards the chubby young man, and said, "You can add me as a friend. I will go check it out tomorrow. If you only have this building, I can also consider other options." Park Jae-min's words left the chubby young man and Yu Ah-in stunned. Unexpectedly, Chairman Baekhyun not only wants to buy a building, but also might consider purchasing an entire urban area. His parents have been trying to sell this building for half a year. It still hasn't been sold. Moreover, real estate agents have been tirelessly trying to sell it, but without success. At this point, the chubby young man could only wave his hands repeatedly. No, there's not much left, only this one building. After adding Park Jae-min on WeChat, sweat started pouring down the chubby young man's forehead as if he had taken a bath. Thought Chairman Baekhyun would only buy a few floors. Turns out he's buying the whole package. I was even planning to brag a little. Chairman Baekhyun is truly impressive. In the young man's imagination, Chairman Baekhyun was probably only going to buy a few floors of the building. However, when Park Jae-min mentioned buying the entire building, this excitement was too much for him to contain. He felt like he was soaring, and joy filled his heart. As the car approached, Park Jae-min turned and left. Before getting into the car, he didn't forget to add one more thing. "All right, don't contact other potential buyers. I don't like buying things and having to share them with others." The chubby young man nodded vigorously. Yes, Chairman Baekhyun is truly generous. I'll call my dad right away and we'll go tomorrow. Once everything was settled, Yu Ah-in once again draped his arm over the chubby young man's shoulder and headed back to the hotel. Didn't expect this kid to be so wealthy. His speech impediment must be fake, nothing more. Hearing this, the chubby young man blushed and hastily explained, "Ah-in, it's not like that. My speech impediment is real. Please don't mock me." As Park Jae-min got into the taxi, his gaze looked into the distance, lost in thought. Who should I gift this building to? With $2 billion, a normal girl would probably be terrified. I need to find someone with a particularly good mindset. Park Jae-min was sitting in the back seat, still contemplating about the building for tomorrow, when suddenly the car abruptly braked. He couldn't react in time, and his body, following inertia, thrust forward, slamming into the driver's seat. As he sighed, the driver immediately stuck his head out of the car window, scolding loudly, "Oh my, are you looking for a death wish? Is this girl crazy or something?" Instantly, Park Jae-min also recognized this girl, and his mood was no better than the taxi driver's. "Isn't this Park Min-young? What on earth is she going crazy about?" Today, Park Min-young represented Vinova Software at a charity event. This was an important mission for her from start to finish during the event. Park Min-young just hoped to have a chance to approach Park Jae-min to negotiate Vinova Software's investment. However, during the event, there were too many beautiful girls around Park Jae-min. Park Min-young had no chance to get close to him, despite the CEO urging her several times over the phone. Even when the event ended, she still didn't have a chance to say a word to Park Jae-min. She felt extremely frustrated. Without saying anything, she rushed to her car. However, her attempts to stop the car alarmed both Park Jae-min and the driver, who thought she was crazy. The atmosphere in the car became stifling. While the faces of both men were still frozen, looking at her in confusion, Park Min-young coldly glanced at the driver and snapped, "What are you looking at? Drive." Her sharp gaze immediately frightened the driver, making him shiver like a scared puppy. This girl is too fierce, like a mother tiger. While Park Jae-min was still perplexed by Park Min-young's actions, she too maintained her silence. The aura emanating from her was like a cold breeze, making Park Jae-min shiver without feeling cold. In the next moment, she refocused on her mission. Park Min-young's beautiful face turned serious, her eyes burning with determination. "This is my last chance, my first job after graduation. I must excel and not disappoint the CDO's expectations." Park Jae-min remained calm on the surface. Despite Park Min-young's extraordinary beauty, he remained unaffected. However, her icy demeanor and eccentric behavior still left him bewildered, recalling past encounters. "Hey, Park Jae-han, if you got something to say, just say it straight. No need for beating around the bush." Externally, Park Jae-min appeared composed, but internally, he couldn't help but curse. After being pursued by Seok-kwan, now I have another layer of frost. Is tonight my unlucky night, encountering all these crazy people? Hearing that, she looked at Park Jae-min and spoke assertively. "Indeed, I have something to discuss with you. Today, I represent Vinova App, hoping to attract your investment. our company has great potential focusing on the social networking sector for young people. Currently, our download count has exceeded 1 million and daily activities have surpassed 500,000. You can visit our company. Park Jimin, having understood the gist, replied, "This is a social app similar to Facebook. However, it is essentially designed for young people who enjoy showcasing and boasting. Participants in this app tend to have high incomes, mostly being beautiful, wealthy girls. Besides boasting, the app also includes features for shopping, advertising, and earning money for those with a certain fan base." Moreover, he now understood why Park Min-young intentionally approached him at the beginning of the party. Unfazed, he questioned, "Excuse me for interrupting. If I'm not mistaken, you're seeking my assistance, right? While it can be said so, I believe your investment in us would be a success because we genuinely have great potential." Park Jimin added provocatively, "So you're asking for my help, right?" Park Min-young momentarily choked, rendered speechless. Afterwards, she exclaimed, "Yes, I'm asking for your assistance. I'm begging you, all right. Are you satisfied?" Having spoken, a sense of injustice welled up within Park Min-young, causing her to silently curse in her mind, "Damn it, with money, one can do anything. Treat me like this just because you have it." Observing the once proud Park Min-young now having to humble herself, Park Jimin couldn't help but smirk. His gaze became more ruthless. "No need to act so high and mighty. Do you think you're worth a lot? Sometimes you have to beg me like this to know what it's like to beg." The more he thought this way, the more Park Jimin wanted to tease her. He leaned in close to Park Min-young, lifted her hair, and with a mocking glint in his eyes, he taunted, "Miss Park, when you beg someone, you should do it with the right attitude. Sometimes to achieve something, you have to sacrifice something. Do you understand what I mean?" When Park Min-young faced Park Jimin, she could sense his breath and the faint fragrance of shampoo on him. She blushed slightly, furrowing her brows, and a sense of unease surged within her. The chauffeur, who had observed everything through the rearview mirror, understood upon hearing this. Park Jimin is indeed a scoundrel. He's trying to take advantage of this opportunity to dominate that beautiful girl. This scene made him feel sorry for the girl and silently cursed Park Jimin in his mind. This guy is truly despicable, a disgusting, low-life scumbag. Meanwhile, Park Min-young couldn't help but nurture resentment towards Park Jimin. Just a while ago, she thought Park Jimin seemed to have depth and a profound soul. Little did she know that his character was so despicable. Suddenly, Park Min-young turned and slapped Park Jimin's face, exclaiming, "Park Jimin, you are truly a destructive person. You even want to sleep with me. Do you realize how wrong that escorts Kim Ji-seo?" Park Jimin just wanted to tease Park Min-young a bit, but her reaction was so intense that it caught him off guard. However, what he didn't expect was that she could come up with such dark thoughts. Fortunately, his reaction was quick and sharp, surpassing that of 3 ordinary people, so he managed to stop that thunderous slap. Despite successfully blocking the slap, Park Min-young's goodwill towards him continued to decline. Park Min-young's friendliness subtracts 5. Park Min-young's friendliness subtracts 5. Park Min-young's friendliness subtracts 5. With the system notified, Park Jimin was at a loss for words. This woman really doesn't know how to joke. He had to change his attitude towards her. "Sleeping with you is a laugh, Miss Park. You've overestimated yourself. I have no interest in such cold-hearted women like you." Upon hearing Park Jimin's words, Park Min-young suddenly felt that she was no longer a beautiful woman, but just an ordinary woman sitting next to him. This made her widen her eyes in astonishment. Subsequently, Park Min-young suddenly became more reserved. However, the tone still carried a fierce reprimand. "Park Jimin, you don't want to sleep with me. Then what do you mean?" Park Jimin looked at Park Min-young with a cold and indifferent gaze, then slightly smirked with a hint of sarcasm. "Do you think the world revolves around you? If you want an investment, I have to invest in you. We've only met twice, not that close. And the last time, you misunderstood me, never even apologized. Do you ever respect me?" Park Jimin's words choked Park Min-young, wanting to respond but hesitating, unable to put her thoughts into words. I didn't. Tonight I clearly." After uttering a few words, Park Min-young's voice suddenly diminished, almost unable to speak any longer. She bit her lip, trying to suppress the rising anger within her. Just a moment later, she couldn't bear it any longer, angrily exclaimed, "Fine, I understand your point. I'll bear the humiliation for myself. I'm leaving, driver. Stop here." After speaking, Park Min-young suddenly turned her attention outside. She saw that outside the car window, instead of the tall buildings of the city, there were desolate fields and a smaller road resembling the outskirts. At this moment, Park Min-young felt a bit anxious and looked up at the driver, asking, "Where are we? Isn't this the way to have her?" Finishing her sentence, Park Jimin also furrowed his brows while looking outside. He noticed something was amiss too. Park Jimin glanced at the rearview mirror, directing a cold gaze towards the driver. The driver, wearing a brim hat, tall and muscular with hands marked by numerous scars, had a square jaw but exceptionally cold and unfriendly eyes. Immediately, Park Jimin realized that in the midst of arguing with Park Min-young, he had neglected to be cautious. The taxi driver hadn't inquired about their destination. Instead, he just started the engine and drove off. The taxi was going the wrong way, deviating from the direction of Havert and venturing deeper into deserted roads. Thinking this, Jimin could only bitterly smile. No matter how you go with her, it never turns out well running into robbers like this. Hearing Park Min-young's words, the taxi driver abruptly slammed on the brakes. The taxi came to a stop in the middle of the desolate road. Shortly after, two vans from behind rushed forward, and simultaneously, another van appeared in front, blocking the taxi's path, preventing a driver from escaping, anticipating that the other party might try to control the driver and flee. From three vans emerged over a dozen robust men, holding ropes and bags, fully equipped for a criminal act prepared for a kidnapping. Among them was a hotel staff member in uniform, displaying a calm face but with intensely cold eyes. Leading the group was the imposing taxi driver wearing a brimmed hat. He stepped forward, looking at Park Jimin and Park Min-young with a malicious gaze. Witnessing the scene, Park Jimin's expression turned serious. Certainly, this is an organized criminal gang with a purposeful plan, even having a hotel staff member hiding among them. This is a purposeful and well-organized kidnapping. It seems tonight won't end well. While Park Jimin was still contemplating a plan, Park Min-young was already in a state of panic. She knew that with her martial arts skills, she could handle only 2 or 3 thugs. But in this situation, they were all potentially dangerous criminals, armed and ready. If she were to act, it would be genuinely perilous. Unsure of what to do, she turned to Park Jimin and asked, "What should we do, Park Jimin?" Park Jimin, one side appearing abnormal, the entire facade of strength seemingly dissipating. There's no other way, only acceptance remains. I can't resist any longer. Upon hearing this, Park Min-young stood as if frozen. Her complexion suddenly turned pale, her eyes reflecting desperation. Recalling a previous kidnapping, she felt a flood of fear. Every thought of what the thugs could do to harm and humiliate her made her contemplate embracing death rather than enduring it once again. The intruders, holding the captive's head, blossomed a satisfied smile, their eyes exuding pride. Surprisingly, success came so easily. Your idea is truly magnificent. The servant also expressed happiness and flattery. Listening to you, I truly admire it. The idea might be mine, but it's only through your guidance that the strategy became robust. While they conversed, Park Jimin hastily clasped his hands, pleading, "Big brothers, please spare compassion, don't escalate. You only want money, I can give you as much as you want. As for this girl, do whatever you want, I have no objections. We can negotiate everything." In this perilous moment, Park Min-young finally saw the true nature of Park Jimin. Park Jimin, turns out, is a weak and cowardly individual. To protect himself, he's willing to push her into danger. Seeing the two individuals not resisting, only accepting their bound fate, he, holding the restraining rope, smirked, his voice resonating with satisfaction. "All right, you've been obedient, so I won't make things difficult for you. When tying you up, I'll loosen it a bit." As the leader of the bandits menacingly approached, Park Jimin also wore a gentle smile. However, just a second later, his actions became more resolute than anyone expected. He delivered a powerful kick directly to the head of the bandit leader. The kick showed no mercy, unleashing full force. The bandit leader was sent flying in pain to the point of unconsciousness. Other bandits, witnessing this, were astonished to the point of gaping. Boss. Despite having subdued the bandit leader, Park Jimin did not ease up. These people are clearly well-trained, not your average thugs, but armed robbers. Thinking so, he didn't dare to linger. While they were still in shock and before they could react, Park Jimin swiftly unleashed his second kick, followed by a third. Each kick was as powerful as a sledgehammer, sending the other bandits flying 10 meters away, completely unconscious. Seeing that, they all rushed towards him in unison. "Damn dog, kill him," charged together. The chaotic scene of battle became extremely fierce. Park Jimin was like a gust of wind, swift as lightning. Every kick was as powerful as a sledgehammer. Alone, he could take on the entire gang of thieves. Even the second elder couldn't help but feel terrified. He was adept at the deadly skills of combat, capable of taking a life with a single blow. He had trained in survival combat for over a decade, participated in battlefields in Africa, and had killed more than 20 people. Although his speed and physical strength were now on par with Park Jimin, he relied on experience and tactics to resist against Park Jimin. However, at this moment, with just a few basic moves, he was punched straight in the face by Park Jimin. The punch was so powerful that it left him dazed, his mind spinning, almost losing consciousness. At this moment, all of them couldn't believe that they were being overwhelmed by a young man who hadn't even shed blood in battle. This kid has explosive strength and incredible speed, even stronger than the elite special forces. The only flaw in this kid's ability is the lack of diverse combat experience. At this moment, the guy in the service uniform raised an alert. He pointed towards Park Min-young and shouted loudly, "Old 3, lead a few guys to restrain that guy over there. The 4th and I will go capture that woman. If we have her in our hands, this guy will obediently surrender." Upon hearing this, the 2 robbers swiftly darted towards Park Min-young like lightning. Seeing only 2 robbers daring to rush towards her and even calling her a woman, Park Min-young immediately boiled with anger. She gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing red as if about to spew fire. "Just these 2 pathetic robbers dare to look down on me? Ha! They want to die." Clearly, they thought she was a weak and vulnerable girl, easy to capture. In reality, Park Min-young was well-versed in martial arts. She had trained for many years to be able to defend herself. Not only had she mastered the 18 hand techniques, considered the 18 masterful moves of Shaolin Kung Fu, but she had also practiced the 9 Yin White Bone Claw, the most renowned technique of the Enga sect. The attacking techniques targeting the opponent's pressure points caused severe injuries. In just a few moves, the guy in the service uniform also received a few kicks from Park Min-young. The scene from the outside became even more frightening. She was like a female tiger roaring loudly, echoing throughout the deserted street. "You people really don't know how to write the word death. Go die, damn it." The guy in the service uniform fell to the ground, blood dripping from his nose, his mouth swollen, teeth scattered around. He looked at Park Min-young with eyes full of resentment, cursing incessantly. This woman is good at fighting too. At this moment, although Park Jimin had confidence, seeing Park Min-young in a confrontation with 2 thugs, he couldn't help but worry. "I can handle all of them alone, but I'm afraid Park Min-young can't endure it. No, I have to quickly end the fight. Enhancement system, 10 points strength, 10 points physique, 20 points agility. Ding, successful enhancement. Name, Park Jimin, 21 years old, height 181 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms, strength 45, physique 45, spirit 30, agility 55, in an extremely robust state." Enhancement completed in the blink of an eye, Park Jimin felt that his speed and strength had been elevated to a new level. In this moment, in Park Jimin's eyes, the criminal's attack speed seemed to have slowed down. However, it wasn't that they had slowed down, but rather his own speed had increased. In the midst of the battle, he felt as if they were moving in slow motion in a peculiar way. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, 5 strikes, 6 strikes, 7 strikes. At that very moment, in the eyes of the criminals, Park Jimin was like a lightning flash, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. They all saw him unleash a strike, but fundamentally couldn't react in time. Immediately afterward, all those surrounding him were punched far away, lying unconscious on the ground. The guy in the service uniform also exclaimed in astonishment, "Sir Fives, Sir Sticks!" However, a second later, he was struck by Park Min-young, sending him tumbling down, meeting an ignominious end. "Look at what's happening. You're still here daring to look around." The man doesn't know his own strength. The service personnel, the last remaining adversary, displayed a ruthless glint in his eyes. Without a trace of mercy, he gripped a sharp dagger and thrust it towards Park Min-young's chest. "You wretched woman, I'll show you what respect means. Die, you despicable woman." A scream echoed. Instinctively, Park Min-young turned around, but when she saw the dagger approaching, it was already too late. She couldn't evade in time, only able to stare as the razor-sharp blade drew closer. At the moment of impending danger, Park Min-young felt like she was about to be fatally stabbed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a sturdy figure stood firmly behind her. The advancing dagger was halted by an ironclad hand, unable to take another step. Under the sharp blade, blood streamed from Park Jimin's hand. Using a knife on women is not a commendable habit. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Upon turning around, Park Min-young was shocked, blood flowing profusely from the wound onto the street. Her whole body trembled, her eyes wide as if trying to escape their sockets. She stared intently at the arm gripping the razor-sharp dagger, exclaiming, I almost died. Park Jimin, you saved me again." Park Jimin shouted, "Evil will self-destruct, just die." With those words, the hotel service staff member was sent flying 3 meters high by a kick from Park Jimin. This kick carried a force equivalent to 4 to 5 ordinary people, combined with robust physique and astonishing speed. The area struck practically turned into minced meat, leaving him only able to cry out in agony before falling to the ground. After rolling around on the ground for about 10 turns, he lay motionless, taking his final meal right there. In the pitch-black night, the corpses of the ruthless marauders lay scattered, fresh blood flowing into rivulets. The air became so heavy it was stifling, and the pungent smell of blood made everyone shudder. Unbelievably, those ferocious predators had become feeble prey, powerless to resist under Park Jimin's hands. At this moment, Park Min-young remained standing in stunned silence, trembling as she called out, "Park Jimin." Immediately after, she embraced Park Jimin tightly as if wanting to melt into him, a surge of unprecedented emotions rushing over her. It was a feeling of warmth, safety, and gratitude. "Just now, I thought I was about to die. Hoo hoo hoo." Certainly, no one could have imagined. Hoo hoo hoo. The tighter Park Min-young held on to Park Jimin, the more she felt the firmness of his shoulders as solid as rock. She felt that no matter what dangerous situation occurred, he could handle it effortlessly. In the embrace and tenderness of Park Min-young, Park Jimin experienced an indescribable feeling. He sensed love, comfort, encouragement, and sharing from her. His heart pounded with joy and his cheeks flushed. The renowned Park Min-young, showing such a vulnerable side, truly adorable. In the dark night, Park Min-young continued to hold on to Park Jimin, crying, unwilling to let go. She felt safe and warm being beside him, and she would never have to be lonely again. Park Jimin gently patted and comforted her, saying, "It's okay, I'm here. Don't let the words from earlier on the car linger in your heart. In reality, you are a very good girl." Park Min-young looked up at Park Jimin. Her eyes held a vulnerability and sweetness far from her usual cold demeanor. Then she trembled slightly, asking softly with a hint of pleading in her eyes, as if wanting Park Jimin to affirm it once again, "Really, do you think so?" Seeing her soft and flowing expression made it difficult for Park Jimin to absorb, so he quickly changed the topic. "Oh, about the investment in the Vinov app you mentioned, I will consider it. In a few days, I'll visit your company for a survey." Those words from Park Jimin left Park Min-young in awe. In her sparkling eyes, complex thoughts emerged. Park Jimin, truly a person with a sharp tongue but a golden heart. Unlike other men, he always appears indifferent, but he is stronger and more decisive than anyone. Surprisingly, in this world, there is a man who can defy everything to protect me when I am in danger. Park Min-young gently cradled Park Jimin's injured, bloodied hand against her cheek. She could feel the warmth emanating from his hand, along with the pain he must be experiencing. In that moment, her typically resilient, steel-like inner self was flooded with intense emotions and profound fluctuations. "Park Jimin, he is my hero." Park Min-young's lickability increases by 30. Park Min-young's lickability increases by 30. Park Min-young's lickability increases by 30. Current lickability level, 80 points. "It's okay, just a minor injury, don't worry. Quickly call the police. I might have to stay at the police station tonight due to getting a bit rough with them," Park Jimin said, his gaze cold and fixed on the wounded assailant. Following Park Jimin's instructions, Park Min-young took out her phone and dialed 110. She meticulously recounted the incident to the police. The police, upon receiving the report, promptly dispatched to the scene. Before the police arrived, Park Min-young's gaze never left Park Jimin. Park Min-young, originally believing she disliked men due to past experiences witnessing the atrocities men were capable of during captivity, always felt uneasy when a male approached. However, leaning against Park Jimin's chest, she felt remarkably safe and serene. She couldn't tell if it was because of his determined gaze or his distinctive demeanor, but she found Park Jimin truly captivating. In this moment, she realized something. If a man is good enough, then anything he does will become perfect. The wailing sirens of the police car cut through the silent night air. The police swiftly arrived at the scene, sealing off the area to prevent public access. The injured individuals were rushed into ambulances. All of them were in critical condition. The ringleader and a few lightly injured accomplices were immediately handcuffed and taken to the police station. The number of casualties caused by Park Jimin surprised the police, showcasing his formidable capabilities. While the police were taking statements from Park Jimin and Park Min-young at the crime scene, Park Jimin's face remained expressionless. However, a voice spoke up beside him. "Park Jimin, trouble found you again within a few hours." Park Jimin turned back, somewhat startled. "Why is it you?" Suk-hwan, arms crossed, nonchalantly remarked, "Why not me?" About 30 minutes later, the police concluded their investigation at the crime scene. All relevant traces and evidence were meticulously collected, including signs of violence such as bloodstains, bruises, and scratches. The police also examined the individuals who received the lunchboxes, covering them with cloths to protect their identities. What puzzled the deputy police chief was, on the bodies of the robbers who received the lunchboxes, there are injuries from punches and kicks with no signs of any weapons. The more I look at Park Jimin's figure, the more I find it hard to believe that he could defeat so many robbers. A hypothesis is formulated. Park Jimin was accompanied by an SSS-level bodyguard who helped him defeat the robbers and then escaped under his orders. After double-checking, he returned to report to Suk-hwan. "Captain I have examined the crime scene. Aside from the 7 severely injured robbers who were taken away, there are signs of a fierce battle at the scene, resulting in the death of 7 robbers. Among them, 8 of the robbers were on the international wanted list, and one of them, Bin Shav Mu, even had a beard and a hat, classified as an S-level international criminal. Fortunately, the 7 severely injured robbers were timely treated and saved. If delayed a bit, the significant blood loss could have been life-threatening. Upon hearing this, Seok-hwan was truly shocked. A tsunami of thoughts surged within her. She then looked around the crime scene and cast a scrutinizing glance at Park Jae-min, furrowing her brows in analysis. 8 wanted criminals, an organized and planned robbery gang. Yet he managed to counter-surveil and defeat the 7 attackers who had incapacitated the other 7. Even a formidable FBI special task force, equipped with state-of-the-art weapons, failed to apprehend these criminals over the past 3 years. Yet he alone can conquer them all, rendering them helpless. He's not just an ordinary guy who plays the violin and dances. How can he be compared to a special forces warrior? The more Seok-hwan analyzed, the more she appreciated Park Jae-min. As she analyzed, she found him to be flawless. At this moment, her eyes carried not only determination, but also a hint of desire. No wonder he's the man I've been noticing. His martial arts skills are on par with the urban military king. Park Jae-min, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She tried to reassure herself, thinking it's just that he's too attractive to women. But the more she thought that way, the more jealousy and anger welled up within her. Yet he's too flirtatious. Oh Young-sil has just left, and a new person has arrived. It's unsettling. Seok-hwan regained the demeanor of a police captain. Then she stepped forward to face Park Jae-min and Park Min-young, making a serious proposal. Both of you, please cooperate with us and come to the police station to give statements. Park Jae-min and Park Min-young got into the police car. It didn't seem contradictory. Given the magnitude of the incident, going to the police station to provide a statement was following the legal procedure. Moreover, with multiple homicides, Park Jae-min couldn't help but worry. Will my actions be considered self-defense or intentional killing? By 3:30 in the morning, Park Jae-min and Park Min-young were brought to the police station to give their statements. The criminal investigators here were quite courteous, expressing politeness and respect in their words. Perhaps because they had heard that Park Jae-min was the president of Baekhyun, or maybe due to genuine respect for his martial arts abilities, Park Jae-min felt quite reassured. Park Jae-min and Park Min-young were interviewed separately, mainly providing meticulous answers regarding the reasons and progression of the incident. After a preliminary investigation, the case was concluded as follows. During the first aid process, 2 injured robbers received their just desserts at the scene. The remaining 5 robbers sustained severe injuries, including 2 with fractured ribs, 1 with 6 fractured ribs, 1 with 7 fractured ribs, and the last one with severely shattered limbs. Currently, all 5 robbers are in critical condition. After treatment, they will need an extended hospital stay. Furthermore, the identities of these individuals have been confirmed, and they are suspects in a kidnapping and robbery case, with some of them currently being wanted. Once their injuries stabilize to some extent, a more in-depth interrogation will be conducted. At 6 a.m., the assistant police officer cheerfully approached Park Min-young to deliver the news. Miss Park, you can leave now. The investigation is basically clear, but if the police summon you in the future, you need to cooperate immediately. Hearing this, Park Min-young still felt a bit uneasy. She hastily inquired with a voice tinged with concern and urgency. Yes, officer. Can you please tell me how Park Jae-min is doing? Can he leave? In response, the assistant police officer shook his head with a bitter smile. Him. No, he can't leave. The captain is currently instructing him. Having stayed awake all night, coupled with the challenging interrogation, Park Min-young was physically exhausted and desperately wanted to find a place to rest. However, when thinking about Park Jae-min still being questioned, she couldn't find peace of mind. She feared that something might happen to him. After a moment of contemplation, with a determined look, Park Min-young said, No, if he's not leaving, I'm not leaving either. I'll stay here and wait for him. Hearing this, the assistant police officer sighed helplessly. Well, fine. You can wait then. Within the police precinct, Park Min-young received excellent treatment. Not only was she provided with water and light snacks, but there was also a comfortable resting place for her to wait in contentment. This demonstrated the power of beauty. Wherever one goes, beauty is admired. Even though the investigation had concluded, the assistant police officer still found it puzzling. It's strange. The captain not only wanted separate statements, but also instructed me to turn off the camera. Does she want to do something secretive? Park Jae-min sat in a special interrogation room, physically exhausted, his eyes reddened from tiredness, and his soul uneasy. He yawned widely, feeling restless. Oh my, what is Seok-hwan doing, making me sign a statement with my hands cuffed? Could it be she's upset with me for calling her a Rain sister? Seok-hwan, feeling uneasy, checked if the camera had been turned off. Then she didn't forget to buy an additional breakfast for Park Jae-min. As the door to the special holding room opened, Seok-hwan entered carrying a breakfast tray. she placed it in front of Park Jae-min, saying, "Come on, have something to eat." Park Jae-min paid no attention to Suk-won and began devouring his food like a hungry tiger. Since his enhancements, he felt an increase in his appetite, thinking, "I didn't expect her to be a police officer and a captain at that." Seeing her man eating the breakfast she bought and enjoying it made Suk-won feel pleased. Though she outwardly maintained a semblance of annoyance from the incident at the party, she said, "You still don't know a lot of things." Suk-won's favorability rating increased by 5 points, and the current rating was 50 points. When the system announced this, Park Jae-min felt a bit surprised, pondering, eating a bowl of noodles can increase favorability. This woman is really strange. Could it be that eating noodles makes someone handsome? Well, let's eat quickly and get out of here. After some thought, he found it quite reasonable. After finishing the hearty meal, Park Jae-min raised his cuffed hand and asked, "Officer, I am the victim here. There's no need to keep my hands cuffed like this. When can I leave?" Suk-won noticed that Park Jae-min still paid no attention to her. She approached, leaned in close, lifted his chin, and asked, "Don't you want to stay with me? You're the victim, yes, but you've also killed someone. Besides, what's the deal with that girl Park Min-young?" Despite her provocative actions, Park Jae-min remained indifferent. He shifted his gaze away and reluctantly answered Suk-won's question. "She's also a student at Harvard, my senior. She was at the party last night representing the Nova app, inviting me for investment. We took a taxi together and unexpectedly, this happened." Immediately, Suk-won understood. Apart from Oh Yeon-sil, Park Min-young is not an ordinary person either. Both of these women actively approached you for money, and furthermore, the beauty of Park Min-young is extraordinary. Suk-won felt a bit uneasy. Thinking so, Suk-won entertained a wild idea. She firmly grabbed his uncuffed hand and forcefully ripped off his white shirt, revealing a robust physique marked with bruises. Seeing this, Park Jae-min's expression darkened, and he asked, "Officer, what are you trying to do?" Since the charity event last night, Suk-won had been impressed with Park Jae-min. However, as she got to know him better, her fondness for him grew even stronger. Her current actions displayed a deep affection for him, considering him as her treasure. However, she still couldn't express her feelings in front of him. Angry, Suk-won took out a box of ointment and placed it forcefully in front of Park Jae-min, saying, "What kind of ointment are you using? Show the strength of someone who fought so many people. Let me see your injuries." Suddenly, Suk-won pulled out a box of ointment, leaving Park Jae-min surprised. He looked at her, wondering why she cared so much about him. Right at that moment, a loud voice echoed, bringing Park Jae-min back to reality. "Park Jae-min, what's your attitude? You're an adult now, scared that I might snatch your tofu." Hearing that, Park Jae-min felt embarrassed and awkward. He quickly waved his hand with a bitter smile. "No, nothing at all. The police department is a bit strict today, avoiding any unnecessary intimacy between men and women, or maybe I should do it myself. You've been on duty all night, can't disturb you." Despite verbally refusing her, deep down, he felt utterly helpless. A man on the outside must surely protect himself well. But in this situation, encountering a tough and imposing female police officer like her is indeed a difficult challenge. While still contemplating this, Suk-won directly pressed him onto the table. Her actions seemed very serious and caring. "Don't move, young man. If your hands and feet are clumsy, it may cause infection to the wounds. Listen to me." Suk-won's coercive ointment application made Park Jae-min feel violated and extremely disappointed. Eventually, Park Jae-min could only remain silent as Suk-won applied the ointment for him. Growing up handsome is also a kind of trouble. Excessive attention is not always a good thing. However, right after that, Park Jae-min felt that something was off. He looked at Suk-won with a wary gaze. "No, this woman wants to tempt me. We've only known each other for less than a day, and she must have a personality that enjoys probing into others. Oh my, a low-grade trick, effective only on my past. Suk-won, you are very nice, but I'm sorry. This girl employs a seduction tactic that is all too familiar. Initially, she treats you with utmost care and genuine concern, making you sink into her gentleness unknowingly. As you start pursuing her, she becomes ambivalent, oscillating between warmth and coldness, progress and retreat, leaving you in profound agony and emotional imbalance. From a strong and confident man, you gradually transform into a vulnerable, timid individual, enduring bitterness and waiting for her. Eventually, you lose your initiative and become a submissive follower. To my unsuspecting friend, never fall into the trap set by women. It's evident that Park Jae-min is a young man who appears quite seasoned and will never succumb to such foolish mistakes. He can only watch as Suk-won tends to his wounds without any resistance. However, after Suk-won finishes bandaging him up, Park Jae-min not only fails to express gratitude, but also adopts a cold and indifferent attitude, stating, "Officer, I believe it's better for us to maintain some distance." Moreover, we've only known each other for a day. Park Jimin's words made Seok-hwan feel uncomfortable. However, this discomfort only fueled her desire to conquer him. Things easily obtained are often underestimated, while the unattainable becomes more coveted. Furthermore, her investigation had proven Park Jimin's character. Later, Seok-hwan looked at Park Jimin with a submissive gaze. What are you doing? People saw you injured, so I wanted to bandage you up a bit. Are you still mad? Park Jimin cleverly explained, I'm not mad. I already have someone I like. I don't want you to misunderstand. You are a very nice girl. If we had met earlier, I might have boldly pursued you. But life doesn't offer many ifs. If I were a fickle man, you would probably hate me, right? Park Jimin's thoughtful explanation did not make Seok-hwan angry or disappointed. On the contrary, the more she looked, the more enamored she became. This guy, with his carefree appearance, turns out to be a loyal love warrior. Oh my, he perfectly fits my taste. Having uttered those words, the two did not delve further into the matter. Park Jimin stepped out of the police station. It was already noon. Over a day without sleep had left him exhausted and drowsy. Fortunately, the police station was close to the Vinom's villa. He decided to call a taxi to get there for a much-needed rest. Standing on the higher floor, Seok-hwan followed Park Jimin's silhouette until it disappeared. Park Jimin, we still have the whole day ahead. If you want to push me away, don't even try. A fantastic man like you shouldn't let those wicked women take over. As Park Jimin left, Park Min-young was still fast asleep. She was indeed waiting for Park Jimin, but her waiting was only in dreams. Hoo-hoo, Park Jimin. Over 10 minutes later, Park Jimin arrived at the Vinom's villa. As he got out of the taxi, he sighed, a whole day and night, I'm dead tired. I smell awful all over. Need to take a shower and get some sleep. Park Jimin knocked on the door, but there was no response. Seeing this, he decided to enter by inputting the passcode since the mansion had been in his possession for a while. Moreover, 2 days ago, Kim Jisoo had changed the passcode and informed him. Her special respect for him carried a deeper meaning, indicating that Kim Jisoo had no qualms about living together with Park Jimin, and there might even be a hint of anticipation. As Park Jimin entered the room, he heard the sound of rushing water from the ensuite bathroom. Oh, Kim Jisoo is home. Although he had expected it, he discreetly approached and peeked through the glass door. Vaguely, he saw a graceful silhouette bathing inside. Immediately, Park Jimin's heart raced and his body heated up. He couldn't contain the excitement. The blood in his veins began to surge. Kim Jisoo, she's using this to challenge me. She trusts too much in my determination. Park Jimin stood before the glass door, observing Kim Jisoo bathing inside. The vital fluid in his veins began to boil, and after a few minutes, even a nosebleed ensued. At this point, he almost couldn't control his own will. Two conflicting thoughts echoed in his mind. Should I enter? Kim Jisoo probably wouldn't mind. But no, I can't risk disappointing my beloved. Just go in, take a bold step. As the dark thoughts began to overshadow reason, Park Jimin approached the bathroom door, his hand ready to push it, when suddenly the bathroom door swung open unexpectedly. The abruptness startled him, leaving it rooted in place, unsure of what to do. Stepping out of the bathroom, he was captivated by a beautiful figure. The person was not clothed, only wrapped in a bath towel, exuding a seductive charm. Wet hair cascaded gently down the shoulders, and the skin was as fair as porcelain. The individual stood there, smiling at Park Jimin, their gaze tender like the morning sunlight. At that moment, the person spoke. Kim Jisoo, your bathroom is almost as big as mine, but it's genuinely comfortable here. In an instant, Park Jimin immediately froze, and the woman in front of him did the same, standing in astonishment as she gazed at Park Jimin. Immediately, she recognized that the person in front of her was not Kim Jisoo. Following that, a piercing scream like tearing through the azure sky echoed, shaking the entire room. Upstairs, Kim Jisoo, upon hearing Jeon Sun-sun's scream, couldn't help but feel alarmed. Scoundrel! Who are you? Get out of here quickly, she shouted. In the next moment, Jeon Sun-sun hastily retreated to the bathroom, crying and fuming while hurling a barrage of curses. Park Jimin, equally agitated, retorted, Why should I leave? I haven't even asked who you are. Why are you bathing at Kim Jisoo's house? In the bathroom, Jeon Sun-sun sobbed loudly, tightly wrapping the bath towel around herself, attempting to conceal her nudity. She then realized her clothes were still outside, and the unfamiliar man made her shiver. At this point, Kim Jisoo rushed down from upstairs, looking at Park Jimin with a bit of astonishment. After putting on her clothes, Jeon Sun-sun went outside and immediately embraced Kim Jisoo, crying uncontrollably, Oh, Kim Jisoo, save me. There's a pervert here. He peeked at me while I was bathing, and I'm so embarrassed. I wish I could disappear. Kim Jisoo, you have to help me? Oh. Kim Jisoo also embraced Jeon Sun-sun, comforting her while explaining, Oh my Sun-sun, Please don't cry anymore. It's all just a misunderstanding. Park Jimin looked at John Sun Sun and said, Kim Jisoo, help me explain a bit. I went to shower first. Hearing this, John Sun Sun angrily yelled at Park Jimin misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? This man is truly a scoundrel. He saw my body and didn't even apologize. Kim Jisoo, what's the relationship between you and him? Kim Jisoo knew that Park Jimin's actions were somewhat inappropriate, but when confronted by her best friend, she put on a composed expression and explained in a calm manner, oh, he's just a friend of mine. John Sun Sun, upon hearing Kim Jisoo's words, immediately sensed something was amiss. Without hesitation, she questioned, friend. Then she began to ponder, not okay, really not okay. Kim Jisoo, for the first time, protecting a man like this. Could it be that there's something between you and him? Her intuition was becoming more accurate, and she realized that her best friend was hiding something. Subsequently, she reiterated her question, who is he? Immediately, Kim Jisoo's cheeks flushed red. She stammered and hesitated, almost unable to articulate her words. John Sun Sun angrily exclaimed, Kim Jisoo, you have to make yourself clear. You're now a little aristocrat yourself, so stop hanging out with those lower-class guys. It's embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Kim Jisoo's face immediately darkened. She raised her eyebrows and responded irritably, lower class? Who are you talking about? Is it him? Kim Jisoo, look at yourself now, living in a grand mansion, making a decent income as a streamer. You're part of the elite. How is a mediocre guy like him worthy of you? When it came to Park Jimin, Kim Jisoo's angry expression turned somewhat embarrassed, and her cheeks flushed. She hesitated as she looked at John Sun Sun and said, Sun Sun, he is Park Jimin. Park Jimin is a really good person, and he is genuinely excellent, not like what you might think. When I invited Sun Sun to my house, I may have been a bit too boastful, making her think I actually bought this mansion. In this society that values resources and social status, his excellence can easily be translated into wealth. He's still very young. He has to seize the opportunity for a proper marriage. At yesterday's auction, a tycoon directly spent $500 million to buy a piano, probably as a romantic gift for his lover. Isn't that sweet? You need to find a man like that. Someone romantic is my ideal choice. He is my crush. Having said that, John Sun Sun angrily decided to go upstairs to find Park Jimin for revenge. At this moment, outside the mansion's flower garden, a sudden doorbell echoed. Simultaneously, a voice resonated. Hello, is Miss Kim Jisoo here? Your delivery has arrived. Please check and accept the package. Upon seeing the tall deliveryman impeccably dressed, John Sun Sun couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, Kim Jisoo, what did you order online? Upon hearing the question, Kim Jisoo recalled Park Jimin's call from the previous night and replied, oh, it's Park Jimin. He mentioned last night that he wanted to give me a gift. Seems like it's a piano. Upon hearing this, John Sun Sun's eyes filled with even more disdain. She arrogantly walked outside, loudly proclaiming, a piano. I want to see what kind of piano that lower-class guy can give Kim Jisoo. Just don't let it be a piano model. Kim Jisoo, infuriated, retorted from behind, Sun Sun, you better stop talking. I'm getting angry. As they opened the door, both girls were startled as they looked up at the sky. A helicopter was flying at a low altitude, emitting a deafening sound, and the wind blew down, making their hair flutter. From the airplane, a voice emanated from the loudspeaker. Alert, alert, this is the police. The cargo has arrived at the scene, and there's no abnormality. In front of the two girls stood a colossal truck carrying a piano, weighing up to 15 tons. The truck was constructed from robust steel and thick tempered glass, capable of withstanding the impact of explosives, bullets, and various other weapons. Even the truck's cabin was equipped with applications to counter chemical and biological weapons. Furthermore, the cargo protection force was armed with heavy weaponry, ensuring strict security and readiness to handle any emergency situation. The sight before them caused both girls to tense up in fear, accompanied by skeptical expressions. Damn, to gift the piano. Do they really need to mobilize such a large force? Oh my god! Could this piano belong to Seo-Soo-hee? As the careful staff placed the grand piano in the mansion's living room and positioned it in the center of the space, the instrument remained shrouded in a red cloth, adding an air of mystery and allure. Kim Jisoo and John Sun Sun stood beside it, gazing at the piano with intense curiosity. Park Jimin, what kind of piano did you buy? Having it checked by security, I feel like we've received a national treasure, remarked Kim Jisoo. Hearing Kim Jisoo's comment, John Sun Sun suddenly felt anger rising within her. In her thoughts, she mused, Park Jimin, a low-class nobody, the gift surely won't amount to anything. It was just a show to win over Kim Jisoo. John Sun Sun approached the piano, grabbed the red cloth, and forcefully pulled it while exclaiming loudly, Humph, it's just pretending. Probably an actor hired by the store. The less confident a man is about his gift, the more effort he puts into wrapping. Let me see what this is all about. The cloth fell away, revealing a translucent glass piano intricately engraved. Under the reflective light, the piano sparkled brilliantly, almost blinding to the eyes. Reacting quickly, John Sun covered her eyes and exclaimed, "What is this?" "It's too dazzling." Before the two girls stood a transparent glass piano, resembling a giant crystal block. Every detail on the piano was intricately engraved, with the instrument's body designed in a soft rectangular shape, as gentle as the curves of a young woman. The piano keys were made of white glass, reflecting dazzling light. On the piano's surface was a transparent glass panel, allowing a view of the strings inside, made of stainless steel and shining like a mirror. When the artist touched the piano keys, the strings vibrated, creating melodious and ethereal sounds. All combined to create a harmonious and exceptionally refined ensemble. Kim Jisoo stood in awe, unable to believe her eyes. The glass piano in front of her left her feeling overwhelmed and moved. She had never seen a piano so beautiful. Made of transparent glass, reflecting sparkling light, delicate engravings on the piano were meticulously crafted, making her feel as if she were admiring a work of art. At this moment, she gently touched the piano keys, sensing the smooth and cool texture of the glass. The melodious sound resonated to the depths of her soul, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment and admiration, "Is this a crystal piano? It's incredibly beautiful." As for John Sun, she carried suspicion in her eyes. She approached and circled the piano, even tapping her fingers on its material, but the piano remained unfazed. Each clear and crisp note resounded, pleasing to the ears. "Here, how much does a crystal piano like this cost?" she exclaimed. At this moment, the doubt in John Sun's eyes grew more intense. She pondered, could he be a tycoon? Did I misjudge him? It's impossible for any tycoon to look as unkempt as this lower-class guy, seeming no different from the guards under my house. On the television screen, the charity auction at Jeonbokgung was being replayed, addressing her questions. Yesterday, the charity event at Jeonbokgung was a great success. Prominent figures were in attendance, and an astonishing scene occurred during the auction. Our C's mysterious tycoon, Chairman Baekhyun, appeared and spent 500 million to purchase a crystal piano, breaking the auction company's record. As the handsome image of Park Jae-min holding a bidding paddle with the number 5 appeared on the TV screen, John Sun couldn't help but be shocked. Her eyes widened and her mouth gaped open as she heard the price of the glass piano. 500 million for this piano. Simultaneously, she couldn't believe her eyes. The man who piqued Ivy bathing is none other than Park Jae-min, one of the wealthiest and most powerful young tycoons in the city. Then she recalled his cold gaze and distant gestures, not all resembling a generous man willing to spend on such a luxurious item. Witnessing her close friend in such shock, Kim Jisoo quickly spoke up to explain, Sun, I've told you before, Park Jae-min is truly outstanding. I'm not just talking about his wealth. I value his character and inner qualities even more. Park Jae-min descended from the upper floor having cleaned up. When he saw the crystal piano placed in the living room, he couldn't help but express surprise. "Oh, the piano has been delivered already? I thought it would be tomorrow." That was quick. Park Jae-min's voice resonated like a fire alarm. In less than a second, John Sun's eyes immediately turned toward him. Before John Sun's eyes, Park Jae-min was wearing a white button-up shirt with only half of the buttons fastened, showcasing a robust chest along with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles and the distinct lines of a V-shaped figure. She couldn't believe that Park Jae-min, who seemed a bit slender, possessed such a muscular and well-defined physique. Moreover, she even admitted that Park Jae-min's physique is even more stunning than that of professional male models. Immediately, a masculine fragrance wafted into John Sun's nose, leaving her feeling flustered. Oh no, he's too handsome. Kim Jisoo felt similarly. Despite having interacted with Park Jae-min day in and day out, she never expected his physique to be so impressive, with well-defined muscles and a perfect V-shaped figure, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Unable to contain her emotions, she quickly approached Park Jae-min and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Park Jae-min, I really love this gift. It's just too expensive, but if it weren't, how could it be worthy of me? I'm a priceless treasure in your heart. Oh right, you have a business meeting later. Do you want me to accompany you? It's about time to visit Park Min-young's office." Kim Jisoo really wanted to go on a date with Park Jae-min, but with John Sun and Tao, she would feel like carrying a weight. Moreover, glancing at John Sun's darkened expression, she assumed that Sun wouldn't want it either. However, Park Jae-min's enticing invitation still made her pause for thought. Even though Sun is my close friend, leaving her alone at home might not be good. It could potentially hurt her. Kim Jisoo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to decline Park Jae-min's offer. "I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. My best friend is visiting today, and I can't be the type of woman who forgets her friends for the sake of indulgence. As Park Jimin stepped out of the mansion, he muttered to himself the words Kim Jisoo just said, forgetting friends for the sake of indulgence. At that moment, an announcement from the system unexpectedly echoed in Park Jimin's mind. Ting, Kim Jisoo's favorability level +1. Kim Jisoo's favorability level +1. Current favorability level 98 points. Due to the target's favorability exceeding 95 points, for each favorability point gained, reward for the owner. Plus 10 enhancement points, reward for the owner. Plus 20 enhancement points, current enhancement points, 29 points. The unexpected joy arrived, momentarily surprising Park Jimin, but he quickly responded. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Kim Jisoo, truly a naive girl, considering that green tea as your friend, she's paying attention to me. Inside the mansion, Kim Jisoo was excitedly testing the new piano. Sun, listen to this sound. It's amazing. Meanwhile, Sun felt a hint of jealousy. A handsome and wealthy man like this, it would be wonderful if he were my boyfriend. Kim Jisoo declined to accompany him, so Park Jimin had to find someone else to go with. At least I need a lickspill for appearances. After some thought, Park Jimin decided to call Yang Wei-bai. When he called, Yang Wei-bai was overjoyed. These past few days, he hadn't contacted her, making her anxiously await his call. It was the first time he took the initiative to call her, but this time he didn't pick her up. He just informed her of the location and time for her to come on her own. Yang Wei-bai agreed, but after hanging up, she showed extreme anger. Damn it, Park Jimin. He disappears for days, and when he finally contacts me, it's just to meet him for business. I never thought the first time I skipped school was for a man. Business is business. Why make me come here on my own? I'm so frustrated. He's been treating me more coldly lately. Is it because he couldn't get in bed with me that night? This is what men are like. Yang Wei-bai was naturally proud, and being a female student, she couldn't apologize to a male student. So when thinking about that night when Park Jimin left in anger, she became even more furious. Her favorability towards him immediately dropped. Yang Wei-bai's favorability decreased by 1 point, and her current favorability was 95 points. When the system announced, it immediately left Park Jimin feeling extremely perplexed. Reflecting on the recent call, he felt that he spoke very gently and reasonably. The more he analyzed his behavior, the more he found it confusing. Why is the favorability reduced? I just made an appointment to meet her. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Or is it because I didn't pick her up? Women's thoughts can sometimes be too hard to understand. When Yang Wei-bai arrived at the meeting point, her face still showed extreme anger. Park Jimin knew he had done something to upset her, but he didn't know how to explain. At the same time, it was time for the business meeting. Park Jimin had to hold Yang Wei-bai's hand and lead her without asking for her opinion, heading towards the high-rise building. While walking, he called Jo Ju-eun. Hello, Ju-eun. I'm about to arrive at your office. Please send someone down to pick me up. All right? President Baekhyun, you can rest assured. Park Jimin's tone was extremely domineering, and he didn't even bother to consider Yang Wei-bai's feelings, making her feel extremely unjust. She wasn't happy, but she didn't complain or ask anything. She just felt more and more unappreciated by this man. If he doesn't truly love me, doesn't genuinely care about me, please don't hurt me like this. While waiting for Jo Ju-eun, Park Jimin contemplated a solution. I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me. I may apologize verbally, but my true thoughts remain a mystery. If I fail to recognize my fault, would kneeling and apologizing make any difference? Yang Wei, please don't be angry. It's truly troublesome. I cannot let a woman's mood affect me. Starting with admitting fault and apologizing is no different from groveling. Furthermore, whether apologizing or consoling, both are futile and might only provoke the other person further. A man must maintain composure and a firm attitude. If she's not happy, the most effective way is to spend money to resolve the issue. If she doubts my concern, showering her with gifts bought with money might be the only way for her to accept being pampered. Upon learning that Chairman Baekhyun had arrived, Zhao Hui and his son went to welcome him. On the way, Zhao Hui couldn't help but express his doubts to Zhao Ju-eun. Son, does Chairman Baekhyun truly have such a background? Is it worth receiving him in this manner? Hearing this, Zhao Ju-eun patted her chest, confidently pointing to her own face and said, Trust me, Dad, I can judge people accurately. My assessment of Chairman Baekhyun is spot on. His presence and financial prowess are remarkable. He could buy our entire building if he wanted. Chairman Zhao couldn't help but be surprised at this revelation. However, looking at his son's face, any skepticism he had vanished. Instead, he became just as enthusiastic as his son. To have someone like him in Jeongbokgung is extraordinary. Today, I must witness his demeanor firsthand. This golden tower has 40 floors, each 3.2 meters tall, towering over 130 meters in total. In their haste to welcome Chairman Baekhyun, Jao Hoi and his son took more than a year. Along the way, many pedestrians, especially those working in the Golden Tower, noticed them. Each person felt a strong sense of excitement. Compared to the skyscrapers at Mado or Beijing, this Golden Tower might be significantly shorter. Nevertheless, in Gyeongbokgung, a skyscraper like this is considered a symbol of economic development and a workplace for many successful individuals. Certainly, the appearance of the owner of the Golden Tower immediately sparked discussions among onlookers. Oh, what day is it today? Chairman Zhou personally coming to welcome someone? Hearing this, Jung Hoseok, who had just stepped into a company in the area, curiously asked, "Who is Chairman Zhao? Is he powerful?" "I'm just an intern, Jung Hoseok. Our entire building belongs to Chairman Zhou. Although I have my own company and consider myself somewhat wealthy, last year's income didn't even reach $1 million. But in front of Chairman Zhao, it's not worth mentioning." Jung Hoseok looked at her insecure boss, bowing to Chairman Zhao in such a manner, leaving her astonished. This is the world of the wealthy. Last year's income of $1 million is nothing compared to a dog in front of Chairman Zhao. At this moment, Jung Hoseok couldn't help but widen her eyes, seemingly unable to believe what she saw. Before her was a handsome young man in a stylish suit. Next to him was an incredibly beautiful woman, flawless in appearance, causing anyone who saw her to be in awe. The two slowly approached alongside Chairman Zhou. "Oh, this person seems familiar. It's him." At this moment, Jung Hoseok stood frozen in place, feeling as if all three of her souls had departed. Despite knowing that Park Jimin had become wealthy recently, she never imagined that he would be this affluent. The owner of a high-rise building in the heart of Gyeongbokgung and the entire staff in the building were welcoming Park Jimin. "Chairman Baekhyun, greetings. I am Zhao Hoi, the owner of this Golden Tower. My son has spoken highly of you for a long time. Welcome, welcome. Chairman Zhao is being too kind, personally coming to welcome you. It's truly an extravagant gesture. Chairman Baekhyun, come this way, come this way. I'll introduce you. Ju-on, take the elevator. If my son introduces, it might take until evening. Or should I introduce you? Ha 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 ha. You two are really amusing." This scene immediately left Jung Hoseok astonished and terrified. She stood still as if petrified, her stack of papers in hand uncontrollably falling to the ground. "Oh my, why is Park Jimin here?" Chairman Zhou personally welcoming him. Park Jimin and Yang Wei-bai followed the father and son Zhou for a tour. In half an hour, they still hadn't finished exploring the first 3 floors of the Golden Tower. The actual area was overwhelmingly vast. Everyone in the building knew Chairman Zhou. When they saw him leading guests on a tour, each person warmly greeted them. Park Jimin in particular also spotted Jung Hoseok. However, he remained silent and didn't bother to greet her. In the past few days, Jung Hoseok hadn't approached him either. It seemed that Park Jimin was indifferent, making her feel embarrassed and lacking the patience to continue their ambiguous relationship. After the somewhat boring tour, Zhao Hoi began to give a general introduction to the Golden Tower. "Chairman Baekhyun, this building started construction in 2011 and was completed in 2012. It's been 9 years now. Currently, there are around 300 companies leasing space. The first of 10 floors serve as a commercial center with clothing stores and a cinema. Particularly, the second floor of the building has direct access to the subway station, where many snack shops are concentrated. Additionally, from the first to the 5th floor of the building is a shopping paradise for fashion enthusiasts. Here, you can find all the world-famous fashion brands from men's and women's apparel to luxury boutiques. For the 6th to the 21st floor, the building transforms into an entertainment and resort haven. The 6th floor hosts a modern cinema with a large screen and surround sound, providing viewers with a perfect cinematic experience. The 7th floor features a hot pot restaurant with delicious dishes from around the world, an ideal place for gathering with friends and family. The 8th floor houses a premium fitness club with state-of-the-art equipment, allowing participants to enhance their health and maintain a fit physique. The 9th floor is a KTV lounge with excellent sound and lighting, providing a fantastic space for relaxation and entertainment. Additionally, there is a lineup of top 50 supermodels nationwide to ensure attentive service. From the 10th to the 21st floor, a luxurious hotel system awaits, offering fully equipped rooms to provide users with a premium resort experience. From the 22nd floor and above is the commercial office area, where companies from various fields converge. Financial management firms, gaming companies, agencies, and Win Media offices are all present. It is a vibrant and bustling area, a gathering place for successful entrepreneurs and ambitious young individuals. Chairman Zhou persisted in his introduction, even though his voice was hoarse. Although the retail sector is experiencing a downturn, the building's location is excellent, so business remains vibrant. Park Jimin and Yang Wei-bai followed along, glancing around as they walked with no time to thoroughly inspect each floor. Yang Bai, feeling a bit suffocated, grumbled. Her mood dampened. It's boring. If it's just about business, there's no need to drag me out here, calling me out and then ignoring me. The more she thought, the more frustrated she became. I skipped school for you, and you treat it like this? It's infuriating. At this moment, Zhao Hai strained his voice a bit too much, his throat hoarse. He waited for Zhao Juan to come and assist. Chairman Baekhyun, how about I personally guide you through each floor? No need to hurry. After saying this, Park Jimin looked at Yang Bai, her expression visibly displeased, and asked, Yang Bai, how do you find this building? Yang Bai instinctively replied, oh, it's quite good. Well, good enough for me. I bought this building. Chairman Zhou gave me a price, and he directly transferred it to the woman next to me. Upon hearing these words, Yang Bai gasped, feeling a profound impact on her very soul. She blurted out, questioning, for me? Zhao Juan took a sip of water, and her heart skipped a beat immediately. Zhao Hui, astonished to the point of his soul nearly departing his body, mouth agape, questioned, Chairman Baekhyun, are you serious? Do you really want to buy Kim Mao Tower to gift it to this woman? Park Jimin, staring directly into Yang Bai's eyes, unwavering and resolute, answered without hesitation, yes, as long as she likes it, there's nothing impossible. Hearing Park Jimin's response, Ju-un took another sip of water and her heart immediately pounded fiercely, causing her to spray water out in volume 2. Zhao Wei, profoundly shocked, stood still as if petrified. It took him a few seconds to come back to his senses. Buying a grand hall is understandable. After all, Chairman Baekhyun has money, but transferring billions worth of assets in the blink of an eye, this is quite a joke. This time, Yang Bai was also profoundly shocked, urgently asking, Park Jimin, are you joking? This is the whole building we're talking about. Park Jimin still maintained his stern expression. He looked into her eyes, clearly conveying his attitude. Of course, I'm not joking. Yang Bai, I bought this building for you. From now on, you can confidently be the real estate owner. You are now the chairwoman of the Yang family conglomerate. Despite its glamorous exterior, the reality carries a tremendous amount of pressure. I don't want you to struggle like that. Now that you have this building, no matter what happens to the Yang conglomerate, Yang Bai, you will have a place to rely on for your entire life. Jimin's words created a deep contradiction within her. When she first encountered his attitude, she felt he was excessively masculine, not really concerned with her feelings. He seemed somewhat selfish, only thinking about himself, a detestable trait. However, at present, Park Jimin maintained that same attitude, still very masculine, even neglecting to inquire about her opinion and directly making decisions. Strangely, she found herself deeply moved. Perhaps this was the assertive CEO image that many women secretly desired. Indeed, his charisma was dazzling. At this moment, Yang Bai finally understood, so Park Jimin called me out just to buy me a large building. It turns out I completely misunderstood Park Jimin. He isn't a selfish person, only thinking about himself like I assumed. Park Jimin, a sincere, gentle, and very considerate man. He always thinks about me. Why did I blame him, doubt him? Maybe I really need to adjust my spoiled princess temperament. Thinking so, Yang Bai lifted her head to look at Park Jimin with grateful eyes. She felt a mix of emotions, moved, ashamed, and remorseful. In this moment, Yang Bai was dazed, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with affection. She felt as if she were wrapped in warm arms with nothing to fear. She also felt incredibly happy, as if she had found a man she could rely on for a lifetime. Yang Bai's favorability rating increased by 3. Current favorability rating, 98 points. Yang Bai's favorability rating broke through to 98 points, rewarding the owner with a bonus of 20 points and the remaining owner with a bonus of 49 points. While Yang Bai and Park Jimin were immersed in each other's gaze, the detestable old man Zhao Hui appeared, shattering the romantic atmosphere. Hey, have you two finished your discussion? Instantly, Park Jimin became irritated, his fur standing up like an annoyed cat. Yang Bai also shouted loudly, a rush of heat flushing her head and turning her face red. Chairman Baekhyun, the selling price of this building is 2.6 billion. What do you think? At this point, the detestable old man Zhao Hui, with a slightly hesitant tone, continued, the process of buying or selling a large building is quite complex. First, permission must be obtained from the relevant authorities. Then, the rental issues of the companies and stores within the building need to be addressed. There are also many other considerations, such as legal procedures, taxes, and so on. However, with money, everything can be resolved. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin felt that the process of buying or selling a large building was quite complicated. However, when the detestable old man Zhao Hui mentioned that money could solve everything, he immediately decided without hesitation, I'll write exactly 2.6 billion. Let's start the procedures. Once everything is in order, I'll transfer the 2.6 billion today. After completing the buying and selling procedures, the detestable old man Zhao Huai immediately summoned all the employees working in the building for a handover ceremony. Chairman Baekhyun, the contract and ownership transfer have been completed and your funds have arrived. At this moment, you are officially the new owner of the Kim Mall building. All the employees turned their gaze towards Park Jae-min, applauding enthusiastically. Park Jae-min gestured towards Yang Wi-bai and declared, "I've just provided the funds. The new owner of the building is Ms. Yang standing behind me." Upon hearing this, Yang Wi-bai stood in place, somewhat bewildered. Shortly after, dozens of workers simultaneously turned to look at Yang Wi-bai, who was standing next to Park Jae-min. They gazed at her with eager admiration, then collectively turned towards her, bowing their heads in salute. "Hello, Chairman Yang." Yang Wi-bai, just an undergraduate student yet to graduate, suddenly became the owner of the Kim Mall skyscraper. In front of her were dozens of employees bowing in respect. At this moment, Yang Wi-bai naturally felt an indescribable sense of elevation, a mix of excitement, joy, and a hint of anxiety. So, this is the feeling of being a landlady. No wonder my dad spends the whole day at the company and doesn't come home. The feeling of having people bow wherever you go is truly enchanting and quite refreshing. The afternoon handover ceremony of the Kim Mall skyscraper attracted considerable attention, especially from the employees of the companies within the building. Upon realizing that the new owner of the building was a young and beautiful girl who hadn't even graduated from university, everyone was immediately astonished. Some admired her, others felt jealous, and there were even those who thought fate was unfair. At the same time, Jung Ho-seok and her colleagues from the company happened to pass by. Initially, she paid little attention, but when she saw the crowd gathering, she became curious and asked, "Hey, why are there so many people from that building?" Don't you know? The owner of the Kim Mall building has changed. The current owner is a 20-year-old girl, and rumor has it that someone spent over 2 billion to buy the entire building and gift it to her. Oh my, what a player. Even romantic novels wouldn't dare to depict such a plot. Immediately, Jung Ho-seok recognized that the girl was the one who had accompanied Park Jae-min. She nearly fainted on the spot, but her surprise quickly turned into indignation. Spending over 2 billion to buy a skyscraper, and Park Jae-min is giving it to her. The afternoon handover ceremony of the Kim Mall skyscraper attracted considerable attention, especially from the employees of the companies within the building. Upon realizing that the new owner of the building was a young and beautiful girl who hadn't even graduated from university, everyone was immediately astonished. Some admired her, others felt jealous, and there were even those who thought fate was unfair. At the same time, Jung Ho-seok and her colleagues from the company happened to pass by. Initially, she paid little attention, but when she saw the crowd gathering, she became curious and asked, "Hey, why are there so many people from that building?" Don't you know? The owner of the Kim Mall building has changed. The current owner is a 20-year-old girl, and rumor has it that someone spent over 2 billion to buy the entire building and gift it to her. Oh my, what a player. Even romantic novels wouldn't dare to depict such a plot. Immediately, Jung Ho-seok recognized that the girl was the one who had accompanied Park Jae-min. She nearly fainted on the spot, but her surprise quickly turned into indignation. Spending over 2 billion to buy a skyscraper, and Park Jae-min is giving it to her. However, his explanation sounded so insincere that she couldn't help but burst into laughter. I think so too. Today is truly a meaningful day. But before the ripples settled, another wave crashed in. "Hey, do you know Oh Yeong-sil, Park Jae-min?" Yang Wi-bai suddenly asked, catching Park Jae-min off guard, causing him to freeze momentarily. He felt like a thief caught red-handed. Oh Yeong-sil, she's an actress, right? What's up?" Park Jae-min tried to maintain composure, but inside, he felt like he was on fire. Has she found out something? Park Jae-min, don't panic, stay calm. Not only has she been having many arguments with the On family director recently, isn't it a hot topic? Especially since Soo Jung-yu followed the On family for many years. Today, she spoke out against the On family's unspoken rules. Weibo is exploding today. Hearing this, Park Jae-min breathed a sigh of relief as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Oh, really? Ha 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 ha. I don't care about online gossip. Ha 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 ha. It seems like she's just blabbering scared to death. If she knew about me and Oh Yeong-sil, she'd probably explode. Thought he had escaped, but unexpectedly, Yang Wi-bai continued, "It's true that the recent online topics are all boring. A few days ago, I saw a hot search about some stupid tycoon spending 500 million to buy a crystal piano." Hearing this, Park Jae-min hastily asked, "Did you click to see it?" Of course not. What's the point of such useless news? Spending 500 million on a piano, there must be something wrong with their head, and I wonder who they're giving it to. Park Jimin received a series of heart-piercing comments, making him sweat profusely. Yang Weebai looked at him worriedly and asked, "Hey, Park Jimin, why are you sweating so much?" In this fiery moment, Park Jimin had to try to put out the fire. Oh, ha 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 ha. Maybe it's because the subway is too hot. After sitting on the burning coals for more than 10 minutes, finally, Park Jimin and Yang Weebai arrived at the dance hall. He greeted her and quickly walked away without looking back. Park Jimin hurried away like an escapee. Only when he was far enough not to see Yang Weebai's figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. This isn't the subway, it's more like sitting in jail. Though some time had passed, the feeling of being caught off guard still lingered in Park Jimin's heart. Even as he approached Havre, he couldn't shake off Yang Weebai's questions. "Yang Weebai, do you know something? Were you deliberately testing me?" As for Park Min-young, after waking up at the police station, she anxiously searched for Park Jimin. However, the police informed her that he had left since noon. She wanted to call Park Jimin, but then she remembered that she didn't have his phone number, not even on WeChat. After a moment of thought, Park Min-young decided to run straight to the male dormitory and wait for him. At the same time, Mr. Zhou called him. Park Jimin picked up the phone, and on the other end, Mr. Zhou exclaimed, "Jimin, quickly come back to the dorms and see the commotion." Park Min-young and Jai-han have been standing downstairs at the male dormitory for 6 hours, not sure who they are waiting for. Hearing this, Park Jimin was both shocked and anxious. What does Park Min-young want? Park Min-young stood waiting for Park Jimin under the male dormitory for a whole 6 hours. She remained there, gazing towards the row of male dormitories, and then casting longing looks toward the dormitory gate, anticipating someone. This scene sparked curiosity and commotion among a group of male students. "Oh, that's Park Min-young Jai-han, the campus beauty of Harvard University. Why would she come back here after graduating? She's been standing here since the afternoon. Seems like she's waiting for someone. Whoever it is must be impressive, making Park Jai-han stand here like a stone statue. Oh, is she not a lesbian?" As they approached, the male students became tense. Some even hesitated to get closer, mainly due to the excessively beautiful goddess that caused 99% of them to feel insecure and self-conscious. From 3 in the afternoon until now, over 20 male students tried to find Park Min-young, using various methods to obtain her contact information. Without a doubt, all these attempts were met with rejection. Not only that, but she also showed an unfriendly demeanor. Even when rejecting them, she spoke harshly. Even Park Jimin himself experienced a stern rebuke. Park Jimin still hadn't returned to the dormitory, causing Park Min-young to worry and fret. After a while, she picked up her phone to check. It's been 6 hours and still no sign of Park Jimin. What should I do now? Woke up this afternoon and found Park Jimin nowhere to be seen, suddenly came here. Whenever I can't find it, my heart gets anxious and restless for some reason. Could it be that I've developed feelings for Park Jimin? No way. Park Jimin is Kim Jisoo's boyfriend. Thinking of Kim Jisoo, Park Min-young felt a pang in her heart. She didn't want to compete with Kim Jisoo for Park Jimin, nor did she want to engage in any opportunistic behavior. However, she couldn't deny that she was genuinely starting to like Park Jimin, a feeling that was both painful and confusing. As Park Jimin entered the dormitory and navigated through the crowd, he spotted Park Min-young standing there. Is that Park Min-young? Is she here to stop me? Recalling how Park Min-young had once blocked him in a taxi due to business collaboration issues, Park Jimin concluded, it must be her. She won't let go of the company's funding issue for sure. At this moment, Park Min-young, who was usually as cold as ice, suddenly appeared unusually gentle. As soon as she loudly uttered the words Park Jimin, Park Min-young seemed enchanted, quickly walking towards him. She ran faster and faster, standing in front of him in an instant. She didn't stop there. She directly collided with his chest, then joyfully buried her head in it. Park Jimin was also taken aback. He had just brought Yang Weebai back to the university, unexpectedly encountered this situation. An unexpected attack. It's too strong. What is she trying to do? He wondered. At this moment, a strong aura enveloped the entire male dormitory. If looks could kill, Park Jimin would have died countless times. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Park Jai-han embracing someone. Who is this person? Exclaimed the onlookers. In this moment, Park Min-young felt that Park Jimin was like a lighthouse in the darkness, illuminating a small ray of light in her otherwise gloomy inner world. This ray of light allowed her to see hope, feel warmth, and no longer fear loneliness in the dark. It was this steadfast and warm feeling that provided comfort. Park Jimin stood still like a statue, not uttering a word. Previously, Park Min-young had always been distant and indifferent to him, but now she appeared so gentle and warm, leaving him unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, being embraced by the school's top beauty made him feel incredibly comfortable. The atmosphere around the male dormitory became increasingly intense. Park Jimin slowly pushed Park Min-young away, his gaze complex with a slightly reproachful tone. Park Jae-han, I already had a bad reputation at school. If you do this, won't I be completely buried? Hearing that, Park Min-young hugged Park Jimin even tighter, speaking in a sweet voice, don't push me away. Let me hug you a little longer, just a little longer. The three roommates of Park Jimin witnessed this scene, their eyes wide open as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Minho, give me a slap. Park Jae-han is hugging Jimin. Where? Where is this happening? Especially Jill An-gang, who considered Park Min-young as his goddess for the past 3 years. Now seeing Park Jimin being embraced by her, he almost went insane, declaring, "No way, Jimin. I want to kill him." While the male students were angrily grumbling, the sky suddenly echoed with thunder and heavy rain poured down relentlessly. This year's rainy season seemed endless, with almost non-stop rain every few days. The thunderstorm caught everyone off guard, and large raindrops fell like marbles, prompting the people to hastily seek shelter. It's raining. Let's go quickly. Park Jae-han, it's pouring like this. Let's go back to the dorm and take cover for a while. It's too cold. Let's avoid the rain. Having no choice, Park Jimin reluctantly took Park Min-young back to dorm 503 to escape the rain. On the third floor, Park Jimin's roommates felt extremely tense seeing him bring a girl. Inside the room, dirty clothes and smelly socks were scattered all around. Without anyone reminding them, the three roommates took the initiative to clean up. In just a moment, the room became neat and tidy. After Park Min-young arrived at 503, Park Jimin politely said, "Park Jae-han, feel free to sit. I'll make you a cup of tea." Hearing that, Park Min-young obediently complied. She sat down on the chair next to Park Jimin's bed, her eyes curiously scanning the entire room. Is this a boys' dorm room? It's not like the messy and dirty ones they talk about in stories. At this moment, Park Jimin's three roommates followed him to the back. In their eyes, Park Jimin suddenly became a magnificent deity. "Jimin, you dare to bring Park Jae-han to the dorm room. What are you thinking?" Hearing this, Park Jimin chuckled wryly. "Don't talk nonsense. You guys think I wanted to bring her here?" Except for Mr. Hung and Mr. Zhao, who seemed excited, Gil An-gang stroked his chin, his eyes revealing deep thoughts. There's something not right with this kid. He still wants to take her somewhere. While Park Jimin was chatting with his roommates, suddenly Park Min-young's voice rang out. "Hey, Park Jimin, you've left your unwashed pile of dirty clothes again. What's this all about?" Hearing that, Park Jimin turned back in surprise, only to see Park Min-young holding up his underwear, her eyes wide open and her face blushing. Gil An-gang had doubted the relationship between the two before, but in this situation, there was no room for further debate. Only in an abnormal relationship would Park Min-young dare to hold up Park Jimin's underwear. Previously, the events that transpired couldn't be put into words. Adding to it, Park Jimin didn't come home last night, so it was almost certain that the mystery of the sea snails had finally unraveled. From this point on, the mystery was no longer a secret. At 10:30 in the evening, the heavy rain had subsided, but this season still held the possibility of continuous rainfall. Park Min-young sat motionless in the room. The presence of Park Jimin's roommate only made her more awkward. She almost didn't say anything, occasionally forcing a shy smile. But then, she suddenly remembered the incident with Park Jimin's underwear, and her face turned red as she hurriedly bowed to cover her embarrassment. Park Min-young didn't know why she did that. Perhaps she felt indebted to Park Jimin. However, with Park Jimin having so much money, he surely didn't need her compensation in financial terms. On the other hand, Park Jimin lacked nothing. Coincidentally, he also had a pile of dirty clothes lying around, and that was something small she could help him with. But somehow, holding up the right pair of underwear in that manner could easily be misunderstood. It was too embarrassing, and she felt like crawling under the ground, thinking, how did I end up holding his underwear? I want to disappear. Park Jimin stepped outside onto the balcony and noticed that the rain had stopped. He turned back to Park Min-young and suggested, "The rain has stopped, Park Jae-han. Let me take you home." "Okay, sure." Park Min-young rented a house in the campus area not too far away. It took him about 10 minutes to walk from the school gate. Sensing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Park Jimin broke the silence. "This time you came to find me and discussed fundraising, right? Actually, you could have just messaged me on WeChat." Hearing that, Park Min-young immediately became alert. "Fundraising, right? I came to find you to discuss fundraising. Finding you is definitely about discussing fundraising. What else could it be?" Thinking this way, Park Min-young turned to Park Jimin and said hesitantly, "But I don't have your WeChat. Mainly, I want to invite you to Vinovo Company tomorrow. How do you feel about that? Can you give me your WeChat?" "Finally said it. Give me your WeChat." Seeing Park Min-young's blushing face, Park Jimin couldn't help but think, waiting for me under the 6th floor for this matter. It's the 21st century, and there are still honest people like this. After contemplating, Park Jimin took out his phone, opened the QR code for Park Min-young to scan, saying, "All right, now you can reach me anytime." After adding Park Jimin's WeChat, Park Min-young seemed quite cheerful. "Really? I can find you anytime then." Immediately after, she realized she might have been too excited and hastily explained, "What I meant was about fundraising. You can find me anytime for fundraising. Feel free about the fundraising. Tomorrow morning, you can take me to survey Vinova Company. I'll go ahead, say goodbye, and go home early to sleep." As Park Jimin left, Park Min-young continued to watch him, feeling confused. She questioned herself, "Am I behaving like a bad woman?" But just being near him, I truly feel warm and secure. Yet, he is still someone else's boyfriend, Kim Jisoo's. What will he think of me? Thinking this way, Park Min-young knew that a romantic relationship between her and Park Jamin was impossible. If I continue to hold on to unrealistic hopes, I will only become a disruption in someone else's relationship. Therefore, from now on, she will try to be distant from Park Jimin. She doesn't want to hurt him, but she also doesn't want to get hurt herself. Waking up, Park Jimin felt like a soulless being, probably due to a sleepless night making him incredibly tired. After a night of rain, the city seemed to don a fresh coat. The sun was emerging, casting bright golden rays onto the cool asphalt roads, dispelling the remaining dark clouds. The bustling street, now quiet, only had a few slow-moving cars passing by. At 9:30 in the morning, Park Jimin walked out of the school gate, managing his time as he strolled. Simultaneously, Park Min-young left the campus as well. She walked and contemplated the business collaboration between Vinova App and Park Jimin. Later, they took a taxi together to Vinova App. On the ride, a message from Yang Wei popped up. "Park Jimin, today the Kim Mall building is available for rent. Can you accompany me? It's my first time. Oh, Yang Wei, I'm the president now. Don't handle everything by yourself. Would it be better to assign this to an employee? I have some business to attend to today." At this moment, Park Min-young turned to look at Park Jamin, wearing an uncomfortable expression. "Are you happily chatting with some girl, not Kim Jisoo, is it?" As soon as Park Min-young started to distance herself from Park Jamin, she seemed to transform into a different person. No longer gentle and shy as before, she became cold and distant. Park Jimin keenly sensed the change in Park Min-young's attitude. He couldn't help but feel confused and worried. Did I offend her again? Just overnight, and she's back with that unusually dark and distant expression, almost like a coffin. Is this girl experiencing a split personality? On the other side, Park Min-young kept reminding herself, no matter how enamored I am with his sense of security, he is still someone else's boyfriend. I can't be the third party destroying someone else's relationship. Besides, this guy is not surrounded by just one woman. "Hey, President Bacon will be here in 10 minutes. "Yes, President, I will pay attention." Half an hour later, the taxi stopped, and it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Get off, Park Jimin, we have arrived." As Park Jimin stepped out of the car, he felt a bit familiar with the place, but then the towering building in front of him struck his eyes, making him feel dizzy. "Your company is not in this building, right? Is there an issue on the 39th floor?" Park Min-young replied, leaving Park Jimin even more stunned. He truly couldn't believe it, not in a million years. Gyeongbokgung has so many office buildings, why is it this place? This is too coincidental. If I run into Yang Gui, my life is over. Thinking so, Park Jamin dragged Park Min-young to the elevator, heading straight to the 39th floor. He didn't want too many people to recognize him because there was a secret he didn't want anyone to know. In just about a minute, the elevator opened with a creaking sound. Right after that, he suddenly saw a familiar figure appear before his eyes. The figure was so elegantly beautiful, unmistakably familiar. Park Jimin was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Could it be such a coincidence? Then that voice echoed, making Park Jimin even more astonished. "Oh, Park Jimin, why are you here? Didn't you say you had something to do this morning?" Entering the elevator, Park Jimin found himself sandwiched between Yang Gui and Park Min-young, immediately causing a sense of panic. His heart raced and his mind felt struck by lightning. Now, absolutely no panicking. Stay calm. Panicking will only make things worse. In unexpected situations like this, staying calm is the best approach. No signs of unnatural behavior. Thinking so, Park Jimin took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Then he turned to Yang Gui with a composed expression. "Yang Gui, let me introduce you. This is Park Min-young, the former student union president at Harvard University, currently working at Vinova Software Company. I'm here this time to discuss collaboration with their company." Seeing Park Jimin acting as if nothing happened only deepened Yang Gui's suspicions. She knew. Park Jimin and Park Min-young have an unusual relationship. Otherwise, how could they meet here, especially when Park Jimin lied to her about being busy this morning? This makes it even more likely that he is hiding something. After that, Park Jimin turned to Park Min-young to continue the introduction. "Park Jae-han, This is Yang Wei, my high school classmate. Now, she's the owner of this Kinma skyscraper, the building we're in. Hearing Park Jimin's introduction, Park Min-young couldn't help but feel astonished. The alluring and beautiful girl who looks like she's in her 20s is the owner of this Kinma skyscraper. She's so young and already wealthy. Vinova app, where I rent an office in this skyscraper, costs 1 million a year. Just the rent for a year is already such a considerable amount, and this large building is truly an astronomical figure. Moreover, she's both wealthy and beautiful and also a high school classmate of Park Jimin. Their relationship seems quite unusual. Park Min-young looked at Yang Wei-bai with a scrutinizing gaze before politely greeting. Hello, I'm Park Min-young. Nice to meet you. Yang Wei-bai responded with politeness, but her expression seemed a bit uncomfortable. Hello. Afterwards, Yang Wei-bai also looked at Park Min-young with contemplation. I like him, and yet he's here with another beautiful girl. She's even his high school classmate, someone as beautiful as Jai-han engaging in business talks. Park Jimin, who are you fooling? I know wealthy men are often promiscuous, but even if Park Jimin is, he can't be straightforward about it. Thinking about how Park Jimin behaved only made Yang Wei-bai feel more uncomfortable. He makes an appointment with me to collect the rent, claims he has no time, but when meeting the beautiful Jai-han, suddenly he has time. Park Jimin, you're not done with me yet. Regardless of the relationship, I feel belittled by that girl. I can't accept this. I can't condone it. Park Jimin continued to appear calm, as if he came here for a business meeting. However, he could sense the tension in the air, especially when he felt Yang Wei-bai's gaze. He knew that these two women disliked each other. There was even a strong sense of hostility. Now they had reached the 39th floor, and the elevator door slowly opened. Park Min-young turned to look at Park Jimin, smiling sweetly. Park Jimin, we've arrived at the company. I'll go in to meet the president first. You wait here for a moment. After saying that, she walked away, her eyes showing a triumphant look. Park Jimin, are you courting girls everywhere and getting caught in the act? Serves you right. Not long ago, you were dating Oh Young-sil, then Kim Jisoo, and now Yang Wei-bai. How are you going to explain this? Thinking so, Park Min-young couldn't help but chuckle. Right after Park Min-young left, Park Jimin scratched his head, smiling bitterly, explaining, Yang Wei-bai, I have something to tell you. Yang Wei-bai felt extremely uncomfortable but didn't know what to do to relieve it. Now that Park Jimin wanted to find a perfect excuse to explain everything, it made her even more angry. I'm not foolish enough to remember to apologize now. It's too late, and I can't be placated anymore. The more she thought, the angrier Yang Wei-bai became to the point where she couldn't control herself. She shouted at Park Jimin, explain yourself. Park Jimin immediately stepped closer to Yang Wei-bai, leaned in close to her small ear, and said in a low voice, Yang Wei-bai, you have to be careful with this person. Hearing Park Jimin say that, Yang Wei-bai completely didn't understand what he meant. Then she asked a bit confusedly, why should I be careful? Seeing Yang Wei-bai starting to get a little perplexed, Park Jimin approached again, placed his hand on her shoulder, and looked straight into her eyes, saying she is a famous lesbian at Harvard University, only likes to flirt with beautiful girls. I'm worried she might make you transgender. Yang Wei was immediately startled upon hearing that. What? Is it really true? Park Jimin nodded emphatically. Of course it's true. Trust me, if you don't believe it, you can ask around. There must be someone who knows. I'm concerned that she might harm you. After hearing this, Yang Wei felt extremely bewildered and anxious. If I become the target of her pursuit, I have no idea what might happen. Then she looked at Park Min-young running towards them, a bit of fear welling up inside her. Park Min-young approached in a hurry, saying, Park Jimin, come in. The chairman is waiting for you in the meeting room. Park Jimin nodded and then turned to Yang Wei. All right, wait for me a bit. I have a meeting with their company to discuss a project. If there's time during lunch, we can eat together. Yang Wei nodded, feeling a bit complicated inside. If Park Min-young is indeed a lesbian, it means that Park Jimin and she had no past relationship, because homosexual individuals, both physiologically and psychologically, have an instinct to connect with the same sex. She is the president of the student union at Harvard University, and I need to find someone to confirm this a bit. I remember having a classmate studying at Harvard named Park Jin Ryu or Han Jin Ryu. He was a short-distance runner who once won the championship at the school's sports festival. He used to pursue me, and until now, he hasn't given up. Usually, he would frequently send me messages, but they were just meaningless words. Due to concerns about affecting our relationship as classmates, I blocked his phone number. I'll try asking him. After some thought, Yang Wei decided to call Hyunjin Ryu. At this moment, Hyunjin Ryu was outside the sports field of Harvard University. He quickly heard the ringtone of his phone, and as he looked at the screen, unexpectedly saw Yang Wei-bai's number, the goddess he had fondly remembered since high school. The proactive call excited him. No way. Oh my, Yang Webai is calling me. Could I be the lucky one to reverse the situation? Could it be that the ultimate goddess has finally noticed me? After 5 years of persistent efforts and endless sacrifices, have I finally touched her heart? Hurriedly, Hyunjin Ryu answered the call with an enthusiastic voice. Yang Webai, my fellow student, why do you have time to call me? What's going on? Yang Webai replied, well, Hyunjin Ryu, my fellow student, I want to ask you something. In your school, is there someone named Park Min-young? Do you know her? Hearing Yang Webai inquire about Park Min-young, Hyunjin Ryu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Oh, you're talking about Park Min-young, the reigning beauty of Havert. There are very few male students unfamiliar with her, but she graduated this year. Why are you asking about her? Just curious, is there something related to Park Min-young's psychology? At this moment, two young men observing his posture couldn't help but whisper to each other. Why is he standing here showing off like that? Is he crazy or something? Hyunjin Ryu, upon hearing Yang Wee's inquiry about Park Min-young's psychological issues, began to speculate in his mind. Could the rumors about Park Min-young be true? Is she really a lesbian, attracted to women, and for some reason, she happened to encounter Yang Weebai, captivated by her beauty and demeanor, leading her to pursue her? Yang Weebai must have sensed something abnormal in our friendship, which is why she called me to inquire. Thinking this way, Hyunjin Ryu couldn't help but feel pleased, and then he couldn't help but smirk and say, this is my opportunity. Next, Hyunjin Ryu began recounting the story vividly and authentically, mentioning Park Jae-han, a pitiable figure that you might not be familiar with. Previously, she was just an ordinary person like everyone else. However, a horrifying incident occurred during her high school summer vacation. Once, she was unexpectedly abducted by a pervert and kept captive in a dark, lightless room underground for an entire month. During that time, she endured unimaginable acts of torture. Upon being rescued, she almost collapsed mentally and nearly became insane. Although her condition showed positive progress afterward, she started to distance herself from everyone, especially from men. She developed a heightened aversion towards all males. Despite her gradual recovery, she became more reserved and unwilling to interact with strangers, particularly men. She maintained a high level of psychological guard, and as a result, Park Min-young became a lesbian, exclusively attracted to girls and harboring no interest in boys. She has captivated many female students in the school, and there are some girls who simply need her to hold their hands, as the rest is entirely up to her decision. In fact, she has promoted several female students to the student council, turning the entire student body into her own harem. Yang Wei felt relieved after hearing Hyunjin Ryu's explanation, realizing that she had misunderstood Park Jimin. She expressed gratitude to Hyunjin Ryu for clearing her doubts and said, thank you, Hyunjin Ryu, my classmate, for turning out to be such a good person. Park Jimin, he truly did deceive me, he's kind-hearted. It seems there's nothing between him and Park Min-young. Park Jimin, why did you mention him like that, my classmate? Yang Wei paused for a moment and then continued, is it Park Jimin, right? Tell me I was worried that he might be tempted by her, so I called him. But now that I know the truth, I feel more at ease. Thank you, Hyunjin Ryu. After saying this, Yang Wei immediately hung up the phone. When Hyunjin Ryu heard Yang Wei's words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. He thought Yang Wei had feelings for him, but unexpectedly, she had feelings for Park Jimin. If he had known about this earlier, he would have exerted all his effort to expose Park Jimin, not allowing him to live peacefully, regardless of the cost. However, what was he doing now? He was helping Park Jimin clear his name, supporting him in pursuing Yang Wei, the one he secretly admired for a long time. Thinking this way made him extremely angry. Park Jimin, that scoundrel, is currently pursuing Yang Wei and at the same time chasing after Park Min-young. But suddenly, that scoundrel encounters misfortune. After that, he came up with a way to solve the problem. He told Yang Wei that Park Min-young is a lesbian. No, I have to make her see his true face, he thought. Oh, why is she blocking me now? Yang Wei, listen to me. You absolutely should not trust Park Jimin's words. He's just deceiving you. He's a playboy who spends his days flirting with girls. Do you know that not only Park Min-young, but also many other female students in the school have fallen for his tricks? Even his ex-girlfriend was stolen by this flirtatious Park Jimin. Hyunjin Ryu tried to explain, hoping that Yang Wei would see the true nature of Park Jimin. However, unfortunately for him, Yang Wei added him to her blacklist and his messages couldn't be sent. This made him feel like he was going crazy. At this point, Yang Wei seemed to have her own judgment. Well, it seems that Park Jimin didn't deceive me. As for Hyunjin Ryu, when he first talked to me, he knew nothing about the situation. Maybe he was telling the truth, but when he heard that Park Jimin and I were dating, he immediately changed his tone. This Hyunjin Ryu Talking bad about a girl behind her back and pretending to be happy surely can't be a good person. Well, let's just block him. While Yang Weibei and Hanjin Ryu were having a conversation, Park Jimin followed Park Min-young into a luxurious office elegantly decorated. Do Ji-sung, the CEO of Vinova App, sat in the office on the 39th floor of the building, offering a panoramic view of Jeonbukgung, the capital. The splendid scenery unfolded before Park Min-young, making her feel like she was dominating the world. Chairman Baekhyun, if you don't mind, could you take a look at our company's financial report? We launched the Vinova app in 2018, and in less than 3 years, we have over 30 million users. Daily activity figures are around 5 million. This achievement ranks at the top among all internet startup companies. In the future, we will continue to develop new technical features. I believe with these features, we will be able to dominate the market even more. Park Jimin glanced over the numbers in the report, but he didn't understand their significance. Oh my, so boring. It's putting me to sleep just talking about things I don't understand. Unable to patiently listen any longer, Park Jimin tossed the report aside, leaned back in his chair, and appeared indifferent. All right, Chairman Du, I've heard what you said. Just go ahead and name your price. What do you think our company is worth? Park Jimin acted in such a way that Do Ji-sung couldn't resist commenting. Based on President Baekhyun's demeanor, it seemed he has already investigated my company. If he has nothing to hide, then I don't need to pretend anymore. Why not quote directly? With his background, he indeed has unconventional power. The value of my company is 1 billion. But the last time we tried to raise capital, the other party only wanted to offer 100 million. I hope President Baekhyun won't lowball the price too much. After careful consideration, Do Jae-sung also spoke frankly. President Baekhyun, let's be straightforward. Our company is valued at 1 billion. Park Jimin frowned upon hearing Do Ji-sung mention the price of 1 billion. His expression made Do Ji-sung worry. It seems the opening price is too high. Park Jimin, adopting a lazy demeanor, said, just 1 billion and you keep beating around the bush. Just say it straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Do Ji-sung was astonished to the point of gaping. Just 1 billion? Before she could gather herself, Park Jimin continued, like this, I'll buy 49% of your company for 1 billion, but I have one condition. Do Ji-sung pushed his golden glasses up and inquired tactfully, condition, President Baekhyun? If you want to set a condition, what condition is it? Do Ji-sung appeared calm, but her emotions were extremely stirred. Having been in business for many years, Do Jae-sung had encountered numerous successful entrepreneurs who always fought for every percentage of ownership, unwilling to yield an inch. They were ready to employ any means, even cunning strategies to secure their own interests. Therefore, when Park Jimin proactively offered money to Do Ji-sung, she implicitly understood his intentions. Especially when Park Jimin approached her, she had a tacit realization. Could it be that he wants that? It can't be. I'm 10 years older than him, but it seems that some wealthy individuals have more peculiar preferences, that intricate thing. Simultaneously, Park Jimin, fearing that Park Min-young might overhear and reject him, had to lean close to Do Jae-sung and whisper, my condition is to transfer the shares to Park Min-young. Do Jae-sung narrowed his eyes, revealing a mysterious smile. I understand, President Baekhyun. Let's collaborate happily. Over 10 minutes later, Park Jimin stepped out of Do Ji-sung's office. At the same time, Park Min-young, holding a cup of coffee, was about to enter. She paused upon seeing Park Jimin coming out. Is it done already? That was fast. Then, Park Min-young quickly approached and asked, Park Jimin, how was your conversation with my boss? Park Jimin looked at Park Min-young, his eyes sparkling slightly, then nodded in satisfaction. It's fine, just keep up the good work. With your talent, it won't be long before you get promoted and receive a raise. Park Min-young laughed nervously and continued, I'm not thinking about promotions and raises. I want to ask about your intentions. Upon hearing that, Park Jimin furrowed his brows slightly. Intentions? What do you mean? Park Min-young suddenly asked seriously, the girl outside, Yang Weibei, don't think I don't see the relationship between you two. I'm asking you, who do you choose between Yang Weibei and Kim Ji-soo? Kim Ji-soo seems genuinely interested in you. Park Min-young uttered those words, attempting to suppress her emotions towards Park Jimin. Her rationality told her you can't have any relationship with him. But her subconscious always remembered him, creating a sense of contradiction and an entanglement within her. What are her intentions? Isn't this question also asking herself about her feelings for him, for Kim Ji-soo? However, Park Jimin's next words made her change her thoughts. Why do I need to choose? Everything is mine. Park Min-young was stunned by Park Jimin's statement. She couldn't believe that a man could utter such arrogant words, disregarding morals. Immediately, a feeling of discomfort and anger surged in her heart. You and your arrogance. But right after that, she found no hatred in her heart for Park Jimin. Perhaps compared to deceit, Park Jimin appeared more genuine. He didn't hide his true nature and showed no signs of pretense or coercion. Park Jimin laughed coldly, his eyes revealing a clear mockery. Exactly, not a loud ha. Park Min-young was so angry that her face turned purple. She glared at Park Jimin and scolded, "You are truly skilled, uttering such vulgar words. I never thought you could stoop this low." Before Park Min-young could finish her scolding, Park Jimin immediately cut her off. "Why act like you didn't know I enjoy playing around? You know I'm a terrible person, but yesterday you still hugged me and let me take you home. I find you quite contradictory. If you like me, why not openly admit it instead of asking me whom I choose? Why not ask if I can choose you?" As Park Jimin spoke, Park Min-young's cheeks turned red, and she had no words left to retort. She knew Park Jimin was right. She loved him, but she dared not admit. She feared being hurt, afraid of disappointment. Seeing Park Min-young silent, Park Jimin felt even more triumphant. "If you truly want to protect Kim Jisoo, you shouldn't have seduced me yesterday. Emotionally, I feel more straightforward than you. What right do you have to lecture me? Think carefully before looking for me again. Don't offer yourself anymore." After saying this, Park Jimin turned away and walked off. Stepping outside the skyscraper, Park Jimin took a deep breath, still in a state of shock and excitement. He turned to look at the tall building where the self-proclaimed beauty queen stood on high ground, smirking. Pointing at the beauty queen's nose and scolding her was truly refreshing, very comfortable. Afterwards, Park Jimin walked away with a confident and arrogant posture, paying no attention to the gazes of those around him. His words were like a splash of cold water directly on Park Min-young's face, forcing her to confront the harsh truth. Am I really that hypocritical? If so, I have no right to lecture him. Park Min-young stood there, torturing herself over her actions. She felt pain and shame, as if someone had stabbed her in the heart. Suddenly, a voice rang in her ears, snapping her out of her confused thoughts. "Min-young, why are you still standing here? President Du has called for an emergency meeting of all employees. Hurry up." That voice startled Park Min-young, her thoughts in disarray. An emergency meeting for all employees, what's going on? Could it be that the financial negotiations have collapsed? In no time, over 300 people from each department, about 100 from each, had gathered in the conference room. Although the conference room wasn't small, it wasn't overly spacious either, measuring just over 180 square meters. For a departmental meeting within the company, the space would still be comfortable. However, with the entire staff present, it seemed a bit cramped. At this moment, employees were fervently discussing the reason for President Du suddenly convening the meeting. Why is there such an impromptu meeting, especially a company-wide one? Didn't we just have a regular meeting a few days ago? Is the company on the verge of bankruptcy? This summoning might lead to immediate dissolution. Don't spread rumors. It could be that they want to give everyone a bonus. As Park Min-young entered the meeting room, she could see many people sitting and waiting. The technical department, sales department, management, human resources, all department heads and employees were present. Hearing the lively discussions, she couldn't help but think President Du is always systematic in his work. What is he planning this time? It's making everyone uneasy and fearful. After a while, Do Jae-sung entered the conference room, stood before the microphone, and announced to those present, "Everyone, please calm down. Today's emergency meeting is primarily to share some good news. Our company is about to have a new vice president. Previously, the company's vice president was a major shareholder and one of the founders of the Vanova app. However, in 2019, he sold his shares and stepped down from the vice president position. Since then, this position has remained vacant." Do Jae-sung's announcement excited all the high-ranking leaders in the company. They all hoped to be promoted to the vice president position. The atmosphere in the conference room became lively, and people started discussing and exchanging thoughts about their own capabilities and those of others. Do Jae-sung continued, "Taking on the role of the company's vice president will be Park Min-young." Do Jae-sung concluded the meeting with over 300 employees, all turning their attention towards Park Min-young. Even Park Min-young herself was visibly flustered. "Vice president? Me?" At this moment, a senior executive loudly objected. "That's right, Min-young just joined the company last week. How can she take on the role of vice president? In order, she is not deserving." Another company leader also voiced his dissent. "You're right, Chairman Du. Your decision to appoint her seems a bit hasty. I don't agree." Do Jae-sung maintained a serious gaze and addressed the dissenters. "Hasty? I don't think so. Min-young, although relatively new to the company, has shown exceptional capabilities. You can't imagine how much she has contributed to the company." From the side, the secretary handed Do Jae-sung a share transfer agreement. After receiving it, she coldly looked at those opposing and continued. "This is the share transfer contract. Currently, she is the second largest shareholder in the company, holding 49% of the shares. She has brought in $1 billion in investment for our company. Any questions?" Do Jae-sung's words were like a strong wave and a fierce wind, causing a stir throughout the entire auditorium. No one expected that a newly hired female assistant could pull out $1 billion in finances to acquire 49% of Vinova App's shares. Not only those present, even Do Ji-sung herself couldn't help but feel envious. This is the style of a president, $1 billion to buy shares as a gift. Min Young, if I were back in my 20s, I would definitely compete for this man with you. The fact that Park Min Young bought 49% of Vinova App's shares for $1 billion dong also raised doubts and concerns. $1 billion, even if the company is packaged and sold, it might not fetch such a high price. How did she do it? Looks can be deceiving. Min Young, does she have the capability to do this? Does she have her own plans to establish influence within the company? Can I still be friends with her now? Although everyone had suspicions, there were still no accurate answers to these questions. Seeing no further objections, Do Jae-sung raised her hand and declared, if there are no objections, Park Min Young will officially take on the position of vice president of our company. By the way, I also want to announce another piece of good news. Due to this investment, the company will reward bonuses to all employees who have been with the company for more than 2 years. Additionally, long-serving managers with more than 3 years of tenure will receive dividend shares. Let's get a round of applause for Min Young. As soon as Do Ji-sung finished speaking, applause echoed continuously. This was indeed a promising pledge, and they believed that a bright future lay ahead for them. Park Min Young remained in a daze, no longer hearing the discussions around her. She seemed lost, her emotions incredibly complex. $1 billion and 49% of the shares. Thinking about it, there's only one possibility, Park Jimin. Why would he do this? Could it be that he genuinely likes me? The more she thought, the more complicated Park Min Young's feelings became. Then, she suddenly remembered a question that Park Jimin had confronted her with during an angry outburst. Why don't you ask if I can recruit you into my harem? That question completely awakened her. He genuinely wants to choose me. He likes me. Park Jimin, where are you? I want to see you. With reddened eyes, Park Min Young hastily left the conference room. Finally, she was certain. Park Jimin loves me. This guy has silently sacrificed everything for me. At this moment, Park Min Young's tears welled up, and she couldn't contain her emotions any longer. The suppressed feelings that had been building up for so long finally burst forth. Park Min Young's favorability score has increased by 5. Park Min Young's favorability score has increased by 5. Current favorability score, 95 points. Target of licks, dog number 8, Park Min Young. For the owner, successfully breaking through the favorability score to 95 points. Congratulations to the owner for a successful reversal. The target of licking has spent a total of 1 billion dog-licking coins, rewarding the owner with 100 million. Park Min Young has successfully transformed into the owner's dog licker, rewarding 35 strengthening points. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring a masterful combat skill, remaining strengthening points 84. At this moment, Park Jamin was on his way to meet Yang Wei-bai when a continuous stream of system notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. Park Jamin furrowed his brow. Even though he had left Vinova App, he could deduce the reason for Park Min Young's increased favorability score with him. Indeed, the tables had been turned. $1 billion truly held such immense power, and it was evident that a well-thought-out strategy could be much more effective than directly spending money. Especially for Park Min Young, achieving this through Do Ji-sung to gift her shares seemed strategic. This way, she wouldn't feel repulsed or coerced. On the contrary, she might think that he was quietly paying the price for her. Indeed, in the eyes of women, emotions were of utmost importance. However, spending money recklessly only made people feel domineering and insincere, whereas a strategic use of money through a planned approach made them feel that one was silently paying the price. Park Jimin was strolling, feeling that this unexpected visit was quite reasonable, gaining experience in spending money wisely. At that moment, the familiar ringtone echoed. Because of my perseverance and the transformation of bad habits. Taking out his phone, Park Jimin found a call from Oh Young-sil. Oh Young-sil, why is she actively calling me? He wondered. As soon as he answered, Oh Young-sil burst into tears. Boo, Park Jimin, am I really foolish? Hearing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel confused, and then he inquired with concern. What's wrong? Why are you crying? And what's the situation? Isn't everything going smoothly? Upon hearing his question, Oh Young-sil cried even more intensely. While sobbing, she explained, public opinion has turned against me. Some prominent actresses have come out to support Director Ho. Now everyone online is cursing me boo, but I am clearly innocent. Boo. Especially on the web, there's a shocking piece of news in the entertainment industry about the renowned actress Tong Ji-yen. Tong Ji-yen boasts over 60 million fans and has collaborated with Hollywood superstars worldwide. According to some estimates, her acting fees for a single film have reached up to 300 million. Currently, she owns her own media company, and the market value of the company has exceeded $6 billion. Since Tong Ji-yen spoke out in support of director Jai-ho, many figures in the entertainment industry have also voiced their support for Jai-ho. Public opinion has flipped, and Oh Yeom-sil has become the target of criticism. Her account has been frozen, and she has to face various troubles. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin also became visibly angry. It's turned upside down. Even with 200 million spent, the tables have been turned. This is no different from playing League of Legends, getting counter-jungled in the bottom lane. All right, stop crying. I'll help you sort this out. After promising to help Oh Yeong-sil handle the matter, young man Park Jimin hastily searched for the rumored magazine. Jai-ho had a clandestine date with the model Tantian at the nightclub, known in the film industry as the big-hearted romantic and referred to as Jai-ho by Anna. Considered a big shot in the industry, Jai-ho is believed to exploit his relationships to coerce connections with female artists, always shrouded in secrecy and not exposed. However, this time, the main reason causing public opinion to reverse is that some rising stars are standing up against Jai-ho. Among them, the most prominent is the film queen Tong Ji-yen. Park Jimin, holding a steaming cup of coffee, couldn't hide his surprise and muttered, "Tong Ji-yen, she has such significant influence." Tong Ji-yen, talented and virtuous, belongs to the category of masterpieces, enjoys philanthropy, and has an excellent public image. She regularly donates money to charitable causes. Someone reported to Park Jimin, this time Jai-ho could be overturned almost entirely thanks to her influence. So I think to defeat Jai-ho, we need to employ a strategy. Upon hearing the two words strategy, young man Park Jimin immediately had an idea. The other person handed him a document and said, "I hired a few detectives. They are currently investigating and believe this person may have sensitive information of Jai-ho. The address is Ho Ha Dong, number 305, Yang Se Kim. If we find this person named Yang Se Kim, it might be easy to overthrow Jai-ho." Young man Park Jimin stared intently at the paper containing the address and the name of the person to find. Ho Ha Dong, number 28, room 305, Yang Se Kim. Quickly, Park Jimin reached Ho Ha Dong number 28, lifting his head to look at a dilapidated building. He muttered to himself, who would open an office in a place like this for business? As Park Jimin took a few steps inside, a loud voice echoed, "Your mom, last month said this month said next month. Do you think I'm running a charity here?" Park Jimin, puzzled, couldn't comprehend what was happening. Young man Park Jimin approached the room and discreetly peeked inside. It seemed that Park Jimin recognized the person kneeling there and thought to himself, "Oh, it's him." The stout person held a baseball bat and pointed it straight at Yang Se Kim's face, saying, "Yang Se Kim, if you don't pay today, I'll cut off one of your hands." Yang Se Kim knelt, clasping his hands, pleading, "Young Master Ji, give me a few more days. I'm preparing for a new film. It's guaranteed to be a huge hit, and I'll pay you back 10 times the amount borrowed when it becomes successful." Jay, infuriated, lunged at Yang Se Kim, squeezing his face. "Should I lend you more considering your talk? I heard your decline is because you offended the film industry big shot Jai-ho. Do you want to rise again?" Stout Yang Se Kim, with his face swollen from the squeeze, still tried to plead, "Young Master Jai, my new work is genuinely promising." The enraged Ji was about to strike with a baseball bat while shouting loudly, "A film. Today, I'll make sure you remember this for life." Unexpectedly, the voice of young man Park Jimin rang out, "Stop, stop, let me deal with him." As he finished speaking, a punch landed on Ji's face like a thunderbolt, distorting his expression. A tooth flew out, leaving his lips with a bloody gap. He was thrown far and slid across the floor with a loud crash. Getting up, he touched his swollen face with one hand, angrily shouting, "Who dares to seek death?" Park Jimin walked over slowly. "Seeking death? Even if your father Jai Cho-hee stands in front of me, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly like this. Ji-vyun, I advise you to watch your language. Don't involve your family in this." Stab Ji-yeon quickly realized, "Oh my, it's the deity Chairman Baekhyun, heir to the hidden wealthy Park family, the current successor of the Park family." Jae-yeon gritted his teeth, recalling Dad warned me explicitly never to provoke him again. Subsequently, he cowered like a dog, clasped his hands, and bowed before Park Jimin, saying, "This is not my Jimin anymore. Since you're here, I have to leave. Please don't see me off. I'll go right away." Yang Se Kim found Ji's young master's behavior very strange, both submissive and fearful, in front of Park Jimin, utterly perplexing. Immediately afterward, Ji-yeon dashed away, leaving his shoes behind. Seeing him sprint so swiftly surprised both Park Jimin and Yang Se Kim. Yang Se Kim started to feel a mixture of fear and admiration, thinking the Jai family in Gyeongbokgung is known to be very influential. But how can this young man terrify Ji-yeon to the point of running away barefoot? With such a strong support, what is there to fear from Jai-ho? As Yang Se Kim moved away, Park Jamin spoke up, "All right, the nuisance is gone. You're Yang Se-kim, right? I need your help with something." Yang Se-kim adjusted his glasses and quickly replied, "The assistance will be discussed later. First, I have a small request." Immediately, he knelt down, bowing repeatedly. "Park Sr., please accept me as your subordinate. I will serve and support you in the future." After repeatedly rubbing his forehead to relieve the ache, Yang Se-kim sat down, sipping tea, awaiting a response from the young boss, Park Jimin. Curiously, he asked Park Jimin, "So, boss, are you looking to overthrow Jai-ho?" Park Jimin, in a loud burst of anger, replied, "I've said it, I'm not your foster parent, but I came to you because of this matter." Yang Se-kim furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, "Does he know what I've hidden? However, this person seems influential. Maybe I can offer him something." Thinking so, Yang Se-kim told Park Jimin, "I can indeed overthrow Jai-ho, but I have conditions." Park Jimin, nonchalant, said, "Speak and let the price be known." However, Yang Se-kim confidently asserted, "I don't need money. If not as a foster father, invest in me. I will act and I will prove to them that Yang Se-kim can rise from any fall." Observing Yang Se-kim's determined expression, Park Jimin thought to himself, such passion for art, truly living up to the title of the former genius director. Helping him might be worthwhile. After a moment of contemplation, Park Jimin remembered the film company he recently established for Oh Young-sil, realizing it would be a suitable fit for Yang Se-kim. He said to the stout man, "I just opened a film company for Oh Young-sil. Go and talk to her. If the funds are insufficient, give me a call." Yang Se-kim excitedly exclaimed, "A loyal friend speaks truth to his friend's son. With your father's words, your son can be at ease." Afterward, Yang Se-kim confidently took out a USB and said, "This is my secret weapon. This video, once revealed, will shake not only Jai-ho, but the entire entertainment industry." The stout man then connected the USB to the computer, and as Park Jimin watched the video on the screen, he questioned in amazement, "Your assassin's weapon is this video?" Even though Park Jimin hadn't officially accepted him as a foster son, the stout man insisted with determination, "Exactly, just open it, and you'll understand." Saying this, Yang Se-kim pressed the button to open the video. Once the video played, Park Jimin was left astonished, unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "What is this?" The video depicted an intimate scene between a couple, leaving Park Jimin in disbelief. Film queen Tong Jia-yen having a relationship like this with Jai-ho? Unbelievable. "With this, I can blackmail them for a significant sum." Yang Se-kim cautiously responded, "I dare not. Blackmailing leads to jail, and besides, I don't have any backing. Who knows, I might be eliminated before I can react." Park Jimin draped an arm around Yang Se-kim's shoulder and reassured, "Don't worry, now I've got you covered. With this piece of evidence, Jai-ho and Tong Ji-yen are done for." Yang Se-kim had a relieved expression. "Yes, Dad, it won't be a problem." Switching scenes to another location, Oh Young-sil was looking at her phone, muttering, "Jai-ho and Tong Ji-yen, how many young and reckless idiots have they hired? It's been 3 days of constant insults and relentless spamming." Frustrated, Oh Young-sil tossed her phone aside, saying, "It's not a big deal. At most, I'll withdraw from the entertainment industry. I'm too naive, completely not their match." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Park Jimin called. Oh Young-sil found the call a bit surprising and puzzling. Why is he calling at this time? After some thought, Oh Young-sil answered the phone. Park Jimin's voice echoed from the speaker. "Oh Young-sil, are you at home?" Oh Young-sil, in a timid voice, replied, "Ah, yes. I'm at home, all alone. What's up? Are you coming over? I'll show you a hot movie." After saying that, Park Jimin hung up, blushing. Oh Young-sil muttered, "Park Jimin, this rascal is coming over. Why is he looking for me?" And deliberately asking if I'm home alone. And what's with the mention of a hot movie? Right after that, Oh Young-sil thought of a grim scenario. Clutching herself tightly, perhaps he can't control himself anymore. One can take advantage of my body. When the scene shifted to Oh Young-sil's mansion, Park Jimin and Yang Se-kim arrived at the door. As the doorbell rang, Oh Young-sil glared and thought to herself, "Fast indeed. Quite impatient. Seems like he and the other men aren't much different after all." Afterwards, Oh Young-sil spoke up, "Come in." She stepped out to open the door, and as the door swung open, she saw another unfamiliar man. Oh Young-sil thought to herself, "Why is there another person? Who is this?" She glanced at Park Jimin and then muttered in a corner, "Park Jimin, this damn guy thinks what of me, bringing another person along?" Park Jimin saw Oh Young-sil's expression but didn't understand. The young man exclaimed in confusion. Then, looking at Oh Young-sil with a puzzled expression, Park Jimin said to her, "First, don't say that." He gestured towards Yang Se-kim and continued, "Let me introduce, this is director Yang Se-kim. This time, we play in a completely overturned Jai-ho thanks to him. Yang Se-kim politely raised his hand in greeting, "Hello, Chairwoman Oh." At this moment, the girl realized she had misunderstood the situation. Oh Hyung-sil felt embarrassed and thought, so he wasn't trying to sleep with me, but genuinely helping me find a solution. After this realization, Oh Hyung-sil also greeted politely, "Nice to meet you." Oh Hyung-sil gazed steadily at Park Jae-min while the young man was discussing something with Yang Se-kim. The feeling of having someone to rely on like this is truly amazing. After watching the video, Oh Hyun-sil felt extremely excited. She exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Damn, it's amazing. I never expected Tong Ji-yen to be that kind of person." Park Jimin affirmed, "With this evidence in hand, Jai-ho and Tong Ji-yen are now nothing more than scum." Having obtained evidence to defeat her opponents, Oh Hyun-sil joyfully exclaimed, "I love you, Park Jimin." Park Jimin replied, "I'll give you 20 billion. Quickly handle this, then establish a film company." Director Don also has capital to make the movies he wants, mutually benefiting each other. Once again, having successfully spent a large sum of money, Park Jimin gleefully thought to himself, spending 20 billion at once and still having a film company to continue burning money. Oh Hyung-sil, I've got this woman. After the video was uploaded, it quickly became a hot topic online with the headline, "Reality Unveiled, Viewers Shocked, Not Suitable for Children." Director On Now and famous actress Tong Ji-yen's explicit video surfaces featuring no modesty and even close-ups. The video attracted a large number of interested fans. This is currently the hottest topic on social media. Right after that, under the media pressure, a slew of reporters converged towards Tong Ji-yen to dig for information. They approached Tong Ji-yen for an interview asking, "Mrs. Tong Ji-yen, please explain the video posted online today. Can you clarify your relationship with the director An-nae?" Tong Ji-yen remained silent. Before the journalists could hear a response from her, her female assistant spoke up, "Step aside, step aside. These are entirely fabricated stories. That video is a fake. Stop bothering my actress." After escaping the media's encirclement, Tong Ji-yen quickly rushed in her car and slammed the door shut. Frustrated and grinding her teeth, she pondered, "Who is playing with me? Why is there a video at that moment?" Switching scenes to the Jindu Hotel. At this moment, On Now was entangled in bed with another girl when the police stormed into the room. "Is this On Now? We have received an accusation alleging that you forcibly assaulted several young actresses. Cooperate with the station for our investigation. If not, we will have to use force." Quickly, handcuffs were placed in the hands of On Now, also known as Jai-ho. Looking at the handcuffs in his hands, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. It's over. Everything is over. Transitioning to the personal press conference of Oh Hyung-sil, the recent scandal surrounding the alleged forced relationship of the actress, Oh Hyung-sil was once again overturned. All truths have been clarified, and Oh Hyung-sil is holding a press conference to announce significant news. The press conference attracts a large crowd of journalists. In front of the gathered audience, Oh Hyung-sil speaks, "Today, I invite you all to this press conference to announce some news." Oh Hyung-sil, along with director Yang Se-kim, holds a sign with the name of their new film production company, Young-sil Film. She declares, "I and director Yang Se-kim will establish a new film company. Next, the company will allocate a budget of 2 billion for director Yang to shoot a new film. We hope everyone is looking forward to it." Upon hearing the figure of 2 billion, everyone in the room expresses amazement. Oh my, 2 billion, truly rich and generous. Oh Hyung-sil has turned the tide. I wonder which conglomerate is backing her. After speaking, the media professionals continuously film and take photos to create content for their news. Transitioning to the dormitory, at this moment in his room, Park Jimin opens his phone to watch Oh Hyung-sil's press conference. Hearing the mention of the conglomerate, the financial support behind actress Oh Hyung-sil, Park Jimin thinks to himself, "Why do I feel like I'm a bit like a secret boss behind the screen now? Anyway, this feeling is not bad at all, ha ha ha." Hello, the dormitory, Hanjin Ryu, holding his phone a walking, mutters, "Humph, Park Jimin, the dead dog causing trouble in the school is not enough. He even dares to disturb the goddess Yang Weebai. I'll see if you survive this time." After that, he immediately calls Kim Jisoo. "Hello, is this Kim Jisoo, my fellow student? I'm Hyunjin Ryu from the Physical Education Department. I have some things to talk to you about." Closing the scene at the university campus, after receiving the call from Hyunjin Ryu, Kim Jisoo was hit by a surge of jealousy. This time, she no longer trusted Park Jimin as she had before and hastily went to the university to find the young man to clarify everything. Seeing Kim Jisoo in a hurry, her friend in the green shirt advised, "Kim Jisoo, don't be too hasty. Are you planning to confront Park Jimin just because of a phone call?" Kim Jisoo walked quickly, drawing curious glances from many passing students. Her eyes reflected a mixture of sadness and a hint of disappointment as she said, Hanjin Ryu, bringing out his whole gang to swear that Park Jimin is fooling around with many girls inside and outside the school, even stealing his girlfriend. Doesn't it sound like a made-up story? Walking and explaining her emotions to her green-shirted friend, Kim Jisoo continued, Of course, I know it's too daring to go looking for Park Jimin just because of a phone call from Hanjin Ryu, but lately, Park Jimin hardly seeks me out. Kim Jisoo's face clearly showed a sense of unease, her eyes vacant as she said, I feel a bit uneasy. Winon's intuition tells me he's acting strangely. The girl in the green shirt comforted Kim Jisoo with kind words about Park Jimin, saying, I understand. A wealthy and outstanding man like him would make anyone anxious about potential loss, but Park Jimin seems to be a faithful person. In the midst of tranquility, a group of students suddenly became noisy, directing their attention to one side. They excitedly discussed the arrival of Park Min-young. Hurry, look, here comes Park. Is she going after that Park Jimin again? He's really lucky. The girl in the green shirt added, Park Jimin probably won't be fooling around with women. Just as she finished saying that, they saw Park Min-young standing right in front of them. She stood there silently, as if contemplating something. Park Min-young, with a puzzled look, thought long and hard about how to express herself to Park Jimin. She emptily mused, how should I say it to him? If Park Jimin really likes me, should I agree or decline? Coincidentally, as Park was contemplating Kim Jisoo's boyfriend, Kim Jisoo herself arrived. Kim Jisoo exclaimed loudly, Hey Park, why are you here? Park Min-young startled and turned around exclaiming Kim Jisoo. Perhaps due to a quirk, she seemed startled. Park Min-young muttered, Dan, why is she here? Kim Jisoo widened her eyes and asked her senior, Park, you graduated. Why are you back at school without telling me? Caught off guard, Park Min-young hesitated, her cheeks turning red. She explained, Oh, I came to find Park Jimin. Please don't misunderstand. I'm here to discuss business with Jimin. After responding to Kim Jisoo, Min-young thought to herself, I shouldn't have mentioned Park Jimin's name. Kim Jisoo must be suspicious now, damn it. As Park Min-young expected, mentioning Park Jimin made Kim Jisoo doubtful. However, she didn't say anything to Park, silently pondering, Park used to dislike Park Jimin. Why is she collaborating with him now? When did they become close? A honking sound interrupted the scene as a car was parking right in front of the dormitory. The students resumed gossiping, directing their attention towards the car. Who's that? The car is parked right below the dorm building. The black car stopped in front of Kim Jisoo and Park Min-young. Slightly surprised, the two women paused their conversation, curious about what was happening. A beautiful girl stepped out of the car, capturing the admiration of the students on campus. They praised Yang Wi-bai, saying, Oh, she's from the film industry, right? So gorgeous. Everyone complimented Yang Wi-bai, acknowledging she's quite stunning. Our campus beauty queen can't compare. Kim Jisoo also fell under the enchantment of Yang Wi-bai's beauty and exclaimed, She's truly beautiful. Her friend in the green shirt couldn't help but sigh. She has such charisma. Park Min-young, with a wry smile, muttered, Why is she here too? It's like a cosmic collision of Mars and Earth. Yang Wi-bai approached and inquired, Hello everyone. May I ask if Park Jimin, a second-year literature student at Harvard, lives here? Hearing Yang Wi-bai mention her boyfriend's name, Kim Jisoo stood still for a few seconds, then hesitated and asked, Are you looking for Park Jimin? What's your relationship with him? Yang Wi-bai's eyes sparkled, and she didn't respond, only making a sound. With tactful language, Yang Wi-bai asked Kim Jisoo, I wonder what your relationship is with Park Jimin. Her demeanor at this moment was undeniably dignified, calm, and contemplative. The faces of Kim Jisoo and Yang Wi-bai, as they looked at each other, had changed from the initial impressions, as if an unseen thunderbolt struck between them. The girl in the green shirt raised her hand and advised, Let's find a place to sit and talk. Standing here isn't the best. Transitioning to a cafe, all four girls sit together to discuss the matter involving Park Jimin. Except for the girl in the green shirt, everyone has tense expressions resembling taut strings. The four of them sit in silence, gazing at each other for quite a while, none willing to break the silence. Sensing this, Yang Wi-bai speaks up. Since neither of you is speaking up, I'll go first. Yang Wi-bai stirs her coffee with her hand and then looks at Kim Jisoo, addressing the issue directly. Do you like Park Jimin? Faced with Yang Wi-bai's straightforward question, Kim Jisoo rolls her eyes and blushes embarrassment. At the cafe, after a while of staring at each other, Yang Wi-bai broke the silence. She asked Kim Jisoo, Do you like Park Jimin? Kim Jisoo, surprised by Yang Wi-bai's direct question, raised her eyebrows and replied, Yes, I like Park Jimin. He likes me too. What's the problem? Kim Jisoo's tone sounded somewhat resentful and uncomfortable. Yang Wi-bai raised both hands in a dismissive gesture, smiled, and said, like you. Don't kid me. Park Jimin has been pursuing me for 5 years. In high school, he even took a beating for me. Making mistakes in love is forgivable, but you have to admit it. Hearing Yang Wi-Bai speak, Kim Jisoo angrily shouted, "No, that's not true." The girl in the green shirt immediately defended Kim Jisoo, saying, "What she means is Kim Jisoo from our family is the third party." Although Park Jimin got into fights for her, he once gave Kim Jisoo a mansion worth over $1 million, not to mention a piano worth $500 million. And what about you? What do you have? Hearing this, Yang Wi-Bai also had some doubts in her heart. She thought to herself, firm determination, a crystal piano auctioned off mysteriously by Park Jimin. He truly is sailing 2 ships with 1 foot. But no matter what, Yang Wi-Bai is determined not to lose face in front of Kim Jisoo. No way, how can I lose to them? Thinking about it, she confidently recounts the gifts Park Jimin has given her. Oh, $500 million is a lot. Park Jimin gave me an office building worth over $2 billion. Ladies, who do you think Park Jimin likes more? At this point, suspicion about Park Jimin in Kim Jisoo's heart has started to rise. Could it be that Park Jimin is really having an affair, or all his previous words just deceive me? Kim Jisoo is contemplating when Park Min Young speaks up. Actually, Park Jimin also gave me a 1 billion won worth of shares. Park Min Young hesitates, admitting to receiving gifts from Park Jimin, and then apologizes to her younger sister for this action. I'm sorry, Kim Jisoo. The atmosphere among the 4 girls becomes more stifling, each of them looking uneasy as if contemplating something. After a while of pondering, Kim Jisoo decides to call Park Jimin. I have to call Park Jimin. Ask clearly why he's having an affair. Being promiscuous like this, why he still wants to define things with me. She fumbles with her phone to dial, then suddenly remembers, wait, it seems Park Jimin has never confirmed our romantic relationship from beginning to end. It's just my misunderstanding. The girl in the green shirt looks at Kim Jisoo with a puzzled expression. Yang Wi-Bai agrees with Kim Jisoo's statement. Haze, that's right. Every time I mention confirming the relationship, Park Jimin always changes the subject. The girl in the green shirt shifts her gaze to Yang Wi-Bai, and after a moment of contemplation, she realizes, no wonder he doesn't define a relationship. He can remain ambiguous with girls without being morally condemned. Park Jimin indeed plans things well. Feeling heated, Yang Wi-Bai stands up determinedly to find Park Jimin and get the truth. I'm going to make Park Jimin explain. Yang Wi-Bai will never share a man with other girls. The girl in the green shirt raises her hand to stop Yang Wi-Bai, as if she has a different plan in mind. This sister is slow. She doesn't realize that not breaking up makes him even more advantageous. Park Jimin relying on wealth, teasing the emotions of these girls, he deserves 1,000 deaths. Due to her anger, Yang Wi-Bai can't think of a better solution. She blankly asks the girl in the green shirt, you say that, but if we don't break up, would it really leave him in peace? After calming down, the 4 girls collaborate to devise a plan to teach Park Jimin a lesson. What is the asset that Park Jimin uses to deceive people? Money, right? He has too much money. Even if we decisively break up, he won't suffer any loss. He'll just deceive someone else. So we need to do this first, and then at this point, it will be like this. The 4 girls now unanimously join forces, each determined to confront a deceiver like Park Jimin. It appears that in this situation, Kim Jisoo's friend in the green shirt is the calmest and offers the most insightful suggestions. Her gaze is profound, containing more resentment than the other girls. She outlines a plan and advises the others to help each other seek revenge. Continue pretending to be innocent, cute, act like you don't know anything. Then spend his money heavily, spend it aggressively, making him bankrupt. Sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. Hearing this ingenious plan from the girl in the green shirt, the other 3 girls find it very reasonable. Exactly, just spend all the damn money from Park Jimin and he won't be able to swagger around anymore. This is retribution for the female community. Switching to Kim Jisoo's villa, she and Sun Sun are currently scheming on how to retaliate against Park Jimin. Kim Jisoo, hesitant after hearing Sun Sun's suggestion, says, is it really appropriate? Sun Sun, I always feel a bit aggressive in demanding something from others. Sun Sun looks deeply into Kim Jisoo's eyes and says, sympathizing with those scoundrels is being ruthless to yourself. Just do as I say, send a message to Park Jimin. Seeing Kim Jisoo still hesitating, Sun Sun urges, if you can't, I'll help you write it. Park Jimin's phone lights up with a message notification. He looks surprised as he sees the message from Kim Jisoo. Park Jimin, lately I've been wanting to start my own business creating a live stream platform. What do you think? Reading the message, Park Jimin thinks to himself, wanting to start a live stream platform is quite normal. Is she implying that she wants me to invest money, or is this her well thought out idea, or is someone influencing her? Coincidentally, I have the Big Cat TV platform on hand, wondering who I should give it to. After contemplating for a moment, Park Jimin replies to Kim Jisoo's message, "Your idea aligns with mine. I've previously acquired a bankrupt livestream platform, Big Cat TV, intending to gift it to you. Live streaming won't last forever, so owning a business is the way to go. I've prepared a 50 billion investment for you." Sun, upon seeing Park Jimin's message, twists her face in surprise. "He wants to gift you a live stream company, huh?" Kim Jisoo looks at her friend with an indifferent gaze, responding, "Seems like it. Plus, he's ready to invest 50 billion. Initially planning strategies to squeeze money out of Park Jimin, they never expected him to immediately throw in 50 billion. This leaves Sun infuriated, while Kim Jisoo has a different perspective on Park Jimin. He had everything well thought out, prepared for his own career. At this point, Kim Jisoo no longer blames Park Jimin, but instead feels deeply moved despite knowing he's quite cunning. He's genuinely considerate. Not only does he care about my emotions, but he quietly helps me grow. After a while, Sun starts urging again. Kim Jisoo, stop being sentimental, quickly finish this. 50 billion is not a small amount. Don't let that guy swallow his words later. Kim Jisoo, with her hands on her now tomato-red cheeks, asserts Park Jimin is not that kind of person. He values promises. Sun snatches Kim Jisoo's phone, sending a message to Park Jimin while muttering, "Only promises that are fulfilled are true promises. Don't be moved to death just by a cake. Let me help you push him a bit more." Upon receiving Park Jimin's response, Sun immediately bursts into a frenzy, as if she wants to crush the phone in her hand. She thinks to herself, "Oh my, why can't I meet such a generous man, even willing to share with others? I would agree immediately." Earlier, fearing that Park Jimin might back out, Sun took Kim Jisoo's phone and sent the confirmation message to him. "So you agree? Don't back out. No problem tomorrow. Someone will handle the paperwork to transfer the company to me." At this moment, in the university dormitory, Park Jimin is lost in thought. The person talking to me on Kim Jisoo's phone is definitely not her. The tone and voice are unfamiliar. Perhaps John Sun, the green tea girl. Anyway, if you want to spend money, I'll let you spend freely until you've had enough. Transitioning to Yang Weibai's home. After returning, she immediately tells her mother about Park Jimin. But her mother doesn't believe it and presses. "Are you saying that Park Jimin is having an affair? Today, with some girls, we cross-referenced and found out that he is developing romantic relationships with multiple girls simultaneously." Yang Weibai's mother still can't believe this, saying, "Really? In relationships with several girls at the same time? Park Jimin doesn't seem like that kind of person." Yang Weibai slowly sits down on the sofa and continues, "Although the relationship hasn't been officially established, it's almost like that." While conversing with her mother, Yang Weibai's phone lights up and she glances at it, saying, "Oh, who's sending messages in the group?" Her mother asks in confusion, "Which group?" Yang Weibai lifts her phone to show her mother and says, "This is a group some of us girls created. Inside is the revenge plan against Park Jimin, making him regret." In a group chat named Avengers of Revenge, Kim Jisoo sends a message, "Hey, I just told Park Jimin that I want to start a live stream platform, and he immediately gave me Big Cat TV, plus an additional investment of 50 billion. John Sun sends 666666 in the group, and Yang Weibai reads the messages, turning red with frustration, muttering, "Oh my goodness, he directly hands out 50 billion just like that. What does Kim Jisoo have that I don't? How am I inferior to her in looks?" Seeing her daughter's unhappy expression and drawing from the experience of a middle-aged woman, Yang Weibai's mother advises her, "Yang Weibai, listen to your mom. I feel like these girls are scheming to deceive you." Yang Weibai is shocked to hear her mother say that. At this moment, Yang Weibai's mother begins to reminisce about her own love story. She emotionally recounts for Yang Weibai, "In the past, your father and I, our family backgrounds were vastly different. I worked hard, and only then did we finally achieve this happy marriage." After speaking a few sentences, she gently wipes away tears, her face revealing a melancholy expression as she recalls the difficult past. Tears continue to flow from her eyes despite her efforts to hold them back. Yang Weibai's mother recalls the meeting with Park Jimin, remembering his determined expression when he expressed interest in buying shares from the Yang family. "Let me put it this way, I'm willing to invest 500 million to buy 60% of the shares of Yang family's Chorm Group." From that moment, she sensed that Park Jimin's background was far from ordinary, and she wanted to match her daughter with him to benefit from his wealth. Since then, she has always urged Yang Weibai to capture Park Jimin's heart. Now faced with this ironic situation, her mother provides words of advice. "Even though our family resides in Gyeongbokgung, it's considered quite prestigious compared to Park Jimin's background. It's just a small clan. Your relationship with him is bound to encounter many challenges. She begins to analyze and enlighten Yang Hui-bai on the intricacies of relationships, helping her understand the complexities often found in romantic affairs. For a young and inexperienced girl in love like Yang Hui-bai, the advice from a middle-aged woman like her mother proves invaluable. Yang Hui-bai's mother advised her, men who stand out too much will attract attention from the girls around them, but you must believe in your own capabilities. Yang Hui-bai lowered her head, blushing. Normally, she was a smart and savvy girl, but for some reason, she felt stuck in this situation. There was a conflict in her mind. Park Jae-min is indeed quite flirtatious, but I cannot deny that his status is impressive. Yang Hui-bai hesitated in responding to her mother, but Mom! Her mother gently placed her hand on Yang Hui-bai's shoulder, looking straight into her perplexed eyes and said, Yang Hui-bai, those girls always talk about Park Jae-min in a negative way. So why haven't they left him? Have you thought about that? Her mother's eyes suddenly became deep and mysterious. Yang Hui-bai's mother affirmed to her daughter because they all want the other person to leave to possess the hidden tycoon Park Jae-min. After her mother clarified her thoughts, Yang Hui-bai seemed to understand her intention. Her eyes lit up, so that's how it is. Her mother glanced at Yang Hui-bai, assessing her reaction, and then urged, the more critical the situation, the stronger you must advance, resolve your ties with Park Jae-min. Your happiness lies ahead, my daughter. Yang Hui-bai's spirit became more uplifted. She clenched her hands with determination, saying exactly, that's right. These past few days engaging in a cold war with Park Jae-min was a mistake. I can't let other women take advantage of this situation. Hearing Yang Hui-bai's words, her mother silently rejoiced. After clear thinking, she immediately sent a text to Park Jae-min. The young man, dressed in casual clothes, was preparing to go out when his phone lit up. Park Jae-min raised his phone with a hint of surprise, but the content of the message from Yang Hui-bai was even more unexpected. Park Jae-min, I apologize. I blamed you wrongly. Frowning, Park Jae-min was perplexed. What is this message about? Why is she apologizing to me? Park Jae-min began to piece together the events of the day involving Kim Ji-soo and Yang Hui-bai. Today, both Kim Ji-soo and Yang Hui-bai were acting strangely. Could it be that they both know about each other's existence? If that's the case, I need to take the initiative and figure this out. Immediately after, Park Jae-min called Yang Hui-bai. Startled by the ringing phone, Yang Hui-bai jerked, her legs and arms entangled in confusion. She nervously turned to her mother with pleading eyes. Mom, it's Park Jae-min calling. What should I do? Listen to it. He must have sensed my signal. Upon her mother's advice, she quickly picked up Park Jae-min's call. Hello, Park Jae-min. Park Jae-min went straight to the point. Yang Hui-bai, there's something I feel I need to discuss with you. Recently, I invested in a live streaming app, and then I handed it over to Min-young, Kim Ji-soo, to manage. It's nothing special, but I thought I should let you know. Yang Hui-bai's expression immediately changed, her cheeks flushing. I didn't expect him to talk to me about this. In her mind, she thought, I might have misunderstood Park Jae-min. She hesitated before responding, live streaming, I know about it. After the phone call, Yang Hui-bai's mother curiously asked her daughter, what did Park Jae-min say? Yang Hui-bai looked at her mother with an indifferent gaze. Park Jae-min talked about investing in Kim Ji-soo's live streaming app. Her mother nodded approvingly as I said in its heart, you are still the most important person. With just one phone call, Yang Hui-bai's attitude toward Park Jae-min had completely changed. She realized, so Park Jae-min isn't as bad as I thought. He likes me. Thinking about this, Yang Hui-bai was moved to tears. He doesn't hide anything from me, and I collaborated with another woman to extort money from him. Recognizing herself as a wicked woman, Yang Hui-bai cried out loud, I am indeed a wicked woman. Hoo. Her mother held her daughter's hand to comfort her. Oh, my precious daughter, why are you crying? Yang Hui-bai sniffled, saying, I feel guilty towards Park Jae-min. I want to make it up to him. Her eyes suddenly sparkled like stars. A thought popped into her head. I have to give him a gift. He will surely be surprised. The next day, Kim Ji-soo worked with a representative of Big Cat TV. Ms. Kim, please sign this document. The procedures will be completed. Kim Ji-soo quickly signed the document. Oh, all right, so it's done. Yes, it's done. Now, you are the owner of Big Cat TV. Information about Big Cat TV's financial losses is also recorded in the corresponding report, and you can review it. Kim Ji-soo, while reviewing the financial report, broke into a cold sweat, her face looking somewhat troubled. A loss of over 10 million. No wonder Park Jae-min transferred money to me. If I were to manage the company myself, it would have gone bankrupt before even starting. Kim Ji-soo thought to herself, it's just like that, but he is reliable and considerate, yet a womanizer. Park Jae-min transferred this 20 million without hesitation. I should take some action to reciprocate. Otherwise, I become an ungrateful person. Switching scenes to another central area, Kim Ji-soo headed to a car showroom. Looking around, Kim Ji-soo pondered to gift a car at Park Jae-min. Which car model would he like? I remember he had a Lamborghini before. Maybe I should gift him another Lamborghini. Suddenly, Kim Jisoo jumped at the unexpected scene before her. Ha! Why is it her? The girl in front was Yang Weebai, who was also browsing the cars. Seeing Kim Jisoo in the car showroom, Yang Weebai asked curiously. Kim Jisoo approached with an awkward expression, creating a coincidental moment. Why are you here, Sister Yang? She thought to herself, why is she here with me? Yang Weebai, sweating as well, replied, nothing much, it's almost my father's birthday, so I came here to choose a birthday gift for him. And what about you? Planning to buy a car to gift to Park Jimin? Even though it was just a casual response, Yang Weebai secretly thought, Kim Jisoo, is she investigating me? Or does she also want to buy a car to gift to Park Jimin? How could that wretched guy be deserving of it? At this point, Kim Jisoo was sweating profusely, her legs trembling as she replied, I'm just here to buy a birthday gift for my father. Both continued to sweat and feel embarrassed. Really? What a coincidence, huh? Yeah, it's just a genuine coincidence. Out of the blue, a girl's voice echoed, making Yang Weebai and Kim Jisoo turn around. Oh, why are you two here as well? Yang Weebai and Kim Jisoo turned back in unison, asking Park Min-young, why are you here too? Park Min-young hesitated before replying, oh, I came to pick a birthday gift for my father. What a coincidence, huh? Our fathers are all having birthdays soon. Right. Could it be that we share the same father? Haha. After a moment of pretending to play along, Yang Weebai became serious and said, buying a birthday gift for your father? Don't fool me. Surely you want to buy a car for Park Jimin. My mom was absolutely right. Punishing that guy is all fake. Speaking of Kim Jisoo, she received 20 million from Park Jimin a few days ago, and now I don't have as much money in my pocket as she does. I might need financial assistance. Cut to Yang Weebai's mother's house. Upon receiving the call from her daughter, Yang Weebai's mother asked, what's the matter, Yang Weebai? Why did you suddenly call? Planning to gift a car to Park Jimin, but don't have enough money? Don't worry, Yang Weebai, Mom will help you. After hanging up, Yang Weebai's mother called Uncle Park, transfer money from the family fund and send it to Yang Weebai. Uncle Park replied, that's not the money, it's for the young master's use when getting married. Yang Weebai's mother interrupted, Uncle Park, please stop talking. The current major issue for the Yang family is tying Park Jimin to our boat. Everything else is not important. The place for the young master can only be for the little one to sacrifice for the family to endure submission. Uncle Park, at this point, had a weary expression. The young master is indeed pitiful. Immediately, Yang Weebai's phone notified her of a bank message. Looking at the received amount, Yang Weebai whispered, too quick. They transferred 60 million to me. Always thought parents loved their son, didn't expect them to misunderstand. Mom, rest assured, I won't lose to Kim Jisoo. In another corner of the car showroom, Park Jimin asked, has my reserved Bugatti Veyron arrived? Quite fast, huh? Park Jimin, focus on your work, rest assured. Let's go to the VIP lounge and sign the contract. At this moment, Park Jimin, the young man, scanned the surroundings and suddenly had a nosebleed. There were many beautiful women at this car exhibition, the gorgeous models of car manufacturers with well-proportioned figures, perfectly rounded chests, and ideal curves, making it a visually pleasing day for the young man. After checking out all the beautiful girls, he thought, if they were in the past, I wouldn't have dared to approach. Unexpectedly, the young man spotted Kim Jisoo and Yang Weebai talking to each other. What's happening here? Kim Jisoo and Yang Weebai came together. Are they close? Then he noticed Park Min-young in the mix. Seeing the three girls seemed friendly, the young man thought, this is a trio of sworn sisters. With women's keen intuition, Park Min-young always felt something was up. Strange, always feel like someone is watching me, she thought. Kim Jisoo, noticing Park Min-young deep in thought, asked, what's wrong, Min-young? Let's continue looking. Meanwhile, Park Jimin bent down, avoiding the situation, prompting Ah-in to ask with confusion. Park Jimin contemplated, even though I expected there would be a day when I'd be turned down, I didn't think it would happen so quickly. It seems they both know each other's existence. But even so, they haven't severed ties with me. It looks like they still can't bear it cut me off. At this moment, Ah-in noticed Park Jimin's peculiar expression and asked, Chairman Baekhyun, are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? After all, both of them have a favorability score of over 95, and vice versa is an opportunity for me to turn the tables. After a brief thought, Park Jimin replied to Ah-in, no worries, just had a muscle cramp a moment ago. By the way, Chairman Yu, which is the most expensive car here for you guys today? Ah-in seemed well prepared for the question. Because I've spent a lot of thought today, the three most expensive cars tonight are the Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Poison, and the Bugatti Veyron you reserved. Park Jimin decisively said, "All right, I want all three. Give me the prices." This unique buying introduction by Park Jimin left in stunned. All three? Using 3 cars to test the solidarity of your alliance, huh? In's name made me freeze with just one response. One and all, quite challenging though. Park Jimin, a calm young man, replied, "Money is not the issue. You understand my spending level." In immediately clarified, "You misunderstood. It's not about money, but both have already been claimed by someone else." Surprised by this answer, Park Jimin inquired, "Claimed? By whom?" That's quite audacious. In gestured to the side and said, "It's Chairman Baekhyun. Look over there, he's the heir of the Jung conglomerate, the wealthiest family in the country. Jung Hair reserved the remaining 2 cars last year, intending to gift them to his younger sister. The Jung conglomerate, a former hegemon, dominates the entire nation, and now I've crossed paths with them over a car. Chairman Baekhyun, please wait. I have another luxury car in my place. I'll choose the same one as you." Unexpectedly, Park Jimin witnessed an unusual sight, seeing Jung Hair continuing his conversation with Yang Bai. "Hello, miss. I'm from the Jung family. Would you honor me by adding your WeChat to get acquainted? I know it's quite abrupt, but you look remarkably similar to a friend of mine who passed away due to illness many years ago. It's my biggest regret in life. Meeting you years later feels like encountering my friend again. Feel free to block me. I just hope to make up for the remorse." Yang Bai hesitated awkwardly. Sorry for that. She noticed Park Jimin. Park Jimin. Yang Bai thought to herself, his gaze is so cold, as if he's transformed into someone else. Why did I even consider adding this person? What gives him the right to look at me like that? It's fine if he's playful, but if I do the same, it's like being a thief. Based on what? Well, at most, adding WeChat without talking. It might make Park Jimin feel threatened. After contemplating, Yang Bai intentionally provoked Park Jimin and responded to Jung Hair, "Sure, you said it. Let's add each other on WeChat." She looked back but didn't see Park Jimin. Oh, where's Park Jimin? Is what I did right or wrong? Why do I feel a sense of bitterness? And asked Park Jimin, "Chairman Baekhyun, do you know that girl? Did you know her before, or is it a recent acquaintance?" Hearing this, In intervened and asked, In Jung Hair's car, "I'll cover it. 1 billion, is that enough?" Even though the price to buy those 2 additional cars is sky high, In will definitely agree. However, Park Jimin remains nonchalant and says, I know you always uphold integrity in your business. If you find it too troublesome, consider that I never said anything." As Park Jimin speaks, a look of disappointment and sadness appears on his face. In his heart, Yang Bai has always been the woman with a certain position, a memorable first love. Even after so many years, his feelings for her have never faded. However, today marks the end of everything. Initially, Park Jimin had no intention of buying those cars, but because Yang Bai easily added the WeChat of Jung's young master, he decided to make both of them look good this time. Then bid farewell to Yang Bai. Hearing Park Jimin quote 1 billion, In's legs and hands tremble, unable to stand firm. Despite not wanting to offend President Jung earlier, it seems he's reconsidering now. A business deal this lucrative, even in his dreams, In wouldn't dare to think about. Money in hand is not to be left untouched. In is no longer concerned about whether he'll lose President Jung's favor. He didn't bother to care as he stepped forward, draping his arm over Park Jimin's shoulder, cheerfully saying, "No trouble at all, absolutely no trouble. What's 1 billion to young Master Jung?" Park Jimin had already anticipated In's agreement, so his expression showed no surprise. The young man looked at In intently and added, "Of course, I talk straight to the point." Despite the outwardly cheerful demeanor with Park Jimin, with his experience, In soon realized why the young man had thrown out such a sky-high price. Along with what he witnessed earlier, In saw Park Jimin's gaze towards Yang Bai and silently affirmed to himself, seems like it's a jealousy competition over a woman. Offending young Master Jung for not making 800 million, only a fool would do such a thing. In In's mind, the only thing at this moment is the lucrative deal in front of him. Young Master Jung is of no importance. Originally planning to greet President Jung and his sister a bit, In has now disregarded them to accompany Park Jimin in settling the payment for the cars. He mutters to himself as he walks, "Sorry, young Master Jung, in my place, I'm not worth 800 million. Park Jimin enters the room and begins to use his black power card to pay for the luxury cars. After completing the payment, the young man casually sits cross-legged sipping tea, while the money swiftly transfers into In's account. He raises his teacup, inviting Park Jimin, and nods, saying, "All right, the money has been transferred. Let's cooperate happily, President Baekhyun. Do you have any other distributions?" After deciding to buy all of young Master Jung's cars, Park Jimin also has another thought in mind. He wants Yang Wi-Bai to leave with a heavy heart. Park Jimin hints to Yu Ah-hin, asking for his help in a matter. I really need your assistance. Soon, I want to organize activities at the car exhibition hall. Even though Yu Ah-hin knew that everything Park Jimin did today was related to relationships, he still couldn't guess what was in Park Jimin's mind. Hearing the young man, Yu Ah-hin asked in surprise, organize activities, what kind? Outside, Yang Wi-Bai scans the surroundings looking for Park Jimin, but doesn't see him. She feels a bit uneasy in her heart, wondering where did Park Jimin run off to. While searching for Park Jimin, Yang Wi-Bai unexpectedly sees a piano being wheeled in front of her. Everyone at the car exhibition was curious, gathering around to see what event was about to unfold. Yang Wi felt a bit perplexed and stared intently at the piano, muttering, "This is a musical performance, but who plays the piano at a car show?" As more people became intrigued by the piano, a man exclaimed, "Where did this come from? Is it a special program?" Young people, too, were drawn to the piano as it was brought out, discussing amongst themselves, "Is this from some manufacturer's press conference, Robert?" The murmurs and discussions grew louder, with people wondering, "I wonder what's going on." Emerging from a white haze, Park Jimin stepped forward and approached the piano. The young man didn't utter a word, but conveyed his emotions through each keystroke. Witnessing this, Yang Wi felt a sense of unease and thought to herself, "Park Jimin, what are you trying to do, playing the piano? I've never heard a song played by Park Jimin, but the sound of this piano." Yang Wi suddenly realized the emotions embedded in Park Jimin's piano playing, so melancholic that she was momentarily captivated. But her tears had already fallen. Yang Wi quickly wiped away the two streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. She cried uncontrollably, like a child who had just lost their candy, saying, "This piano sound is just too sad." Park Jimin poured his soul into each keystroke. He closed his eyes, playing the piano with the spirit of a man going through heartbreak, about to part ways with his girlfriend. His hands gently glided over each curve of the keys, causing the listeners' hearts to ache. Anyone who had experienced an unrequited first love while listening to Park Jimin's music couldn't hold back their tears. Someone sobbed and exclaimed, "The piano sound is so beautiful. It reminds me of my first love." Another person said, "Hey, I saw my late grandfather. Who is this guy and why, when I hear his piano, can't I help but shed tears?" In that crowd, Kim Jisoo and Park Min-young were also present. Kim Jisoo sensed that Park Jimin's mood today was not very good. Park Min-young glanced in Yang Wi-bai's direction and murmured, "Is it because of what happened with Yang Wi-bai earlier?" Earlier, when she saw Jung approaching Yang Wi-bai to talk, Park Min-young had sensed Park Jimin's mood today, which was directed towards Yang Wi-bai. She thought to herself, Park Jimin's piano is filled with melancholy, sadness, and disappointment. All the guests at the car exhibition seemed to be led into another world, where only the emotional nuances of relationships existed. As for Yang Wi-bai, she felt lost, overwhelmed by the emotions that Park Jimin was expressing through his piano, memories of the two of them slowly appearing and quickly fading away. Park Jimin continued playing the entire song. At this moment, Yang Wi-bai approached, and Park Jimin gently spoke a few words to her. Loving someone means letting her be free. Even if I ache all over, Yang Wi-bai, you're free now. After that, Park Jimin turned and walked away. At this point, Yang Wi-bai felt she was wrong and tears fell. "Park Jimin, don't go. I was wrong. Don't leave me alone." After saying the necessary words, Park Jimin simply walked away, leaving Yang Wi-bai standing there with a deep sense of regret. Yang Wi-bai shouted Park Jimin's name, "Park Jimin, please don't go." However, no matter how loudly she called, Park Jimin seemed indifferent. He continued walking away without looking back even once. As Yang Wi-bai was about to chase after him, a sudden appearance of a staff member carrying a file interrupted her. "Please stop. Are you Yang Wi-bai?" The staff member glanced at Yang Wi-bai with inquisitive eyes before continuing, "Yes, I am." "What's the matter?" Yang Wi-bai replied. The staff member opened the file and handed her a document, saying earlier Chairman Baekhyun purchased the most expensive Lamborghini poison for you. This is the purchase contract. Please verify. Yang Wi-bai stood frozen for a few seconds upon hearing this, carefully examining the contract. Indeed, it was as described. The paper was a contract for the purchase of the car. Just moments ago, Park Jimin had said his farewell to her. Now, with the delivery of the purchase contract, Yang Wi-bai couldn't believe her eyes to ask the staff member again, "Did Park Jimin buy this car for me?" In her heart, a thought emerged. Could it be that he came here to buy a gift for me? The staff member confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." With admiration in their voice, they added, "Chairman Baekhyun chose the most expensive one with just a glance, showing generosity and sincerity. Following that, Yang Weebai followed the staff member to the room for the contract and vehicle collection, her mind in turmoil. At this moment, what she regretted the most was accepting the white cat contact from that Jung master. Yang Weebai's tears involuntarily fell, and she blamed herself. He treated me unconditionally well, and what have I done? She felt a chilling shiver as if entering an icy space where Park Jimin's presence lingered everywhere. She realized in shock, and for a petty quarrel, I've damaged the trust he had in me. Despite her efforts, she couldn't contain her emotions. Yang Weebai sat on the floor, holding her face and crying loudly, "Boo-boo, Park Jimin." Seeing Yang Weebai in such pain, Kim Jisoo and Park Min-young approached to console her. "Sister Yang, don't cry anymore. Calm down. That's right, don't cry anymore." Just as the staff member was looking for Kim Jisoo and Park Min-young, the two arrived at the scene. Oh, there's also Miss Kim and Miss Park. Chairman Baekhyun also bought each of you a luxury car worth millions. Here are the purchase contracts. Upon hearing this, Kim Jisoo stood frozen, while Park Min-young bowed her head in contemplation. The two girls turned to look at Yang Weebai and understood why Park Jimin had acted the way he did today. Park Min-young affirmed, "It seems that Park Jimin knew early on. We become involved in a series of events." Kim Jisoo nodded in agreement. "Exactly, but even so, he doesn't hesitate for us, spending for our sake." It was only at this moment that all three girls truly grasped Park Jimin's heartfelt gestures towards each of them. He sees through yet remains silent, carefully maintaining a balance in our relationships. Despite being flirtatious, he genuinely treats each of us. By now, the three girls no longer blamed Park Jimin for his flirtatious nature. Instead, they were deeply moved by his genuine feelings. Kim Jisoo was emotional as she spoke about Park Jimin. He's always like that, silently sacrificing for others without expecting anything in return. Park Min-young was equally touched, recalling her first meeting with Park Jimin. Despite her constant suspicion and unjust accusations, he never abandoned her. Park Min-young lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. "He's always trustworthy. Even though I always misunderstood him, he still protected me." Yang Weebai wiped away tears gently, expressing through sobs, "Park Jimin is kind-hearted, and I collaborated to deceive his money just because of societal pressure. I am truly foolish." The admiration of all three girls increased further. Their current admiration scores were equal, all reaching 99 points. Kim Jisoo, Park Min-young, and Yang Weebai each had different emotions at this moment, but all shared the commonality of being moved by what Park Jimin had done for them. After settling things with Yang Weebai, Park Jimin quickly left in his car. The vehicle sped down the road, and the young man's mind was filled with various emotions. However, these emotions leaned towards financial gains rather than thoughts of relationships. Park Jimin smiled to himself, almost reaching 100 points, not wasting this billion. The young man felt excited about nearing the 100-point mark, wondering what rewards the system would grant him upon reaching this milestone. Transitioning to Harvard University, the young man received a text message while walking. "Park Jimin, I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Park Jimin promptly replied, "Let's both calm down. Right now, I just want some time alone. Let's give each other more time." He thought to himself, "Let her be for a few days. Otherwise, she might genuinely believe I have unclear principles and can't cater to women too much." Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a call from behind. "Park Jimin, it's really you." Startled, he turned to look back, a girl waving at him. From a distance, "I felt it was you, and indeed, it's you. It's been a while, Jimin." After looking at the girl's face and her alluring figure, the young man slowly remembered, "Kim Jenny, why do I feel she's a bit different today?" Surprisingly, Kim Jenny ran up, grabbed Park Jimin's hand, and pulled him along, saying, "Park Jimin, come with me. I'll show you something." The young man was taken aback. "Sure, where are we going?" "Don't ask, just follow me." In his mind, the young man wondered, what is she planning to do? Is she trying to get me to buy some designer bags she fancies? My girls, they only remember me when they're short on money. Let's see what she'll try to sell from her purse this time. Kim Jenny led Park Jimin from the sculpture park, heading towards an apartment. Curious, Park Jimin asked, "What you finally want to do?" Kim Jenny replied promptly, "Mr. Park Jimin, hold on, I've prepared a surprise gift for you." Kim Jenny quickly opened the door and entered the apartment, saying, "Take a look at this." Inside the apartment, every wall was adorned with paintings, featuring Park Jimin as the central figure. The young man was utterly surprised. "All of this? You painted all of them?" Blushing, Kim Jenny replied, "Yes, indeed. I just bought this apartment and the living room felt a bit empty, so I decided to hang up some of my sketch paintings." The young man laughed heartily and praised, "Very beautiful. So these are the unexpected gifts you prepared for me." Kim Jenny, with a tomato red face, denied, "No, not at all. I painted these just for the joy of it." Then, summoning her courage, she declared, this house is the real gift I'm prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Park Jae-min stood still in utter surprise. Usually he was the one actively gifting cars and houses, but today, a girl was taking the initiative to give him a valuable gift. This house, I want to say that I'm giving this house to you. Yes, last time you lent me money and you even helped my father teach those debt collectors a lesson. Thanks to you, my father may never gamble again. Our family has overcome difficulties and things are starting to improve. As our family situation got better, I started reflecting on myself. I used to be too extravagant, too selfish, merely a girl chasing after money. Park Jae-min not liking me is entirely normal. Listening to these sincere confessions left Park Jae-min at a loss for words, and he could only respond with a silent ellipsis. Kim Jenny raised her hand cheerfully and said, I want to become a girl worthy of you, then once again pursue you, Park Jae-min. Upon hearing Kim Jenny's offer of a house and her active pursuit, Park Jae-min felt somewhat shocked and incredulous. Is this still the same Kim Jenny, the mining girl? How can she just give me a house like that? The young man hesitated and said, although you're pursuing me, directly giving a house seems a bit too precious. Kim Jenny calmly replied, you lent me 5 million before, and this house is just over 3 million. I've checked. I asked your roommate Lee Min-ho, and he said you always come home late, and there's no accommodation outside the campus, so I bought this house. For you, this house may not mean much, but it's the limit of what I can repay. Hearing these words, Park Jae-min thought to himself, so that's it. No wonder Kim Jenny hasn't been in touch lately. Turns out she's been waiting to play her big move. Among the girls tied down, Kim Jenny has the worst family conditions. Even though she's not clever, agreeing to this suits my preferences. After a moment of contemplation, Park Jae-min replied, if that's the case, then I accept. Unexpectedly, a familiar ringtone echoed the girl he didn't want to see hurt, learning how to love tenderly like his love. So the young man answered the phone. On the other end, his friend spoke loudly, Jimin, gather in the evening, moonlit bar, take a break, and have dinner with us. Okay, no more issues. I'll be there soon. After ending the call, Park Jae-min turned to Kim Jenny and said, Kim Jenny, tonight my roommates and I are having dinner. Come with me. Excitedly, Kim Jenny responded, really? That's wonderful. Kim Jenny's favorability increased by 1 point, and she felt as if she had won the lottery. Park Jae-min, this is bringing me into his private circle, with me in his heart. The current favorability score announced by the system was 96 points, and the host received a reinforcement of 10 points. At this moment, the young man took the opportunity to think Kim Jenny is not a simple girl. It seems there's a big fish in this pond. I want to see how much she can stir up this murky water, but don't let me down, senior Kim Jenny. Kim Jenny took advantage of the time to reapply some blush, adding radiance to her appearance. In another scene inside a taxi, Park Min-young thought to herself, what should I do? Park Jae-min gave her such an expensive car. Later, she sighed with a hint of frustration, but I don't even have a driver's license. Simultaneously, the taxi driver turned and said, this is where you said, the fare is 24 yuan, you can scan the code. Oh, wait a moment, let me scan. As she raised her phone to scan the code, Park Min-young noticed a familiar figure walking with another girl. Isn't that Park Jae-min? And that girl is. After a while, Min-young recognized, that's the famous beauty from the Art Academy, and they are together. Seeing Park Jae-min leaving, Min-young turned to the taxi driver waiting for payment. Driver, help me follow the car in front. I'll pay double the fare. Pay it all at once, okay? The driver quickly followed the car in front. At this moment, Min-young thought to herself, my sixth sense is telling me something is definitely happening. As Park Min-young was contemplating dark thoughts, when she saw Park Jae-min arriving at the restaurant, she expressed a bit of surprise. I thought we were going to a hotel or something, but it's just for a meal. Noticing Min-young's unusual behavior of not scanning the payment code for the taxi fare, the worried taxi driver sweated and asked, can the beauty pay for the fare? Only when called did Min-young startle, I'm sorry, driver, let me scan the code. Then she got out of the taxi and followed Park Jae-min, thinking, I want to see what Park Jae-min is up to. Upon Jimin's arrival, his friends discussed, Jimin, you're here. The girl behind you looks familiar. Seeing the beautiful girl holding hands with Park Jae-min, they explained, indeed, she looks very familiar. After a while, one of them realized, green beans. Isn't this the beauty Kim Jenny? Jimin, you slay fox, how come there are so many beautiful girls around you? Seeing his friends waiting for him for quite some time, and with a girl by his side, Park Jae-min politely spoke, sorry for being late, Kim Jenny. These are my roommates, you might have met them before. His friends then took the initiative to introduce themselves. The one in the middle spoke first, I'm Lee. The bespectacled one said, I'm Gil. The chubby one waved 2 fingers and said, I'm Hao. Let me introduce you to Kim Jenny. Park Jae-min hadn't finished his sentence when Mr. Hu interrupted, saying, don't introduce anymore. Even as she transforms, I can still recognize her. Hearing his friend about to speak some nonsense, Mr. Lee immediately pressed Mr. Hu's head down, saying, "Mr. Hao, what are you saying? Your intention is obvious. Who wouldn't recognize the beauty Kim Jenny? Ha 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 ha." Meanwhile, Mr. Gill appeared serious, as if a rival was trying to steal his girl. "So what's the relationship between you two now?" he asked. Seeing Mr. Gill being too serious, both Park Jimin and Kim Jenny were a bit stunned, and the other two friends turned their eyes to Mr. Gill. Kim Jenny mumbled, "What kind of relationship? I don't know either. Maybe I am pursuing Park Jimin, but he hasn't agreed yet. Someone has even gifted him a house, and he's still considering. It's tough for me." Upon hearing this, the three friends were shocked and couldn't believe it. True or false? A house is a gift, and the beauty is pursuing Park Jimin. Not only that, but also giving a house, Jimin's determination is frightening. Even online novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. What kind of demonic charisma does he have? Unexpectedly, a coffee cup spilled the table next to them, and the whole Park Jimin group jumped. At the adjacent table, Park Min-young, hearing that Kim Jenny had given a house to Park Jimin, was startled and accidentally spilled her coffee. She thought to herself, "It won't be discovered, right? Giving a house. This girl gave Park Jimin a house like that. Now thinking back, Park Jimin has done a lot for me, and it seems I haven't repaid him for anything. If I continue like this, Park Jimin's impression of me will decline day by day, and she will gradually gain the upper hand." Park Min-young could vividly imagine the graph of Park Jimin's impression of her plummeting uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Park Min-young's impression of Kim Jenny skyrocketed. "No, this girl is a love rival. I must quickly inform my sisters." Park Min-young immediately messaged in the group chat, Park Jimin having dinner with a girl named Kim Jenny at the Moonlight Bar. It seems Kim Jenny gave Park Jimin a house. After reading this message, both Kim Jisoo and Jeon Sun asked with curiosity. Yang Webai replied promptly, "Is it the Moonlight Bar? I'm on my way. Wait for me." After a satisfying meal with all the food and drinks consumed on the table, the group called the server for the bill. A waitress approached, greeted them, and pointed towards Kim Jenny, saying, "Your bill. This beautiful lady has already settled it." While Kim Jenny smiled, the entire group focused their attention on her. "Kim Jenny, why did you?" Kim Jenny spoke up, "I'm glad to meet you all today. It's just a meal. No need to worry." Feeling awkward about letting the girl pay, young Park Jimin said, "Why let it be like this? I'll transfer the money." Kim Jenny replied, "Absolutely not. How can you be so stingy, Jimin? Can you also give me a few bags as gifts? Inviting you all for a meal is nothing. My internet cafe still has work. Go ahead. Bye-bye." Observing Kim Jenny's expressions and sharpness, Park Jimin whispered to himself, "Indeed, a skilled player is different." Taking a step back as a move forward, Kim Jenny has strategies, but they don't make people hate her. His friend remarked to Park Jimin, "Kid, you're really fortunate." As everyone left, Park Min-young marveled in admiration. Truly impressive. She's indeed a love rival. It's challenging to learn this kind of manipulation. If her status in my mind was an A before, now it can easily reach an S. Jimin, your skills in pursuing girls can truly be passed on to others. Park Jimin quickly responded, "I'd dare to teach this, but you wouldn't dare to learn." Stop kidding, Jimin. Kim Jenny's reputation at school wasn't great before. People said she was promiscuous and had a chaotic personal life, but after getting to know her, I find her quite open-minded. If you really want to be with her, don't hurt her feelings. The serious young man reassured Lee, "You can trust me." Amused, Park Jimin added, "I'm not the promiscuous type. Who knows, you might be. You're even more promiscuous." Suddenly, the young man spotted a familiar figure. It's Hyunjin Ryu. He's also here for a meal. Hyunjin Ryu and his friends approached, and the whole group passed by each other without acknowledging anyone. Hyunjin Ryu thought to himself, Park Jimin may not know he's stirring up trouble, thinking too much and getting a headache. Ha 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 ha. Too amusing. Unexpectedly, a luxury car pulled up. The group gasped, "Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth over 9 million, and we can encounter it. In reality, am I dreaming?" Yang Webai stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Hyunjin Ryu's eyes widened. It's Yang Webai. Why is she here? Seeing Yang Webi quickly approaching Park Jimin, Hyunjin Ryu thought, is she here to settle scores with Park Jimin? Some interesting drama to watch ahead. Surprisingly, Yang Webai ran up and hugged Park Jimin tightly. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yang Webai looked at Park Jimin with her pitiful eyes and pleaded, "I've already deleted that person's WeChat. Please forgive me this time." Park Jimin's 3 roommates couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a glutton, never running out of options." The 3 friends admired, "Oh my, what background does this kid have?" Not only did he win Chun Fu-mei's heart, but he also obediently conquered Chun Fu-mei, a master indeed. Hyunjin Ryu, seeing his goddess Yang Webai in such a pitiful state, couldn't bear it and muttered to himself, "Why is it like this? Contrary to what I thought, my goddess looks like a simp lord." Park Jimin calmly responded to Yang Weid-bai, "You're not wrong." He raised his hand, pointing to the car nearby, delivering words that hurt Yang Weid-bai's heart. "We, in fact, have no special relationship. I have no right to interfere with your freedom to make friends." Upon hearing Park Jimin's words, Yang Weid-bai immediately explained about the incident that day. "It's not like that. That day, I went to the car exhibition to choose a gift for you. I don't know why things turned out like that. Apart from the cars you bought, the most expensive one is the Rolls-Royce Phantom." Then Yang Weid-bai handed the car keys to Park Jimin. Her purpose in coming here today was to give this car to Park Jimin. Of course, she hoped he could understand and give her a chance to start over. She looked at Park Jimin with an extremely pitiful gaze, continuously pleading, hoping he could accept her apology. "I know you don't care about money, but this is my way of apologizing. Will you accept it?" Park Jimin remained indifferent, no longer concerned about Yang Weid-bai's emotions. Her words at this moment only brought a sense of weariness to him. Witnessing this scene, Hyunjin Ryu's heart felt like it was burning, and his heart began to shatter. Why? Why is it like this? I've invested so much, and you still want to cling to him. I love you like this, and you never bother to look at me. Park Jimin held the keys in his hand, silently thinking. Yang Weid-bai, even with the understanding of having to let go, still retains the demeanor of a spoiled princess making progress. After pondering, Park Jimin turned to Yang Weid-bai and said, "Thank you for your gift. Unfortunately, I no longer believe in love. I won't cut down a forest for you. You also have to accept reality. I've taken the car, I just don't want to put you in an awkward situation." Park Min-young had been spying on Park Jimin for half a day, planning to leave when suddenly he called her name. Park Min-young, sneaking around for half a day. "Come over here, I'll take you for a walk." Park Jimin's unexpected move left everyone there surprised. Park Min-young frowned, not understanding what Park Jimin was thinking. How can he use Yang Weid-bai's car to take me away right in front of her? Park Jimin's roommates also became puzzled when they heard him call Park Min-young. In their minds, a big question mark appeared. Park Min-young approached the car with an awkward expression. "Park Jimin, it's not a good idea. This car was a gift from Miss Tu to you. It would be better to take her for a stroll instead." Park Jimin didn't bother to look at Yang Weid-bai. He opened the car door and said to Park Min-young, "If it's a gift to me, then it's mine. I can take whoever I want. Get in the car, don't waste words." In a forced situation, Park Min-young had no choice but to obey Park Jimin and got into the car. She rumbled as she stepped in, "Fine, I'm sitting, no need to be aggressive." Park Jimin accelerated the car, not bothering to say a word to Yang Weid-bai, leaving behind a trail of dusty smoke. Hyunjin Ryu felt sorry for the girl inside. Yang Weid-bai, "Don't be sad anymore." Park Jimin, "That guy is just playing around. He doesn't have any real feelings. You gave him a car and he threw you on the side of the road to take a stroll with someone else. He's just heartless." In response to Hyunjin Ryu's comments, Yang Weid-bai felt even more irritated. "Hyunjin Ryu, do you think speaking ill of Park Jimin will save you? You don't understand how much Park Jimin has done for me." Hyunjin Ryu tried to explain, "No, Yang Weid-bai, I just want what's best for you." Yang Weid-bai, abandoned by the guy and now being lectured by Hyunjin Ryu, became extremely annoyed and snapped, "Yang Weid-bai, what's that? Can't you just call me by my name? My relationship with Park Jimin is none of your business. Even if he's playing around, it's my business." At this moment, Yang Weid-bai felt, "Park Jimin, this is his way of teasing me. It shows he's still paying attention to me. I need to seize this opportunity even more." Sitting in the car, Park Min-young still felt uneasy. She found Park Jimin's actions perplexing. It was the first time she had seen his unbelievably indifferent expression. Despite numerous instances of her playing pranks on him, Park Jimin had never paid her much attention before. After waiting for the young man to cool off a bit, she asked, "Park Jimin, why do you treat Yang Weid-bai like that?" Park Jimin coldly replied, "No reason. Maybe she didn't live up to my expectations, a bit disappointing, that's all. The one at fault may not be her, but me." Park Min-young also knew quite a bit about Park Jimin and Yang Weid-bai's relationship, both being women. She felt some sympathy for Yang Weid-bai. Park Min-young raised her hand to gently touch her hair and then looked at Park Jimin with a probing gaze. "Even though I don't know what happened, you still pay attention to her. You two are third-year friends. Isn't she your first love?" Park Jimin, who had basically lost faith in romantic relationships, responded indifferently, "A person like me doesn't have a first love." Hearing this, Park Min-young raised an eyebrow, displaying a skeptical attitude. "Only a devil would believe you, oh man." Park Jimin snorted and calmly retorted, "Humph, woman." As he turned away, something flashed in Park Min-young's mind, and she suddenly remembered something. "Right, Park Jimin, I have another question for you. You must seriously think about it and give me a sincere answer. Hearing Park Min-young's serious tone, Park Jimin looked at her intently. Go ahead and ask. Why do you want to give me a 1 billion carp technology stake? What do you have in mind? At this point, Park Jimin leaned close to Park Min-young's face, his gaze becoming deep and unpredictable. Do you want to hear the truth, or do you prefer lies? Park Min-young tightened her grip on the table, affirming, I told you to be serious. Feeling that the joke was over, Park Jimin turned his face back to its original position. He drove and answered with an indifferent look, I have no intentions toward you. Giving you this stake is just to take advantage of your favor. Park Min-young felt a bit disheartened. Though she couldn't confirm Park Jimin's feelings for her, she didn't expect him to answer so decisively, without any hesitation. Summoning the last bit of courage as a girl, she said to him, I don't believe you have no intentions toward me. Why do you want my favor? Park Jimin no longer hid anything. He spoke plainly, making Park Min-young understand that he needed her favor to accomplish a mission. Hearing the words mission, Park Min-young exclaimed in surprise, mission. Suddenly slamming on the brakes, Park Jimin caused Park Min-young to jerk forward. After pulling the car to the side, Park Jimin continued to explain his mission. That's right. I have a system that gives me 90 billion. I can spend it however I want, but only on girls. You are one of my targets, and this billion is just a small gesture. Upon hearing this, Park Min-young's expression changed instantly, finding Park Jimin's words utterly absurd. Such things don't happen in real life, she thought. Park Min-young believed that the guy was making up a story. Park Jimin, can you please stop joking? Even if you're making up a story, make it somewhat believable. A system mission or whatever, you won't find that in online novels. Seeing that Park Min-young remained unconvinced even after his elaborate explanation, Park Jimin switched to a story he had secretly contemplated for a while. All right, I admit I spend money on you because you're beautiful. My goal is to trick you into bed. Are you satisfied? Upon hearing Park Jimin's response, Park Min-young involuntarily clenched her fist at her sides, stunned by his audacity. Trick me into bed? Considering Park Jimin's current situation and what he had provided for her, the idea of ending up in bed with him was entirely plausible. Park Min-young recognized this and muttered to herself, if it's Park Jimin, maybe it's not so bad. At this thought, Park Min-young's cheeks suddenly turned as red as tomatoes, while Park Jimin felt a bit annoyed. He rested his hand on his forehead, muttering, I remember this sister used to be different, reserved, and quiet. Why does she act like a curious child now? Is this some kind of contrast? Park Jimin took Park Min-young back to her residence in the small villa area. Looking down from above, Park Min-young observed Park Jimin driving away and remarked, this Park Jimin, always eloquent but never seen him lift a finger or take a step. Quite strange. If he genuinely wants to trick me into bed, there are plenty of opportunities. Besides, he has enough money to attract countless other girls. After analyzing for a while, Park Min-young still thought to herself, I still feel Park Jimin's purpose is not simple. Could it be? As she was still pondering, Yang Weebi called, hello Yang Weebi. Oh, Park Jimin, he's back. Yang Weebi anxiously asked, Miss Park, I have an unreasonable request. If you don't mind, can you let me know? Park Jimin, did he say anything about me? Park Min-young replied, I asked about that, but it seems he doesn't want to talk about it. I didn't dare to inquire further, and yes, there seems to be something I can't quite understand. Yang Weebi asked, what is it? Park Min-young explained, I want to know why Park Jimin is investing in goldfish technology and giving me shares. He says it's because he wants to have my favor, but I always feel that this reason is not quite genuine. I also don't feel like I'm worth $1 billion. You mentioned something similar and Park Jimin told me the same thing, but I also feel that his gains and the price he pays are completely disproportionate. It's too unusual. Yang Weebi analyzed, could it be that he's playing a very large game? Since he crazily spent money on the livestream app, enhanced the reputation of Chairman Baekhyun, he has been cautious every step of the way. First, investing in a supermarket, acquiring Big Cat TV, investing in Goldfish Technology Company, appearing like a loser, but in reality, it's a strategic plan and a 1,000-mile victory. Park Min-young agreed with Yang Weebi's analysis, saying exactly, our Goldfish technology has developed a new intelligent algorithm from the research department some time ago. Is it possible that Park Jimin invested because he saw this potential? That's right. This is the initial form in which Park Jimin created a business map for himself. I understand it now. Everything is clear. So his flamboyant appearance is just a disguise to not reveal his business intentions while setting off smoke bombs. It's very likely to be the case. This man is truly cunning deep beyond measure. Why does he resemble Zhuge Liang so much? Park Jimin will be the man who changes the world. Is that the message Ms. Park is waiting for? A message from Kim Jisoo Reed. Sister Yang, we buy. My company is about to open, and I remember you own Kim Mall building. Can I rent a floor from you at a negotiable price? No problem. Yang Weebai thought to herself, couldn't this also be arranged by Park Jimin? At the dormitory, Park Jimin kept sneezing continuously. He thought to himself, after enhancing my attributes, my body is basically immune to diseases. Why am I still sneezing? Is someone mentioning me? After pondering, Park Jimin told his friends, guys, all eyes on me. Look straight at me. I declare something. What's up, Jimin? You're at a critical moment. One guy decisively said, I've decided to move out. The friends jumped up hearing this. What are you saying? Then the group of friends shed crocodile tears and clung to Park Jimin, taking turns saying, Jimin, you're going to move in with Kim Jenny, right? Don't. I want to be in a relationship. That's right. You haven't taught us how to woo girls yet. How to woo wealthy girls. I also want to receive cars and houses as gifts. Can you tear out the last page and pass it on to me? The young man ran his fingers through his hair, struck a pose, and declared this cannot be taught. The key lies in appearance. The scene shifted to Kim Jisoo's house, where John Sun's son stated, Kim Jisoo, everything is ready now. Big Cat TV is entering the preparation phase, so we need to start recruiting and hiring people. Kim Jisoo agreed with John Sun's son's opinion and responded, exactly. I've decided that the first talented person I'll recruit is you. You will be the CEO of the company. At that time, I'll also bring up Minji and we'll be a united front. John Sun's son hesitated and said, I can, but... Seeing her friend's concern, Kim Jisoo reassured, don't worry, your salary will not be lacking. But I must say, what we need most now is professional manpower, especially in the live streaming field. Upon hearing this, John Sun's son suggested, since you won't be hosting, check WeChat to see if anyone is suitable. I remember there's someone, the owner of a live stream company, but it seems they fell out with someone and are reportedly struggling now. At a cafe, a girl's voice rang out, get lost. A guy had a glass of cold water thrown in his face. He ran his hand through his hair and said, fine, I'm leaving. You still think I have to endure your face? Seo Hyan. The angry girl exclaimed, Zhao, you mooch off my family. We were engaged and now you want to break up? Yes, I want to break up. Now that your company is gone, you're constantly in debt, unable to give me the life I want. A man's youth is short and you're already old like this. You can't provide for me, someone else can. It's just that you didn't try hard enough. I'm leaving. I've settled the bills. Judging by your pocket, you probably don't have money to pay. Bye-bye, auntie. The people at the cafe witnessing this scene started gossiping. Oh, raising a younger man, that's really something. An old cow eating young grass. Feel sorry for auntie here. It's really pitiful. Seo Hyan lowered her head, feeling both embarrassed and humiliated, thinking, damn, men are too materialistic and pragmatic. I don't accept it. I'll definitely have a chance to start over. At 30, there's still time. At this moment, Kim Jisoo's phone rang, surprising Seo Hyan, who asked, why isn't her? Kim Jisoo's first words were a proposal. Hey, Sister Hyan, do you want to start a business with me? The current situation was like waking up from a bad dream to find a golden opportunity. This morning, while Park Jimin was still sound asleep in bed, he heard the sound of a creaking door. Startled, the young man thought to himself, someone? Why would there be someone in my house? Park Jimin immediately woke up, sat up, and pondered during the day. Could there be a thief in the house? Without even putting on his shirt, the young man hastily stood up, quietly grabbed the vase of flowers on the table, and tiptoed towards the door to prevent any noise. Park Jimin thought, daring to steal from me. They don't want an easy escape. The door opened with a creak, and then slowly swung open. Inside, Park Jimin clenched his teeth, preparing for the worst-case scenario. This time, he would confront this detestable thief head-on. As the door swung wide open, Kim Jenny stepped in, holding a box of food in her hand. Seeing Park Jimin inside with his peculiar actions, Kim Jenny was incredibly surprised. She didn't expect Park Jimin to move in so quickly. Moreover, Park Jimin was holding the vase of flowers sneakily, prompting her to ask in astonishment, Park Jimin, what are you doing? Park Jimin grimaced as he realized that before him stood Kim Jenny, not a thief. The young man's eyes widened for a few seconds before he exclaimed, Kim Jenny. After a moment, Park Jimin placed the vase of flowers on the table and hastily grabbed his shirt to put on. Kim Jenny awkwardly turned away. Park Jimin inquired, Kim Jenny, why did you come without saying anything? I thought you were a thief, was even planning to teach him a lesson. Having said that, she opened the door and stepped out of Park Jimin's bedroom. Just as she left the door, Kim Jenny's face turned as red as 2 tomatoes. Sorry, Jimin, I didn't know you moved in so quickly. I wanted to redecorate the bedroom. In her mind at this moment, all she could think of were images of Park Jimin's muscles. Amazing, a not bad physique, and even an 8-pack. Although it was just a quick glance, she had already admired that fantastic body. Kim Jenny felt somewhat satisfied. Park Jimin wasn't one to be outdone. Upon seeing the opportunity, the young man immediately chased after her with a demand. All right, no need to explain anymore. You see me clean, it's only fair if I get to see you too. Don't I deserve that? At this point, Park Jimin probably had changed his clothes, and Kim Jenny opened the door to step in again. She blushed, biting her nails, and saying, if Jimin really wants to see, it's not like I can't show. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the young man responded, want to see, huh? I can't believe you're not afraid of me. In his mind, he thought, if she wants to tease me, let's see who's more mischievous. Thinking that Kim Jenny was just joking, he was taken aback when she began to undress, saying, all right then, I'll show you. The young man was shocked, mouth agape. No, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. This girl has no defenses. Isn't she afraid of playing with fire? Seemingly able to guess Park Jimin's thoughts, and with her carefree personality, Kim Jenny silently thought, play with fire, huh? I wonder which one of us is the wood and who's the fire, ha. Then she said, ha, I'm just kidding. I bet Jimin is hungry. I brought breakfast for him. Kim Jenny set the food on the table, and Park Jimin, leaning in, playfully asked, didn't you say you didn't know I moved in? Why did you bring breakfast then? Not sincere at all, my friend Kim Jenny. Caught off guard, Kim Jenny could only respond with a playful tone. Oh, Jimin, don't pay attention to details. With everything prepared and the atmosphere seemingly becoming enjoyable, Park Jimin, looking at the cute dumplings on the table, exclaimed, you even know how to make dumplings. These dumplings look delicious, so plump and round. Kim Jenny beamed and replied, of course, I not only know how to make dumplings, but also how to cook soup. As long as you want, I can cook for you every day. Hearing this, Park Jimin was overjoyed. Having someone cook breakfast for me every day, I'm definitely willing. After some playful banter while enjoying the meal, a young man suggested, then let you be my activity assistant. There will be a salary. Mentioning money is quite tricky. You don't need money. You can work for me for free every day. Handing the chopsticks to Park Jimin, Kim Jenny intentionally brushed against the young man's skin, trying to stimulate him. Meanwhile, the young man kept staring at Kim Jenny's ample and round bust, thinking, oh my, a young man in his 20s who can resist such a sight. Oh, these dumplings really do taste delicious. Kim Jenny, fully aware of her teasing, truly living up to her nickname of straight-talking girl, took advantage of the situation. Suddenly, Park Jimin's phone rang, playing a familiar tune. The young man was somewhat surprised to see Oh Young-sil calling. Why is it her? He quickly answered the phone, and on the other end, Oh Young-sil sounded a bit rushed. Hey, Park Jimin, you must help me. Continuing to savor the dumplings, the young man said, what's going on again? Keep it short. I'm busy here. Oh, I really have no other choice but to ask for your help. The company is opening and Director Sum's new film is about to start shooting. However, the film and television city has made things difficult for us and refused to cooperate. Director Sun, that Director Sun. Oh, the damn chubby one who calls you foster father. Why can't you remember anything? He's been calling you foster father forever. You're so indifferent to me. At least help, Director Sun. Both of these phones are burning money every day, getting my help. It's not just the film and television city causing trouble for my sister. I transferred $50 billion for her. We can build our own film and television city. Just as she finished speaking, a bank message on Oh Young-sil's phone rang. Income statement for valued customers. Your bank account has received 500, a lot of zeros. Oh Young-sil began counting 100 million, 100,000 million, 10 million, 500 billion. Counting to this point, Oh Young-sil was extremely incredulous, thinking she might be dreaming. Did it really get transferred like this? Park Jimin's voice resonated again. 500 billion has been transferred. In a few days, I'll visit your company to see if there's anything. Find me if needed. Oh Young-sil, still in a daze, found it hard to comprehend. This is 500 billion. Why does it feel like he's talking about 50 yuan? After hanging up the phone and finishing all the food on the table, the young man smiled and said, Kim Jenny, I really appreciate your breakfast, but I still feel it's better if I move out. Park Jimin's words struck Kim Jenny like a bolt out of the blue, and she jumped up, asking, why? Is there something wrong with where I live? A while later, the young man told Kim Jenny, if you keep entering without saying hello, I'll feel uncomfortable. Pretending to laugh awkwardly, Park Jimin said, I hope you can provide a spare key. At this moment, the young man thought to himself, if you bring a wolf into the house, there won't be peaceful days ahead. Kim Jenny obediently handed over the spare key, saying, all right, here's the spare key. After Park Jimin turned away, she mischievously thought, hi, anyway, I don't have just one spare key. In some way, Park Jimin knew that Kim Jenny still had the spare key, and the young man came back to playfully threaten Kim Jenny, saying, I know you have more than one spare key. Thanks for breakfast, but if you can't respect my privacy, I'll move out. Hearing this, Kim Jenny was both startled and worried. Okay, I get it now. Satisfied that the truth was revealed, the young man happily said, "You're smart to understand people's feelings. I'll be on my way. Bye-bye." Women often need reminders, otherwise they might take advantage. Last time was just a gentle lesson. After saying goodbye to Kim Jenny, Park Jimin walked towards his car to leave. Just as he opened the car door, unexpectedly, he heard someone calling, "Jimin, over here, over here." Park Jimin turned around to see his friend and his friend's girlfriend approaching. "Jimin, you finally arrived." "Hello, Park Jimin." The young man thought to himself, "Why is Yu Hai-rai here too? I initially wanted to have a private conversation with Jung Ki. This is inconvenient." When Jung Ki noticed Park Jimin on a new car, he asked, "Young man, you changed your car again. Where are we going for a meal? Get on the car and we can talk." Yu Hai-rai, scheming in her mind, thought, "I'm quite clever. Park Jimin and Song Jung Ki have such a close relationship. With Park Jimin's status, the place he chooses for a meal must be high-end. I didn't waste my effort on makeup." However, a while later when they arrived, it turned out to be not a fancy restaurant, but a casual eatery. Hyrie jumped in disappointment. "Am I mistaken? What's this rundown place? My stomach hurts." Contrary to Hyrie's feelings, Jung Ki found it amusing. "Jimin, that's great. This eatery is the real deal. I was afraid you'd take me to eat some fancy black pearl or something, and I wouldn't be able to enjoy it." Park Jimin replied, "Am I someone who shows off? Today, just enjoy yourself." Meanwhile, Hyrie shed 2 tears of regret for not being able to savor the taste of traditional herbal medicine-infused salted egg yolk sauce. Jung Ki turned back and said, "Hyrie, this place is really good. You're lucky to be eating here." She had responded casually, "Oh, really? Ha 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 ha. Thank you then." She frowned and thought, "Park Jimin, is this a poor devil pretending to be rich? Eating street food, could I be mistaken?" At this moment, the sound from the nearby TV echoed, "Hello everyone, this is a press conference organized by the famous artist Oh Young-sil. Oh Young-sil mentioned that her film and television company, Young-sil Entertainment, has important news to reveal." Park Jimin jumped up. "Oh Young-sil. Hello everyone, I'm Oh Young-sil. Today, the main purpose here is to announce something." She doesn't understand the meaning of humility, always organizing press conferences. These things are not good, truly foolish. The renowned chairman Baekhyun has invested 1 trillion in our company. We are about to build the largest film and television facility in Asia and even the world. Oh Young-sil's remark hit the young man like a splash of water, indeed a sharp arrow aimed at him. Oh Young-sil doubled the amount and Jung Ki turned to inquire, "Chairman Baekhyun, Jimin, wasn't it you she referred to? Do you want to establish a film and television foundation?" The young man could only feign a cough to gloss over the situation, while Hyrie, upon hearing the amount, had her eyes light up. 1 trillion, Park Jimin, and still so wealthy. She immediately formed a different opinion about Park Jimin. Maybe called a billionaire, but unreserved about street food, very charismatic. Park Jimin frowned, silently thinking, "Nerve-wracking, you're just putting on a show. What's the point of involving me? Now the whole country knows me, how can I still pursue someone else?" Jung Ki turned and asked, "Jimin, if you happen to know all the female celebrities, when will you get me an autograph? Also, what's the deal with our TV base?" "Oh well, no matter. It's just a thing, 1 trillion, you can print money." Before Jung Ki could finish, Park Jimin forcefully stuffed food into his mouth, saying, "Eat your own, stop talking nonsense." Hyrie, seeing her boyfriend struggling, felt a bit sorry. "Song Jung Ki, the ladder of my life, Jimin, be a bit gentler, I must hold on to him." Park Jimin, spending money at will is enough for a wealthy life. I've improved my fate thanks to him. Jung Ki, grown up like this and still not paying attention to meals. I'll wipe for you, thank you. At the Kim Mall building, the sound of gratitude echoed. 1 trillion. At this moment, 4 girls focused on observing the large screen in the building. Sun asked Kim Jisoo, "Didn't you say he only had 500 billion and furthermore, he knows Oh Young-sil?" Kim Jisoo replied, "This could be his modesty." Park Min Young added, "I know this. Park Jimin participated in the charity night before, took photos with gifts for Oh Young-sil. They have known each other for a while." John Sun's son wondered, "So, is Park Jimin trying to court her this time?" Yang Webai spoke up, "It's not that simple. The 1 trillion project is a massive undertaking, not something decided on a whim. This matter was probably settled long ago. They just used Oh Young-sil to make the announcement. Indeed, spending 1 trillion just to impress a girl would be too extravagant." Yang Tutu's analysis is correct. Park Jimin's actions may seem extravagant, but there is a deep thought behind it. Yang Webai found it difficult to understand the Vinovo program, Big Cat TV, are now television bases. Park Jimin, what are you arranging? I truly cannot fathom. John Sun's son suggested to Kim Jisoo, if at this moment, Kim Jisoo, you reveal that our Big Cat TV is also invested by Chairman Baekhyun, Won't there be a large number of live streams and industry insiders will come to participate? Joyful, Kim Jisoo exclaimed, "Exactly, son, you're really smart. With a billionaire backing us, others surely see the immense potential for Big Cat TV to thrive." Anyway, the boss's perspective is quite accurate. Curious, Yang Weebai inquired, "Could this be Park Jimin's plan as well? This man is too formidable." "Oh, Chairman Park, what are people discussing?" "Oh, nothing." "Oh, Young Sil, isn't she at the press conference? We're discussing Chairman Baekhyun, her investor." "Chairman Baekhyun. She keeps saying Chairman Baekhyun is Chairman Baekhyun. Who else could it be? He's the most famous one. High-end doesn't know anyone else. Our company is also invested in by Chairman Baekhyun." Upon hearing this, older sister Hyeon asked abruptly, "Can I resign now?" Seo Hyeon's reason was straightforward, leaving Kim Jisoo unable to accept it. Immediately after, Kim Jisoo frowned, speaking with concern. "Why, sister Hyeon? Did you agree before? Why change your mind now? Did I do something wrong? Back when I was a streamer, you were the one who guided me into the profession. I genuinely want you to join the company. If you're not satisfied with the salary and benefits, we could discuss it further. And if you're concerned about the company's development, you've seen it yourself. We have Chairman Baekhyun backing us." Without saying anything, it's okay. However, the mere mention of the person who brought disgrace upon Seo Hyeon prompts an indignant outcry. It's none other than Chairman Baekhyun. Sensing a momentary loss of control, Seo Hyeon quickly composes herself, endeavoring to modulate her voice. "I want to resign unrelated to others, primarily because this company is invested in by Chairman Baekhyun." Seo Hyeon hesitates briefly, then decides to reveal the truth. "Honestly, because I offended Chairman Baekhyun, and also due to my own pride and disregard for others, my previous company went bankrupt. If Chairman Baekhyun finds out I've joined your company, I'm going to face retaliation, and I fear it might affect you." Seo Hyeon's words left Kim Jisoo somewhat perplexed. "What? Chairman Baekhyun caused your company to go bankrupt?" Subsequently, Kim Jisoo attempts to sift through memories of Park Jimin. Park Jimin seems like a kind person. He's gentle, courteous, considerate, and has never done anything to disappoint me. Contemplating this, Kim Jisoo feels a bit troubled. Moreover, Sister Hyeon is truly a talent. Currently, in a short period, no one seems to match Sister Hyeon for the high-level management position in the company. I really don't want Seo Hyeon to leave. No, I have to inquire about this from Park Jimin. Afterward, Kim Jisoo took out her mobile phone and dialed Park Jimin's number. While calling, she encouraged Seo Hyeon, speaking with confidence, "Don't worry, Hyeon. Park Jimin isn't someone who fusses over trivial matters. I'll talk to him." On the other side, Park Jimin had just finished his meal. Alongside Jungki and Yoo Rai, he was preparing to leave the small restaurant. "Jimin, see you next time." After saying this, Song Jungki walked away with happiness overflowing. He decided to buy Yoo Rai a handbag. Park Jimin, feeling helpless, remarked, "All right, call me in a bit." Just then, the familiar ringtone echoed. "For you? I've learned patience. For you, I've changed bad habits." Park Jimin picked up the phone, and on the other end, Kim Jisoo spoke. "Park Jimin, there's something I want to discuss with you." Hearing this, Park Jimin felt uneasy. She's come knocking at the door so quickly. Does Kim Jisoo want to question me about investing 100 billion in Young-sil? Kim Jisoo won't easily let this go. If it's true, things will turn ugly. But if there's no way to avoid it, the only choice is to face it. With these thoughts, Park Jimin made a concerted effort to calmly respond. "Oh, what's going on? Just tell me." Although mentally prepared for every situation, Kim Jisoo's question took Park Jimin by surprise. "Has Hyeon in the past wronged you to the extent that you would appoint someone to bankrupt her company?" Confused, Park Jimin inquired, "Seo Hyeon? Who is she? What are you talking about?" Angrily, Kim Jisoo retorted, "You bankrupted her company, and now you pretend not to know who she is. It's Hyeon. She used to manage a streaming company and crossed you, so you made her bankrupt. Understand?" Park Jimin quickly recalled who Seo Hyeon was. Unpleasant feelings surged within him. He harbored no goodwill towards this woman, especially after learning she had impersonated him to deceive others. Fearful that she might overthink, he responded, "Ah, I remember now. People like her are quite arrogant. I taught her a lesson, mainly because she impersonated me to deceive others. It's infuriating." Having heard this, Kim Jisoo decided to address the issue decisively. "Park Jimin, here's the situation. Hyeon is currently working at my company. I find her suitable for a position, and I want to consider hiring her. She has also learned her lesson. However, she's concerned because you have invested in the company, fearing you might create difficulties for her in the future. I believe you two can resolve your past conflicts. I advised her to sincerely apologize to you, and perhaps you can forgive her. Park Jimin pondered for a moment, showing a slight concession. If she truly acknowledges her mistake, I don't need to pursue and eliminate her. As for who Kim Jisoo wants to recruit, I don't want to interfere. As long as she doesn't bring up the matter of me investing 100 billion in Oh Young-sil, everything can be negotiated. Okay, tell her to apologize. Kim Jisoo handed the phone to Seo Hyeon, her eyes full of hidden meanings. Seo Hyeon held the phone, emotions surging within her. The company I personally built has now gone bankrupt because of Park Jimin. The new house I just bought is already on deposit and I was about to get married, but now everything has disappeared. Every terrible thing that happened to me originated from this man. I hate Park Jimin to the core, and now I have to bow my head and apologize to him. It's too humiliating, but now I've lost everything with no other choice. Seo Hyeon took a deep breath, swallowing the bitterness, and spoke with difficulty. I apologize, Chairman Baekhyun. I was wrong before, and I hope you won't hold it against me. In the future, I will definitely try my best to assist President Chu and be a good employee. All right, let's put this behind us. After saying this, Park Jimin decisively hung up the phone, not wanting to linger any longer with Seo Hyeon. Seo Hyeon knew the pressure of offending such a big shot like Park Jimin. Hearing Park Jimin's words, she couldn't help but sigh with relief. Thank you, Kim Jisoo. I feel much relieved now. Seeing the results, Kim Jisoo was extremely delighted. Hyeon, I told you. Park Jimin is actually very nice. In the future, let's be a family and work together. After hanging up, Park Jimin also highly praised Seo Hyeon. Seo Hyeon, she knows how to compromise when necessary. It can be said that she is an exceptional character. In Kim Jisoo's company, Seo Hyeon will undoubtedly be very helpful. Unfortunately, not everyone is highly intelligent. Some people need a wake-up call. On the other hand, the press conference continued, the atmosphere lively with continuous questions thrown by reporters. Chairman Baekhyun, did you really invest 100 billion to build a film studio? Chairman I have another question for you. If the Young-sil Broadcasting Corporation is indeed starting the construction of a film studio, where will the studio be built? Moreover, with a massive investment of 100 billion, this project is undoubtedly enormous. So, Chairman won't it take several years before your new film studio can be inaugurated? Young-sil confidently answered the reporter's questions regarding the choice of a location for the film studio, of course. At this moment, Young-sil's phone rang. I apologized, I need to take this call. After hanging up, Park Jimin immediately criticized from the other end of the line. Young-sil, you're quite clever, turning the tables on me like that. Upon hearing Park Jimin's question, Young-sil couldn't help but feel flustered. She stammered in response, I didn't. Park Jimin continued his interrogation. You spread the word everywhere that Chairman Baekhyun invested 100 billion in you. How do I live modestly after this? Park Jimin's question left Young-sil speechless. She didn't know how to respond. I live modestly. Young-sil thought that Park Jimin was joking when he declared the 100 billion investments, and now he couldn't take back his words. However, it was not about the money. His accusations enraged her. Modest? What modesty? Playing the piano online every day, gifting expensive items to female streamers, making headlines on Weibo. Modesty? Participating in auctions for pianos, buying necklaces worth hundreds of millions. Modesty? Stirring up trouble everywhere and getting exposed online. What kind of piano romantic, basketball superstar, speedster superstar are you? You really know modesty. Young-sil fell silent, causing Park Jimin to want to criticize her more, but he decided to stop himself, saying, all right, enough. Talking more at this point is useless. The press conference is over, so help me with something okay. While the media waited eagerly, Young-sil continued her phone conversation with Park Jimin. Listening to Park Jimin discuss an issue requiring assistance, Young-sil, surprised, inquired, an event? In her mind, she thought, President Baekhyun must be executing some plan again. Despite such thoughts, she still agreed with Park Jimin, saying, all right, I understand, no problem. After concluding the call with Park Jimin, Young-sil returned to the press conference and apologized to the media, stating, I apologize to everyone. I just received an important call from our investor, President Baekhyun. Immediately upon mentioning President Baekhyun's name, the room buzzed with excitement and people began to speculate. Indeed, President Baekhyun. It seems Young-sil has important news this time. This is likely unique information. The mysterious President Baekhyun is finally making an appearance. Young-sil stated, President Baekhyun informed me that he has just acquired the struggling live streaming platform Big Cat TV, and the app is on the brink of bankruptcy, set to return online. Please stay tuned. Our television network will become the strategic partner of Big Cat TV. By then, news about our latest films will be broadcast on Big Cat TV. After Oh Young-sil concluded her speech, reporters immediately raised their hands to ask questions. A series of inquiries were posed, mostly related to President Baekhyun. Ms. Oh Young-sil, was this collaboration prearranged? Do you have any relationship with President Baekhyun? Next, does President Baekhyun have plans to invest in any specific industry? Does President Baekhyun plan to establish a live streaming platform? After Oh Young-sil's statement spread online, the majority of streamers showed great interest. In the live stream company's break room, 3 female streamers read the news and began chatting. Normally, he's generous with money for female MCs like that. Surely, when hosting shows for his own network, he won't be stingy. Right? I think maybe I should consider switching over there. My union's commission is too harsh now. This is President Baekhyun we're talking about. Even if I breach my contract, moving to Big Cat surely won't be a loss. In a prominent live stream company in the city, the owner was watching Oh Young-sil's press conference. Hearing the news she revealed, he muttered to himself, President Baekhyun, wanting to build a live streaming platform. Nowadays, it's already completely saturated, so even with strong financial backing, what can he achieve? As he spoke, an alarmed employee rushed in without knocking, exclaiming, Boss, it's not good. It's falling apart. Everyone, all the operational departments are resigning. Many unions under my control also reported that their leaders have started quitting. The owner, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. How can this be? Could this be his way of breaking the situation? After learning that Park Jae-min planned to start a live broadcasting company, Kim Ji-soo immediately said to Yang Wi-bai, Yang Wi-bai, you were absolutely right. Oh Young-sil promoted Big Cat TV multiple times, and the only explanation is that Park Jae-min had calculated everything. The deep gaze of Yang Wi-bai when talking about Park Jae-min. Actually, I was just speculating, not thinking it would be accurate. Park Jae-min is truly a business genius, connecting all the dots. His seemingly erratic behavior before has finally been proven to be a deliberate strategy. After listening to the girls piecing together the details of Park Jae-min's actions, Sun exclaimed, So, if Park Jae-min is indeed like that, all his previous flirtatious behavior, it's all for investment. Yang Wi-bai seemed to think the same way, responding to Sun with a soulless gaze exactly when Park Jae-min spent so much money before it wasn't just for flirting, his purpose was business profit. Park Min-young was also surprised. She was momentarily speechless before saying, he gave us money, basically not to pursue us. Kim Ji-soo at this point also understood everything. He just saw that we have great potential as his employees. In the minds of the 4 girls, speculations about Park Jae-min were overflowing. Even though, after connecting the details, they all believed that Park Jae-min's pursuit was related to business, each girl held a faint hope that Park Jae-min might have genuine feelings for them. Each one wondered, does Park Jae-min truly love me? There's an intriguing paradox in love where the man you can't quite grasp ends up making you invest all your passion and effort to conquer him. In this case, all the girls shared this sentiment. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and stifling, especially for Yang Wi-bai. Having been humiliated by Park Jae-min before, she experienced immense pain. Currently, Park Jae-min hasn't made a choice yet, intensifying her emotions. Perhaps they think like me, but hesitation at this moment will lead to failure. What's crucial is that my parents at home are very pleased with Park Jae-min to the extent that I want to marry him. Therefore, I cannot retreat, or else I would disappoint the expectations my mother has for me. Thinking this way, Yang Wi-bai asserted her sovereignty, expressing her intense and undeterred love. I don't know whom Park Jae-min likes. He might like everyone, or he might not like anyone at all. Even if he's a scoundrel before he makes a choice, I am ready to sacrifice myself, accept any hurt to be by his side. As her words concluded, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kim Ji-soo, Park Min-young, and Jeon Sun all felt extremely uncomfortable. The smiles on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a cold demeanor and eyes filled with hostility. Seo Hyun clapped her hands to express her opinion. All right, let's temporarily not discuss this anymore. I believe that, even as women, we should focus on our careers. Relying on men is not a long-term solution. The most reliable person is ourselves. When we are strong and excellent, naturally, others will value us. At 28, Seo Hyun, truly different, took a step ahead of the other girls for 7 consecutive years. After offering some words of encouragement, she immediately infused strength into the disappointed girls. That's right, then rely on yourselves. The one who can help Park Jae-min earn the most money is the one who can go with him to the end. Returning to the life of Jung Ho-seok, after breaking up with Park Jae-min, she diligently worked as a well-behaved employee. Moreover, since the day she learned that he bought a high-rise apartment for another woman, she often felt sad and unfocused. Currently, Jung Ho-seok works in the reception department. Hello, with number 8917 Jung, can you please help me retrieve some goods? Sure, please wait a moment. This is your package. Do you need help unpacking it? Thank you. Beside a colleague who finished reading news on Weibo, she excitedly exclaimed, "Dan, Jung Hoseok, today's news is so hot." Oh Yam-sil in a press conference declared a 100 billion investment in the film studio area, and within half an hour, it's already trending as a hot search on Weibo. Discussing celebrities is not Jung Hoseok's hobby, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh Yam-sil, wasn't she the actress who had a feud not long ago? Just returned, and where did she get 100 billion? Must be someone backing her up, a mysterious tycoon. But who? Chairman Baekhyun, perhaps." While this story may not be related to Jung Hoseok, the mention of Chairman Baekhyun made her shudder. In the process of opening a parcel with a paper cutter, she unknowingly cut her finger. Her younger sister beside her still looked worshipful, saying, "I've already not only invested 100 billion in building the film studio, but also acquired Big Cat TV. This is going big. The rich indeed like to do as they please." Hearing this, a male colleague enthusiastically joined the conversation. "Is it true about Chairman Baekhyun? Once I watched a live stream, luckily saw him giving away 100 missile props. It was terrifying." Exactly, it was him. The streamer of that channel is really lucky. Ordinary people like us probably wouldn't have the chance to encounter such tycoons. However, they were unaware that the more they talked about Park Jae-min, the darker Jung Hoseok's expression became. In this moment, Jung Hoseok fell silent, her heart pierced as if by 1,000 arrows. Park Jae-min, it's Park Jae-min again, unexpectedly investing 100 billion this time. What have I missed? Unable to bear it any longer, Jung Hoseok collapsed to the floor, sobbing loudly, tears soaking the entire floor. At the International Financial Center Mado, atop the most prosperous skyscraper, a man stood quietly gazing into the distance. The bustling and lively city below seemed miniature within his sight, but within his heart, a boundless anger was hidden. Holding a coffee cup in hand, Jin Jia-mu couldn't contain himself and threw it directly at the picture hanging on the wall. The shattering sound echoed, and the broken pieces scattered on the floor. "This is outrageous. It's that Chairman Baekhyun again. What does he want this time? Is he intentionally challenging me? I refuse to let the film studio collaborate with Oh Yam-sil, so he directly decides to build a new one. This is a direct slap in my face." At this moment, an elegant figure approached, her beauty and figure almost perfect. "Jin, young master, calm down. I've sent someone to investigate this person." Jin Jia-mu remained silent, only staring intensely at the radiant picture of Oh Yam-sil on the wall, her refined beauty making him extremely uncomfortable. Just a short year ago, the little buddy once rejected sharing a blanket with me, and now she has transformed into an entirely different beauty. Young-sil, is he your support? He helped you bring down Wang Hu and Fang Jingyan, but they were just 2 dogs I raised. The feeling of not being able to possess her body from a year ago made Jin Jia-mu somewhat regretful. Afterward, he stood up, his voice deep, and his eyes flickered with sharpness. "Go investigate. Within 3 days, I want detailed information about this person. However, this Chairman Baekhyun is a mysterious tycoon, so we must be careful in dealing with him. Oh, Yam-sil, do you think you can shake the position of a brothel by merely constructing a film city? You are too naive. In China, my Jin family has been arranging for many years. Whatever Jin Jia-mu values will ultimately belong to me." Only 3 days had passed when the investigation report regarding Chairman Baekhyun was placed before Jin Jia-mu. However, the information about Chairman Baekhyun was rather vague, leaving Jin Jia-mu feeling extremely frustrated. He felt as though the identity of this individual had been meticulously concealed. Every time he looked at it, Jin Jia-mu's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Additionally, his assistant spoke up, "Chairman Baekhyun is an incredibly mysterious figure. I inquired among several other tycoon families, and it seems like no one knows about him." Upon hearing this, Jin Jia-mu couldn't help but wonder, "Well, that's strange. Where did his wealth come from then? It surely didn't just fall from the sky, did it? Master Jin, don't worry, considering his actions up to now, this is just jealousy speaking. This person is nothing but a local tycoon." That's the conclusion, foolish. Jin Jia-mu gently lifted his assistant's chin, his voice low and sinister. "My Jin family holds significant influence in the entertainment industry, unmatched by anyone. My flagship studio holds a unique position, a place where any actor dreams to set foot. In terms of resources, connections, and wealth, he is simply not our match. No, I believe he knows his weaknesses perfectly well, for he dares to openly confront me, indicating he has a plan. I speculate that his true purpose isn't the film studio at all. The film studio is merely a facade. What he truly aims for is real estate." Jin Jia-mu's warm breath brushed against the assistant's ear, causing her to shiver slightly. She swallowed nervously, her voice beginning to lose its composure. "Master Jin, you're right. Should I assign someone to investigate and thoroughly check the background of this Chairman Baekhyun? Yes, this matter cannot be delayed. I need to know exactly who this Chairman Baekhyun is and what purpose drives him to defy me. Furthermore, immediately put someone to closely monitor his every move. I believe in a few days we'll have news about the location of the real estate area that Yongsil Television will invest in. At a level such as Jin Jiab News, the higher the position, the more cautious every word and action must be. The assistant nodded, taking note of Jin Jiab News' instructions. At this point, Jin Jiab News squinted, his sharp gaze piercing. Regardless of whoever this Chairman Baekhyun is, he has crossed me. There's only one outcome. I'll make him understand in this China, those who dare to oppose me will face dire consequences. I'll make him wish he were dead. Indeed, Chairman Baekhyun's actions this time showed no regard for Jin's status. From now on, the enmity between the two seemed irreversibly set. Meanwhile, at the small estate agency, though it had been only 3 days, these 3 days passed leisurely for Park Jimin. He just lingered around the house doing nothing productive. All day it was just eating, sleeping, and gaming. His room was a mess, cluttered with belongings strewn about. Piles of dishes towered high, clothes thrown carelessly. Park Jimin's indifference was evident in Kim Jenny's eyes, presenting an opportunity for her to win his favor. From morning till night, every meal was meticulously prepared by Kim Jenny, ensuring his satisfaction. Jimin, open your mouth for a bite. In just 3 short days from a low-ranking player, Park Jimin tirelessly worked his way up to a prominent position in the game. Moreover, Kim Jenny actively pleaded with him to play, even going as far as spending money on the game for him. It could be said that Kim Jenny resorted to any means necessary, all just to spend each day by Park Jimin's side. You're so good, Jimin, you won again. However, today, Park Jimin felt incredibly frustrated sitting at home. He had just completed a streak of 90 consecutive victories in the game, yet he was repeatedly accused of using hacking software, which infuriated him. Feeling disheartened, Park Jimin turned to Kim Jenny and asked, Kim Jenny, you've been taking care of me for 3 days now, and every day I'm just playing games. Don't you have any objections? Finishing this sentence, Park Jimin couldn't help but think to himself, for the past 3 days, she's been cooking, cleaning, making soup for me, doing my laundry. Honestly, even my own mother has never been this attentive to me. Kim Jenny not only had no objections, but also gave a very reasonable explanation. This is my house, I do what I want. Why should I have objections? Park Jimin continued to inquire. So you don't think I'm a spineless, useless man? Kim Jenny didn't feel that way. Instead, she appeared admiringly provocative. How could that be? Just a few days ago, your ranking was only 700 points. Today, it's jumped up to 9,800. I've never met a man with a stronger drive for progress than you. Hearing this from Kim Jenny, Park Jimin was intoxicated. Damn, aren't girls supposed to hate guys who play games the most? I'm just leeching off and waiting to die, yet I'm still being praised. Damn it. As Park Jimin stood up, Kim Jenny still watched him. Unlike any other day after finishing his meal, he didn't rush to turn on his gaming device. Instead, he changed clothes and prepared to go out. Seeing this change, Kim Jenny suddenly felt deflated. Hey Jimin, do you want to go out? Can I go with you? Park Jimin shook his head, explaining, I'm going to discuss business matters. It's not very convenient. Today, Oh Yong-sil wants me to visit Yongsil Television, mainly to determine the location for the Film City project. This needs to be decided by me personally. There's nothing for Park Jimin to hide about this. Anyway, everyone in China knows he's invested. Upon hearing that, Kim Jenny waved her hand and said, all right then, take care, Jimin. As soon as Park Jimin left the house, Kim Jenny felt her position in Park Jimin's eyes had significantly risen. He no longer hides things from me, ready to share the reasons with me. Men, the most important thing for them is privacy. Clinging too tightly only makes them feel pressured, pushing them away from me. Like this, quietly caring is the skillful approach. This is the strategy of slowly but surely wearing away resistance, and this is my heaven-sent advantage. When Jimin gets used to having me around, he won't be able to live without me. After so many relationships, this might be the beginning of a beautiful one. Just wait, when it comes to competing for men, I never lose. Leaving the small residential area, Park Jimin drove straight to Tiandu Square. Yongsil TV station was recently established, but quickly asserted its position in the media industry and currently had its headquarters in a high-end office building within the bustling Tiandu Square complex. Upon learning that Park Jimin was about to arrive at Yongsil TV station, Oh Yong-sil immediately personally came to greet him. The main hall was adorned with a dazzling red. 2 employees glanced at each other curiously and whispered, "What's so special today? Any special activities planned?" "Not sure, but it seems someone is coming. Rumor has it that an investor from our company will be visiting today. Even Chairman O personally went to greet them. Investors aren't." As soon as Park Jimin stepped into the main hall, Oh Yong-sil greeted him with a radiant smile. This smile stemmed not only from the respect for the esteemed guest, but also harbored a hint of excitement from the depths of her heart. Chairman Baekhyun, you finally arrived. Oh, Young-sil, I have a celebrity, but personally greeting me like this is a bit much. You're our investor, and this formal gesture is necessary. Standing beside Park Jimin, oh, Young-sil suddenly felt an indescribable feeling creeping into her heart. Lately, I feel that the more I look at Park Jimin, the more pleasing he appears. Being next to him always makes me feel uniquely secure. It seems I really like him. As soon as Park Jimin stepped into the building, the team of 100 people immediately bowed and collectively exclaimed, "Welcome Chairman Baekhyun to visit and inspect Young-sil TV." Park Jimin paused for a moment, his face showing a mixture of surprise and amusement. Then he curiously asked, "Are these arrangements also you're doing? It's too extravagant. Next time, you're not allowed to do this again." Oh, Young-sil nodded in response. Understood, understood. I'll pay attention next time. Park Jimin nodded and followed Oh Young-sil into the conference room. But in her heart, Oh Young-sil couldn't help but mutter, "Men are hypocritical and rotten. Clearly they like it, but still pretend." Inside the conference room, apart from the just-arrived Park Jimin, 5 people had already gathered, led by Oh Young-sil and Yang Sison, the 2 key figures of Young-sil TV. The other 3 were Kim Kwon-song, Thiang Zioi, and Wang Wei-song, veterans in the film industry with years of experience. Currently, these 3 were also placed in crucial positions within the company, contributing to the senior management team. At this moment, the project department began to speak. Today's meeting is mainly to determine the location for our future 100 billion film city project. We discussed this issue a few days ago and proposed that, to build an internationally renowned film city, the best geographical location would be in a first-tier city. First-tier cities have abundant human resources, making it easier to attract collaborative partners and stimulate the development of surrounding areas. Compared to remote locations, first-tier cities have many outstanding advantages. After hearing the project department's opinion, Oh Young-sil also shared her perspective. Land prices in first-tier cities are currently very high. If we build the film and television city in these areas, the cost will skyrocket. In my opinion, choosing a second, third, or even fourth-tier location would be more suitable, saving costs while still being able to attract labor from nearby areas. Moreover, building the film and television city in these areas will also contribute to the local economic development. Yang Sison also disagreed with Oh Young-sil's opinion. I don't think so. In my view, the nature reserve located in the northwest of Hubei province is the most suitable location for the film and television city. It is closer to nature, convenient for filming, and possesses beautiful natural scenery to serve as backgrounds. Moreover, building the film and television city in the nature reserve area will also contribute to the promotion of local tourism. After speaking, the 3 turned to look at Park Jimin in unison and asked Chairman Baekhyun, which option do you think is better? Each of the 3 proposals had its own advantages and certain limitations, and above all, this investment was substantial, so careful consideration was needed. However, Park Jimin was not satisfied with any of the 3 proposals presented because they all focused on making money, but Park Jimin didn't want to make money. He just wanted to rake it in. However, before expressing his opinion, Park Jimin also pretended to ponder for a moment. Oh my opinion is so important. Oh, Young-sil calmly replied, "Of course, you're the investor. Ultimately, the decision is yours. Essentially, we're all working for you." Park Jimin nodded decisively. "All right then, I've made up my mind. I don't think any of the 3 options are suitable." Saying this, Park Jimin stepped forward to the podium, took a pen, and circled a corner on the map. "Choose this location." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole meeting room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion. The crucial issue lies in the fact that there's nothing here. It's impoverished, the natural scenery is nothing special, all factors are limited. Moreover, this area is not part of the province's key development plan, leading to difficulties in construction and potential risks. The project team was stunned. This is Tianmen City, too remote, no airport, no university, no potential for development at all. Park Jimin, upon hearing this, became even more delighted, but still had to explain for a while. It's precisely because there's no potential that land prices here are very cheap, allowing us to freely pursue our ambitions. Then the project team, along with 5 senior company officials, immediately discussed this geographical area. I think Chairman Baekhyun makes sense. It's his money. He can spend it however he likes, but Tianmen is too remote. As the discussion went on, everyone's faces darkened. Not only the project team, but also the 5 senior company officials couldn't help but break into a sweat. Moreover, Park Jimin didn't allow any objections. It was decided like that. Especially, Park Jimin's demeanor at this moment seemed as elusive as mist, as ethereal as the wind. Seeing him so gentle, some even placed their trust in him. Maybe Chairman Baekhyun has some other intentions in terms of business acumen. He must have a broader vision than us. However, contrary to everyone's suspicions, Park Jimin had no ulterior motives. He was simply pleased with this foolish investment. I'm from Tianmen. I don't even know what Tianmen is like. This 100 billion is as good as gone. I'm telling you, even if Jesus came, he couldn't save it. There's no other way. Your plans might have a high potential for making money. I want to spend money, spend a lot, the more, the better. Decision made, investing 100 billion in Tianmen City. Park Jimin went to Yongsil TV station, and in just a brief 10-minute meeting, he made a hasty decision on the location for the multi-million-dollar film city, which seemed rushed to the point that people couldn't get a word in edgewise. As soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, colleagues couldn't help but gossip. We thought the meeting would last until morning, but it ended so quickly. Yes, I've been working here for over 10 years, and this is the first time we've had such a swift meeting. It feels like we're discussing a deal worth 100 yuan, not 100 billion. Yet the results are surprisingly effective. Chairman Baekhyun's working style is as effortless as breeze, without any hesitation or worry. It only takes him a few minutes to resolve everything. Compared to other large companies where it takes 2 or 3 months of research to make investment decisions or negotiations that can take up to half a year, it's vastly different. Is he truly a genius, leaving people unable to comprehend? After bidding farewell to Oh Yong-sil, Park Jimin is also indulging in his thoughts. If the film city is established in Tianmen, it will surely bleed money. By then, I can inject more capital, perfecting the plan. I have a system of 90 trillion lickspittle funds, enough to last a lifetime. Yet people still want to make money. Please stop chasing money, continue to be a failure. At this moment, the familiar ringtone echoed. For my sake, I've learned patience. For my sake, I've let go of bad habits. Opening the phone, Park Jimin couldn't help but be curious when he saw Kim Jisoo calling him via video. Why not just make a regular phone call by video call? Is there something so important that requires us to see each other's faces directly? The issue of the partnership between Big Cat TV and the streamer once again caused disagreement between Kim Jisoo and Seo Hyun. This time, the conflict arose from the selection of the management department. Kim Jisoo wanted to assign it to the marketing department, while Seo Hyun supported the advertising department. The difference in the perspectives of these two powerful women led to a heated debate. As soon as Park Jimin picked up the phone, Kim Jisoo went straight to the point. Park Jimin, you mentioned before that you wanted to discuss recruitment. Organize a meeting over the phone. You were prepared, so why are you on the road? Then, with a slightly annoyed look, Kim Jisoo glanced at Park Jimin, asking, You couldn't have forgotten about this, could you? It was only then that Park Jimin suddenly remembered, Damn, I almost forgot about this. Thinking so, Park Jimin quickly laughed off the situation. Haha, how could I forget? Haha, I just thought being outdoors would be better. Frustrated that she couldn't argue with her senior, Kim Jisoo began to explain the issue to Park Jimin. All right, I'll keep it brief. Because of the press conference, more people are starting to pay attention to our Big Cat TV, but currently we're facing some difficulties. The most important issue is the revenue share with streamers. Currently, the common revenue split is 5-5. There are platforms that suck blood with a 3-7 split. I think our Big Cat should establish itself as a reputable platform. Therefore, I propose setting the split at 6-4, which will attract more streamers. However, he experienced leadership of the company believes that such a split will cause too much loss for the company and operational costs will skyrocket. Chairman Kim's approach seems like a way to buy reputation at the expense of money. Park Jimin frowned as he heard this. He felt sharing profits at a 6-4 ratio. Big Cat TV has already made a considerable amount of money, yet the PR department still deems it less profitable. The more he thought, Park Jimin began to feel uneasy. Opening live streams is supposed to help people make money, but at this rate, in just a few days, they probably won't need me to invest anymore. Continuing with Seo Hyun's opinion exactly, we believe that maintaining the 5-5 profit-sharing ratio is sufficient. If it continues to decrease in the long run, the company will incur heavy losses. This is our experience and lesson learned. This time, Park Jimin couldn't contain himself any longer. He interrupted Seo Hyun, his voice filled with indignation. Hold on, did you just say loss? Seo Hyun saw Park Jimin's widened eyes looking at her. She felt a bit flustered, but with life experience since the age of 20, she still confidently asserted, Indeed, Big Cat is currently in a loss-making situation, and if the losses continue, there will be a significant capital shortfall. Park Jimin retorted with a sarcastic tone, Haze, capital shortfall. The management layers in your company fundamentally lack a long-term vision, truly challenging to resolve. Despite speaking as if agreeing outwardly, in Park Jimin's mind, he was thinking, Losing money is actually good at losing money. The more losses, the better. Thinking this, Park Jimin broke into a bright smile and decisively proposed. So here's the plan. We split it 8-2. The company takes 2 and the streamer takes 8. We want to build a reputable platform. How could we exploit the streamers? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire leadership was stunned. Even Kim Ji-soo couldn't comprehend Park Jimin's approach. No need to think far, just a glance was enough. With Chairman Baekhyun's way of doing things, the company would close within a month. As if knowing everyone's thoughts, Park Jimin began to preach. I founded Big Cat to create the world's #1 live stream platform to help all the girls who aspire to become streamers change their destinies. We must have a far-reaching vision. We will use this commission rate to dominate the market as quickly as possible. Amidst the current chaotic market, let's carve out a bloody path. Money is not a concern. I have my own purpose. I've said my piece. Who's in favor? Who opposes? Park Jimin's words silenced the entire meeting room. Everyone bowed their heads, afraid to speak up. After a while, they began to reconsider the issue. Could it be that we were wrong, lacking a long-term vision, affirming it like that? Chairman Baekhyun could expand business like this, naturally wouldn't analyze it wrongly. Moreover, the current market has been shaped. To open up a bloody path, we need a breakthrough plan. While the meeting was still lively with debates about Park Jimin's opinion, Kim Ji-soo's phone suddenly received a notification. Upon checking, it was a message from the bank stating that her account had received a transfer of $5 billion, asking her to verify it. After reading the message, Kim Ji-soo was also taken aback. That was fast. $5 billion has been transferred. Immediately after, Kim Ji-soo resumed the meeting with a resolute voice. Gentlemen, have you seen it? Our company is not lacking in money, fame, or talent. If we lack nothing, then sticking to conservative thinking will lead us nowhere. Our Big Cat TV doesn't seek stability, but aims to strike like lightning, swiftly seizing the market, fulfilling the mission entrusted by Chairman Baekhyun. Only then can we emerge victorious. While Park Jimin casually transferred the $5 billion to Kim Ji-soo, he couldn't help but feel troubled. Loss. Let there be plenty of losses. Let them incur plenty of losses. Only then can I refund plenty. While Kim Ji-soo was still shaken by Park Jimin's words and actions, someone in the meeting room spoke up. Chairwoman Kim, why did you suddenly zone out? Kim Ji-soo took a sip of her coffee wearing a mysterious smile. Just now, Chairman Baekhyun transferred another $5 billion of working capital to us. Kim Ji-soo's words were like a delayed bomb, causing the entire meeting room to fall silent. Everyone was gaping in disbelief. The transfer was that fast, and it's $5 billion. Just as they were recovering from their astonishment, their spirits soared. At this moment, Park Jimin's earlier words acted as a morale booster for them. Coupled with this additional $5 billion in working capital, they all had absolute faith in Chairman Baekhyun and Big Cat TV. Chairman Baekhyun is truly decisive, unhesitant, a true magnate. Initially, I thought the boss would be a young girl. With the company being newly established, I assumed there would be many difficulties in business, but they immediately slashed through 10 floors. Seo Hyen couldn't hold back her tears either. Although I knew Chairman Baekhyun was capable, I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Initially, I was foolish to stir up trouble for him. Indeed, we should follow Chairman Baekhyun's teachings. As long as we attract viewers, naturally there will be ways to turn it into profit without fussing over profit sharing with the streamers. Chairman Baekhyun truly lives up to his name. He can always see through the essence of things. Kim Ji-soo held Park Jimin in high esteem. I understand now, Park Jimin's thoughts are extraordinary. They seemed wild at first, but they enlightened me to a path I had never seen before. He is truly a genius. Luckily, he doesn't pay attention to petty people like me. He's the one who ignited the fire within me. Thanks to him, I can see my own potential. Just wait, I'll show those jealous enemies who can make the most money for him. When that time comes, his gaze towards me will change. But why didn't the money not transfer to the company's account or to me personally? I understand now. He must worry that I'm still young. It's hard to make everyone trust me. This money I hold and distribute, they have to act based on my facial expressions, unconditionally obey me. He can think so considerately, it's so gentle. I want to cry. After hanging up the phone, Park Jimin felt a bit dull. Just a few days ago, everything was chaotic, but now everything had been resolved smoothly. He didn't know what to say at this point. Park Jimin also suddenly thought about the issue Kim Ji-soo was considering. Oh my, suddenly I remembered the $5 billion should have been transferred to Kim Ji-soo's company account. What should I do? Contemplating a solution at this moment, a message arrives. I open my phone to see that Kim Ji-soo has sent a profound thank you. My dear husband, I appreciate you. Park Jimin, seeing this form of address, almost drops his phone, short and meaningful, but it also gives him a slight headache. Kim Ji-soo, what's going on with you? Why suddenly confess? Is it because of the $5 billion earlier? Overjoyed, trying to spend money, squandering for me, enjoy every penny, until you have nothing left, and then fail in entrepreneurship. at which point your mood will be discouraged, accompanied by tears, and then I'll be here to support you. I'll help you get up and continue moving forward. And you'll trust me and rely on me more. Finally, breaking through 100 points is right within reach. That is my greatest joy and happiness. Wishing you all the best of luck. Turning back to Big Cat, Kim Jisoo steps into the finance room to announce, "Dear colleagues, good news, good news. Right now, our investor has transferred $5 billion to the company. This amount is the strategic capital for our next phase. Starting today, the company officially adopts a 9 to 9-7 work regime, working 9 hours a day, 9 days a week, with 7 days off each month. I believe this is a flexible working arrangement, helping everyone balance work and life. In addition, the company has also decided to double everyone's salary and double the year-end bonuses. This is the company's recognition of everyone's efforts. Do you all believe that Big Cat will become #1 in the entertainment industry?" As soon as Kim Jisoo finished speaking, cheers erupted throughout the office, especially from Jin King, the finance department head, who was so excited that she seemed on the verge of going crazy. Just yesterday, she had submitted her job application with her master's degree, and immediately she was promoted to the position of finance department head, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Now, this seemingly newly established company brings her such immense joy, with a 9 to 9-7 work regime and doubled salaries and bonuses. All of this feels like a dream to her, seeing the enthusiasm and momentum of everyone at work, making Kim Jisoo think of someone dear to her heart. Have you seen this, Park Jimin? With these benefits, I believe Big Cat will attract many talents while also motivating current employees to give their all. This is a historic turning point for the company, marking the beginning of a resounding success. I will definitely not let him down. Let's together create glory for Big Cat TV. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Park Jimin returned to his dormitory, opened the door to his empty room, which made him feel a bit lonely. Kim Jenny isn't here. I never imagined being left alone like this. It seems everyone's gone home for the summer break. Perhaps it's time for me to visit home too. I wonder how Meng, Mr. Wang's daughter next door, is doing. She must be taking the university entrance exams this year. I've heard she's doing very well academically, and she's quite attractive too. As Park Jamin was muttering to himself, he noticed a piece of paper on the table and picked it up to read. This is a message from Kim Jenny. Jimin, I have to go home tonight. Please take care of dinner yourself. After reading it, Park Jimin felt a bit disappointed. Regardless of whether it's manipulation or truth, Kim Jenny has been thoughtful and considerate lately, truly making me inadvertently fall into the trap of affection, getting used to the feeling of having someone by my side, and then suddenly she disappears, naturally leaving me with a sense of loss. Well, I guess it's takeout for dinner then. Park Jimin tried to push the image of Kim Jenny out of his mind, but the feeling of emptiness gradually crept into his thoughts, stirring up emotions about Kim Jenny. It's the cat and mouse game again, quite interested in Kim Jenny. First, she finds excuses to take care of me, to make me feel dependent, and then suddenly withdraws, making me feel uncomfortable. Despite knowing she's playing mind games, I can't bring myself to hate her. Perhaps this is Kim Jenny's dangerous charm. Thinking about this, Park Jamin messaged all of his old friends, but no one responded. Currently, they all have their own careers and are putting in their utmost effort, trying to improve themselves and become worthy of him. Only he is idle. Once again, Park Jimin finds himself in a state of desolate loneliness. It's been a long time since anyone has been by my side, allowing me to be this peaceful. Kim Harawan must have gone home recently too, right? It's been quite a while. I also want to go home and visit my parents. I wonder how they're doing. The next morning, Park Jimin casually bought a high-speed train ticket online. He felt that driving his supercar home would cause unnecessary hassle, so he decided to take the train instead. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Park Jimin arrived at Tianmen South Station. He then took another bus to get home. As soon as he got off the bus, Park Jimin took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air of the countryside. Finally, I've arrived. It's been so long since I've felt such fresh and peaceful air like this. Why didn't I find going home troublesome before? Could it be because I've been living too comfortably lately? It's a shame I can't drive my supercar home to show off. Otherwise, my parents would definitely ask if I've started living with someone, or relatives and friends would know my family has money and they might come asking for loans. Explaining that would be quite a hassle. Anyway, I'm just a student, not yet graduated from university. Where would I get so much money? Park Jimin walked along the village road, everything familiar yet strangely unfamiliar. The lush green rice fields, winding village roads, and tiled houses covered in moss. The sound of barking dogs echoed, welcoming Park Jimin back to his beloved hometown. As he walked, suddenly a Mercedes 350 slowly approached, its horn honking loudly. Hey Park Jimin, is that you? The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face that caught Park Jimin's eyes. Isn't that Zhang Xiaosong, my elementary school classmate? Our houses were opposite each other. Then he moved to the town for schooling. Having not seen Park Jimin for several years, Zhang Xiaohong now looked at him in this state. He chuckled mockingly. Well, if it isn't Jimin, after all these years and you're still as fair-skinned as ever, still studying, huh? Learn anything interesting yet? Park Jimin replied, I'm studying at Jeonbukgo, just back home for the summer break. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohong gestured generously. Well then, hop in. Let me show you around. Park Jimin, not one to decline hospitality, accepted his invitation. Inside the car, Park Jimin was astonished and asked, Zhang Xiaozong, is this your car? You're driving a Mercedes now? What business are you in to become so prosperous? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaozong became even more delighted to boast. Forget about calling me Zhang Xiaozong, just call me Brother Zhang. You spent how many years buried in books and it didn't do you any good. After graduating from college, you'd be lucky to earn $3,000 to $5,000 a month. Look at me now, I sell live stream seafood making a ton of money. Park Jimin, hearing this, couldn't help but elevate him to cloud 9. Wow, Brother Zhang, you're amazing. Zhang Xiaozong chuckled. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing special, really. My old man used to say I was no match for you. Now he can see who's truly successful. Besides, even college graduates end up working for me. Just then, a young woman stepped out from inside the house, standing tall at about 1.7 meters, wearing a simple floral dress. Her hair was tied up in 2 ponytails. Her sparkling black eyes seemed to speak volumes. But none of that was the focal point. The most important thing was that this young woman exuded a naturally enchanting beauty, her face untouched by makeup, simple yet stunning as if sculpted from jade. Especially her captivating eyes, emanating an air of elegance and sophistication beyond compare. Even Park Jimin, who hadn't seen such beauty in a long time, couldn't help but wonder, is this Wang Meng Meng, Mr. Wang's daughter? Zhang Xiaozong gazed at Wang Meng Meng so intensely that he almost drooled. Oh my, she's so beautiful. Mr. Wang's daughter is indeed stunning. Since childhood, I've seen her as a peerless beauty. I never expected her to grow up to be this beautiful. Living in a big city full of beauties like her, I've truly never seen anyone more beautiful than Wang Meng Meng. Wang Meng Meng took small steps forward. Many years had passed, and upon meeting her again, Park Jimin noticed a lot of changes. She looked at Park Jimin for a moment as if trying to recognize him. Jimin, you're back. You become even more handsome, taller, with brighter skin, and you exude a mature charm, just like the oppas in Korean dramas. Park Jimin watched Wang Meng Meng swallow like this, blood dripping from her nose, unable to control himself. It's only been a few years, but as the saying goes, a woman's beauty is timeless. Wang Meng Meng's appearance has undergone a remarkable change, her beauty resembling a lotus flower emerging from the mud, completely different from all the girls I've met before. Getting out of the car, Park Jimin gently reached out, stroking Meng Meng's soft hair. Looking at her delicate and elegant face, he couldn't help but feel, Meng Meng has grown up like this. Have you finished your homework? Wang Meng Meng gently avoided Park Jimin's gesture. After all, she was already a young lady. Such intimate gestures seemed somewhat inappropriate. Then, her face blushed slightly as she said, Park Jimin, I have graduated from high school. I'm no longer a child. I'm resting now, waiting for the university entrance exam results, so I don't need to do homework anymore. Moreover, I'm no longer a little girl. You can't just pat my head casually. At this moment, Zhang Xiaozong's gaze was fixed on Wang Meng Meng, desire evident in his eyes, unable to restrain himself. Zhang Xiaozong blurted out a proposal. Meng Meng, you're getting more beautiful every day. How about becoming my wife? Studying is useless. Come with me, enjoy good food and drinks. Zhang Xiaozong's proposition made Wang Meng Meng turn away, refusing to even glance at Zhang Xiaozong again. She never expected him to say such things. Her expression turned colder, her voice full of disdain. Zhang Xiaozong, who do you think you are? What right do you have to say such things? Education is useless? Do you realize how shallow and immature your thoughts are? I don't want you. You're not my type, and you're too fat. Zhang Xiaozong didn't get angry, his smile still on his lips. You're right, I am a bit overweight, but I can lose weight. I'll exercise every day, watch my diet. If you agree, I'll try to change myself to deserve you. Wang Meng Meng decisively shook her head, her tone icy. I don't like you. You're too old, already 22, go away, you filthy thing. Right at this moment, the system began to announce, licking dog behavior initiated. Name Wang Meng Meng, age 18, height 167 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, beauty score 95 points, student affection for the owner 30 points, tightly bound dog-licking relationship, making the female student exceed 95 points in affection for the owner, successfully initiating reverse assault, status transformation, The other party will become the owner's dog. Reverse assault completed. Reward 10% of dog licking expenses. Reward enhance points 35 points. Reward skills performing artist level proficiency. The female student's affection for the owner has started too high. A tightly bound dog licking relationship fails. The inability to bind Wang Mang Mang left Park Jimin somewhat perplexed. What? Binding failure? I can't believe the system evaluates Wang Mang Mang's beauty so highly. Part of the reason is her natural, unadorned beauty, without the need for elaborate makeup. Her beauty still shines brightly. With just a little refinement, her beauty will explode, rivaling that of a fairy. So the system's evaluation of her beauty is very accurate. However, with affection level too high, binding tightly becomes impossible. Then let's lower the affection level. Anyway, 95 points of beauty, even if unable to bind tightly, is too regrettable, and I'm the best at this. Thinking this, Park Jimin approached Zhang Xiaosong, his tone mild. Mang Mang, how can you speak like that? Zhang here values you. From my perspective, this is a great opportunity for you. Zhang is talented, successful, generous, and kind-hearted. Moreover, you're only 4 years apart, not too disparate. I think this is a very suitable relationship. You should feel honored. Don't be like an elephant asking for a fairy. As he spoke, Park Jimin glanced at Wang Mang Mang, affirming to her that this is a perfect choice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaosong smirked satisfactorily, nodding vigorously. He gestured towards the luxurious car parked by the roadside, his tone full of arrogance. What's the use of studying? Look at me, only 22 and already have a luxury car to drive, while you'll spend your whole life stuck in this remote village being the laughingstock. Is that how you want to live? For Wang Mang Mang, Zhang Xiaosong had never been of any interest. Park Jimin's words hit her like a bucket of cold water. She didn't expect him to support Zhang Xiaosong's pursuit of her. Immediately after, Wang Mang Mang looked at Park Jimin with disappointment in her eyes. Wang Mang Mang's affection level decreased by 10. After uttering these words, Zhang Xiaosong turned to pat Park Jimin's shoulder, his voice gleeful. That's right, Park Jimin. This kid here, you're indeed my good brother, speaking out for me. In the future, when you follow me, it's all one family. I won't treat you poorly, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Park Jimin modestly replied, You're too kind, Zhang. Compared to you, I still have a lot to learn. I'll strive to learn more from you in the future. As Park Jimin finished speaking, Zhang Xiaosong's eyes looked at him with satisfaction. Park Jimin, this kid has been training outside for a few years. His IQ has increased significantly. Seems like being a university student isn't enough. Should I start calling you brother? After pondering, Zhang Xiaosong nodded, looking at Park Jimin with a gesture. All right then, if Wang Mang Mang agrees to be with me, it's only fitting to change the way we address each other to be more intimate. Call me brother-in-law. Initially, Wang Mang Mang had some goodwill towards Park Jimin. However, after hearing the unpleasant words from both Zhang Xiaosong and Park Jimin, her affection quickly vanished. A surge of nausea and anger overwhelmed her. Jimin, how could you? I hate you, Park Jimin. Wang Mang Mang's affection level decreased by 10. Wang Mang Mang's affection level decreased by 10. Current affection level 0. Kang, dog-licking relationship bound tightly successfully. With tears in her eyes, Wang Mang Mang hurriedly ran into the house, her demeanor at this moment truly pitiful, which made Park Jimin couldn't help but feel sorry. I am sorry, Mang Mang, because the attractiveness enhancement points were too tempting for me. Even though my words were really harsh, not only did they lower myself, but also excessively glorified the name of Zhang Xiaozong, while simultaneously turning myself into a flatterer, despicable. But those things aren't important. What's important is that I've bound Wang Mang Mang tightly. This time surely won't be in vain. Returning home, Park Jimin paused at the gate. The large door, usually wide open when he returned, was now tightly shut, stirring a peculiar feeling within him. My parents aren't usually this cautious. Is something wrong? Park Jimin called out, Mom, Dad, I'm home. But there was no response. Park Jimin cautiously stepped towards the main door. Huh? Why is the main door locked? Are they not home? What's going on? A growing sense of unease filled Park Jimin's heart. Just then, Aunt Lu Hong waved him over, signaling for Park Jimin to come closer. Park Jimin, stop calling out, come here, I need to tell you something. Park Jimin hesitated, looking at Aunt Lu Hong suspiciously. Aunt Lu Hong from next door, what's going on? Aunt Lu Hong spoke softly. You should lay low for a while. Don't come home anymore. There's trouble at your house. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin felt his head spinning. Then he hurriedly asked again, what kind of trouble? Is the village being demolished? Is my house being demolished? Aunt Lu Hong shook her head. You're dreaming. When has it ever been your turn for demolition in the village? Read fewer novels. Your dad and Wang Mang Mang's mom have run away together, causing a commotion. Your mom enraged, went back to her maternal home. Uncle Wang is off getting a DNA test. Aunt Lu Hong sighed softly as she recounted, "This happened a long time ago, before we were born. At that time, Quan Hanny was the most beautiful woman in the village, beloved by many. Your dad was Quan Hanny's first love. They were very close since childhood, growing up together. They were a couple that made others envious, but the Quan family, being wealthy, looked down on your dad because of his poor background. They made every effort to stop their relationship and eventually forced Quan Hanny to marry Wang Zai Long. After marriage, however, their life was far from happy. Quan Hanny always felt remorseful about the past, and your dad couldn't accept it either. They often argued, and since Wang Meng Meng was born, rumors spread everywhere. People whispered that the child didn't resemble your dad, but instead looked a lot like Park Jian Ham. The rumors spread further, planting seeds of doubt and jealousy in your dad's heart. Unable to contain his suspicions, your dad decided to undergo a DNA test. The result was like a bolt from the blue. Wang Meng Meng wasn't his biological child, carrying with it bitterness and disappointment. Your dad was determined to find his father to seek revenge, but what nobody expected was that Park Jian Hong would run away with Quan Hanny. This news was like a delayed bomb explosion, making everything more chaotic than ever before. Park Jimin's mind spun, a tumultuous feeling flooding his heart. Oh my, what is happening? How can relationships be so chaotic? My dad ran away with Aunt Quan Hanny. This is even more intense than when I used to be a chat boy. Then Park Jimin looked towards Aunt Lu Hong, his eyes pleading. So Wang Meng Meng is my sister. Does she know about this? Aunt Lu Hong nodded, her face filled with sadness. It seems so. Your dad and Quan Hanny left the village together early this morning. Wang Meng Meng, who was once a cheerful and innocent girl, now has to face the harsh truth about her family. I'm afraid this knave girl won't be able to withstand this blow, especially since your dad has such a hot temper. It will only cause her more harm. Aunt Lu Hong's confirmation struck Park Jimin like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dazed. So earlier, I was tightly binding a pet relationship with my own sister, trying to tie her down. I even flirted with her. I'm such a beast. Thinking about this, regret surged in Park Jimin's heart, and he slapped himself hard, so forcefully that his cheeks turned red and stung. Aunt Lu Hong hurriedly intervened. Park Jimin, don't do this to yourself. This is something your dad did. You shouldn't punish yourself. Park Jimin wiped the blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, attempting to contain his emotions. I'm fine, Aunt. Don't worry about me. Leave this matter to me to handle. Regardless of the DNA test results, I will face it calmly and not evade. If it's my father's fault, I'll repay the debt in his place and try to make amends for Aunt Wang. All right, Park Jimin, don't act foolishly. This child is good in everything except being too rigid and having excessively high morals. He will surely suffer in the future. Park Jimin felt mentally exhausted. Wang Meng Meng is my biological sister, so I must protect her well. Zhang Xiaozong, don't even think about harming a hair on her head. The old man does wrong and then wants his son to clean up the mess. What's going on here? Hasn't the old man been secretly involved with Aunt Quan Hanny for 19 years? So why weren't any of their shady actions discovered during that time? This old man really knows how to hide. Wang Meng Meng remained completely clueless about everything, still feeling uncomfortable about being teased by Zhang Xiaozong and Park Jimin before. Zhang Xiaozong's mischief in the village didn't mean anything, and as for this Park Jimin, how can someone change like this after a few years of schooling? Will I turn out like that when I go to college? Is education really useless? After learning the results of the DNA test, Mr. Wang felt like his heart had been ripped into pieces. Upon returning home, he kicked the door and shouted loudly, "Where have you all gone? Why is nobody here? For the past 20 years, what kind of life have I been living? Love, marriage, all turned into a joke. Tell me, what is really happening? Have you all been lying to me for 20 years? Why? Why would you do this? I just want an explanation." As he vented his frustration while drinking, Wang Meng Meng looked at him, still greeting him normally, seemingly unaware of anything unusual. "Dad, you're back, huh? What's wrong with you? Drinking so much during the day? Oh, by the way, where's Mom? I haven't seen her all day." Wang Meng Meng's voice was gentle, but it felt like a dagger stabbing into Mr. Wang's heart as he looked at the daughter who wasn't his own. An indescribable pang of bitterness surged within him. "Dad, ha ha ha." The resentment in Mr. Wang's heart grew stronger and stronger. He slapped Wang Meng Meng while angrily growling. "Who's your dad? You're a deceiver. You've been deceiving me for 20 years. Wang Meng Meng was stunned by the slap. Her face, originally smooth and fair, now bore bruises on her cheeks. She had never been hit by her father before. This was the first time. The stinging pain from her cheeks spread throughout her body, but it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. "Dad, why are you hitting me? Why would you hit me? And you have the audacity to ask me why I'm getting hit, you bunch of scoundrels, daring to mention your mother in front of me, shameless." At this moment, the demon within Mr. Wang was completely unleashed. He looked at Wang Mang Mang with hatred and desire. Wang Mang Mang knew her father intended to do something heinous to her, so she fiercely resisted, but just then a voice shouted, "Stop! Don't hit her anymore." Mr. Wang paused and turned to look at the gate. "Oh, it's you, Park Jian-hong. He thought I was Park Jian-hong, huh? Seems like he's not sober." Mr. Wang stood up and walked into the kitchen. A hint of cruelty flickered in his eyes. "You despicable bastard, you've come at the right time. I have to unleash my wrath." 2 seconds later, Mr. Wang burst out of the kitchen like a wild beast, wielding a large kitchen knife. "You dare to come here and provoke me. Do you want to die?" Wang Mang Mang saw Mr. Wang rushing out of the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, her face paled with extreme fear. She hastily shouted a warning. "Park Jimin, be careful, quickly dodge, my dad is insane." Mr. Wang swung the kitchen knife, aiming it at Park Jimin's head with terrifying force. He had no intention of sparing him. "Park Jian-hong, you dead dog, go be the king of hell. I'll kill you first and kill that bitch later." The kitchen knife whistled through the air, swiftly descending towards Park Jimin's head. Park Jamin saw the menacing blade, but he showed no fear. As the knife came close to his head, suddenly Park Jimin reached out. Using his grappling arts technique, he quickly grabbed Mr. Wang's hand, causing the kitchen knife to slip from the old man's grip. In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly subdued Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang fell backwards, glaring angrily at Park Jimin, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Park Jian-hong, you bastard Park Jian-hong, let me go, I'll kill you." Mr. Wang struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Park Jimin's grip, but to no avail. Park Jimin's strength was now 5 times that of an average person. With just a little tightening, it was enough to render the old man immobile. After a while, the old man finally released his grip and bowed his head. Park Jimin leaned in close to Mr. Wang, speaking coldly, "Uncle Wang, you're not young anymore. Yelling and fighting all day long, beware of the consequences. I'm not Park Jian-hong, I'm Park Jimin." Mr. Wang growled in anger, "So you're that scoundrel Park Jimin, just alike. I swear if I don't die today, I'll make sure you become dog food. Park Jian-hong, you dead dog, you gave birth to a blind son, you cowardly scoundrel. If you have the guts, kill me now, or I'll kill your whole family." Park Jimin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Damn it, this old man is cursing someone. If it were someone else, I would have taught them a lesson already. But it's because my father didn't act like a man and ended up as a lackey side." Park Jimin knew that getting angry at this point would only make things worse, so he lowered his voice and advised, "Uncle Wang, it's settled now, I'll let you go, but you must promise me to calm down. It's a lawful society now." Park Jimin still wasn't entirely at ease looking at Mr. Wang, so he turned to Wang Mang Mang and urged her, "Mang Mang, go inside and find a piece of rope. Why are you standing there blankly? Hurry up. Yes, yes, yes." Finishing his words, Park Jimin turned to the crowd of onlookers and shouted loudly, stop staring, there's nothing pretty to see. Uncle Wang and I were just practicing, go on, go on." The onlookers hastily dispersed, still gossiping incessantly. "Did you see that? Those moves from Park Jian-hong's son just now, it was like in a movie, so swift and powerful. He's really something. And Mr. Wang is no pushover either. His strikes were quick and deadly. It's really lively today." Inside the house, Park Jimin sincerely looked at Mr. Wang and apologized. "Uncle Wang, are you calm now? I know my father has wronged you. I apologize on behalf of him." Mr. Wang looked at Park Jimin, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. "Apologize? Tie me up to apologize. I can't let this go. That bastard Park Jian-hong cuckolded me for 20 years and I could endure it. But am I still a man if I let it slide?" Park Jimin felt a twinge of guilt hearing this. He couldn't blame Mr. Wang for his anger, so he tried to advise him. "Uncle Wang, I know you're suffering, but revenge isn't the solution. Things have come to this point. Seeking revenge will only make everything worse. I came here to see if there's anything I can do to make it up to you. Feel free to suggest." Mr. Wang smirked, then he looked Park Jimin up and down, his eyes filled with resentment. "Compensate me, can you? If you really want to compensate me, then go and castrate yourself. I want Park Jian-hong to end." Park Jimin was stunned, unable to believe that Mr. Wang would make such a twisted request. Then he tried to restrain his anger and said, "Uncle Wang, I can't comply. What you're asking is unreasonable. Even if I were to castrate myself, my father still wouldn't end. You understand, don't you?" Mr. Wang paused and looked at Park Jimin with suspicion. "What are you saying?" Park Jimin glanced at Wang Mang Mang with a meaningful look, and Mr. Wang also cleverly realized that Park Jimin was not the only one who could continue the Park family line. Park Jimin's gaze made Wang Mang Mang feel a bit confused. She didn't understand what he meant. Park Jimin thought for a moment and then suggested, "Or I can compensate you financially." Mr. Wang looked at Park Jimin with a complex gaze. Money? What's the use of money? Can money buy back a family? Can it buy back my 19-year-old daughter? You fundamentally don't understand my emotions. I want 100 million. Can you afford it? Park Jimin looked at Mr. Wang with a calm gaze. All right, if it can make you let go of your hatred, I'll give you 100 million. Mr. Wang spat on the ground. You're just like your father, dark-hearted. Can you actually come up with 100 million? I'm not deceiving you. Don't believe me? See for yourself. With that, Park Jimin took out his mobile phone, opened the banking app, entered his password, and then accessed his personal account. On the phone screen, it was a long row of numbers. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. Mr. Wang looked at the long row of numbers on the phone screen, his mouth gaping in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Do you really have 100 million? At this point, Mr. Wang was no longer furious. Instead, his eyes sparkled with greed. Over 40 years of working, he hadn't managed to save much money, but with 100 million, he could still find a young, beautiful woman to bear him a child. Age wasn't the issue, money was. Sensing his thoughts, Park Jimin instantly transferred 100 million to him at this moment, with Park Jimin's 100 million, Mr. Wang harbored a grand aspiration. If I really have 100 million, opening up a second spring in my life would be as easy as eating candy. Despite the fact that my daughter is not my biological flesh and blood, I can still find a young, beautiful girl to bear me a child. Yes, I'm over 40 years old, but I can still have a child as long as I have money. I can live in a luxurious mansion, enjoy a lavish urban lifestyle. I can even bring my elderly parents to live in the city, and I won't return to this place of pain and loss anymore. Before I had no options, life was extremely miserable, with no purpose to continue living. Consider myself fortunate to have found Park Jian-hong to end him with a sword. Of course, it came at a high price, but now Park Jimin has given me an opportunity to choose. So the idea of complete retribution against Park Jian-hong's family doesn't seem very wise. I'm still young with countless possibilities. Indeed, this is an opportunity, a chance for me to change my life. Indeed, wealth can bring countless desires while also instilling a fear of death in people. Moreover, when the amount of money is too large, it can automatically lead Mr. Wang to start fantasizing about life after having money. Not only younger than 40, with an unpleasant appearance after thinking about it, Mr. Wang seemed to revert to his 20s, becoming much more handsome and rational. Mr. Wang took a deep breath and asked again, "Are you really giving me 100 million? If Mr. Wang was calculating, then Park Jimin was also calculating. When he transferred the money earlier, he made sure Mr. Wang knew he really had 100 million. Then he looked at Mr. Wang and presented his condition. Of course, I've transferred the 100 million to Wang Meng Meng's card. Although you're not her biological father, you still raised her, so she should repay you. I'll give you 10 million in the first month, and the rest will be divided equally over 10 years. See how you feel about that." Mr. Wang did some mental calculation, 9 million per year, so it'll take 10 years to reach 100 million. Then Mr. Wang couldn't help but inquire again, why spread it over 10 years instead of giving it to me at once? Park Jimin continued to explain, "I'm afraid you might go back on your word and seek revenge on my father, so I've divided it over 10 years. While doing so could indeed prevent Mr. Wang from changing his mind later, Park Jimin was also thinking to himself, earlier I showed Mr. Wang the account was indeed a personal account, not the system account. But when transferring to Wang Meng Meng, I can still use the system's money, so giving away 100 million doesn't hurt. I hope this 100 million can soothe the pain in Mr. Wang's heart. Moreover, this 100 million can only be used in this way through Wang Meng Meng to increase the system's expenditure. It's truly killing two birds with one stone." Currently, Wang Meng Meng's mind was as confused as a tangled thread. Mr. Wang's earlier erratic behavior, along with the dialogue between him and Park Jimin, had clarified everything. Finally, Wang Meng Meng came to a shocking realization. "I am not my father's biological child. I am the daughter of Uncle Park. Park Jimin is my elder brother. Although I don't know why Park Jimin has so much money, but he never hesitated to spend it for my sake." In an instant, this blood relationship became reliable and solid. Wang Meng Meng's goodwill increased by 10 points. Wang Meng Meng's goodwill increased by 10 points. Wang Meng Meng's goodwill increased by 10 points. Current goodwill score, 30 points. Park Jimin also felt somewhat puzzled. Why can my biological younger sister be so tightly bound and even increase her goodwill? Isn't this system abnormal? Could it be that mere beauty is all it takes? Even my own sister doesn't care. Park Jimin couldn't accept this, but when he looked at Wang Meng Meng, he still believed that Wang Meng Meng's goodwill towards me seems different from others. It feels intimate, trustworthy. At this moment, Wang Meng Meng also received a message from the bank. Notification: your account has received 100 million. Please check. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang Mang transferred 10 million to Mr. Wang as agreed. Immediately, the bank's message notified the old man. Your account has received 10 million. Please check. Uncle Wang, the money has arrived in your account. I release you from any obligation. Don't compare with me anymore. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang's unsettled emotions gradually began to calm down. It seemed that he was starting to come to terms with reality, yet his face still bore the marks of suffering. As Park Jimin untied Mr. Wang, Wang Mang Mang looked at him with fearful eyes, a horrifying memory still deeply ingrained in her mind, casting shadows within her. At present, she dared not stay in the same room with Mr. Wang. Subsequently, she ran to Park Jimin, pleading, Park Jimin, can I stay at your place tonight? I'm a bit scared. Park Jimin looked at Wang Mang Mang, quickly embracing her as his biological younger sister. A radiant smile bloomed on his lips, unhesitant to pat her head as before, sure, whatever you want. Meanwhile, as Park Jimin was helping his father wipe his bottom, at Maida Global Financial Center, detailed investigations were being conducted, leaving no stone unturned regarding Park Jimin. Even the results of Park Jimin's DNA test were in. Young Master Jin, the investigation into Chairman Baekhyun has been completed. Moreover, I have stumbled upon a coincidence that someone else is also investigating Chairman Baekhyun's identity. Chairman Baekhyun's real name is Park Jimin, 21 years old this year, born in Tianmen City, Hubei Province. Looking at his external information, his background appears very ordinary, to the point of being strangely normal. However, I refuse to believe that someone like him is merely ordinary. Therefore, I decided to delve deeper, putting in a lot of effort. After hiring numerous detectives to thoroughly investigate, I finally obtained a health examination report of Kang Cha-won, Park Jimin's biological mother, from the #1 obstetrics hospital in Tianmen City. This health examination report was conducted over 20 years ago. At that time, the doctor diagnosed Kang Cha-won as incapable of reproduction, meaning Park Jimin is not the biological child of Kang Cha-won's husband. Especially during lectures, the ample bosom of the assistant kept brushing against his face, causing young Master Jin to lose focus. He had to divert his gaze elsewhere to concentrate on the lecture. You've been investigating for so many days, and you've only managed to gather such meager information. What are you trying to prove? That Chairman Baekhyun has no connection with those two villagers. At the same time, Park Jimin was completely unaware of these matters. He escorted Wang Mang Mang home. After everything was settled, upon hearing the investigation results, Jin Jia knew asked in a cold tone, so the final result of your investigation is just that Park Jimin is not the biological child of his parents, right? The assistant nodded hesitantly, yes, sir. Before she could finish her sentence, a slap struck her cheek like lightning, leaving her mind reeling. Jin Jia knew roared in anger, you worthless fool. Spending all that effort just to investigate, Chairman Baekhyun has no blood ties with those two peasants. Is this trivial matter all you can uncover? What I need to know is the source of Chairman Baekhyun's money, any backing he might have, his true background. That's the crux of the matter. Do you understand? Faced with Jin Jia's news outburst, the assistant hastily replied, I understand, young Master Jin. This time, I will personally approach him. Jin Jia's snorted coldly, that's for the best. You must understand you're like a dog raised by the Jin family since childhood, but not the only dog. If you continue to disappoint me, you'll be of no value anymore. Yes, I will not disappoint young master. Jin Jianu nodded, giving the assistant a disdainful glance. Now leave, and remember to keep in touch. Back at Park Jimin's house, Wang Mang Mang was taking a shower. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, flowing along the soft curves of Wang Mang Mang's body. The scent lingered in the air, stimulating the senses, accompanied by the sound of water trickling, evoking a mesmerizing ambience. Park Jimin murmured affirmations to himself, trying to keep his mind calm. He entered his parents' room to fetch a set of clothes from the wardrobe, then brought them to Wang Mang Mang. Approaching the bathroom door, Park Jimin called out in a gentler tone than usual, Mang Mang, I found some clean clothes of Mom's. I'll leave them outside for you. Wang Mang Mang paused, her cheeks flushing pink. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jimin, big brother. The heartfelt call from Park Jimin stirred a peculiar sensation within Wang Mang Mang. This is the first time someone other than my parents has addressed me so intimately. My mother doesn't need me anymore, and my father isn't even my biological father. Why is this happening to me? Wang Mang Mang choked up, each sob escaping her throat. This was an overwhelming shock for her. She felt like a fledgling bird cast out of the nest, adrift and forsaken, with pain and despair engulfing her soul. Yet, at the thought of Park Jimin, a strong surge of curiosity arose within her. But thankfully, I have him. Yet why does he have so much money? Isn't his family in the fruit business? He wouldn't engage in anything illegal, would he? I'm grown up now, he treats me so well, and he's still young. If he ever strays into wrongdoing, I must bring him back. As Wang Mang Mang pondered, she suddenly noticed a few suspicious points. When my father figure brandished the knife, he showed no fear on his face, only composure and confidence. This is the demeanor of a normal person. There must be something more to it. Every action of Park Jimin made Wang Mang Mang more suspicious, more incredulous with each passing thought. Since the old man disappeared with Quan Hanny without a trace, Park Jimin had been incessantly calling but unable to make contact. Anxiety and annoyance made him mutter curses under his breath. They're good at hiding. All they do is hide, and they always turn off their phones. Who treats their parents like that? Their mess leaves me to deal with the consequences. After Wang Mang Mang finished bathing, she entered the living room. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. She hesitated and called out, "Jimin, I'm done bathing." Mang Mang, I'll sleep in this room tonight. That's my parents' bedroom. You can sleep in your own room. If you need anything, just call me. Once Wang Mang Mang was settled in her room, Park Jimin also went to his room, but he paused as Wang Mang Mang grabbed the hem of his shirt. "Mang Mang, is there something else? Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" With an immensely pitiable expression, Wang Mang Mang said, "Could I sleep in the same room as you, please? I'm scared alone. I could even sleep on the floor, please. It's not very nice here, sleeping in my parents' room. Their room is very spacious." But when Park Jimin returned, seeing Wang Mang Mang's pitiful appearance softened his heart a bit. In the end, he could only sigh and nod. "All right, I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed." Inadvertently, Park Jimin admitted Wang Mang Mang's younger sister identity, unable to deny it anymore. The truth and evidence were clear before him. Despite the slight discomfort of sharing the room with a member of the opposite sex, Park Jimin remained composed. He regarded Wang Mang Mang as his own sister, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, Wang Mang Mang stubbornly refused to sleep on the bed, leaving him no choice but to let her sleep temporarily on the floor. In the novels I've read, fathers always bear all the consequences for their sons, but here, everything is completely reversed. I'm the one who has to stand up for my father, he thought, finding it ironic. Oh well, we're siblings after all. One room, no big deal. It's like a dream, having a little sister like this. With that in mind, Park Jimin pushed aside his worries and tried to sink into sleep. Just a few days after Park Jimin returned to his parents' hometown, the Youngsil conglomerate dispatched a team of expert surveyors to the city of Tianmen to conduct a thorough investigation. "Is this Tianmen? Looks rather impoverished," as Chairman Baekhyun remarked. Tianmen City is not a focal point of development in the province, nor does it boast any notable cultural landmarks or scenic attractions to draw tourists. However, Tianmen City possesses certain potentials to evolve into a leading modern city. Exactly, Chairman O, with a colossal investment capital of up to 100 billion. Tianmen City can indeed generate unique and enticing features, turning the non-existent into existent, fostering distinctiveness and breakthroughs. The construction of a film city in this impoverished locality holds promise for yielding substantial benefits to the local economy. Therefore, upon the survey team's arrival, they were warmly greeted. "We warmly welcome Youngsil Television to visit Tianmen City for project assessment. Ms. Youngsil, welcome to our Tianmen City. On behalf of the city's leadership, I warmly welcome you here. The vehicles are ready. Let's proceed." At noon today, the survey team from Youngsil Conglomerate had a meeting and engaged with the leadership of Tianmen City. As soon as they learned that this was not an ordinary project, but a film studio project worth hundreds of billion dong, likely to be implemented in the city, the leaders couldn't hide their immense joy. The radiant smiles on their faces clearly showed their elation. This is truly a golden opportunity for Tianmen City. In no time, Youngsil and the survey team quickly reached an initial cooperation idea with the city leaders. Our city leadership is committed to providing the strongest support for this project. The next task is to meet with the management officials of the Department of Natural Resources and Environment. Then, the team will discuss compensation issues with the local residents involving land totaling up to 1 million acres, including not only fallow land but also farmland, mountain forest, and local residents' homes. Dealing with the reclamation of fallow land, farmland, and mountain forest seems relatively straightforward. However, compensating and resettling residents from housing areas will be much more complex. This is a major obstacle that needs careful consideration to ensure the balanced interest of all parties in order to resolve compensation for 1 million acres of land for the project. The compensation fees are higher than initially anticipated, but still within acceptable limits. Overall, everything is progressing extremely smoothly. Chairman O, this area is the land we've surveyed. Chairman Baekhyun's intentions are not simply to make small profits. Indeed, with this 100 billion investment, his goal is to generate profits tenfold, reaching up to 1 trillion. This is the bold and intelligent move of a skilled investor. However, what the Yongsil conglomerate survey team did not expect was that just 2 hours after they signed the cooperation agreement with the city leadership, this information leaked at the G Clan conglomerate's headquarters. Chairman G, we have some hot off the press updates. Yongsil conglomerate is highly likely to invest in a film studio project worth hundreds of billions in Tianmen City. The proposed location revealed is in the northern outskirts, about 30 kilometers from the city center. Jade Cho-hee narrowed her eyes, her gaze cunning like a lifelong fox. Can this information be trusted? Is there absolutely no mistake? Rest assured, Chairman G, the informant asserts that this information is entirely accurate. The authorities in that city have already confirmed it. All right, you've done well. The funds will be transferred this afternoon. Ji Cho-hee pursed her lips, wearing a smile full of calculation. All done. We've identified a preliminary location for our film studio base in Tianmen. Immediately summon the finance department. Seize this opportunity to arrange for the acquisition of land within the project. When the time is right, we'll sell it back to the Yongsil conglomerate at a high price. There's potential for significant profit. Yes, sir, I'll promptly summon the finance team. Ji Cho-hee took a drag of her cigarette, the smoke swirling around her weathered face, her eyes full of contemplation. Hee, Chairman Baekhyun, I can't quite fathom you, but I'll use your momentum to acquire a large amount of land in the project area. In just a few months, the value of this land could double, triple, even increase fivefold or tenfold. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity. I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? Ha 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 ha. As soon as the Jilly clan learned of the film studio project, the news spread. Jang Cho-hee has found out that Chairman Baekhyun has chosen Tianmen as the location for the film studio project, preparing to buy land and make a profit on the difference. We need to act fast, too. Within minutes, major conglomerates such as Long River Agriculture Group, Kwan Family Group, A Group, Red Earth Group, and Jung Family Group all swiftly received news about the city of Tianmen. Ah, Tianmen, all right, someone said. I'll immediately mobilize funds. Regardless of how the location for the Simba City development unfolds, we still need to prepare early. Who knows, luck might smile upon us, and we'll get a share of the pie. Time is of the essence. I'll immediately dispatch someone to Tianmen. Even if we can't buy land, we can still make money by opening other services within Chairman Baekhyun's Cinema City. We're sure to make a fortune. Yes, I'll head to Tianmen right away. Oh, I've gone all in on Tianmen. Before half a day had passed, Tianmen City suddenly turned into a land frenzy. Hundreds of companies, large and small, from all over flocked here, crowding the streets and causing severe traffic congestion. Car horns blared, people shouted loudly, more bustling than a market. Damn it. Hurry up. Those ahead, I'm in a hurry to make money here. Who do you think you are? Everyone's out to make money. Buy. We must buy. I must quickly buy a piece of land here. Chairman Baekhyun, making so much money, a sip of soup isn't even worth it, right? At this moment, Park Jae-min was busy cutting watermelons. Old man going out is really enjoyable. When the melons in the field ripen, there's no way paying attention. It's such a waste to throw them away like this. Meanwhile, news about the selection of the Simba City construction site was leaked. This was not good news for Yongsil and the conglomerate's project. Land acquisition would become more difficult, competition fiercer, and investment costs would soar. After the emergency meeting ended, Yongsil immediately called Park Jae-min. Park Jae-min, you truly are foolish. You've messed up. I don't know who leaked the information about the Cinema City construction site. Now land prices in Tianmen are skyrocketing. Upon hearing this, Park Jae-min couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Land prices are rising. That means we'll have to spend more money. It's a good thing. He then confidently remarked, turns out it's just a small matter. All Shilu's concerns, they don't affect anything. We can still continue to collaborate with the city leadership. As for Xilu's money problem, it can be solved with money. There's nothing that can't be done. Yongsil was extremely concerned about the soaring land prices, which could far exceed the initial estimates, even reaching astronomical figures. But such a significant issue being trivialized by Park Jae-min left Yongsil incredulous, prompting her to inquire, Park Jae-min, what are you saying? This is a big deal. Yongsil, listen, you're saying this is easily solvable. You'll transfer the money to me, that's it, at the place where you're currently having weak signals. Upon hanging up the phone, Park Jae-min couldn't help but feel triumphant. Another place to spend money, indeed, this time the advantage is mine. Without hesitation, Park Jae-min transferred an additional 100 billion to Yongsil. But this time a dialog box appeared reminding, are you continuing to transfer funds to the public account of Yongsil Broadcasting Corporation? Park Jae-min confirmed again, and the system displayed another reminder. The transfer cannot be made because the beneficiary of this company is the owner, and money cannot be transferred from the system to lick a dog's mouth. The failed transfer left Park Jae-min bewildered. Unable to transfer, Yongsil opened the company and the beneficiary is me. Why is that? Park Jimin had not foreseen this situation at all, and he continued to analyze. In theory, although Oh Hyung-sil is the legal entity of the company, in reality, the system judges that the actual beneficiary is me, so the system believes that I am transferring money to myself blatantly. This situation left Park Jimin in a dilemma. He began seeking ways to resolve it without compromising his plans. After some contemplation, he picked up the phone again, initiating a new course of action. This time, he transferred the money into Oh Young-sil's personal account. However, the system once again displayed a reminder. Are you continuing to transfer funds to Oh Young-sil's personal account? Park Jimin confirmed again the transfer cannot be made as the owner's behavior is associated with money laundering. This time, Park Jimin was truly puzzled. What's going on? Money laundering? How can I invest 100 billion like this? Am I, the chairman Baekhyun, trying to deceive? I'm not the type of person who doesn't keep his word. Park Jimin furrowed his brows, meticulously reconsidering. It's possible that the system has predicted that after receiving this amount, Oh Young-sil will focus on investing in the Film City project, and ultimately, the money will flow into my pocket. It seems that transferring funds to the other side is currently not feasible. The more he thought, the tighter Park Jimin's brows became. As long as the Film City project is separated into a new independent company, with a legal representative and the sole shareholder being other strawmen, the transfer can be carried out. Thinking to himself, Park Jimin glanced towards Wang Meng. An idea sparked in his mind. The only solution is to transfer the money to Wang Meng, allowing her to establish her own company and then proceed with the transaction. Meng is the designated strawman, which means that giving her the money will directly affect her favorability rating. If her favorability rating exceeds 95 points, the reward will increase to a huge amount. Besides, Meng is my sister, so no matter how she uses that money, I won't feel heartbroken. It's a win-win situation. Wang Meng tilted her head curiously and asked, Jimin, who did you just call? Your girlfriend? Park Jimin replied honestly, Oh Young-sil called just now. She wants to be my girlfriend, but I need to consider it carefully. Wang Meng hugged a watermelon slice, giving Park Jimin a meaningful look. Don't fool around. She's a big star, and now she's even starting her own company and planning to build a film studio. I know you're wealthy, but it's best not to dream about these kinds of big stars. Wang Meng's words left Park Jimin speechless. He chuckled before changing the subject. Meng, you're quite savvy, aren't you? But I just heard that Oh Young-sil intends to build this film studio in her own city, Tianmen. Now that you have money too, do you want to earn some extra spending money? Wang Meng's eyes lit up, revealing a money-minded expression. What? How can we make money in our Tianmen? Park Jimin explained, look, our village has a lot of land. Buy it all up. If the film studio chooses to build in our village, you'll make a fortune. Even if it's not here, just building in Tianmen, we can rely on tourism to make money. The film studio can attract a lot of people, and with the crowd, you can do business, resorts, farming, greenhouse gardening, anything. It's promising. Wang Meng pondered for a while, realizing Park Jimin's words made sense. Even if the Film City project isn't built in my village, having it in Tianmen still brings many benefits. When construction starts, people from elsewhere will flock back to develop their hometown. At that time, investing in models like vegetable farms, fruit orchards, and livestock farms will have abundant consumption without worrying about unprofitability. Moreover, the money I have now is given by Park Jimin, not my own. I can't just let Park Jimin spend it for me. I have to strive for independence in the future. Wang Meng, after speaking, hurriedly walked away like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Park Jimin, I think you're absolutely right. I'll go talk to the village chief and gather everyone for a discussion. Watching Wang Meng leave eagerly, Park Jimin couldn't help but think, this girl dares to think and act. If she really succeeds, it would be quite good. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, having a peaceful place with beautiful scenery for free. However, Wang Meng is still young. I hope this won't affect her. At that moment, several luxurious Bentleys were driving into the village. Not only were these cars expensive, but they were also limited edition versions priced at over 10 million. As they arrived in front of Park Jimin, the cars suddenly stopped and the doors were gently opened by bodyguards. A petite figure stepped out gracefully, lightly touching the ground. A young girl adorned in a cute princess dress exuded sweetness and charm. Two tall bodyguards stood on either side, emanating a formidable presence. Jung Jai-lu muttered to herself, what kind of place is this? There's not even a decent road. I feel like I'm in a horror movie. After speaking, she approached Park Jimin and asked, you're Park Jimin, right? And who are you? Jung Jai-lu curiously looked at Park Jimin while introducing herself. I'll introduce myself a bit. I'm Jung Jai-lu, Chairman Baekhyun's assistant. Nice to meet you again. Park Jimin, looking displeased, retorted, nice to meet you. Who are you? As soon as Park Jimin returned to the village, Jung Dik had already anticipated his intention to build a film city in Tianmen. Therefore, the leakage of project information was not beyond his expectations. Moreover, Jung Dik held a grudge against Park Jimin for the previous car exhibition incident. Furthermore, he was also enraged by Yang Wei deleting him from WeChat, which made him feel humiliated. He learned that Chairman Baekhyun was a lecherous person. Jung Dik decided to send his younger sister to Tianmen, ostensibly to discuss cooperation, but in reality, he intended to exploit every scheme to undermine Park Jimin. Back to the moment when Park Jimin and Jung Jae-lu greeted each other. Sorry, I have a bad memory. I don't think we've met before, have we? Jung Jae-lu, feeling a bit sad, replied, "Oh, you don't remember? It was at the car exhibition. I was there with my brother Jung, the eldest son." Park Jimin furrowed his brow, trying to recall if she says so, then yes, there was a girl standing next to that brat, Jung Dik. Observing Park Jimin's reaction, Jung Jae-lu also furrowed her brows, pondering, "I've heard that Chairman Baekhyun is quite flirtatious, often wooing women, yet he doesn't seem to remember me at all. No matter, I'll make sure he remembers me forever." Remembering Jung Jae-lu, Park Jimin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "All right, Jung Jae-lu, what brings you here?" Instead of directly answering, Jung Jae-lu glanced at Park Jimin's neighbors, her gaze filled with implication. "Chairman Baekhyun often entertains guests from outside. Why not invite me into the house to discuss matters?" Park Jimin glanced at the curious neighbors, briefly furrowing his brow. "I didn't expect to see a few luxury cars parked here, attracting so many onlookers. It's true that one shouldn't flaunt too much in the countryside." After some hesitation, Park Jimin reluctantly nodded. "All right, you can park your cars on the roadside and then follow me. Just be careful not to damage anyone's crops." The arrival of the luxury convoy directly disrupted the peace of this rural village. The neighbors gathered more and more, but the tall bodyguard standing guard made them hesitant to approach and inquire. Nevertheless, whispers and gossip continued to echo in front of Park Jimin's house. "Looks like Jimin must be doing big business in the city. Now he's back in the village flaunting his wealth. Yeah, with those luxury cars, he must be very wealthy." Stepping into the house, Jung Jae-lu remained silent. She was quite surprised to see such an old and dilapidated house, which Chairman Baekhyun could also be living in. Park Jimin, losing patience, spoke up again. "Well, talk about the purpose of your visit here." Seeing Park Jimin being straightforward, Jung Jae-lu also got straight to the point. "Does Chairman Baekhyun think I'm too young and insignificant to talk to you? Are you planning to deceive potential investors? Don't pretend anymore. You may fool others, but not me." Park Jimin didn't understand a thing, but found her blunt approach intriguing. What plan? Deceive what? Thinking Park Jimin was pretending to be ignorant, Jung Jae-lu began reciting the prepared script by Jung Dik, which he had analyzed for her to present. "Chairman Baekhyun, let me be clear, no matter how clever your plan is, it won't escape the scrutiny of me and the Jung family." Speaking of this, Jung Jae-lu smiled knowingly as if he had grasped Park Jimin's intentions. "Chairman Baekhyun, I admit that you are a discreet individual capable of controlling the overall situation and enjoy manipulating others as pawns. Many have become puppets in your hands. However, you have made some serious mistakes. Firstly, you leaked information about the 100 billion film studio project led by Oh Young-sil, and as soon as the project was announced, it immediately made waves in society, attracting the attention of millions of netizens. Since then, the name Chairman Baekhyun has become famous on social media. However, surprisingly, such an important project was entrusted to Young-sil TV, a newly established company less than a month old. Most of Young-sil TV's management team come from the film industry, with Oh Young-sil herself being an actress lacking experience in managing a company, let alone handling large investment projects. Yet you entrusted a 100 billion project to such a motley crew. Isn't this a trap? Furthermore, the management team has many loopholes, making it easy for commercial spies to infiltrate and gather confidential information. Ironically, these spies didn't realize that leaking the company's confidential information might have been part of your plan. It may even be a part of your scheme. Rumors are spreading, and they all see this as an opportunity to get rich, especially as land prices soar. People are practically going insane, including investors, sensing blood in the water, flocking in. Some are so crazed that they borrow from banks, mortgaging projects already underway to rush to Tianmen to snatch up land. In the end, your plan is to cut off all their resources. It's truly a clandestine operation. After listening and analyzing, Park Jimin's facial expression remained utterly composed. Without a hint of disturbance, inwardly, he was laughing hysterically. "Ah, look at me playing it cool. Who would have thought that this sum of money was meant for such a dirty scheme? It wasn't intentional on my part, but it seems you've all misunderstood." However, shortly after, Park Jimin continued to sink into contemplation. Initially, I had no intention of carrying out this plan, but after hearing her analysis, I realized that failing to follow through would betray your trust. Observing Park Jimin's reaction, Jung Jae-lu couldn't help but raise his estimation of him even further. To be exposed like that and still maintain such composure, this man's depths are truly unfathomable. No wonder my brother is so obstinate, yet upon learning Chairman Baekhyun's plan, he immediately abandoned his own intentions. He couldn't possibly confront someone like this. At this point, Park Jimin appeared enigmatic, while also not forgetting to offer Jung Jae-lu a word of praise. Your analysis was spot on. I didn't expect someone so young to possess such profound knowledge. I had underestimated you. Upon receiving praise from Park Jimin, Jung Jae-lu smiled confidently, his gaze displaying determination. I'm here primarily as a representative of the Jung family to discuss cooperation with Chairman Baekhyun. At that moment, the voice of Wang Meng Meng echoed from outside. What are you people doing? This is my house, let me in. What's going on? How come you don't understand anything? Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Just as Lam Jai-lu began to delve into the topic of extensive cooperation, Wang Meng Meng returned. She had just arrived home, intending to find Park Jimin to share some good news when she unexpectedly encountered two burly bodyguards in black uniforms blocking her path at the large door. Seeing Wang Meng Meng attempting to push through, one of the guards immediately restrained her. I'm sorry, but there are important discussions taking place inside. You cannot enter. Upon hearing Wang Meng Meng's voice, Park Jimin also hurriedly stepped outside. As he emerged from the door, he saw one of the guards restraining his sister, his face darkening with anger, shouting loudly, "What are you people doing? Let go of my sister." However, the tall bodyguard, despite hearing Park Jimin's words, remained unmoved, gripping Wang Meng Meng's arm tightly without releasing her. Then his gaze shifted towards Jung Jae-lu awaiting instructions, completely disregarding Park Jimin. Jung Jae-lu glanced at Wang Meng Meng, particularly captivated by her radiant beauty surpassing his own, igniting jealousy within him. Normally, Park Jimin is calm and composed, but this time, he's getting worked up over his sister. Quite intriguing. This is an opportunity to test his limits. Next, Jung Jae-lu pondered on Park Jimin's reception inside, sensing Wang Meng Meng's aristocratic temperament emerging. She glanced elsewhere, disregarding Park Jimin's request to release Wang Meng Meng. Park Jimin also noticed Jung Jae-lu's deliberate provocation, his tone lowering. What are you playing at? Immediately after, his hand clenched into a fist, containing anger and indignation. 5 seconds later, Park Jimin exerted force into his legs, charging straight towards the tall bodyguard. The tall bodyguard, standing at 1.9 meters, barely registered a figure darting past him, accompanied by the whistling wind in his ears. Immediately thrown into the air like a puppet, Park Jimin then shouted loudly, "Get lost." After tumbling several rounds in the air, the bodyguard landed somewhat clumsily, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Jung Jae-lu and the remaining guards all widened their eyes, mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How could this happen? My guards are all ex-Special Forces soldiers, rumored to be able to handle 10 opponents at once, yet they couldn't withstand a blow from Park Jimin. Isn't it true that the wealthier you are, the weaker your health becomes? My elder brother climbed 2 flights of stairs and was already sweating profusely, yet this guy is as strong as a machine. Park Jimin withdrew his hand, gently patting Wang Meng Meng's head with concern. Are you okay now? At this moment, Jung Jae-lu couldn't explain the strange emotions welling up inside her, finding Park Jimin increasingly captivating. His jet black eyes exuded intelligence and sharpness, possessing an irresistible allure. The more I look, the more entranced I become. Park Jimin is completely different from the wealthy young man I've encountered before. He's a true man, the kind of man I've been longing for. Kang, lick dog, action initiated. Full name Jung Jae-lu, 18 years old, height 162 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms, beauty score 90 points. The female student has no favorable impression towards the owner, successfully binding the dog-lick relationship, making the female student's favorability towards the owner exceed 95 points. Then successfully reverse-rated, identity transformed. The other party will become the owner's dog-lick. Reverse raid completed, reward 10% of the dog-lick's expenses in cash, reward enhancement points 30 points, reward skills, proficient in drawing, proficient in singing, proficient in Go. As soon as the binding system was activated, Park Jimin also glanced at Jung Jae-lu, making him incredulous. This high school-looking girl is already 18 years old. Luckily, the system didn't bind me with a minor. After considering for a while, Park Jimin felt he could still accept it. Then he led Wang Meng Meng in front of Jung Jae-lu, his voice full of anger. Is this your cooperative attitude? In my territory, you don't give me any face, or do you think I dare not touch the Jung family? Wang Meng Meng asked curiously, Oh, Who are they? She's Jung Lu, here to discuss business with you. But it doesn't seem to be going well. Jung Lu, naturally arrogant, now feeling slighted by Park Jimin's comments, couldn't help but feel angry. Wang Mang looked at Jung Lu and assessed for a moment. She looks even younger than me, yet she's already starting a business quite impressive. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jung Lu hesitantly said, "Well, it's my fault. These bodyguards are my brothers coming to find me. They never listened to me. Are you satisfied?" Park Jimin said solemnly, "I can't say I'm satisfied. If there's a next time, our cooperation will be considered finished." Park Jimin was about to lecture her further, but Wang Mang quickly intervened. "Big brother, why so fierce? You scared the other girl." "Hi, I'm Wang Mang. Oh, I'm Jung Lu. Hi. Mang, how old are you?" "I'm 18, and you?" "I'm also 18. What a coincidence. When's your birthday?" "Mine's June 29th. "Wow, mine's also June 29th. I didn't expect us to share the same birthday." This time, not only Wang Mang and Jung Lu, but even Park Jimin was astonished. The slightly unpleasant atmosphere gradually dissipated because of this incident. Subsequently, the two girls began to become more open, no longer hiding anything from each other. The more they talked, the more they realized they shared common interests and passions. "Sister, did you forget that your big brother is still here?" Girls these days are so natural. After half a day of heartfelt conversation, the two girls talked until they were hoarse, making Park Jimin's head ache. Even the two girls didn't realize that this seemingly random encounter would become a crucial turning point in their lives, especially in terms of their future roles. Jung Lu skillfully extracted information about Park Jimin from Wang Mang. "What was your brother like before?" "He's a man of few words. Even when he was little, he used to sneakily eat watermelons from other people's gardens." Wang Mang recounted with enthusiasm, adding a touch of mischief, which made Jung Lu burst into laughter. Park Jimin shook his head as he sat picking green beans, listening to the two girls chatting. This surprising expose was revealed to Jung Lu by Wang Mang herself, Park Jimin's own sister. However, Jung Lu not only gathered information, but also shared what Jung Dik had investigated with Wang Mang. Park Jimin isn't just an ordinary student, he's also a successful young entrepreneur, owning his own projects and making money very well. Listening to Jung Lu talk about her brother, Wang Mang couldn't help but be amazed. "Oh my god, really? That's amazing. No wonder Big Brother is so outstanding. No wonder he'd easily pull out 100 million financially. I didn't realize he was so capable. If it weren't for Jung Lu telling me, I wouldn't have known anything. My brother truly is a genuine treasure trove of a guy. I haven't fully explored him yet. Praising him a few words made you blush, thinking he's a conceited guy." At this point, Wang Mang also had a new perspective on Park Jimin. Thoughts of Park Jimin's criminal behavior had disappeared, and instead, she felt extremely proud and also more at ease. Wang Mang's favorability increased by 10 points, bringing her current favorability to 35 points. After learning about Park Jimin's childhood watermelon theft secret, Jung Lu also had a new view of Park Jimin. Behind Park Jimin's cold and serious exterior, he is also a normal person with moments of joy and sadness, mischievous like anyone else. The relationship between Park Jimin and Wang Mang is truly good, especially considering his possession of billions worth of assets, yet Park Jimin chooses to live a secluded life in the mountains. His insight and vision, I fear, have reached the realm of a stage, and behind his humble appearance lies a cunning and calculating Park Jimin. At first, I didn't fully understand Park Jimin's calculations. Park Jimin once spent 100 million on a female streamer in one night, and he spent $1 billion buying 3 cars for his 3 sisters. At the time, people thought he was a spendthrift, but through our conversations, I realized that Park Jimin is not as simple as rumors suggest. Moreover, Park Jimin not only possesses extraordinary intelligence, but also has strong combat abilities. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? I always feel he harbors many secrets. The more Jung Lu thought, the faster her heart beat than usual. The more she thought, the more she felt that Park Jimin was no longer the lofty chairman Baekhyun, but rather a young man with simple, adorable traits. Jung Lu's favorability increased by 10 points, bringing her current favorability to 10 points. Darkness slowly enveloped the countryside, painting a completely different picture from the sparkling lights of the city. The night was as dark as velvet, casting its hue upon every street, every house, every corner of the garden, leaving only the sky above still bright with shimmering stars. Jung Lu suddenly asked, "Park Jimin, can I stay at your place?" Park Jimin gracefully declined. "What? Stay over? It's not very comfortable. There are plenty of boarding houses outside. You can find a place to rest at your convenience. Besides, my house has mice." Jung Jae-lu coaxed, boarding houses in the countryside aren't very good. This village doesn't even have a 5-star inn. Everything is too dirty, I can't stay. Park Jimin remained resolute. What's the problem? If you can't stay, you can always go home, and besides, you think I'm very close to you, don't you? When it comes to business, it's business. What does it have to do with me? Get lost, I won't see you off. This time coming here wasn't just to discuss cooperation. Jung Jae-lu also wanted to investigate the true identity and background of Chairman Baekhyun. Only by being beside him could she uncover more clues. How could she easily leave without satisfying her curiosity? Moreover, such a big secret couldn't go unexplored. Therefore, Jung Jae-lu switched to a pleading tone. I want to experience rural life, how about it? Rare days of leisure, not many people at your place, why not? That's also not allowed. Guys and girls alone. Wang Mang jumped in to intervene. Oh dear, Jae-lu wants to stay a few days. You should indulge her. I'll go tidy a room for her. At this point, Park Jimin also felt truly helpless. Furthermore, his younger sister kept staring at him without relenting, her eyes constantly changing, even annoying Park Jimin. After enduring Wang Mang's intense gaze for a while, Park Jimin finally compromised. Alright, I'll go along with it, just don't cause trouble. Hearing this, Jung Jae-lu and Wang Mang rejoiced ecstatically, dancing and celebrating. However, neither of the two girls knew that behind Park Jimin's pretense, he had carefully considered this matter. She's too kind-hearted. She has no idea that this is inviting the wolf into the house, pretending to experience rural life, thinking it's so enjoyable, leaving her here for 2 days to see if she'll make a fuss and demand to return to the city. Honestly, I'm not particularly interested in making money, but if I can harvest a wave of appointments, I wouldn't mind cooperating with the Jung family. Because the money earned is personal property, and not considered the system's licking dog money, I can spend it as I please. By leaving Jung Jae-lu behind to come up with a plan, Park Jimin achieved his goal, making her very pleased. Humph, I must stick close to Park Jimin. I must dig out his shocking secrets. Lying on the bed, Park Jimin continued to ponder. The key issue is how to take advantage of the current situation to cut the mustard. Collaborating with the Jung family is a great choice. The Jung family can not only attract many investors to Tianmen City, but also open up many relationships. This step will help expedite the progress of the new film studio project, influence government decisions, reclaim land, and execute cutting-edge operations. Therefore, I can only rely on the Jung family to handle the dirty and heavy work while I stay behind the scenes. When the time is right, all I need to do is reap the benefits. But the Jung family only sent a girl here, Jung Jae-lu, and she be trusted. Park Jimin was deeply suspicious. Moreover, that brat Jung Dick, isn't he afraid of what I might do to his sister? Perhaps the Jung family sent Jung Jae-lu here not hoping for her success, or they deliberately fed her false information to probe me, making me lower my guard, or they want to appear cooperative on the surface but actually have malicious intentions. Indeed, the horse flea catches the horse and a sparrow lurks behind, so I'll counterplot accordingly. After all, Jung Jae-lu is also a target of the licking dog. Of course, I won't hesitate to throw money at her. Even giving her tens of billions won't be a problem. Park Jimin narrowed his eyes and continued to think. Using the assets and current power of the Jung family to interfere with my affairs won't pose a real threat to me. They must be targeting the land in Tianmen. Well, let it be. I won't dwell on it anymore. However, I'll only benefit from this situation. Let's see if Jung Jae-lu can handle that brat. Time to sleep. As Park Jimin drifted off to sleep, the crisp laughter of the two girls echoed into the room. Ha 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 ha. Oh my Mang, you look so beautiful in this outfit. Oh my goodness, there's no comparison, Jae-lu. Your outfit looks even better. Park Jimin buried his face into the pillow, trying to block out the noisy laughter of the two girls, but the sound felt like sharp needles piercing his ears, making him extremely uncomfortable. Women are noisy, no matter their age. My mistake, forgive me. Jae-lu, I won't dare anymore. Ha 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 ha. After enduring a night of torture for his ears, Park Jimin could finally fall asleep later. However, as he woke up early in the morning, he was greeted by the loud noise from outside, the mixed sounds of people chatting and machines banging ringing in his ears, making it impossible for him to continue sleeping. Irritated, he threw the blanket off his body and sat up. What time is it? Why is it so noisy early in the morning? Unable to tolerate it any longer, Park Jimin staggered out of bed and walked to the door to see what was happening. As soon as Jung Jae-lu spotted Park Jimin, she greeted him with a sweet smile. Oh, Park Jimin, you're awake. Good morning. Ignoring her, Park Jimin continued walking outside, only to be met with a chaotic scene that left him feeling a bit dizzy. The adjacent room had been completely flattened by Jung Jae-lu with machinery, leaving only the bare walls and piles of debris scattered around. Park Jimin felt utterly helpless and couldn't help but start scolding angrily. Jung-Lu, what are you up to? I kindly let you stay here for the night, and you wreck my house like this. Park Jimin couldn't believe that Jung-Lu wanted to completely renovate the entire house. He severely underestimated the capabilities of this young entrepreneur. Within just an hour, the renovation team arrived, consisting of over 50 people and 5 trucks loaded with equipment. They proceeded to renovate Park Jimin's entire house, except for his and his parents' private rooms. In less than 3 short hours, the renovation team had completed the entire house, all without prior planning. They utilized only high-quality imported materials. The labor cost for the renovation team alone for a single day amounted to nearly 1 million. Upon completion of the work, Jung-Lu began to boast. This isn't destruction, it's renovation, optimization. In the future, our young lady will stay here for a few days. Of course, it has to be comfortable. The previous bathroom in your house was too awful. Our young lady has spent money to purchase an imported toilet bowl and renovate the entire bathroom. Now the bathroom has become bright and luxurious, meeting 5-star standards. Park Jimin looked at himself in the mirror with utter helplessness, reluctantly accepting this change. Not stopping there, Jung-Lu continued to drag Park Jimin to the livestock area, and there's the pixie of your house, pitch black, completely torturing the animals. Our young lady has bought a luxurious versus bathtub for each pig. Now everything is perfect. Watching Jung-Lu renovate the livestock area, Park Jimin was taken aback to the point of almost falling over. Rich people are so peculiar, completely incomprehensible. Heading to the bedroom, Jung-Lu proudly exclaimed, "All right, now on to the most important room that needs a grand introduction, the room where our young lady will stay for the next few days." Tada! Inspired by a television series, this room exudes simple yet elegant beauty, still radiating warmth and romance, enhanced by natural light from the window, adding a gentle touch to the room. The bed, where I put in the most effort, has been completely transformed into a Nordic princess style with sweet pastel colors. Wang Meng cheered joyfully upon seeing Park Jimin arrive. Big brother is here. Lu is so amazing. This chair is so comfortable. Park Jimin looked at his sister's radiant smile, not knowing what to say, only managing a reluctant smile. Ha 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 ha, as long as you like it. Stepping into the living room, Jung-Lu gestured proudly, her face beamed with pride. Every detail in this room has been meticulously chosen by me, using the highest quality materials, ensuring they are completely free of formaldehyde. This not only adds to the elegance and sophistication of a living space, but also ensures absolute safety for health. To elevate the living experience, I plan to install an underfloor heating system, providing warmth and relaxation during the cold winter months. Additionally, a satellite phone system will be equipped to facilitate easy communication regardless of geographical or weather conditions. At this moment, Park Jimin had no words left. Everything in the house had been completely changed, so unfamiliar that he felt lost. Indeed, the young miss, wherever she stays, demands intricacy. I'm not stingy either, but I didn't think Lu could be so extravagant with money, especially when she's only staying here for a few days. When my parents come home, they won't even recognize the house. I'm not coming home to rest. I'm coming home to be a servant. Look at this. Lu is truly remarkable, absolutely incredibly talented. At the very moment Lu was enthusiastically introducing the house to Park Jimin, completely unaware a bodyguard was quietly monitoring them. He quickly dialed his phone to contact Jung Dish, the heir of the Jung family, to report on the situation. Young Master Jung, the plan is going very smoothly. Miss Shi has successfully infiltrated the inner circle. President Baekhyun is very interested in cooperation. However, yesterday I deliberately engaged his foster sister in combat to investigate. President Baekhyun has extremely terrifying combat abilities. Even though we were prepared, we couldn't match his skill. He moves as fast as lightning, but clearly holds back. I apologize, young Master Jung. We couldn't ascertain President Baekhyun's true strength. Jung Dish pondered for a moment before responding. Interest is good enough. As for investigating his true strength, I'll find a way. You must protect Miss Ji well and keep in constant contact with me. After hanging up the phone, Jung Dick took a glass of red wine, turned to the mysterious, beautiful woman in front of him, and invited her for a drink. Yu Ling Shuang observed Jung Dick's satisfied expression and raised an eyebrow lightly. So everything is going smoothly. I find President Baekhyun to be very generous towards women. Miss Lam, being youthful and lively, adds to her beauty. President Baekhyun surely won't refuse. Of course, it's going smoothly. I've heard President Baekhyun is quite amorous. I sent my sister, and naturally he showed great interest, especially with the assistance of the Jung family. President Baekhyun can boldly proceed with his plan to cut the mustard greens without reservation. After all, he's the one laying out this chessboard. Indeed, young Master Jung using my sister as bait for a big fish. President Baekhyun must be extremely pleased at the moment, thinking his mustard greens harvesting plan is flawless. Unfortunately, While the horsefully catches the cicada, the sparrow lurks behind to seize both. Even if he injects private companies into the investment banks, whether he invests 100 billion or even 200 or 300 billion, I doubt he can withstand the onslaught from the Jin family, tycoons, and the two major domestic investment banks. Moreover, my Jung family plays a pioneering role. What do you think? Yu Lingshuang took a sip of red wine, a suggestive smile curling her lips. This move is truly ingenious. When the Jung and Jin families cast their nets, he'll wish he could retract his words. The plan has succeeded. Now I should move on to the next step. It's truly regrettable for a carefully laid out plan, only to end up making wedding dresses for others. At this moment, Yu Lingshuang's ample bosom shone brighter than ever, illuminating the suggestive smile on Jung Dick's lips. Are you planning to leave already? Why the rush? Is my wine not to your taste? It's delicious, but waiting until everything is resolved will make its flavor even richer and smoother. You're absolutely right, Yu, he remarked. Since being taken in and raised by the Lai family like a stray dog, Yu Lingshuang had used her exceptional intelligence to climb to her current position. No one would have thought that the girl who had been treated like an animal could now manipulate everyone like a puppet. That night, Yu Lingshuang got into her car and headed back to the city of Tianmen. Her goal was to infiltrate the inner circle and find a way to approach President Baekhyun sensibly. It's best to stay close to him, like Zheng Zailu, and eventually maneuver him into a desperate situation. If President Baekhyun and Jung Dick are similar, then when I approach him, he won't be able to resist my beauty trap, she thought. Late at night, Wang Meng and Zheng Zailu slept together in the newly renovated room. The two young girls with harmonious souls easily found a common voice on the large princess-style bed. They chatted animatedly, their laughter intertwining crisply. However, this time, even if they screamed until their throats were sore, they couldn't penetrate the 60 centimeters thick soundproofing. Now, Park Jimin could enjoy a peaceful sleep like a puppy, despite the two girls reigning supreme throughout the night. It must be said that this renovation truly provided a better space than expected. And the next morning, a crowd of gossipers had gathered outside Park Jimin's house, munching on pickles prepared beforehand. However, Park Jimin's house now surpassed the entire village in quality, with tall walls, a gate cast from solid aluminum alloy, equipped with fingerprint recognition technology, looking extremely luxurious. Though all able to peek inside, lively chatter could still be heard. Have you heard? Wang's daughter Meng has moved in to live with Park Jimin. Really, even siblings should live separately, shouldn't they? Park Jimin, he's quite the playboy, not even sparing his own sister. Relationships are indeed messy. Did you see the car parked in front of his house? A Bentley? Too posh. He used to hang out with that beautiful rich girl, had a whole bunch of bodyguards trailing him before, now she's moved in with him too. Zhang Xiaozong, upon hearing this, felt both jealous and resentful. Well, besides his handsome face, what does Park Jimin have that I don't? Why does everything good seem to come to him? At this moment, Park Jimin stepped out from the house. Despite seeing it emerge, some couldn't resist speaking ill. From childhood to now, he's just a leech, only knows how to rely on women. Isn't he essentially a gigolo? Quite the talent, huh? Zhang Xiaozong hurriedly approached to greet him. Hey, Park Jimin, want to go downtown with me tonight? Park Jimin turned back to ask, downtown? Where to? Excitedly, Zhang Xiaozong suggested, oh, it's a junior high school reunion. It's been so many years since we've had a chance to meet again. Tianmen City has been bustling lately. Heard there are many classmates wanting to visit the Xinqing area across the river. Tonight, we'll go for drinks, and tomorrow we'll take a stroll around the real estate area, see if we can find some investment opportunities to make a fortune. Heard Ouyang Sil is over there too. Who knows? We might even bump into a celebrity. Zhang Xiaozong's suggestion didn't pique Park Jimin's interest at all. Student reunions are usually just for showing off. I hope Zhang Xiaozong won't give me that chance. Lately, I've been showing off too much, feeling a bit tired. But the most urgent matter now is to deal with the project involving Ouyang Sil. Might as well pay her a visit. After some consideration, Park Jimin nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. What time tonight? 6 p.m. I'll come pick you up directly. It'll take about 6:30 p.m. to get to Xinqing on the other side. Not later than 7 p.m. That's fine. I'll be free around then. Then, without further ado, Park Jimin dragged Zheng Zailu outside. As they walked further away, within moments they arrived in a cornfield. Inside the cornfield, Zheng Zailu looked around but didn't see anyone, which made her a bit anxious. It's so deserted here. Is Park Jimin planning something inappropriate in the cornfield? If he really tries anything, I might be assaulted. Then Zheng Zailu, fearful, asked Park Jimin, why did you bring me here? Park Jimin chuckled mockingly. Ha 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 ha. You're in my territory now. Even if you scream your head off, no one will come to your aid. Hee, now you're finally scared, too late. Jung Lu blanched and cried out like a child, What do you want to do to scare me? Park Jimin suddenly paused, feeling something was off, then tossed her a basket and said, Here, take this basket and go pick 20 corn cobs. Thinking she was about to be assaulted by Park Jimin, Jung Lu was taken aback when he instructed her to pick corn, leaving her speechless. What? Pick corn? Previously, when eating corn, Jung Lu thought it was dug up from the ground, not realizing it grew on stalks. This new sensation felt like discovering a new continent. Afterwards, Jung Lu showed no negative reaction at all. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy herself. So this is corn, it grows on stalks, not dug up from the ground, haha. Park Jimin thought Jung Lu would cry over this task, so he secretly smirked, hee. Let her taste how hard farm work is. She'll be eager to return to the city. After picking the corn, Jung Lu was exhausted, sweaty, but her face radiated indescribable joy. Seeing Jung Lu's enthusiasm, Park Jimin decided to take her to dig sweet potatoes. Jung Lu eagerly began digging the soft soil, making it easy. Before long, the sweet potatoes were harvested, and Jung Lu's happiness only increased upon seeing the results. Park Jimin then led her to the riverbank to fish, but Jung Lu showed even more interest, starting to play around in the water. A morning full of joyful experiences had come to an end, but its lingering echoes still resonated cheerfully within Jung Lu. Park Jimin, turns out life in the countryside is this fun. I'm so happy. From now on, I want to stay here. I don't want to go to school anymore. I don't want to go back to the city. Park Jimin froze upon hearing this. Failure. The plan failed. After a tiring morning, she doesn't feel tired at all. Instead, she wants me to go farming with her every day. It's outrageous. So many rural folks strive all their lives wanting to step into a wealthy life, yet she, living a carefree life every day, wants to farm. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from afar. Help me, help me. On a small road near a cornfield, a group of strangers appeared. Running ahead was a graceful young woman, her youthfulness evident in her demeanor, her countenance pure and serene. In pursuit behind her were 5 to 6 fierce-looking men. She ran towards Park Jimin as if seeking assistance. Save me! Yu Ling Shuang pretended to desperately flee, simultaneously pleading for help in fear. Suddenly, she changed direction and ran towards Park Jimin. But when the distance between her and Park Jimin was certain, she deliberately stumbled. Oops! The ruffians behind also caught up, their leader Kang with an angry expression. Hey, you little troublemaker, why stop running? Let's see how far you can run. Kang, this girl's a catch, a bit muddy, but I reckon she's still a virgin. Surrounded by cornfields like this, no one around, ha 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 ha. Another one chimed in, good point, not a bad idea. Listening to his younger gang members' words, the gang leader Kang smirked cruelly. He roughly grabbed Yu Ling Shuang's hair, pulling her head up forcefully, saying, Finally caught you, little sister. You're quite fast, huh? Ah, let me go. Don't cry. Behave and come with us obediently, or else you'll regret it. Yu Ling Shuang, originally graceful and beautiful, now looked pitifully abused by the rogue. This sight was unbearable for Jung Lu as well. Before Park Jimin could speak up, she stood up angrily, one hand firmly on the table, the other pointing angrily as she scolded, Release that girl. This is outrageous, absolutely unacceptable. You trash, how dare you treat a girl like this? You lowlifes daring to bully a weak girl in broad daylight. Let her go. Park Jimin looked at Jung Lu in admiration, unable to help but exclaim, This girl is really bold. She didn't bring any bodyguards today, yet she still dares to rush in like this. However, upon scrutinizing Yu Ling Shuang's face, Park Jimin couldn't help but be astonished. Her beauty was diverse and captivating, along with an aura emanating from her that sparked a hint of suspicion in his mind. A woman so beautiful, why would she be pursued by a gang of ruffians? Moreover, she even deliberately let me encounter this. It's happening. But why do I feel a bit coincidental just stepping out and encountering such a situation, and these ruffians seem like they're putting on a show? As the gangsters were about to lay hands on Jung Lu, Park Jimin stepped forward calmly, his tone remarkably composed. All right, have you guys had enough fun? Show some respect and leave. The gang leader Kang glared at Park Jimin, his face full of hostility. Respect you. Who the hell are you, damn it? Daring to act tough here. You even know what death looks like. The thug's performance was too exaggerated, making everything seem fake. Park Jimin, seeing through the charade, decisively intervened. Within just a minute, all 6 thugs were lying on the ground, writhing in pain, tears almost streaming down their faces, their agonizing moans echoing across the cornfield, sending shivers down the spine. Yu Ling Shuang could only curse inwardly at the scene. Just a drama. Why did this kid have to be so brutal? Jung Jae-lu looked at Park Jimin with admiration. Park Jimin, you're amazing. I couldn't even see your moves clearly, and yet you've already subdued them all. Although it was just a performance, Jung Jae-lu was unaware. Park Jimin's demeanor at this moment was flawless, beyond reproach. In the moment when the thugs were about to harass her, Park Jimin appeared like a hero rescuing the beauty. Since meeting him, this was the first time Jung Jae-lu felt the strong masculine aura emanating from Park Jimin, which made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Jung Jae-lu's favorable impression, plus 10 double kill, triple kill, wada kill, benta kill, current favorable impression, plus 60 points. Park Jimin approached Yu Ling Shuang and asked, "Hey comrade, are you okay?" Yu Ling Shuang's initial fear quickly disappeared, replaced by a natural and sincere demeanor. She looked at Park Jimin with sparkling eyes full of gratitude and spoke with heartfelt emotion. "Thank you. My name is Yu Ling Shuang. I will definitely repay you in the future." Yu Ling Shuang's eloquent eyes, coupled with her shy demeanor, were enough to melt the heart of any man. Park Jimin was no exception. He was deeply shaken. "Damn, those seductive eyes, I'm hooked." Activate the dog-licking action. Name Yu Ling Shuang, age 23, height 160 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, beauty score 93 points. Female student's favorable impression towards the host, minus 80 points, forging a tight bond with the host, surpassing 95 points in favorability, then successfully launching a reverse ambush, transforming into the host's dog-licker. Reverse ambush successful. Reward 10% of dog-licking fee. Reward plus 50 points for reinforcement. Reward for mastering stealth disguise, business management proficiency, proficient combat, Morse code mastery, hacking proficiency, tea art proficiency, cooking proficiency, wine tasting proficiency, stock market proficiency, painting proficiency, piano playing proficiency, English proficiency, fashion design mastery. As soon as the system finished its announcement, Park Jimin was utterly perplexed. Who is this person and why are they proficient in so many skills? The crucial thing is, despite me saving her, her favorability towards me is negative 8 points. Could I have done something wrong, or is her character just too peculiar? I can't understand it. There's no precedent for this. Did I kill her mother? With such low favorability, she probably sees me as an enemy. Even Park Min-young didn't dislike me this much before, pretending to be moved to tears. At first, I wasn't sure if she was acting, and her performance was too perfect. It was impossible to distinguish between truth and falsehood. But favorability can't be faked. She definitely has an issue. Jung Jae-lu looked at Yu Ling Shuang with concern and asked, "Little sister, are you okay? Why do they want to chase after you?" Yu Ling Shuang hesitated as if there was something difficult to say. Finally gritting her teeth, she replied softly, because I owe them a lot of money." Yu Ling Shuang began to portray a storytelling role, then fabricated an incident. "Since I was young, I have lived in a single-parent family. My father went to prison early on, and my mother passed away a year ago, diagnosed with a serious illness, which further plunged our already struggling family into hardship. In order to treat my mother, I had to sell our house and even take out high-interest loans. Despite a year of struggle, my mother didn't make it, leaving me alone with no support. I carry an overwhelming debt burden with exorbitant interest rates and no ability to repay. The creditors want to force me into prostitution to pay off the debt, but I refuse to accept such a grim fate. I would rather die than allow myself to be disgraced. In the end, I decided to flee. All of the script seemed somewhat cliché. Through Yu Ling Shuang's narration, it became incredibly sincere and moving, coupled with her deeply emotional tone, which moved Jung Jae-lu to tears. "Oh, poor sister, how much debt do you owe? I will help you repay it. I am Jung family's young miss." Yu Ling Shuang shook her head, biting her lip, her eyes radiating determination. "Thank you, little sister. I can earn money on my own, just need a little time." Jung Jae-lu looked at Yu Ling Shuang with an indescribable sadness, evoking her sympathy. "Oh my, you're truly resilient like a lotus flower rising from the mud." Park Jimin remained unchanged amidst life's myriad changes. Even as Yu Ling Shuang silently observed, she could only see his face devoid of any ripples, with a hint of mockery even flickering in his heart. "Damn, this cheap TV drama plot, how boring is this? It's so contrived, only someone as knave as Jung Jae-lu would believe it." Despite thinking so, Park Jimin had no intention of exposing Yu Ling Shuang's intentions. As they walked, Jung Jae-lu continued to inquire, while Yu Ling Shuang adhered closely to the storyline. Park Jimin had long seen the dark intentions hidden beneath Yu Ling Shuang's exterior, so as he listened to her tale, the corners of his lips occasionally curved up, My life has always been dull, and her deliberate approach to me, staging a heroic drama of rescuing the beauty, truly makes for an interesting experience. Beneath her sweet exterior lies a gaze full of hostility on guard. Clearly, she's wary of me, which piques my interest. It's as if Yu Ling Shuang has been manipulated by someone. What purpose does she have in approaching me, especially with her skills, indicating she's an assassin? Could this be a dangerous plot? A daring thought suddenly sparked in Park Jimin's mind. Yu Ling Shuang hasn't posed any threat to me whatsoever. In fact, I could even keep her around as a plaything, stirring up this dull life. Providing her with some misleading information for a counterattack is also a good idea. It's best to lure out the mastermind behind her. That's right. No matter how good Yu Ling Shuang's acting is, if her favorability is low, I, Park Jimin, will never trust her. With this in mind, Park Jimin tried to suppress his excited emotions. Alright, Jung Zai-Lu, you take Miss Yu back home to tend to her wounds, and while you're at it, give her a bath. Jung Zai-Lu became extremely enthusiastic upon hearing this. Exactly, Yu's sister's clothes are all dirty. She needs a bath and a change of clothes. I was just telling her. Take a look at yourself. You look like a coal miner now, no longer resembling a young lady of the Jung family. After Jung Zai-Lu spoke, Park Jimin turned back to Yu Ling Shuang with a bright smile. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I have a company where you could work. Park Jimin's words secretly delighted Yu Ling Shuang. I didn't expect approaching President Lin would be so easy. Initially, I was struggling to find a way to stay by his side, but now he actively invites me to work at his company. It really saves me some effort. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, according to the information in the investigation files, Park Jimin is as lustful as noted. Just seeing a beauty makes him want to claim her as his own. Yu Ling Shuang was eager inside, but still pretended to hesitate. Mr. Park Jimin, did you start the company by yourself? We've just met. This doesn't seem quite right. Seeing that the fish wasn't biting yet, Park Jimin gave a few more tugs. All right then, if Miss Yu doesn't want to, then forget it. Consider I haven't said anything. Hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang's joy was dampened and a bit of annoyance arose. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Can he be a bit more persistent? I thought he would linger a bit, but he just jumped straight to these steps. If he had been a little more persistent, I would have gone along, and besides, I didn't say I wanted to refuse. Jung Zai-Lu noticed the sorrowful expression on Yu Ling Shuang's face and tried to comfort her. It's like everyone craves for your job, Sister Yu. With such beauty, you will surely find employment. Miss Jung is exaggerating compared to you. I'm nothing. Turning to Park Jimin, Jung Zai-Lu added with a hint of jest. Sister Yu speaks so eloquently, unlike some people who only know how to insult me as a swamp monkey, without understanding anything about art. Yu Ling Shuang could only smile awkwardly at that remark. Miss Jung not only possesses beauty, but also a noble soul. Then Yu Ling Shuang glanced at Park Jimin, who remained indifferent, stirring up anger within her. What's with Park Jimin's attitude? He clearly looks down on my appearance, or perhaps he's hesitant due to someone else's presence, hence not showing his true feelings. Jung Zai-Lu, enthusiastic as ever, suggested, or how about this? Sister Yu can join my company. I have a major project coming up, and if you perform well, I'll promote you to assistant general manager with a salary of 50,000, not just a dream. Yu Ling Shuang became even more irritated hearing this, but in this situation, she couldn't outright refuse Jung Zai-Lu's invitation. Therefore, she chose to remain silent in her anger. Who wants to be your assistant? What a nuisance. My goal is Park Jimin, that Dan brat, daring to stay here and interfere with my good fortune. Get lost. In just a moment, Park Jimin had escorted Yu Ling Shuang back home. Seeing the young lady who always cherished cleanliness and paid special attention to her attire now covered in dirt, Park Jimin couldn't believe it himself. Alongside Yu Ling Shuang, he too was covered in mud. Immediately, the bewildered bodyguards could believe their eyes. Miss, how did this happen? Miss, are you all right? It looks terrible indeed, and you're injured too. How do we explain this to the young master? As they spoke, the bodyguards turned to inspect Yu Ling Shuang closely. Seeing this, Jung Zai-Lu's eyes blazed with anger. Furious, she scolded, "You idiots, what are you doing? I'm the real miss. Get out, all of you. You mistook me for someone else, and you'll answer to my brother for this." The bodyguards, feeling unjustly accused, were on the verge of tears. One of them explained, "Miss, you're dressed so differently, so it's understandable that we mistook you. You can't blame us, can you?" Wang Meng, seeing the situation, quickly intervened. "Come on, Zai-Lu. It didn't mean any harm." On one side, Jung Zai-Lu was scolding the bodyguards, while on the other, she dramatically recounted Park Jimin's 1 versus 6 battle in the cornfield. Then Wang Meng glanced towards the beautiful girl Park Jimin had just brought home. Contrary to expectations, she didn't feel jealous. Instead, an indescribable feeling arose within her. This sister, although a bit dirty, is quite beautiful. Her gaze at Big Brother is clearly meaningful. It's only been half a day, and my big brother has already charmed another girl. His romantic luck is truly abundant. Wang Meng began to observe the relationship between Park Jae-min and each girl meticulously. But Miss Jung also likes my big brother. He's really cool. Only a male god has such a lure, attracting so many goddesses around him. It's like a romance novel. In that moment, Wang Meng's eyes lit up with pride as she looked at Park Jae-min. Park Jae-min found Wang Meng's unusual reaction perplexing. This little girl looking at her big brother with such a strange gaze. Meng, have you finished your writing assignment? Upon hearing Park Jae-min's question, Wang Meng teased him playfully. Big brother is so amazing, too fantastic. Just now, he found 2 sisters for me. Upon hearing this, Park Jae-min became flustered and hurriedly clarified. Big brother, no, don't talk nonsense. As predicted by Wang Meng, both girls reacted strongly, their embarrassment evident on their faces, impossible to hide. Jung Jae-lu exclaimed, What sister-in-law? Meng, don't talk nonsense. The young mist, don't want that. Yu Ling Shuang bowed her head shyly and also quickly explained, Good little sister, my brother and sister just met for the first time. I misunderstood. Seeing the awkwardness on their faces, Wang Meng felt extremely amused. Hey, still pretending with me? There will be a lively scene in this house later, hey. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward, and the bodyguards quickly brought a medical kit for Jung Jae-lu. Jung Jae-lu took the medical kit and suggested, Sister, you were injured before. Let the young miss apply the medicine for you. It's not good for me to do it. I can handle it myself. What are you afraid of, sister? The young miss is very professional. All right, then be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt. Jung Jae-lu opened the medical kit, suppressing her mischievous expression replaced by professionalism. With just a piece of cotton soaked in hydrogen peroxide, her slender hand gently applied it to Yu Ling Shuang's wound. Although her movements were confidently executed, Jung Jae-lu's technique was peculiar. However, Yu Ling Shuang was quite the opposite of her. In less than 5 seconds, Yu Ling Shuang cried out in pain, it hurts so much. Hearing this, Jung Jae-lu panicked even more. I'm sorry, I was not careful and applied too much pressure. Afterward, Jung Jae-lu was more cautious, but she kept pushing harder onto the wound. This time, Yu Ling Shuang began to scream even louder, it hurts so much. Seeing Yu Ling Shuang panting heavily due to the unexpectedly strong and professional treatment, Jung Jae-lu became even more flustered. Unfortunately, the bottle of hydrogen peroxide accidentally spilled all over Yu Ling Shuang's wound. Oh, I'm sorry, I applied too much force by accident. Yu Ling Shuang in pain sobbed, No, it's okay, you didn't mean to. The flip side of pain was ignited fury. You little demon from the Jung family, I won't spare you. Go die, just die. At this moment, Park Jae-min could no longer stand idly by. He reached out and gently took Jung Jae-lu's hand to stop her. Let me handle this. Jung Jae-lu hesitated for a moment, but eventually allowed Park Jae-min to take over. I'm sorry. She's never done this before. She hurt you. I apologize. Let me help you disinfect the wound. As he spoke, Park Jae-min gently applied medication to the wound, his movements displaying ample professionalism. Not only that, he took the opportunity to steal a glance for a moment. Yu Ling Shuang looked at Park Jae-min. You're so gentle. Thank you, Mr. Park. I didn't expect you to handle the wound so professionally. Truly impressive. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill rating -5. Current goodwill rating -85 points. Park Jae-min looked at her with a touched expression, seemingly at a loss for how to react. If it weren't for her goodwill rating towards me, which stands at -85 points, I might have thought she genuinely appreciated my help. A heart as deep as a bottomless lake, a face serene hiding deep emotions, a delicate flower with hidden thorns, thoughts concealed beyond reveal, unable to display, a passionate kiss dripping with tears, formidable, truly formidable. Park Jae-min meticulously reconsidered once again. Her acting is truly outstanding. Fortunately, I have a reminder system to keep my spirits optimistic. Otherwise, I might assume she is grateful and admiring me. But ultimately, I must wonder what she desires. With such acting skills, the self-respect of an ordinary man would be stirred. Then falling into her trap and being spun around by her. Among the women I've encountered, perhaps only Kim Jenny can be compared to her in acting. She is a formidable opponent and must be dealt with carefully. Meanwhile, Yu Ling Shuang towards Park Jae-min, a man full of masculine grime, had a new perception. This President Lim is only handsome and well endowed. Sadly, he is a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. According to Kang Cha-won's health examination results, Park Jimin's mother, it shows she is incapable of reproduction. Thus, it can be inferred that Wang Mang Mang clearly has no blood relationship. Currently, all conclusions are still premature, and President Lim's identity holds too many mysteries. But contemplating this, Yu Ling Shuang felt Park Jamin was a hypocrite. Clearly, he knew that Wang Mang Mang wasn't his biological sister, yet he didn't inform her. In fact, he deliberately exploited their sibling relationship to live together and gradually execute his plan. That must be the case. Even if we overlook the hostile relationship between me and him purely in terms of character, Park Jamin is a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Mang Mang is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, regarding him as her real brother, yet he dared to deceive her and waited for the right moment to take advantage of her. Truly, he is a despicable creature, making everyone disgusted. When the opportunity arises in the future, I must certainly expose his true face. Moreover, he even took advantage of my injury and gazed at my body. Indeed, opportunism knows no bounds. Sooner or later, I will make him regret his actions thoroughly. Yu Ling Shuang smirked inwardly. Park Jimin's reaction was also within her expectations. I don't know if Park Jamin suspects anything about my identity, but behaving like a beaten thug is truly beyond shocking. Park Jimin's vanity and ease of access to me overall is a significant mistake. A while later, Park Jimin finished disinfecting Yu Ling Shuang's wound. The bandage is done. Let's go shower and change clothes. Yes, thank you, Miss Zhang. As soon as Zhongzai Lu finished speaking, she immediately led Yu Ling Shuang to bathe. After half an hour, when Zhongzai Lu had finished bathing and changed into new clothes, the bodyguards were mesmerized by her beauty. Oh, she's absolutely stunning, truly remarkable. This beauty rendered Yu Ling Shuang completely renewed. In her khaki pants and white shirt, she shone brilliantly with her inherent beauty. Smooth white skin, sparkling gem-like eyes, and elegant, dignified face. Wang Mang Mang couldn't help but admire her. You're so beautiful. Even Park Jimin couldn't help but be surprised. The contrast before and after bathing was so significant that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Although I know they're both beautiful, it's only upon closer inspection that you realize they're unbelievably beautiful. Zhang Zidai Lu was proud, while Yu Ling Shuang was aloof. Neither was inferior to the other. You is the most beautiful, she said. After speaking, Yu Ling Shuang gently patted the girl's head, silently admiring Park Jimin's discerning eye. Park Jimin, you have a truly unique sense of aesthetics. Choosing a little sister is like finding such a precious gem. Humph, even at Mado Film Academy and Beijing Film Academy, renowned as havens for beauties, it's rare to find students with such exceptional beauty as Wang Mang Mang. Simply choosing either of those schools randomly, they would still be the most dazzling flowers. The more Park Jimin gazed upon the beauty of Yu Ling Shuang, the more he felt regretful for not having her by his side. Immediately afterward, he once again extended an invitation. Miss Yu, I have you come to work as my personal secretary. I find you very suitable. Yu Ling Shuang pretended to be coy and inquired, Oh, why so suddenly? What a coincidence. I'm currently looking for a new job. What does President Park do exactly? Though appearing innocent and harmless on the surface, inwardly, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't contain her laughter. Ah, why is he so eager? Men are so shallow. Clearly mesmerized by my looks, he wants to turn me into his personal secretary. Ha ha, hilarious. Seeing Park Jimin remaining silent, Yu Ling Shuang feared he might say something unpleasant, so she hastily exclaimed, I'm not one to forget favors. President Park saved me, and I will certainly repay him. Park Jimin replied firmly, not allowing any room for refusal. Regarding my profession, I'll let you know after careful consideration. From now on, don't call me gentleman anymore. Call me President Lim instead. This decision is final. Don't worry too much. The job isn't complicated, and you're fully capable of doing it. But before officially taking up the position, you need to complete a special task. Park Jimin didn't ask for Yu Ling Shuang's opinion, knowing well that with her personality, she couldn't refuse this offer. He also used this offer as an excuse to invite her without making a mistake, believing that based on Yu Ling Shuang's intelligence, she would understand and agree immediately. Indeed, less than 5 seconds later, Yu Ling Shuang nodded in agreement, albeit with some suspicion when asking about the special task. Thinking about Park Jimin's twisted personality, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't help but think disorganized thoughts. Damn it, does this jerk intend to make me do something special? Park Jimin turned back to gesture at Yu Ling Shuang with his fingers, then proceeded to climb to the 3rd floor, heading towards the room on the rooftop. Yu Ling Shuang knew that as the personal secretary of a master, keeping secrets was crucial. Some things couldn't be known to outsiders, and she understood Park Jimin's intention. Therefore, she didn't hesitate, quickly following along. In Yu Ling Shuang's thoughts, this relationship has only just been established, mostly due to physical attractiveness. Park Jimin completely distrusts me, so this task is a significant challenge for me. As she followed Park Jimin, Yu Ling Shuang mentally prepared herself meticulously and constantly encouraged herself. Things have come to this point. No matter what challenges Park Jimin throws at me, I must excel. Since childhood being recruited into the Jin Corporation, I have undergone numerous rigorous training sessions, even deep specialized training. Everything is for one sole purpose: loyalty to Jin Corporation, loyalty to the young master Jin Jiangmiu. So no matter how cruel the task, even if it means sacrificing my own beauty, I must overcome this challenge. This is an opportunity for me to gain Park Jimin's trust, that scoundrel, and thereby access the core secrets of the corporation. Quickly they arrived at a room on the top floor. Park Jimin slouched into a chair, one hand picking at his nose, his expression lazy, but his eyes emitting a mysterious and unreadable aura. Yu Ling Shuang asked seriously, "Master, what task you have for me? Please assign it." Park Jimin casually flicked away the booger, not bothering to hide his disgust, then glanced at Yu Ling Shuang's reaction before calmly responding, "All right, provide me with your bank account number." Though unsure of Park Jimin's intentions for wanting her bank card, Yu Ling Shuang remained vigilant. After Park Jimin spoke, he took out his phone, opened his WeChat, and quickly added Yu Ling Shuang as a friend, saying, "All right, done." After adding each other, Yu Ling Shuang smoothly tucked her phone into her chest pocket, her nimble and tidy movements causing Park Jimin to widen his eyes in surprise. Yu Ling Shuang noticed Park Jimin's gaze, which seemed fixed on her ample bosom. She felt momentarily embarrassed, but quickly chuckled inwardly. Is he suspicious of my identity, wanting to investigate me using my bank account number? Ah, how could I leave such a loophole? All the banking information I provide is completely clean. I've prepared for this in advance. He won't find anything. Ha ha ha. Quickly, there was a message notification from the bank. Yu Ling Shuang, curious, opened it to see, "Ding, your bank account, ending in 7687, has received 100 million. Yu Ling Shuang stared at the message on her mobile phone, eyes widening in disbelief. What? This is 100 million? Yu Ling Shuang was extremely flustered, her mind racing as she tried to analyze Park Jimin's intentions. What does Park Jimin want? Is this funding for a secret mission? Well, we've just met, and he's already transferring 100 million to me. Isn't he afraid I might take the money and run? Or is he intentionally using this amount to test my loyalty and integrity? With these thoughts in mind, Yu Ling Shuang tried to calmly inquire, "Master, this is..." Park Jimin smiled mysteriously, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he leaned closer to Yu Ling Shuang, his tone full of implications. "Ling Shuang, let me be blunt. Your task is to spend all of this 100 million within one day. If by this time tomorrow you've managed to spend it all, consider yourself having passed my challenge. Otherwise, if you fail, I won't be able to keep you." Yu Ling Shuang quickly disappeared completely. This is quite strange. I have never heard of any company requiring such a thing. Just spending all 100 million is enough. He is too casual about it. But as she pondered, Yu Ling Shuang began to analyze the 100 million from a professional financial management perspective. No, it's not right. It's not that simple. Park Jimin is cunning. Everything he does has a hidden agenda. This task is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be deeper intentions, especially since Yu Ling Shuang had undergone extensive training and absorbed rich experience in financial management and investment, along with business management experience. However, faced with the challenge of Park Jimin's task, she was completely puzzled. What does he really intend? Is the purpose not to make money, but to waste it? Does he want to see if I will spend recklessly? It can't be that simple. No employer allows employees to spend 100 million freely. Only someone sick would do that, but Chairman Lim isn't sick. He's very intelligent. So, is this a trap or a challenge? I have to spend all 100 million within a day, while also making money for him, but I can't excel too much or else I'll be suspected, and I can't be too incompetent, or I'll fall out of his favor. So what exactly do I have to do? Yu Ling Shuang hesitated, her mind feeling like it was about to explode. She felt this task was incredibly difficult, to the point of absurdity. How am I supposed to do this? They didn't teach us these things in training camp. Park Jimin didn't expect Yu Ling Shuang to think so much. He simply wanted to find someone to spend a large sum of money. Conveniently, Yu Ling Shuang became the fall guy. He used the excuse of a challenge to squander money. After pondering for a while, Yu Ling Shuang still doubted and asked, "Master, are there any conditions for this 100 million? Are there any restrictions, like not being allowed to buy a house, a car, or do I need to make a reasonable investment plan?" Park Jimin calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about such complications. There are no restrictions whatsoever. Do whatever you want. All right, the task has been assigned. Report the results to me tomorrow. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, otherwise consider the experiment a failure. Hearing Park Jimin's words, Yu Ling Xuan was completely speechless. Park Jimin concluded and walked away from the rooftop room. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Just 100 million and she's already puzzled. If she were my secretary, I'd give her 200 billion. Wouldn't she hemorrhage her brain? I wonder if it's someone's scheme to send spies. Indeed, she hasn't experienced much in life. After receiving the task from Park Jimin, Yu Ling Xuan wanted to call Jin Jianmu to request guidance regarding Park Jimin's perplexing actions. However, she feared that there might be surveillance cameras in the area monitoring unusual activities, so she could only accompany Park Jimin downstairs and wait for another opportunity to report the details. As soon as she saw Park Jimin coming downstairs, Wang Mengmeng hastily asked, as the boss finished assigning tasks to Sister Yu, "Can I ask a little?" Park Jimin pointed at Wang Mengmeng's forehead solemnly. Kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Then Park Jimin quickly changed the subject. "Oh, this afternoon the boss has to go out for a trip. Yeah, about buying land yesterday. How did he talk to the village chief?" Wang Mengmeng smiled brightly in response. "The village chief said I should negotiate with the uncles and aunts in the village first. We could only buy the land if they agree to sell." Wang Mengmeng asked curiously again, "Where is the boss going this afternoon?" "The boss is going to the city center this afternoon." At the same time, Yu Ling Xuan came downstairs from upstairs and unintentionally overheard the conversation between Park Jimin and Wang Mengmeng. This seemingly simple story couldn't help but arouse suspicion in her heart. Buying land, could it be related to the film studio project? Instantly, Yu Ling Xuan woke up to this realization. Nowadays, everyone is rushing to buy land in Nanfang Tianmen City, causing the prices in this area to skyrocket. But they overlook Mayang Shizhen in the southeast corner where Park Jimin grew up. This person is too cunning, too clever. This is precisely the strategy of attacking the east while feigning a move to the west. He doesn't want to develop in Baifang, but in Nanfang. Though land in Nanfang may also see appreciation, it will never reach the exorbitant levels of Baifang. Waiting until all the land speculators have poured their money into buying at high prices, he silently swallows up the Nanfang area. And if the film city decides to choose a location in Nanfang, then at that time, land prices in Baifang will plummet, while those in Nanfang will soar. Ultimately, no one will have a chance to compete with him anymore, while he allies with the Zheng family, taking advantage of the opportunity to cut deals with small investors. Just a decoy, truly cunning. Who knows how many people will face financial ruin, families torn apart. Thinking about this, Yu Ling Xuan's train of thought became particularly clear. So Park Jimin's investment in Baifang of Tianmen City is just baseless rumor. He can withdraw at any time without losing anything. Attacking his land acquisition plan now would be rash. We must wait for him to invest more financially here and cut off his escape route, forcing him to face a difficult situation. The more she thought, the more alert Yu Ling Xuan became. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on her face. "Unfortunately, I won't let him succeed. This time, both the Zheng and Jin families will cooperate in external support. By then, we must make sure he reaps what he sows." At this moment, Wang Mengmeng persistently begged next to Park Jimin. "Boss, can I go with you to the city center this afternoon?" Park Jimin looked straight at Wang Mengmeng and asked back, "Why do you want to go? What for?" Wang Mengmeng fluttered her eyelashes and whispered, I want to buy some new clothes." Observing Wang Mengmeng's appearance and her current attire, Park Jimin suddenly realized this girl seems to have been stimulated by Zhengzai Lu, that rustic girl. Seeing others have many clothes while she herself lacks, she wants to dress up. After all, she's still a young girl who doesn't like to look beautiful. As soon as he understood this, Park Jimin continued to pat Wang Mengmeng's head, speaking with a tone of indulgence. "All right, no problem. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you." Wang Mengmeng happily nodded repeatedly, but Park Jimin's patting made her feel annoyed again. "Oh, I hate this. My hair is all messed up now. Even if I were a star in the sky, you'd still pick me." Suddenly, Zheng Lu burst out with excitement and indignation. "Fine, you caught me red-handed. If you guys are going out to play and don't let me go, then forget it. I want to go too. I want to go buy clothes." The more she talked about shopping, the more agitated Zheng Lu became, her voice filled with indignation. "In situations like this, you should have called me earlier. Is this how you treat a comrade in arms? Furthermore, I've never been to Tianmen City, so I also want to go see. I'm a responsible person, but you didn't invite me. Were you planning to call a taxi?" Park Jimin pondered silently, nodding agreement to himself. This rustic girl can come along too. At least she has a car. We won't need to call an extra taxi, saving some transportation money. Later, Park Jimin rubbed his chin again, looking towards Yu Ling Xuan. And there's Yu Ling Xuan too. She can come along. She has a big role. Seeing Park Jimin's gaze, Yu Ling Xuan couldn't help but shiver momentarily. What's with that look, Park Jimin? So creepy. But it just so happens that Park Jimin asked me to spend all 100 million, so spending this money sooner is better. A while later, all four of them set off for the city center. Upon arriving at the Tianmen City Shopping Center, Zheng Xiaolu dashed off like a wild horse, completely letting loose. She dragged Wang Meng Meng along, urging her, "Meng Meng, don't be scared, run faster, it's just shopping, follow me." Wang Meng Meng was equally excited, feeling like she had taken a tonic. Okay, it's my first time here, I love it. All right, I'll show you around this area." Park Jimin turned back and saw Yu Ling Xuan still sitting in the car, so he said, "Hey you, get out of the car, let's go." Yu Ling Xuan was currently calculating with the 100 million. Upon hearing Park Jimin's suggestion, she asked back, "Oh, what am I going for?" Park Jimin chuckled calmly and said, "Come here and carry our stuff, otherwise, what else are you here for? Why are you still sitting there? You're my secretary now, got it? Serve me." Hearing this, Yu Ling Xuan was so angry that the pen in her hand was unconsciously snapped in half. Tianmen City, though a small city, is not lacking in famous brands. Park Jimin, accompanied by three beauties, just stepped into the shopping center, immediately attracting all eyes. Each of the three ladies possessed their own unique beauty, illuminating wherever they went. The passing crowd, with heads turning, reached a 100% gauge rate. Park Jimin, exuding ample confidence, flashed a sunny smile. "Meng Meng, don't hesitate with your big brother, just say what you like." The first destination was a clothing store, and the shopping frenzy officially began. The most distressing moment for Wang Meng Meng was the decision-making process while shopping. She stood before countless choices, left, right, front, back, all incredibly appealing. This dress was beautiful, that one was cute, leaving her unsure which one to choose. At this moment, Park Jimin showcased his irresistible charm, expressing it flawlessly. "I think these outfits are very beautiful." After saying that, Park Jimin stepped forward to the staff, winking mischievously. "My two little sisters just picked out those outfits. Take all of them in every color. Bundle them up. I'll swipe the card." Park Jimin's words startled the staff, causing them to jump and break out in a cold sweat. Buying clothes this time, they probably won't need any for 3 years. Next, the four of them moved on to the handbag store, where Wang Meng Meng was delighted with each choice. "This bag looks nice." After saying this, Park Jimin skipped the selection process entirely and went straight to the cashier. "All the handbags in the store, take 2 of each color. One to carry and one to admire at home. I'll swipe the card." The way he swiped the card, both casual and handsome, left the girls swooning in admiration. "Buy everything, swipe the card, hurry up, finalize all orders, swipe the card, shop to your heart's content, the card will take care of everything. Okay, let's go all out, swipe the card." Wang Meng Meng pointed to items and Park Jimin promptly paid for them, his shopping speed measured in seconds, truly overwhelming her. Just as Park Jimin was about to swipe the card again, Meng Meng hastily intervened. "That's enough, boss. We bought too much today. You must be planning to buy me enough clothes for a year. One outfit for every day." Park Jimin waved his hand dismissively, seeming indifferent. "Too much. Why do I still feel empty-handed then?" Hearing this, Wang Meng Meng was also at a loss with his older brother, so she pointed accusingly at Yu Ling Xuan, who was panting for breath, with a tone full of reproach. "Of course you feel empty-handed. All the stuff is with Sister Yu. You really don't know how to cherish what you have, not even sparing a horse to such an extent." Park Jimin leaned close to Yu Ling Xuan, intentionally quirking his lips and inquiring, "Are you really tired, Secretary Yu?" At this moment, Yu Ling Xuan tried to send out a distress signal, but all she could do was shake her head with a forced smile. "Hey, not tired, I can still handle it." Park Jimin assumed the demeanor of a master, his tone devoid of any sympathy. "Even if you're tired, work still needs to be done. If you don't do it, someone else will. The company isn't a charity organization, you have to prove your worth." Pressured by Park Jimin to this extent, Yu Ling Xuan could only swallow back her anger and tears, silently cursing. "Listen to this. This is what humans say." Suddenly, Park Jimin had a thought. "Oh right, I need to buy a house here later, so there's a place to stay every time I come to the city center. After all, I'm also someone with a secretary, can't do everything on my own. Being a master requires the demeanor of one." After some thought, Park Jimin turned to Yu Ling Xuan and delegated, "Having so much stuff like this is quite troublesome. Secretary Yu, later you'll go to the city center to buy an apartment, purchase it under Meng Meng's name, for storing clothes, absolutely not under my name." Yu Ling Xuan heard this with genuine bitterness. treating Mr. Hanning like a servant, Park Jimin is despicable. I must kill him. As if realizing this was an opportunity to escape from Park Jimin's gaze, Yu Lingshuan quickly nodded in agreement and swiftly left. Yes, master. I'll leave immediately. With a house in place, Wang Meng and Zheng Zailu dressed up luxuriously, following Park Jimin down the street. Along the way, he also informed Zhang Xiaosong that there was no need to pick them up. 10 minutes later, Park Jimin stopped in front of the Yujin restaurant, where immediately 2 old classmates of Park Jimin were standing outside, stunned. Whoa, who's this? A Bentley 720 worth over 10 million. In Tianmen City, we even have someone who can drive this. Wang Meng and Zheng Zailu got out of the car, doubling the melancholy, feeling like an endless ocean, longing but unreachable. Oh my god, these 2 girls are truly beautiful. The kind of people we could never keep up with in our lifetime. As Park Jimin stepped out of the car, a hint of recognition flashed through the minds of his old friends, but it had been over 10 years since 9th grade, and his appearance had changed a lot. Therefore, the group of friends stood there discussing among themselves, hesitant to approach and greet him. Hey, that driver looks familiar, doesn't he? He does, but I don't think he's someone we know. Anyway, driving a Bentley, I don't know anyone that wealthy. Seeing his 2 old friends, Park Jimin's face revealed a pleasant surprise. Wui Xian, it's really you guys. Unaware that they would meet their 2 close friends again after many years at this middle school reunion, Wui pushed up his black-framed glasses, pretending not to recognize Park Jimin. But after a while, both of them exclaimed in amazement, Park Jimin, it's you, Dan. Oh my god, you changed so much. We didn't even recognize you just now. Park Jimin, you've made it big, driving a Bentley. Park Jimin, you're amazing. Can I join you later? Just as Wu Wei and Jian were longing, an unfriendly voice rang out beside them. Ha 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 ha. Driving a Bentley? You guys actually believe this kid can drive a Bentley? This car isn't even his. Park Jimin followed the voice, only to see a group of people who were both familiar and unfamiliar. He tried to recall their names, but couldn't quite remember. Leading the group was Zhang Xiaosong. Park Jimin, why the need for such extravagance lately? Renting a car to attend a class reunion? Can't we just be real with each other? A girl with a mocking expression chimed in. Exactly. Park Jimin, weren't you always honest before? Now, meeting old classmates and still trying to show off wealth. Everything should be based on one's own abilities. We all know your background, so stop pretending. After hearing Zhang Xiaosong and Wang Xian's words, Wu Wei and Jian, who were just longing moments ago, now looked at Park Jimin with disappointment. Park Jimin didn't care about others' gazes, but Wu Wei and Jian were childhood friends, and so many beautiful memories with them were still vivid in his mind, which made him feel both awkward and embarrassed. At this moment, Park Jimin began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Here we go again. Every time we meet, it's the same old show. I'm really tired of it. I bet someone will come out with a big fuss again soon. Just as the tension in the air was palpable, a tall and sturdy male student stepped forward to mediate. All right, Wang Xian, ease up a bit, and Zhang Xiaosong, tone it down too. We're all friends here. It's been a while since we've seen each other. No need to provoke each other right off the bat. At first, Park Jimin didn't recognize Jiang Dongsai, but after rummaging through his memories for a while, a glimmer of recognition flashed in his mind, and gradually the pieces of memory came flooding back. This is Jiang Dongsai. Back in 9th grade, Jiang Dongsai was the shortest and skinniest student in the class, so he was often bullied. But how he's changed so much over the years, it's like a miracle. With these thoughts in mind, Park Jimin looked at Jiang Dongsai with a somewhat complicated expression. Who would have thought that after so many years, the boy who used to be bullied in school had become someone all his classmates sought to flatter? Truly, time changes people, and Zhang Xiaosong lowered his tone, trying to flatter Jiang Dongsai. Wow, Zhang, why did you personally come out to greet us? The girls gathered around, showering Jiang Dongsai with endless praise. Jiang Dongsai, you've changed so much. Now you're tall and handsome too. Seriously, we almost didn't recognize you. At this point, Zhang Xiaosong teased and flattered at the same time. Not only tall and handsome, but even more than that, Jiang's father was promoted to become the district party secretary a few years ago. Remember back when Jiang was just a class monitor? Now he's a district official and outstanding student at Fusion University in Mado. People used to misunderstand him. Zhang Xiaosong's eloquence made Jiang Dongsai very pleased. He stood tall, beaming with satisfaction. Xiaosong, don't exaggerate. We're all old classmates. There's no need to dwell on the past. My father always taught me to be modest and restrained when interacting with others. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Park Jimin, then settled on the faces of Wang Meng and Zheng Zailu, his expression filled with curiosity. Back in ninth grade, there weren't many stand-up beauties among the girls. The most eye-catching were Qin Lan Lan and Lang Jing. But compared to these two young ladies, the difference is huge. Zhang Dongsai smiled gently, exuding a confident and graceful demeanor as he turned towards Wang Meng Meng and Zheng Zai Lu, asking, "Oh, these two young ladies look unfamiliar. How did I miss knowing them back in junior high? Could you introduce them a bit?" Instantly, all the eyes of Park Jimin's old friends turned to the two girls. Wang Meng Meng, who used to dress modestly, concealing her inherent beauty, today adorned herself in fashionable attire with subtle makeup, showcasing her pure beauty that mesmerized onlookers. Park Jimin proudly pointed to his sister, introducing her with great pride. "Oh, this is my sister, Wang Meng Meng, and this is her friend, Zheng Zai Lu. I brought them here for lunch today. Hope it's not a bother." Park Jimin's introduction made Zheng Zai Lu feel extremely irritated and uncomfortable. "I am Zheng Zai Lu from the Zheng family. Since when do I have to lower myself to the level of going out for lunch?" Upon learning that Wang Meng Meng was Park Jimin's sister, Zhang Dongsai's eyes lit up, and his attitude towards Park Jimin became more enthusiastic. Why would it be a bother? Welcome, welcome. Not only was he warm towards Park Jimin, but Zhang Xiaozhong, Wu Wei, and Jian were also the same. Exactly. Let's enjoy together. It's not early anymore. Let's go to a private room. No need to stand outside. Walking behind the two beautiful young ladies, Zhang Dongsai felt his body heat up, his heart beating faster, blood surging, almost spurting out of his nose. He began to fantasize. "I've never seen two fantastic girls like this in Tianmen City appearing at the same time. I wonder who to choose, or should I choose both?" Such a dilemma. Park Jimin glanced at Zhang Dongsai, who was eyeing Wang Meng Meng with longing, feeling a hint of disdain inside. "Humph, this guy also wants to become my brother-in-law, huh? Rich dad, so the kid thinks he's the best without even checking if he's worthy or not. Such delusions." As the food quickly arrived, the initially unfamiliar atmosphere gradually became warm and congenial as laughter filled the air. At Zhang Dongsai's table, he stood out the most, continuously praising the future development of Tianmen City. His topics were all high-level, reflecting a broad and far-reaching vision. People enthusiastically discussed the city's development, Chairman Lim's 100 billion investment. After a while, Zhang Dongsai turned to Park Jimin and inquired, "Park Jimin, what are your plans after graduation?" Park Jimin was eating enthusiastically, pondering for a moment upon hearing the question, then calmly shared his thoughts. "Graduation, huh? Seems like I've never really thought about that." But deep down, Park Jimin felt life was as lonely as snow. Such happiness, enduring it alone like this. Everyone is busy seeking employment, while I live each day carefree, not needing to work, yet having endless money to spend, sleeping whenever I want. Life feels mundane, and there's a bunch of girls chasing after me. Honestly, I'm getting tired of this monotonous routine day after day. With a sigh, Park Jimin continued, "Graduation, huh? Honestly, I haven't thought about it. I can't work. In this life, I can't work. Perhaps I'll travel and explore the world outside." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongsai smirked, then looked at Park Jimin with a suggestion. "Why are you so sluggish? Youth is the time to strive. If you want to travel, do you have money, or how about coming to work at my company? I'll pay you 5,000 a month." Zhang Dongsai's words were meant to boast about his established career. But to Zheng Zai Lu's ears, Zhang Dongsai's words felt like a mockery. She took a sip of water and promptly spat it out, remarking, "Here's the chairman of Lim Corporation, yet this kid wants to offer 5,000 a month to lure people to work for his company." Seeing her reaction a bit exaggerated, Zheng Zai Lu quickly tried to cover up. "Haha, sorry. I choked on my drink, haha." Afterward, Zheng Zai Lu continued to laugh lightly, silently thinking, this kid, not only does he not know that Chairman Lim is present here, but he also offers 5,000 a month, boasting about his newly established company. This boy is quite audacious. Upon hearing Zhang Dongsai's offer, Park Jimin tactfully declined. "Dongsai, I appreciate your good intentions, but I still don't want to work." Zhang Dongsai nodded with a smile. "All right, everyone has their own direction, can't force it." His words were only meant to boast about his career, so when Park Jimin declined, although he didn't show any sign of it outwardly, deep inside, he felt extremely disdainful. Mud diluted with water won't stick to the wall. What kind of person are you? You're already overthinking it. If it weren't for your beautiful sister, I wouldn't even bother introducing a job to you. Wang Xian, surprised and curious, asked, "What's going on?" "Dongsai, you started a company? What kind of company is it?" Zhang Dongsai appeared extremely modest, saying, "It's nothing much, just a small business. I started a construction company. Anyway, I studied architecture and construction engineering, and even in my first year of university, I did some external work. As I got more involved in this field, I decisively founded the company. Currently, we have over 10 employees and we're operating steadily. Alongside him, Zhang Xiaohong chimed in, Zhang's company is not small at all. This time, the illustrious Chairman Lim wants to invest in a film studio, so Zhang has a great opportunity. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohong was worth his weight in gold. Without Zhang Dongsai needing to suggest anything, there were others helping him shine bright. That's right, if Chairman Lim wants to develop a film city, he'll definitely need an architectural design company. This time, if we can collaborate on the Film City project, it will surely be a significant breakthrough, a rare opportunity. So I will definitely spare no effort to bid for the Tian Men City Film Studio project. This is a chance to become famous after just one battle. Hearing that Qin Lan Lan, the former campus beauty queen, suddenly became extremely excited, the illustrious Chairman Lim, who has donated hundreds of millions on Shark livestream platforms, recently investing in various fields, is truly a wealthy tycoon. Dongsi, do you know this person? Seeing everyone looking at him with admiration, Zhang Dongsai also enthusiastically boasted, haha, I've met him once. Upon hearing this, the group of old classmates immediately started praising him endlessly. Dongsai is truly remarkable. Despite being a party secretary's son, he still strives like this. He even started his own company while still in college, such a talented youth. Everyone has met the illustrious Chairman Lim. Compared to us, they're on a different level. Their family is wealthy yet humble and courteous, with boundless generosity. While the old friends were happily chatting, some insensitive guy belched loudly, leaving the others feeling annoyed and powerless. The son of the county leader, but he's not content, just waiting for his inheritance. Look at him, and that's the difference. The thing people fear most is being compared, and some are truly like muddy swamps, unable to compare with talented and hardworking individuals. At this moment, Zhang Dongsai's face was filled with confidence and satisfaction. Indeed, one must show off their best when returning to the countryside. Just a little display is enough to intimidate those rustic friends. And as for this guy, Park Jimin, he just eats and waits to die every day. Fresh out of university, even a 5,000 salary is not low. Many people only get 3,000. He truly doesn't know how to consider his options. Listening to these people jesting around, Jia Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is truly outrageous. He dares to say he wants to bid for the Film City design project, right in front of Chairman Lim. He wants to make everyone laugh, doesn't he? The more days passed, the more Jia Lu looked at Zhang Dongsai with amusement, as if watching a clown perform. Zhang Dongsai also noticed Jia Lu's mocking smile. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but when he sneakily glanced at Jia Lu, he couldn't help but desire to shove a potato into the oven. Huff, why is Miss Zheng laughing so oddly? What's her intention towards me? If that's the case, then nothing beats it. However, after observing for a while, Zhang Dongsai noticed something off about Jia Lu's smile. There was an indescribable hint of mockery hidden behind that smile, leaving him puzzled. Miss Zheng, why do you keep smiling at me like that? Jia Lu pointed to her face, laughing as she explained, oh, it's nothing. Just suddenly remembered something funny. Then she burst into laughter again, casting a meaningful glance at Park Jimin. Park Jimin remained absorbed in his spare ribs, completely indifferent to Zhang Dongsai's antics. It's truly amusing, being shamelessly deceitful in front of Chairman Lim. Park Jimin, typically associated with high society tycoons. He might not be interested in this setting, but perhaps he didn't want to cause a scene. For me, if a man I'm interested in is the type to be laughed at like a wild dog, what's so intimidating about the son of a party secretary? Thinking this, Jia Lu took out her mobile phone, calmly starting to text. Watching Jia Lu's actions, Park Jimin frowned, sensing something amiss. Huff, what's this kid up to? With that sly smile. After the party ended, Zhang Dongsai boldly approached Jia Lu to flirt. Miss Jia Lu, may I add you on WeChat? Jia Lu raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Add on WeChat? Why? Zhang Dongsai leaned in close to Jia Lu, his tone playful. Why not? Just thought you're cute. Wanted to make friends. Jia Lu gave Zhang Dongsai a cold look from head to toe, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Make friends with you. Are you worthy? Zhang Dongsai might be charming, but to Jia Lu's regret, she adamantly refused to give him any face. Her blunt rejection followed, be friends with me? Are you even worthy? Her words silenced the whole school. Even her friends standing beside her couldn't believe it. Zhang Dongsai, known as a handsome, wealthy young master, yet he's being disrespected by a cute little girl like that, deemed unworthy of being her friend. Too arrogant. Feeling irritated at being looked down upon by an unknown girl, Zhang Dongsai couldn't bear it and started to retort, fine, very well. I'm not worthy to be friends with a brat like you, acting all high and mighty. Jia Lu's demeanor was nothing short of disdainful, his following words not only escalating in arrogance, but also dripping with contempt. My face may not be grand, but it's certainly not like some people's. To have mange and yet want to eat swan meat. In an instant, Zhang Gongsai's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit hurriedly approached Zheng Zai-Lu. This man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an incredibly strong presence. Wherever he went, all the staff of the Yujin Hotel hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, CEO, greetings, CEO, greetings, CEO. Zhang Dongsai's expression suddenly eased as he couldn't help but speculate about the man's appearance. Isn't him, Fan Shiti, the CEO of Yujin? Last time my father spent money here, he didn't even bother to show his face. What is he doing here? Fan Shiti, originally exuding an air of arrogance, suddenly became extremely deferential upon approaching Zheng Zai-Lu. Second Mist, I didn't expect you to personally come to the Tianmen City branch. Why didn't you inform us beforehand so we could welcome you properly? I will arrange the most luxurious room for you. In the face of his respectful demeanor, Zheng Zai-Lu waved dismissively. No worries, I'm just strolling around casually. Who would have thought I'd end up at my own doorstep? If you're busy, go on, don't disturb my leisure. Zheng Zai-Lu's arrogant gesture left Zhang Dongsai feeling dizzy, his mind reeling. My own doorstep. Not just him, even his old classmates were astonished and gaping. Dan, Yujin is a nationwide chain with at least 500 branches, total assets exceeding 10 billion. Moreover, it's said that the person behind the Yujin conglomerate is the Zheng family in the capital city of Hanqing. If this isn't a coincidence, wait a minute, Zheng Zai-Lu is also surnamed Zheng, and moreover, according to the legend of the Zheng family, the second young miss is about 18 years old. Just now, that CEO even called her the second young miss. At this point, the expressions of those around turned even more varied. Fear lurking in their eyes couldn't be concealed. It can't be. Is it really a coincidence? The second young miss of the Zheng family dining with us. Wang Meng asked in astonishment. Chai Lu, are they telling the truth? Are you the daughter of that wealthiest tycoon? Zheng Zai-Lu spoke with a haughty expression, then turned and sneered at Park Jimin. Humph, I originally wanted to be normal and blend in with everyone, but instead, all I got was coldness and distance. No more pretending. I give up. My father is Lin Shofu. Park Jimin's head swirled with darkness. This dialogue sounds familiar. This scene too. How did this middle school reunion turn into this rich kid stage? Is this rich kid trying to steal the spotlight from the main character? Zheng Zai-Lu's words silenced the entire school. Zhang Dongsai took 2 steps back, his face filled with disbelief, his expression fluctuating between green and red, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Is this real or am I dreaming? I just had dinner with the daughter of the Zheng family from the capital in Hanqing, and now she's boasting in front of classmates, but they don't even bother to expose me. I'm humiliated to my core. If there were a crack in the ground right now, I'd crawl into it. At that moment, Zheng Zai-Lu turned to Park Jimin, who was approaching and grabbed his arm enough, said, Let's just go home, Park Jimin. It's disgusting to have mange and yet want to eat swan meat. We should look at ourselves in the mirror before judging others. Finishing his statement, Zheng Zai-Lu leaned his head on Park Jimin's left arm, displaying an extreme intimacy. This remark reached Zhang Dongsai's ears, almost causing him to faint, his entire body feeling drained, nearly collapsing to the ground in despair. Unbearable. Why couldn't it be me? Where exactly am I lacking? Park Jimin's old classmates also looked at him with disdain. Zheng Zai-Lu isn't even ashamed. He's even personally holding onto his arm. Isn't that even more abnormal? This Park Jimin is something else, latching onto the daughter of a tycoon. Zheng Zai-Lu is basically just an ATM for that brat. It's a pity for a jasmine flower stuck in a dung heap. Assistant manager fam, I'll go ahead, I'll take care of this. And so, the 2 beautiful young women followed Park Jimin out of the Yujin Hotel, leaving behind a shadow that made his old classmates insanely jealous. Outside the parking lot, Park Jimin looked at Zheng Zai-Lu, who seemed pleased and asked, Are you satisfied with today's performance? I can't understand why a young lady like you enjoys playing these games. Humph, I don't like seeing them belittle me. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly called Zheng Zai-Lu. Hello, Miss Zai-Lu, where are you? Zheng Zai-Lu chuckled cheerfully in response. Sorry, you sister, Park Jimin, took us to a gathering of old classmates. It was fun. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone, Yu Ling Shuang felt a mix of fear and sinking thoughts. Why didn't Park Jimin invite me to meet his classmates? Is he deliberately keeping me out, afraid I might uncover some secret? It must be so. After grasping the situation and relying on her calculations, Yu Ling Shuang came to a conclusion. It's likely that Park Jimin is wary of me, which is why he didn't let me accompany him. This method also aligns with Chairman Lim's cunning nature, though in thinking from Park Jimin's gathering perspective, Yu Ling Shuang smirked slightly. Being wary of me is futile. He already looks down on me a bit. With such a large number of attendees, all it takes is gathering information from one person, and the content of the gathering won't be a secret anymore. Even what they ate can be found out if I want to investigate. However, that's not urgent. The most pressing matter now is to fulfill Park Jimin's task of spending 100 million before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Spending 100 million isn't that hard. If there's no limit, spending this amount will be a piece of cake, just a matter of moments. Yu Lingshuang wandered around the city center, carefully observing her surroundings, making sure no one was following her before taking out her phone and calling Jin Jiamu for instructions. Does Park Jimin have any ulterior motives for leaving me alone? Could he be secretly sending someone to monitor my every move? With Chairman Lim's immense power, I can't afford to be careless. As darkness descended, tinted orange by the dazzling lights of a luxurious mansion, this was Jin Jiamu's private villa, the young master standing at the pinnacle of power in Mado. He was enjoying a moment of relaxation, nestled in the tender embrace of two beautiful girls. He reclined in the bathtub, closing his eyes to savor the gentle touch of the hands massaging his neck and shoulders, the faint scent of essential oils wafting through the air, the taste of wealth lingering. Just then the phone rang. Young master, I have approached Chairman Lim, but he's quite peculiar. He assigned me a task, but I don't understand his intentions. What task? Yu Lingshuang voiced her suspicions. Park Jimin gave me 100 million and asked me to spend it all within a day. After listening, Jin Jiamu immediately felt uplifted. Is that so? He gave you 100 million and expects you to spend it all within a day. This is good news. It shows that he is testing your capabilities. This is a test for you. You don't need to worry. I'll assign someone to support you fully here, ensuring you quickly spend this 100 million. Only when you pass the challenge can you access his secrets. You're doing great, keep it up. Having just encouraged her with those words, Jin Jiamu then spoke with a serious tone. If this is the first challenge, then show him your investment abilities. It's crucial to thoroughly investigate the relationship between Park Jimin and the Park family. Understood, sir. I will continue to make efforts. As Jin Jiamu finished the call with Yu Lingshuang at that moment, Oh Hyung-sil was overwhelmed as the director, the issues becoming increasingly serious day by day, everything falling on her shoulders, leaving Oh Hyung-sil to unavoidable mistakes. Furthermore, all internal decisions were leaked outside in less than a day. Under immense pressure, Oh Hyung-sil felt useless, not knowing who to trust, thus deciding to call Park Jimin. The mobile phone of Park Jimin rang, illuminating the screen. He saw Oh Hyung-sil calling, quite clever. Just as Park Jimin was about to call Oh Hyung-sil to inquire about the situation, she called first. Upon answering the phone, Park Jimin heard loud sobs from the other end of the line. Concerned, he asked, Hey Hyung-sil, what's wrong? Oh Hyung-sil's voice choked, almost breaking down in tears. Sob Park Jimin, I messed up again, I'm so stupid. I only sleep for 4 hours a day, but the more I try to solve the problems, the more they pile up. I really don't know what to do anymore. Hearing this, Park Jimin felt exhausted too, hastily comforting her. Yeah, take it slow. Whatever it is, whatever problems you can't solve, just tell me. Oh Hyung-sil spoke wearily. Park Jimin, it's all my fault. The land prices have tripled compared to our initial estimates, exceeding our affordability. I never expected this. The city government is also delaying. It seems they want to wait for land prices to rise even higher. Moreover, after news of the film city location in Tianmen City spread, the situation has become even worse. I really don't know what to do. Park Jimin spoke calmly. If the land prices triple, it's fine, not a big deal. But this issue isn't difficult to solve either. We can just change the location for building the film studio, isn't that okay? Oh, Hyun-sil asked anxiously, is this feasible? Moreover, for such an important project, can it be easily changed without any consequences? Park Jimin replied nonchalantly, what consequences could there be? If the city leaders want to blame us, we'll just straightforwardly say it's because the land prices are too high, so the film city will choose another city. Besides, we're in business, not in the blame game. If someone is speculating on land, don't blame us for being ruthless. Change the location, just make that decision. Currently, land prices have reached the level of a second-tier city, but by the end of the call with Park Jimin at 9 p.m., a significant turning point occurred. Oh, Hyung-sil once again spoke out on TikTok, Waymo, and other social media platforms. Oh, Hyung-sil once again held a press conference, stating that due to unforeseen circumstances, the chosen location for building the film studio had changed. Indeed, this event had been anticipated by Yu Lingshuang, and finally, it became reality. The next morning, this news spread vigorously, causing a sudden uproar on social media. In less than an hour, land prices began to plummet. Previously, when prices were at 20,000 per square meter, no one wanted to sell their houses, but now prices had dropped to below 10,000, even lower. Oh Young-sil immediately faced countless criticisms and curses from the online community. Oh Young-sil, this dog is really cunning, leading people like dogs, saying she would build a film studio in Tianmen City and now changing her mind. Shameless. My father borrowed 8 million online to speculate on land. Now, Oh Young-sil changes the location for building the film studio. Soon we'll be on the streets, hoping kind-hearted people will help us. The biggest scam in history. Will Oh Young-sil's film studio ever succeed? Why does this person seem like a scammer demanding Hanjing security to arrest Oh Young-sil? Just that morning, as public opinion spread, major investors also began to wake up. Especially those who have purchased land in the new urban area of Tianmen City at high prices are now extremely angry. They rushed to the film studio area to protest vigorously, with many investors so enraged that they even wanted to resort to violence. By 2 p.m. on that day, room prices had dropped to 8,000, a terrifying figure. Fear began to creep into people's hearts, overriding reason and leading to serious consequences. There were rumors that 6 people in the neighboring building had jumped off, allegedly due to heavy losses from land speculation in Tianmen City. Indeed, land prices in Tianmen City are now plummeting, a truly pitiful sight. Just as 2 gossiping aunts were chatting, they suddenly heard a shrill scream from outside the window. Oh Young-sil, worse than a dog. The 2 aunts were instantly terrified upon hearing this sound, sweating profusely. Did I lock the door to the rooftop? I don't remember if I did or not. I thought I did. But now if not, I'll be deducted from my salary again. How pitiful. Returning to Park Jimin's small house, it was now past 2 p.m. Lying on the bed, Park Jimin was absorbed in staring at his phone screen. The hottest news right now is that land prices in Tianmen City are plummeting, reaching historic lows. The land, which was considered a promised land just a few days ago with grand film studio projects, is now immersed in gloom. Furrowing his brows, Park Jimin quickly scrolled through the comments full of disappointment and frustration from land speculators. Oh my, the land prices dropped drastically right after the press conference, plunging uncontrollably. It's like going back to pre-liberation era. If the Film City project isn't built in Tianmen City, there would be no reason for property prices to soar like this. This is truly a bubble, just waiting to burst upon touch. However, the real losses will only befall upon those hoarding speculators. Ordinary citizens will be less affected by this volatility. Suddenly, Wang Meng burst through the door, her face full of excitement. Boss, wake up. Come out and see this. Park Jimin, engrossed in his phone, was startled by Meng Meng's shout, causing the phone to slip from his hand and hit him in the face. Annoyed, he shouted back, Meng, you're a grown woman now. How can you just barge into a boy's room like that? Wang Meng recoiled for a moment, thinking her brother was watching something inappropriate, then feigned innocence. But we're siblings. It's okay, come on, get up. There's something interesting to see. Park Jimin followed Wang Meng outside, asking, all right, what's so interesting? Wang Meng replied, someone in the village is getting married. Perplexed, Park Jimin asked, getting married? Whose family? Down the village road, a convoy of luxury cars followed one another, totaling about 20, each worth millions, slowly making their way to the small village of Mangshijin. Villagers on both sides of the road curiously gathered to watch. Wang Meng pointed to the first car, saying, look, so many cars, there must be a wedding. At this point, Wang Meng felt something was amiss. Strange, isn't it? Wedding cars without decorations or the word happiness. Why are these cars heading towards our house? Just as Wang Meng was curious, Yu Ling Shuang stepped out of the car. Oh my, what's going on here? Is that Sister Yu? What is Sister Yu doing? In front of Park Jimin's house, villagers also gathered to watch out of curiosity. What's happening at Park Jimin's house? A few days ago, there were construction teams here and now so many cars are coming again. Who knows what's going on? That Park Jimin guy better not have messed with the underworld. Park Jimin stepped out, feeling stunned at the scene. Yu Ling Shuang confidently approached Park Jimin, with 2 staff members behind her carrying a large bag. Sir, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Here are 10 Mercedes-Benz and 10 BMWs. Additionally, I have recruited 36 staff members, including a personal lawyer, a personal doctor, a butler, a nanny, professional chefs, accountants, financial analysts, stock analysts, and comic editors. We are ready to serve you anytime. Here are the deeds to 100 houses. The funds you entrusted to me have been spent. As soon as Park Jimin saw the large bag on the ground being opened, filled with bright red deeds, his mind immediately went into a whirlwind, utterly stunned. Tan, this girl actually bought 100 houses for real. Despite the brief turmoil in his heart, Park Jimin quickly regained his composure. Amidst life's myriad changes, his expression remained unchanged. Park Jimin then looked at Yu Ling Shuang with a cold gaze and asked, whose names are these houses under? Yu Ling Shuang reported confidently, Master, I have successfully acquired a real estate company named Fai Tian. Currently, these 100 houses are all under the company's name. Just sign this document, and all of Fai Tian's assets will belong to the Master. Park Jimin took the document, pretending to casually glance through it while secretly pondering, although she's a spy, her effectiveness is unbelievably high. In just one short day, she has acquired a real estate company, bought 100 luxury apartments along with 20 supercars. She also conveniently handed over to me a team of professional staff, but no one knows if this team is in her control or not. Park Jimin retrieved the documents and turned to enter the house, ascending the stairs towards the room on the third-floor terrace, saying, let's put aside the matter of those documents for now. Come up here with me for a moment. We need to talk privately. There are too many people around here. Yu Ling Shuang nodded, her brows furrowed with suspicion. Following Mr. Jin's instructions, I demonstrated my true abilities. However, his cold demeanor makes me feel uneasy. Something doesn't feel right. Could it be that my display of strength was too much, causing Chairman Lim to be suspicious? Damn it, I should have been more careful. But Mr. Jin has brought in too many helpers, and they're all too eager. Following Park Jimin upstairs, Yu Ling Shuang felt restless, constantly devising countermeasures. However, to her dismay, Park Jimin was not someone who could be easily predicted or understood by conventional means. In the spacious room near the top floor, Park Jimin leaned against the side, facing the world, his gaze profound, exuding a regal demeanor. Secretary Yu, do you know why I've called you up here? For some reason, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly felt tense. No, Master, I don't know. Park Jimin turned around, handing the document to Yu Ling Shuang, his voice gentle yet decisive. Take this. I won't sign as part of the document. From now on, you will be in charge of Fai Tian real estate, along with the 100 million assets. Yu Ling Shuang froze, breaking out in a cold sweat, her response hesitant. This isn't appropriate. I should receive unearned rewards. Before Yu Ling Shuang could finish her sentence, Park Jimin interrupted, yes, you can. Yu Ling Shuang, bewildered, asked, why? Park Jimin spoke slowly. There's no why, because. At this point, Park Jimin suddenly smiled, his gaze softening. Because I love you. Yu Ling Shuang was completely taken aback when Park Jimin, who was usually reserved and taciturn, suddenly confessed his feelings to her without any prior indication. This unexpected revelation caught her off guard, leaving her mind and heart racing with thoughts of he likes me, he loves me. Park Jimin continued his relentless pursuit to the point where he leaned in close to Yu Ling Shuang, his tone serious and his eyes filled with sincerity. Indeed, not to mention 100 million, even if it's 1 billion or 100 billion or even 1 trillion, I would gladly give it all for you, because I like you. Since the moment I saw you yesterday, I've liked you. Yu Ling Shuang, though just a 20-year-old girl, had a life and experiences unlike any other. From a young age, she was raised in a strict environment where emotions and aspirations for freedom were deeply suppressed. With a loyal heart to the Lai family, as Park Jimin persistently confessed his feelings, she grew more anxious and kept withdrawing. Mr. Park, are you joking? This isn't a joke. We've only just met yesterday. Yu Ling Shuang tried to maintain her distance, but Park Jimin continued to close in, making her unable to remain calm. His gaze remained sincere and his tone grew even more serious. Joking? But if it were just a joke, would anyone in this world be willing to spend 100 million just for a joke? If there were no feelings involved, could anyone dare to give away such a huge sum? Yu Ling Shuang found herself backed against the wall, flustered under Park Jimin's gaze. She wanted to say something, but the words choked in her throat. But, before she could react, Park Jimin pressed her against the wall, firmly locking her hands. His warm breath brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to flush red. Time is not an issue, he said. There are those who have known each other for over 10 years and still remain strangers, but others bond for a lifetime after just one glance. As for me, I have felt a connection with you. From this moment on, you are my personal secretary. Congratulations on completing your mission. With that said, Park Jimin smiled gently, took out his mobile phone, and casually initiated a bank transfer. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang looked at Park Jimin, her inner turmoil still unsettled. Oh my, I'm done for. I thought he wanted to do something to me. My heart is pounding so fast. What does he really want? Actions spoke louder than words as Park Jimin added another tenfold to the surprise. In less than a minute, Yu Ling Shuang received a notification on her phone. Ping, your account ending in 7687 has received 1 billion. This time, the figure left Yu Ling Shuang somewhat stunned. 1 billion, sir, this is. Park Jimin casually replied, this is your next task. Spend this 1 billion for me within a week. The simple yet weighty words only added to the confusion in Yu Ling Shuang's heart. For the first time, a big question mark emerged. What does Park Jimin really want? Could he actually be fond of me? Park Jimin teased Yu Ling Shuang like a cat toying with a mouse, adding his already playful demeanor. He observed her rapidly changing facial expressions with delight, unable to contain his amusement. Ha 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 ha! She's already starting to entertain that possibility. Secretary Yu, you are truly fascinating, making me even more excited for your performance. However, Yu Ling Shuang's determination was unwavering as she quickly regained her composure. No, the Lai family has treated me with immense kindness. How can I betray the young master? Even with 1 billion, I will never be bought. Though I cannot deny, the young master is an extraordinarily charming man, handsome in appearance, generous in action, and exceptionally talented. He is truly outstanding. Yu Ling Shuang clenched her fists tightly, striving to dispel the jumbled thoughts in her head. But I detest his arrogant demeanor. So what if he's wealthy? Does he think money can buy the affection of every woman? That will never happen with me, because I have integrity. However, as a spy, Yu Ling Shuang could have remained indifferent to Park Jimin's actions. She pretended to be moved, even mixing in a hint of fear in her gaze. Boss, you've been really good to me. I'll repay you no matter what. Boss, do you want me to spend 1 billion within a week? Park Jimin glanced at Yu Ling Shuang's favorable score. Still a solid 85 points, no change at all. Clearly, the recent emotional display was just a facade. My actions just now were utterly ineffective. The female spy is indeed difficult to sway. It seems wealth alone isn't enough to erode her will. Stronger impacts are necessary. However, I'm not rushing. Besides, our acquaintance is still too brief. Progress must be made step by step. Carefully considering, Park Jimin waved his hand and departed, saying, repaying favors is unnecessary. You're free to spend this billion however you please, decide for yourself. Seeing Park Jimin leave decisively, Yu Ling Shuang felt a bit disappointed, muttering, oh, so that's it, no follow-up, how boring. Just as he descended the stairs, the familiar ringtone of his phone echoed. Thanks to my persistence, thanks to my abandonment of bad habits, Park Jimin opened his phone to find Yang Webai calling. It's her. Since the conflict with Park Jimin, Yang Webai, he had shown anger and disregarded her feelings. This had caused her mood to plummet in recent days. As Park Jimin answered the call, Yang Webai couldn't contain her emotions, immediately asking straightforwardly, Park Jimin, where are you? I want to meet you, can I? Before Yang Weibai's call to Park Jimin, despite being the owner of Kim Mao Tower, business matters were relatively lax. Besides signing lease contracts, Yang Weibai only dealt with important issues. Simple tasks like collecting rent or leasing temporary spaces were delegated to subordinates. Thus, Yang Weibai had quite a bit of free time. Lately, the conflict between her and Park Jimin had left her in a bad mood. Seeking to lighten her spirits, she decided to call a friend to hang out. The first person that came to her mind was Park Min-young. Hey, Min-young, are you free this weekend? I haven't seen you in a while and I want to invite you for a stroll. Currently, Vinova Company is in a phase of rapid development, with key projects such as the launch of advanced features and comprehensive improvements to the application. The entire company is immersed in an urgent atmosphere, with everyone working overtime continuously to prepare for an upcoming intense battle. Park Min-young is so busy that she barely has a spare minute, so when she heard Yang Weibai's invitation, Park Min-young promptly declined. Oh, I'm sorry, Yang Weibai. My company has been swamped lately. I was just promoted to vice president and I'm focusing on getting acquainted with the new responsibilities, so I have to work overtime this weekend. Our company, Vinova, is about to launch a new intelligent algorithm and we're all racing to perfect it. Additionally, we've entered into a deep collaboration with Big Cat TV. According to the agreement, Big Cat TV will be the first company to test our latest algorithm in fraud prevention support. As the vice president and project manager for this endeavor, I can't afford to skip work. Hearing that, Yang Weibai couldn't help but sigh. All right then, you go ahead and stay busy. We'll make plans for another time. Okay, see you later. Yang Weibai proceeded to call Kim Jisoo. Hey Jisoo, are you free these days? At this moment, Kim Jisoo and Siu Hyeon were working in Ma-do, exchanging ideas about an important project. Upon receiving Yang Weibai's invitation, Kim Jisoo promptly declined without hesitation. Oh, what a shame, Yang Weibai. I'm currently on a business trip in Ma-do, attending a summit in our industry. I won't have any free time these days. Maybe you could ask Min-young. Upon hearing this, Yang Weibai couldn't help but feel disappointed. Oh, it's all right, it's all right. If you're busy, then it's fine. We'll plan for another time. After ending the call, Yang Weibai slumped off the bed, feeling disheartened and exhausted. Her once beautiful face now bore traces of sadness. Oh, everyone seems to be busy. A sense of loneliness crept into Yang Weibai's soul. She became lost in her thoughts, reminiscing about the happy days spent with Park Jimin. His warm smile and affectionate gaze pierced her heart. causing it to ache with every beat. Yang Webai couldn't bear it any longer. Each passing day felt like torture. She wanted to take the initiative to salvage Park Jimin's heart. Whether unconsciously or out of habit, Yang Webai pressed Park Jimin's number on her phone without realizing it, silently reproaching, "Park Jimin, you're so heartless. If I can seek you out, would you ever come looking for me?" And so, a proud girl who never knew how to apologize or bow her head now humbled herself, calling Park Jimin in hopes of repairing their relationship. "Hey Park Jimin, where are you? I want to come find you." Following the call of her heart, Yang Webai ventured alone to Tianmen. The closer she got to Park Jimin in her heart, the more anxious she became. As she entered the village, the roaring engine of a Lamborghini shattered the quiet atmosphere, drawing countless stares. Since the old man left with the girl, no one has tended to the melon patch. It's a pity it's been abandoned. Park Jimin had to subsist on watermelon instead of rice. Just then, the car stopped right in front of Park Jimin's house. "Oh, a Lamborghini, a limited edition, worth 90 million. I've only seen this car online. It must be from a ridiculously wealthy family to afford it. Better keep your distance. If you accidentally scratch it, your whole family won't be able to pay for the damages." Just as the crowd was gaping in astonishment while munching on watermelon, the car door opened and Yang Webai stepped out. Zhang Xiaozhong was stunned, overwhelmed by her beauty. Yang Weibai's appearance was like that of a celestial maiden descending to earth, with her slender figure, graceful demeanor, and refined aura, all perfect to the point of awe. This girl is so beautiful, and she owns such an expensive car. I wonder why she's come to our village. Yang Webai hurriedly ran up to Park Jimin. She couldn't understand why she was so eager before, but now that Park Jimin stood before her, she could only utter his name. Her inner turmoil was like turbulent waves, ceaselessly stirring up intense emotions. Neither of them knew what to say, only able to exchange glances filled with complex emotions. Park Jimin looked at Yang Webai like that, then let out a sigh. "Come inside." The moment Park Jimin turned back to look at Yang Webai, her heart seemed to constrict at the sight of his cold gaze. That look, it has changed so much compared to before. Witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Tiaozong's heart filled with bitterness, and he began to question life. Damn it, it's Park Jimin again, and another rich lady coming to find Park Jimin. Why is that? After all these years of effort and striving, suddenly it all seems meaningless. What's the point of making money? Isn't it to find a beautiful girl, to be like Park Jimin at this moment? But Park Jimin, someone who doesn't need to make money, can possess everything, even more. Why is life so unfair? Thinking this, he couldn't hold back any longer, stepping directly in front of Park Jimin, pointing angrily at his own face. "Clearly, I'm more handsome than you. Why do all these rich ladies only look at you, and not at me? Do you have some kind of magic spell?" Park Jimin could only laugh bitterly upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha ha, Xiaosong, you're truly funny." Then Park Jimin ushered Yang Webai into the house and closed the gate. Park Jimin's towering figure stood firm before Yang Weibai's eyes like a steadfast sanctuary that she had been seeking all along. Yang Webai looked at Park Jimin, emotions welling up and bursting forth in her heart, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Yang Webai, like a little bird returning to its nest, ran to embrace Park Jimin tightly, the hug containing so much love, longing, and even regrets and sorrows. "Park Jimin, could you please not be so cold? I've come here to apologize to you. Can you stop being angry with me? I miss you so much." Yang Webai held on to Park Jimin tighter, her voice choked with sobs. "Being away from you, I miss you so much. This time apart has been suffocating, but just seeing you makes all my worries disappear. Could you please stop being so distant with me?" Park Jimin paused, his body suddenly stiffening. Unconsciously, he reached out and took Yang Weibai's small hands into his own, feeling a surge of intense longing to hold someone, to comfort and be comforted. He looked into her eyes, sensing the deep-seated pain and exhaustion within them. With choked words at the tip of his tongue, he wanted to reassure her that everything would be okay. Yang Webai gently looked up at Park Jimin, her eyes sparkling with tears. It had been so long since she had heard such warm words of comfort, feeling the sincerity in his gaze and sensing his love and care. Just then, Zhang Lu stepped out from the house, holding a bowl of grapes intended for Park Jimin. Seeing Park Jimin from a distance, she joyfully called out, "Park Jimin, come here and have some grapes." But the smile on Zhang Lu's lips vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of shock. The bowl of grapes slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the floor and shattering into pieces. Before her eyes, Park Jimin was holding hands with another woman, their gestures incredibly intimate. This sight sent an indescribable pang of pain through Zhang Lu, as if something precious had been stolen away. At the same time, an uncontrollable jealousy surged within her, blood rushing to her heart. She trembled with anger. "You? All of you are too much, too much. At this moment, Yang Weibai's gaze also froze upon seeing the person opposite her. Although some time had passed, the impression of Zheng Zai-Lu at the car exhibition that day remained vivid. Yang Weibai looked at Zheng Zai-Lu in surprise and asked, "Miss Zheng, why are you here?" As she spoke, countless doubts arose in her mind. Why is the second daughter of the Zheng family appearing in Park Jimin's house? What is happening here? The sound of the bowl shattering echoed, and Wang Meng hurriedly rushed out of the room, anxiously asking, "What's going on? Zhu Lu, are you okay?" 3 seconds later, Yu Ling Shuang also stepped out from the house. At this moment, Wang Meng saw another beautiful woman beside Park Jimin, and she was slightly stunned. Then, with a mixture of curiosity and hesitation, she asked, "Hey, big brother, who is this elder sister? What's going on? Why do we have another beautiful woman beside us?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Weibai suddenly took 3 steps back, stunned and unable to believe. "I shed tears every day, feeling unhappy every day. I thought that when returning home, Park Jimin would be like me, longing painfully every day, every hour, every minute. As a result, he enjoys a comfortable life at home, while I drown in tears every day. Everything is shattered. Park Jimin not only hid pearls in the house, but also hid 3 more, each with its own beauty. A pure one, a lively one, and an adorable one. Furthermore, they are all people I don't know. Perhaps one doesn't appreciate what they have." Park Jimin cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. "Yang Weibai, let me introduce you." Then, calmly and without any hesitation, Park Jimin introduced everyone. "This is Zheng Zai-Lu, the second daughter of the Zheng family. You might have met her before." Pointing towards Wang Meng, Park Jimin continued the introductions. "And this is my biological sister, Wang Meng. She is my half-sister from another father." Then he gestured towards Yu Ling Shuang. "And this is Yu Ling Shuang, my secretary who I hired." The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Both Wang Meng and Yu Ling Shuang looked at Yang Weibai with curiosity. Park Jimin cleared his throat again and extended his hand towards Yang Weibai to introduce her to Zheng Zai-Lu, Wang Meng, and Yu Ling Shuang. "And this is Yang Weibai, my high school friend, a talented student from Seoul National University." As soon as the words were uttered, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. The girls' gazes emanated strong hostility, the smell of gunpowder thickening in the air, especially between Yang Weibai and Zheng Zai-Lu. These two are like water and fire, never meant to mix. Zheng Zai-Lu was extremely displeased with Yang Weibai. "Humph, this girl not only added my brother on WeChat, but also captivated him to the point of obsession. Just to be in contact with her, my brother has been relentlessly cooperating with the Yang family in business, even willingly sacrificing profits. On this matter, the Yang family did not refuse the goodwill of the Zheng family. But why did she return to seduce Park Jimin? What is her ultimate intention? Does she want to simultaneously court 2 wealthy and handsome men? Surely she's a wicked woman. I absolutely cannot let my brother fall into her hands." Yang Weibai looked at Zheng Zai-Lu with unfriendly eyes. In her heart, she also thought, just because of this kid's brother, both Park Jimin and I have misunderstood each other. Now she's here meddling. I just want to see Park Jimin and leave. But it seems I have to stay here for a while. Thinking of this, Yang Weibai's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. If she's considering stealing Park Jimin from me, fine. But she doesn't at all be here, ready to strike her a fatal blow. Later, Yang Weibai pretended to stumble into Park Jimin's arms. "Oh, my head feels dizzy, Park Jimin. Can I stay here for a few days? I've been feeling a bit anxious lately, and I could really use some relaxation." Park Jimin didn't object at all. A thought crossed his mind. This woman truly knows how to seize an opportunity. After all, raising one sheep is like raising a whole flock. Besides, this kid has been quite restless lately. Yang Weibai might be able to handle her. I also want to see what will happen when these 2 rich girls stay together. Park Jimin looked at Yang Weibai, then nodded enthusiastically. "Yang Weibai, my house is your house. Stay as long as you want. Let me help you with your luggage." After saying that, Yang Weibai tossed her long hair lightly, dragging her suitcase into the house. She intentionally swayed her hips provocatively in front of Zheng Zai-Lu, whose face darkened with anger. Zheng Zai-Lu gritted her teeth, her expression turning grim. "Humph, I can't believe she's so shameless." As Yang Weibai passed by Zheng Zai-Lu, she clenched her fist tightly, her eyes full of determination. "Right now, my group with Jisoo and Min Young is very harmonious. We can't let any more women interfere. I must stop her. I will use any means to win Park Jimin's heart, even if it means sacrificing anything." Through the days spent together, Zheng Zai-Lu realized that her feelings for Park Jimin were growing stronger. For the first time in her life, her heart knew fluttering new love for a man. But now, seeing her favorite toy snatched away, her heart surged with anger and jealousy. I cannot bear to lose Park Jimin, the man I have given my whole heart to. This woman is a formidable rival. To have Park Jimin, I must overcome this beauty's challenge. In the following days, Park Jimin, along with Jungjae Lu and Yang Weibei, experienced days filled with memories in the watermelon garden. They stargazed together, plowed fields with oxen, sowed seeds, cut grass, lit campfires, set up tents, hunted wild rabbits, experiencing all sorts of enjoyable activities. Jungjae Lu truly loved farming. Although Yang Weibei enthusiastically participated, her stamina couldn't quite keep up afterward. Nevertheless, she was just a delicate girl. Only Jungjae Lu felt every day of farming was immensely joyful. Perhaps her mind was wired differently, hence her fascination with such strenuous tasks. During that time, Yu Ling Shuang proposed an incredibly attractive incentive program to spend 1 billion within a week, which Park Jimin entrusted. Phi and real estate agreed to repurchase town residents' properties at market prices and offer a free high-end apartment with a minimum area of 100 square meters to those willing to sell their houses. Moreover, after selling their houses, people not only received the full payment, but also were allowed to stay in their old houses for free for 1 year. After 1 year, when the apartment complex was completed, people could directly move into the new apartment without paying any additional fees. Of course, the residents were not easily deceived. Phi and real estate offered very high compensation and even gifted a new apartment. Therefore, many people carefully considered and agreed to sell their houses. Furthermore, Yu Ling Shuang promised to generously reward those who could persuade the residents to sell their land. Day by day, this matter spread throughout the small Manga Shijin. However, alongside this, many people were also worried. Lu Hong, upon hearing this news, felt like burning with anxiety, eagerly waiting for Park Jimin to return to handle ideological work. As soon as Lu Hong saw Park Jimin's figure from a distance, she hurriedly called out, "Park Jimin, come here quickly, there's good news." Hearing this, Park Jimin felt puzzled, turned back to look at his two younger sisters who were tailing him, Yang Weibei and Zai Lu, and said, "You two go home first. Lu Hong is looking for me for something." After saying this, Park Jimin approached Lu Hong and asked cheerfully, "What's the good secret you have, auntie? Has dad come back home?" Lu Hong shook her head. "What are you thinking? Your dad has been having a great time lately. How could he possibly return? Hadn't you been hoping for compensation? Our village is about to get compensated." Park Jimin was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, "What? Compensation? How come I haven't heard anything about it? What are the conditions?" Lu Hong then shared the rumors that had been circulating recently. "The conditions are very good. I heard that for this compensation, as long as you agree to sell your land, you will be gifted an apartment in a city area, limited to the first 100 people only. First come, first served. An apartment plus the compensation money. Isn't that a great deal? After the land is developed, all revenue from the operation of the utilities on that land, you will still get a share of the money. This really is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. You want to change your life, reach the pinnacle of living, you just need to seize this chance." Park Jimin, observing Aunt Lu Hong's enthusiastic invitation, asked with suspicion, "Aunt, why do I find you acting so strangely? Have you joined any odd organizations recently?" Lu Hong, seeing Park Jimin's question, held up her membership card and explained, "Oh, Park Jimin, how did you get so clever? Recently, I've joined the compensation persuasion group of a real estate company responsible for the compensation. They say the more people we convince, the more commission they will give us. I've only been involved for 3 days, but I've already reached the diamond number rank." After hearing this, Park Jimin was at a loss for words. Isn't this just multi-level marketing? Then Park Jimin looked at Aunt Lu Hong seriously and advised, "Aunt, I think you've been deceived. What kind of compensation scheme is this? It sounds like a complete loss." Lu Hong immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Their company is very reputable, called Fei Tian Real Estate, operating in the real estate sector on a very large scale." Upon hearing these words, a look of surprise and curiosity inevitably flashed in Park Jimin's eyes. "Fei Tian, isn't that my real estate company? Yu Ling Shuang, what are you up to?" Over the past few days, Wang Meng wanted to buy the entire village simply because Park Jimin had casually mentioned wanting to start a farm. However, for this, she also endured a lot of injustice. Many villagers had deep affection for their homeland, so it wasn't just about having money to buy it back. Wang Meng had to endure many admonitions and withstand many scornful glances. "This is the last house. If we can persuade this one, we can buy up all the land of this village. I've been working hard for these days. Meng, I'm just supporting you. The one putting in the effort is you." After Wang Meng finished laughing, she sincerely thanked. "If it weren't for you providing the capital and coming up with the plan, buying land wouldn't have been so smooth. Many uncles and aunties are very difficult. Luckily, there's you. Doesn't my older brother want to create an eco-farm? This time, it will surely bring him a big surprise. Through their interactions, Yu Ling Shuang understood Wang Meng Meng's character and morality even more. This girl, with her simple soul devoid of any scheming, is remarkably sincere. Her mind is only filled with thoughts of Park Jimin, and that scoundrel Park Jimin only ever exploits her. No, I can't stand by and watch an innocent girl fall into Park Jimin's hands. Yu Ling Shuang couldn't bear it any longer and decided to clarify the situation. Taking a deep breath, her tone became serious. Meng Meng, have you ever considered what if Park Jimin isn't your biological brother? Wang Meng Meng, noticing Yu Ling Shuang's concerned demeanor, asked, "You, please don't joke with me. How can my brother not be my brother?" Yu Ling Shuang shook her head, her expression grave. I didn't want to meddle in your and Park Jimin's affairs, but you're too naive. I think it's necessary to let you know the truth about everything. Here's some documentation. Take a look for yourself. Wang Meng Meng was stunned, taking a step back, unable to believe her ears. What? What is this? Yu Ling Shuang retrieved a dossier from her bag, handing it to Wang Meng Meng while explaining these documents contain all the facts about Park Jimin's background. It even includes medical records of Park Jimin's mother, Kang Cheo-won, over 20 years ago. These records clearly state that Kang Cheo-won was unable to conceive, meaning Park Jimin isn't your biological brother. Wang Meng Meng trembled as she held the dossier, her face turning pale, her eyes wide with horror. Seeing Wang Meng Meng's reaction, Yu Ling Shuang offered a comforting word. Meng Meng, I know this is a hard truth to accept, but you have to stay strong. Park Jimin is just a despicable person. You're still very young, with a bright future ahead. Wang Meng Meng was dazed, her mind buzzing. She stared intently at the health report, hardly believing her eyes. She examined it over and over again, scrutinizing every detail from the paper quality, ink, stamps to the dates, all indicating that this was indeed a genuine report. Then, Wang Meng Meng, feeling bewildered, asked, "Oh my god, what's going on? Could it be that because Kang Cheo-won couldn't have children, Park Jimin was adopted?" Yu Ling Shuang shook her head. Things are still unclear because there are no indications in his records regarding adoption. Hearing this, Wang Meng Meng's voice lowered. So, whether my father is his biological father or not, both I and my brother have no blood relation to Park Jimin, right? Even as Yu Ling Shuang nodded in affirmation, Wang Meng Meng still found it hard to accept that Park Jimin wasn't biologically related to her. This truth was too surprising, turning everything upside down. She even had a peculiar thought. Why, upon hearing this news, do I not feel sad at all, and even feel a bit secretly happy? Wang Meng Meng involuntarily recalled the time she spent with Park Jimin. Park Jimin, always caring and looking after me. He's always been extremely gentle and accommodating, always fulfilling all my requests. When danger arose, he would bravely step up to protect me, like a mighty mountain. He gave me a sense of absolute safety. He's too perfect, to the point where I worried that the days we spent together were just a dream. It turns out I've long been in love with him. I just didn't dare to admit it. When this feeling blossomed, I'm not sure. It might have been since childhood, when the two of us grew up together, sharing the ups and downs of life. It might have been from the caring glances, the tender gestures he showed me, or simply from the understanding and empathy between two kindred souls. And the first time I realized my feelings was at 18, when my older brother had just graduated from university and returned home. He was tall, handsome, and incredibly gentle. I was intensely attracted to him. I knew this love was forbidden. Society wouldn't accept it. My family would object, but I couldn't resist my heart. I love him with all my heart and soul. Thinking to herself, Wang Meng Meng regained her composure, silently sighing with relief. Finally, I admit my feelings for Park Jimin. For so long, I've buried those feelings in my heart, afraid to confront them. But now that everything is clear, I have nothing to fear anymore. Indeed, the future still held brightness, but it was brightness in darkness. Just as Wang Meng Meng was indulging in her thoughts, Yu Ling Shuang continued to strip away Park Jimin's facade of deceit. Meng Meng, I know you also have feelings for Park Jimin, but have you ever considered that he might have known from the beginning that you two aren't biologically related? He's wealthy and powerful, not a simple character. He's much more complex than you imagine, so it's possible he had abnormal intentions toward you from the start. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Meng Meng, puzzled, asked, Is that true? What do you mean? Yu Ling Shuang had to be blunt. Park Jimin is a pervert. He enjoys playing role-playing games. You're just prey in his mouth, ready to be devoured at any moment. You should be careful and quickly sever ties with Park Jimin. Wang Meng Meng grew increasingly flustered. All right, you, please stop talking. I'm feeling very confused right now. Let's go home. Yu Ling Shuang also only wanted to strike while the iron was hot, but seeing Wang Meng Meng's mood like that, she could know what to say for the best. After taking a few steps, Wang Mang Meng felt her heart beating fast, joy mixed with worry. I never expected that Sister Yu would pierce through this layer of window paper. I was originally afraid that after the truth was exposed, Park Jimin would be very distressed. But if he knew from the beginning, then it can be explained that Park Jimin also loves me. Turns out I'm not the only one infatuated with myself. But he is really flirtatious. There are always many girls around him. Both Yan Weibai and Zai Lu love him. Both are outstanding. One is the second young lady of the Jun family. The other is the noble young lady of the Kwaikao family. Compared to them, I feel like nothing at all. I'm just a country girl. How can I compare with those noble young ladies? I'm just an unacknowledged wild child, a result of a clandestine relationship. Such a despicable existence. How can I deserve a talented older brother like him? Wang Mang Mang's heart became sensitive and insecure. Her mood suddenly plummeted. Her eyes reddened. Then Wang Mang Mang turned to Yu Ling Shuang. Her voice choked. Sister Yu, I beg you not to speak of this. I only have one older brother. He is my only family. I don't want to lose him after everything falls apart. Seeing Wang Mang Mang in pain, Yu Ling Shuang's hatred towards Park Jimin grew even stronger. Oh, how pitiful. He doesn't know how much Wang Mang Mang has suffered. The poor girl already has an unfortunate background, making people look down on her, being pointed at by others. Yet he still wants to toy with her feelings. This Park Jimin is truly despicable, worthless. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score towards Park Jimin -5, current goodwill score -90 points. At the same time, Park Jimin was directing Zheng Zai Lu to cook. Suddenly, Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score towards him decreased by 5 points. Park Jimin felt utterly helpless and confused. What? It decreased again? Goodness, what did I do? And the goodwill score decreased even more. Can anyone explain this to me? It's so frustrating. Zheng Zai Lu looked at Park Jimin's dejected expression and asked, Park Jimin, what are you looking at? Park Jimin hastily brushed it off. Nothing, nothing. Let's quickly start the fire. As Zheng Zai Lu lit the fire, he curiously inquired, It's troublesome. Park Jimin, why don't you install a gas stove or an electric stove instead of using such an old-fashioned wood stove? Moreover, why not use an electric rice cooker to cook rice? Park Jimin smiled as he explained, What do you know? Rice cooked with wood is the best. Cooking rice with an electric rice cooker lacks soul. Do you understand? Zheng Zai Lu nodded in admiration. City folks really don't know anything. Park Jimin is indeed impressive. I will learn from you. After instructing Zheng Zai Lu, Park Jimin turned to Yang Weibai. Yang Weibai, go wash the vegetables. Yang Weibai happily complied. Okay. At this moment, Park Jimin also noticed Wang Mang Mang's gloomy expression. He immediately showed concern. Mang Mang, why the long face? Go wash your hands today. I'll personally cook you a delicious meal. Do you know how to cook? Well, I just learned recently. Cooking might be the only skill I excel at without much effort. When it comes to cooking skills, Park Jimin doesn't need any enhancement system. He's already a master in this field. Coupled with Kang Chao-won, a renowned chef in the region with exquisite skills, Park Jimin began learning cooking at the tender age of 10, receiving meticulous guidance from his mother. Gradually, he mastered the secrets of cooking and even surpassed his mother's culinary prowess. However, he had few opportunities to showcase his talent. Next, Park Jimin started cutting vegetables and fruits. Observing his knife skills, everyone recognized his mastery and finesse. It wasn't just for show. Park Jimin genuinely possessed talent. Moreover, with the system's reinforcement of his physical fitness and agility, Park Jimin's cutting speed was astonishing. Handling those vegetables and fruits was effortless for him. His movements were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also transformed ordinary cooking utensils into magical tools. Then, Park Jimin selected freshly laid chicken eggs. He began pouring oil, adding salt, whisking the eggs, controlling the heat. Watching Park Jimin confidently shake the pan, even a 3 Michelin-starred chef would have to acknowledge his skill. Quickly, the tantalizing aroma of the dish stimulated everyone's taste buds. The eggs and rice were cooked to perfection, blending together to create a visually appealing golden hue. Even the undercover bodyguard was surprised at the sight. Park Jimin is an artist and an athlete, but I didn't expect his cooking skills to be at such a pinnacle. No, I should say it's transcendent. This isn't just cooking, it's the art of mastering fire. This is truly remarkable. Zheng Zai Lu, observing Park Jimin's intense pan-shaking technique, also felt a bit amazed. Park Jimin, why such intensity after all? It's just a simple fried rice with eggs. After 15 minutes, a simple fried rice dish was ready. Park Jimin served the fried rice along with a plate of potatoes. Here, shredded potatoes and traditional fried rice. Mang Mang, give it a try. Wang Mang Mang, looking at the dish, couldn't understand why, but just the sight and smell made her mouth water involuntarily. Clearly not very hungry, yet she felt a strong urge to eat. Wow, it smells amazing. Why does the fried rice have such a shiny golden color and each grain looks plump and round and like pearls? Wang Mang Mang accepted the portion of rice handed to her by Park Jimin. A burst of exquisite flavor hit her senses, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. The aroma and delicious taste exploded, strongly stimulating her taste buds, enveloping her entire being with excitement to the point where she exclaimed, "It's incredibly delicious." In just a few short seconds, Wang Mang Mang seemed to be engulfed in a feeling of ecstasy from her body to her soul. This sensation even happier than love itself. This feeling is so refreshing, so warm, is pure bliss. Wang Mang Mang began devouring the food. If her mouth weren't relatively small, she might have almost shoved the entire plate of rice into her mouth. Park Jimin chuckled at Wang Mang Mang's pig-like eating habits. Eat slowly, don't choke. Zhang Zailu, witnessing Wang Mang Mang's near-death eating expression, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Is it really that good? Do we need to call an ambulance?" Wang Mang Mang didn't respond. She continued eating like a hungry tiger. Seeing this, everyone couldn't resist anymore and scooped up a bite to try. Immediately, the eyes of the girls widened just like Wang Mang Mang's. A rich flavor spread throughout their mouths, enveloping their entire beings. Then, all four of them continuously praised Park Jimin's cooking skills. This fried rice is seasoned just right, not too salty or bland. It's delicious, incredibly delicious. How could there be something so delicious? Save me, it's too delicious, it's heavenly. Oh my, what kind of fried rice is this? How can there be fried rice so delicious in this world? Just one serving of fried rice, and it's tastier than any food I've ever eaten in my life. Park Jimin, you are amazing. You cook better than my family's chef. Park Jimin, you're so talented, so delicious. This is the best fried rice with eggs I've ever had. Boss, how did you do it? I can't believe it. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Normally, these beautiful girls were very reserved when eating, but now they were eating like starving wolves. At this moment, Park Jamin was the vast ocean. Park Jamin was their entire sky. Their eyes looked at him with increasing admiration, not wanting to leave his side. Wang Mang Mang's goodwill score increased by 10. Her current goodwill score is 65 points. Zhang Zhelu's goodwill score increased by 10. His current goodwill score is 90 points. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill score increased by 20. Her current goodwill score is negative 70 points. The owner's cooking skills have been praised by the target. Congratulations to the owner for unlocking mastery level in cooking skills. Current skill level reached level 10. Since the owner independently created this skill for the first time and received high praise from the target, the system rewards 10 enhancement points. These enhancement points can only be used to improve cooking skills. Enhancement points automatically increase. Each enhancement point increases cooking experience by 55. Congratulations to the owner for receiving 65 supplementary cooking experience points for Park. Jimin was completely surprised, never expecting that. I could unlock a skill on my own and receive rewards from the system, just reaching level 10 and receiving endless praise. Now I've leveled up to level 60. I guess you guys have to call me Dad now. Even more surprising is that with just a simple fried rice and shredded potatoes, I could skyrocket the goodwill of 3 girls. If Yan Webai didn't increase, it's probably because she already reached 99 points, not passionate enough to reach 100 points of goodwill. Even the hardest to please undercover Yu Ling Shuang increased by 20 goodwill points. Indeed, flavors can conquer all. The heavens would spare a meal, but Park Jimin seemed to enjoy going against the grain. He then tapped Yu Ling Shuang on the shoulder and said, "Secretary Yu, stop eating for a moment. Come here, I need to talk to you." Yu Ling Shuang, reluctantly pausing her meal, asked, "Right now?" Seeing her somewhat regretful expression, Park Jimin's tone turned impatient. "What's wrong? Do I have to schedule an appointment with you? Are you the boss or am I?" Hearing this, Yu Ling Xuan could only force a bitter smile. "Boss, calm down. I didn't mean that. I'll come right away." Following Park Jimin, Yu Ling Xuan tried to suppress her anger, muttering to herself, calm down, calm down. Who does he think he is? Making people feel uneasy even when eating. Just wait. One day I'll hang him from a lamppost." On the rooftop, under the radiant sunset sky, Park Jimin leaned against the railing, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. Beside him, Yu Ling Shuang stood upright, her eyes attentively following Park Jimin's every move with intense focus. Park Jimin glanced at Yu Ling Shuang, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Secretary Yu, your business seems to be booming lately. How's the spending going?" Yu Ling Shuang was fully prepared, handing Park Jimin a thick dossier. "Sir, here's a detailed financial report regarding my land purchases and other expenditures. The entire 1 billion you allocated has been fully utilized. As of now, Fighty and Real Estate Group has acquired 2,000 apartments and 10,000 acres of land. Additionally, the company has undertaken further recruitment. Currently, there are over 500 permanent employees and 700 contract employees, totaling approximately 2,000 staff members. Of course, there are some expenses not yet accounted for in this report, which I will finalize at the earliest convenience. As she finished speaking, Yu Ling Shuang smirked, her eyes gleaming mischievously. He must be quite surprised, huh? Probably didn't expect the 1 billion to be spent so quickly. Flighty Real Estate is still rapidly recruiting employees. Currently, the staff count is nearing 3,000. I barely even considered whether 5TN Real Estate can handle this massive workforce. I'm only concerned that the more employees we have, the greater the financial pressure on the company. Furthermore, I have many other projects I want to implement. If we continue the current policy of providing free housing without any restrictions, I can quickly amass a large amount of land, and then the company's capital chain won't be able to bear it. That's why the aggressive expansion of 5TN Real Estate is like digging a big pit and waiting for him to jump in and burn money. If he doesn't continue to invest, the company will go bankrupt and he'll lose everything. I'm curious to see how he'll handle this mess. Ha 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 ha. Park Jimin pretended to scrutinize the financial report as if everything was in order. Damn it. I absolutely don't understand a thing. What the hell is this? After folding the report, Park Jimin glanced at Yu Ling Shuang, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Her work efficiency is remarkable, surpassing my expectations. Spending 1 billion a week, she's truly a potential talent, albeit for burying money. I couldn't care less where she digs her hole or how she compensates for it. I only care about her spending speed, whether it's fast enough or not. Then Park Jimin encouraged Yu Ling Shuang with a sentence, Secretary Yu, you've been working hard lately. You're doing great. I trust in your abilities. Yu Ling Shuang was still guessing how Park Jimin would react, imagining he would get angry, even furious. But contrary to her prediction, Park Jimin remained calm as if nothing had happened, his composure momentarily startling Yu Ling Shuang. Ha. He's not even angry. Park Jimin unexpectedly reached out towards Yu Ling Shuang, causing her to tense up in anticipation. What is he planning? What does he want to do? It can't be that he's about to force me into marriage, right? What should I do? Contrary to Yu Ling Shuang's expectations, Park Jimin gently raised his hand to her cheek, plucking out a leftover grain of rice. But what surprised Yu Ling Shuang even more was that Park Jimin put the grain of rice into his own mouth, teasingly saying, next time, be careful when eating rice. Getting rice or soup on your face during a report might make you lose your professionalism. Teased by Park Jimin, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't help feeling embarrassed, a slight warmth spreading from her neck to her cheeks, her ears, her face flushing red like ripe tomatoes. She lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassment. Okay, boss, I'll pay attention next time. Yu Ling Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Park Jimin was just teasing me, scaring me to death. Park Jimin continued to pat Yu Ling Shuang's shoulder, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Why so startled? Your efficiency far exceeds my expectations, spending 1 billion so quickly. You truly are a rare talent, Secretary Yu. With that, Park Jimin took out his phone and made a transfer. Ting, your account ending in 7687 has received 5 billion. Yu Ling Shuang stared at the 5 billion figure on her phone screen, her eyes widening, her mouth agape in disbelief. This is 5 billion. Looking up at Park Jimin, Yu Ling Shuang's sorrow doubled once again. Previously, when he transferred 100 million and 1 billion, she could still rationalize it. After all, Chairman Lim has a mysterious background, but 5 billion is a colossal figure. Yet he casually transfers it to someone else without any worry or hesitation. Does he really treat money as trash? Isn't he afraid of any issues arising? Perhaps it's because poverty has limited my imagination. Park Jimin looked at the inexperienced spy, finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, this 5 billion is the operational budget for your activities next week. If you can spend all 5 billion within a week, I'll grant you access to the core secrets of the Park family. You'll also officially join the inner circle of the Park family conglomerate and gain the privilege of knowing some secrets. Yu Ling Shuang had been investigating the secrets of the Park family conglomerate for a long time, but had yet to yield any results. Now acknowledged by Park Jimin himself, it ignited Yu Ling Shuang's excitement like a shot of adrenaline, immediately setting her blood boiling, her determination surging within. She felt the latent power within herself, ready to erupt to fulfill the mission. Then Yu Ling Shuang spoke with a resolute tone, her eyes sparkling with determination. Certainly, sir, I will ensure the completion of the task. However, no matter what Yu Ling Shuang did, everything lay within Park Jimin's foresight. The corner of his mouth also curled up slightly, concealing a mocking smile. Even a spy eventually obediently becomes my pawn. Spend away, the more she spends, the more I benefit. Though spending 5 billion a week was no small challenge, Yu Ling Shuang was determined to execute the campaign, expanding Fei and real estate on a large scale. In the following days, besides Mayang Shizhen, Tianmen also owned several other areas such as Bao Shizhen, Tei Shizhen, Zhanggang Shizhen, totaling more than 20 towns, all simultaneously implementing this acquisition campaign. Furthermore, this plan had no limits. The initial investment of 5 billion was certainly not enough, and even 50 billion might not suffice. If this plan were applied sea-wide in Tianmen, even if Park Jimin poured in 100 billion, it would still be difficult to shoulder. Furthermore, Yu Ling Shuang demanded the completion and turnover of countless apartments within a year, or else it would be considered a breach of contract. Clearly, this was a plan aimed at pushing Park Jimin into a corner. By the afternoon of today, the four girls began their eagerly anticipated journey of exploration in the bustling city of Tianmen. Determined to conquer every famous landmark and indulge in the finest cuisine here, they said to Park Jimin, "We're going shopping now. It's all girls, no room for you, goodbye." Busy for the past few days, Yu Ling Shuang had not had the chance to report to Jin Jia Nu. The closer she got to the Park family tycoon, the more excited Yu Ling Shuang felt. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Yu Ling Shuang began to present all the information and knowledge about Park Jimin that she had gathered. After meticulously detailing the current situation, Yu Ling Shuang promptly hit the enter key to send the email. A cold smirk appeared on Yu Ling Shuang's lips, indicating her confidence in this cunning plan. A perfect scheme to make Park Jimin sink deep into the economic quagmire. Does he dare to underestimate women? I will make him taste bitterness and never lift his head again. The email was dispatched and then forwarded to Jin Jia Mu. Young Master Jin, I have successfully approached Park Jimin and gained his trust. The key to unraveling the mystery of the Park family lies within Park Jimin himself. Soon enough, I will be able to access the core secrets of the Park family conglomerate. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. The scattered acquisition of non-contiguous land parcels will pose significant obstacles to the development of the film city and impose a substantial financial burden on Park Jimin. Currently, I am using the 5 billion that Park Jimin provided to continue purchasing land in neighboring towns, maintaining this chaos. Park Jimin will need to invest even more money. Await favorable news from me. At the same time, Park Jimin was playing a game on his phone, effortlessly handling the flashy combat moves, leaving his opponents stranded at home, clinging to their bases. Somehow, Yu Ling Shuang's curses made Park Jimin's right ear itch uncomfortably. Park Jimin furrowed his brows slightly, reaching up to scratch his ear. Why is my ear itching like this? Oh well, probably some girl thinking about me again. Such casual gesture distracted him, almost leading to his defeat by the opponent. But even then, victory for Park Jimin was as easy as pie. By 7 p.m., if Park Jimin wasn't being bothered by Jungzai Lu's nagging, he felt oddly empty. Park Jimin suddenly realized that he had grown accustomed to the presence of those girls despite their constant bickering and teasing. Now the sounds that used to annoying him seemed distant and vague. Uff, they want to see me, but then go off to play. Can't understand women, so frustrating. The feeling of loneliness crept into Park Jimin's mind, evoking thoughts about his current life. Now there's only me left in the house, it feels so cold. If only things were still the same, with my parents still here, I could still be a regular college student, relying on my parents, mooching off them, eating and drinking for free. As Park Jimin lamented his fate, a middle-aged woman with a weary expression, dragging a suitcase, stepped in, just returning home. Kang Cheo-won was overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sight before her, a row of expensive luxury cars parked in front of the gate, representing various brands. Approaching the gate, she was even more astonished to see the lavish decoration of the living room and other rooms. All of this made her feel lost and estranged. Where is this? Why has it changed so much? Is this still my home? Why do I feel like this isn't my home? And all these expensive cars, it's obvious they cost a fortune. Could it be that Park Jian-hong, that beast, has sold the house to someone else? Kang Cheo-won walked around the house, trying to find an explanation for this strange change. After hesitating for a while, she dragged her suitcase inside and called out loudly, "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come out and talk." Park Jimin heard the familiar sound and quickly sat up. What's that sound? Why does it sound so familiar? Then Park Jimin was stunned when he saw his mother. "Mom, you're back." In front of Park Jimin stood a woman who was neither beautiful nor ugly, but one could guess she had been attractive when she was young. Kang Cheo-won had a serious expression, intending to confront the homeowner, but as soon as she saw her long unseen son's face, she was also taken aback. Park Jimin, you're home, so I can relax now. I was going to ask you about our home. Seeing his dearest relative, Park Jimin didn't let Kang Chao-won finish speaking before he hurriedly hugged her. So many changes had occurred in such a short time, flooding his heart with emotions tumultuous and poignant, mixed with joy and regret. Ma, I miss you so much. Kang Chao-won looked at her only foster son, her heart filled with complex emotions. From childhood to adulthood, she hadn't been particularly attentive to Park Jimin. She was always busy with work and the cares of life. But now, seeing the weakness and pain of her son, she realized that her love for him had always quietly flowed in her heart. She gently patted Park Jimin's back, her voice soft and warm. You're grown up now, but still acting like a child. Hungry, huh? Mom will cook you some food. Park Jimin, while eating, expressed his concern. Mom, I know all the terrible things that old man Park Jan-hong has done. Don't worry, I will definitely stand by you. Kang Chao-won's emotions were already stirred up, but upon hearing her son say that, her eyes softened a bit. It's good that you understand. Let me tell you 1,000 times, don't become like that despicable Park Jan-hong, promiscuous and irresponsible. How could you ever be like that? I know you. Ever since you were little, you've been obedient. Just talking to girls makes you blush. Just then, the noisy chatter burst in from outside the gate and Jung Jae-lu happily skipped into the house. Park Jimin, we're back. As they stepped inside, the four girls were taken aback to see a stranger woman. Likewise, Kang Chao-won was surprised to see the beautiful girls standing at the door, especially Jung Jae-lu, cute, lively, and without any hesitation calling Park Jimin Big Brother, which made her curious. It's only been a few days since we left the house, and the kid has already brought a girl home. Afterward, Kang Chao-won, full of suspicion, asked, Park Jimin, who is this? Park Jimin awkwardly introduced, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my friend Jung Jae-lu. The relationship between Jung Jae-lu and Park Jimin was difficult to define, somewhere between friendship and love. Now hearing Park Jimin address the stranger woman in such a manner, she stiffened, her usually imposing demeanor now appearing extremely awkward and hesitant. Hello, auntie. Behind them, each person had their own thoughts. Yang Webai was equally startled. Park Jimin's mother, this is unexpected. Before coming to Park Jimin's house, I imagined that Park Jimin's mother would be an elegant, sophisticated woman with a radiant aura. But it's completely the opposite. She's just like an ordinary woman, exuding a simple and rustic charm. Perhaps the wealthy truly are humble, approachable, and sincere like this. Yu Ling Xuan wasn't too surprised, as everything was within her predictions, while Wang Meng kept her head slightly lowered, standing hesitantly in a corner, her eyes revealing a mix of confusion and apprehension. After a few seconds of thought, Yang Webai and Yu Ling Xuan took the initiative to introduce themselves. Hello, Auntie, I'm Yang Webai, a high school friend of Park Jimin's. Hello, Auntie, I'm Yu Ling Xuan. Kang Chao-won looked at the girls in front of her and felt puzzled. This kid is quite something. Bringing one girl home is enough, but he brought four at once, and they're all so beautiful. Besides Wang Meng, whom I recognized, I don't know the others, but judging by their demeanor, they're clearly not ordinary. Although not from noble backgrounds, they come from relatively wealthy families. As she thought to herself, Kang Chao-won also greeted them with a smile. Hello, girls, hello. Being simple and hospitable, rural people don't seek elegance. When guests arrive, the first thing they do is offer tea and greet them warmly, then quickly get to cooking. Kang Chao-won was no different. She was extremely enthusiastic. Hello, girls, come inside and have a drink. Auntie will go cook rice for you. Jung Jae-lu was usually playful and whimsical, but in front of the older generation, she remained polite. Then she quickly stopped Kang Chao-won. Auntie, don't worry, you should rest. I'll go to the kitchen and cook. Yang Webai chimed in. That's right, Auntie. You've just returned, so take a rest for a bit and let us handle it. With that, Yang Webai turned and headed straight into the kitchen, followed by Wang Meng and Yu Ling Xuan, who also rushed in to help. Park Jimin looked at Yang Webai in astonishment. What? She can cook too? Why didn't she do it before? These daughters-in-law each have their own skills, but in terms of professionalism, Yang Webai still lagged behind Jung Jae-lu a bit. Previously, when Jung Jae-lu came back from outings, she just wanted to lie around, but now she became surprisingly industrious. When Jung Jae-lu took the initiative to mop the floor, even Kang Chao-won was taken aback. Oh my, Jae-lu, why are you mopping the floor? You're a guest. But if you're going to act, you must act convincingly. Jung Jae-lu spoke as if it were true. It's okay, Auntie. While you were away these few days, we all took turns doing the housework. I'm used to it. Park Jimin looked at Jung Jae-lu, exaggerating without shame, leaving him 3 parts speechless and 7 parts flabbergasted. Jung Jae-lu, you're still a kid, and yet you're like this? Clearly the laziest in the house, the room's a mess, the house is filthy, and I do everything in the house. Though Park Jimin couldn't quite accept this harsh reality, his willingness to pitch in had left an impression on Kang Cha-won. She looked at Yang Wi-bai and Jung Jae-lu with great satisfaction. These girls, they're all worthy of this kid. Park Jimin may not be stunningly handsome, his family may be ordinary with no outstanding talents or grand ambitions, but nowadays girls are precious and it's hard to find wives for rural boys. Compared to these girls, if Park Jimin manages to marry one, he'll have to be reborn several times. And yet, this kid still carries an air of nonchalance. The more Kang Cha-won thought, the more she couldn't hold back, so she said, Park Jimin, look at Yang Wi-bai, she's definitely into you. You didn't notice, huh? Her eyes have been following you all this time. If she becomes my daughter-in-law, I'll be over the moon. Just as Kang Cha-won finished speaking, Yang Wi-bai brought out a plate of food. Hearing Kang Cha-won's high praise, she almost couldn't contain her emotions and felt extremely honored. I thought that wealthy mothers are usually very demanding. I even prepared myself to be scrutinized. But I didn't expect Park Jimin's mother to speak so highly of me. I'm even more hopeful about my future with Park Jimin now. Yang Wi-bai's Google score just went up by 1. Just as Jung Jae-lu was passing by to take out the trash, Kang Cha-won added another comment. That little girl named Jae-lu is very lively and adorable. I really like her. Upon hearing Kang Cha-won's appraisal, Jung Jae-lu was ecstatic. Like Yang Wi-bai, she also had some expectations. If your mom has accepted me, then there won't be much conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. This is something to look forward to, isn't it? Jung Jae-lu's goodwill score just went up by 1. Park Jimin felt a bit overwhelmed. This is it, my life is over. Mom hates Playboy men the most. I thought I was going to get a good scolding from her. While contemplating how his mother would react, Kang Cha-won looked at Park Jimin meaningfully. My son is really capable. I used to worry that you wouldn't find a wife in the future, but it seems like I worried for nothing. Park Jimin has grown up, and I'm very happy. Park Jimin was a bit speechless, suspecting whether his mother was being intentionally biased. Mom, this is too biased of you. Kang Cha-won returned home, barely getting a chance to warm up the house when Liu Chun-hong's voice echoed from outside the door. Cha-won, you're back. Despite being close neighbors, the Kang Cha-won family had recently faced several unfortunate incidents. Upon seeing Liu Chun-hong come to visit, she always appeared cheerful, but also somewhat awkward. That's right, just got back, Chun-hong. If there's something, come in and tell me why stand at the door. Chun-hong approached with a mysterious expression, urging with a sense of urgency. Cha-won, I have something important to tell you. Come here. Cha-won sensed the unusualness and felt a bit worried. Why so secretive? Subsequently, Kang Cha-won stepped closer, curiosity piqued. What's going on, Chun-hong? Why do we have to be so secretive? Seeing Kang Cha-won taking the bait, Liu Chun-hong began ideological work. Cha-won, you must have noticed too, our village has changed a lot lately. Not just the village, but also Mang Shizhen has changed a lot. Kang Cha-won seemed to grasp something that nodded in agreement with Liu Chun-hong. Indeed, there have been many changes. I heard there's a real estate company called Phi Tien coming to town. They seem very strong. Indeed, Liu Chun-hong's opening remarks sparked Kang Cha-won's curiosity. She maintained a serious expression and explained, that's right. I'd also heard about Phi Tien real estate. They're indeed very wealthy. Liu Chun-hong paused briefly after saying this and continued, to be honest with you, I am currently an employee of Phi Tien real estate, responsible for ideological work. They are currently buying land in the town, offering high compensation. I'm telling you, selling our homes and lands wouldn't be a loss. Firstly, let me tell you about the conditions offered by Phi Tien Real Estate. They agree to buy our houses and land at market prices. Furthermore, if we sign a contract, they'll pay the entire amount up front without any delay. Moreover, they'll also provide a free apartment near the city for us with a size no less than 100 square meters. After completing the contract, we'll be given an additional year of free accommodation, waiting until the real estate company hands over the house before we move out. Having grasped the situation, Kang Cha-won furrowed her brows slightly and asked, Chun-hong, are you suggesting that I sell my house? I haven't reached such a desperate situation yet. Liu Chun-hong began to poke at a sore spot. Of course, you may not need to, but Park Jimin does. Do you think it's easy for him to get married now? He needs a house, a car, money for the wedding. Otherwise, won't our parents worry about our children? I estimate that once this apartment building is completed, a commercial apartment of 100 square meters will fetch at least 300 to 500 million dong. So at the very least, you could earn 600 million dong. With that, you'd have money for your son's marriage, buying a house, plus whatever savings you already have. You wouldn't have to worry anymore. Faced with the temptation of money, Kang Cha-won's inner thoughts were in turmoil. Her words do make some sense. Nowadays, young people prefer to work in the city. There are very few willing to farm in the village. No one wants to be tied to the fields for their whole life. Besides, it's true that the girls Park Jae-min brings home are all very accomplished. If he wants to get married, it'll definitely cost a lot of money, and Park Jae-min is already grown up. By then, we'll need to prepare everything necessary for our son, and 5TN Real Estate is offering extremely favorable conditions. Liu Chun-han observed Kang Chae-won beginning to waver, and she continued to push. I sold my house, got compensated with an apartment and 600,000 in cash. Your house is bigger, more land. You could probably earn 1 to 2 million and 2 to 3 apartments, plus such a large fruit garden. Selling for 3,500,000 to 4 million is very possible. With such a good opportunity, you really shouldn't think twice about selling your house to move to the new apartment complex. There's nowhere around here as nice as that. Kang Chae-won, upon hearing this, was completely overwhelmed, remaining silent, her mind racing incessantly. It took a while before Kang Chae-won spoke up. Chun-hong, what you say makes sense, but I need to think about it more. Discuss this with Park Jae-min. At the same time, Jung Jae-lu, for the first time, realized how spacious the house was. Feeling a bit impatient, she began to glance around to see if Park Jae-min's mother was still observing her. But after looking around for a while and not seeing Kang Chae-won anywhere, she turned to Park Jae-min and asked, "Oh, where's Aunt Chae-won? Can't see her anywhere?" Park Jae-min glanced at Jung Jae-lu and replied, "Went to talk with the neighbors." "Oh, Jae-lu, you're quite diligent today." At this point, Park Jae-min paused and spoke with a mysterious expression. "Jae-lu, your performance today has been impressive. However, should you go back home now? It's not convenient for you to live alone in our house for too long. The cooperation between us is something we should discuss. I feel the time has come, and there's a task I want to assign to you. I wonder if you'd be interested." Finishing his words, Park Jae-min headed towards the rooftop. Jung Jae-lu hurriedly followed. "A task? What task? Come with me to the rooftop, and you'll find out." Following Park Jae-min, the ever-present smile on Jung Jae-lu's lips gradually faded, her usually lively and cheerful demeanor turning serious. Before, Park Jae-min mentioned wanting to cooperate with the Jung family, but I got too caught up enjoying my time at Park Jae-min's house, almost forgetting the purpose of my visit here to discuss cooperation. That was risky. On the rooftop, Park Jae-min casually handed a bank card to Jung Jae-lu. "Here for you." Jung Jae-lu only glanced at it briefly and exclaimed in astonishment, This is the supreme black card from a US bank with global limits. Even my older brother doesn't have one." At this moment, Park Jae-min's eyes casually gazed at the starry sky while waving his hand and foot, exuding a strong aura of authority. "Jae-lu, here's 50 billion. The password is your birthday. I'm entrusting this to you now. I hope you won't disappoint me." As Park Jae-min finished speaking, Jung Jae-lu was taken aback. She had never believed in worldly matters, but in this moment, she fully trusted. Park Jae-min's determined and imposing face, along with the dominating aura emanating from his gestures, seemed capable of grasping the sun and the moon, directing the vast expanse of land. Her heart began to race. "He's just handing me the money. Isn't he afraid that I—" Before Jung Jae-lu could finish her sentence, Park Jae-min interrupted, "I trust you." In that moment, Jung Jae-lu felt her heart conquered. He likes me. Emotions surged within Jung Jae-lu alongside a sense of suspicion. But why would he give me so much money? What task does he want to entrust me with? Park Jae-min decisively replied, "I plan to entrust you with full authority over the project, including acquiring land for the film studio." Jung Jae-lu hesitated and asked, "Such an important task, and you want to assign it to me? I don't know anything, Jae-lu, and why do you think I can do it well?" Park Jae-min spoke seriously. "Currently, beside me, you're the only person I can trust. But what about you, Ling Shuang? Isn't she reliable?" Park Jae-min shook his head, turned away, and explained, "All my actions are currently under surveillance. Ling Shuang is a spy planted by other conglomerates, so my actions are greatly restricted. There are many who seek to harm me and target me. Being a celebrity makes one an easy target of envy. Therefore, you are the only person I can trust beside me, Jae-lu." Park Jae-min's statement that she was the only one he could trust immediately shocked and deeply touched Jung Jae-lu. Just a second ago, Jung Jae-lu's emotions were wavering, but a second later she seemed to grasp what was happening. Then she asked, a mixture of shock and curiosity evident in her voice, "You, Ling Shuang, is a spy. If you know she's a spy, why keep her around?" Park Jae-min casually explained, "Exactly. Visible dangers are easy to avoid, hidden ones are harder to deal with. Currently, many are investigating my identity, and Ling Shuang is the spy they planted, intentionally getting close to me. If I were to dismiss her, someone else would come. Instead of guarding against each individual by keeping her close, I can more easily control the situation. Furthermore, she's aware of the affairs at the film studio, making me a target for many. When the Jung family wants to cooperate with me, naturally, there will be other conglomerates seeking to harm me. So Zai Lu, you're the only one I can trust right now. Zhang Zilu suddenly realized So Ling Shuang's main purpose is to investigate Park Jimin's background. No wonder she suddenly split off during our stroll today. Along with her behavior during this time, there are indeed many suspicious aspects. Zhang Zilu, born into the Jianbukong family, only truly understood the enormity of 50 billion when she held it in her hands. At this moment, an 18-year-old girl, inexperienced in life, was moved by Park Jimin's heartfelt words. A fortune of 50 billion saying it's for me, even the Jung family may find it hard to trust me with such a large sum to manage. Doesn't this still lack trust? And how significant is the Film City project to the extent that Park Jimin wants to entrust me with full authority to handle land acquisition? He truly doesn't see me as an outsider. Beside her, Park Jimin was also observing Zhang Zilu's reaction, considering a possibility. Throughout this time, Zhang Zilu's favorability rating has steadily increased to 92 points. I wonder if this time it can directly push her out of the single zone. At this moment, Zhang Zilu's heart was completely conquered. The unconditional trust that Park Jimin has for me renders all words unnecessary. Isn't this love? Only two people truly in love can trust each other blindly like this. He trusts me completely. How could I bear to betray that trust? The system suddenly echoed, Zhang Zilu's favorability rating +1, Zhang Zilu's favorability rating +1, Zhang Zilu's favorability rating +1. Current favorability rating is 95 points. Measuring towards target number 10, Zhang Zilu. Congratulations to the owner for successfully reversing the favorability breakthrough to 95 points. Kang, target number 10 has spent a total of 50 billion licking dog money, rewarding the owner with 5 billion. Kang, Zhang Zilu successfully transformed into the owner's dog, rewarding 30 enhancement points. Kang, congratulations to the owner for acquiring proficient skills in painting, singing, and playing Go. Name, Park Jimin, age 21, height 183 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, strength 59, physique 45, spirit 30, agility 55, in an extremely robust state. Park Jimin looked at the rich rewards in the system's announcement board, along with the 5 billion reward, feeling extremely happy. Success at last, this time truly a sort of profit. Park Jimin gently lifted Zhang Zilu's chin, his tone becoming more intimate. Don't tell anyone about today's matter. It's a little secret between us. Only the two of us know, okay? Zhang Zilu blushed and shyly said, You and I have a secret. It felt like the relationship between the two suddenly became much closer. Park Jimin, I'm going back to Jianbukong tomorrow. Remember me? Okay. Park Jimin replied calmly, Of course, I will remember you. Hearing this, Zhang Zilu happily bounced out of the room. Park Jimin watched Zhang Zilu's figure leaving and felt a bit nostalgic. This Zhang family's second miss is quite adorable and inherently kind-hearted. It's not because of that brat, Zhang Dick, being a bit difficult. I really don't want to deal with the Zhang family. If that brat, Zhang Dick, doesn't insist on opposing me in the future, then I might be more lenient towards the Zhang family. As Park Jimin left the rooftop terrace, he checked his personal account. Indeed, my personal account has been credited with 5 billion. I've decided to use this money to give back to my parents. At that moment, Kang Chil-won approached him for negotiation. Park Jimin, come here, I have something to discuss with you. Park Jimin looked slightly puzzled. What is it? In Park Jimin's room, Kang Chil-won began to speak. Well, the thing is, last night I talked to Aunt Chun Hong and I've decided to sell this house. Park Jimin asked anxiously, why suddenly sell the house? Ma, this is not a trivial matter. Whatever the case, we shouldn't do it. As he spoke, Park Jimin couldn't help but worry. Why suddenly want to sell the house? Is there something going on at home? Or does mom urgently need money? Whatever it is, it shouldn't come to the point of selling the house. Ever since being brainwashed by Liu Chunhong, Kang Chil-won had been thinking a lot, but when she thought about Park Jian-hong and Quan Hanny running away, it caused her immense pain. I don't have any lingering feelings anymore. It's better to decisively divorce, live separately from now on, no longer have any connection, sell the house, sell a fruit garden, start a new life. Then Kang Chil-won looked at Park Jimin and explained, You're grown up now, it's time to think about starting a family. Our family situation has become like this. Your father following other women, I don't want to think about it anymore either. Over the years, I've saved over 300,000 for you, enough for you to buy a car. Selling our house and fruit garden would almost cover the cost of you buying a house in Gyeongbokgung. I've also calculated it. Phi-Tian Real Estate Company is offering a very high price for that land. Once the compensation is settled, Your father and I will each have a house, and there will be extra money for you to use after you graduate. Park Jimin cursed under his breath. Damn it, Phi Tian Real Estate. Isn't that Ling Shuang's company? They not only persuaded others to sell their houses, but also managed to persuade my mother and even succeeded in brainwashing her. Now my mother is planning to sell our house. Park Jimin looked at Kang Xiao-won, feeling indescribable emotions stirring within him. Mom, you don't know. Your son has already begun to build his career earning money on his own. Buying a house is something I can handle without you worrying. I even plan to buy a villa for you. Don't worry, Mom. You know me well. All right, let's settle it this way. Mom came here just to tell me one thing. A while ago, Mom called Dad, and he agreed. From now on, it's over. We'll split all assets, and neither side owes the other. I don't need to worry about this anymore. After saying this, Kang Xiao-won left Park Jimin's room. Park Jimin watched her leave, his eyes hiding many unspoken words. Mom still doesn't know how well off her son is now. Just thinking about selling the house, it's pitiful in the hearts of parents. This is what they call self-inflicted. Park Jimin thought it over for a moment. Phi Tian Real Estate, buying up all the land in the village, will eventually have to demolish it for development projects. If all other houses are to be demolished except mine, it would be quite strange. It's better to go with the flow. There's no need to obstruct Mom's decision. Anyway, in the future, I'll bring Mom to live in the city. By then, I must buy her a large villa, one in Gyeongbokgung, one in Yanjing, one in Mado. I'll be very considerate and attentive to Mom, making her feel truly cared for. Currently, Park Jimin's only small joy was watching the balance of his bank account decrease little by little, but this was also the reason for his profound disappointment. I've spent money like water, but that enormous sum hasn't diminished at all, not even a fraction. Roughly calculated at a spending rate of 10 billion a day, it would take me over 200 years to spend it all. And if I spend 50 billion a day, I could shorten that to 50 years. However, the problem is I don't have many big expenses like that. I can't spend 50 billion every day. Moreover, spending too much money in a short period could cause inflation. In haste, success is elusive. Who cries for this pain? For those crying, there are also those laughing. Phi Tian Real Estate is expanding its operations, acquiring land across Tianmen. Ling Shuang employs word-of-mouth strategies and offers high commissions to persuade residents to sell their land. Chun Hong, living next door to Park Jimin's house, earned $2 million overnight. Compared to farming, she fears she couldn't save that much in her lifetime. Thanks to this positive response, more and more people are joining in, especially elderly women who have joined the brokerage team and earned a considerable amount of money. Additionally, Phi Tian Real Estate also commits to purchasing land with cash and never defaulting on payment. Consequently, the speed of land acquisition has increased rapidly, with residents trusting Phi Tian Real Estate as they see many villagers selling their land and receiving substantial compensation. Kang Xiao-won is a living example. Her wish to sell land to married Park Jimin has been fulfilled. Gradually, people also believe that Phi Tian Real Estate will build a new, more upscale urban area and bring benefits to the residents. Time flies like a dog running in the field. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. Phi Tian Real Estate has made remarkable strides in expanding its scale and establishing over 10 new branches. More than 5,000 employees have been recruited for various departments, stationed in 10 towns within the Tianmen city, thanks to the robust word-of-mouth team. More and more residents are agreeing to sell land to Phi Tian Real Estate. The number of part-time sales staff has reached over 10,000, which is evidence of Phi Tian Real Estate's strong recent growth. Therefore, at this time, before Park Jimin could find Ling Shuang, she proactively came to meet him. They met at their usual spot, the third-floor rooftop. Park Jimin leisurely leaned back on a bamboo chair, contemplating life when Ling Shuang approached and presented a new financial report. Boss, here's the financial report for this week. The recent expansion pace of Phi Tian Real Estate has far exceeded our projections. As of now, we have acquired 20,000 apartments and 100,000 land plots. Park Jimin pretended to skim through it, then casually asked, "Is this the latest financial report?" Indeed, recently the Phi Tian conglomerate has been expanding its business rapidly. We've bought up all the land in this town and even neighboring ones. But currently, the company is facing financial shortages. I just found out yesterday that the company's account is running low on funds and the lower-level employees haven't been informed. They're still aggressively buying land, causing us to suffer severe deficits. According to the standard contract, the company may have to pay a huge sum to compensate for this shortfall. This is entirely my fault. I apologize. I should have limited land purchases or else we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Ling Shuang bowed her head, displaying profound remorse outwardly yet inwardly. She was quietly chuckling. How could I limit land purchases? This is me intentionally causing trouble. Phi Tian currently has no money but continues to crazily buy land. Once the capital chain breaks, according to the contract, they'll have to pay back tenfold. I wonder how they'll handle it. Truly insane. Ha 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 ha. Park Jimin smiled faintly, his demeanor as serene as drifting clouds. How much money is needed to compensate for this deficit? Ling Shuang respectfully replied, We need 10 billion. Originally, this troubled Park Jimin immensely, his money-making goal, but now he didn't know how to achieve it. This kind of anguish and frustration, only Ling Shuang could truly understand. This made Park Jimin incredibly elated. I tell her to spend money, she spends money and never hesitates. She never thinks about ways to make money or save money for me. Moreover, she even opens up a new path, helping me find an effective way to earn money. Thinking of this, Park Jimin was so delighted that he exclaimed, 10 billion, excellent, absolutely excellent, splendid, we must continue. Ling Xuan thought that creating such a massive financial loophole would enrage Park Jimin, but to her surprise, Park Jimin not only remained calm, but also looked at her with a peculiar gaze. This look puzzled Ling Xuan as well. He looks at me with an appreciative gaze. Yes, that's an appreciative gaze. Too strange. Does this guy think differently? Why would I have made such a serious mistake? Does he still appreciate me? If it were Jin Jiangmu and I made such a serious mistake, the young master would definitely be furious. Park Jimin was extremely excited. He hugged Ling Xuan gratefully. Secretary Yu, sometimes you don't disappoint me. In just a short week, not only did you spend 5 billion, but you also accumulated another 10 billion in debt. You truly are my right-hand person. Boss, am I wrong? Park Jimin spoke naturally, as if he wasn't joking. Why would I be wrong? Your ability to spend 15 billion a week is truly genius. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuan felt faint. She even thought Park Jimin might have some mental issues. Park Jimin still spoke calmly. Employees who know how to make money are countless, but those who know how to spend it are the ones with real capability. From this perspective, you are my huge lying. After saying that, Park Jimin's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Weaklings playing with me. The more losses they incur, the more I earn. How foolish. No matter how many workers, FIT, and real estate recruits, or how much land or apartments they buy, I will never interfere. Even if she were to buy the entire city of Tianmen, I wouldn't bat an eye. Who's afraid of whom? That assertion and icy gaze made Ling Xuan's body suddenly tremble violently. Is it true? Could I really be a business genius? Why didn't I realize it before? Just as Ling Xuan was stunned, her 2 cell phones suddenly vibrated, indicating new messages. Your account ending in 7687 has received 20 billion. Ling Xuan glanced back, and this time it was indeed 20 billion. At this moment, she began to tremble from the depths of her soul. 20 billion, this man is so wealthy to the point of being inhuman. Truly insane. 20 billion could buy 20 airplanes, could buy 50 luxury yachts, could buy 100 armed helicopters, could buy 200 mansions, or 3 million of the latest Apple phones. What is he thinking? He trusts me this much, even without a hint of doubt. He transferred 20 billion to me. Not even Jin, the young master, could treat me like this. Ling Xuan was shocked for a few seconds, then became extremely confused. Master, do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid? Park Jimin responded decisively and with a commanding demeanor. Not afraid. Trust those without suspicion. Suspect those without trust. Ling Xuan had studied psychology. If someone lied to her face, she could easily see through it. But the man in front of her showed no signs of worry. His gestures were incredibly natural, and his gaze was also very firm. This trust originated from his inner being, causing Ling Xuan's inner turmoil like a tsunami. Ling Xuan's favorability increased by 20. Ling Xuan's favorability increased by 20. Ling Xuan's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability is negative 10 points. Park Jimin saw the system notification, feeling extremely satisfied. This action instantly increased my favorability by 60 points. This 20 billion was truly not wasted. The crucial point is her fundamental favorability towards me is too low, still in the negatives, indicating a hostile relationship between us remains unchanged. Completely neutralizing a spy is indeed not easy. Tomorrow is the official launch day of Big Cat TV's online broadcast. It's time to return to Jeonbako. Park Jimin turned back to Ling Xuan and a sign. Right, there's one more thing, Secretary Yu. Prepare a car for me. I have to go back to Jeonbako tomorrow. Ling Xuan felt that Park Jimin might be planning to make a major move. Her spirit immediately stimulated. What? Going back to Jeonbako? Why so suddenly? What does he want to do? Zhang Zilu took Park Jimin's task and left. Park Jimin was also very assured when entrusting 50 billion finances to her. An 18-year-old girl, inexperienced in life, easily stirred and lacking thorough thinking, and carrying bankruptcy attributes. Not feeling psychologically threatened, Yang Weebai also left on that day without any worries. Currently, only Wang Mang Mang and Yu Ling Shuang are by Park Jimin's side. However, Wang Mang Mang's presence forced Kang Chel-won to move in with their neighbor, Mr. Wang. The reason for moving to the neighbor's house is because Wang Mang Mang's identity is somewhat tricky, unrelated to her personality. The issue lies in the fact that she is the biological daughter of Park Jian-hong and Kwon Hanny, two people who have been elusive for 20 years and have now run away together. This situation is unacceptable to Kang Chel-won. It's like an unresolved feud from a past life, difficult to resolve. The next morning, knowing her son is about to leave, Kang Chel-won went into the guest room to help Park Jimin pack. Park Jimin, why are you coming back so early? Your vacation isn't over yet, is it? Seeing his mother so attentive, Park Jimin tried to explain, "Oh, a friend of mine is starting a company and asked me to come help out there. Park Jimin, Big Cat TV is about to launch, scheduled for August 1st. By then, you could come join the activities as an invited guest, could you please?" Kang Chel-won found it a bit puzzling and asked again, "Help out? Doing extra work?" But immediately after, she involuntarily compensated in the opposite direction. The image of Park Jimin distributing advertising flyers appeared in her mind, causing Kang Chel-won to shed tears uncontrollably. This child, Park Jimin, has been obedient since childhood. He saves money even when spending, always wanting to lighten the burden for the family. He's been through a lot over the years. Seeing Kang Chel-won crying so much, Park Jimin also worriedly asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" As Kang Chel-won wiped away her tears, she explained, "Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. I just can't bear to see you leave." Saying so, Kang Chel-won took out a bank card and handed it to Park Jimin. "Park Jimin, here's 50,000. Don't be too thrifty. Spend it as you need. The pin is your birth date." It was the first time his mother gave Park Jimin so much money, leaving him astonished. "Huh, Mom, why suddenly give me so much money? Aren't you going to spend it?" Kang Chel-won firmly placed the card into Park Jimin's hand and instructed, "I do spend, but you also need money even if hanging out with friends." Then she thought about how during this period, Yang Wi-bai had been particularly close to her. She was quite satisfied with this daughter-in-law, only missing the official confirmation of her status as such, so she specially advised Park Jimin. "Mom sees that girl Yang Wi-bai as very good. She also has intentions towards you. So if you want to take it further with her in the future, be more open-minded." Park Jimin replied candidly, "Ma, I have money now. I'm a tycoon already." Hearing this, Kang Chel-won gave Park Jimin a stern lecture. "Park Jimin, are you feverish? Look at yourself. Do you resemble a tycoon anywhere? All you wear are t-shirts and ripped jeans. Where's the resemblance to a tycoon? Stop daydreaming." Park Jimin almost collapsed. "Why is it that nobody believes me whenever I speak the truth? Do I not have a bit of the aura of a billionaire tycoon?" Park Jimin looked down at his flip-flops and his faded green shorts, then sighed. Kang Chel-won took Park Jimin's hand and with special instructions added a few more words. "Don't worry about me. I have money now. This 50,000 is my commission. You're still a student, so focus on your studies. Don't worry about buying a house. I'll take care of that for you." Park Jimin asked in surprise, "Mom, you're not involved in any pyramid scheme, are you?" Kang Chel-won quickly denied. "What are you thinking?" "No, of course not. Aunt Chun-hong pulled me into Flighty and real estate consulting group, and I've closed several deals already. Anyway, as long as you keep moving forward, I'll always support you. It seems like Xiao Hu next door hasn't sold their house yet. I'll go persuade them. Also, this afternoon, I have to convince your uncles to sell their houses. I can't see you off, but remember to bring your wife home soon." Park Jimin slapped his forehead, almost bursting a blood vessel. "Comrade Chel-won, why did you join this involuntary organization? This real estate sector is truly formidable, with no weaknesses whatsoever. Just last week, my mom was talking about selling our house, and now, after just 1 week, she's joined. If she knew that Fai Tian's real estate owner is her own son, she'd probably faint. Well, I'll just keep it from her." During this period, Wang Mang Mang also noticed an invisible barrier between herself and Park Jimin's mother. So, as Kang Chel-won stepped out, Wang Mang Mang cautiously approached and called out, "Big brother." Wang Mang Mang cautiously peered into the room with a solemn expression and asked, "Is Big Brother going to Jayanbaka?" Park Jimin glanced at her for a moment before nodding, "Yes, Mang Mang, what's up?" Wang Mang Mang hesitated before asking, "Can I go with you to Jayanbaka? I feel bored at home alone, and Aunt Chel-won doesn't seem to like me much." Park Jimin pondered for a moment upon hearing this. "If I'm not at home, it might be difficult for the little one to handle my mother alone. And soon, she'll have to start studying at Fushun University in Mado. So it's a good opportunity to take her for a taste of luxury life, so she won't feel overwhelmed when she gets to Mado." Park Jimin rubbed his head in agreement. "All right, it's not good for you to stay alone at home. Get your things ready. We'll leave this afternoon. Wang Mang Mang asked excitedly, Really? Really? Seeing Park Jimin nod, she happily exclaimed and hurriedly left the room. Thank you. I'll go pack my things right away. Take your time. No need to rush. Park Jimin looked at the small girl with some emotion. Having a little sister feels really good, especially one as obedient as her. As her big brother, I have to take good care of her. This time, I'll show her what the extravagant life of the bourgeoisie is like, drinking and expanding her horizons, increasing her knowledge. My little sister, Park Jimin, will never be deceived by those scoundrels with sweet words in the future. Furthermore, the emergence of Flytian real estate has stirred the capitalist circles. The reason being that this company has acquired nearly 16 billion square meters of land in just half a month, and they show no signs of stopping. They are relentlessly expanding, sparking intense discussions within the capitalist circles. Many are analyzing Flytian real estate's intentions, and various hypotheses have been put forward. What is their true purpose? Will the Film City project be revived? Is Flytian real estate connected to Chairman Lim and Oh Young-sil? He hasn't given up on his plan to build a film city in Tianmen. Could his move to spread rumors about Oh Young-sil wanting to withdraw from Tianmen just be a cover-up while quietly acquiring land? Contemplating these possibilities, many investors and real estate businesses have begun to make exploratory moves. However, this time they are much more cautious. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Park Jimin, along with Wang Mang Mang and Yu Ling Shuang, set off to Jeonbukgung in a BMW owned by Flytian Real Estate. While the car wasn't overly luxurious, it was sufficiently comfortable and prestigious for someone in Chairman Lim's position. Ling Shuang took on the role of the driver, while Park Jimin and Wang Mang Mang relaxed in the back seats, sipping Coca-Cola and chatting. At this moment, he realized the importance of having a secretary. Having a secretary was indeed convenient. Long-distance driving could be exhausting, but now it was entrusted to Ling Shuang, allowing Park Jimin and Wang Mang Mang to enjoy some relaxation time. Park Jimin felt comfortable in every moment, and he couldn't resist teasing Yu Ling Shuang incessantly. Secretary Yu, I asked you to find a car for me, and you found this big thing. Does this BMW befit Chairman Lim's status? Be more careful next time. Ling Shuang was boiling with anger, but she couldn't do anything except swallow her frustration and anger. Yes, I apologize, sir. I'll pay more attention next time. Wang Mang Mang, peeling an orange, chimed in uncomfortably. Brother, stop picking on Yu Ling Shuang all the time. This car is nice too. In such a short time, there aren't many luxurious cars for you to choose from. Plus, Yu Ling Shuang is busy with company matters every day, to the point of exhaustion. Now she even has to worry about your transportation. Can't you hold back your tongue, even for an orange? As she spoke, Wang Mang Mang gently handed the shiny golden orange segments to the person she liked in an intimate manner. Park Jimin not only didn't refuse, but also eagerly accepted the orange segments Wang Mang Mang offered, saying, "Hey, little sister understands me best." Though a simple gesture, when Zai Lu handed Park Jimin an orange segment carried boundless care and affection, coupled with Park Jimin's remark that only his little sister understood him best at that moment, Wang Mang Mang suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, an indescribable sensation creeping into her soul. His intention, only I can bring him happiness. Wang Mang Mang's goodwill increased by 5, currently standing at 70 points. Yu Ling Shuang, observing the scene through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Such a brat, truly a giant child, treating little sisters like servants. The oranges were even peeled, yet he still demands to be fed. This attitude is truly excessive. Ling Shuang's goodwill decreased by 5, currently at a negative 15 points. Just as the system notification sounded, Park Jimin took a sip of Coca-Cola and immediately choked, coughing and sputtering. Wang Mang Mang looked at Park Jimin with concern. Slow down with your drink. Park Jimin muttered irritably to himself. What's going on? Just a moment ago, I asked Wang Mang Mang to hand me an orange segment, and her goodwill not only didn't decrease, but also increased by 5 points. Yet Ling Shuang's goodwill decreased. What does that have to do with her? My little sister didn't say anything, yet she raised her tone. I spent 20 billion to buy this goodwill, but it seems so volatile. Just a few minutes ago, the sky, once clear blue, suddenly turned a murky gray. Thunder rumbled as if someone was reasonfully accusing, and lightning flashed, tearing across the sky. Rain began to fall lightly at first, and gradually increasing in intensity. On the highway, the rain poured down like a deluge, heavy droplets hitting the car's windshield like tiny stones, creating a noisy commotion. Visibility was greatly reduced, leaving only a blurry trail ahead. Wang Mang Mang suddenly spoke up. Look, it's raining. Park Jimin nodded in response. Yeah, this weather is unpredictable. They say there are strange places where just a few steps forward, it pours rain like a waterfall, but step back and there's not a drop. Even the rain in the sky has its own boundaries. Finishing his words, Park Jimin glanced at Ling Shuang, instructing, Secretary Yu, slow down, keep a safe distance from the car ahead. Hardly had Park Jimin finished speaking when a sudden incident occurred. Ahead, a blue sedan abruptly changed lanes on the highway for no apparent reason. This reckless action caught the driver of the truck behind off guard. Curses and honking echoed in vain before the truck plowed straight into the sedan. Damn it, brake, brake. Ling Shuang, driving at high speed, couldn't decelerate in time. All three of them immediately braced themselves. It's over. Does she want to go down with me? The truck rammed straight into the sedan, resulting in a horrifying collision. The blue sedan was thrown up high before flipping over onto the road. The BMW crashed into the two vehicles involved in the accident ahead before being propelled into the air as well. In the moment of danger, Park Jimin quickly shielded Wang Meng, embracing her tightly. Immediately afterward, the vehicles behind couldn't brake in time, causing a chain collision. Unfortunately, just as their car was flipping, a Mercedes suddenly came rushing from behind. Another horrifying crash echoed, causing the car to sustain severe damage. In the moment of danger, Park Jimin once again acted as a shield, holding Wang Meng tightly in his arms. Seconds after the dreadful collision, everything fell into silence. The blaring horns, the frantic screams, all disappeared. The BMW lay overturned on the road, twisted and completely deformed, resembling nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Park Jimin gazed out, his eyes filled with concern. Coiling back, he suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending the already deformed door flying off. Carefully, Park Jimin helped Wang Meng crawl out of the car. For an ordinary person, such a strong impact could lead to internal bleeding, even death. However, with Park Jimin's robust physique, he only felt a slight soreness in his lower back from being jolted several times, with his arm being the only part scratched. What bad luck! Thankfully, my body is 4 times stronger than an average person, or else I might have perished. Wang Meng, being tightly held by Park Jimin, remained uninjured. At this moment, Wang Meng also regained consciousness after the strong impact. Just a few seconds ago, she thought she would die, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Park Jimin holding her, which left her extremely frightened. Tears streamed down Wang Meng's cheeks as she choked out, "Are you okay? I was so scared." Park Jimin looked at her reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, I'm safe and sound. How could anything happen to me?" The rain continued to pour heavily, soaking Park Jimin's and Wang Meng's clothes. After comforting Wang Meng, Park Jimin then observed the scene of the accident. The once busy highway was now engulfed in chaos due to the multiple vehicle collision. Damaged vehicles were scattered across the road, blocking all lanes. The rainwater mixed with oil, forming muddy puddles, and the pungent smell of burning vehicles filled the air. Some people were panicking, trying to flee the scene, while traffic congestion stretched for over 10 kilometers, creating a tense and chaotic atmosphere. Wang Meng suddenly exclaimed, "You Ling Shuang is still in the car." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin hurriedly escorted Wang Meng to a safe area. "Don't wander around, I'll go rescue her." After giving instructions, Park Jimin took off the t-shirt he was wearing and covered Wang Meng's head with it, then quickly went to rescue Ling Shuang. Compared to Wang Meng's minor injuries, Ling Shuang's condition was much more severe. Fortunately, she had fastened her seatbelt and the airbag and deployed at the critical moment, which helped prevent life-threatening injuries. "Secretary Yu, are you okay?" Hearing Park Jimin's voice echoing in her ears, Ling Shuang tried to move. She realized her body was numb, seemingly trapped by the metal shards from the mangled car after the accident. Ling Shuang exerted all her strength to try to move, but each movement caused her extreme pain. "My leg seems to be trapped in here, can't get out." After saying this, Ling Shuang felt the world darkening, a thought emerging in her mind. "Am I about to die? Oh, how absurd to die like this." Park Jimin roared, using force to remove the deformed car door. "Come out." With a physique 4 times that of an ordinary person, the force exerted on the car door reached 23,000 Newton, enough to easily tear even a living buffalo in half. Seeing Ling Shuang not making any movements, Park Jimin urged her continuously while rescuing her. "Secretary Yu, hang in there. You'll be fine." Ling Shuang watched as Park Jimin sweated profusely in the dim and misty sky. Despite his bleeding arm, he dared to risk saving her. At this moment, Ling Shuang's morally firm and steel-like inner self was once again stirred. Though he's a scoundrel, he always displays the gallantry of a man in moments of danger. Whatever happens, he never disappoints, always appearing at the most opportune moments, exuding an irresistible charm. Ling Shuang's goodwill score increased by 20, bringing her current goodwill score to 5 points. Seeing the notification, Park Jimin immediately shed tears of joy. Finally turned positive, it was really challenging. Ling Shuang's right leg seemed to be broken, nearly immovable. Park Jimin had to carry her princess style to where Wang Meng Meng was. Wang Meng Meng anxiously asked, "You, Ling Shuang, are you okay?" But as she approached and saw Ling Shuang's face, Wang Meng Meng gasped in horror, "Oh, you Ling Shuang, your face." Seeing Wang Meng Meng's grave expression, Yu Ling Shuang panicked and asked, "What's wrong with my face?" Just moments ago, in the midst of her pain, she hadn't paid attention to her own appearance. Now she hurriedly felt her cheek, finding her hand covered in fresh blood. Wang Meng Meng hastily searched for a piece of mirror to inspect. Look, just look. Just a second later, Yu Ling Shuang looked and was startled. Moments ago, as the car turned, her left side had collided with a broken piece of mirror. Her once flawless face now bore a more than 10 centimeters long tear. Though not life-threatening, this wound could mar her beauty. For a woman, appearance mattered greatly. Such a deep wound, even if healed, would leave a scar. Yu Ling Shuang staggered back 2 steps, the handheld mirror slipping from her grasp to the ground, the pain in her right leg nearly causing her to collapse. She couldn't accept this. Her emotions shattered. She felt lost and dizzy. Park Jimin tried to console her. "It's okay as long as you're alive. Medical science has advanced so much now. Even scars can be fixed." Wang Meng Meng nodded in agreement. "That's right. That's right." Yu Ling Shuang, still incredulous, asked again, "Really, it can't be fixed? You won't see me as a monster, will you? You won't? You hoopo." Park Jimin didn't say much, simply embracing Yu Ling Shuang tightly for comfort. The rain poured down heavily, and under its deluge, the two held each other tightly amidst the cold of the rainy day. Yu Ling Shuang felt a warm ray emanating from Park Jimin. Just a moment later, the ambulance arrived. Yu Ling Shuang, with severe injuries, was placed on a stretcher, while Park Jimin, Wang Meng Meng, and the others with minor injuries from the accident were also loaded onto the ambulance and taken to the hospital. Observing Yu Ling Shuang's extreme sadness, Park Jimin couldn't help but ponder, today's events have truly been tumultuous. Regarding the fractured bone, it just needs to be reset, and then immobilized with a splint for a while until it heals, and she can move normally again. The scar on her face can also be treated, but it will require a special ointment. Ling Shuang's appearance has been compromised, and it may take a long time for her to recover, but this could be advantageous. When a woman's appearance is compromised, their psyche tends to weaken, and their will is not as steadfast as usual. I can take advantage of this opportunity. I will tenderly care for her while assigning her important tasks. I doubt she'll be able to endure it. When she truly can't bear it anymore, I'll have another formidable assassin. It seems it's time to elevate my medical expertise. Who knows, perhaps future goodwill will depend on it. The next morning, the sky was clear, with gentle white clouds drifting lazily. The 3 of them, Park Jimin, hurriedly left the hospital. Fortunately, Wang Meng Meng only suffered minor scratches, while Yu Ling Shuang, though her limbs were injured with no serious bone damage, had a life-threatening wound on her face. She looked a bit disheveled, but her spirits were relatively high. The phone rang, and Kim Jisoo quickly answered. "Hey, Park Jimin, have you arrived at Jeonbokgung yet? Big Cat TV is hosting an event opening today." Park Jimin's voice carried a hint of gravity as he responded, "I've reached Jeonbokgung, but there's a bit of an issue. We had a car accident on the way here, and we're currently at the hospital." Kim Jisoo exclaimed anxiously, "A car accident? Are you all right? Which hospital are you at?" "Just now, I heard the radio news reporting a massive pileup on the highway, causing a 5 kilometers traffic jam. I didn't expect you to be involved in it. Do you need me to come help?" Seo Lai quickly called the driver. Park Jimin calmly reassured, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've been discharged from the hospital already. If anything serious had happened, I wouldn't be able to answer your call. Please don't come here." Kim Jisoo, still concerned, asked, "But can you still attend the press conference for Big Cat TV's activities today?" Park Jimin affirmed, "Of course, Zhailu was just a minor accident. I'll attend the event tonight. It won't affect my work." Ling Shuang looked into the distance, silently thinking, as a well-trained female spy, I am more resilient and stronger than ordinary women. If another woman had her appearance marred, she might lament endlessly. The more she thought, the calmer Ling Shuang became oddly calm. She had gradually accepted reality. Beauty is fleeting. It cannot accompany me throughout life. Perhaps losing my appearance isn't such a bad thing. Compared to looks, competence and intelligence are my greatest weapons. Losing my beauty allows me to see the true intentions of those around me. Only those who stand by me when I'm at my lowest, who don't turn away when I'm in despair, are truly driven by genuine affection from within. I should cherish such people. Yu Ling Shuang couldn't understand why she had these thoughts. Perhaps adversity truly reveals sincerity. Park Jimin looked at Ling Shuang's dismal mood, unable to help but sigh deeply. Then, with a reluctant expression, he said, "Secretary Yu, I have a task for you." In the next 2 days, pay attention to whether there are any beautiful villas in Gyeongbokgung. I want to buy one. After a while, I may go to Mado. I don't want to stay in hotels, so I also want to buy a villa there, preferably near the city center. Wang Mangmang regarded Park Jimin as an unscrupulous boss, crazily exploiting the value of employees, especially when Ling Shuang was in a vulnerable state, prompting her inability to endure. You'll be hung on the lamp post. You, Ling Shuang, is injured, and yet you're still ordering her around. Park Jimin smirked, oh my, but if Secretary Yu doesn't help me, I won't have anyone reliable by my side. She works for me quite diligently. Secretary Yu, you've done a great job. Wang Mangmang protested indignantly. How can you exploit someone like that, right, Yu Ling Shuang? Wang Mangmang was about to confront further, but upon seeing Yu Ling Shuang tearfully distressed, she immediately stopped, unable to say another word. However, only Yu Ling Shuang knew how much Park Jimin's words warmed her heart. After her appearance was marred, she feared being rejected by society, no longer valued or trusted, yet Park Jimin still assigned tasks to her, which meant he didn't underestimate her. Wang Mangmang intended to console Yu Ling Shuang, but upon seeing tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart suddenly halted. Why is Yu Ling Shuang crying? Park Jimin couldn't hide the remorse in his eyes. He looked at Ling Shuang and then reproached himself. Did I really go too far? Afterwards, both of them stood silently by, sensing Ling Shuang's sorrow, but only God knew why she was so sad. Ling Shuang wiped away her tears while explaining, Mangmang, you misunderstood him. He doesn't look down on me because of my appearance. He still treats me the same as before. That's the greatest affirmation and kindness to me. Yu Ling Shuang said solemnly, Master, rest assured, I will definitely complete this task with the utmost seriousness and ensure your satisfaction. Today is August 1st, the day Big Cat TV officially launches online. In just a short half month, Big Cat TV has spent nearly hundreds of millions of dong to create a massive advertising effect, from social media platforms like TikTok or QQ to major online portals like Weibo. All are inundated with advertisements for the grand launch of Big Cat TV. Even the most famous cinema hall in Gyeongbokgung has been exclusively booked by Big Cat TV today for a magnificent opening ceremony. It's said that many famous stars will attend the launch event today. Indeed, Big Cat TV has not only invited Kung Kum, Deng Zai-fei, but also Di Renji, Hu Zi, Dagu Kiao, Wu Xiaoming, and many other famous streamers. Big Cat TV really knows how to make an impact. After returning to the Kinyuan neighborhood, Park Jimin took Wang Mangmang to the opening ceremony of Big Cat TV. Wang Mangmang, with an enthusiastic expression, asked, Wow, this is the event you were about to participate in? It looks so grand. Unexpectedly, Wang Mangmang encountered a familiar young actor and immediately showed extreme excitement. Oh, that's Kung Kung, isn't it? I can't believe I'm seeing Kung Kung for real. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I can be Kung Kung here. I want to get his autograph. Oh, and there's Tun Tun too, smiling so sweetly. Wang Mangmang was overjoyed, jumping around when seeing her idols. Park Jimin looked at Wang Mangmang with disdain. What's the big deal? He gets so excited. He's just more handsome than me. Oh my, what did I just say? Though you're handsome too. Kung Kung has a different kind of handsomeness. Kung Kung has a very handsome appearance, while you're just elegant, not as refined. Park Jimin rolled his eyes disdainfully. Mangmang, in the future, you'll often have to attend events like this. Today, I'm taking you to practice getting used to it, so you won't be overwhelmed later. Wang Mangmang lowered her head somewhat self-consciously. But, can we dress like this? I see everyone wearing suits, evening gowns, and the like. Are we too casual? Park Jimin patted his chest confidently. Too casual. Haha. Mangmang, those fancy things are for ordinary people. Even if I wear flip-flops, no one will dare look down on me tonight. At that moment, two elegantly dressed girls were enthusiastically discussing, where did these country bumpkins come from? They've never interacted with society before, and we don't know how they managed to sneak in here. Xiao King, don't pay attention to them. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin's expression subtly changed, his inner anger boiling, while Wang Mangmang, ridiculed as a country bumpkin, felt extremely self-conscious. Bowing her head in embarrassment, Wang Mangmang felt humiliated, and Park Jimin, observing her demeanor, couldn't contain his fury. You bunch of nonsense. Where do you come from to dare to mock my sister? Who do you think you are to insult my sister? You want to die. Park Jimin approached coldly, not typically having such a hot temper. If others mocked him, he might not even care, perhaps just brushing it off with a laugh, because after 3 years of serving Jung Hoseo, he had become accustomed to being ridiculed by others. But facing the two girls now, Park Jimin's attitude was devoid of any courtesy. You two, be careful with your words and actions. Park Jimin's words caused the two girls' expressions to change. Before them stood two young, beautiful girls in the bloom of youth. Looking at their beauty, their attractiveness isn't the kind that could topple cities or nations, but rather it carries a refined, gentle allure that captures the gaze of those they meet. Wang Xiao King, standing to the right, has short, gently curled hair that hugs her slender, delicate face. She wears a simple, yet sophisticated blue dress. Standing beside her is Wang Xiao King's close friend, Naimizi. She has long hair that falls over her slender shoulders and wears a pastel yellow dress, light and feminine. In stark contrast to their physical beauty, Wang Xiao King's speech is a chaotic mess, crude and unpleasant to the ear. Who are you calling miss? You're the miss, you country bumpkin. In this day and age, everyone thinks they're the best, only having to see some internet hot girl to start calling her sister, without knowing what they themselves amount to. Naimizi, chiming in with support, is no less grating. What are you to tell me to watch my words? That's laughable. Like attracts like birds of a feather flock together, fish swim in the same waters. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. No matter how hard they try to dress up like some big shot, they can't change their true nature. Hearing this, Park Jimin became even more infuriated, his face turning purple with rage. Wang Mang Mang, seeing Park Jimin clenching his fists in anger, gently pulled on his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, just let them be." But Park Jimin was unmoved, giving both women a cold warning look. "I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize to my sister right now." Wang Xiao King, far from repentant, became even more provocative. "Apologize? For what? Do you have any idea how many fans I have?" She started to boast about her impressive following. But before she could finish her sentence, Park Jimin stepped forward. A strong gust of wind blew and smack. A powerful slap landed on her delicate face. Wang Xiao King was utterly stunned, humiliated in front of so many people by a man she deemed unsophisticated. This humiliation made her nearly lose her mind. "You dead dog. How dare you hit me? How dare you? What gives you the right?" Before Wang Xiao King could call for help, Park Jimin doubled her misery smack. Another slap left Wang Xiao King dazed and confused. Wang Xiao King lay motionless on the ground, resembling a statue, pain radiating throughout her body. Yet nothing compared to the agony of humiliation and emptiness in her mind. Park Jimin's action of striking his daughter stirred the anger of many women present. Naimizi began to shout, "Stop, you despicable man! How dare you, a man and a girl?" People united in condemning him. Who is this guy? How can he hit a woman? Does he even know who she is? She's Wan Yuf-sin, the daughter of Wan Lai Company, and her boyfriend is Bai, the only son of Seoni Group. If he dared to hit her, he's finished, utterly finished. Hitting a woman is cowardly, utterly lacking in dignity. Faced with such criticism, Park Jimin remained calm, even amused. "Oh, come on, don't be so hypocritical. Who says women can't be hit? If a woman acts out of line, she deserves a slap. Dignity? What's that for? I don't need such a thing." Upon learning that his girlfriend had been assaulted by, the young master immediately gathered a few of his cronies and rushed over, looking fierce and intimidating. As soon as they arrived, he stared daggers and bellowed, "Whoever dares to cause trouble in my territory, speak up." Unfortunately, the situation took a turn for the worse. Bai, upon spotting Park Jimin, instinctively recoiled, sweating profusely as if caught in a downpour. "Chairman Lim," he stammered. "Since our last encounter, Chairman Lim's prestige has only grown. He's already a legendary figure, not to mention his plans to build a film city in Tianmen. I'd also like to get a piece of the action. Not everyone gets this opportunity, only Chairman Lim does. It's fortunate to meet you here." Seeing Bai's arrival, Wang Xiao King lit up with joy. She quickly ran over to plead her case with Bai. "Young Master Bai, you're here. This country bumpkin dared to hit me. You might have to take charge for me." Bai was taken aback by her words. Not only was their relationship now in jeopardy, but he also risked offending powerful figures. Before Wang Xiao King could finish her plea, Bai swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving her utterly flustered. "Shut up, you disgraceful woman. There's no place for you to speak here. What else do you have to say? Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You act obediently in front of me, but behind my back, you scheme. And you want to use the Bai family to expand Wan Lai Company? Dream on. I've slept with you. Now get lost." After cursing, the young Master Bai immediately approached Park Jimin with reverence. "Sir, I apologize for this. I've bumped into this dog several times, unaware of my place. If there's any offense toward you, I'll have her apologize instead, hoping you'll forgive this insignificant person." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous hot girls, artists, and onlookers were all astonished at seeing things. Isn't this the arrogant sign of the Bai family? How come he's so polite? What's his background after all? Even young Master Bai can't lift his head. Wang Mang Mang knew Park Jimin was wealthy, but had no specific idea about his identity. Feeling his protection, she was genuinely happy. Normally, in such situations, I would swallow my anger, but unexpectedly, Park Jae-min is so assertive, unwilling to let me endure any humiliation. He's like a dominant character in a movie, but I really like it. Moreover, Park Jae-min's face is incredibly handsome. This young master seems to wield considerable influence, naturally having to be respectful in front of him. Turns out he's as tough as an ox. At this moment, Wang Mang's inner feelings surged incessantly, the feeling of fondness for someone burning strongly in her heart. Wang Mang's goodwill rating increased by 5, her current goodwill rating being 85 points. Right when Park Jae-min attended the official opening event of Big Cat TV at Park in 2603, Building 8, Kinyuan District, Ling Xuan was far from idle. To guard against surveillance, she first utilized her counter-surveillance techniques to carefully inspect the entire room for any monitoring devices. After confirming it was safe and free of any oversight, she called Jin Jia Mu. It's time to update young Master Jin on the situation. But at this moment, Yu Ling Xuang's inner turmoil and conflict were intense. After this period of living together, her once firm resolve from half a month ago had wavered. Park Jae-min, damn it, why is my mind filled with images of this man? Despite betraying his trust, I have no other choice but to remain loyal. Yu Ling Xuang wavered for a moment, but she quickly dismissed those thoughts. I will not betray Jin Jia Mu, nor will I betray the Jin family. At the same time, under Meido's dazzling night sky, Jin Jia Mu sat leisurely on the rooftop of a skyscraper, overlooking the bustling city. He raised the phone to his ear, his voice neither bland nor salty. Hello, it's me. Yu Ling Xuang began her report. Young Master, we can now proceed. Chairman Lim is currently attending an event at Jiangbaka. In Tianmen City, I've discreetly acquired several plots of land scattered across various locations. Acting now would impact the core area of the film studio development plan. It's possible to deliver a fatal blow to Chairman Lim, effectively blocking his throat. Upon hearing the situation, Jin Jia Mu felt extremely pleased. He responded with a tone full of praise. Well done, Ling Xuang. You've worked hard during this time. When you return, I won't overlook your efforts. Jin Jia Mu's praise acted as a soothing balm to Ling Xuang's wounded soul. She hastily replied with a choked voice, Young Master is too kind. This is what I should do. As long as the young master requests, Ling Xuan can sacrifice everything for you. Without you and the Jin family back then, I would have died starving on the streets long ago. Ling Xuan's memories of her early days began at the orphanage. She had no relatives, no friends. The head of the orphanage was strict, but still a support for her. But when she was 7 years old, the orphanage closed. The 7-year-old girl wandered the streets and human traffickers kidnapped and cruelly beat her. They were ruthless people, exploiting vulnerable children like her. They withheld food, clothing, brutally beat, and abandoned them to beg on the streets. Yu Ling Xuang endured those dreadful months for a year, the darkest period of her life, a life devoid of light, enduring daily agony like hell on earth. Then one day, in the freezing winter, a handsome, gentle young man appeared. He wrapped Ling Xuang in a coat, gave her shoes, bringing warmth to her in the icy winter. With words of compassion she could never forget. From today, you won't go hungry or cold anymore. You'll have a new life. Little sister, would you agree to come with me? From then on, she was called Yu Ling Xuang. She had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, no longer enduring filthy streets. She even got to go to school, receive a proper education. The Jin family provided a new life for girls as destitute as her. They have no home. The Jin family conglomerate is their home. The Jin family is the only place they belong to. Being trusted and valued by the young master is the greatest honor. She will never betray the Jin family. Yu Ling Xuang analyzed sincerely. Thank you, young master. I have carefully analyzed the documents on Fighty and real estate and will send them to you shortly. Moreover, this person's identity is truly mysterious. There are many things about him that I cannot understand. Furthermore, I have been monitoring the bank account he transferred money to me from. This bank account is the prestigious black card of a Swiss bank, and only those with a net worth of over 10 billion can upgrade to this black card level. The security factor of this account is too high. I couldn't find any useful information. I'm afraid the power behind Chairman Lim is not simple at all. All right, Ling Xuan, this information of yours is very useful to me. Regarding the car accident case, don't worry. Rest and recuperate well. When you return, I will invite the best orthopedic surgeon in South Korea to treat you. Hanging up the phone, Yu Ling Xuang suddenly frowned. Young master, how did you know I had a car accident? I never mentioned it, and even your people who came didn't bring it up. So why does the young master know so quickly that I had a car accident? At this thought, she suddenly felt shocked. A disappointed idea emerged. Could it be? The young master doesn't trust me and secretly had someone else follow me. This can only explain the situation. Meanwhile, at the grand opening ceremony, the long-awaited moment finally arrived. Kong Kong's performance, a combination of singing, dancing, and explosive rap, thrilled the female fans, making them cheer enthusiastically. Kong Kong, I love you. Kong Kong, I want to have your baby. Kong Kong's performance ended, leaving the audience still eager for more. At the same time, the host spoke up, impressive indeed. Let's all thank Kong Kong for the performance. The next act will be presented by a special guest we'd invited. As soon as the host finished speaking, a sparkling crystal piano was suddenly lifted onto the center stage. Wang Mang Mang curiously asked, "Who is the mysterious guest, and do you know anything about it?" Seeing Park Jimin silent, Wang Mang Mang looked up, then couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you suddenly wearing a mask? At this moment, Park Jimin was wearing a Batman mask, leaning close to Wang Mang Mang and whispered, "Mang Mang, next I'll perform an act for you." Saying so, Park Jimin stepped towards the center of the stage. Not only were the celebrities and famous people buzzing with discussion, but there were also bursts of excitement from the audience below the stage. Look, that piano seems familiar. Could it be the one Lang Shen performed with at the 2008 Olympic Games? Wasn't it reported recently that this piano was auctioned for $500 million and bought by a mysterious tycoon? Damn, the legendary crystal piano. Isn't it Lang Shen himself who came, showing how capable Big Cat TV is, even able to invite Lang Shen? Big Cat TV is really something. Just as everyone was curious about who would perform this act, Park Jimin confidently strode towards the center of the stage. Each step he took was firm and confident, causing Wang Mang Mang and the audience below the stage to be thrilled. Park Jimin, truly handsome. I never imagined that Park Jimin, my Rain brother, would be even more outstanding than I had imagined. At this moment, Wang Mang Mang's heart beat with excitement, like a little bird finding its cage, feeling a wonderful sensation spreading throughout her body, awakening every cell within her, brimming with vitality. Wang Mang Mang's goodwill increased by 5, her current goodwill rating reaching 90 points. When Park Jimin sat on the piano bench, murmurs arose from the audience below. Everyone was curious about the identity of the mysterious masked man. Who is this guy? So pretentious, wearing a mask even on stage. Thought he's a secretive singer? Isn't he Lang Shen? Apart from Lang Shen, perhaps no one deserves this expensive piano. No, I've met Lang Shen before. He's a bit chubby. But this masked guy has a balanced figure, even a bit slim. Clearly not Lang Shen. Park Jimin immersed himself in silence, closing his eyes to concentrate for 5 minutes. Under the stands, celebrities, streamers, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Perhaps Kong Kong's explosive performance had thrilled the audience immensely. Now, Park Jimin simply sat silently by the piano, wearing an additional mysterious mask. This made many audience members increasingly uncomfortable. So eager, what's this guy up to? It's been 5 minutes and he hasn't played yet. If you want to perform, take off the mask. Think you're some wealthy tycoon, you're a flaunt. Still trying to act mysterious. Don't know how to play, then get off. Don't try anymore. The murmurs of conversation echoed incessantly. The audience seemingly dissatisfied with the eccentric presence of Park Jimin. Nevertheless, Park Jimin remained composed, unaffected by the gossip swirling around him. Simultaneously, the live stream room of Big Cat TV exploded with over 800,000 viewers, the atmosphere more lively than ever. However, due to Park Jimin's 5-minute commemoration, the screen trembled as shards of tiles scattered. Where did this name come from? Performing a silent drama? Is my internet lagging? 5 minutes of my life wasted by this idiot. Roll out if you're so good. Take off your mask. Let everyone see your face. Kong Kong's fans also chimed in. Big Cat TV inviting someone like this, demeaning Kong Kong's status too much. If you don't start, I'll switch channels. We want to watch Kong Kong roll out. Are your fans of the idiot Kong Kong your fathers, huh? Why don't you show respect to your parents like this? Get lost. Make way for the real deal. All these trash comments. Inside the monitoring booth, Kim Jisoo and Jeon Sun's son were equally concerned. Initially, Kim Jisoo merely wanted Park Jimin to attend the event as an investor. However, his prodigious piano skills persuaded her to urge him to contribute a performance. Nonetheless, this unexpectedly silent 5-minute opening began to unsettle her. Jeon Sun's son was genuinely worried. Jisoo, the public opinion in the comments is quite negative. We need to think of a solution. Kim Jisoo reassured Jeon Sun's son. Don't rush. Let's wait calmly. I believe he will bring something surprising. Despite understanding Park Jimin's personality well, Kim Jisoo's heart was burning with curiosity. Park Jimin, he's a piano genius. What is he up to? These 5 minutes of Park Jimin were not a mere passing fancy either. He pondered extensively on which piece to play, but having reached this realm, His vision had become too elevated. Ultimately, he decided to compose a piano piece himself, a song titled Breaking Barriers, all within those fleeting 5 minutes. This music took Park Jimin himself as its prototype, depicting the pointed journey of a once lowly boy, as insignificant as a dog, as feeble as a worm or an ant. After enduring emotional shocks in the realm of love, he transformed into a confident trap boy. Finally, the resounding bass of the piano echoed, and John Sun's son burst into tears of joy after this unprecedented and heart-stopping performance. He's moved. He's moved. He's moved. Park Jimin screamed inwardly, his lyrics slightly chaotic at this moment, suddenly feeling a tinge of sadness, reminiscing about the pigeons by the fountain, their sweet taste fading away, emotions inexplicably pulled along. I still love you, while you sing ambiguously. With a relaxed demeanor, Park Jimin suddenly sank into a state of absolute unconsciousness, the piano's sound growing deeper, penetrating into the hearts of each listener, though melancholic, yet profoundly stirring their innermost feelings. Then waves of emotion surged intensely, as if to engulf everything. Many audience members suddenly recalled painful memories, the days of insignificance and humiliation, increasingly melancholic, increasingly suffocating. The suppression makes the listener's heart extremely uncomfortable. What song is this? It's so good. The more I listen, the more my heart hurts. Even Lang Shen here can't be compared to him. It's hard to believe. The piano, initially melancholic, suddenly the melody soars high like a new turning point in life. The feeling is immensely exhilarating, profoundly clear. It's the sensation of complete liberation, satisfaction to the utmost. The more suppressed, the more relieved afterward. Pretending as if nothing happened, time has passed, love stands at a crossroads. You're cold and tired while I cry, leaving without joy. I pour my emotions into these cards. Park Jimin's intense emotions resonate deeply within the listener, like a flame burning the soul, erupting fiercely. Wang Meng Meng exclaimed profoundly, "The feeling that Park Jimin evokes in me right now is no different from top stars. How many more secrets does he have left?" Looking at the man on stage, John Sun's mind began to wander. Dan, how can this Park Jimin guy be so captivating? I'm almost losing control. Every time I see him, I'm reminded of the first time we met in the restroom and the image of my naked body in front of him. It's embarrassing, but he's my lover. The concluding notes of the piano flowed like a waterfall, echoing the suppressed frustration of 3 days and nights, finally erupting fiercely. Some loves can only come this far, it truly hurts. What now? I'm exhausted, but happiness seems elusive. You understand, no need to say more. Love has faded, dreams have awakened. Somewhere in China, Oh Yeon-sil watched the live stream, her heart constantly stirred. This kind of song, though it's not the first time I've heard Park Jimin play the piano, every time I listen, I feel something different. Only those who truly love with all their hearts can sing like this. So, beneath his seemingly carefree appearance, could there be a heart full of wounds? At this moment, Park Jimin's music seemed to touch Oh Yeon-sil's soul, leaving her more intoxicated than any drink. Oh Yeon-sil's Goodwill score increased by 1. Her current Goodwill score is 93 points. Park Jimin's performance is like flowing water, drifting clouds, completely captivating all audiences. His fingers dance on the piano keys, each note resonating wildly, stirring the soul of everyone present. The intense emotions elicit deep empathy from within, igniting the soul into a frenzied blaze burning passionately. Everyone holds their breath as if turned to stone, and as the music ends, they remain stunned. After 10 seconds, someone finally reacts and the whole scene immediately erupts with applause, thundering like thunder. Absolutely amazing, truly incredible. I have never heard such beautiful music before. Just now, I felt tingling sensations all over, like being electrified. I feel the same way, Dan. This is a deity, a true deity, at the pinnacle of excellence like a dream. Waking up still moved. A pianist over 70 years old couldn't help but exclaim, I've lived to this age and never encountered anything like this. I have always been proud of myself, but seeing this deity today, I bow in reverence, never daring to boast again. An artist on the verge of holding their breath also nodded in admiration. There are so many piano players in the world, but compared to this deity, they still fall far short. I even feel that even famous piano artists would find it hard to match this person. It's just shocking and unbelievable. At this moment, the gaze of everyone has changed from initial disdain to genuine admiration stemming from within. No need for many words, true excellence doesn't require excessive explanation. Sheer talent can prove everything. Simultaneously, Big Cat TV's live stream room exploded with cheers. Big Cat TV is #1. Play one more piece. I want to hear more. Even Kung Kung's hardcore fans did a 180-degree turn. Listening to this makes me cry. I apologize for doubting the deity. You're even more powerful than Kung Kung. I want to bear your child. I remember Chairman Lim bought this piano, but who would have thought it would be played like this? Looks kinda handsome, huh? Oh my, where did this piece come from? Ah, I'm going crazy. It's so amazing. There's nothing more to say. This is the greatest piano performance I've ever seen. Park Jimin truly delivered a captivating performance, presenting a piece of music never played before, a composition merely imagined in one's mind. With boldness, he dared to bring it to life on the spot before millions of viewers watching live. Every note resonated with the passion and exhilaration of Park Jimin. The audience was drawn into his musical world, experiencing a range of emotions. Some shed tears while others felt immensely uplifted and satisfied. It can be said that Park Jimin successfully captured the hearts of all present tonight. Recently, thanks to the collaboration with Jung Company, the shipping conglomerate of the Yang family, Yang Weebai, has taken a step closer to Dragon Gate. Jung Dik hosted an evening banquet and extended an invitation to Yang Weebai. The Yang family could not refuse this invitation. Therefore, a few hours earlier, Yang Weebai had to accompany Lee Hee-jun to attend the evening banquet. As the music came to a halt, Yang Weebai found herself immersed in astonishment, gazing at the live images on her mobile phone. Her heart couldn't calm down. Park Jimin turns out to be truly outstanding. Where are the limits of this man? Does such genius really exist in this world? How can someone possess such a multitude of high-level skills? He's fluent in 5 languages, excels in basketball, dancing, track, and field, cooking, martial arts, piano playing, investing, structuring, exceptional intelligence, extraordinary wit. Currently, his singing is as good as that of a professional singer. He truly is the man of my affection. I wish I could rush to the scene immediately, to cheer for him, to scream, to shout wildly. The allure of Park Jimin makes it hard for me to contain myself. Please don't radiate that allure anymore, or else I'll go crazy for him. In the elegant dining room, Lee Hee-jun turned to Yang Weebai, emphasizing in a reproachful tone, Yang Weebai, it's impolite to use your phone while eating. Quickly remove your earphones. Jung Dik smiled softly, as courteous as a warm spring breeze. It's all right, Lee Hee-jun nowadays. Hardly anyone among the youth dislikes using their phones. I myself enjoy it. Lee Hee-jun felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, Jung Hae, it's my poor supervision. Lee Hee-jun is just joking. Yang Weebai, your honesty is admirable. I quite like it. Inviting guests for a meal today is also to promote cheerful cooperation between our families. There's no need for formalities like this. Yang Weebai, I prepared a special performance for you today. Don't you love playing the piano? Actually, I've been learning for a few years. Today, I have a piece of music I want to dedicate to you. I hope you'll like it. As he spoke, Jung Dik confidently approached the piano. Every gesture of his exuded the refinement and demeanor of the upper class. However, Yang Weebai could only sneer disdainfully. It's this guy who intervened and caused an argument between me and Park Jimin. Now, he's using the excuse of being a major client cooperating with the Yang family to demand my presence at the dinner party. How bothersome. It must be said, Jung Dik could be considered highly experienced in the art of wooing women in this aspect. As the music played, other girls at the party almost couldn't help but praise and applaud enthusiastically. This only highlighted his talent and charisma, but it was all part of his careful arrangement. While skillfully playing the piano, he silently boasted to himself, Humph, with my superior flirting skills, I refuse to believe she won't be moved. Yang Weebai knew that comparison would only lead to hurt. Jung Dik played the piano well, but Yang Weebai felt disappointed. Just minutes ago, she had witnessed a soul-stirring performance, and now this guy came along with a mediocre rendition. What's he playing? It's not even in the same league as Park Jimin. No emotions whatsoever, dull and tasteless. Seems like this Jung Dik guy isn't anything special. At this moment, Yang Weebai's feelings were incredibly complex. I'm sorry, Park Jimin. I didn't realize until now how exceptional he truly is. Only through comparison do I realize that Park Jimin is truly the best. I always believed that apart from Park Jimin, I could meet someone even better, but upon reflection, I realized that the best person was the one I overlooked. Returning to 10 minutes ago, in apartment 2603 of Building 8, Kinyuan Estate, Yu Ling Shuang was pondering, does the young master trust me? At that moment, receiving a direct share from Wang Meng Meng, Yu Ling Shuang immediately set aside her tangled thoughts and opened the live stream sent by Biket TV. Park Jimin's magnetic voice, as if possessing the power to penetrate souls, combined with his extraordinary piano performance, deeply moved Yu Ling Shuang, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although she didn't want to admit it in this moment, she was truly touched. Why? He's clearly despicable, yet how can he play music that moves me like this? This man is like the moon, emitting a captivating light. Perhaps it's because he has endured so much pain and suffering that he can understand the nuances of human emotions. This makes me see him in a different light, a compassionate and understanding perspective. Once again, without comparison, there would be no hurt. Thinking of Park Jimin's trust in her and the trust placed in her by Jin Jianmu, Yu Ling Shuang's feelings became more complex. Her goodwill towards him increased by 30 points, currently standing at 35 points. After receiving 50 billion from Park Jimin, Zhongzai Lu was far from idle. Instead of returning to Jiangbakeng, she spent the whole week diligently surveying Tianmen City, Xiandao, and Chanjiang. Zhongzai Lu understood that Park Jimin never engaged in meaningless endeavors, and he had bestowed great trust upon her. Therefore, she was determined not to betray that trust. Finally, Zhongzai Lu also unraveled Park Jimin's intentions. Mang Shizhen belonged to Tianmen, bordered by Xiandao and Tianjiang. If Mang Shizhen were taken as the focal point, constructing a film city here would bring many favorable policies, especially since the three city governments would compete with each other, eliminating the risk of monopoly by any one city, which was the downfall of Ouyangsil before. Particularly, thanks to the balance among the three cities, the film city project would have a stronger voice. Park Jimin's move was indeed shrewd, seeing 10 steps ahead with just one step. Carrying the attributes of bankruptcy and grand ambition, Zhongzai Lu decisively utilized her family's connections. She reached out to the leaders of Xiandao City and Chanjiang and began acquiring land in neighboring areas. Meanwhile, Zhongzai Lu established a new company named Chuijin Dalai Company, abbreviated as Jodeci. Furthermore, Yu Ling Shuang had set the example, and Zhongzai Lu only needed to follow suit. For the team of buyers to the commission percentage and contracts, everything was the same. Returning to Park Jimin's 5 minutes of contemplation, his assistant spoke up with concern. Miss, according to our plan, we've acquired a large amount of land around Tianmen. However, the current compensation prices seem rather high. I'm worried about our funding. Zhongzai Lu looked at the report with a resolute tone. This is not something you need to worry about. Just continue with the acquisitions. Having said that, Zhongzai Lu pondered meticulously once again. Yu Ling Shuang's goal is to buy back the majority of the land in Tianmen. I can only start from the surrounding areas to contain her strategy. The triangular area formed by the three new cities is the ideal location to build a film city. Therefore, the information about building a film city in Tianmen is just bait from Park Jimin. This man is truly cunning, appearing indifferent on the surface, but possessing a mysterious heart. I thought I was quite clever, but every step I take is within his plan. Currently, Park Jimin can only trust me as the future wife of a mysterious tycoon like him. I cannot just be a decorative flower. Social status is not important. What matters is that I must have enough capability to make accurate judgments and keen observation skills. Only women like this are worthy of a wealthy young man. However, thinking about this, Zhongzai Lu felt a bit angry. This despicable person really underestimates me, a noble young lady. If I had known his intentions and still failed to recognize them, then I am truly foolish. Don't think that just because I am young, I am foolish. I am Zai Lu, exceptionally intelligent. Yu Ling Shuang, she may soar in the sky, but I will burrow underground. Wait for my punishment, you damned spy. At this moment, Zhongzai Lu received a message from Wang Meng Meng. Jai Lu, quickly tune into this live stream to watch our friend perform. Zhongzai Lu frowned irritably. What's up, Meng Meng? I can't understand why Park Jimin, who is already so wealthy, enjoys doing such ridiculous antics. Is it perhaps because being a tycoon is too lonely, so he wants to experience being a streamer, pretending to be Lim Corporation's chairman? Live streaming like this is nothing but demeaning oneself. As Zhongzai Lu clicked to watch, she saw someone performing on stage wearing a Batman mask, sparking her curiosity, still wearing a mask hiding behind it. But just as Park Jimin's 5-minute tribute ended, he began to scream. Zhongzai Lu was completely shaken. This is Park Jimin singing, so amazing. If he wasn't a tycoon, perhaps he could have become a star in the entertainment industry. But all this mundane wealth has overshadowed his artistic path. China has truly lost a great star. At this moment, Zhongzai Lu felt like she had discovered a completely new Park Jimin, a Park Jimin who utterly overwhelmed her. Zhongzai Lu's goodwill rating increased by 1, her current goodwill rating being 96 points. Zhongzai Lu's target of licking dogs experienced a breakthrough in goodwill rating of 96 points, rewarding a bonus of 10 points. Park Jimin received a surge of goodwill, feeling extremely satisfied. It seems the performance tonight was not in vain. As Park Jimin was leaving, the audience was extremely curious about the identity of the masked idol. Below the stands, calls began to flood in. With exceptional singing talent, he is surely a top-tier singer, not so unknown. So why does he hide his face? Why leave now? Idol, please don't go. Reveal your face before leaving. Oh, even his departure is so graceful. He's my style. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Park Jimin did not follow the usual path. After finishing singing, he threw the microphone down and left the stage without saying a word. This action left the audience in the theater speechless, and millions of viewers watching live felt extremely regretful. People were buzzing with excitement, with many conflicting comments about this action. This idol is truly bold, but by not removing the mask today, no one will know his identity in the future. What a waste of opportunity for fame. Just wait and see, sooner or later he'll regret not unveiling. I don't think so. Perhaps the idol doesn't want fame to interfere with his private life. Despite the regret of not seeing the idol's face, his unique singing voice and performance style left an unforgettable impression on the audience. 5 days passed. While Yu Ling Xuan was recovering from injuries and not paying much attention to the company, significant changes occurred. Externally, a mysterious force targeted the Phai Tien real estate conglomerate. For the second time, the intense battle for land in Tianmen City continued, and this time Phai Tien real estate suffered consecutive defeats. Especially concerning were the locations of the extremely crucial parcels of land which were scattered and fragmented. Originally, Yu Ling Xuan intended for the Jin family tycoons to intervene in these parcels of land with the aim of leading Park Jimin into a trap. The assistant rushed in with a report, CEO Yu, it's not looking good. Someone is competing with us for land, and the opponent seems very strong. We're continuously failing, and moreover, they've poached quite a few employees from our land acquisitions. Upon hearing the assistant's report, Yu Ling Xuan immediately thought of a possibility. Land seizure. It seems that Jin's young master has begun to act. If Lai's plan fails, the entire Phai Tien conglomerate will collapse, and more than 10,000 people will lose their jobs. Well, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. With that in mind, Yu Ling Xuan remained remarkably calm. I understand the situation. I will contact Chairman Lim to see if there are any instructions. I'm sorry the phone number you dialed is currently turned off. Sorry your phone number is currently turned off. Yet Park Jimin had his phone off. At such a crucial moment, this guy doesn't seem to want to be bothered. Just as Yu Ling Xuan couldn't reach Park Jimin, her mood shifted slightly, even feeling more dissatisfied with Park Jimin's indifference. The company was in dire straits, with over 10,000 employees relying on her, but now she felt she had let them down. Especially seeing the branch managers visibly agitated, Yu Ling Xuan could no longer maintain her usual composure. Instead, a sense of shame overwhelmed her. Not only within the Phai Tien real estate conglomerate, but also within the internal circles of the Big Cat TV Corporation, a gloomy and anxious atmosphere has enveloped everyone over the past 5 days. It all began when Big Cat TV officially went live after a grand debut. The video of the masked idol attracted a massive viewership, yet Big Cat TV found itself in a rut. The reason being that there were rumors circulating beforehand that the illustrious Chairman Lin would appear and be ready to invest millions into platform streamers. However, surprisingly, after Big Cat TV went live, the chairman remained silent, leaving many streamers puzzled and worried. I heard our company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Is it true? Just a few days ago, the company was buzzing with the launch of new products. This is hardly known. They say our company is backed by Chairman Lim, but since the launch, he has never appeared. Some say Chairman Lim has forgotten about our company, but according to my cousin, Chairman Lim has invested a large sum of money into a film city development project, which is currently facing difficulties. Therefore, Chairman Lim no longer has the financial ability to spend extravagantly as before, and cannot continue to spend money lavishly on female streamers. My goodness, how could it be? Chairman Lim is so wealthy, yet facing financial issues. At that moment, Seo Hyen happened to pass by and overheard the news, stirring up doubts within her. Chairman Lim facing financial issues? Thinking so, Seo Hyen didn't immediately leave, but instead listened further to the conversation among the female streamers. Is this news accurate? Chairman Lim is filthy rich. How could he possibly have financial problems? This news must be 100% true. I trust this source. Immediately afterward, Seo Hyen hurriedly ran to the CEO's office, recounting everything to Kim Ji-soo. Kim Ji-soo, upon hearing it, couldn't help but flinch. It's impossible. I know Park Jimin's capabilities well. If he's facing financial issues, then surely no one can withstand it. Seo Hyen hesitantly continued, but rumors are spreading outside about our company going bankrupt. Is it true? Perhaps we should make a call to confirm. After Seo Hyen left, Kim Ji-soo internally harbored some doubts. For the past few days, Park Jimin hasn't appeared. I thought with his personality, he would come back and contribute hundreds of millions. After all, this is also his business empire, or perhaps he's truly facing difficulties. The news quickly spread throughout Gianbako, with a series of consecutive events unfolding at FIT real estate and Big Cat TV, stirring public opinion. In particular, the silence of Chairman Lim only fueled suspicions, and the connections between him and these two conglomerates made the rumors more plausible and convincing than ever. Heard that the illustrious Chairman Lim is having financial difficulties. Is it true, fact, or fiction? Some say Chairman Lim facing financial issues serves him right, everyone's saying the same thing, acting high and mighty with money, now facing consequences. Despite the uproar surrounding Chairman Lim's financial troubles, Park Jimin remained calm. His life was not affected by the rumors circulating outside. Also during this time, Park Jimin purchased a villa worth $150 million near the Gwanggu business district. This villa spans 5 above-ground floors and 2 basement levels, totaling 7 floors, equipped with all modern amenities such as a private elevator, parking for over 20 cars, a swimming pool, a cinema, a gym, a banquet hall, a wardrobe room, a study, a rooftop, a basketball court, and a game room. Almost everything imaginable under one roof. Park Jimin was extremely pleased with this villa, and it was also the first time he bought a house for himself, with the red book recorded under his own name. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yang Webai was calling. Park Jimin, I've heard you're having financial difficulties lately. Park Jimin was surprised and asked back, financial difficulties? Nuog Vu, where did you hear that from? Thinking Park Jimin still wanted to conceal his situation, Yang Webai said with concern, don't worry about it. I heard it somewhere. If you're really in trouble, I can sell the Kim Mao Tower to help you. I don't know if they'll solve the problem, but as long as you need it, I'll always be by your side. Park Jimin was bewildered. What on earth? What nonsense are you talking about? Then he quickly denied, I'm not having any difficulties. His only problem was having too much money, spending endlessly, and even spending more the more he spent. Park Jimin decisively hung up the phone, then couldn't help but worry and wonder. I just took a few days off, and it's already so noisy outside. What's wrong with Yang Webai lately? Such a nuisance. If she sells the Kim Mao Tower and gives me the money, the authorities will definitely suspect me of money laundering. It's better if she just gives me gifts of, don't give me money anymore. Every time I see money, I get a headache. Yang Webai, filled with worry and anxiety, hurriedly sought out her mother, Kang Sanha. Mom, what should I do? Yang Webai, both anxious and agitated, explained. He's really adamant about it. Ma, I'm planning to sell the Kim Mao Tower to help Park Jimin. Kang Sanha vehemently objected, absolutely not. Subsequently, in order to dissuade her foolish daughter from selling the Kim Mao Tower, Kang Sanha began advising in various ways, even speaking loudly and assertively. My dear daughter, you haven't thought this through. The Kim Mao Tower, while valuable, is nothing compared to Chairman Lim's investment projects. If he's truly short of money, under attack from the leading financial conglomerates in the country, then tens of billions won't make a dent. Have you considered how valuable the Kim Mao Tower is to our family? Furthermore, Park Jimin is intelligent. How could he be easily outwitted? Perhaps his apparent financial strain is just a ruse intended to unsettle the enemy psychologically, launching a decisive counterattack at the critical moment, all part of his plan. Kang Sanha spoke as if she was absolutely right, to the point of almost bursting out of her skin, so much so that even Kang Sanha herself began to doubt her own words. My daughter, your impulsive actions just now nearly ruined Park Jimin's plan. Besides, who can calculate everything perfectly without revealing any flaws? Even lions have moments of dozing off. Yang Webai still harbored doubts. Mom, what you're saying is, this risk of a broken capital chain created by Park Jimin is real, with the purpose of luring in the enemy for infiltration into the large financial conglomerates, but I feel like Park Jimin isn't like that. Based on the analysis from within Big Cat TV, there's absolutely no sign of Chairman Lim's financial shortage, nor any fabricated traces. Moreover, Park Jimin has recently invested in many projects. He indeed may be under financial strain. Everyone's analysis seems reasonable. Kang Sanha explained with some coercion. That's right, precisely because it's so natural, without any traces of arrangement. That's Chairman Lim's cleverness. If everyone could see through his tunneling, then those financial advisors wouldn't be fools. How could they easily fall into a trap? Suddenly, Yang Webai had an epiphany. So that's it. Park Jimin is truly intelligent to this extent. He can toy with Jin family tycoons, Hongzheng Capital, Ruin Jin Bank, 3 major financial conglomerates in the palm of his hand. Although Yang Webai still couldn't fully believe it, she chose to trust her mother. Perhaps this is the master move in the chess game, while Kang Sanha's verbal prowess has reached the level of a master debater. Just 5 minutes after hanging up with Yang Webai, Park Jimin's phone rang again. This time it was Kim Jisoo calling. Kim Jisoo spoke decisively. Hey Park Jimin, are you having financial difficulties? I can help you out with money. Just say the word. I'll sell you the whole Big Cat TV if you need to. John Sun's son couldn't help but curse. Seriously? Is that true? Indeed, the emperor was not quick to appoint officials. This Park Jamin was the real official. Just as Park Jimin hung up the phone with Kim Jisoo, half an hour later, Oh Young-sil's phone rang again with the same question. Park Jimin, are you having financial difficulties? How much do you need? Just tell me the amount. Not long after Park Jimin hung up with Oh Young-sil, Park Min-young's phone buzzed. Min-young spoke softly as if comforting Park Jimin. Park Jimin, are you in trouble? Why didn't you come to me? Do you really think I'm just standing by indifferently? Park Jimin felt genuinely annoyed. Next, So-kwon, Kim Jenny, and Kim Hara-won also continuously texted and called him. They all inquired about Park Jimin's situation. From afternoon until evening, he tirelessly explained to them. Finally, he felt exhausted and didn't want to explain anymore. Oh my, I'm really fine, just tired. Clearly, I'm so idle that it's tiring. Can you guys stop overthinking? Just be normal for a bit. I sincerely appreciate your concern. Absolutely do not transfer any money to me. If you do, I'll cut ties with you all. But right after that, Park Jimin sat up muttering, What's with today? Why is everyone calling me? Who's spreading rumors about my financial difficulties? Life truly flips 180 degrees. Previously, I only knew how to splurge money on women. Now it's the younger sisters fighting over wanting to spend money on me. Seems like my charm is increasing, making them infatuated with no way out. As Park Jimin was indulging in self-admiration, suddenly the phone rang incessantly. The water just brought up to his lips immediately spurted out as he startled. Park Jimin felt extremely annoyed. Who's this again? Answering the phone, he growled with a touch of irritation. Hey, spit it out quickly. Jung Jae-lu had just set foot in Gyeongbokgung, his heart embracing longing for Park Jimin after days of separation. Unexpectedly, the first greeting was a yelling. Jung Jae-lu also retorted, Oh my, Park Jimin, you were so brave, appearing to be fierce with this young lady. All right, let's not argue with you anymore. Just send me your current address. Park Jimin showed disdain. What do you want? If you want to come, come. If not, then forget it. Do as you wish. The young lady wants to come to give you a big surprise at home. Just obediently wait for it. Ha 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 ha. Although Park Jimin didn't quite like it, he still sent her the location. But when he thought of Jung Jae-lu's somewhat obtuse mind, Park Jimin truly felt a headache. Big surprise. Why do I only feel surprised and not happy at all? Just as Jung Jae-lu rushed towards Park Jimin, an unexpected event occurred at the Yujun Fortress Villa. Her brother, Jung Dik, was also preparing to host a party to welcome an important guest, who was none other than Jin Jia-mu, the first legitimate heir of Jin Company, one of the 4 giant conglomerates in the country. He was exceptionally talented, hailed as a business genius. Jin Jia-mu's visit to Gyeongbokgung this time was to discuss a crucial collaboration project with Jung Company. The dinner party tonight was precisely to welcome Jin Jia-mu and foster a good relationship between the two sides. At the gate of the Yujun Fortress Villa, Jung Dik and a butler in his 50s, dressed immaculately, along with over 10 uniformed bodyguards, form an imposing lineup. Jung Dik solemnly instructed, Today's reception must be meticulous. No room for errors. The dinner tonight is attended by prominent figures. Besides Jin Jia-mu of the Jin family conglomerate in Mado, there are also elders from Ruan Jin Bank and Hongzan capital conglomerates. At the moment everyone was eagerly anticipating, a stretched Lincoln slowly approached. Behind the Lincoln was a Mercedes. Then, a beautiful secretary stepped out of the Lincoln, simultaneously opening the door for Jin Jia-mu. Jin Jia-mu, in immaculate white attire, standing at about 1.8 meters tall, with sharply defined facial features as if sculpted with a knife. His evil-like eyes stood out among the all-black-clad entourage, exuding an extraordinary aura that commanded obedience. Although Jung Dik had entered the high-level power circle in Mado, Jin Jia-mu's status was still superior, so as soon as Jin Jia-mu stepped out of the car, he hurriedly approached to greet him warmly. Jin Young Master, you've arrived. Please come inside. Please come inside. Not seeing the master of the house, Jung Dik, personally welcoming him, Jin Jia-mu patted his shoulder, but his words carried deeper implications. Jung Young Master is too polite. We are all acquaintances here. Relax. How's the elder Jung doing lately? Knowing that Jin Jia-mu was referring to his father, Jung Dik felt compelled to explain. My father hasn't been in good health lately, still recuperating in the hospital, so that's the situation. Allow me to inquire about him on behalf of the family. Just as the two young masters were engrossed in conversation, a taxi rushed up, and the door was swiftly opened. Yuling Shuang, with a cloth wrapped around her head, looked particularly struggling. Here I am, specifically instructed by Mr. Jin. I must come tonight. Yu Ling Shuang approached behind Jin Jia Nu and then spoke up, "Mr. Jin, I apologize for being late." At this moment, a bodyguard turned around, rudely pushing Yu Ling Shuang. "Who's this brat? Get lost, you miserable beggar, get lost." Yu Ling Shuang stumbled and fell to the ground, adding to the pain in her leg from an unrecovered injury. Now she was pushed roughly by the bodyguard, causing her to cry out in pain. "Protect the young master, be careful, young master." Immediately after the warning cry, the bodyguards formed a barrier in front of Jin Jiamu and Zheng Dik, their demeanor exuding fierceness, ready to fight at any moment. Yu Ling Shuang hurriedly spoke up, "Young master, it's me, Ling Shuang." At this point, Jin Jiamu also turned around, looking somewhat surprised at Yu Ling Shuang's appearance. Then Jin Jiamu forced a hesitant smile. "Oh my, Ling Shuang, how did you end up like this? Come here quickly, get up." Jin Jiamu intended to help Yu Ling Shuang up himself, but as he leaned down, he suddenly caught a very unpleasant smell. Yu Ling Shuang had been in a car accident. Her face was bandaged, and to avoid infection, she hadn't been able to bathe for 6 days. Especially in this scorching August weather, the stench was simply unbearable. Jin Jiamu was naturally inclined towards cleanliness, so upon smelling the foul odor, he instinctively covered his nose and mouth, displaying his disgust. "Ling Shuang, it's been several days since you last bathed. Being in such a state is somewhat uncouth." Yu Ling Shuang, already emotionally fragile due to her situation, was extremely vulnerable. She was particularly sensitive to others' attitudes, and Jin Jiamu's repulsion only deepened the wounds in her heart. But it didn't stop there. Jin Jiamu instructed a few nearby bodyguards. "She's under my care, all of you, including you and you, escort secretary you here." After saying that, he didn't care and immediately turned away. Jin Jiamu's disdainful attitude felt like salt on Yu Ling Shuang's wounded heart. In her mind, she whispered to herself, "I've devoted my whole heart to him, meticulously fulfilling my duties regardless of life or death. I haven't bathed for days only out of fear of infection on my wounds. But he treats me like this. In his eyes, I'm no different from a dog that can be kicked away at will. Even a dog desires respect. I am too arrogant, unlike Park Jimin, who never mistreated me. On the contrary, he trusted me greatly." At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's younger sister's heart grew even colder. She felt like the whole world was collapsing before her eyes, filled with disappointment. Her mind became increasingly chaotic, feeling only a cold numbness creeping over her. In just a moment, under the guidance of the butler, everyone arrived at an immensely vast open field. On the field, a long dining table was set up. 2 high-ranking elders were already seated. Jin Jiamu, the guest, spoke a sentence. "CDO Joe, CEO Han, we've kept you waiting for too long. It's truly impolite. Let's raise our glasses." The lead figure was Zhou Insum from Ruin Jin Bank, while the stout figure was Han Sung from Hongzhan Capital. Zhou Insung thundered with a commanding voice, "Jin, there's no need for pleasantries here. We didn't come for a meal. If everyone is present, let's cut to the chase." Jin Jiamu casually agreed, paying no heed to the change in Yu Ling Shuang's expression. "All right, CEO Zhou said it. Let's delve straight into the main issue. Secretary Yu, please brief these two on the situation. Clarify Chairman Lim's urban development plans for the film city, along with his intentions and future ideas." "Yes, sir." Yu Ling Shuang began her report. "Chairman Lim's actual situation differs slightly from the rumors outside. His roots are deeper and his capital chain remains intact. He can fully beat the 30 billion financial investment into Faitian real estate. Therefore, based on the information I've gathered, it's safe to say that Chairman Lim currently has funds. Oh Hyung-sil's announcement of a 100 billion investment into the project may not be exaggerated. The likelihood of Chairman Lim actually possessing 100 billion in finances is very high. The crux of the matter is that we hold some very crucial land plots situated in prime locations within Tianmen City, aligning with his strategic urban planning for the film city." Yu Ling Shuang paused in her speech, hesitating a bit as she harbored a suspicion but couldn't voice it. "Forget it. It's unlikely Jodeci Company is secretly buying land most likely owned by the Jung family. The Jung family is also besieging Chairman Lim, but I didn't expect the Jung family to scheme so deeply. Of course, cutting off all avenues of retreat for Chairman Lim, I, on the contrary, disdain them." With that thought in mind, Yu Ling Shuang chose not to mention this matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou In-sung, Han Sung, and Zheng Dik all took a sharp breath. Just a month later, Han Sung's expression completely changed, replaced by a twisted smile, full of cunning and greed. In that case, he still has 60 billion in liquid capital. No wonder he's not afraid. However, as long as he wants to build a film studio, no matter where, we will control it. To escape this situation, he must suffer heavy losses. Jung Dik spoke with a sinister expression. CEO Han is right. We've already nailed the spike into him. If he wants to pull out this spike, it seems he'll have to sacrifice some flesh. This time, it's definitely a fat piece of meat for us to feast on, haha. Moreover, I've heard recently that this guy is facing financial difficulties, a dilemma indeed. Jin Jinov couldn't resist adding, bottomless greed, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This time, Chairman Lim is definitely doomed to a catastrophic failure. Haha. Jin's words ring true. Haha. Unless he still has 300 billion, using absolute dominance to crush everything. If that's the case, we truly have no means. Haha. 300 billion, if he can actually mobilize that much liquid capital, I'll eat shit. The party continued with people throwing jabs, making the atmosphere lively. Based on the current situation, if Chairman Lin wants to continue developing the film city, there's only one choice, to buy land from us at a higher price. By then, he'll surely learn his lesson, bottoms up. Suddenly, Jung Dik sniffed and said, to be honest with you all, my sister is currently by Chairman Lim's side. When the time comes, as long as I give the order, my sister will definitely cooperate with us, making Chairman Lim permanently unable to raise his head. As soon as Jung spoke these words, his younger sister, Jung Zai Lu, rushed to Park Jimin's new villa, craving an apple pie. As she arrived at the large door, Jung Zai Lu, without hesitation, kicked it open and leaned against the doorframe, shouting loudly, I'm starving. Hurry up and make me the beef stir-fry you made last time. Jung Zai Lu, unable to contain her excitement, kicked open several layers of doors, reaching Wang Mang Mang's room. Park Jimin, I'm starving. Hurry up and make me the egg fried rice you made last time. Not only Jung Zai Lu, but Oh Yong-sil also insisted on meeting Park Jimin. However, the timing wasn't right. Park Jimin, to treat the two girls, personally went to the kitchen to showcase his cooking skills and even went shopping to buy ingredients. Speaking of Oh Yong-sil, she's been under immense pressure lately. The issue of land for the Film City project remains unresolved, and the progress of film shooting has been delayed. Everything is going against her, encountering countless obstacles. Learning that Park Jimin had secretly arranged for Fight Tea and real estate to buy land made her feel undervalued. But even when Park Jimin silently arranged things, Fight Tea and real estate still face difficulties. Currently, Park Jimin is facing financial problems and the project is in a dilemma. The responsibility is overwhelming, making her feel extremely guilty. Even eating is not enjoyable and sleep is restless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she is determined to meet Park Jimin to talk directly. Park Jimin promptly sent her the address of his new villa. Upon seeing Jung Zai Lu, Wang Mang Mang couldn't contain her excitement. Jai Lu, you're here. Last time you left, I thought it would be ages before I saw you again. While Park Jimin was cooking, the two sisters began to chatter incessantly, their voices echoing in the room. Jung Zai Lu complained, Mang Mang, why is your brother cooking so slowly? It's been over an hour, and the egg fried rice isn't done yet. Wang Mang Mang explained, Jimin didn't just cook egg fried rice today. He bought a lot of ingredients, and it seems there's another guest coming. Jung Zai Lu raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of suspicion. Another guest, huh? I told you, this playboy isn't just dating another girl, is he? If this guest is a guy, how can he be cooking and buying so many ingredients on his own? It must be a girl. I'll have to see who dares to seduce Jimin. Wang Mang Mang teased with a probing tone. Whether it's a girl or not, I don't know. But today, Jimin cooked himself because of you, Zai Lu. You're not jealous, are you? Maybe you really like my brother. Jung Zai Lu vehemently denied in various ways, her expression exuding extreme arrogance. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Suitors for me are lining up from here to the Yellow River, but I just don't like a playboy like him. Park Jimin, busy in the kitchen, muttered to himself, I can't understand. How can the Jung family, an aristocratic family, raise such a quirky Jung Zai Lu? Wherever she goes, she brings excitement with her. But it's okay. Mang Mang is home alone and about to explode. Now with someone to keep her company, the atmosphere at home will be a bit livelier. At that moment, a special guest arrived. The doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation between the two girls. Park Jimin, quickly open the door for me. I know you're home. The doorbell's call was not casual, causing Jung Zai Lu and Wang Mang Mang to be suspicious. From the voice, it's clearly a woman, so Park Jimin is really dating another girl. Jai Lu guessed it right. Huh, here they come. It's definitely another one of your brother's romantic debts. Afterwards, Wang Mang Mang and Jung Zai Lu tiptoed closer to the door, curious. The door creaked open a crack, just enough to reveal the tall, slender figures of the two girls with their eyelashes delicately curved. Finally, the door swung wide open, immediately eliciting awe from both of them. Standing before them was a girl. No, she must be a goddess. Her beauty was indescribable, with skin as fair and smooth as snow and eyes sparkling like precious gems. But what impressed Wang Mengmeng and Zhongzhai Lu the most was the mesmerizing allure hidden beneath her ample bosom. "Oh, isn't this Park Jimin's house? Who are you two?" they exclaimed. In the next moment, Wang Mengmeng and Zhongzhai Lu widened their eyes in astonishment. "It's the big star, Oh Yang-sil. Why is she here?" Oh Yang-sil's presence stirred up mixed emotions in Wang Mengmeng, especially with the idol sitting right beside her, causing her young heart to flutter wildly. She was almost unable to control herself, swinging between fear and excitement. She hurriedly rushed into the room, rummaging through her notebook and pen. Emerging again, she looked up at Oh Yang-sil with admiring eyes. "Sister Yang-sil, could you please autograph for me? Thank you." Oh Yang-sil was also very enthusiastic about Wang Mengmeng's request, of course. As for Zhongzhai Lu, being the pampered daughter of the Jiangbokgung Palace, she had grown accustomed to meeting with top celebrities and elite society members from a young age. Zhongzhai Lu felt slightly surprised, even harboring a hint of resentment towards Oh Yang-sil. It's hard to believe that Park Jimin knows a big star like Oh Yang-sil. If she also has feelings for Park Jimin, then there's another formidable rival. I must be more careful, can't let this fox seduce Park Jimin away. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhongzhai Lu felt an indescribable anxiety. But before she could come up with a plan, her senses were overwhelmed by the aroma of food, making her mouth water. Park Jimin emerged from the kitchen. "Food's ready. Let's eat." Park Jimin prepared a total of 5 dishes: stir-fried green chili potatoes, braised carp, assorted stir-fried meats, sweet and sour spare ribs, and tomato egg soup. They looked simple, but when prepared by Park Jimin, they became exceptionally special, emitting irresistible fragrances that made one want to dig in immediately. Zhongzhai Lu wasn't polite at all, eating like she hadn't had a meal since 1975, delicious like super deluxe fried rice. The more she ate, the more Zhongzhai Lu couldn't stop herself, continuously putting spare ribs into her mouth, occasionally expressing her admiration. The ribs melt in your mouth, indescribably delicious. Wang Mengmeng was no different. So delicious, absolutely amazing. As for Oh Yang-sil, she had never tasted food cooked by Park Jimin before. She delicately picked up a piece of braised fish and gently put it in her mouth, instantly experiencing an explosion of exquisite flavors, stimulating her taste buds and bringing a sense of immense happiness. Then, she completely abandoned the dignity of a top actress and ate like a starving person. "Park Jimin, I never expected your cooking skills to be this good, even better than any 5-star chef I've ever eaten from." Park Jimin asked in a somewhat indifferent manner, not really paying much attention. "Young-sil, why did you suddenly want to see me?" Oh, Young-sil looked at Park Jimin with great affection. "Well, I'm worried about you. I heard your voice on the phone sounding a bit off, afraid that you might be facing difficulties, so I decided to come and see for myself." 10 minutes later, the 4 dishes along with a bowl of tomato egg soup were completely polished off. All 3 of them felt incredibly happy to have their loved one cook for them. Wang Mengmeng's goodwill score increased by 2, current goodwill score 92 points. Oh Yang-sil's goodwill score increased by 1, current goodwill score 94 points. Zhongzhai Lu's goodwill score increased by 1, current goodwill score 97 points. Zhongzhai Lu's dog-licking behavior, goodwill breakthrough 97 points, rewarded with a 10-point reinforcement. Seeing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel delighted. "Today I decided to cook by myself, and it turned out to be a wise decision. To win a woman's heart, you must first conquer her taste buds. Of course, men cooking regularly won't be effective. When women are regularly cooked for, they gradually get used to it and take it for granted without appreciating it. That behavior is akin to a dog licking. Delicious food should not be served to them regularly, or they will lose interest. It's only after some time that surprises are created, which will make them remember it forever." After the meal, Zhongzhai Lu took out a thick document from her bag and pushed it towards Park Jimin. Park Jimin looked at the documents. 4 large words appeared before his eyes. Financial report. Zhongzhai Lu glanced at Park Jimin, flipped through the financial report, and then smirked proudly. "What do you think, Park Jimin? Did I disappoint you? In just a short half-month, I've developed the conglomerate to such a scale, even surpassing Phi Tian real estate. This proves that Zhai Lu, this little prodigy, can achieve what others cannot, with unmatched work efficiency." Oh Yang-sil, hearing this, also looked over curiously. "Geodesy Real Estate sounds like it's competing with you Ling Shuang's Phi Tian Real Estate, doesn't it?" Shortly after, Zhongzhai Lu pulled out a map from her bag and explained, "The financial report is just a part of the achievements. For easier understanding, I brought this map. This map is an enlarged province map, clearly marked with cities: Gaionbakdong, Jingzhou, Yigu, Sanyang, Shiyuan, Guankun, Jigan, Suizhou, Slanning, Huangshi, and Xa, Tianmen, Kanjiang, Xiandao, Shenlong, and the Primeval Forest, along with over 10 other inland cities. Furthermore, this map not only marks the inland cities, but also clearly displays every fault, including the 3 key cities Tianmen, Xiandao, and Chanjiang, which I've marked with symbols. The red area represents the Faitian region, while the purple area represents the geodesy real estate acquired region. Currently, only a few households are still under compulsory acquisition and ideological work is underway. The leaders of Xiandao and Kanjiang cities have also agreed to collaborate on building a film city project. They have also introduced a series of preferential policies. These 2 areas, along with the land previously acquired by Faitian real estate, have exceeded 1 million mu. I've said it before, the 50 billion you gave me hasn't even been fully utilized yet. Zhang Zhealu finished speaking, but Park Jimin's expression remained indifferent. He showed neither happiness nor sadness, nor any surprise or disappointment. Such indifference made Zhang Zhealu ponder, "Oh my, I've gone this far and Park Jimin still remains so calm. This person's cunning runs deep." Park Jimin's response was normal, as if everything was within his expectations. "This 50 billion is just me giving her the freedom to spend it as she pleases. Why should I have to explain so much? It's making me sleepy. Furthermore, I previously mentioned asking her to help me buy land, which was just an excuse for me to use the money. Now that Zhongzai Lu is actually buying land, I naturally don't need to be surprised. Just because Park Jimin is fine doesn't mean others are." Oh, Yong-sil stared intently at the triangular area on the map containing Tianmen City, Xiandao City, and Chanjiang City, then widened her eyes and mouth. Oh my, the geodesy group, of course arranged by Park Jimin, has silently completed the land purchase. If it were someone else, their reaction wouldn't have been so shallow. But Oh Yong-sil, being an insider, had suffered a disastrous defeat in the land battles of the First World War. So when she looked at this map, Oh Yong-sil suddenly awakened, experiencing a complete shock. Thus, these 2 areas, along with the lands south of Mangshizhen, have formed a contiguous landmass. At the same time, this landmass includes 3 provinces. If used for developing a film city, it would completely break free from the constraints of large financial conglomerates. Previously trapped by others, it is now free to roam. Like playing a game of Go, the situation immediately expands. Moreover, choosing this location to build a film city is indeed a smart move. Collaborating with the leaders of the 3 cities, no one can monopolize it. Everyone hopes that this project will bring huge economic benefits to the city, thus achieving success. Therefore, everyone wants to win the favor of project investors. Park Jimin also holds more power and, importantly, can strike behind the backs of the financial conglomerates beseeching them. I fear that these large financial conglomerates will not come back this time. If one wishes to retreat, they may have to endure heavy losses. It's all a scheme from start to finish. Openly build a plank road, secretly cross Chenkang, such a sinister name. Moreover, he not only inflicted trauma once, but continuously twice. It's difficult to guard against. Young-sil Broadcasting is just a name. Phi-T and real estate is also just a name. Behind him is geodesy real estate. Oh Young-sil's scalp went numb. Internally, she constantly shook like riding a high-speed roller coaster. Extremely stimulating. It turns out the issue that has been bothering me all this time fundamentally isn't an issue. It's all part of Chairman Lim's plan. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This is the risk of a former billionaire indeed. Turns out the wealthy often have their own ways. I suddenly feel that with my intelligence, perhaps I'm also being toyed with to death by him. Fortunately, the person beside me is Park Jimin. This name is even more terrifying than Jin, the young master in Mado. But how can I feel extremely safe and trustful when by his side, despite such a dangerous person, he is indifferent, yet why do I find him captivating and brimming with intelligence to that extent? At this sacred moment, Oh Young-sil looked at Park Jimin with eyes full of admiration, her heart skipping a beat. The determination of an intelligent man is irresistible. It's a kind of intellectual dominance that earns her deep respect from the bottom of her heart. Oh Young-sil's goodwill level has increased by 1 with the current goodwill rating at 95 points. Measuring towards the target, the 9th liquor, Oh Young-sil, for the successful owner of the breakthrough goodwill score of 95 points. Congratulations to the owner for successfully counterattacking the 9th liquor. Total expenditure on the liquor, 2,836,954,751 won. Reward for the owner, 283,695,476 won. Oh Young-sil successfully transformed into the owner's liquor, rewarded with 30 enhancement points. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the skill, demonstrating mastery in just 1 second. A stream of theoretical knowledge about acting rushed into Park Jimin's mind, his face slightly enhanced, facial expressions becoming incredibly natural, as if he had undergone countless challenges. It seems that whatever emotion he wants to express, his face can naturally reflect it. Furthermore, facial muscles are controlled vividly and unaffected by mood. Even tears can fall when crying. At this moment, Park Jimin also noticed Oh Young-sil looking at him foolishly. Not only that, her cheeks were also flushed. Seeing this scene, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel a bit dry-mouthed. I can do anything. Why the sudden breakthrough? Could it be that when I flipped through the financial report, my appearance seemed particularly handsome, causing a headache? Lately, it seems like there's always someone deeply misunderstanding me. Kim Jisoo is the same. She calls me all the time, feeling like I'm very distressed, very tired, feeling like I shouldn't bear this pressure at this age. But clearly, I'm leisurely to the point of feeling sore all over. Why do you all feel like I'm so busy? Forget it, you thought so. I don't want to deny it either, but just let me handle everything alone. Indeed, with money, it's easy to do things. Geodesy real estate has gained the upper hand. At this point, other financial conglomerates are jumping in, fearing it's already too late. On the other hand, precisely because of the nonchalant tone in Park Jimin's phone calls, Kim Jisoo becomes even more uneasy. Son, can I ask you for a favor? These past few days, I've been spending time researching FTN real estate. The current person in charge of FTN real estate is named Yu Ling Shuam, who is Park Jimin's secretary. There's a major issue though. FTN real estate has signed contracts to deliver apartments within a year. If they breach the contract, they'll have to compensate triple the penalty fees. With such a large number of houses, this is indeed a colossal figure. John Sun couldn't help but suspect Jisoo. Hold on. Why do I feel like there's an issue with the person in charge of FTN real estate? Why does she set such high contract compensation fees and require the delivery of apartments within a year? Isn't this approach creating pressure for the conglomerate? I'm afraid she might have another agenda approaching Park Jimin. Kim Jisoo couldn't help but worry after hearing this. Currently, FTN real estate's land acquisition speed is increasing rapidly. She might be trying to accelerate the progress for Park Jimin, but with the rising land prices and massive capital inflow, Park Jimin will face even more dilemmas. I wonder if he can handle the financial strain. Although Park Jimin hasn't mentioned this, I still worry about him. Can you help me look up information about this company? Jisoo only knew John Sun as a talented hacker, but she didn't know that she was one of the best hackers in the country, also known as Inferno Fire. For a hacker of such caliber, investigating someone's background was extremely easy. John Sun confidently assured Jisoo, don't worry. If FTN has issues, then surely Park Jimin will face difficulties too. Okay, it's settled. With my top-notch hacking skills, I'll look up information about FTN and Yu Ling Shuang for you tonight. John Sun eagerly agreed, relieving Kim Jisoo of her burden. She quickly embraced John Sun and thanked her profusely. Thank you, Sun. I knew you were the best. At this moment, John Sun also couldn't understand why she cared so much about Park Jimin, and moreover, her initial purpose in forming the sisterhood wasn't to make Park Jimin fall in love or anything like that. Park Jimin sensed the change in his expression, his lips curling slightly, interesting, quite skilled in performance. I wonder if I can use this to charm girls. Acting is a talent that's very difficult to learn. Park Jimin now possessed this talent. In a fleeting moment, his demeanor also showed a bit of cunning and a bit of intelligence. Young-sil, why are you staring at me like that? No, there's nothing. Oh, Young-sil turned away, her face flushed and embarrassed. Oh my, what's happening? Just now, Park Jimin's gaze seemed to penetrate through my defenses, seeing deep into my soul. Does he always have such a lure, or is it my illusion too weak? At this moment, Park Jimin once again examined the Zhengzhai Lu map carefully. Speaking earnestly, this little girl buying land seems to be connected to the land area that FTN real estate acquired. In other words, this film city project seems chaotic at first, but actually managed to gather 1 million acres of land, completing the initial project planning area, while inadvertently undermining several financial conglomerates. Thinking about this, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel stunned. Could it be that Oh Young-sil thinks all of this is arranged by me, already set up beforehand, hence her admiration for me, even breaking through the limit of goodwill? This is purely coincidental. I didn't plot anything. I am completely innocent. Zhengzhai Lu acted on her own. It has nothing to do with me. Oh heavens, another person deeply misunderstanding. Well, shrewd men don't need explanations. Let them continue to misunderstand. Anyway, I'll bear it all alone. Seeing Park Jimin carefully examining the map, Zhengzhai Lu appeared extremely pleased, but she still hadn't received his praise, so she added again, "How about it, miss? Quite impressive, huh? Just a few days and you've turned Geodesy into a renowned conglomerate. Stronger than some people, huh? Returning to Yujun Fortress Villa, Yu Ling Shuang also brought out a map to present. She relied on the incidents that occurred while covertly lurking beside Park Jimin, then speculated and analyzed clearly. Given the current situation, Chairman Lim's chance to turn the tide is very fragile. Unless, the four of them collectively inquired, unless what? Yu Ling Shuang confidently replied, unless he can come up with 200 billion to overwhelm everything. But I don't think Chairman Lim has that capability. Hearing him out surpassing their expectations, Jung Dick couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you scared me for a moment. Thought you were serious. Secretary Yu, you're quite humorous. At this moment, Han Sung suddenly asked, "Oh, Jin Young Master, is Secretary Yu your secretary?" Jin Jida Mu responded indifferently. So what, CEO Han? Any issue with that? Upon hearing this, Han Sung made an extremely inappropriate request. I heard that the secretaries beside Jin Young Master are all stunning beauties. Miss Yu is his reliable assistant. She must also be exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if she could remove the face mask to let everyone admire her beauty. Yu Ling Shuang's psyche was already sensitive at this time. Such disrespectful and humiliating demands immediately caused her expression to change drastically. Amidst the piercing gazes, her eyes immediately turned to Jin Jia Mu, with a hint of urgency and expectation in her eyes. Young Master, about this. Zhou Insung interjected, but compared to Han Sung's rudeness, his speech was more restrained. That's right, Jin Young Master. Back in Mado, I heard rumors that Miss Yu beside Jin Young Master is an exquisite beauty, exceptionally talented, comparable to entertainment industry stars, and has already attained a master's degree at a young age. I truly admire having such a secretary. Miss Yu, why not remove the face mask? Just in case we collaborate again and fail to recognize Miss Yu, it would be embarrassing. Jin Jia Mu didn't like it, but he didn't want to escalate the situation either. Damn it, this Han Sung guy is really a hindrance, but in such a short time, I couldn't mobilize enough liquid assets, so I turned to ruin Jin Bank and Hongzan Capital. Essentially, this collaboration is me seeking favor from others, shouldn't provoke him. Moreover, Ling Shuang is understanding, so she will prioritize the bigger picture. Jin Jiab Yu always regarded himself as the center, paying no heed to Yu Ling Shuang's feelings. After pondering, he arbitrarily decided for her, Ling Shuang, since CDO Han said so, then please remove the bandage and let CEO Han have a look. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Ling Shuang immediately stepped back 2 paces, unable to believe her ears. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with indignation as she asked, "Young Master, do you really want me to remove the bandage?" Jin Jiavnu's gaze turned icy, his tone extremely stern. I said remove it, so remove it. Are you doubting my orders? Hearing those words from the person she trusted, Yu Ling Shuang's heart seemed to shrink. Yes, sir. When Yu Ling Shuang uttered these 2 words, there seemed to be tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, but they didn't fall. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the tears. Back then, when she was beaten by human traffickers, she didn't shed a tear. But today, she truly couldn't hold back. Trembling, she removed the bandage, revealing a delicate yet slightly disfigured face with scars like vicious centipedes crawling across her skin, a sight that startled onlookers. The once exquisitely beautiful left side of her face was now marred with scars stretching up to 10 centimeters long, deep, and unsightly. The more one looked, the more horrifying it appeared. The atmosphere became stifling, as if something was about to happen. The chubby CEO Han took a sip of red wine and immediately spewed it out, even surprising Jin Jia Mu. Her face has been severely disfigured. Restoring it to its former state would be extremely difficult. Her covert mission is almost complete, and the utility value is dwindling. Besides, I have no shortage of beautiful women by my side. A secretary is the face of the company and cannot afford to become unsightly. If there is no longer much utility value, there's nothing to blame for being discarded like rubbish. At this moment, Jin Jida Mu's true nature was fully revealed, cunning, cruel, merciless, with no pity for anyone. Initially, when Yu Ling Xuan revealed her right cheek, Han Sung felt a bit smug. However, as the left side was exposed in an instant, he felt nothing, especially since he was extremely critical of women's appearances. Upon seeing her like this, he furrowed his brow in disgust. It's revolting. I thought she was a stunning beauty, but turns out she's a hideous monster like that. It makes me nauseous. Fine, you can leave. You're only disturbing my meal here. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Xuan felt her thin shoulders tremble gently in the wind. She felt as though thousands of knives were stabbing into her heart, one by one, bleeding and numbing. But then she clenched her fist, trying to suppress the surging frustration within her. If CEO Han finds me disturbing his meal, I'll leave. Jin Jia Mu furrowed his brow again, but said nothing. Look at her, CEO Han. Does she resemble a dog? Ha 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 ha. CDO Joe is truly amusing. Ha 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 ha. Just like Chang, cheers to our cooperation. Let's empty the glass. Yu Ling Xuan, feeling forlorn, left Yu Jun Fortress Villa, her solitary figure lost amidst the crowd, ignored and uncared for. When she was beautiful, the world revolved around her, but now that she was ugly, even her breath seemed foul. At this moment, Yu Ling Xuan felt truly lonely, abandoned, and deserted like a lost dog without its owner. Returning to the warm and loving home of Park Jimin, Zheng Zhilu continued to tempt Wang Meng Meng. Meng Meng, it's still early, let's go to a bar and have some fun. I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself. Wang Meng Meng firmly refused. I don't want to go and I can't go. You said bars are full of loose women and it's nearly 11 p.m. now. Let's just take a shower and go to bed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhilu immediately countered, who says going to a bar makes you promiscuous? I go to bars regularly. My older brother owns over 10 bars and I've been frequenting them since I was 10. Nobody ever called me loose. Park Jimin is just old-fashioned. Don't listen to him. Curious, Wang Meng Meng asked, what? Zhilu, your older brother owns a bar? Zheng Zhilu explained earnestly, yeah, besides bars, my brother also owns a chain of hotels, a financial company, bubble tea shops, a real estate company. Basically, our family is involved in various businesses. Oh, I see. Your family is so wealthy, Zhilu. It'll be a while before you catch up to Park Jimin. Anyway, whether you go or not, I don't want to be led astray by you. At that moment, Yu Ling Xuang returned and punched the door code to open it. Seeing Yu Ling Xuang's return, Wang Meng Meng asked with concern, Sister Yu Ling Xuang, you're back. Is everything all right? You don't look well. Did you go for your hospital checkup today? Is everything okay? Yu Ling Xuang, the younger sister, responded stiffly. Oh, I'm fine. Everything's okay. Seeing Yu Ling Xuang walking as if in a daze, Wang Meng Meng rushed to help, saying, Yu Ling Xuang, take it slow. I'll support you. Thanks, Meng Meng. I can manage on my own. Zheng Zhilu found this scene extremely displeasing. Huff, betrayer. Acting like she's innocent, pretending to be a weak little girl. Yu Ling Xuan, I know your sister is busy and probably doesn't have time for dinner, so you deliberately left some for her. Let me tell you, I personally cooked tonight. If it weren't for his instructions, we would have finished it all. Wang Meng Meng's care stood in stark contrast to the humiliation at the party, especially her meaningful words, once again stirring emotions in Yu Ling Xuan. Park Jimin, leaving dinner for me, giving careful instructions. Wang Meng Meng nodded. That's right, sister. Although just a small incident in life, nothing particularly touching now, Yu Ling Xuang's soul was deeply wounded, like a little cat shivering in the pouring rain. Simply receiving an umbrella from someone would deeply touch her. Yu Ling Xuan, having just eaten, felt incredibly warm inside. Today, at the party in Yu Jun Fortress Villa, I didn't eat a single bite, didn't drink a drop of water. Throughout the entire event, I just carefully explained things, only to end up humiliated in front of everyone and thrown out like a dog. Yeah, I still have no intention of betraying the Jin family. It turns out that from start to finish, only Park Jimin sees me as a person, not just a tool. Why does Park Jimin treat me so well? The more Yu Ling Xuan thought about what Park Jimin had done for her, the more moved she became. She couldn't hold back the tears streaming down her face. Feeling extremely sympathetic, Wang Meng Meng, adding 10 points to her goodwill, looked at Yu Ling Xuan crying and became deeply concerned. Oh my, Yu Ling Xuan, why are you crying? Wounds exposed to water can get infected, or is someone bullying you? Tell me. I'll have my brother deal with it. It's okay. Meng Meng, I'm just recalling some things. All right. Meng Meng, where are the others? Wang Meng Meng explained he's already asleep. He said there were too many things going on today, so if he's a bit tired and wants some quiet time, he asked us not to disturb him. Hearing this, Yu Ling Xuan felt even more ashamed. Park Jimin is besieged by 4 powerful forces. He must be very tired. But even though he's facing losses of tens of billions, he still thinks of me, goes down to the kitchen and leaves dinner for me. At this moment, Yu Ling Xuan felt her conscience gnawing at her fiercely, feeling guilty towards Park Jimin every minute and every second. Yu Ling Xuan's goodwill increased by 10 points, reaching 55 points. However, Park Jimin's fatigue wasn't due to financial problems, but from afternoon until tonight, he had been receiving constant messages and phone calls, asking if he needed money, and then worrying that the system would suspect him of money laundering, making him feel irritated. Wang Meng Meng suddenly asked, "Oh right, Yu Ling Xuan, do you know if he has any problems recently? From morning till night, many people have been calling him, and he's been reacting very violently, saying things like, 'Don't transfer money to me. If you do, I will cut off ties with you.'" Hearing Wang Meng Meng's words, Yu Ling Xuan became more convinced of her speculation. Surely Park Jimin is having financial problems. Many people are constantly calling to help, but Park Jimin keeps refusing, showing that he is a person with a high self-esteem. To clarify further, Yu Ling Shuang continued to ask, "Did my younger brother mention anything else about the issue?" Wang Meng Meng then pulled Yu Ling Shuang to the front of Park Jimin's room and whispered, "There, do you hear that? From morning till now, he's been locking himself up alone and telling us not to disturb him. He wants to be alone in peace." In addition to his younger sister, there are also some powerful figures from the two families, along with some influential people from large clans intentionally inquiring about him. Their words are becoming excessive, and Park Jimin doesn't want to explain further. To dispel his worries, he opened up League of Legends to play. "Oh, these 4 chickens dare to join forces to siege? Let me show them how I'll bring them down to beat their ancestors." After hearing that, Yu Ling Shuang thought Park Jimin was truly at a loss. Once again, she felt heavy guilt in her conscience. It was indeed true that Park Jimin was besieged by major conglomerates. Currently, Park Jimin was being jointly besieged by Lin Shofu and the Jin family tycoons. Now, with the addition of Ruan Jin Bank and Hongzhan Capital collaborating, the 4 forces were besieging him from all sides. He must be really confused. Despite that, he still remembered to prepare food for me, cooking for me himself. He's so good to me, and yet I have to betray him. Wouldn't that just make me more miserable? I'm just a creature of emotions. How can I face him like this? The more she thought about it, the more tormented Yu Ling Shuang felt internally. Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill plus 10. Current goodwill is 65 points. Yu Ling Shuang couldn't sleep well that night. The next day, while it was still early in the morning and the rooster hadn't even crowed, Kim Jisoo was still asleep when there was a loud knock on the door. Jian Sun's son urgently called out, "Jisoo, wake up. I have made a crucial discovery." "What is it? It's still early," Jisoo replied. Son, can't you let me sleep a little longer?" "No, you can't sleep anymore. I found out who Yu Ling Shuang is," Jian Sun's son answered, revealing that Yu Ling Shuang's identity was not simple. Kim Jisoo recognized the urgency in Jian Sun's son's tone and immediately got out of bed, opening the door to let Jian Sun's son in. "I stayed up all night to find it and finally discovered that Yu Ling Shuang has a problem," Jisoo said. Focusing on the computer screen, here is the information about Yu Ling Shuang. She didn't attend primary or secondary school, but was homeschooled from a young age. Even stranger, she has no educational records and did not take any entrance exams, instead going straight to Fushun University in Mado at the age of 17. After that, she went on to Cambridge University in England and earned a dual master's degree in just 3 years. Truly a genius. After graduating, she was sent to train in the Iron Street and managed over a few billion liquid capital at the age of 20. When she was 21, she joined Changjiang Company and became the CEO secretary at just 22 years old. Jisoo, do you know who the chairman of this conglomerate is? After not allowing Kim Jisoo to answer, John Sun's son continued to explain, Changjiang Company is one of the conglomerates of the Jin family tycoons in Mado, and Jin Jia Mu is the heir to the Jin family conglomerate, one of the richest young masters in Mado. There's very little information about him online. Kim Jisoo felt confused. What is the Jin family conglomerate? I've never heard of it. John Sun's son anxiously explained, "You don't know, but the Jin family tycoons are the sharks in the film industry. The city of Shenduan is the largest television base in the country, and arguably one of the largest television bases in Asia. 1/3 of the shares of Shenduan Film City belong to the Jin family conglomerate. Park Jimin wants to build a film city, which is a competitor to the Jin family tycoons, and Yu Ling Shuang is the secretary of the Jin family." At this point, both immediately awakened. Yu Ling Shuang is a commercial spy. Right after that, Kim Jisoo kept saying all morning, "Oh my, no wonder Park Jimin's business has been constantly encountering problems these days. Even buying land has not been smooth. No wonder the contract with Fight Tea and real estate has so many disadvantages." It turns out all of these things are all arranged by Yu Ling Shuang. As she spoke, Kim Jisoo immediately took out her mobile phone and called Park Jimin. "No, I have to let him know about this, to prevent him from being deceived by Yu Ling Shuang again. I'm sorry, the subscriber you have called is currently unavailable." Kim Jisoo called again, still a familiar line from the operator. "I'm sorry, the subscriber you have called is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Kim Jisoo felt increasingly annoyed. Why is the phone off? At such an important time, the only way is to go to his house and talk to him directly, but I don't know his address. Kim Jisoo started calling each person, asking for the address, and revealing the shocking secret to everyone. "What? The new address of Park Jimin? I don't know, really. What? There's a commercial spy next to him. Wait a moment, I will go with you all." Finally, Yang Wei called a hacker and found out Park Jimin's new address. Oh my god, I have his new address. What? There's a commercial spy next to him. Park Min-young is also there. I will go with the girls. Yangwi, Park Min-young, Kim Jisoo, John Sun-sun, the four girls together devise a plan to rescue Park Jimin. Together, they advanced towards Park Jimin's new mansion. Together, they wanted to expose Yu Ling Shuang to completely awaken Park Jimin. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Park Jimin had just gotten out of bed. The weather today was particularly fresh, because it had been raining continuously for the past few days. So today when the sun appeared, everyone's mood also improved. A good, refreshing sleep. After a long day of torture by hundreds of phone calls, as he got out of bed, Park Jimin stretched as if to shake off all the exhaustion. Just then, there was a sudden noise in the kitchen, along with a pleasant aroma wafting out. What's this smell? When Park Jimin ran to see, he found that Yu Ling Shuang had showered and cleaned up, lightly makeup, exuding an easy and attractive beauty. Yu Ling Shuang, she's making breakfast. What's going on? Did I take the wrong medicine? Good morning, Secretary Yu. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's spirits were quite good. Perhaps because she was rejected at last night's dinner party. A darkness arose in her heart, so today she must wash it away. Good morning, boss. I made porridge and sunny side-up eggs. Try it. Okay, I'm hungry. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang looked straight into Park Jimin's eyes and he also looked back at her. Their eyes met, but Park Jimin's gaze was extremely indifferent, not overly concerned, nor did he treat her differently, nor did he hate. Immediately, Yu Ling Shuang's heart was filled with something very complex, difficult to put into words. According to my knowledge of psychology, Park Jimin's attitude towards my cancellation was completely indifferent, as if that horrific scar didn't exist. Furthermore, from within, why doesn't Park Jimin care? Could it be that he is really different from other men? However, Yu Ling Shuang did not know that since the accident, Park Jimin also had his own calculations. He looked at the system that verified his medical skills and couldn't help but think Yu's secretary's face is almost ruined. As a woman, she must be very devastated. However, I have activated my medical skills, started to concoct ointments. If the system doesn't deceive me, she will probably recover very quickly. By then, Secretary Yu will definitely treat me very well, obediently following like a thunderbolt strikes where it's aimed, ha 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 ha. However, Yu Ling Shuang did not know any of this. She only felt the difference in Park Jimin's eyes towards her compared to Jin Jiamu. A sincere look opened the door to Yu Ling Shuang's heart. Park Jimin doesn't dislike me, doesn't hide it. He's not hesitant, just natural and normal. But this is the look I desire most. Once again, without comparison, there would be no hurt. Without Jin's disdain, how could Chairman Lim's sincerity stand out? From this moment on, Yu Ling Shuang's inner turmoil became overwhelming. She didn't want to hurt Park Jimin anymore. In fact, in some moments, she wanted to speak the truth, but couldn't. Finally, Yu Ling Shuang instinctively asked a question that a professional spy should not ask. Boss, if one day I do something wrong to you, will you forgive me? Park Jimin took a bite of his omelette and said firmly, it depends on the severity of the situation. If it's just about money, no matter how much you lose in business, I will forgive you, because I really don't care about money. After hearing Park Jimin's words, Yu Ling Shuang didn't know whether to believe it or not, whether to be happy or sad. Those words seemed like a joke, making her wonder if Park Jimin knew I was a commercial spy collaborating with other conglomerates to harm him, even pushing him to his death. Could he forgive me? No one can accept betrayal like that, but that wasn't my initial purpose when approaching him. Why now, when success is almost within reach, I don't feel any joy? When the mission ends, sooner or later, Park Jimin will know I am a spy. At that point, my identity cannot be hidden forever. The more she thought, the more Yu Ling Shuang felt dissatisfied. The more she thought, the more Yu Ling Shuang felt a great sense of loss. Just as she was immersed in conflicting thoughts, suddenly Wang Mengmeng, Zheng Zai Lu, and Oh Yang Sil appeared. Wang Mengmeng took a deep breath of freshness and said, "Oh, it smells so good. You and Yu Ling Shuang have had breakfast already. Did you prepare for me?" Yu Ling Shuang smiled, putting aside her worries. Of course, I have prepared for everyone. Everyone, please sit down quickly. As soon as Yu Ling Shuang stood up, Wang Mengmeng quickly ran to the kitchen, saying eagerly, "Yu Ling Shuang hasn't fully recovered yet. Let me do it myself." With that, Wang Mengmeng hurriedly ran to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and Zheng Zai Lu also called out, "Mengmeng, help me get another portion, please." The spacious kitchen was filled with the morning sunlight, and compared to the rather impersonal evening feast, Yu Ling Shuang felt extremely peaceful here. Yu Ling Shuang's omelette is delicious. It can rival that of a professional chef. Not that good, she thought. Finally, the doorbell continued to ring from outside. Kang kang, kang kang, kang kang, kang kang. Everyone in the house glued their eyes to the door, listening to the urgent and hurried sound of the bell as if urging the person inside to quickly open the door. Jung Jia-lu couldn't help but spit. Who is it ringing the doorbell so early, so noisy? Wang Mang Mang explained, oh, it could be Yang Wei-bai and the other sisters. This morning, Yang Wei-bai called to ask for the new address of his brother. Yu Ling Shuang immediately grabbed a key. The other sisters. Wang Mang Mang happily explained. That's right, she said the other sisters asked her. They were very worried. It seems they mentioned that his company has commercial espionage and they want to report it to him, but his phone is turned off. When Wang Mang Mang uttered the phrase commercial espionage, Yu Ling Shuang's body visibly shook. She took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. I'll go open the door first. After Wang Mang Mang finished speaking, she dropped her chopsticks and ran to open the door. The sound of the door opening echoed sharply, like the pounding of a heartbeat. What comes, it's just unexpected that it comes so quickly and unexpectedly. The door opened and Kim Ji-soo, John Sun-sun, Yang Wei-bai, and Park Min-young, 4 women with extraordinary charisma and beauty, emerged. Wang Mang Mang couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sight. They looked so majestic, 4 women, each with their own unique beauty and charisma. How does my brother usually hang out with these billion-dollar ladies? Doesn't he feel pressured at all? Then Wang Mang Mang widened her curious sparkling eyes and asked, wow, why are there so many beautiful billion-dollar ladies? Yang Wei-bai. Who are they? Yang Wei-bai furrowed her brows and spoke with a slightly hurried tone. It's urgent. I don't have time to explain to you, Mang Mang. It's your brother and you, Ling Shuang, at home. Sensing the seriousness in Yang Wei-bai's voice, Wang Mang Mang nodded and said, yes, they're having breakfast in the dining room at the back. Let me take the ladies there. As soon as Yang Wei was pinned down by the enemy, John Sun-sun quickly proposed, there will definitely be a battle. Should we find some security guards to control Yu Ling Shuang or not? This professional spy, I've heard their skills are very dangerous, afraid that we may not be able to control her. What if she escapes? Park Min-young, who had witnessed Park Jimin's skills, immediately objected, no need, just expose her in front of everyone. Park Jimin can naturally subdue her. Hearing this, Wang Mang Mang was completely stunned. What is happening? What battle? Immediately after, the 4 of them followed Wang Mang Mang to the dining room. The air was suffocating. 8 female students gathered inside the villa, making the atmosphere heavy with the smell of gunpowder. Kim Ji-soo, John Sun-sun, Yang Wei-bai, Park Min-young, all 4 women stared sternly at Yu Ling Shuang. Over 30 seconds passed. Silence engulfed the entire room. At this moment, John Sun-sun angrily slammed a thick file onto the table in front of Park Jimin and loudly interrogated, Park Jimin, do you know who Yu Ling Shuang is? She is a spy planted next to you. Here are the documents about her. Take a look for yourself. Park Jimin took the documents, flipping through the information revealed. As he read, Park Jimin felt like he had struck gold. He couldn't contain his excitement. Wow, she graduated with 2 master's degrees from Cambridge University, trained in the Iron Street, managed tens of billions of capital. During her time at Changjiang Company, she completed over 10 merger and acquisition deals. A hidden talent, it's unbelievable. She's just over 20 years old and her resume is already so impressive. Yu Ling Shuang must have dropped out of preschool, but she's done more than that. I don't care about Jin's young master at Mado or the Jin family tycoon. Anyone sent my way, as long as they are talented, I will employ them. John Sun-sun handed out each part of the evidence to everyone. Yu Ling Shuang's identity was now clearly exposed. She looked at Park Jimin, her voice full of frustration. Look closely, this woman is a spy. You trust her. Give her control of FIT and real estate. She not only spent tens of billions of your money, but also trapped you in the schemes of large corporations. Park Jimin, wake up. Wang Mang Mang looked at the documents in her hand, unable to believe it. Living together for over a month, I have considered Yu Ling Shuang as a close friend. She is intelligent, gentle, generous, understanding, but it's all fake. She is obviously a villain sent here to harm me. Wang Mang Mang felt her worldview crumbling. She asked in panic, Yu Ling Shuang, is she really? Jung Jia-lu glanced at the documents, smiling as if not noticing anything. The emperor has not rushed, but the eunuch is already in a hurry. These foolish women thinking Park Jimin is as foolish as they are. He has known all along, just pretending to catch a bunch of the corporations behind them. After thinking about this, Jung Jia-lu felt very regretful. When Park Jimin told me about this, is he the one who trusts me the most? Ha ha. Oh, Young-sil looked at the document in her hand and felt even more frightened. If Yu Ling Shuang is a spy, then there is no doubt. Park Jimin has long seen through everything and has planned a counterattack. Jiavisi Real Estate and Jung Jia-lu are the pawns he's using secretly. I believe that even Yu Ling Shuang doesn't know. Park Jimin is not the one being deceived, but using her identity to carry out a trap within a trap. It's terrifying. Thus, the three women, each with different thoughts. Yu Ling Xuan knew she was caught red-handed and understood that she couldn't escape. She admitted straightforwardly, yes, what you all say is true. From the moment I approached Chairman Lim, I had my own purpose. I have nothing more to say. All three of them thought that Park Jimin would be angry, but he didn't. He remained frighteningly calm, as before the storm. After that, Park Jimin patted Yu Ling Xuan on the shoulder with a low but authoritative tone that made people dare not resist. You, come with me. I have something private to discuss with you. Park Jimin walked ahead with Yu Ling Xuan following closely behind. In the face of this situation, the girls naturally did not dare follow. It's just that they all had the same thought. Betrayed like this, could he not be heartbroken? The atmosphere was still very suffocating. It wasn't until Park Jimin and Yu Ling Xuan completely disappeared from the sight of the girls that they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Meng took 2 steps back, tears streaming down her face. I can't believe that Yu Ling Xuan is a spy. She asked me so many questions about him before, and I answered truthfully. I don't know if I've harmed him or not. Zheng Xiaolu patted Wang Meng on the shoulder at an inappropriate time, comforting her. It's okay, Meng, don't cry anymore. Your brother has known her background for a long time. Park Jimin is a sly fox. How can he be calculated by someone else? Wipe your tears away. The words just spoken by Wang Meng, Kim Jisoo, John Sun, Yang Weibai, Park Bin Young, the 5 girls all caused a commotion. Why he's known that Yu Ling Xuan is a spy all along. The strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, making the 7 girls feel suffocated and tense. Yang Weibai continued to question, has Park Jimin known that Yu Ling Xuan is a spy all along? How could he? If he did, why would he still give Yu Ling Xuan full authority to handle such an important matter like that? Zheng Xiaolu, feeling annoyed, said every word like a poison. Humph, what do I rely on to tell you? After speaking, Zheng Xiaolu turned and stomped away, full of resentment, constantly cursing in his heart. Annoying, these women. I'm afraid they all have unclear relationships with Park Jimin. It's disgusting. If I'm not careful, these women will steal Park Jimin from me. All the men in China are dead. Why do you all cling to Park Jimin? Why don't you find someone else instead of fighting over me? I won't let you have your way. Upon hearing that, Yang Wei's anger flared up. She looked at Zheng Xiaolu with resentment. Zheng Xiaolu, refusing to back down, spoke defiantly and responded with a mocking smile. Unable to bear Zheng Xiaolu's glory, Yang Wei rushed forward to attack. The 2 women pounced on each other like fierce tigers, sharp claws scratching and tearing, hair in disarray. How dare you steal Park Jimin from me? I will make you live worse than death, you little brat. Don't think that a little beauty can make a difference. Let me show you what love rivalry is all about. Just then, Oh Young-sil, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. Stop. Let me explain this. In conclusion, Oh Young-sil pulled out a map that Zheng Xiaolu carelessly did not collect. This map marks the planned direction of the City of Electric Film. Perhaps the ladies did not know that more than half a month ago, Chairman Lim had delegated Zheng Xiaolu to purchase land in Sandao and Kanjiang cities, and at the same time established Geodesy Real Estate. Look carefully, the land purchased by Geodesy Real Estate, along with the land of Faitian Real Estate after being connected, form a unified entity. As you can see, the parts marked on the map are also not difficult to understand. It focuses a lot on the planned location of the electric film city. Oh Young-sil had not finished speaking. Yang Wei suddenly woke up. Oh, I understand. It turns out that Geodesy Real Estate is founded by Park Jimin. This is not the action of the Jin family, is it? At first, I thought my mother just didn't want me to sell the tall office building to get money to compensate for the shortfall for Park Jimin. I thought she was just worried about losing a large asset. I misunderstood my mother. It turns out all of this is exactly as she predicted. He is truly strategizing, laying out tactics from afar, determining victory or defeat from thousands of miles away, anticipating opponents, devising plans and strategies at a higher level. This man is deeply cunning, careful in his calculations, not revealing any weaknesses. His intelligence is extraordinary, truly a multifaceted character. Yang Wei trembles in fear, feeling inadequate, while Yang Wei is unable to contain the turmoil in his heart. Kim Jisoo, John Sun, Park Min Young, and even Wang Meng all suddenly woke up. So that's how it is. Park Jimin knew early on that Yu Ling Xuan was a spy, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he kept her by his side and even used her. It's all just a pretense. Park Jimin made her lower her guard, making the Jin family think they were in control. In reality, they were still being manipulated by Park Jimin without even knowing it, thinking they were clever. when in fact they were being outwitted by Park Jimin. He is truly a genius, cunning and calculating, foreseeing everything, truly unparalleled. 10 seconds of silence passed, and everyone took in a cold breath. Jeon Sun grabbed Kim Jisoo's sleeve and blamed herself. Jisoo, I think I messed up. Yu Ling Shuang's identity has been compromised. Will the person behind her quickly find out? Will it cause a stir, and will it affect Park Jimin's plan? Kim Jisoo reassured her, Sun, it's okay. Park Jimin has already taken the initiative to talk to Yu Ling Shuang, which shows that he had planned ahead. Moreover, based on the current situation, even if it does have an impact, it won't be too big. And you see, maybe Park Jimin will have to suffer. Don't blame yourself anymore. Hearing this, Jeon Sun sighed lightly. Oh, that's good then. At this moment, Kim Jisoo suddenly realized the reason why Park Jimin didn't want to show up at the opening ceremony of Big Cat TV and didn't give a gift to the female streamer is not because he is stingy or having financial problems, but because he has deeper considerations. If he didn't give a gift, people would suspect and link it to the fact that he had invested a large amount of capital into his project. They would naturally speculate that he is experiencing financial difficulties. At that time, many people would want to take advantage of him. This trick is really clever. There are no traces, but it's actually all arranged by Park Jimin on purpose. At the same time, he also takes advantage of the time when Big Cat TV is lagged to guide public opinion. Very dangerous. The more I get in touch, the more I feel that Park Jimin is difficult to grasp. From start to finish, he always acts irrationally, and in the end creates a difficult situation for himself. Thinking about this, Kim Jisoo felt overwhelmed. She had thought that Park Jimin had not been doing anything lately, and his actions seemed a bit lazy. Even not giving a gift to the female streamer could be part of his plan. Maybe I'm just a pawn in his game. Inside the villa, the girl started to think and speculate about Park Jimin's plan. At the same time, Park Jimin led Yu Ling Shuang to a pavilion, which was designed with outdoor seating. Rain or shine, one could sit here and enjoy the view of the stars. Yu Ling Shuang lowered her head and confessed, I'm sorry, boss. I approached you only to investigate and sabotage the development plan of the film city. But out of necessity, I have no other choice. Everyone has a master. I hope you understand. As Yu Ling Shuang spoke these words, she was extremely worried. She was mentally prepared to endure Park Jimin's anger. She would accept a punishment, whether it was scolding or imprisonment, without a word of complaint. There is something Park Jimin used to be calm, but he becomes even calmer. Even a rare seriousness disappears. Then Park Jimin just nodded. I know all of this. Yu Ling Shuang was shocked. Park Jimin looked into the distance, his eyes shining and his whole body exuding an extraordinary aura, making people can't help but admire. Then he spoke decisively, without hesitation. Yes, from the beginning, I knew you were deliberately approaching me, and I also knew who sent you. But these things are not important to me. Remember what I said, if it's just business or money, I will forgive you. No matter for what reason, no matter what event, the promise cannot be changed. A man's promise must be kept. Faced with Park Jimin's sudden actions, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly felt hot all over, her cheeks blushing like ripe peaches. It had been a long time since Yu Ling Shuang had felt the warmth and gentleness of a man towards her. The image of a man who always keeps his promise deeply moves Yu Ling Shuang's heart. Yu Ling Shuang's affinity plus 10, Yu Ling Shuang's goodwill plus 10, current goodwill 85 points. Embarrassed, Yu Ling Shuang tilted her head to avoid Park Jimin's affectionate gaze. However, Park Jimin continued to give Yu Ling Shuang an affirming look. But starting today, you belong to me. I highly value your talent and abilities. Join my team. It doesn't matter who you worked for before, I still trust you. Park Jimin's proposal not only did not make Yu Ling Shuang appreciate it, but it also made her angry. But boss, Park Jimin continued to give Yu Ling Shuang a sincere look. Stop talking. You are the Zhuge Liang of my life. With you, I will dominate the world. With that, Park Jimin turned and left, leaving Yu Ling Shuang alone in the wind. Yu Ling Shuang, try harder. Yu Ling Shuang felt confused and bewildered by Park Jimin's actions. The boss has left. Why is he so easily forgiving me? And he didn't even send me to jail. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang's phone rang. Kang, account number ending in 7687, received 30 billion. At the same time, Yu Ling Shuang's Wicket suddenly received a message from Park Jimin. This is your task for next week. Don't disappoint me. Yu Ling Shuang was in a state of shock and emptiness, her mind reeling. This is 30 billion. Finally, the strong defense in Yu Ling Shuang's heart was broken. An overwhelming emotion washed over her, causing tears to fall like rain. Who? Park Jimin knows I'm a spy, knows I deliberately set a trap, knows everything about me, but still completely trusts me. Moreover, he didn't just say it. This man immediately transferred 30 billion to me. That's the level of trust. Why is he so kind to me? I don't deserve it. Woo. At this moment, Yu Ling Xuan completely collapsed. Yu Ling Xuan's goodwill score increased by 10 points. The current goodwill score is 93 points. Park Jimin looked at the notification system, so I really wanted to burst into tears. Continuously attacking like this and still being able to endure it. This girl is too stubborn. I've spent over 50 billion and she even used acting skills. Moreover, it's at the moment when she is most vulnerable, yet she still stands strong in this crucial moment. If it were someone else, they would have given up long ago. If she hadn't been destroyed internally, hadn't been harmed, and her mind wasn't firm, I'm afraid there's really no way to move her. But it's okay. Today I can't catch her, but in the future, she will have to be treated. Anyway, I have activated the medical skills. If money doesn't move her, then what about her appearance when she turns the tables? Let's see how I handle her. Slowly but surely, I don't believe her heart is made of iron and stone. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Ling Xuan finally replied to Park Jimin's message. I'm sorry, boss. I have disappointed you. I will not betray the Jin family. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. I hope you don't blame me. Reading this message, Park Jimin didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled. Oh, she's still expressing her feelings to me. Even though the content of the message is firm and unwavering, the reality is that she is truly shaken inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to send this message to assert herself. Moreover, the degree of goodwill has increased and cannot be faked. Currently, she only lacks a reason to betray Jin Jia Mu, as she has not yet found this reason, so she is still caught in that mindset. Jin Jia Mu hates her, but she also cannot erase the affection of the Jin family for her. According to the information John Sun's son brought, she was raised by the Jin family from a young age, brainwashed, loyal to the ideals of the Jin family, stubborn, and difficult to sway. Betraying the Jin family is like betraying her parents. How could she join forces with those who harmed her parents just because they were not good to her? After careful consideration, Park Jimin immediately replied, less talk, more action. I don't care who you work for. Once the task is assigned, it must be completed. Money cannot be refunded. Yu Ling Xuan, after reading this, was filled with intense inner turmoil. She wanted to surpass that boundary, but she couldn't. She wanted to refuse, but it was not possible. Park Jimin continued to send another message to persuade her. Yu Ling Xuan, are you overthinking? I just want you to join my team, use your talents, and make money for me. I never told you to betray the Jin family. These two things are not contradictory. Why is your mind so rigid, unable to be flexible at all? Working for the Jin family and making money for me, I don't blame you. But you still don't understand. Yu Ling Xuan had said everything she could, but this Park Jimin was not following the norm. She felt increasingly frustrated. Why was he so confident that I would definitely listen to him? And to say that 30 billion cannot be repaid, what is he thinking? Or does he want you to be a spy, secretly replacing him to monitor the actions of the Jin family tycoon? Currently, the Jin family tycoon, Hongtan Capital, Ruan Jin Bank along with Lin Shofu have set their sights on the Film City project, carrying out an invasion. Even if he has given me 30 billion, I am not sure if I can help him stop this wave. It's like a quagmire. The bigger it gets, the deeper it gets. Thinking of this, Yu Ling Xuan felt confused, not knowing what to do. She was like a boat in the middle of the vast sea, lost its direction, only being swept by the waves and strong winds, drifting with the flow. Upon entering the house, Park Jimin sensed that something was not right. Before Park Jimin, Kim Ji-soo, John Sun, Yang Wei-bai, Park Min-young, Wang Mang, Jung Zai-lu, and Oh Young-sil's attitude towards him had completely changed. Looking at this scene, Park Jimin's mouth was a bit tight. His heart felt choked, not because of the cold, but because of trembling. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Other people, never mind, but even John Sun's son looks at me like that. I'm not close to her. At this moment, John Sun's son was also full of admiration. I thought I had obtained top secret information using hacker techniques. That great effort should be enough to be proud in front of Park Jimin, but who would have thought that he seemed not to need it? At this moment, John Sun's son was dizzy, her face blushing like a ripe mango. John Sun's son's empathy level +1. Current empathy level, 95 points, well measured to please John Sun's son's target. For the owner's breakthrough successful empathy level of 95 points, congratulations to the successful owner. John Sun's son has spent a total of 333,333,333 in leaking fees, rewarding the owner 33,000,000. 333,333. Congratulations to the successful owner for transforming into the owner's liquor, rewarding 25 enhancement points. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the skills of expert hacker, software design, advanced mathematics, and skilled violin. This time, everything truly lay beyond Park Jimin's data, leaving him speechless. This isn't just about talent, it's about being careless and achieving success effortlessly. I put a lot of effort into Yu Ling Shuang, but she's still stuck at 93 points. On the other hand, Jean Sun Sun hasn't done anything and suddenly made a breakthrough. It's been so long since I paid attention to this girl. It's just that her hacking skills seem really impressive, but nothing special. The important thing is that Jean Sun Sun and Kim Jisoo are very close, so it's best not to mess with them. Suddenly, Park Jimin's mind was overwhelmed by a large amount of computer and math knowledge. The numbers that were once blurry now became easier and clearer than ever. It feels like a new door has been opened, leading him to a world of endless knowledge. As soon as the hacker's computer knowledge entered Park Jimin's brain, he felt his mind suddenly light up. This is truly the pinnacle skill of a hacker, different from what I had assumed. Hackers are people who specialize in discovering and exploiting vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, including software, hardware, and network protocols. Any vulnerability can be an opportunity for a hacker to infiltrate phones, computers, and even national security networks. Now I can create viruses, steal account passwords, and pose serious threats to the safety and privacy of users. Not stopping there, this system has enhanced Park Jimin's brain to become an advanced artificial intelligence with the ability to learn and make independent decisions. This stark difference has left him deeply immersed in thought. Could this system really be high-level artificial intelligence? But modern artificial intelligence, no matter how advanced, cannot enhance the human body. So where does it come from? Is it the result of extraterrestrial scientific and technological achievements, or the future achievements of science and technology? The existence of this system is truly extraordinary, far beyond my understanding. At this moment, Park Jimin felt a persistent headache. Hallucinations, why do I feel so sleepy after activating this skill, or is it because of too many skills? The system notified, the master recently absorbed too many new skills, leading to a massive amount of knowledge stored in the brain, causing great mental pressure. It is recommended to strengthen the mental attributes to reduce this pressure. Upon hearing a reminder sound from the system, Park Jimin continued to curse quietly in his mind. Damn it, why didn't the system say it earlier? No wonder I've been sleepy all day recently. It's only 11 o'clock and I already feel so tired. Turns out it's because my mental needs strengthening. It makes sense. The skills that normal people would take a lifetime to learn, I obtained in an instant. This massive amount of knowledge has created a great burden on my brain, leading to feelings of lethargy and weakness, especially after reversing Jean Sun Sun. This condition has become even more apparent. I can't believe I possess such a top-notch skill. This time it's a bit too much. System, strengthen me with 50 mental points. Suddenly, a huge surge of warm water rushed into Park Jimin's mind, as fierce as a flood. The most intense pain struck, making him unable to describe it in words. However, his mind was incredibly alert. It lasted for about 5 seconds, continuously producing muffled sounds echoing like thunder in his ears. His head was throbbing, making Park Jimin unable to bear it and had to close his eyes tightly. Just a second later, Park Jimin opened his eyes. The world before him suddenly became completely different. His mind was extremely sensitive, sharp thinking, a refreshing spirit, full energy. His observation ability was also heightened to an extraordinary level. He could remember every detail about Jean Sun Sun in front of him, from clothing, handbags, perfume, jewelry, even to her facial expression and the emotions hidden in her eyes. With just a glance, he could remember everything perfectly, never missing any small detail. The tremendous changes in this substance left Park Jimin amazed. Damn, turns out this is the world of geniuses. The ability to remember everything at first glance is unforgettable in Legends. If I could go back in time 3 years ago and take the university entrance exam, I might only need half a month of studying to achieve the highest score. Even at Harvard University, I could achieve top scores even in the International English Test. Even if the world's top professors and experts stood in front of me, they would have to call me sir. Jean Sun Sun bowed and apologized with a ashamed expression on his face. Park Jimin, I'm sorry. I didn't know your plan. Did I ruin things? Park Jimin gently comforted him. It's okay, revealing Secretary Yu's secret is also good. Sooner or later, it would have come to light. A little earlier or a little later, doesn't matter. But I hope that when she comes back, she and everyone else won't make it difficult for her. Let everything happen naturally, as if nothing happened. She will still be Secretary Yu as before. Do you understand? Upon finishing his words, the 7 sisters in the room immediately began to discuss eagerly. Ha! Going with the flow as if nothing had happened. Although Park Jimin did not explain further, John Sun's son suddenly understood everything. Could it be that Yu Ling Shuang has completely surrendered to Park Jimin, or is he taking advantage of this opportunity to insert her into the Jin family, the tycoon like a master player? The Jin family tycoon probably never imagined that the talent they painstakingly nurtured would become a sharp dagger in the hands of Park Jimin. Borrowing a knife to kill, deceive, sneak under the bottom of the pot, strike by stealth, deceive, these tactics are admirable. Truly cunning, using one strategy within another, this is the god in my heart. Returning to the moment when Park Jimin spoke these words, Yu Ling Shuang seemed to have been destined to hear what Park Jimin had just said. Later on, don't make it difficult for her, she is still my personal secretary, my important subordinate. Yu Ling Shuang's heart once again trembled, feeling warmth spreading throughout her chest. He is seriously protecting me. His words were just now came from the bottom of his heart, very natural, without any signs of pretense. This is the man worth pursuing for a lifetime, upright, generous, and magnanimous. The sisters looked at Yu Ling Shuang with more suspicion and no longer trusted her after finding out she was a spy. Even though Yu Ling Shuang went to Park Jimin's side and Park Jimin told everyone not to make things difficult. Once the mirror is broken, it cannot be mended as before. Yu Ling Shuang packed her belongings and left the mansion alone in silence. She didn't say goodbye to anyone, only Park Jimin saw her off at the end. Boss, stop here, I can take a taxi back on my own. At this point, Park Jimin could only let out a deep sigh and helplessly look at the situation before him. Finally, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. Actually, it's okay for Secretary Yu to stay. Yu Ling Shuang also refused to respond. I have already made up my mind. Please don't advise me any further, master. Once there is a crack, there will always be a gap. Even if I don't care, I am still a traitor. Staying here just adds to the trouble. Why should I make it difficult for myself? Wang Meng looked at the two of them and asked anxiously, Jai Lu, is my sister really overwhelmed by my brother-in-law? Why do I feel that her mood is so heavy? Maybe she has to return to the Jin family, but her identity has been exposed. Surely the Jin family and large financial conglomerates will not forgive her. When Jin Jianu knows about this, he will be furious. In addition, Yu Ling Shuang's failure of the mission will cause heavy losses to the Jin family. She will be punished. Zhang Xiaolu took a deep breath and nodded. Meng, you're right. I just thought of this issue too. It seems like Yu Ling Shuang has no idea about Park Jimin's plan. When we were discussing earlier, Park Jimin intentionally pushed her out. If the Jin family tycoon is heavily defeated this time, even though Yu Ling Shuang has never betrayed them before, they will no longer trust her. Jin Jianyu will definitely see her as a traitor. Even if Park Jimin doesn't act, her life will not be easy. Its plan is too profound. At this point, Zhang Xiaolu and Wang Meng seem to inhale a cold breath. It's really sinister, using such despicable tactics again. If everything goes as normal, this could have been predicted. Yu Ling Shuang will definitely be seen as a traitor. By that time, even jumping into the river won't wash away her sins. What a kind-hearted Park Jimin. His cruel intentions make my hair stand on end. He clearly wants to push her into a death trap. Yu Ling Shuang left alone, her figure exuded loneliness like a lost dog without a home to welcome him back. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolu's mobile phone rang. Looking at the screen, she saw that it was a call from Jung Dick. Oh, my brother, why suddenly think of me today? As she answered the phone, Jung Dick immediately asked, Jai Lu, where are you? Zhang Xiaolu excitedly replied, I'm at Park Jimin's house. Let me tell you, I just watched a big play. You don't know. Hearing this, Jung Dick couldn't help but think, I placed the girl next to Park Jimin to lower his guard. Yet she still believes that the Jung family is closely collaborating with Chairman Lim, and now she even calls Park Jimin brother. It seems like I can't keep her next to him anymore. If she accidentally reveals the true intentions of the Jung family, then we will suffer heavy losses. After thinking, Jung Dick interrupted Zhang Xiaolu and said with a firm tone, All right, go home right away. Don't hang out with Park Jimin all day long. He's not good, and you only have half a month left before a university entrance exam. Don't be so playful. Focus on studying. Zhang Xiaolu didn't understand Jung Dig's true intention, and she angrily snapped at him. Ha! You still think of me as a clueless kid. Wait until I can really do something. I will prepare a big surprise for you. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiaolu sank into thought. Chairman Lim and the Jung family are cooperating, while Jin's family is a tycoon with ruined Jin Bank and Hong's Nan capital. These three financial routes are on different sides. I believe that with Chairman Lim's help, the Jung family will win completely this time. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaolu couldn't help but feel excited. These achievements are all a result of Xiaolu's efforts, a little business genius. When everything is successful, it will surely amaze everyone. Those who always look down on me as a child, wait and see. I'm Jung Zai Lu, and truly an outstanding business talent. Inside the room, the air was heavy with the smell of gun smoke. The girls began to look at each other with cautious eyes. The race for Park Jimin's heart included 7 girls, but Park Min Young, Yang Wi-bai, Jung Zai Lu, Oh Yong Sil, and Kim Jisoo did not hide that fact. They were direct competitors for his affection. They could not control themselves and always sought opportunities to approach him. As long as Park Jimin had not determined who his official girlfriend was, they still had hope. But at this point, only Jung Zai Lu could help Park Jimin. Suddenly, the girls felt a huge pressure from Jung Zai Lu weighing heavily on their shoulders. Kim Jisoo looked at Yang Wi-bai and said, worriedly, Yang Wi-bai, Park Jimin has entrusted Jung Zai Lu with an important task. This shows that her relationship with Park Jimin is not simple. Yang Wi-bai also disliked this rival and boldly said, she's not just anyone. She's the second young miss of the Jung family with a wealthy and noble background, a very strong competitor. But the person next to her is important. She is the half-sister of Park Jimin, named Wang Mang Mang. Kim Jisoo couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. The Jung family, the richest tycoon family in Gyeongbokgung. Suddenly, Kim Jisoo erupted in anger mixed with a hint of insecurity and hesitation. It's only been a few days and he's already flirting with another girl. This Park Jimin is never idle. But he's too perfect, too noble, comes from a prestigious background, talented, and the young master of an ancient family. Just relying on looks to match him isn't enough. No, I have to strive to become even better. Otherwise, I'll just be seen as a mobile vase. After that, Kim Jisoo directly approached Wang Mang Mang to introduce herself. You guys are Mang Mang and Zai Lu, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Kim Jisoo, the vice president of the Student Association at Park Jimin's University, and at the same time, the CEO of Big Cat TV. At this point, Kim Jisoo opened her WeChat code. Everyone is a friend of Park Jimin. Let's exchange contact information. My name is Jeon Sun Sun. I am Jisoo's close friend. I am Park Min Young, currently the vice CEO of Vinova Company, also a student at Hunan University. 7 girls just introduced themselves and added each other as friends on WeChat. Everything revolves around one person, none other than Wang Mang Mang, the foster sister of Park Jimin. Even Oh Yong Sil, a top A-list star, wants to befriend Wang Mang Mang because, for them, befriending her would make it easier to get close to Park Jimin. And once they get close, developing feelings would be even easier. With such a good relationship, how can they give it up? Park Jimin just walked into the mansion and discovered a very lively atmosphere. Since when did you all become friends? Not only that, Wang Mang Mang also added everyone to a group chat for easier communication. I have created a group on WeChat called Park Jimin's Harem. From now on, we will be good friends. Park Jimin was shocked to hear that, almost spraying blood. What nonsense are you all talking about? You can't even name the group like that. Although she was the enemy as an older sister, Kim Jisoo had a very subtle and sarcastic way of talking. Jai Lu, I have also joined the Park Jimin Harem. I am very happy to be able to share the same direction with you. I hope you will care for and help me more. It was really clever. She hit the nail on the head as soon as she met. Park Jimin looked at this scene and felt very annoyed and dissatisfied. Oh damn, people can socialize. Why do they have to add someone to the group? And they even named it the Park Jimin Harem. Do they want me to set on fire? And why Mang Mang? She's not my younger sister. Why does she like to do things that make me angry? At 11 a.m., time seemed to slow down. Yu Ling Shuan walked wearily straight to room 3608 at the Great International Empire Hotel. She couldn't sleep all night. Early this morning, a series of events had left her mind exhausted. However, her identity had been revealed. The most important thing now was to report to Jin Jia Mu immediately to avoid unforeseeable consequences. In the president's room, several female secretaries and 2 male bodyguards stood by like servants, attending to Jin Jia Mu's every personal need. He was having lunch while comforting Yu Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang, welcome back. I didn't mean to hurt you yesterday. You know, Ruinjin Bank and Hongzan Capital are collaborating with us. Because they provide a large financial source, I can't easily offend CEO Han and CEO Joe. However, yesterday was my mistake. I promised to make it up to you. For now, please bear with the resentment. I have arranged for you to meet the best plastic surgeon in Korea after you complete your mission. I will take you to Korea to treat your facial scar and ensure that you will regain your former beauty quickly. Jin Jia Mu explained and comforted in all kinds of ways, but after a sleepless night, Yu Ling Shuang felt completely different. She had fallen for Park Jimin and her feelings for Jin Jia Mu were fading. After that, she only replied casually, "Thank you, young master. I understand everything." Jin Jia Mu nodded satisfactorily. Ling Shuan, I really didn't misunderstand you. You always know what to do and have a far-reaching vision. So, what brings you here this time? Yu Ling Shuang lowered her head and explained, Young master, my identity has been exposed. Chairman Lim has found out the truth about me. Early this morning, I was exposed in front of everyone. Immediately, Jin Jiamu's gentle eyes turned cold and sharp, exposed and caught red-handed, yet he didn't cause you trouble. Yu Ling Shuang continued, he didn't cause me trouble. He even invited me to continue working for him, but I refused. Now, any explanation from Jin Jiamu would only sound like an offense. When it comes to this, Yu Ling Shuang fell silent for a moment and thought to herself, the fact that Park Jimin gave me 30 billion temporarily should not be mentioned to the young master. Currently, Chairman Lim knows that I am a spy, yet is still willing to give me 30 billion. No one would do that, especially since he is known to be foolish and reckless. But Chairman Lim is definitely not foolish, yet he did this. If I were to mention this, the young master would surely not believe it and think that I betrayed him, only adding more trouble. Thinking this way, Yu Ling Shuang could only hesitate and not speak the truth. Jin Jiamu looked at Yu Ling Shuang's expression and grew even more suspicious. How did he react when you left? Yu Ling Shuang remembered and explained he had no reaction, very calm. Jin Jiamu grew even colder, feeling that something was not right. He didn't show any disappointment or anger or any abnormal emotional signs. Without the young master, his control over his emotions is really good. But it seems that when it comes to this, Yu Ling Shuang paused for a moment and then continued. But it seems he knew my background from the beginning. As soon as these words came out, Jin Jiamu immediately felt a chill from the depths of his heart. His mind was like being judged. Damn, it's a trap. Wait, if Chairman Lim already knew Ling Shuang's background, how could he trust her and give her full control of Phi T on real estate? This makes no sense unless this is a trap. Immediately after that, Jin Jiamu stood up and hurriedly asked. He knew from the beginning. I ask you, who currently owns the shares of Phi Tian Real Estate? Yu Ling Shuang hurriedly explained the shares of Phi Tian Real Estate are currently held by his younger sister, Wang Meng Meng. Because Park Jimin did not allow me to transfer the shares and the company to his name, I transferred them to Wang Meng Meng to avoid suspicion. Jin Jiamu broke out in a cold sweat after hearing the news, then ordered loudly, This is bad. The trap has been discovered. Brave a map of the city here and call the Jin family immediately. Jin Jiamu took out the map and began to study it carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. I heard that the Geodesy group, owned by the Jin family, has recently appeared in the cities of Shandao and Kanjiang. Moreover, they are taking over a lot of land in Sinan Fang Mang Shizhen, aren't they? Yes, young master. Just this afternoon, someone reported that the Geodesy group is quietly buying a large amount of land, much more than we imagine. I was going to report this to you. Jin Jiamu suddenly shouted in anger, Report what? How come I'm only hearing about such a big issue now? Young master, this is mainly because the Jin family has been acting too secretive. They have not released any information before. It wasn't until recently, when the Geodesy group began to grow stronger, that our people started paying attention. Useless, a bunch of useless people. What do we keep them for? Jin Jiamu was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He instinctively knew that this was a trap. On the other end of the line, Jung Dik also noticed Jin Jiamu's call. He picked up the phone and was somewhat puzzled. Oh, why did Jin Jiamu call so early? While answering the phone, Jung Dik laughed and said, Jin, I was actually planning to invite you to dinner. I didn't expect you to call first. The guest is here, so today I will take you to try the specialty dishes of crab and abalone from Jiangbakken. I guarantee you won't regret it. Not only did Jin Jiamu not appreciate it, he also cursed at Jung Dik. You dog, Jung Dik, dare to cooperate with Chairman Lim to conspire against me. Where do you get the audacity? It seems that the young master of the Jung family is quite cunning. I may have to look at the young master of the Jung family with different eyes now, two-faced. Jung Dik heard this in confusion. What, Jin? What are you talking about? What have I done to offend you? When have I ever plotted to harm Jin Jiamu? Jin Jiamu interrogated directly, Are you still pretending to be innocent? I ask you, is Geodesy real estate yours or not? Both Geodesy and Phi Tian companies purchase land that can be connected into one block. Chairman Lim is now like a fish in water. Do you really not know, or do you think I am a fool? After listening, Jung Dik was extremely confused. Geodesy real estate, where did it come from? Jung Dik explained, Jin Young Master, please calm down, this really surprises me. However, I affirm that Geodesy real estate is not the property of the Jung family. I'll give you half a day to come up with a satisfactory answer. If not, I will consider the Jung family as enemies, which means you have offended both Hongsvan Capital and Ruan Jin Bank. Think about the consequences. Jung Dik emphasized, "All right, Jin young master, this issue definitely has a problem. I will investigate and make things clear. And I affirm that geodesy real estate is absolutely not the property of the Jung family." Jin Jia Mu coldly warned and then hung up the phone. "Listen, Jung family. From now until the evening, give a reasonable explanation. If not, I will not hesitate to punish anyone who dares to oppose. Consider the consequences before it's too late." At this moment, Jung Dik's face turned pale. He angrily threw his phone to the ground, smashing it into pieces, and cursed, "Damn it, that wretched Jin Jia Mu. At first, I was going to invite him to have dinner at Jianbakam to show hospitality, but this dog didn't show any respect, threatening as soon as he opened his mouth. Jin Jia Mu, who does he think he is to step on my head like that? I'm giving him a little face by being polite to him. What gives him the right to threaten me? Ignorant, thinking I'm afraid of him. We are in a cooperative relationship. I am not his son. Does he think he's the boss of the world or something?" After calming down from his anger, Jung Dik still maintained the necessary clarity. He ordered the butler, "Phew, uncle, go check and see whose property this geodesy real estate truly belongs to. Jin Jia Mu's anger like that, I'm afraid there's a big problem." "Yes, sir, young master." The steward immediately nodded respectfully. As soon as the steward stepped out, Jung Dik furrowed his brow and thought, something is not right. This time, the Jung family, Jin family, Tycoon Hongzan Capital, and Ruin Jin Bank have joined forces to mobilize a total of 50 billion to strike a fatal blow to Chairman Lim. Over 20 billion has been dispersed in the initial investment phase, with the remaining over 20 billion being held back to deal with any possible situation. I have also mobilized over 10 billion. If anything goes wrong, I really can't speak to the family. Phew Uncle has truly extraordinary work efficiency. Just 2 hours later, a set of documents was placed in front of Jung Dik. Jung Dik carefully examined the documents, but as soon as he looked through them, he was so shocked that he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The head of geodesy real estate is actually my half-sister, Jung Zai Lu, a cunning 18-year-old who hasn't even cleaned her nose. This is too incredible to believe. As Jung Dik read to the end of the page, he became even more infuriated. This cunning person dared to rely on the Jin family's relationship to quickly receive support from the Xiandao and Kanjiang city governments. In addition, the two city leaders personally opened a downtown planning project for this ghost company. What's even more intriguing is that the registered capital of this ghost company is as high as 50 billion. Damn it, Jung Zai Lu, where the hell did he get so much money? The steward standing beside him began to point at the map for analysis. "Young master, have you noticed that the land pieces purchased by Miss Jin, if combined with FIT and real estate, will open up a new path for Chairman Lim's film studio project? At the same time, this area is located in the golden triangle of the three cities, with a huge geographical advantage similar to the secret chess piece of Chairman Lim that has been fully opened." Jung Dik said, "We thought we had squeezed a little of Chairman Lim's power, but looking back now, it's clear that we're walking into a trap. We bought the land at an exorbitant price, not for development, but just to intimidate Chairman Lim and make a profit. Unless this area is linked to the film studio project, it won't bring any economic benefits. However, Chairman Lim will surely not give in to us, so this piece of land will be isolated. Furthermore, buying the land at 3 times the market price exposes us to great risk. If this area is isolated, the possibility of recovering the capital will be extremely difficult, even heavy losses due to a sharp decline in land prices. The only way to avoid capital losses is to wait for the land prices to rise. However, this massive film studio project is still a big question mark. Even the waiting time could be extended for another 10 years. Spending such a huge amount of capital to just sit and wait here is like throwing money out the window. This is truly a fatal blow to the family." Phew Uncle spoke up to this point that consequences did not need to be spoken about. Jung Dik hurriedly took out his backup phone, calling Jung Zai Lu while cursing, "Fai Tian, geodesy, that damn Park Jimin has set a trap for me. This cunning Jung Zai Lu must have been brainwashed by him. In the morning he boasted about doing big things for me, and now this is the big thing. Killing his own brother. This traitor wants to destroy the Jin family." Jung Zai Lu picked up the phone casually and asked, "Hey, big brother, what's the matter again?" Jung Dik angrily interrogated, "I'm asking you, is geodesy your doing?" Hearing this, Jung Zai Lu chuckled smugly. "Finally, big brother has found out. You always underestimate me. Now you know the power of little genius Jai Lu, huh? From now on, you have to call me CEO Lu, got it?" Upon hearing this, Jung Dik exploded with anger. "CEO Lu, damn it. Who told you to use Jin family's connections to buy land for Park Jimin? Do you have any idea how serious this is? Get back here right now." Jung Zai Lu immediately hung up the phone and muttered, I won't be home for a long time. Park Jimin has just realized the value of my talent. He is much better than my brother. Hello, hello, hello. This annoying brat dare to hang up my phone. How dare he? Who gave him the guts to hang up my phone? I'm so furious. In a fit of rage, Jung Dik threw his second phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. This destructive brat, so foolish he even dares to claim he's a genius. I pampered and loved him since he was young, treating him like a treasure. I would buy him anything he wanted, and now he dares to argue with me because of Park Jimin. Jung Dik continued to swear and immediately ordered the butler, "Phew, uncle, bring me another phone. I don't believe I can't handle this brat." The butler brought the third phone to Jung Dik and suggested, "Young master, things have come to this. Calling the second miss back won't change anything. Chairman Lim's plan has been completed. Now we should consider how to salvage the damage." Jung Dik sensed a different insinuation from the housekeeper, so he suspiciously asked, "What does Phew uncle mean by rescuing losses?" According to this old man's observation, Chairman Lim is superior to the Jin family in both strategy and power. His suggestion is that instead of trying to mend relations with the Jin family, we should fully lean towards Chairman Lim. Also, looking at the expression of the second miss, he won't make things difficult for us either. When we join Chairman Lim's film project, who will also be a major shareholder, sitting in the shade and eating gold, isn't that better? However, if the young master chooses Chairman Lim's side, then there's no need to cherish the second miss of Yangui, because it seems she and Chairman Lim have. Thinking of having to bow in front of Park Jimin, Jung Dik felt that he couldn't accept it. Furthermore, his heart was fully dedicated to Yangui. Therefore, when Phew uncle suggested, he firmly cut off. "Phew uncle, don't say any more. I will never give up Yangui Bai. Furthermore, choosing a faction again will make my Jung Dik become a cowardly traitor. Moreover, bowing down this time, don't tell me to keep quiet in front of this cunning Zai Lu in the future. More importantly, the Jin family has not reached a dead end yet. Although the losses this time are heavy, but if we retreat in time, we can still recover at least half. At least we won't lose everything." Seeing that Jung Dik would not give in to Park Jimin for a few billion losses and even refused to give up the woman he loves, the steward brought the family into reasoning. "Young master, why do you have to be like this? Right now, the old master is seriously ill, causing the family to suffer a lot. Besides, a man of great wisdom should know when to let go. It's just a woman after all." Jung Dik still insisted, rejecting the butler's offer. "Phew, uncle, please don't say any more. My father is seriously ill, and everything in the Jung family is under my control. I will take responsibility for all the consequences." The butler knew Jung Dik's stubbornness, so whatever he said would be of no use. "Yes, young master, I will take my leave then." As he turned and left, the butler couldn't help but worry. The young master is still too young, and this issue is not just a matter of a loss of a few billion. The second young miss is currently managing the Jodeci real estate group, inadvertently creating a power against the Jung family. Can the Jung family completely sever this relationship? Currently, if the Jung family does not ally with Chairman Lim and stands on the opposite front, they will become enemies of Chairman Lim. I fear the future of the Jung family is not very bright. Regardless of how the Jung family explains, the Jin family, Taifeet, Hongzhang Capital, and Ruin Jin Bank will still have doubts. This debt will be pinned on the Jung family, and that is the crucial issue. In the end, if the Jung family does not align with Chairman Lim and still offends the other three families, even the powerful Jung family cannot offend everyone. At the moment when the Jung family was celebrating on the fire, on the other side, the Jin family's tycoon also did not rest. Obviously, Jin Jiavnu did not expect a satisfactory answer from the Jung family about Jodeci Corporation. Therefore, he decided to investigate himself. "Young master, here is detailed information about Jodeci Corporation. The head is Jung Zai Lu, the second daughter of the Jung family. However, she has a close relationship with Chairman Lim. Furthermore, behind Jodeci Corporation, there is the shadow of Ka-jun, the head of Jianbukong Capital. Another piece of information is that Chairman Lim also has an abnormal relationship with Seok-kwan, the son of the secretary. This explains the rapid development of this corporation. Overall, the development of Jodeci, similar to the model of Phai Tian, is extremely fast. All the information made Jin Jiamu more suspicious of Yuling Shuang. He raised his hand to stop the words. "All right, I know it all. No need to say more." Jin Jiamu closed his eyes tightly, the suffocating atmosphere making it difficult to breathe. The entire presidential suite suddenly fell silent to the point where you could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing became strangely audible. The two secretaries also held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Yu Ling Shuang began to feel anxious, realizing the worst was about to happen. "It's over. I'm finished." As the close secretary of Chairman Lim and also a spy planted by the Jin family, a tycoon next to Chairman Lim, holding a very important role. Yet Chairman Lim took bold actions right in front of my eyes that I had no idea about. Can you believe that a professional spy got turned upside down, didn't even realize that they were exposed, and continued to report false information, leading to huge losses for the company? Does the young master really trust me as unprofessional, or is he silently suspecting me of betrayal? Surely, the young master would rather believe in the latter possibility. Thinking about this, Yu Ling Shuang admitted and explained, "I'm sorry, young master. It's my fault. I really didn't expect." Yu Ling Shuang hadn't finished explaining yet when Jin Jia Mu directly interrupted, saying, "Mistake. Ha ha, over 10 billion in losses, just one mistake can erase everything. Why do people say that without comparison, there is no loss? Over 10 billion in losses is truly a huge number." But Park Jimin didn't even frown, immediately turning and transferring 30 billion to Yu Ling Shuang. When compared, the difference immediately became clear. Yu Ling Shuang asked disappointedly, 10 billion in losses, does that mean in the eyes of the young master, I am not even worth this 10 billion? After hearing this, Jin Jia Mu mercilessly threw the remaining chicken at Yu Ling Shuang's face, then angrily said, "It's just 10 billion, and yet you can say it like that. Who gave you the courage and confidence? Is it because I have been promoting and using you that you have become so arrogant? Do you know the significance of this 10 billion? It can build how many houses and feed how many people? On what basis do you think you deserve that amount because of your abilities?" Jin Jiab Mu glared. "Let me tell you, there are many people in the world who are more capable than you. They simply don't have the opportunity to excel, while this opportunity will always be in the hands of the upper class like me. I give you this opportunity, then you have value. I don't give you the opportunity, you are not worth a penny. Never delude yourself about your importance. The Jin family tycoons have trained you at a cost of hundreds of millions, and your value is only equivalent to that amount. Starting from now, I am temporarily suspending all your positions in the group, and you must accept the investigation. You are not allowed to go anywhere before clearing the suspicions." A secretary spoke up in defense. "Young master, Yu Ling Shuang will never betray you. We grew up together from childhood in the Jin family, and the Jin family is our second home. Don't you even trust Yu Ling Shuang's loyalty? This action of yours will truly hurt Yu Ling Shuang." Jin Jia Mu coldly replied, "Why are you so heartbroken? Are you saying I shouldn't have let Yu Ling Shuang investigate? When something big like this happens, I have to give an answer to the company. In the end, whether you betray or not doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that someone takes responsibility for this. So even though the incident has happened, it can't make people doubt my abilities and judgment, as that would affect my position as the heir of the company. Anyway, I still have a younger brother who can totally replace me. Yu Ling Shuang, if you don't take responsibility, do you really hope that this young master will bear all the blame for you?" At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang's heart turned as cold as ice. "What do you mean? Whether I truly betray or not, if the plan fails, I will still be unfairly blamed and become a scapegoat, won't I?"